I just casually said a sentence, looking for dragons, dividing gold, watching the entangled mountains. One entanglement is one relationship. The next moment, I was actually transported to the world of the ghost blows out the light. Here, there are not only sticky rice zombie and big tomb, but also the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams mysterious soul ladder. Just because I participated in a reality show adventure live broadcast, I thought I was useless. But I didn't expect to be amazing in Longling. A sentence people light candles. Ghosts blow out the light has ignited the enthusiasm of 800 million viewers across the network. A black gold ancient knife chops off the head of the Ironhead Dragon King, and at this moment, my newbie gift package has just been opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super Physique Enhancement Liquid, a full-level combat technique, and a golden 8 treasures compass. By opening the backpack with my mind, I indeed found 3 things in the newbie gift pack. After a moment, I took the strengthening potion and instantly felt a powerful force surging through my body and filling me up. I clenched my fist and felt like I could punch a cow to death with one blow. I smiled satisfactorily, thinking about the max-level martial arts in my backpack, and immediately chose to extract it. Suddenly, various martial arts skills flooded my mind, as if I had been practicing for decades. After skillfully integrating this memory, just as I was feeling proud, I heard my junior sister Fu Chanshan's voice from outside the door. "Senior brother, the teacher is calling you to organize your equipment and prepare to depart." After saying that, she hurriedly left. I felt so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Xiao Chu, how are you feeling?" Professor Chen introduced. "This is our guide, Li Chunlai." Li Chunlai smiled kindly and said, "Mr. Chu, hello, my name is Li Chunlai. Nice to meet you." Seeing this, I was stunned. Could it be that I have crossed into the world of the ghost blows out the light? Thinking of the terrifying tombs and monsters in the book, I shivered for a moment. "Mr. Chu, I heard you get carsick. Do you want to try the traditional remedy from my hometown? It's very effective," Li Chunlai asked with concern. "Ah, no need. I'm feeling much better now." I quickly waved my hand, thinking that I should go prepare my equipment obediently. After all, this archaeological expedition is dangerous, and I've almost forgotten the details of the ghost blows out the light. This time, traveling to the year 2025, I have no idea how this world will be altered by magic. Li Chunlai appeared here, and the destination is the Fishbone Temple again. This ancient tomb must be under the temple. The Western Zhou Tomb and the Tang Tomb. In the TV drama, the protagonist team can successfully pass through the Dragon Ridge Maze, but more than 10 people died in the process, showing the danger. I really look forward to what this world's Iron Triangle will be like. Watching Li Chunlai and Zhong Jinyue chatting enthusiastically, a hint of anticipation flashed in my eyes. In the tent of the live broadcast of archaeology, the host introduced celebrities such as Song Wenhua, saying, "This National Treasure Archaeology live broadcast, because it is a full outdoor live broadcast, the station has arranged a top-level drone, which not only has fire and water protection, but also implanted with a top-level intelligent chip, can automatically capture exciting shots. Everyone's protective clothing has a positioning chip. During the live broadcast, the drone will adopt stealth mode and hover around to shoot. Just treat it as if there were no cameras, and perform normally. The drone will use the most advanced optical materials for stealth, mainly to maximize the restoration of the real archaeological adventure, giving everyone a sense of being on the scene. Thank you for your cooperation, but also take care of your safety." Listening to the host's endless talk, I couldn't help but admire. This black technology is amazing. Such a small thing can actually be invisible and even travel through the sky and the earth. Zhongyu glanced at the time and reminded everyone, "Time's up. Everyone grab your backpacks and get ready to go." Then, everyone grabbed their backpacks and headed outside. Even celebrities like Reba and Ing Bao gritted their teeth and followed behind the group. I walked at the back of the crowd, like a little transparent person that no one paid attention to, weighing the backpack in my hand. I opened it and found that it was full of food and water. It turns out I am the logistics steward. According to Fu Chanshan's introduction, although it is an archaeological live broadcast, in order to increase the fun and experience the real archaeological environment, when we arrive at our destination, the production team will no longer provide any help unless there is a major accident. As I was checking my backpack, the person inside the tent had already left. Looking at the supplies all over the floor, I fell into contemplation. Maybe the system's backpack could be used. Holding a mindset of giving it a try, I silently chanted, and suddenly, a box of mineral water disappeared from my feet. I was startled by the scene. Fortunately, there was no one around. I didn't want to be taken away for research. Then, I recklessly filled the system's built-in 20-slot backpack before stopping. Fortunately, the same items can be placed in the same slot, with a maximum limit of 99. Then I walked out of the tent and joined the main force. The drone automatically flew into the air and was indeed invisible to the naked eye. At this point, the prelude was over. and the live broadcast officially began. My attention was drawn to the military King Zhongjingyue, because this archaeological expedition is officially supported, and the production team has prepared a wealth of supplies for us, including even deadly weapons like crossbows and arrows. If this world is really like the ghost blows out the light, these deadly weapons are crucial for survival. After some observation, I faintly saw that Zhong Jinyue had a gun at his waist, and even grenades in his tactical belt. This made me feel more at ease and gave me more confidence in this live broadcast of the archaeological expedition. The crowd continued to board the vehicle one after another, and as soon as they got on, the drone started filming. It truly lives up to being the military's top technology. Reba looked around curiously, and Zhong Jinyue smiled and explained, "This type of equipment is usually used for military purposes and not for commercial use. Considering the unique environment of live streaming archaeology, that's why we chose to use this top-of-the-line drone for filming." After hearing the explanation from the professionals, everyone felt reassured, indicating that the authorities value this program. Upon seeing everyone seated, Professor Chen solemnly said, "Everyone, the first stop of this archaeological expedition has been confirmed to be the Fishbone Temple in Gulan County. We will head to the river ahead and take a boat to the Fishbone Temple. The specific location of the ancient tomb can only be accurately explored after reaching the destination." As soon as Professor Chen finished speaking, a voice filled with resentment sounded, and Wei Shen frowned and questioned, "What? We were asked to come here without the tomb's location being confirmed. What if the positioning is wrong and we end up stuck in this yellow soil? I can't stay here." He clearly expressed doubts about the archaeological team's capabilities, led by an old professor with 2 recent graduates. With this kind of team, they still want to find the tomb in a short time. "Just kidding. Professor Chen, how certain is your side?" Zhong Jinyue softly inquired. Although he couldn't look at Hua Bai, the doubt he raised wasn't unreasonable. In these climatic conditions, spending the night in the wilderness was still a great danger, especially with the presence of a number of women on the team. "Don't worry everyone. The archaeology team has already determined the general location, and only needs an hour of on-site exploration to find the ancient tomb." Seeing the crowd questioning her teacher, Fu Qianxian hurriedly stood up and took the initiative to speak in defense. "Moreover, senior brother Chu Yuan is best at tomb exploration. 1 hour is more than enough." Upon hearing Fu Qianxian's words, the others in the car also looked at Chu Yuan, but most of them looked skeptical and confused. With him, the seasick guy, Hua Bai shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. It was obvious that Chu Yuan's youthful tenderness was very suspicious of the other party's professional skills. Originally, he wanted to say a few more words, but he suddenly saw Chu Yuan's icy gaze looking at him, frightening his tone. It wasn't until the other party withdrew his terrifying eyes that Hua Bai reacted, unable to stop himself from clenching his fists. How dare this little character look at me with such eyes? However, thinking of the other party's eyes, he could only secretly keep it in mind. Besides, he was eager to see what kind of picture it would be when the archaeological team rolled over. "Okay, keep quiet. We're a team, and we're just about to cross the river ahead, so let's get our strength up." Song Wenjue is, after all, a senior in the circle, and he is well aware of the importance of team unity. Li Chunlai, who was sitting in the front of the bus, listened to the sound of the crowd arguing, and his heart moved, quietly took out his cell phone to edit. 30 minutes later, everyone arrived at the ferry, and under Li Chunlai's arrangement, they boarded the deck of a cargo ship one after another. Standing on the deck, the crowd couldn't help but be shocked by the river that looked like a long and winding dragon, and at this moment, all of them felt the majesty of the Yellow River. Nay, Chu Yuan's stomach ink is limited, otherwise he could not wait to come to 2 verses of poetry, stunning the crowd, and may be able to obtain a lot of popularity value. The ship's mate brought in some stools and instructed the crowd to grab the handrails around them, sit down peacefully, and not to move around carelessly. Sail away. With a yell from the ship's captain, the freighter began to start slowly, meeting the waves and heading in the direction of the Fishbone Temple. "What are you looking at, senior brother? You won't be not only seasick but also seasick. I have medicine here." Chu Yuan looked at the somewhat familiar figure of the boat captain and was still recalling something when suddenly, he was interrupted by Fu Qianxian's voice. Chu Yuan, who came back to his senses, saw a pair of big clear eyes in front of him, looking at himself without blinking. "Nothing? It's just that this skipper looks a little different." Chu Yuan moved his body slightly and looked at the boat captain not far away, his eyes full of deep meaning. "Yes it is. 5 big and thick. The body is still so tough. Looks like a pig killer. Seems to be called what horsebold." Fu Qianxian nonchalantly sat beside him and smiled sweetly at him. "Horsebold?" Chu Yuan was stunned, not expecting that even with the corrections made by the crossing gods, the plot was still going in the direction of the movie and television plots. It was then that he remembered the strangeness he felt when he boarded the ship just now. A small cargo ship with a surprising number of 7 or 8 boatman fellows. This is not the movie and television drama Inside the Horsebold line of people? They are also affectionately known as the 10 Sons of the Dragon Ridge by netizens. It looks like the next tombs would be the Western Zhou and Tang tombs below the Fishbone Temple, which is fortunately a movie or TV show. If this were a novel, Chu Yuan would have long since forgotten the plot of this section of the Ghost Mound, and that would have been a direct case of grasping at straws. The most critical thing is that the hanging soul ladder in the novel is much more horrible than in the movie and TV drama. Chu Yuan suddenly remembered that he just has a compass and does not know how to search for the dragon, so he has wasted such a good compass. It's time to earn popularity points through the system. There's no way around it. Everyone's eyes are on the stars at this point in the broadcast. Where would he notice him as a small transparent? What should be done to attract the attention of the netizens? Boom! Just then, a sudden loud bang came and the ship veered. The unprepared members of the archaeological team stumbled and nearly fell to the deck. What happened? Huabai stood up violently and stood on his tiptoes to look at the wind and waves not far away. A little stunned for a moment. Look! There's a monster underwater. Zhao Yueying was closest to the side of the ship and vaguely saw a huge object swimming underwater, scaring her so much that she immediately exclaimed, *********, a monster this big. Is this a water ghost?" Many of the crew members looked at the monster's figure and were directly scared to the point of turning white and backing away. "Don't panic everyone, Lao San. Go to the cabin and get weapons. Ma Bold ran the ship for many years, but there is some courage, in danger, not chaotic command of his fellows. Here's your chance." Looking at the busy figures of the crowd, Chu Yuan's heart stirred. Thinking of the plot in the movie and TV show, he knew that the long-awaited opportunity had finally come. It's time to play hard to get. Yuck! Big time! New book. Continuously updating, passing by the gents. Ask for a 5-star praise. Thank you. Chapter 4, The Dragon King's Foul Play and the Rising Waves. What happened? What did you see? Hearing Zhao Yueying's exclamation of shock, Chu Yuan, who was the closest, reacted the fastest and quickly came to her side, pretending to be unaware of the inquiry. "There's a huge monster underwater. Little brother Chu, do you think we'll be in danger?" Out of fear of unknown creatures, Zhao Yueying fell to the ground in panic and looked at Chu Yuan Ho with a horrified expression on her face. "I don't know, but it's probably a giant fish creature." Chu Yuan, who was familiar with the plot, naturally knew what kind of monsters were underwater, but he definitely couldn't explicitly say this kind of words, so he could only shake his head as if he didn't know. Zhao Yueying was just about to say something in the middle of saying something, when suddenly a terrifying roar violently came out from the water. It was the underwater monster roaring. It was as if it was sending a warning to the ship that had intruded into its territory. Suddenly there was a violent vibration of the boat, as if it had hit something huge in the river, and for a moment the people on board fell to the ground. Immediately after, a black shadow as if covering the sky suddenly appeared above the crowd. A body length of about more than 10 meters, the whole body covered with green scales. Strange fish, even directly jumped the entire ship. Boom! The strange fish landed heavily into the other end of the wheelbarrow, sending a wave of water over 2 meters high. Although Chu Yuan had watched television, he still felt a jolt when he saw this behemoth with his own eyes. Holy, this iron-head Dragon King has become a spirit, so fierce? Right at the moment when the monster fell into the water, Chu Yuan glimpsed that the monster unexpectedly opened its blood-red vertical pupils, opened its mouth full of fangs, and emitted a tyrannical aura from its body. Chu Yuan had gone through the system to strengthen the quality of his body, and seeing this monster violently, he was still terrified at the bottom of his heart, not to mention other people. Zhao Yueying's jade face was even more directly scared pale. Her heart was very fearful and she suddenly had a thought of quitting. It's not that this baby is timid, it's just that the monster is too scary. Ah, monster. What kind of program is this? So dangerous? No way. I'm quitting. Compared to Zhao Yueying, Huabai was directly frightened and broke his defenses. His body kept backing up and shouting that he wanted to quit the recording of the program. Although the hot bar is also very afraid, but suddenly heard Huabai's voice. The heart is annoyed. Who do you think you are? This live say quit really can quit? This is the official organization of the live action, to be able to join, in which the company has spent a lot of resources. Is not it that these artists say they want to quit can quit? They can all sign an adventure agreement. At the time, everyone thought it was a publicity stunt and signed it with a smile, but they didn't realize it was real. Thinking of this, Hataru summoned up all her courage and held back the fear in her heart, trembling as she drew closer to Song Wenjue and Captain Zhong's side. At this moment, she knew that these two were the most reliable in the team. Zhong Zhenyue, who was the king of soldiers, also reacted. He first loudly commanded the crowd to find the nearest firm point and hold on tightly. He stood up and looked around before finally looking at the panicked Li Chunlai and asked aloud, "Wizard Li, do you know what kind of creature was underwater just now? Why did it attack us?" Li Chunlai, who is a local, was also scared and turned blue, and when he heard Captain Zhong questioning himself, he was busy shaking his head. "I don't know. I've heard that every year the Yellow River has a sacrifice to the river god. Maybe the Dragon King is angry." Thinking of this, Li Chunlai was so frightened that his body was like sifting chaff, and he hurriedly knelt down in the direction of the center of the river, muttering to himself under his breath, "Dragon King, spare your life. Dragon King, spare your life. I'll definitely get some chickens and ducks to honor your old man later." Chu Yuan was speechless in his heart when he saw this. He was really still the same timid and fearful Li Chunlai. "What are you raving about? Get out of the way. What Dragon King? I'll kill him." The ship's captain's Ma Bold saw Li Chunlai in this state, angry and cursed. At this time his crew had already got weapons. He and a few of his crew members were seen holding fishing guns, all of them puffing up their courage and cheering each other on, their eyes dead set on the center of the river. This performance impressed the people of the archaeological team. Especially Captain Zhong gave him a deep look. "This guy is not ordinary. Everyone grab your sides and secure them. It's coming back." Chu Yuan had been watching the movement of the monster in the water, and when he saw it turn around and charge at the ship again, he shouted a reminder. "Come on, everybody hold on tight and be safe." Captain Zhong also noticed the movement of the monster in the water. His heart snapped and he was very anxious. Even if he had a hot weapon in this situation it would be difficult to be effective. "It's going to impact everyone." Ma Bold and the others also saw the strange fish's movements and were so frightened that they hugged the wheelbarrow's fixtures to stabilize themselves. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the entire ship seemed to be hit by a Class 10 wave, the bow flying high and falling heavily. Ouch! Even as the crowds on the ship gripped the handles of the guardrails around them, a number of people were dropped to the ground by the weightlessness of the bumps. Zhao Yueying was directly loosened by the impact and just wanted to stand up and walk towards Chu Yuan. But suddenly her feet were unsteady and her entire body fell violently towards the water. "Sister Ing, watch out! Not far away!" Hataru exclaimed in alarm when she saw her unsteady form and alerted in panic. Chu Yuan heard the voice and subconsciously reached out to pull Zhao Yueying, probably because she was overly alarmed. And in her panic, she actually dragged Chu Yuan along with her. Under the effect of the huge inertia, the two men's bodies, in the eyes of the crowd's shocked eyes fell in unison. Just in the nick of time, Chu Yuan's forehead veins were exposed, his arm muscles fired, and he used his entire body strength to directly pull Zhao Yueying up, sending Zhao Yueying, who should have fallen, back to the deck of the ship, while he himself lost his borrowing point and could only fall into the water. "Put! Chu-chan, where are you?" Zhao Yueying realized that it was Chu Yuan who had saved her, and hurriedly lay down on the side of the ship to look for him. Although from the appearance of the monster to Chu Yuan's fall into the water, it was only a short 1 or 2 minutes. But the storm that was set off in the live broadcasting room stirred the entire network. People sit in the bow of the boat, fish fly in the sky. "It's the first time in more than 30 years that I've seen such a big fish, and I've grown to know it. Asterisk 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 is this a fish thing? It's a ing monster, over 10 meters long, green-faced and fanged, super scary. The big-headed catfish has become a sperm. Come and see. It's so cute. I want to keep one." Pervert upstairs, right? Is this a fish? It's a demon. Gentlemen, after the founding of the country, you are not allowed to become a spirit. I hope you can understand that this is a mutated fish. Just a little bigger, a little sharper teeth, a little redder skin. Don't you guys see? Little brother Chu is truly a bodhisattva, sacrificing himself to save others. Ring Bao's eyes are swollen from crying. Chu Yuan, a real man. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I hope he'll be safe. A good man has peace in his life plus 10086. A large number of blessings appeared on the pop-up screen that prayed for Chu Yuan's safety after he saved the people, although everyone knew that there was little hope. Almost at the same time, the network began to appear quite a few news key phrases, basically all from the National Treasure direct broadcast. Instantly let the program's live room heat. Another level. Hashtag Archaeology Live is surprised by a prehistoric monster. Come and find out. Hashtag shocked. The catfish has become a spirit and is actually making waves in the Yellow River Basin. Let's get a straight shot at the first demon after the founding of the country. Hashtag archaeologist Chu Yuan, in a time of danger, even sacrificed himself to save the big star Zhao Yueying, gaining countless angry praises. Hashtag bosun, drop the life preservers and cables. Saving lives is important. Right at the moment Chu Yuan fell into the water, Zhang Jinyue, who was born as a soldier king, thought of a way to save people at the first moment and hurriedly ordered, "No, we have to sail right away or this monster will come again." Seeing that the boat captain and the others were busy rescuing people, Huabai suddenly lost control of his emotions and shouted. Obviously, he was scared. At this point, he felt that he should hurry the boat away in order to stay alive. No, we must save the people first. Zhao Yueying and Zhong Jinyue spoke in unison. Zhao Yueying even looked at Huabai angrily, snatched the life preserver from Ma Daodu's hand, and threw it in the direction where Chu Yuan fell into the water. It's no use, he hasn't come up for so long, he must be dead. Let's hurry up and sail away. We can't let a boatload of us follow him into the grave just to save a hopeless man. Huabai's eyes were red, and he waved his arms, looking at the crowd on the ship without fear, and said with vigor, yeah, this can't go on, or else I won't be able to withstand the ship if I let this monster ram it a few more times. As the captain of the ship, Ma Bold was well aware of the quality of his ship, and a few more times, it would probably be crashed and sunk. Hearing such words from the two, there was a moment of silence from everyone on board. Yeah, is it reasonable to have the whole ship go to the grave because of going to save someone who has a very low survival rate? You! Zhao Yueying gritted her teeth and looked at the moralistic Huabai with an incredulous expression, her heart furious to the extreme. Not to mention him, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all silenced by this wave of moral abduction. Huabai in the guise of Taoist Heavenly Father. This is intended to morally kidnap everyone. The heart is really black. Hurry up and leave. I see the strange fish are about to start attacking again. Saving one and sacrificing all. What's the choice? The answer is obvious. Just as the pop-ups on the air were discussing whether to sacrifice one or all, a new change occurred in the water. Look, why is the river turning red? There's movement under the water. Hotspur was originally comforting Zhao Yueying, but suddenly her eyes glanced at the constantly churning blood under the water and she exclaimed in shock. Everyone followed Hotpa's gaze, and sure enough, they only saw a burst of blood suddenly gushing out from the place where Chu Yuan had fallen into the water, and for a while the entire liner was filled with a faint smell of blood. There's something different about the smell of blood. It's not human blood. Zhong Jinyue's nose sniffed slightly, and his face was filled with a puzzled look. Wow! Suddenly, a giant creature violently popped out from under the water, splashing over a meter high. The crowd sniffed and looked. It was a strange fish covered in green scales. Its hideous face was very scary. It was the monster that attacked the ship just now. The most shocking thing was that the monster's head had a long knife glowing with black ghostly light sticking straight out of it, and the blade penetrated directly into the monster's brain. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Nima, it's too brutal. This monster, it was actually killed by someone? Who on earth is it? Suddenly, Chu Yuan's figure slowly surged into the minds of the crowd. Could it really be him? Chapter 5, Swinging the Sword and Slaying the Devil to Chop the Dragon King. Wow! Just as the crowd looked on in anticipation, there was a sudden sound accompanied by a wave. Chu Yuan's figure, like a skillful swimmer, nimbly burrowed out of the water and stood firmly on the monster's body. At the moment, he was not wearing a single strand of his upper body, and the crystalline droplets of water slid down his bronzed skin, outlining the perfect muscular lines. His body shimmered with crystalline droplets of water that glistened in the sunlight, only to see his face stalwart and eyes determined. He slowly walked towards the monster's head, then stretched out his strong arm and slowly pulled out the long knife in the monster's brain. His hair was wet and plastered to his scalp, and he stood over the monster's corpse with a long knife in his hand, adding a bit of wildness and uninhibitedness. This smart drone is too good at capturing photos. I'm a big old man who wants to say love. Love it, love it. The muscles are so topsy-turvy. Sisters. Although I came here for Hua Xiao's face value and talent, this moment of Chu's teenage demon-removing appearance is simply my dream lover. Truly a great artist, little brother Chu is comparable to a supreme expert in getting rid of demons by himself. Doesn't anyone wonder where that knife of his appeared from? When Chu Yuan showed up, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room became overwhelming. After all, this was the hero who decimated the monster. Just as the netizens in the live broadcast room were talking, the popularity value of Chu Yuan's system panel was also soaring rapidly, and soon exceeded 50,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host's popularity value breaking through 50,000. Activating the 50,000 popularity value gift pack. The gift pack is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 antidote pills. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, 16 characters of the secret art of Yin and Yang. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop touch of gold, 16 character Yin Yang secret art? Chu Yuan was shaken when he saw the system's prompt. This was the core skill of the gold touch. This is a strange book, written by a former grave robber in the late Qing dynasty, encompassing geomancy and geomancy, searching for dragons and pointing out points. Chu Yuan immediately chose to accept the inheritance of the 16 characters in Young's secret art, and a flood of memories immediately surged into his mind. Various feng shui secret techniques, mountain and river terrain water laws, star changes, and the art of dragon veins were completely mastered by Chu Yuan, but unfortunately it was a half book. Looking at the system's prompt, Chu Yuan's heart was secretly happy. With this dragon-seeking skill, in the future, he would never have to worry about not being able to find the tomb. This time Chu Yuan felt that he had a few moments of the model of the Golden Touch, especially this Golden Touch talisman. With it, he would be an orthodox Golden Touch heir from now on. The antidote pill is needless to say. They say that the ancient tomb is dangerous. In fact, the most dangerous is not the organs, but the various mutated creatures in the tomb. The toxicity is even more horrible. The antidote pill rewarded by the system is comparable to a life-saving pill. In fact, this time, he was able to smoothly decapitate this Iron Head Dragon King thanks to him saving Ying Bao's life. It made his popularity value instantly break 10,000. Activating the system's first popularity value gift pack. Directly from the gift pack, he opened 10 closed breath pills, the skill Cold Weapon Mastery, and the Black Gold Ancient Blade. It was by relying on the rewarded cold weapon proficiency and the Black Gold Ancient Sword that allowed Chu Yuan to instantly achieve great success with his sword technique. Aided by the closed breath pill, Chu Yuan nimbly made his way through the water, viciously fighting the iron-headed Dragon King, and ultimately relying on his powerful body physique. He inserted the Black Gold Ancient Blade hard into its head. After receiving the gift bag rewarded by the system, Chu Yuan looked at the rope not far away. His body leaped, pulled the rope, and with the power of the ship's side, he even climbed up to the 3-meter-high ship in 3 or 2 steps. Elder brother, are you just using the legendary light power? Fu Qianshan looked at Feng Kai Chu Yuan's floating posture flying onto the boat, her eyes full of little stars, stumbling to ask. On the side of the hot bar, and Zhao Yueying also looked at Chu Yuan curiously. This kind of kung fu, even when usually filming a movie hanging wire, is rare. Unexpectedly, in reality, there was such a stance, and thinking that Chu Yuan was so young, they couldn't help but be curious about his origins, especially Zhao Yueying. She was even red with big eyes, her eyes flowing, looking at him with concern, worrying if Chu Yuan was injured. Ha ha, little brother Chu. I didn't expect you to be deep in your heart and still be a practitioner. Just now this was an internal fists lifting technique, right? Song Wenjua is a martial arts background, will be 100 kinds of boxing sets, proficient in Tongbei Quan. Usually a dozen people cannot get close. For this kind of lifting technique of Chu Yuan, he had also practiced it when he was young. Easily jumping 3 or 4 meters was not a problem. As the body's physique slipped, it was slowly used less and less, and this technique mainly relied on a strong physique. Brother Zhua, actually, this is a family heirloom handle of mine. It's not worth mentioning. Chu Yuan quickly waved his hand and replied politely. Song Wenjua saw that he did not want to say more, and did not ask again. After all, there are schools of martial arts. Inquiring too much about the other party's bottom line is a very unruly practice. A big taboo in the Jianghu. Little brother Chu, go to the cabin first and change your clothes. Zhong Jinyue silently retrieved the weapon in his arms and looked deeply at Chu Yuan, the deep hidden guy. He was starting to become more and more interested in this archaeological operation. Chu Yuan silently retrieved the black gold ancient sword, took his own backpack not far away, and walked towards the cabin. Li Chunlai and Ma Daodu and the others looked at Chu Yuan, who seemed like a god descending from the heavens, and instantly panicked and made way. It was obvious that the scene of Chu Yuan decapitating the monster not only amazed the viewers in the live broadcast room, but also amazed the crowd on the ship. Good boy, Chu-chan is still a human being. This slash killed this monster. Awesome. Li Chunlai's face was full of admiration, sticking out his thumbs and praising at Chu Yuan's far away back. Humph. What do you know? Kung Fu is no longer high, but also afraid of kitchen knives. Slaughtering a monster is just a matter of who wouldn't. Using a bit of wisdom, Ma Bold spat in the direction Chu Yuan had gone, looking at the wimpy Li Chunlai and sneering. Yes, it's still you, Boss Ma. Who's the bull? Whether we can get rich this time depends on you. Listening to Li Chunlai's flattering and pleasing tone, Ma Bold was very flattered, and with a smiling face, he patted his shoulder and faintly said, "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate properly this time, once you succeed, you're guaranteed to make a fortune." Boss Ma, their party has a drone following them. We'd better pay attention. Li Chunlai thought that the archaeological team had followed the whole operation this time and immediately reminded. Drone? Where is it? How come I didn't see it? Don't be fooled. It's just showing its face. Get the baby. I'll go straight out of the country. In the face of astounding wealth, greed will blind everyone's sanity. Even the bold horse who has been running a ship for years can't avoid it. Professor Chen stared at the monster's corpse and scrutinized it, slamming his thighs and shouting with an excited expression. "Oh my god! This is the Iron-Head Dragon King! I didn't expect the legend to be true. Professor Chen, you recognize this monster?" Zhong Jinyue heard Professor Chen's voice and took a few steps forward to inquire. "Well, this strange fish should be the Iron-Head Dragon King. Professor Chen, what is the Iron-Head Dragon King? Isn't this a mutated monster?" Hataru asked suspiciously. It was hard for her to imagine something so ugly being called the Dragon King. Seeing that the crowd looked unknown, Prof. Chen then told everyone about some of the legends of the Fishbone Temple that he had researched before. It is said that a few decades ago, when there was a continuous drought in the Yellow River Basin at that time, some villagers found a huge and weird fish stranded in Gulan County. This fish is 10 meters long, clad in 7 layers of green scales, head as big as a cow, vertical pupils, body harder than iron plate, known as the Iron-Head Dragon King. At that time, the people running boats along the river were superstitious, saying that it was the river god. These people even tried to send the Dragon King back to the river. But before they could do so, the Iron-Head Dragon King died, just as the river was dry and hot that day. It didn't take a day for it to start rotting and stinking. The people in the neighborhood, fearing a plague, had burned the fish and its entrails to sacrifice to the river god, and were discussing what to do with the bones of the fish it had. Then came a businessman from the provinces, and he financed the construction of a fishbone temple not far from the Dragon Ridge, which was dedicated to the Dragon King. It was after hearing this rumor that Professor Chen felt a hint of something unusual, and it was only after professional exploration by the Archaeological Institute that he determined that there were ancient tombs underneath the fishbone temple. When the crowd heard Professor Chen say this, they immediately felt that Chu Yuan was even more powerful, as he decapitated this iron-headed Dragon King with his own strength. Zhao Yueying and Hataru and the others even looked in the direction of the cabin with feverish eyes. This man was just too mysterious and powerful. Not to mention the archaeological squad and their party. It was the netizens in the live broadcast who realized the power after Professor Chen's explanation. At once, a screen full of praises floated on the pop-up screen of the live broadcast. Chu Yuan is definitely a legendary martial arts master. With a mortal body, he beheads the gods. Awesome! I thought it was a heartwarming program, and this is what I'm being shown. What a joke! The ceiling of the value of force on earth. A knife to cut through demons and evils. Chu Shaogua Xiongrise, after simply changing his clothes, looking at the rising popularity value of the system panel, Chu Yuan directly froze. What happened? I'll be damned. It's already shot up from 50,000 to 70,000 in such a short time. Taking advantage of this lull, Chu Yuan surveyed the black and gold ancient sword in his hand. The blade's cold light was bitterly cold, and he could not help but fall into contemplation. This was a sword from another world, said to be made with special meteorite iron that cut iron like mud, and this time, it was able to directly split the head of the iron-headed Dragon King, so it was evident that it was powerful. Through this underwater beheading of the Iron-Head Dragon King, Chu Yuan had finally studied the system's functions thoroughly. This popularity value gift package would slowly rise as Chu Yuan's exposure increased. Once it rose to the system's threshold, it would activate the corresponding gift packs. And so far he had opened 2 popularity value gift packs, both of which rewarded 3 types of items, skills and props. This time, the black gold ancient knife on 10,000 popularity gift package opened out of the props. The item is the closed air pill. A capsule can make in the water closed air for about an hour. Incomparable magic. Right after he opened the gift pack, the system automatically activated the function of the mall. Currently the mall only had the closed breath pill for sale, but the high price made Chu Yuan look away. 10,000 points, or 10,000 popularity value apiece, is simply a black-hearted merchant. It made Chu Yuan directly spit at the system in his heart for grabbing points. As for the gold talisman, it's an artifact for grave robbers. Chu Yuan looked at the gold-touching talisman hanging around his neck. He was now the gold-touching talisman, the dragon-seeking skill and the compass in his hand. He was the gold-touching lieutenant. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward even more to the items that would be rewarded by the popularity value gift pack later on. Would there be any extreme rewards such as blood veins, Vajra umbrellas, and hair-mount fingers? Only 20,000 popularity points away from the next big prize package. One can't help but look forward to the next rewards with great anticipation. After stabilizing his mind, Chu Yuan packed up his belongings, inserted the black gold ancient sword back into its sheath, tied it to his back, and walked towards the cabin. Chapter 6, The ship reaches the shore in good fortune. Chu Yuan had just returned to the deck when he heard the horn of a group of crew members. It turned out to be Ma Bold, who was organizing the crew to use the ship's tools to hoist the corpse of the Iron-Head Dragon King. Xiao Chu, you came just in time. Thanks to you this time, Professor Chen had been directing the crew to hoist the monster, and when he saw Chu Yuan come out, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Professor, this is all what I should do, as long as it's within my power. For the sake of the archaeological cause I'll definitely give my full assistance. Chu Yuan hastily waved his hand and promised with a serious face. Professor Chen saw that he had such a high level of ideological awareness. His face showed a gratified expression, worthy of being his most pleased disciple. Senior brother, you've made a fortune this time. Don't forget to treat yourself. Fu Qianxian took the initiative to come forward, carrying her hands behind her back and looking at him with a coquettish smile. Chu Yuan had a puzzled look on his face. He hadn't even started robbing tombs yet. What a great deal to earn. Fu Qianxian smiled without saying anything, and directly opened his own cell phone and handed it to him. Chu Yuan fixed his eyes on it, and then cried and laughed. Hashtag the highly anticipated debut of National Treasure met with an attack by the Iron-Head Dragon King. What kind of demon dares to act in broad daylight? Hashtag famous movie star Zhao Yueying suffered an accident while recording a program, and in the nick of time, a mysterious little brother heroically saved her. Hashtag the Yellow River waters surprised the giant Iron-Head Dragon King, suspected to be killed by a mysterious little brother with a knife. Martial arts master? Hashtag President Wang of the National Research Institute of Paleontology let slip that he was willing to offer $8 million to buy the corpse of the Iron-Head Dragon King, and the grassroots-born Chu Yuan turned into a millionaire in seconds. Hashtag Chu Yuan's beheading of the Iron-Head Dragon King immediately caused him to explode all over the internet, with various phrases quickly making their way onto the news top searches, especially when the Paleontology Research Institute spent $8 million to buy this Iron-Head Dragon King corpse. It made Chu Yuan famous, and the myth of overnight wealth creation made countless netizens envious and jealous. Looking at this, Chu Yuan quietly opened the system's panel. The popularity value was still slowly rising, and had currently reached over 80,000. It's not long until the next popularity value prize package is given out, and sure enough the adventure was well worth it. Chu Yuan looked around and realized that Li Chunlai, Ma Bold and the others were all staring at him with crimson eyes. Not hiding it. This is $8 million. How many ants can I marry? Li Chunlai looked at the hoisted-up monster corpse with a longing face. His eyes filled with greed as if he was looking at a beautiful woman dressed in an enchanting and charming manner. However, once he thought of Chu Yuan's terrifying hands, Li Chunlai's face flickered with fear and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Come on, this is just an appetizer. When we get down to the too many old object will be enough for this. Don't expose yourself, and take care to hide. Although Ma Bold was also greedy, but for the sake of the underground treasure, he forced his greed and carefully reminded Li Chunlai. Li Chunlai hurriedly whispered in agreement, pretended to be relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted his emotions, and then raised his head to look elsewhere. As a result, his gaze directly met Chu Yuan's eyes, only to see him holding his arms and looking at himself with a smirk. Li Chunlai could only suppress the panic in his heart, force out a smile, and walk towards the stern with his head down. The commotion on this side instantly attracted the attention of the others within the team. Zhao Yueying's eyes lit up as she quickly walked over to Chu Yuan's side and said with a smile on her face, "Little brother Chu, thank you for saving my life. Little brother, this precious knife of yours is really good. Just now I tried it. The iron-headed Dragon King can't even be cut by normal knives." Song Wenju's eyes burned as he looked at the black and gold ancient sword behind Chu Yuan's back, and it was obvious that he, a practitioner, was also literate. "I heard from the professor that this big guy is called some kind of Iron-Head Dragon King. This time, thanks to little brother Chu, he saved everyone. Zhong Jinyue, as the leader, is responsible for the safety of the archaeologists of this live broadcast, but the result is that they have not yet arrived at the ancient tomb, and they were almost wiped out by the monsters as a whole. Thus, he was still grateful for Chu Yuan's timely intervention. Humph, it's just a blind cat running into a dead rat. It's only a few million. A song." Huabai clasped his hands on his chest with a gloomy face. Seeing that everyone praised Chu Yuan, a nameless fire snapped in his heart. As soon as the words fell, the crowd couldn't help but look at Huabai strangely, as if it was hard to believe that he would say such a thing. Little brother Chu, congratulations on realizing your wealth freedom. This cut of yours can be worth a few months of my filming. I'm so envious." Seeing the sudden change in the atmosphere of the scene, Hotba said half-jokingly that she was changing the topic, pretending to envy Chu Yuan's ability to make money. Little brother Chu is indeed powerful. Others have a knife of 999. This knife of his is directly $8 million. If I can learn such a sharp knife, why be an actor? Directly click a mess kill. A few million to hand. When the crowd heard the lively and funny appearance of Hotba, they were all happy, and the heavy atmosphere of the party disappeared. Watching the atmosphere within the team return to normal, only then did Hotba let out a sigh of relief. a pair of large Kazran eyes pouting as she looked at Chu Yuan. Hey, this team would have to fall apart without me. Sis can be so good at that. Chu Yuan could not help but be impressed with her high emotional intelligence. Worthy of being a top big star. Not only is she beautiful, this emotional intelligence is also great. With the corpse of the Iron-Head Dragon King monster hoisted onto the ship, under the command of the ship's captain, Ma Bold, the ship made its way north. Maybe it was the shock of the fierce aura on the iron-headed Dragon King. Along the way, he didn't encounter any strange things. The wind and waves were calm. An hour later, it finally stopped at the harbor near the Temple of Fishbones. Drop anchor! With a yell from Ma Bold, the ship's men began to drop anchor and prepare the ship for docking. Professor Chen looked at the Iron-Head Dragon King's huge body, pacing back and forth, waving at Chu Yuan, and then looked puzzled. Xiao Chu, this corpse has been reserved by Dean Wang and will be received at the Fishbone Temple in 2 hours. So make proper arrangements. Okay, teacher. As Chu Yuan's mentor, he trusted Prof. Chen, and it was Prof. Chen who was pulling the strings in the matter of the corpse being taken down by the Paleontology Research Institute, and he had currently received a $2 million deposit from the other party. When Li Chunlai heard the conversation between the two Chu Yuan, his eyes lit up and he suddenly came up with a naive expression on his face. Little brother Chu, this strange fish is very heavy drop. It just so happens that the shipmasters and their ships need to be repaired, and they are also idle during this period of time, so they can help you transport this strange fish to the Temple of Fishbones. Li Chunlai's suggestion is to make Chu Yuan's heart move. This guy's brain turns very quickly. No wonder the original work lived to the end. Bosun, please go. Don't worry, I'll pay the fee. Chu Yuan nodded his head slightly and rushed at Ma, daring to faintly say, don't worry ha. Little brother Chu also saved my Ma's life. This time, I'll bring my brothers to give you a free run. Ma Bold touched his big bald head and grinned widely. This is a good opportunity to get close to the archaeological team. This small amount of money he has not put on his mind. The expression of this face makes Fu Qianqian, who is following behind Chu Yuan, startled. Is this the one who opens the boat? This expression is also too hideous. Not to mention Fu Qianqian. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room were so shocked by Ma Bold's cold grin that the pop-ups flew up. Brothers, I dare to assert that this ship's captain is definitely not simple. Not an ordinary person. Big head, thick neck, either a robber or a gangster. There are not many ordinary people who dare to run a boat along the Yellow River these days, as you can see by looking at the brawny figure. Seemingly sensing Fu Qianqian's trepidation, Ma Dodong instantly turned around to greet his minions and carry the monster's corpse. Perhaps it was because the odor of the iron-headed Dragon King's blood was really unpleasant. Just as Chu Yuan was talking to Ma Bold, the star members of the archaeological team had already disembarked from the ship with their own backpacks. Especially when Hua Bai arrived at the land, he directly threw away the backpack in his hand and took a big gulp in the fresh air. Although Hataru and Zhao Yueying weren't as exaggerated, they were also holding each other and looking at the behemoth on the ship with awe in their eyes. Although the Iron-Head Dragon King died, but full of smell, hideous expression. Where these big people have seen this kind of scene, the thought of it, especially the smell of the ship, made Hataru gag. Song Wenjua and Zhong Jinyue, who followed the two of them, did not change their faces and walked with a steady gait. Zhong Jinyue watched the performance of these stars, and the only ones that surprised him were Song Wenjua and Chu Yuan. Especially Chu Yuan, he really couldn't see through it. After all, if he could decapitate the iron-headed Dragon King with a machete in hand, wouldn't he be a generalized person? Let's rest in place for 10 minutes and then set off on foot. Destination is a kilometer away. Zhong Jinyue glanced at the time and then clapped his hands, reminding everyone. After Chu Yuan arranged for Ma Dare to transport the iron-headed Dragon King, Professor Chen greeted the disembarkation. After the staff had already arrived, I don't know where Ma Bold got a flatbed truck from, just enough to fit the Iron-Head Dragon King's body. Hua Bai saw the situation and had an idea. At this time, the driver's compartment is already seated 4 people. It is not good to get on people, but you can still put the luggage. With this in mind, he threw his backpack right at the monster, just to take the pressure off. Seeing him do so, Song Wenjua's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise him for his smart brain. And he also followed suit and put his own backpack on it. One of Ma Bold's crew members is also a resourceful person. Seeing this, he took the initiative to take over the backpacks of the 3 ladies, Ziba, Yingbao and Fu Qianqian. Afterward, Hua Bai was still smugly looking at Zhong Jinyue and Chu Yuan, his eyes showing a hint of sneer, because now they both still have their backpacks on their own. Zhong Jinyue couldn't help but give Chu Yuan a high look, and then signaled for Ma Bold's crew to leave first. The crewman tapped the front compartment and the driver received the message and immediately started the truck and took off right in the direction of the Fishbone Temple. Time for rest and recuperation. Let's go. Watching the truck fade away, Zhong Jinyue opened his mouth towards the crowd and took the lead towards the fishbone temple with his own backpack. The crowd saw this and hurried to follow. Chu-chan, can I help you? Zhao Yueying saw that Chu Yuan was carrying 2 backpacks on his body and hurriedly went forward to ask in a lowered voice. Ms. Zhao. Thanks. I can do it myself. It's not heavy anyway. Chu Yuan looked at the concerned Zhao Yueying and quickly waved his hand to thank him. Inside his current backpack were just some tent-type light living items, and the heavy supplies like water and food were staying in the system backpack. Zhao Yueying looked at her rescuer and guffawed at his lowly and humble appearance. As expected of a big star, this is all scenery between the knitted brows and the smile. Wow. I'm in love. Ying Bao's smile is like a spring breeze. If I could have a kiss, I'd rather live 10 years less. Who pisses yellow to nourish this guy? The toad who wants to eat the swan. Quack. I want the swan. I want my goddess. Asterisk 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 someone get a dry pan and cook this toad. Mr. Big Talent. Watching an adventure live has turned into a food show. Awesome. It was a pity that Chu Yuan and the others were not able to see these pop-ups, or else they would definitely have angrily praised this class of netizens, who were really too talented. Chapter 7 Giant Fish Bones to Build a Temple. At noon, the sun was high in the sky, and a dry wind whistled through, raising gusts of dust that made it almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. The archaeological team rushed on the vast lush high slopes. The road under the feet is rugged. Every step needs to pay more strength. Although it was only 2 kilometers of road, those present barely managed to hold on, and the group walked for 20 minutes to reach their destination. Longling, this place, in fact, is in the remnants of the Qinling Mountains, but is all made up of large and small hillocks and mounds. The drop in heights was immense. There were countless deep gullies, and there were places where the outside was a shell of earth, but when stepped on, it broke, and inside was a sunken hole. According to Li Chunlai, the place where the Fishbone Temple is located does not have a uniform name, and the local people call it Pan Snake Slope. Look, up ahead is the Fishbone Temple. Li Chunlai wiped the sweat that kept dripping from his forehead, looked at a broken temple on the high slope ahead, and shouted excitedly. The crowd sniffed and looked around, surrounded by endless high slopes of yellow soil, with a lone broken temple in front of them, coming into view. This Fishbone Temple is far more dilapidated than everyone imagined. There is still a lone temple door, or fish mouth decoration made. Seeing their destination not far away, the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Rushing under the blazing sun, they were now tired and hungry. The group of people had accelerated their pace to catch up, and in a short while, they arrived at the dirt slope, right in front of the Fishbone Temple. The breeze seemed to bring a few shades of coolness to the air. Hey guys, look, those fellows of the ship's captain have disappeared, Hoder suddenly exclaimed, only to see that the corpse of the Ironhead Dragon King was lying alone in the car, but there was not a single figure in sight. Hoda vividly remembers that there was one person in the car, at least 3 in the cab, and now there was no one in sight. Zhong Jinyue also reacted, putting down his luggage and holding his tactical dagger with a serious look on his face. Professor Chen, it's too quiet here. Stay where you are and don't move. I'll go scout. After saying that, Zhong Jinyue touched off in the direction of the truck, vigilantly patrolling the surroundings as he went. Wizard Li, would you please call the ship's captain and ask his mate if they've gone back yet? Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he nodded slightly at Li Chunlai. These fellows who disappeared out of thin air. He already had some guesses in his heart. Right. Li, you grab the contact and ask the situation. How can this person disappear for no reason? Professor Chen's face was filled with worry. If these people really disappeared inexplicably, it would simply be a live broadcast accident for the program team, which could have a great impact on the program. It even affects whether subsequent archaeology can be carried out successfully. Professor, could it be that they went somewhere else, like resting in the temple? Song Wenjua looked around and finally looked at the Fishbone Temple in front of him, seeking Professor Chen's opinion. Just as the crowd was discussing, Li Chunlai looked nervous and suddenly opened his mouth. That's weird. The boat captain said there were 5 people with the car. None of them went back. The phone didn't work, and he's already rushed over with his men. What? Did the person really disappear? Fu Qianxian covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. After that, she also looked around suspiciously, even though it was broad daylight. The wilderness, the broken temple, the combination of these factors couldn't help but make her feel a twinge of awe. Don't get any ideas? Captain Zhong is back. While the crowd was still immersed in Fu Qianxian's words, Chu Yuan raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth indifferently. At this time he began to have a bit of a headache. This is not even down in the tomb. Panic like this, really to the ground. Certainly dragged back. Captain Zhong, did you find anyone? Professor Chen took a few steps forward and looked at him with a burning gaze. Zhong Jinyue shook his head with a puzzled expression. There were no signs of fighting nearby. even traces of footsteps, which were limited to the area around the truck. After leaving the drive, the footprints disappeared, and it was the first time he had seen such a bizarre event in his more than 10 years as a soldier. Looking at everyone's nervousness, Zhong Jinyue pretended to be calm and instructed the crowd. No silhouettes were found. Maybe they left because of some urgent matter. Professor Chen, let's carry out the archaeological operation as soon as possible. Seeing him take the initiative to diverge from the topic, Professor Chen opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say a word and turned around to walk into the Fishbone Temple. It was a small temple with an area of about 100 square feet, and the most surprising thing about it was that the area around the temple door was piled up with fish bones. Yikes! There really is a temple made of fish bones. Just as he entered the ancient temple, Hataru looked up without thinking and was shocked by the beams overhead. The temple beams were dusty cobwebs, and the beams of the room built of fish bones were clearly visible, placed lengthwise and crosswise, as if the congregation were in the belly of a fish. Chu Yuan sniffed and looked. The beams between the horizontal and vertical parts of the temple roof were surprisingly all composed of fish bones. Just by looking at this giant fishbone, one could tell how big that Ironhead Dragon King was back then, much bigger than the one Chu Yuan had killed. Not bad. This is the Fishbone Temple. Chen, take out the detector. After Professor Chen scanned the weak, his originally depressed mood was finally restored. Fu Qian nodded and took the backpack handed over by Zhong Jinyue, opened it and took out the latest mini geoprobe out. With the activation of the switch, the detector began to scan the surrounding environment for underground conditions. Professor Chen, this Fishbone Temple is so strange. How come it was established in the middle of nowhere? Song Wenjue was filled with curiosity as he surveyed the interior of the Fishbone Temple, always feeling that something was wrong. In fact, it wasn't just him, it was the viewers of the live broadcast who were wondering. I grew up by the river. There is a Fishbone Temple in my hometown. This kind of temple is usually built on the side of a big river. This Qinling land is inland. Not to mention building a temple on the high ground of this Dragon Ridge, even more outrageous. My father is specializing in the construction of temples, which is very concerned. The temple is for the benefit of the party. The selection of the land must be the Star Peaks Lei Lu, Ming Mountain Hall. Such terrain, Longling Displace Gully, like a dragon walking snakewalk, surrounded by barren mountains, is definitely not the first choice for the construction of the temple place. I wipe. Upstairs talent actually no feng shui, although I did not hear, but just feel powerful. All shut up and watch the live broadcast carefully. Prof. Chen is ready to speak. Oh, Mr. Song asked a very good question. According to ancient feng shui, the terrain of Dragon Ridge is indeed not suitable for building a temple. It is evident that this temple was established by an intentional person, and it is exactly this point that our exploration team discovered to determine that there is an ancient tomb under the temple. Professor Chen narrowed his eyes in explanation. You said before that this Fishbone Temple was donated by a big businessman. Could it be that he was a grave robber and built the temple as a cover-up? Song Wenjue was obviously reminded of the legend of the Fishbone Temple that Professor Chen had told earlier, and asked in surprise. Not bad. 100 mountains and rivers. The Dragon Palace to countless. This Dragon Ridge a mountain ridge shape. Rumor has it that there is an extremely deep hidden Dragon Palace. In fact, that is to say that there is a tomb underneath this area. Professor Chen nodded and analyzed with a smile on his face. Chu Yuan heard this and could not help but give Professor Chen a high look, not expecting that Professor Chen also understands feng shui. It's no good, Professor. The anchor point provided by the institution is missing. Fu Qian's exclamation interrupted the crowd's thoughts. What? Impossible. How could the tomb move? Professor Chen's face changed violently and he took a few quick steps to Fu Qian's side, looking at the detector with a nervous expression. Only the red anchor point on the original probe had disappeared. Professor Chen, what happened? Zhong Jinyue took the detector in Fu Qian's hand and asked with concern. Hey! An exploration team in the courtyard last month had already mapped out the location of the ancient tomb, but now the tomb's location moved. Professor Chen's face was alarmed as he pointed at the detector and said anxiously, does this ancient tomb even grow legs and walk by itself? Hotba's face was filled with doubt. Professor Chen's words had clearly exceeded all her knowledge. It wasn't like this ancient tomb was a large living being. Fu Qian rummaged through the information she carried with her, and after repeatedly reviewing it, she bitterly said, Professor, according to the investigation report given by the institution, the ancient tomb is indeed gone. The coordinates disappeared on the probe. Humph. I told you, young people can't be relied on. This is great. We can't find the ancient tomb. Letting us make a trip for nothing. Huabai clasped his hands on his chest. His tone was full of unkindness. He had suspected Professor Chen of such an archaeological combination before, and did not expect a prophecy to come true. Hey kid, Aren't you the one who claims to be the best exploration student in the Archaeology Academy? Start your show. Looking at the silent Chu Yuan not far away, Hua Bai opened his mouth and mocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Yuan implicitly used the spoken language and said a nationalist phrase to Hua Bai, slowly walking towards the crowd. Chapter 8. Seeking the dragon and splitting the gold to see the tangled mountain. The crowd then remembered that Professor Chen had previously introduced Chu Yuan as a senior student in the field of tomb positioning, and they couldn't help but look at him. Chu Chan, I'm sure you can do it. Go for it. Worried that he was nervous, Zhao Yueying waved her jade fist, not forgetting to cheer him up. Professor, I did learn a little bit of feng shui geomancy, the little trick of dividing the gold and setting the points. Why don't you let me try? Chu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Professor Chen and faintly said. Before Professor Chen could reply, Hua Bai on the side immediately gloated and laughed. No way. What era is this and people still believe in feng shui? Is that what archaeology is all about? How about dividing the gold and determining the points? You're kidding. Professor Chen put down the report in his hand and also frowned slightly at the words. Xiao Chu. Although the ancients have according to the feng shui treasure points to build mausoleums, but there are many schools of feng shui who do not know the truth. Not to mention the complexity of the terrain of the Dragon Ridge. Wanting to divide the gold to set the point is tantamount to a fool's dream. Obviously Professor Chen, who came from the Institute of Archaeology, he agrees with feng shui, but he obviously doesn't believe in dividing gold into points. Hatba and the others were also looking at Chu Yuan with suspicion. They had always thought that Chu Yuan needed to rely on scientific equipment to locate the tomb. They didn't think that he actually wanted to use feng shui to locate it, so they couldn't help but be very skeptical. Chu Yuan faced the crowd's skepticism and paid no attention to it, only pointing at the mountain range outside the main gate of the Fishbone Temple, speaking with a calm demeanor. Although the surrounding mountains and hills are barren, no barriers, no households, not a situation, but there are clouds and neon hiding the top of the absolute high, and the bottom of the lying in the deep and far away, presenting a peaceful and stagnant situation. Although after years of attack, the potential has been broken by the natural environment. Wind and rain cut, earthquake, mountain collapse, broken surface, has not been the weather. But since the ancient Dragon Ridge more ancient tombs, want to find the Dragon House treasure hall is not difficult. I have already observed this party. The land of the Dragon Ridge often has earth shells that trap people, and underneath are cave labyrinths. This Fishbone Temple is different from the feng shui of unusual temples, and it's obvious that it's just a cover for people's ears, and I'm sure that there are ancient tombs here. Seeing his eloquent appearance, Hua Bai was displeased in his heart and raised his eyebrows, asking provocatively, didn't Professor Chen say that the entrance is around this place? Blah 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 so much. Where is the entrance location? Facing Hua Bai's question, Chu Yuan responded lightly. Summer bugs can't talk about ice. Hua Bai was furious at his words. He didn't expect Chu Yuan to dare to dislike him like this, but looking at his chesty appearance, it was not easy to open his mouth for a while. His face was suffocated in red. Chu Yuan took out the golden 8 treasures compass rewarded by the system to himself and came to the center of the Fishbone Temple. He was seen tapping the compass, and the compass needle in his hand kept rotating. Seek the dragon and divide the gold to see the entangled mountains. A heavy entangled mountain and a heavy barrier, only to see how many times the entangled mountains are wrapped around. Heavy entangled mountains to lock the real dragon. Chu Yuan held up the compass in his hand and chanted as he circled around in place. Humph, playing God. Hua Bai found a chance to counterattack and looked at Chu Yuan with a cold smile, as if he was watching a performing clown. But the rest of the archaeological team all held their breath when they saw Chu Yuan take out the compass, afraid that they would disturb him, and the countless netizens in the live broadcast room all boiled over when Chu Yuan took out the golden 8 treasures compass. Brothers, although I do not understand the operation of Chu Xiaobo, but handsome just say holding a compass this fan, brother will fan him. Can anyone tell me if this compass isn't for finding directions? Big brother, you said Sinan. This compass is very precise, dedicated to the calculation of the 5 elements of numerology, accounting for the direction of the 8 gates. I don't know what he's talking about, though, but he's handsome. Upstairs, the face of the dog go aside. This is not like geomancy, but like the rumored methods of grave robbers. Don't even say it. Chu Chan seems to have really found the entrance to the ancient tomb. Just as the netizens were arguing, Chu Yuan had already walked to the statue dedicated to the Dragon King at the Fishbone Temple. The entrance, right here. Chu Yuan pointed to the stone niche in front of the Dragon King statue and said lightly. A kind of worldly superior's demeanor came out. Professor Chen and the others were dumbfounded and looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing whether his words were true or false for a while, but looking at Chu Yuan's calm and dignified demeanor, it didn't seem like an act. Could it be that he really knows how to divide gold and locate points? This is too bizarre for an archaeologist to use metaphysics to locate. I don't believe it. It's only been less than 5 minutes and you found the entrance? Who knows if your words are true or not? Huabai looked him up and down with a skeptical gaze. His heart was very disdainful. Just a pretender. Obviously. He thought that Chu Yuan's earlier compass, dividing the gold and fixing the points, was nothing more than an attempt to attract attention and put on a show. After all, if a vegetarian wants to become a red, sometimes black and red is a strategy. As Chu Yuan is operating like this, you're crazy to want to be famous. I advise you to go back to work. Hua Bai, who had his arms wrapped around him, sneered, his words full of contempt. This sentence was like a pot of cold water poured directly on the heads of the crowd, and everyone couldn't help but look at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's shoulders slightly shrugged as he faintly said, "One can be ignorant, but one cannot be ignorant. If you don't believe me, you can push open the stone niche to see if there is an entrance or not." In fact, it was really by Hua Bai that Chu Yuan's performance just now was actually meant to attract the public's attention. It can't be helped. Who made him lack popularity value? No, in a few minutes' time, his popularity value had directly soared from 80,000 to more than 120,000. The effect was thievish. Looking at the 100,000 popularity value gift pack in the system backpack, Chu Yuan was secretly happy in his heart. It was not a waste of his performance. Hua Bai snorted coldly and walked over to the statue's body. Looking at the bulky stone niche, gritted his teeth, rolled up his sleeves and moved his hands. As a result, it was suffocated by the red face and ears, making every effort, but also only moved a few centimeters of the stone niche, almost negligible. No way. There can't be anyone who can't even move such a small stone niche. Chu Yuan clasped his hands on his arms and said flirtatiously when he saw Hua Bai getting defeated. "You." Hua Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead. His face was ugly, pointing at Chu Yuan for a moment. He couldn't even say anything. "I'll do it." Zhong Jinyue saw his sweaty appearance and despised him in his heart. Is he still a man at this level? But considering the harmony of the team, he still chose to offer to help so as not to embarrass the other party too much. Worthy of being a contemporary king of soldiers, with Zhong Jinyue's help, the stone niche was finally moved out of position. Only a large dark and deep hole, about 50 centimeters in diameter, accompanied by a gust of dust, was reflected in everyone's eyes. The entire room was silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. "It's a robber's hole." Professor Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that he was really hit by Chu Yuan's words. This was really the entrance to the ancient tomb. Does he really know the art of finding dragons and splitting gold? Little brother Chu, you're so powerful. This what split gold fixing point is too amazing. Can you teach me? Hatba blinked her big eyes and stared at the compass in Chu Yuan's hand, her eyes full of little stars, a look of a little fangirl. "Humph. I think it's just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat," Hua Bai said in a conspiratorial manner. Although she was incomparably embarrassed at this moment and could not wait to find a crack in the ground, Chu Yuan's wave of silent pretense was like a sharp blade stabbing into his heart, and the person who was hurt the most was him. Moreover, seeing Chu Yuan being so popular, Hua Bai's heart felt even worse, especially when he saw Hataru coming together so affectionately. "Hataru, at his level of tripe, don't fall for it, it's pure delayed kung fu." Hua Bai's seemingly concerned advice was in fact a warning to Hataru that Chu Yuan was a no-good, if not a liar. "It's 1 or 2 readings from my grandfather's ancient books on feng shui and geomancy, and I really don't have any qualifications to teach others." Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Hua Bai with a slightly furrowed brow. This guy was really annoying, though his words hurt, but for Chu Yuan, it gives him a good excuse not to ask. Asking is that all means are family heirlooms. After all of his knowledge came from the remnants of the system reward 16-character Yin-Yang secret art, and no one else could find out anything about it. This volume of Secretary is divided into 2 volumes. He got is only the first half of the volume, but the rich feng shui secret techniques inside is already very anticlimactic. Zhong Jinyue reached out and stroked the traces of the robber's hole, and after looking up and down, he smiled at Professor Chen. "Professor, let's rest first. All of us have been hungry along the way. We'll set out again after regaining our strength. I'll explore this cave first." "Right. Little brother Chu, you're a professional. This hole is a bit small. Can you dig it bigger if you work hard later?" Since he had already found the entrance to the ancient tomb, Professor Chen naturally wasn't in a hurry and instructed the crowd to go prepare lunch first. Chu Yuan, on the other hand, excused himself to go out for some fresh air and quietly came outside the fishbone temple, just looking at the winding mountains in the distance. Qian, does little brother Chu usually like this? Staring blankly by himself, after seeing Chu Yuan go out, Hatba also quietly followed him up. And when she saw that he was alone and dazed from a distance, She pulled Fu Qianqian, who was preparing lunch, and quietly asked. Fu Qianqian held a few boxes of instant fast food and glanced at Chu Yuan, nodding slightly. Well, that's how senior brother is. Usually alone. Hearing these words, an inexplicable look flashed in Hataru's eyes as she narrowed her eyes and looked at Chu Yuan in the distance, not knowing what she was thinking. How did they know that Chu Yuan was checking his system panel, and that his popularity value had definitely risen greatly with Fawn's performance? Chapter 9, The Ability of a Groping Officer. Sure enough, the popularity value on the system attribute panel had risen to over 170,000, and it was already possible to activate the 100,000 grand gift package. The only unfortunate thing is that the next level of the prize pack requires 500,000 popularity points, which is a bit difficult. System, open the prize package. Ding, 100,000 popularity packages are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent, Born with Night Eyes. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Kuei Xing Kick Fight. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop Cyclone Shovel. I go. This reward, it's also too horrible. Even the Night Eyes of Shifting Ridge Bearer Chen Yulo can be rewarded. Horrible as it is. Born Night Eyes, this is the talent of the Unloading Ridge Bearer. This guy is similar to the night vision device. The only pity is to be in the era of Chen Yulo is definitely a top talent. With the addition of modern technological devices, this is a bit of a cock-up. It was a good thing that the system also rewarded the divine skill of Kuei Xing Kick Fighting. Chu Yuan's heart was bursting with joy. Familiar with the ghost blow lamp plot, Chu Yuan knows more than anyone else about the power of this divine skill, Kuei Xing Kick Do, which is specifically used to deal with underground dumplings, and can even directly remove the zombie's large vertebrae. In the original, Partridge Whistle relied on this stunt to dry out the swordless Yuan general of Bottle Mountain. Chu Yuan looked at the panel skill page and looked excited, unexpectedly accidentally gathering the core skills of the three main schools of Toon rating. It made him more certain of his future descents into the grave. Without hesitation, he chose to prioritize receiving the inherited memories of this skill. Countless techniques on how to use the Kuei Xing Kickboxer appeared in his mind, and his body had all the muscle memory. At this moment, Chu Yuan felt that he was a bitter cultivator who had been practicing Kuei Xing Kick Do for decades. Awesome! Chu Yuan felt that this system was really powerful. Feeling the explosive strength in his body, especially the strengthening of his hand and leg muscles. The feeling is just awesome. Then, the gift of natural night eyes was fused. Instantly, a cool sensation came from the depths of Chu Yuan's eyes, and he realized that he could see farther, especially the subtleties more clearly. Elder brother, lunch is ready. Captain Zhong told everyone to gather. Chu Yuan, who was immersed in joy, was suddenly interrupted by Fu Qianqian's shallow laughter. Okay, I'll be right over. Chu Yuan responded in a loud voice, adjusting himself in the process and walking towards the Fishbone Temple. At this moment, the entire archaeological squad was preparing lunch in front of the Fishbone Temple, and Zhong Jinyue was greeting everyone to eat as soon as possible. These are all self-heated fast food prepared by the program group, and the crowd doesn't mind. Even Hua Bai, who was emotionally online all the way, chose to just dry rice, which is really evil. Chu Yuan secretly laughed in his heart. Where has this come to? If they really want to let them pass through this ghost mound, it was estimated that they would have to remember it for the rest of their lives. After eating haphazardly, Chu Yuan greeted Captain Zhong and went into the Fishbone Temple alone. He had to deal with the ancient tomb's robbing hole. Seeing him leave, Hataru's eyes rolled back in her head, and after some thought she immediately got up and followed him as well. Ignoring the situation behind him, Chu Yuan came straight to the front of the robber's hole, carefully observing the situation of the hole. The more closely he looked, the more surprised he was. It's high up. Little brother Chu, why do you say that? Isn't this just an ordinary cave entrance? Hataru stared into the deep, bottomless robber's hole and couldn't help the curiosity in her heart when she heard him exclaim so. Attention! Everyone, get your tables, chairs and benches ready. The archaeological science begins. It's just a hole in the ground. What else can we do? It's just a big, round hole, right? This is an official civilized broadcast, so watch the driving scale. Obviously, the live streamers have also been curious as to what could be famous about just one stolen hole. You see, this robber's hole goes down diagonally, with a high degree of skill, and the hole sees angles and lines, and the shovel marks on the walls of the hole are very well proportioned. This is the way to make a hole by internal cutting. Usually those who dare to adopt this way must have precisely calculated the orientation angle of the ancient tomb. It can be seen that this senior not only has a meticulous mind, but also has excellent skills, and must be a top expert among the grave robbers and gold diggers. Sister Hotspur, get out of the way. I'll fix the robber's hole. It's a little too small for the hole's location. The words just fell, Chu Yuan directly from the backpack took out a hollow copper stick. Copper stick hollow. Inside the organic bracket, the stick body has been rubbed with the hand shiny. Ha! Chu-chan. What is this? Shouldn't you be digging a hole with a shovel? Oh, that's a whirling shovel. A great tool for digging rubber holes. Chu Yuan explained carelessly, and then took out 9 wavy leaves made of steel from his backpack, resembling 9 petals inserted in the front end of the copper stick. The front of the brass rod has a special slot locking spring, and as soon as the steel leaf is inserted, it is immediately held firmly in place by the locking spring. In the end, Chu Yuan installed another rocker behind the copper stick, and just like that, the whirlwind shovel rewarded by the system not long ago was assembled and completed. After assembling the completed cyclone shovel, it can be extended and retracted, and the diameter of the open hole can be adjusted to expand and reduce by itself. Sister Hotspur, back away from me. I'm going to get to work. Chu Yuan nodded slightly at her and took a deep breath, then pulled out the mask directly under his collar and put it on, and started digging. Not only was Hotba dumbfounded by Chu Yuan's actions, the netizens in the live broadcast room were directly boiling over, with countless pop-ups floating by. I didn't realize that just a broken hole, in the eyes of a professional, is so much to learn. Long learned. That said, why do I hear a hint of admiration, a feeling of sympathy from Chu-chan's mouth? What the hell? Who can tell me what Chu Yuan's job is? This shovel is assembled so valiantly and quickly. Are all archaeologists so specialized? Isn't this the ing Luoyang shovel for grave robbers? Chu-chan is really a Tomb Raider. Upstairs, get out of the thick people. This is a whirlwind shovel with Luoyang shovel is far from it. But look at the little brother, this digging holes in the technique and speed. Without a few decades of experience, absolutely cannot do it. Brothers, Chu is definitely a Tomb Raider. This technique my grandfather wanted to worship when he saw it. His old man was young when he raided tombs and stepped on a sewing machine for 10 years, and boasted that Chu's technique was comparable to that of his grandmaster. Upon hearing this man's professional statement, there was an uproar in the broadcast room. Hotba cannot help swallowing saliva. She is now more and more impervious to Chu Yuan. Archaeology origin. Should not be good at treasure identification and ancient history research. I have not heard of this profession is also good at digging holes. Professor. Looking at Chu Yuan's serious, professional digging appearance, Hataru forced her heart to hold back her worries and shouted out, Professor Chen. Seeing Jiba's panicked look, Professor Chen stood up with a jolt, put down the dishes in his hand, and hurriedly walked towards the location of the robber's hole, very worried that the entrance to the ancient tomb would undergo an unknown change. What happened? Has the entrance location been displaced? Professor Chen came to Hataru and asked with an anxious face. No, Professor. The entrance is fine. It's Chu-chan. How can I put it? See for yourself. Hataru didn't know what to say, so she pointed at Chu Yuan to let the professor see for himself. Xiao Chu? Ha! He dug this robbing hole very well. What do you mean by professional? This is professionalism. Professor Chen watched the hole slowly expand as if plum blossoms were in full bloom, and every shovel went down so evenly, with a technique comparable to that of a goldsmith in the world. Wait a minute. The Goldfinger? Little Chu is the Goldfinger? Professor Chen thought of this, directly froze in place. The heart is more like a pot exploded. Chu Yuan is his own carefully selected students. When he joined the National Archaeological Research Institute, but also on his back adjustment, the body is very clean. However, his familiar technique of digging this hole still shocked Professor Chen. After all, the touchstone had long since disappeared into the annals of history as far as he could remember. Chapter 10. Entering a Western Zhou tomb. A gold-touching kernel? Prof. Chen, what is the gold touch? Noticing the commotion over here was also Zhong Jinyue, who listened to Professor Chen muttering to himself and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Speaking of this, he also glanced at Chu Yuan, and directly praised in his heart, good guy, digging so fast, a good material for an engineer. Isn't a groping officer someone who gropes for gold and sand in a river? Li Chunlai, who had come up on the sidelines, subconsciously picked up the conversation. Put, Hotba, who was still vaguely worried in her heart, burst out laughing when she heard Li Chunlai's words with an accent. Professor Chen frowned as he watched the archaeological team gather around, especially since everyone had an inquisitive look on their faces. After thinking for a moment, Professor Chen slowly spoke. As you know, this archaeology broadcast is to popularize the knowledge about archaeology in our country because of the war hundreds of years ago. A lot of archaeological and historical documentary material was destroyed, but a year ago the yard excavated the ancient tomb of an ancient great general. After the initial excavation, some hidden historical documents were obtained, which recorded some ancient grave robbing. High energy ahead. Move your seats and benches. Prof. Chen is starting the lesson. I go. The Archaeological Research Institute excavated a year ago. Could it be the Shangxi tomb that stirred the nation last year? Ancient people robbing graves 100 years ago? I'm really looking forward to it. How did they all rob tombs in those technologically backward times? The crew is finally getting to the point. In anticipation. Doesn't anyone care about Chu-chan digging a hole? Vegetarian. It's so tragic. Sister is so heartbroken. As the saying goes, there is a talisman for touching gold, a seal for hairy hills, a technique for moving mountains, and an armor for unloading ridges, which speaks of the four major schools of grave robbing of previous generations. These four major schools refer to the gold-touching schoolmasters, the hair-catchers lieutenants, the mountain-moving Taoists, and the ridge-discharging rexes. And the one with the most records among these four schools is the gold mappers, who are said to specialize in the 8 methods of looking, smelling, questioning, and cutting grave robbing in the art of thievery, and can easily locate ancient tombs, decipher the organs therein, and move freely in the tombs. Since the gold mining police officers are proficient in Tianqing feng shui art and dragon-seeking technique, this gold splitting and point determination is even more of their specialty. The method of dividing gold and fixing acupuncture points that Xiao Chu's just used earlier should be one of the schools of the golden touch. Professor Chen said this and looked deeply at Chu Yuan. Having seen him use the compass to deduce before, he had some hidden guesses in his heart. Oh my god, is Chu-chan really the Goldfinger? Hataru exclaimed in a low voice. Impossible. How could little brother Chu be a grave robber? Maybe he learned it from that miscellaneous book. Zhao Yueying did not hesitate to help out Chu Yuan. In her opinion, Chu Yuan was a lifesaver, and did not look like a grave robber in any way. Oh, you all don't have to worry. Xiao Chu conducted a backtracking when he entered the Archaeological Institute. He is by no means a gold finder. Professor Chen's voice paused as he said this. Perhaps as Ms. Xiao said, he may have learned this tactic from somewhere. Professor Chen's remarks were barely acceptable to the crowd of the archaeology team, but the netizens in the live broadcast room directly exploded. Right on the money. The gold-touching inspector is good at feng shui. He can separate gold and set points. Isn't that what he is talking about? Little brother Chu? Chu-chan, your vest has fallen off. Hurry up and run. Grave robbing is against the law. Are all of you upstairs idiots? Prof. Chen has said that Chu's identity is very clean. Is there a possibility that someone in his family is a goldsmith? Or maybe his ancestors are the goldsmiths? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Grave robbers really want so many sects. Long ago the world is full of grave robbers. Sounds like the introduction of the novel. Blackie get lost. Little brother slayed the Dragon King with one slash. Even if he's the Goldfinger. I'm for it. Just as the pop-ups were flying on the air, there was a new situation at the archaeological site. Professor, I found this thing. Just as Professor Chen was giving everyone the science, Chu Yuan's voice suddenly came from inside the robber's cave. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see Chu Yuan grasping the whirlwind shovel in his right hand and holding a stone tablet the size of a basin in his left hand as he walked out in a half-crouch. This is the Merit Monument. How come? Professor Chen exclaimed in shock. Looking at the mutilated stone monument instantly changed his face, his eyes staring deathly at the beast's head at the mutilated stone monument. Professor Chen, is there any mystery in this stone tablet? Zhong Jinyue saw that the professor's face looked bad and asked with concern. Professor Chen is the core person in this business. Absolutely nothing can happen. This beast head is called Lo Lynx. It is a kind of auspicious beast that specializes in lying on the stone tablets, and legend has it that it is a spiritual beast of the western heaven, with a good sound, like immortal music, and inferring from this, the stone tablets should be singing praises of virtues and the like. Professor Chen took the stone tablet in Chu Yuan's hands and carefully placed it on the ground, explaining while observing the stone tablet's handwriting. Seeing the puzzled faces of the crowd, Chu Yuan slowly opened his mouth. According to the evidence, the use of the Lu Lin-led mausoleum construction method was popularized in the Shang Tang dynasty, so there may be a Tang tomb underneath here. However, our preliminary survey report based on the courtyard shows that this should be a Western Zhou tomb only. Hearing Chu Yuan's explanation, the crowd then understood why Professor Chen's face changed so much. If this was really a Tang tomb, so the National Institute of Archaeology has kind of lost face this time. It's kind of a bigger on-air mishap. What's there to get tangled up in? Just now the professor said that this robber's hole leads straight to the ancient tomb, so if you want to explore it, just go straight down. Hua Bai looked at the silent crowd, and with a twinkle in his eye, he loudly proposed. He just disliked Chu Yuan failed, did not expect to let the other party pretend to succeed. The heart is extremely unhappy. Now there is an opportunity to be able to prove that the Archaeological Research Institute has made a mistake in judgment. If this is really the case, naturally, it will also let the world see the true level of this group of people studying archaeology, and then we will see what kind of face they have to continue broadcasting. Chu Yuan looked at him with a surprised face. He didn't expect the nastiness in Hua Bai's heart at this moment. Instead he was curious that this guy had this kind of guts. Okay, give everyone 5 minutes to organize their gear. Zhong Jinyue saw that everyone had agreed to go down to the tomb and waved his hand for the crowd to hurry up and pack up. Just as everyone was organizing their respective backpacks, Zhong Jinyue walked into Chu Yuan's side and saw that no one was around before lowering his voice. Don't worry, little brother. I've already contacted the program team. They'll be temporarily stationed nearby, and they'll take care of the monster corpses for you. Thank you, Captain Chung. Chu Yuan's face was grateful. He did not expect that Captain Zhong, who was the leader of the archaeological team, could still consider his own personal matters. At a glance, he was a friend who was worth making a deep friendship with. Not long after, all the people were all geared up and ready to go. The archaeological team plus Li Chunlai, the guide, was a total of 9 people. Professor Chen, I'll clear the way for everyone in the front, and I'll trouble little brother Chu to go last and take care of everyone. After saying that, Zhong Jinyue turned on the flashlight and entered the cave first, and the people followed him in turn. Li Chunlai anxiously watched the people in front of him getting fewer and fewer. Looking a little anxious, his eyes unconsciously looking toward the entrance of the Fishbone Temple, as if he was waiting for someone. Wizard Li, it's your turn. Chu Yuan saw through Li Chunlai's mind at a glance and didn't poke at it. How to say that it was also one of the people he used as a tool to brush his popularity value. Oh, yes, I'll be right in. Li Chunlai looked tense, and looked again at the temple entrance without a trace of silhouettes before he smiled resentfully and entered the Cave of Thieves. After Li Chunlai fully entered the robber cave, Chu Yuan was just about to follow, when suddenly his expression moved and his body's 5 senses opened up. A noisy human voice came intermittently from not far away, and he knew that it should be Ma Bold and his party who were almost there. The 10 Sons of the Dragon Ridge. Well, I'm really looking forward to it. Chu Yuan was well aware of the crisis of the Ghost Mound, and this line of people posed no threat to him. Instead it would bring a lot of heat to the archaeological live broadcast. Looking at the slowly rising popularity value of the system panel, Chu Yuan was a bit worried. He was now lacking the material to create an explosive point. The 10 Sons of Dragon Ridge. That's a high-level toolman. Tightening the backpack on his body and turning on the flashlight, Chu Yuan crouched down and drilled into the robber's hole, following closely behind the crowd. Stop! Chu Yuan didn't know how far he had stooped until he heard Zhong Jinyue's trumpet call and he stopped. Through the gap, he had spotted a glimmer of light ahead, and by the looks of it, he should have reached the ancient tomb. It's always a thrill. Chapter 11, A Ghostly Face in the Cave of Labyrinths. Boom! With a blasting, earth-shattering noise, the dust scattered across the small space. Ahem! Hearing the constant coughing sounds from the people around him, Chu Yuan's heart moved and he took the lead in rushing out. What came into view was a huge foggy space with a faint corrosive smell in the air. Everyone out, all is well with the outside air. When Zhong Jinyue heard Chu Yuan's voice, he immediately said to the crowd, everyone cover their mouths and noses. Don't crowd the crowd and hurry out. The crowd heard the arrangement and rushed out through the vague light. My God! Such a big space in the ground. Ha! Look, there's something there. The crowd gathered around in unison, and Professor Chen looked in the direction of Reba's finger, only to see a 2-meter-high bronze tripod standing not far away. Zhong Jinyue saw that the crowd had gathered over and took out his police firearm to look around vigilantly. A 3-legged, 2-eared bronze tripod. A Western Zhou tomb indeed. Professor Chen looked at the big guy in front of him with an expression of excitement on his face. Isn't it just a big tripod? What's there to see? Better find the tomb. Hua Bai covered his mouth and nose. His tone was careless. He now wanted to quickly find the coffin, finish the live broadcast and call it a day early. The place is so bad that it's a disgrace to lose one's idol image to be made whole and gray just after the opening. This is not an ordinary bronze tripod. Looking at the inscription, it should be from the Western Zhou period. Thousands of years of cultural relics. The value is incalculable. Professor Chen gently wiped the inscription on the bronze tripod with a careful look. Moreover, bronze tripods of this size are usually used for rituals, and in ancient times they were not available to non-king kings. So it seems that the owner of this Western Zhou tomb was either rich or noble. Prof. Chen was suddenly agitated. It would mean a lot to him if he could excavate a Western Zhou tomb of a king. Isn't it just a big, bulky thing? How much can it be worth? Li Chunlai looked at the pre-bronze tripod and asked in disbelief. He really didn't see how precious this thing was. When Fu Qianxian heard this, she directly rolled her eyes at him and said without any goodwill, "Humph, just this bronze tripod. It's bigger than the one in the National Museum. With this, it's enough for you to eat for several lifetimes. Boy, it's worth so much." Li Chunlai immediately eyes glowing. The heart is even happier. Really, let the horse boldly said. The ground is full of treasures. Thinking of this, he carefully looked around and took out his cell phone to send a location to Ma Bold when no one was looking. At the same time, The heart is also anxious. Although Ma Daodo has a lot of people, but the people on the side of the archaeological team are not to be messed with, especially Zhong Jinyue, who was cold-faced the whole time, couldn't help but be scared with his iron-blooded soldier king aura. There was also Chuchan's pair of sharp eyes, as if he could see through his inner thoughts every time. Thinking of this, Li Chunlai carefully glanced at Chu Yuan. Seemingly sensing something, Chu Yuan suddenly sidled up and locked eyes with him. Frightened, Li Chunlai hastily withdrew his gaze and shrunk his head. His pair of eyes then also looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. Professor Chen, let's hurry up and look for the main crypt. I always have a bad feeling. Zhong Jinyue looked at the empty space around him, the winding paths in all directions, and he always felt that there was a gaze staring at him in the darkness. Professor Chen nodded his head and gave a regretful glance at the bronze tripod. This object was huge. It was better to wait until the main chamber was found to study it in detail. Professor Chen, look, what's that? Hataru suddenly saw a shadow appear on one of the walls above her head, flickering away, and was so frightened that she exclaimed outright. Huabai looked at the sound and found nothing, just a black mark on the wall, which wasn't even on his mind. At the same time, he couldn't help but shake his head and said in his heart, women are just troublesome and are naturally timid. This thing actually moves. Zhao Weiying pacified Hotba beside her and curiously used the flashlight to irradiate this black shadow, not realizing that under the light, the black shadow actually began to tremble. Rustling, accompanied by a few subtle sounds, the black shadow surprisingly began to shift under the strong electric light, and suddenly, a ghostly face was clearly reflected in everyone's sight. Ghosts, run! The moment Huabai saw the ghost face, he was directly scared to death, and after shouting out, he quickly ran towards the back, ignoring the crowd's reaction. What the hell? Everyone get out of here! Even for a strong-minded soldier king like Zhong Jinyue, his scalp was numb after seeing the ghost face, and the strong uneasiness in his heart told him that this thing was dangerous. Hearing his cry, Song Wenjua and the others also changed their faces, and a gloomy aura suddenly surged into the hearts of the crowd of the archaeological team. Without being told, instinctively all ran after Huabai. Oh no! The herd effect! Seeing the crowd running towards Huabai's direction, Zhong Jinyue secretly screamed in his heart. He had originally told everyone to retreat back, but he didn't expect the crowd to instinctively all follow when they saw the direction Huabai had fled. Little brother Chu, you pad back and protect everyone. I'll go after Huabai. After Zhong Jinyue gave a command, he easily accelerated a few steps to overtake the crowd and chased after Huabai. As soon as these words came out, the viewers in the live broadcast room were brought up in fear by the tense atmosphere. What the hell is that thing? It scared the out of the archaeology team. Upstairs can't talk. Please shut up. It's obviously Huabai who caused the panic, causing everyone to run after him. Oh my god. I saw it clearly. That was a human face that just flashed by. It's so damn scary. It can't be a human face. It's hairy and does look a bit scary. Don't be superstitious. People should believe in science. Where is the ghost face? Chu Yuan was also startled when he saw this ghost face caught off guard, and then thought that this was most likely the black mistletoe with a human face, a giant spider that has been mutated by radiation, and this ghost face is supposed to be a human face growing on its abdomen. Chu Yuan slowly drew out the black gold ancient sword behind his back. The original movie and TV drama, this human face Black Jack was chasing the protagonist group several times. It could be seen that his fighting strength was not weak. If it was just him alone, naturally he didn't need to worry. But the archaeological team's crowd, except for Zhong Jinyue and Song Wenjua, the others basically didn't have any fighting strength. It's still dangerous to really encounter a sphinx spider. As a result, he had not yet taken a few steps, when he suddenly saw a silhouette swish, quickly ran past him. While running, he also shouted, "Run! There are black flutter bats the size of facepans all ahead." Little brother Chu, wasn't that Huabai just now? How come it's back again? Zhao Weiying asked with a puzzled face, and seeing this situation, she immediately stopped her steps and pulled Reba to Chu Yuan's side. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes at the departing Huabai and was just about to open his mouth when he heard Zhong Jinyue's blistering cry. "Everyone run! There's a whole bunch of black flutter bats coming from behind. They're poisonous!" Only to see Zhong Jinyue carrying a young man on his back, shouting loudly as he ran, and he was followed by a few people, none other than Ma Bold and his group. Chu Yuan just wanted to open his mouth, but when he saw the scene behind Ma Bold and the others, his eyes snapped shut and he stuck Zhao Weiying's hand and ran. My goodness! What is this densely packed thing in the sky? Chu Chan was directly scared off when he saw it. Is this a bat? A bat the size of a basin. Here, have a friend from the National Bureau of Paleontology come out and explain. What did this damn thing eat to grow up? Is it genetically mutated? Look at the brother of intensive phobia are cured. thousands of big bats, as if the black clouds cover the sun. This formation is too big. Hurry up and run for your life. Return the way you came. This Western Joe tomb is too dangerous. Just as the crowd was trying to get away from the black bat's pursuit, suddenly Hua Bai, who was running in front of them, let out a cry of surprise, and his feet suddenly stepped on air. A collapsed cave appeared underneath him, and his entire body instantly disappeared from sight. It was accompanied by a mournful cry that traveled farther and farther. Hua Bai, how did you? Zhong Jinyue was horrified at the sight and hurriedly called out to the other party, and before he could finish his words, he also stepped on a collapsed position and his entire body fell down. Everyone watch your step. This is a natural trap in the Dragon Ridge. The moment Chu Yuan opened his mouth to remind them, the crowd seemed like dominoes being pushed over, one after another stepping into the trap. All inevitably fell away. Little brother Chu, help! Chu Yuan suddenly felt his hand loosen, and Zhao Yueying, who was beside him, didn't even have time to finish her sentence and fell down at the same time as the two of them. Hotba! This is the Dragon Ridge's Trapman Cave. They should all be guessing that they have planted earth shells. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan directly leaped. Without hesitation, he jumped. Chapter 12, The Great Battle of the Human-Faced Black Mistletoe. Ouch! Bang! 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 The sound of intermittent agonizing sounds came one after the other, accompanied by a series of dowsing weights hitting the ground. Looking at the cries of alarm coming from the place in front of the cave entrance, Chu Yuan gently braced himself with both hands to keep his body evenly stressed, rubbing against the wall. Starting to slow down, he ended with a front roll, handsomely stabilized, and slowly got to his feet. Is everyone okay? Hurry up and all get up. It's not over yet. Chu Yuan backhandedly drew out his black gold ancient sword and looked up and down at his surroundings while reminding the crowd. Although there was some light around, it was not visible from 10 meters away, and a ghostly light flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes. The innate night eye talent activated, and all of a sudden, the surroundings were as if it was daytime. It was a dark, damp cavern with an unending space at the top, and the walls around it were covered with densely packed holes and white spider silk. Hiss! This is to the lair of the Sphinx spider. When Chu Yuan saw this situation, he directly couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air and hurriedly opened his mouth to the crowd that had just slowed down. Everyone run! This seems to be some kind of monster's lair. What monster? Little brother Chu will joke around. We've been tumbling for so long, the black bats definitely can't catch up. Who's got a light? Give a light. Hua Bai straightened his grooming before shouting, touching the black. When he saw the ghost face up there before, he was so scared that he even lost his backpack. Ka! As soon as the words fell, 4 or 5 lights lit up from the darkness, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Ah! What is this? It's disgusting. Fu Qianqian felt something break under her foot and looked down. A fishy odor came to her face and she stomped her feet in fear. When the crowd heard this, they all looked towards their feet as well, and sure enough, they only saw something like green insect eggs piled up on the ground. It's an egg laid by a spider. Everyone exit now. After Professor Chen squatted down to take a closer look, he shouted in panic. It was obvious that he had guessed Chu Yuan's intention. Old Six, what's wrong with you? Old Six, say something. Just turned around and ready to leave Ma Bold. Suddenly found a carcass wrapped in spider silk on the side, and approached to see that it was his sworn brother. Come on, what are you waiting for? It's important to save lives. Horse Bold side of a few people to see the situation, rushed forward to pull the spider silk entangled in his body. In the heat of the moment, but did not pull off. Boom! A huge black shadow suddenly landed on the ground, making a series of hissing sounds. Sensing something strange behind him, Ma Bold turned around stiffly, and the torch in his hand shone straight through. It was a mutant spider with a huge body, covered in a layer of pitch-black fluff that flickered with an eerie light. The 8 slender legs were like steel needles, hard and sharp, and the most frightening thing was its head. It was a distorted human face, pale and lifeless, with empty, lifeless eyes that seemed to penetrate one's soul. Along with the movements of the Sphinx spider squirming, the set of human faces shifted along with it, sometimes smiling, sometimes crying, and making people shiver. This is the human-faced black mistletoe. How can it be so big? Professor Chen's face was pale and trembling. He had once seen this creature in a geography magazine, and it was the first time he had seen it in such a large size. Prof. Chen, what is a sphinx? Is it still a spider? Zhong Jinyue held his firearm and blocked Professor Chen's body, his face full of vigilance. It's a spider that lives in the woods at low elevations, only 3 or 5 centimeters this big. First time I've seen one as big as this. The pattern on its back resembles the face of an old man, hence the name Sphinx, and they lurk in dark corners, waiting for their prey to approach. Once it spots its target, it will pounce on the opponent with amazing speed and tear it to pieces with its sharp claws and poisonous fangs. The crowd sniffed and looked at the huge human-faced spider, especially the creepy human face, and couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Squeak! Just as the crowd stopped talking, countless spiders with human faces drilled out from the surrounding caverns, stretching out their huge sharp claws and looking at the crowd with bloodlust. Looking at the human-faced spider that was getting closer and closer, Zhong Jinyue's face changed drastically and he shouted, "Run! Everyone pull out!" When Ma Bold and the others saw this, they were scared out of their wits, no longer caring about old Six, who was entangled in the spider silk. They directly ran towards the direction of the exit. Chu Yuan drew out his black gold ancient sword and placed it across his chest as he slowly walked over to Zhong Jinyue's side, his gaze firmly looking ahead. Popularity value. Come over here quickly. Chu Huo looked at the more than 200,000 popularity values in the system panel. He knew that whether or not he could get the big gift package depended on this wave. Zhong Jinyue looked at him appreciatively and took out an open sword from behind him and drank lowly at Chu Yuan. Go, let's buy everyone time to evacuate. As soon as the words fell, Chu Yuan leaped, his right hand powered up, and the black gold ancient blade directly split the Sphinx spider in front of him into two halves with a move of force split Huashan. Wow! A strong smell of blood filled the air, and the brains and blood of the Sphinx spiders fell all over the ground, giving off a sickening odor. Good swordplay. Looking at Chu Yuan's unchanged appearance, Zhong Jinyue's evaluation of him in his heart increased a few points. Squeak! This strong attack of Chu Yuan's slash immediately caused the surrounding Sphinx spiders to become restless and rush towards the two of them. Kill! Zhong Jinyue yelled at the pouncing human spider, only to see the huge and hideous human spider, waving its sharp claws, stabbing at his head. With a sideways flip, Zhong Jinyue nimbly dodged. The attack on his hand did not diminish, and the machete directly hacked at the abdomen of the spider with a human face. With a stabbing sound, the sharp machete directly cut a large gash in the abdomen of the Sphinx. The Sphinx spider's abdomen suffered pain and twisted its body in agony while letting out a mournful scream. Roar! As if stimulated, the injured Sphinx spider let out roars in rapid succession as it brazenly rushed towards Zhong Jinyue. Dang! 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 The machete clashed with the sharp claws, making an ear-splitting crash and the spider's hissing sound intertwined, echoing throughout the cavern. Chu Yuan was quite relieved to see Captain Zhong swimming with ease. Worthy of being the king of soldiers, his cold weapon skills were not below his own. One should know that Chu Yuan was rewarded with system cold weapon proficiency, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a contemporary cold weapon master. And Captain Zhong's sword technique specializes in attacking the vital parts of the spiders with human faces, and his blade sees blood, which shows his high level of skill. The bloody smell of gas and blood didn't scare off these Sphinx spiders, but instead made them even more bloodthirsty and angry. Amidst the mournful roars of the Sphinx spiders, more and more spiders gathered and unleashed a fiercer attack. Chu Yuan's face did not change. His eyes were undaunted, and with the black gold ancient blade's enhancement, he was able to leave deep wounds on the spider's body with each slash, and bright red blood continued to gush out from the wounds. Roar! A huge spiders with human faces descended from the sky, carrying 1,000 pounds of aura that pressed towards Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's eyes condensed, his right hand violently swung out a blade, cutting off the sharp claws of the man-faced spiders in the air one by one. Then he flew into the air and kicked at the head of the man-faced spider. Kuei Xing kick fight. It was the stance of the system rewarded moving mountain Kaiser. Even the zombie's large vertebrae could be kicked off, let alone a monster in the district. Boom! As expected, the human-faced spider's head was instantly burst open by the kick, and blood, hair, and broken tissues were scattered everywhere. The huge body of the human-faced spider collapsed with a loud bang and planted itself on the ground, splattering gusts of dust, and eventually did not move at all. Asterisk 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 little brother. You have at least 20 years of power in this leg. Zhong Jinyue directly burst out in foul-mouthed praise. Although he had taken many military competition fighting champions, he could not do such a light-hearted kick as Chu Yuan to kill the Sphinx spider. This was a human-faced blackjack with a body as big as a yellow ox. But to be directly kicked to death by someone was simply heavenly. Even the live broadcast room, which was originally still full of pop-ups flying all over the screen, was shocked by Chu Yuan's stunning strike and actually quieted down. Chapter 13, Detonating the Monster Lair. Chu Chan's force value is explosive. A small spider with a knife. A small karami with a kick. Scary as hell. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Chu Chan's fighting strength. I'm convinced. I want to worship the master. Is this the point? Sphinx. This is a huge paleontological event. Aren't we all curious? Chu Chan. Hello, I'm the vice president of Blue Sky Biopharmaceuticals. If we can capture alive human spiders, our company is willing to offer $1 million to buy it. Chu Chan. Hello, I'm the president of the Magic City Animal Research Association, and we're offering $5 million for a live Sphinx spider. Chu-chan, how are you? I'm the director of the Red Mountain Zoo in Jinling, and we're offering $2 million for a live Sphinx spider. Chu-chan, hello, I'm the vice president of the Gourmet Association. We're offering $500,000 for the human-faced spider, dead or alive. Asterisk. This is the Archaeology live room. Cannot be serious. Chu Shaogwa Big War Human Face Black Quailet. How to feel a kind of anchor with goods vestiges. It's crazy that there are so many organizations clamoring for a monster. I support the zoo's acquisition of the live body and will take the kids for a long visit tomorrow. Support. With so many strange things in here. This thing is edible too. Brothers upstairs. Deep-fried live rats to understand. To bring you to experience a different taste on the tip of the tongue. Vomiting. Your ass. The live streaming room was bustling, although Chu Yuan was not clear about it, but the constant beeps from the system panel let him know that this battle was absolutely shocking to everyone's eyes as far as outsiders were concerned. It's a blood-curdling, fist-to-fist fight that shrugs off all the action movies by 100,000 miles. What's more, the capsized spiders with human faces visually shocked people more than all the visual special effects. Under the enchantment of his innate night eyes, Chu Yuan realized that the rest of the archaeological team had all evacuated the nest of the Sphinx spider. Looking at the steady stream of spiders, Chu Yuan pulled a sword flower with his hand and took a deep breath. Captain Zhong, everyone has been evacuated. You go first and I'll take the rear. Zhong Jinyue was touched in his heart when he heard this, but his stance remained firm, and the sword technique in his hand continued to slash at the attacking spiders in a wide-open manner. Little brother, you go first, I will give this gang a tough one. After saying that, he showed the tactical belt around his waist to Chu Yuan. Heck, it was several grenades of various sizes. Good guy. Although Chu Yuan knows that this archaeological live broadcast official attaches great importance to, but did not expect to attach importance to the fact that it has configured a grenade such a big killer for Captain Zhong. Okay, Captain Zhong, be safe. Chu Yuan catered a cry, and his figure violently retreated, walking decisively without dragging his feet. This kind of decisiveness, Zhong Jinyue did not half complain, but instead felt that he acted decisively, very much in line with his own appetite. Just a few steps back, Chu Yuan's ears suddenly heard a faint help. His eyes flashed with a ghostly light, and he gazed at it. Surprisingly, it was Ma Bolt's little brother who was entangled in the spider silk, and he didn't expect to be breathing. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's black and gold ancient sword in his hand lightly slashed at the position of the visitor, and with a flash of ethereal light from the blade, he directly cut off the spider's silk on his body. Chu Yuan's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of this person's body. Seeing that he was weak, he directly put him on his shoulders and walked towards the outside of the lair with large strides. Boom! Just more than 10 meters out of the intersection, Chu Yuan heard a terrifying explosion. Zhong Jinyue detonated the grenade. Turning to look, sure enough, a large amount of smoke and dust came violently from the Sphinx spider's nest, directly affecting Chu Yuan's line of sight. What are you waiting for? Run! Just as Chu Yuan gathered his eyes and concentrated, a figure came to his side in a lumbering manner and gently patted his shoulder. It was Zhong Jinyue. When Chu Yuan saw that he was unharmed, he pulled out his legs and ran, struggling to catch up, and it didn't take long for him to overtake Zhong Jinyue. Egu, my god, are you still human? You're carrying someone faster than I am. Zhong Jinyue looked incredulously at Chu Yuan's fading back, secretly spitting in his heart. It wasn't until he had been running for nearly 2 minutes that Chu Yuan sensed the scent of the archaeological team members ahead of him, and only then did he slow down. Little brother, stop. The monsters didn't come out after them. It seems that place is their lair. Who is this person? Zhong Jinyue, who had caught up with him, let out a deep breath and held onto the wall with a questioning look on his face. Well, this is the boat captain's little brother, one of the guys who went missing from the van. Chu Yuan gently lowered the person on his shoulder and said reminiscently, Little brother, you take care of him first. I'm going to find Professor Chen and the others. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, find your own way out. Zhong Jinyue's voice was a bit heavy. In his opinion, the bottom of this maze of caves was full of holes and holes, so once he got lost, it would definitely be dangerous. Chu Yuan looked at his serious look and wanted to tell him that the archaeological team was not far ahead. Captain Zhong, is that you? I finally found you. Has the Sphinx spider been wiped out? It was really horrible just now. Suddenly, the lights of several flashlights shot onto Chu Yuan's body, and before he could get a good look at them, Hataru's highly recognizable voice came through. It's me. How are you guys doing? Is anyone hurt? Where's Professor Chen? Hearing Hataru's voice, Zhong Jinyue's heart was relieved, and he immediately followed up with another question. Captain Zhong, don't worry, I'm fine. Xiao Chu escaped too. Right. Professor Chen coughed a few times. His tone was a bit weak. This wave of escaping just now was really difficult for an old man like him. A sound of footsteps came from none other than the crowd of archaeologists. Old 6. Man, are you okay? Ma Bold was originally walking at the end, but he had good eyes and immediately rushed out when he saw the little brother who had fallen to the ground. Don't worry, he's fine. It should be the lack of oxygen from the spider's silk entanglement. Temporarily fainted. He'll be fine after resting for a while. Chu Yuan looked at the anxious Ma Bold. His eyes narrowed, and he said indifferently, Bosun, why are you all down here? What the hell is going on? Zhong Jinyue's hand touched on his waist, a pair of tiger's eyes staring tightly at Ma Dodao questioningly, the warning in his eyes full of meaning. Ma Bold looked tense, knowing that once his answer was not satisfactory to the other party, he might be facing a peanut galleon himself. After all, the explosions that roared inside the Sphinx spider's cave just now were very clear to him, who had been mixing on both sides of the Yellow River on a regular basis. As to what they were, Captain Zhong, don't get me wrong. I'm not here to look for my missing few fellows. I didn't realize that I had just found the truck with my men when I was swallowed by the earth crust around the truck and somehow fell into this hole. Back there things. You know, we accidentally startled the black bats and had to run around, and finally stumbled upon you guys. Ma Bold swallows his saliva and explains resentfully. Captain Zhong, what he said should be true. We just fell into a dirt shell. There are many similar situations in this area of Longling. Chu Yuan's attitude is not moving. He is not kind to cover up for Ma Bold. All truthful. After all, the back still need these people. He hadn't forgotten his most important purpose of going down to the tomb, which was to increase his popularity value, and without a wonderful supporting cast, he wouldn't be able to set off him, the main character. In this short period of more than 10 minutes, Chu Yuan checked the system panel, and his popularity value had risen from more than 200,000, directly soaring to more than 600,000. The big gift bag of 500,000 popularity values had been lying quietly in his backpack. Finally, not in vain, he had made a big kill. Chapter 14, Activating a Special Bloodline. Ding! Congratulations on activating the 500,000 popularity value gift pack. The gift pack is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline, Green Dragon Bloodline. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Super Ventriloquism. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop Flying Tiger Claw. Just as the crowd was taking a break, Chu Yuan found a corner, quietly opened the system, and used the 500,000 popularity value gift pack. Holy! Surprisingly, there's such a transcendent reward as a bloodline. This Qinglong bloodline is more powerful than the little brother next door's Qilin bloodline at first glance. Chu Yuan excitedly opened the system page to check the information on the Green Dragon bloodline. Green Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts of the past, authorized by the Yellow Emperor since the sky. Mighty in all directions. Its body resembles a long snake. Unicorn head, carp tail, face with a long beard, horns like a deer, with 5 claws. Blood can ward off evil spirits, avoiding the evil, protecting the body, repelling harm, detoxifying. As a traveler, no one understood the horror of bloodlines better than him, and the reason why little brother next door was powerful was because of the Qilin bloodline. Even the Qilin bloodline could make him youthful and immortal. Proper transcendent power with a ceiling of battle power. It could be said that after possessing the Green Dragon bloodline, even if Chu Yuan was allowed to bravely enter the Yunnan Insect Valley, he would be able to push his way through flatly. The magical power contained in the bloodline could be said to be the nemesis of all poisonous insects, ghosts and demons. Do you accept the Green Dragon bloodline? Accepted. This is a great opportunity. Cootie. It's only then that you'll refuse it. Boom. As Chu Yuan read silently in his heart, he only felt a sudden tremor in his body, and a majestic energy was born from his abdomen, following the strange meridians in his body to flow all over his body, and constantly circling around in his body. As the energy swirled around his body, the Green Dragon bloodline was continuously transforming his body. This effect is simply comparable to the Super Physique Strengthening Liquid version 2.0 of the Novice Reward. Although his physical physique did not increase significantly, this energy gradually diluted in his body as his blood flowed, making him feel extraordinarily powerful at this time. Finally, this residual energy gathered on his chest and slowly flowed, gradually outlining a mysterious and spectacular green dragon tattoo pattern. Ding! The current concentration of the Green Dragon bloodline in the host's body is 20%. When it reaches 50%, it will activate the special power within the bloodline. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there's actually a percentage. System, I'm going to your grandma's leg. The system's sudden reminder caused Chu Yuan to curse directly in anger. The reward was actually a half-baked bloodline. However, there was nothing he could do with the system, so he estimated that he should be able to reach 50% concentration of bloodline with the next level of popularity value pack. However, when he saw that the next popularity value had to reach 1 million before he could get it, he couldn't help but feel his brain get dizzy. So expensive. It was good that this gift pack rewarded Partridge Whistle's ventriloquism and flying tiger claws, which made him feel better. Partridge Whistle's ventriloquism, in particular, is said to mimic the sounds of everything in the world. Chu Yuan did not hesitate to choose fusion, and after a few moments, he felt that his mouth and tongue had become much more flexible, and it was as if he was able to mimic any sound that he had heard. Awesome! With this big gift package, Chu Yuan was still very satisfied. He took out the flying tiger claw and hung it directly on his waist. It's a sacred weapon for going down to the grave. It can save your life when it matters. Little brother Chu, Professor Chen and Captain Zhong are calling for you to go over, Hotspur said with her hands behind her back as she smiled sweetly at him while looking at him curiously with a pair of big eyes full of aura. It was really because along the way, Chu Yuan's performance was too bright. Even the limelight directly overshadowed the military-born Captain Zhong, so one couldn't help but be curious as to what kind of person he was. Chu Yuan nodded slightly at her and walked towards Professor Chen and the others. By this time, Professor Chen had already changed his mind, and after he looked around, he opened his mouth after realizing that everyone had recovered in a pretty good state. Gentlemen, even though you all experienced the danger of the human-faced spider just now, after Captain Zhong and Xiao Chu's test, the human-faced spider is not without its flaws. I surmise that the entrance to the ancient tomb should be within the lair of the Sphinx spider, and I need everyone to make a concerted effort to break through. When Prof. Chen said this, everyone froze on the spot. Professor Chen, it's not that we don't want to continue exploring. You should have seen how ferocious that human-faced spider is. It's impossible to break through with just our old and weak team. Hua Bai was the first to jump out and raise objections. This bad archaeological experience had made him wary, thinking that saving his life was important. All he wanted to do now was to quit immediately, and for reasons of celebrity persona and the fact that it was a live program, he couldn't just offer to quit. He could only exaggerate the danger so that the crowd would have to evacuate out. Yes, the calf is too small for the spider. It's just too scary. Or just want to honestly marry a mother-in-law. How hard it is. Li Chunlai half squatted in place with his hands on his head, his body trembling and his words trembling. These mutated sphinx spiders should be the tomb-guarding beasts of the ancient tomb. We can't enter the tomb without defeating these things. It's hard to break through with just us unarmed people. The human-faced black mistletoe is too terrifying. My legs are weak at the sight of it. How can I break through? Listening to the crowd's words, Professor Chen's face was a bit ugly. He also knew it was dangerous. But this time the archaeology was with orders from above. How could he retreat in the face of danger? Professor, when I just left the nest, I noticed a doorway about 3 meters to the right of the cave entrance, which should be the entrance to the tomb passage. These sphinx black mistletoe act in groups. I can use the sound to lure them out of their nests so everyone can enter the tomb passage. After Chu Yuan was silent for a moment, he spoke softly. No matter what, he had to make sure that this descent into the tomb would go smoothly. At the same time, it was also demonstrating its own stature and value, so that in the future, the official archaeology would surely invite itself to participate. After all, according to the movies and TV dramas in the ghost-blown lantern world in his previous life, the Dragon Ridge Mystic Cave was already considered an ancient tomb with a relatively low level of danger. Think about Bottle Mountain, Bug Valley, Earth Immortal Village, etc. Those kinds of places are definitely places of 9 deaths for ordinary people. Officials wanting to explore these mysterious tombs against these, without Chu Yuan's hand, it would be hard to come back in one piece. Good boy, you've got guts, take this. Zhong Jinyue saw Chu Yuan volunteering to take on the most dangerous task, his eyes filled with admiration. This young man's future was unlimited. He took out 2 grenades and handed them over to Chu Yuan's hand, then patted Chu Yuan's shoulder and reminded him with a solemn face, watch the interval between grenades and keep yourself safe. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance all the time. The rest of the archaeological team also looked at Chu Yuan with admiration. They had all seen the power of the human-faced black quail. At least, they didn't have the courage to face this thing. Chu Yuan stepping forward, even Hua Bai, who had always looked down on him, couldn't help but look at Chu Yuan a few times higher. Not to mention Hotba, Zhao Yueying, and the others, their eyes were on the verge of stars when they looked at Chu Yuan. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, even more exaggerated, as if a meteor shower countless praises Chu Yuan's boldness. Lone hero pop-ups across the screen. The director of the program was smiling even more in the stands, which showed that the number of people online had reached 10 million, and the number was still climbing. Chu Yuan gently nodded his head, took the grenade and inserted it into his waist, backhandedly drew out his black gold ancient sword, and resolutely walked towards the lair. The wind is xiao xiao and the water is cold. The strong man goes away and never returns. A faint emotion in the hearts of the people by and by. Come on, everyone follow me. Let's hide on the sides of the lair for now. When we hear the explosions, everyone follow me at the first opportunity. Zhong Jinyue commanded and then greeted the crowd. Chapter 15. The dragon house is full of strange shadows. 10 minutes later, the Sphinx nested. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking sound, Chu Yuan's figure leaped and quickly rushed out from the rolling smoke in the nest. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand kept tapping on the wall, as if he was trying to get the attention of something. Squeak! The people not far away on both sides of the nest, looking at the densely packed human-faced blackjacks, held their breath and didn't dare to make a single sound. Chu Yuan looked at the chasing human face behind him. The blackjack. Calm. The right hand to accumulate strength. The trend of a knife. The momentum of the split out. Ka-ching! A human-faced blackjack that was about to jump in front of him was directly cut in half under the sharp black and gold ancient sword. For a while, the smell of blood filled the entire space, and the human-faced black mistletoe in the back became even more violent and restless after smelling the odor. Chu Yuan no longer hesitated and ran with large strides, and countless human-faced blackjacks let out roars and fought to chase after Chu Yuan. Feeling the violent shaking of the ground, Professor Chen and the others looked at each other, looking at the hideous monster, their bodies trembling unceasingly. Vomit. After the smoke and dust had passed, the crowd looked at the blackened faces of the people who had been killed by Chu Yuan's slash, and the ground was filled with broken tissues and blood, which instantly made people's minds dizzy and their hearts nauseous. While the monsters are leaving the nest, everyone follow me and hurry, Zhong Jinyue said expressionlessly. This kind of scene was all a small scene to him. The crowd forced themselves to endure the nausea and entered the nest. Just after entering the nest, with the light of the flashlight, the group did see a 2-meter-high entrance. Look! That's the entrance to the tomb passage. Everyone hurry up and climb up. Zhong Jinyue found the location and arranged for the crowd to be prioritized to enter until the last person. And as he climbed, he turned back to observe Chu Yuan's figure, until he climbed up to the entrance of the tomb passage. Chu Yuan hadn't appeared. Captain Zhong, let's leave first. The monster will be back soon. Huabai listened to the hissing sound of the human-faced blackjacks that were getting closer and closer. His heart panicked and he was busy urging loudly. What's the point of panicking? If you're scared you go ahead yourself. Little brother lured the monster away to save everyone. Song Wenjue took a healthy step and pulled him by the collar, saying with an angry face, obviously the other party's cowardice had angered him. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a live broadcast, Song Wenjue couldn't wait to give him 2 mouths. This kind of behavior of abandoning his teammates was the most disgraceful to him. Stupid. Zhao Yueying, who was on the side, couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. What a time. There are always those who will do what they think is right and are just plain stupid. It was important to know that along the way. The one who had helped the crowd the most was not Captain Zhong, who was a soldier king, but Chu Yuan, who seemed to be a little transparent, but was actually the real thigh of the team. She didn't even dare to imagine whether she and the others would have been able to leave safely if the archaeology behind her hadn't been joined by Chu Yuan. I'm doing this for everyone's good. Seeing that he seems to have incurred the wrath of the public, Huabai insists without blushing that it is not his selfish desire. Yes, Professor Chen, let's hurry. I can hear the monster's footsteps. Li Chunlai also couldn't help but interject. He was on Huabai's side anyway. Saving his life was important. Humph. Shua, let go of him. Whoever wants to leave first can go first. I will never stop them. Looking at the villainous appearance of Huabai and the others, Zhong Jinyue said with a cold face, Captain Zhong, I'm all for everyone's safety. You guys wait first. I'll go ahead and scout the way. Breaking away from Song Wenjue's hand, Huabai straightened his clothes and smiled with a false smile. I'm coming with you. I'll follow you. Ma Bold, who had been at the edge of the crowd, suddenly opened his mouth, and as soon as he did, the 6 minions around him all chimed in. With a twinkle in his eye, Li Chunlai also agreed to follow Huabai to explore the path first. Huabai turned back in triumph and looked at the rest of the archaeological team with a soft smile before heading inside the tomb passage without looking back. This guy, how is he like this? Hataru looked at the departing Huabai and the others, her brows furrowed as she opened her mouth to spit. Humph, still a god of Chinese music? Bad brain. Right, can't he see that the gang of boat bosses don't look like good people? Zhao Yueying said with a look of contempt as she looked at the departing crowd. Look, little brother Chu is here. Hataru looked at the fast-sprinting Chu Yuan and exclaimed in a low voice. Quick, hit the lights. Zhong Jinyue took out his flashlight and shone it at Chu Yuan's front while instructing the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yuan's entire lair was as if it was daytime to him under the blessing of his natural night eye talent. His speed was extremely fast, far behind the chasing Sphinx, and he was about to log into the entrance of the tomb passage. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering hissing sound came from above the nest, and a black shadow smashed into Chu Yuan as if it was covering the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's the ING Spider Queen, isn't it? Song Wenhua, who was usually gentle and elegant, directly burst out in foul language when he saw the human face of the black mistletoe that fell from the sky. Oh my god! This sphinx is too big. It's as big as a 3-story building. The rest of the archaeological team looked at the behemoth in front of them and couldn't help but swallow their saliva in shock. Little brother, watch out! Zhong Jinyue reminded loudly. Chu Yuan knew that the sphinx had an alpha, but he did not expect it to be this big, tens of times as big as an ordinary sphinx. The behemoth in front of him directly blocked the path that Chu Yuan wanted to enter the tomb passage. Pop! Seemingly sensing Chu Yuan's position, the human-faced black mistletoe leader violently stretched out his forelimbs and smashed into him. Chu Yuan's eyes shrank as he nimbly rolled to avoid it, but the boulder he had just stood on was smashed to smithereens by its forelimbs. For a time, the debris in the sky was like rain on Chu Yuan's body. Hiss! This guy even has a group attack. It's really like he's become a spirit. Chu Yuan put on his mask and his eyes kept watching the movements of the human-faced blackjack chief, trying to find a hint of a path. Roar! Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the human-faced black mistletoe directly roared up to the sky, and one set of front limbs waved haphazardly in front of his body, blocking Chu Yuan. This guy, he's so smart. He knows tactics. Chu Yuan knew that he was underestimating this monster. He could already clearly hear the sound of dents crawling behind him. He knew that the human-faced black mistletoe leader in front of him was preventing him from leaving, wanting to attack him back and forth through the bug grandchildren. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan knew that he had to do his best, otherwise there was a real possibility that he wouldn't be able to leave. He reached out and took out the flying tiger claw from his waist, and threw it violently when he saw the right moment, only to see the cold iron special flying tiger claw as if it was a white train, wrapping around the forelimbs of the human-faced black mistletoe at a fast speed. As the human-faced black mistletoe flung its forelimbs, Chu Yuan was directly carried away by it, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the flying tiger claw was instantly loosened. Chu Yuan did a Harrier flip and landed in the air on the body of the human-faced black mistletoe. Disgusting! Looking at the pattern on the back of the human-faced black cymbidium, as if it was a 1,000-year-old demon woman's mouth, his heart moved, and the black and gold ancient sword was instantly held in his hand. Directly exerting 10% of his strength, he stabbed down without hesitation at this sinister mouth. Roar! The human-faced black mistletoe leader who had received a heavy blow instantly let out a pained roar while continuously shaking his body. Countless human-faced black grebes roared up to the sky, waving their sharp forelimbs, and once Chu Yuan fell down, they would tear him into pieces. Chu-chan, here! Just as Chu Yuan was thinking about how to get away, he suddenly heard Zhong Jinyue shout. When he heard this sound, he saw Zhong Jinyue standing at the entrance of the tomb passage, holding a bull-thick stick that he didn't know where he found. Spell it out. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth. At this moment, he could only choose to trust Zhong Jinyue, and he would not expose his bloodline power until it was absolutely necessary. More critically, with such a large Sphinx blackjack, the green dragon bloodline that had only been activated by 20% would not necessarily be able to expel them. With a flick of his wrist, the flying tiger claw in his hand swiftly flew towards the entrance of the tomb passage, precisely wrapping around Zhong Jinyue's stick. Ding dong! Shua! Quick! Pull the rope with me! Everyone back off! It was too late to be shocked by Chu Yuan's precision. Zhong Jinyue commanded and then his figure violently retreated. Feeling the force of the flying tiger's claws, Chu Yuan made an immediate decision and pulled out the black gold ancient sword, his left hand violently shaking. With the inertia of the human-faced black mistletoe leader swaying, the whole person rose high into the air, and with the force of the flying tiger's claw in mid-air, he quickly descended in the direction of the entrance of the tomb passage. Roar! As Chu Yuan drew his sword and flew up, the human-faced black mistletoe sensed his position and continuously waved its forelimbs, chopping at Chu Yuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Naya! It's really come to life. When the person was in mid-air, Chu Yuan felt a gust of evil wind behind him, and with the feeling, Chu Yuan subconsciously swung his sword. Ding! The black gold ancient blade chopped on the forelimbs of the human-faced black mistletoe leader, and it was as if it was chopped on a metal steel plate with a crisp collision sound. It was also with the help of this reaction force that made Chu Yuan's descent speed up instantly, and in a few breaths, he drilled into the tomb passage. With the help of the ground, after rolling forward a few times, he finally landed safely without any danger. Roar! Seeing Chu Yuan enter the entrance of the tomb passage, the human-faced black mistletoe leader's waving forelimbs trembled and growled. As expected, as a tomb-suppressing beast, it didn't dare to approach the tomb passage. Bouncing off the dust on his body, Chu Yuan watched the incompetent human-faced black mistletoe leader roar up to the sky, and his heart was finally relieved. The system was just powerful. In just one day's time, it made him go from a weak scholar with no hands, shake it up and become the lone hero who braves the lair of monsters. Ha! Why is everyone silent? Chu Yuan turned around, only to realize that the entire room was silent, and everyone in the archaeological team was staring at themselves dumbfounded. Chapter 16: The Mystery of the Lois Within. Chu Yuan's series of battles in these short minutes seemed simple, but the shock it gave was tantamount to a magnitude 10 earthquake. It directly caused the heat of the live broadcast of National Treasure to soar, with the number of people online exceeding 30 million, and all kinds of pop-ups talking about it. The most intuitive thing was that the popularity value of Chu Yuan's system panel was already close to 1 million. A great harvest. I have limited cultural level. This situation, just want to use a sentence to express the excitement, lying. What the hell just happened? Chu-chan, with these actions, is he still a human being? People are ruthless. Little brother, this force value is simply heavenly. I did not expect the Chinese martial arts can be so powerful. Does anyone know little brother's school of martial arts? I'm jealous and envious. I want to learn it so badly. I don't know. Say, what the hell is that telescoping thing on little brother's hand? With auto-telescoping and auto-positioning. I'll be damned. Didn't anyone notice little brother's stance? That's definitely lightness. Don't mention Newton to me. Aren't you all curious about this 8 to 9 meter tall sphinx? It's a miracle of biology. I'm Director Wang of the Biological Research Institute, and I'll take the leader of the sphinx at a high price, dead or alive. So just name your price. Little brother. I go. Worship big brother. Weekly ask. My son has raised a few 3 centimeter sphinx spiders. Take it? In the crypt. Hataru stared curiously at Chu Yuan and couldn't wait to ask. Little brother, how come you're so powerful? Was that lightness just now? How is that rope of yours so powerful? Before Chu Yuan could say anything, Zhao Yueying directly pulled the doubt-filled Hataru away and lowered her voice. Little brother was working so hard just now. Let him rest. Where did you get such curiosity? This is someone's secret. Only then did Hataru think of the thrill of Chu Yuan's party, opened her mouth and gave him an apologetic look. Xiao Chu, it's good that you're fine. Let's continue on our journey and find the others to rendezvous with first. Professor Chen gently patted his chest. Until now he still had palpitations in his heart. It was obvious that the impact he had just received was great. It simply subverted his previous knowledge. Boom! A sudden loud bang came from the crowd, causing them to be so inattentive that they almost fell without standing still. The door is gone. Hataru looked at the entrance to the tomb passage in front of her and suddenly disappeared into thin air with an incredulous look on her face. What's going on here? Wasn't it fine just now? The crowd sniffed and looked, could not help but be confused. To be a closer look, suddenly the bottom of the heart trembled, came in the entrance to the tomb even in the blink of an eye into a wall. This is also too bizarre. Spare Zhong Jinyue, who is an atheist, cannot help but swallow his saliva. This is the first time in his life to fight such uncertainty. Evil. The others were even worse, holding each other up and looking at Professor Chen in shock and disbelief. I hope that this professor of archaeology can give us a scientific explanation to relieve the fear in our hearts. Professor Chen didn't speak immediately, but only touched the walls around him, his face as heavy as water, the gaze in his eyes flickering. Professor, what the hell is going on? Why is the entrance suddenly gone? Zhong Jinyue walked over to Professor Chen's side with a serious look on his face. He had tried his best to calm himself down. Although he had encountered countless dangers, even when he was facing the human-faced black mistletoe, he wasn't afraid at all. But still, encountering such inexplicable and bizarre events made him unsettled in his mind. I didn't realize that the old man had been archaeologizing for decades and had always thought that the legends were false, but I didn't think that I would actually come across them. Ever since the party came down from the cave-in, I'd been wondering why this cave-in didn't hit the main chamber. So it's because of it. Professor Chen held onto the wall with a reminiscent look on his face as he explained with great emotion. There exists a legendary top feng shui location with Lois inside. Inner Lois? What's that? The crowd couldn't help but be filled with confusion as they looked at Professor Chen in disbelief. Professor Chen smiled indifferently and suddenly looked at Chu Yuan with an encouraging expression. Little Chu, you have a family history. You should know about the Inner Lois. Chu Yuan nodded. Seeing Professor Chen's encouraging look, he knew that his teacher was asking him to show what he had learned and to show his face. Seeing the crowd look at themselves with a longing face, Chu Yuan silently recovered the flying tiger grasp hanging on his waist, pondering in his heart how this should be explained in layman's terms. After thinking for a few moments, he opened his mouth. As we all know, feng shui, known as the most of geomancy, the place of feng shui can be simply summarized as the place where the wind is hidden and the place where the water is obtained. Ancient emperors believed that the rise and fall of the world was all due to the dragon vein, so the tomb must be built on a feng shui treasure. The mausoleum of Emperor Yongzheng of the Qing dynasty is known as the area where Qin Kuan gathers and shows, where yin and yang converge, which is known as the soil of superior auspiciousness to the later generations. And this land of the Dragon Ridge under our feet has buried countless dragon buildings and treasures for thousands of years, because this place is located on top of the Dragon Vein and is next to the Yellow River under the heavenly water, and is destined to nourish a lot of good feng shui treasures. Inside Lois, this top-level feng shui location, it's one of the feng shui treasures nourished by the Dragon Ridge zone. It is said that it contains a fountain pool. The water in the fountain will not overflow or dry up, and if someone sets up a mechanism in the inner Lois, the flow of water in the fountain can propel the entire chamber to move at regular intervals. The so-called its origin from the sky. If the wave of water, feng shui has the image of where storage. And the most amazing thing about this Nizang Lois is that it is obviously a top feng shui location, but on the outside it is mediocre. This one who built the Fishbone Temple was a senior high-ranking person, and must have also discovered the feng shui treasure land of Zhang Lois, which is why he covered up his ears, built the Fishbone Temple, and finally made the robber's hole. After hearing this, Professor Chen gently stroked his palm and smiled with a pleased expression. That's a good point. With the entrance disappearing just now, I'm sure this is the feng shui location of the inner Lois, suitable for emperors to build imperial tombs. The archaeological team heard the crowd could not help but be shocked. Really, if the emperor's tomb, that behind the century's biggest archaeological event, or maybe we all have the possibility to make a name for themselves in history. Alright, since we figured out that it's the organs that are the cause and not the gods or ghosts that are messing with us, let's all continue on our way. Zhong Jinyue also took out the iron-blooded bravery of the king of soldiers at this time, and walked in first along the tunnel with a firm gaze. Seeing this, the crowd could only temporarily put down the uneasiness in their hearts, and they all accelerated their steps and followed closely behind. I didn't realize that real feng shui is so powerful. If I learn it, can I also divide the gold and set the points? Congratulations to the owner. He has won a silver bracelet from Uncle Hat. This is an emperor's tomb. If it is really excavated by an archaeological team, the value it will bring to the country is incalculable. Isn't anyone curious about the owner of this ancient tomb? There are so many ancient emperors. I wonder which one this is. Prof. Chen has said before that this is a Western Zhou tomb. It must be the status of the Zhou dynasty. Boy, a big tomb of several thousand years. Little brother, pay more attention to Ma Bold and the others. These people are not simple. Song Wenjue, who was walking at the back of the tomb passage, looked at Chu Yuan beside him and reminded with a grave expression. Just now, while running away, I realized he was carrying a thermal weapon. Seeing Chu Yuan's face of disbelief, Song Wenjue was instantly a bit anxious. After all, in his opinion, Ma Bolt's group of people were unstable factors. Brother Zhua, don't worry, just a bunch of clowns. Chu Yuan raised the black and gold ancient sword behind his back with an indifferent expression. This group of people was his next fodder. With this confident look, and associating it with little brother's sharp hands just now, Song Wenjue's heart, which was still a bit worried, was instantly relieved. Chapter 17, Suspicions about the Real and Fake Coffins. TSK, strange, so strange. Hotep watched as Professor Chen kept chanting at the Sphinx statues on both sides of the tunnel as he walked along, and could no longer hold back the doubt in his heart as he subconsciously inquired. Prof. Chen, strange what you give an explanation to explain anxious to death. Put. Looking at the appearance of Hotpa stomping her feet in a hurry, Chu Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud and couldn't hold it in. It was just too funny. Sister Reba, look at the horizontal and vertical laying of the tunnel floor tiles. This is one of the mausoleum constructions after the Sui and Tang dynasties, whereas if you look at the surrounding Sphinx statues, this is a characteristic construction of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, which makes it seem contradictory. Worthy of being a senior archaeology student, Fu Chen could see the doubts in Prof. Chen's mind at a glance and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain on behalf of Prof. Chen. I see. That's rather strange then. Maybe it was originally a Western Zhou tomb that was turtled up by descendants. Hataru's eyes narrowed as she made a wild guess. Oh, I didn't realize Hataru was so smart. She really guessed right. Chu Yuan glanced at her with a surprised face, not expecting the truth to be guessed by her. Look, there's light in front of us. We should be at the underworld hall. Fu Qianshan looked at a chamber at the end of the tunnel and was suddenly agitated. At this time, the archaeological team has come to the end of the tunnel. This is a more than 200 square feet of the chamber, square and angular, above the yurt-style dome. In the center was a half-meter-high circular stone platform with 8 metal columns arranged around it. The most amazing thing was that what was placed on the stone platform was not a coffin, but an armillary sphere. The chamber was directly above the 5 heavenly star elements. and the dome was covered with mysterious patterns, speckled as if they were shining stars in the ancient sky, and surprisingly, no matter whether it was the metal pillars or the ground, it was also covered with such mysterious patterns. Hua Bai and Ma Daodu and the others were sitting around the stone platform to rest, and when they saw the archaeological team and their group arrive, they subconsciously all stood up, especially when he saw the guy in Zhong Jinyue's hand. Ma Bold frowned slightly and a fierce light flashed across his face. Little brother Chu, it's really great that you're actually alright. I've been worried sick about you. When Li Chunlai saw Chu Yuan's good looks, although he was shocked in his heart, he still stiffly took the initiative to welcome him. Chu Yuan's face didn't change, ignoring this fellow, and instead, he looked around the crypt in all directions on his own. Li Chunlai, who had made a fool of himself, touched his head awkwardly and looked at Professor Chen with a naive face again. Professor Chen, you've come just in time. We've made a major discovery. Professor Chen didn't think too much about it and nodded slightly at him, inquiring about any significant findings. Li Chunlai didn't hide anything, reaching out and pointing to the surrounding walls with an excited introduction. Professor Chen, this place is full of murals. The research value must be very high. The only pity is that no coffin was found. Hua Bai, don't move. Be careful of the mechanism. Chu Yuan, who was observing the murals, suddenly saw Hua Bai walk up to one of the murals, seemingly curious about the pen in the mural figure's hand, and casually removed it. When Chu Yuan saw this furtive movement of his, he immediately shouted, "Humph, what are you shouting for? Isn't it just a pen? What kind of mechanism is it? You really think you're a feng shui master? Ridiculous." Hua Bai weighed the copper brush in his hand, looked at Chu Yuan with disdain, and without pretending, directly opened his mouth to mock. Little brother Chu, don't be so shocked. I've already looked at it earlier. There isn't even a coffin here. It's definitely not the underworld hall. It's just an ordinary chamber. The real clues to the underworld palace must be within these murals. And Mr. Hua is doing this for everyone's good. Ma Daodu jumped off the stone platform and suddenly opened his mouth to defend Hua Bai, but the tone seemed to be directed at Chu Yuan anyways. Idiot. Chu Yuan clasped his hands on his arms and looked at the two of them indifferently. There will be a time for you to suffer later. Rumble. Just as Chu Yuan's words fell, a sound of organs rang out, only to see a stone door fall from the entrance where the crowd had come from. Li Chunlai, who was the closest, ran back violently, but he was still a step too late, and he was so anxious that he jumped straight to his feet. Finished. Even the entrance to the ancient tomb is gone. We can't go back at all now. Li Chunlai was tearfully yelling and screaming, and at one point he was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. The archaeological team's crowd also panicked, and everyone looked at Hua Bai, who had triggered the mechanism, with a grumbling face, just wanting to teach him a few words. Ka-ching! The sound of the mechanism sounded again, only to see a stone door in the southwest of the chamber slowly open under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd. Hurry! The real underworld palace has appeared. Ma Bold's face jumped. He was the closest and saw the coffin in the center position of the chamber at a glance. At once, with eyes glowing at the newly opened chamber, he greeted his men and jogged all the way there. Captain Zhong, hurry up and follow to take a look. Don't let them destroy the coffins. These are artifacts that carry history. Professor Chen, don't worry. With me here, Ma Bolt's gang won't dare to mess around. Zhong Jinyue took out the firearm at his waist, nodded slightly at Professor Chen, and closely followed Ma Daodu inside the stone door. He, little brother Chu, is this what you call an organ? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to find the main chamber. Hua Bai raised the copper pen in his hand, raised his eyebrows, and looked smugly at Chu Yuan. Humph, villainous. Not far away, when the two of them, Hot Butt and Zhao Yueying, saw this scene, they looked at each other before saying in unison, they don't even want to understand how this kind of person is popular. We are live broadcasting. You are so brave. Do the fans know? Chu Yuan glanced at him carelessly and walked past him calmly, as if he was a piece of air, not even giving him a proper look. Asterisk. You vegetarian. What are you tugging at? Get lost. Hua Bai gritted his teeth, furious with anger, and stared viciously at Chu Yuan's back, thinking about what status he had, the great god of Chinese music, not to mention being stolen by a vegetarian in this program. The other party even dared to ignore himself. Who gave him the courage? Regarding this Tullman's resentment, Chu Yuan naturally wouldn't put it to heart as he had already followed Professor Chen inside the stone door. It was a tomb room of about 20 square feet, with a gorgeous coffin half a man high placed in the center, which was engraved with dense patterns and looked incomparably mysterious. Professor, beware. I always feel there's something wrong with this coffin. Looking at Professor Chen who was surveying the coffin, Chu Yuan timely reminded, familiar with the plot, he knew that this was an organ coffin. A single carelessness could make everyone accounted for here. Professor Chen nodded his head slightly with a serious face. He knew that Chu Yuan was not making empty accusations. This chamber did reveal strangeness, because the coffin in front of us, but it is a Tang coffin. Western Zhou tomb appeared in the Tang coffin, is really puzzling. Professor Chen immediately told the crowd about the doubts in his heart, while also trying to extinguish the dirty thoughts of certain people and make it clear to everyone about the dangers of this chamber. Big brother, this coffin is so beautiful. There must be a lot of good stuff inside. A junior brother beside Ma Bold lowered his voice. Ma Daodu's expression moved. The greed in his heart was rampant. Thinking of this, his eyes rolled and he suddenly opened his mouth. In my opinion, what Western Zhou tomb Tang tomb? Wouldn't it be clear if we just opened the coffin? He didn't take what Professor Chen said to heart at all. He didn't go down to the tomb to look for someone. He came for the treasure. We've already seen the coffin. We've come here. How can we not open the coffin? Professor Chen, we are now trapped in an ancient tomb. The way out when we came has been blocked. Maybe there are some clues here? Zhong Jinyue wanted to look for clues to get out, and this coffin was the only one here that might hold clues, so he favored opening the coffin. Ma Bolt's eyes lit up at his words, and he said seriously while patting the coffin, Professor Chen, I've already observed the outside chamber. There's nothing. This coffin is our only hope of getting out. Professor Chen looked at the eager expressions of the people around him, and sighed in his heart. This place simply does not have the conditions for archaeological coffin opening, but considering everyone's safety, he still said with a heavy voice, Xiao Chu, you arrange for someone to open the coffin. Chapter 18, Man lights the candle, Ghost blows the lamp. Chu Chan, we're here to help you. What do you say to get it? Ma Bold said to open the coffin, the whole person in incomparable excitement, a face of eagerness to look at Chu Yuan, holding a crowbar in his hand. Do not know where he got the tool. Wait, Chu Yuan took out the golden 8 treasures compass in his arms, and faced with the doubts of the crowd, he explained, according to the rules, before opening the coffin, you must light a candle in the southeast corner of the tomb, and the candle will not go out before opening the coffin. Speaking, ignoring the shocked expressions of the crowd, Chu Yuan utilized the compass to locate the southeast corner before feeling out a candle from his bag. After Chu Yuan placed the lighted candles in the southeast corner, he got up and was immediately startled by the shocked expressions of the crowd. People light candles, ghosts blow out lamps, the cock crows and the lamps go out without touching the gold. You're the gold-touching lieutenant. Ma Daodu placed the crowbar in his hand across his chest and looked at Chu Yuan with a defensive expression, his face filled with shock. Legend has it that the gold inspector is most concerned about the rules and principles, and must light candles to open the coffins in the tomb, which means that the cock crows and the lights go out without touching the gold. What Chu Yuan was doing in front of him was clearly the rumored tactics of the gold touch. Who was the gold touch? Wait, don't touch the gold when the rooster crows and the lights go out. Ma Bold is afraid that he is not a grave robber. How does he know the rules of the gold touching inspector? People light candles, ghosts blow out lanterns. What is he saying? Why do I hear the hairs on my body standing on end? Is this still archaeology? The actual hammer. No wonder the little brother's hands are so good, and know how to divide the gold to set the point. So it's the heir to the school of gold touch. Solved the case. What's wrong with the gold finger? Didn't Prof. Chen say that little brother's bottom line is clean? Let's not argue. We're about to open the coffin. Don't get me wrong. This gold-plotting lieutenant in ancient times was specialized in finding ancient tombs or feng shui sites for the officials, and every heir has amazing skills, but it is said that this profession has long been lost, and it can be said that little brother may be the last gold-plotting lieutenant. At the same time, the archaeological team's crowd watched Chu Yuan's skillful maneuvering and immediately felt their scalps tingle. Not long ago everyone was still curious about the mysterious profession of the gold-touching officer. As it turned out, the real groper turned out to be on his side. Prof. Chen's face straightened and he looked at Chu Yuan seriously and asked, Little Chu, are you the gold toucher? Chu Yuan subconsciously shook his head. Dude has already gathered the core skills of the 2 main schools of tomb raiding. Not really a gold digger. My grandfather taught me all this when I was a child. I'm not sure myself. Growing up, this is the first time I've ever been down a grave. Professor Chen nodded slightly when he heard his explanation. No one in the crowd present knew Chu Yuan better than him. When he was first recruited as his student, it was because he had a solid foundation and a strong family background, and I didn't expect it to come in handy. Open the coffin. After explaining, Chu Yuan nodded at Ma Bold, while his eyes signaled for Hataru, Zhao Yueying, and the others to back off. Brothers, together. Ma Bold directly inserted the crowbar into the gap of the coffin's cover, ready to pry open the coffin together with force. 1, 2, 3, go! Ma Daoda shouted a loud call, and the crowd exerted their force together. Professor Chen and the others looked at the familiar appearance of Ma Daodu and the others. Their hearts suddenly sank, and they had the feeling of leading the wolf into the house. Little brother, it's not good. How come the color of the candle flame has turned dark green? Hataru's eyes suddenly glanced at the candle in the southeast corner and gasped when she saw the light change. Oh no! This shows that the tomb owner doesn't welcome us. The cock crows and the lights don't touch the gold. Let's get out. Chu Yuan's face changed, and he subconsciously pushed Hodor and the other girls out before turning to pull Professor Chen. He knew better than anyone else in his heart about what happened next, but he didn't want to go over to save Ma Bolt's people. These guys run boats all the time, and there are countless ancient tombs on both sides of the Yellow River, and it's common for these guys to dig up graves and excavate tombs. So maybe there are still lives in these people's bodies that aren't worth saving. Ma Bold and the others who were opening the coffin ignored the crowd's reaction and gave a look to their men, preparing to force the coffin open. Bang! Under the concerted efforts of this Ma Bold and the others, the coffin lid plate was violently and instantly lifted off. Wow! A silver-colored fountain shot out instantly as the coffin's lid panel took off, directly covering the entire body of one of Ma Bold's fellows who was closest to the coffin. The man didn't even let out a scream before he was directly engulfed by the silver waves. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's Mercury. Back off. Ma Bold smelled the pungent odor, lost his head and shouted loudly, not caring about his injured junior. He himself directly dropped the crowbar and jumped down, running in the direction of the stone door. Rumble. As the mercury gushed out, the stone door of the entrance to the chamber began to slowly descend, accompanied by the sound of a mechanism. Seeing this, Captain Zhong, who was the closest to the door, showed a hint of determination in his eyes and walked directly under the descending stone door, using his own flesh and blood shoulder to directly push up against it, while shouting at the dazed crowd, "Run! I can't hold it for long." At this time, Chu Yuan had already pulled Professor Chen back out safely. "Yeah, Zhua is still in there. Little brother, you have to save Zhua." Before Chu Yuan could stabilize his stance, Hataru pulled his arm with an anxious face and pointed at Song Wenjua inside the chamber, only to see that there were still Song Wenjua, Hua Bai and Ma Bold, two minions who had yet to come out of the tomb, trapped in another corner of the tomb. At this point the ground was covered in mercury, which would normally make it difficult for a few of them to get out. Chu Yuan's expression tightened as he obediently took out the flying tiger claw at his waist and quickly came to Zhong Jinyue's side, carrying the other side of the descending stone door with his own shoulder. At once, it slowed down the descent of the stone door. With a whoosh sound, the flying tiger grasp accurately landed on the coffin lid. Chu Yuan flicked his wrist, and under the power of the flying tiger grasp, the coffin lid quickly drove towards Song Wenjua and the others' position. "Jump on the cover if you want to live. Come on, we're not going to last." Hearing Chu Yuan's anxious voice, Hua Bai reacted the fastest and directly pushed aside the fellow in front of him, taking the lead to jump up himself. Song Wenjua frowned slightly. Holding Ma Bold's men gestured for the other to jump up first. After the two went up, the cover had already floated more than 2 meters away. Phew! Song Wenjua let out a deep breath, took a few steps back and leapt forward, directly spanning a distance of more than 2 meters, his body standing lightly on the cover. Even though Chu Yuan possessed a full-level fighting technique rewarded by the system, he was still envious when he saw such a stance of Song Wenjua. As expected of a national martial arts champion, there's no one else who can do this jackhammer. Come help! Seeing that all the people had stepped on the coffin lid plate, Chu Yuan greeted Ma Daodu and others to help, and in this way, with the concerted efforts of all the people, they finally rescued the several people trapped in the tomb. In the end, Chu Yuan collected his flying tiger claw and pushed it open with Zhong Jinyue, and the stone door of this organ chamber finally fell completely. The crowd was so relieved that they all looked at each other. Zhong Jinyue counted the number of people in the archaeological team and found that everyone was there, and his heart finally slowly relaxed. But the pain in his shoulder made him unable to resist sucking in a breath of cold air. Lend! Only to see a black shadow flashing in front of his eyes. Zhong Jinyue subconsciously caught it, and it turned out to be a bottle of gold sore medicine, which was exactly what Chu Yuan had thrown to him. Use it. It's the top-of-the-line medication that the program has prepared for everyone. It's very effective in treating bruises. Seeing his surprised look, Chu Yuan said indifferently, when this kind of healing medicine was first used, he still had a lot of it in his system backpack. Safety first, he certainly cannot be used, but it is unlikely that other team members do not need a rumble. Just as the crowd was about to take a rest, in search of a new way out, the stone platform in the center of the chamber suddenly turned slowly along with the sound of a mechanism. Everyone get up here. The mercury is flowing down the cracks in the stone door. Hataru was standing on the stone platform early when she suddenly smelled a pungent odor, which made her realize that the mercury was actually flowing along the stone door to the outside. This time to play Lu. We are too unlucky. Down the tomb what treasure did not see. All the organs. Li Chunlai scared to scratch his ears. Face all chagrined look. Seems to be very regret to do this vote. But unfortunately there is no regret medicine in the world to sell. Captain Zhong. First let everyone rush to wear masks. Mercury gas is extremely volatile and can be delayed with masks. Professor Chen forced himself to endure the feeling of dizziness and instructed Zhong Jinyue. Okay, I'll set it up. Seeing this, Captain Zhong directly rummaged around inside his own backpack, and indeed found a number of masks, and had everyone put them on and cover their own mouths and noses so as not to be poisoned. When the crowd thought of their current situation, their emotions became low. The entrance they came from had already been sealed. If they still couldn't find a way out, everyone could only wait for death in silence. For a while, the chamber suddenly became quiet, and the mercury inside the chamber began to slowly spread along the lines of the ground, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long before it covered the entire space. By that time, the people inside the chamber would definitely die from poisoning, and a wave of despair was born in the hearts of the people. Inside the large space, the only sounds were the low breathing, the slow rotation of the stone platform, as if it was like a scythe in the hand of the god of death, knocking on the heart one by one. I don't want to die. Is there really no way out? Huabai looked around the crowd with bloodshot eyes and a terrified look as he shouted. Chapter 19, Searching for the Star Peak in a Pouring Mansion. Chu Yuan, aren't you the gold toucher? Come up with your means, or else everyone will have to die here. Huabai's eyes finally landed on Chu Yuan's body, and he said furiously, although he had always looked down on this person, but he couldn't care about his face at the critical moment. Saving his life was important. Right, little brother. The gold touchers are said to be the best at cracking the mechanisms inside ancient tombs, so I'm relying on you this time. When Ma Bold heard Huabai's words, he slammed his thighs and suddenly remembered something and bowed to Chu Yuan. When the crowd heard this, their eyes all lit up, and it was only then that everyone remembered Chu Yuan's ability to divide gold and set points not long ago, and thought that he was also familiar with the arrangement of organs, especially Hoder and the other ladies. Their gazes stayed on Chu Yuan's body, as if they had seen a distant star, their eyes filled with starlight. How's it going, little brother? Can you find the organ? Zhong Jinyue quickly came to Chu Yuan's side, patted his shoulder and asked in a deep voice. He really didn't understand this precise and complicated mechanism. Chu Yuan nodded his head slightly, and after looking around, facing the expectant expressions of the crowd, he slowly opened his mouth. When we first entered this underworld hall, didn't everyone wonder where the coffin was? There is a cloud in the burial scripture that whether it is a solo burial or a joint burial, the owner of the tomb must wear a garment of great convergence and sleep peacefully in the coffin. Everyone look around here. These should be the tomb owner's precise layout. If we can open the right one of the stone doors, we should be able to find the coffin or the way out. Hearing this, Li Chunlai looked around and counted before realizing that there were actually 8 stone doors, excluding the organ chamber just now and the entrance he came from. There were still 6 stone doors. Gosh, the 6 choices. How to choose? If you choose the wrong one, we are not all finished. He couldn't help but start to freak out a little at the thought. Chu Yuan glanced at him and faintly said, we only have one chance. Once we make the wrong choice, I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for a second choice before we all die of poison. Hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but change their faces and suck in a mouthful of cold air. This feeling of life and death not being in their control was just too bad. Little brother, since you can spot the organ, it's better to leave it to you. Zhong Jinyue was thoughtful, and at this point in time, it could only be left to a professional like Xiao Xiao. Little Chu, the core of this organ wouldn't be this hunting heavenly instrument, would it? Professor Chen looked at the armillary sphere in the center of the stone platform, and the look in his eyes grew brighter and brighter, especially when he saw the handwriting on the armillary sphere. It proved his suspicions even more. It's the heavenly stem. Chu Yuan walked to Professor Chen's front and assisted the professor, nodding his head in agreement. Not bad. This should be a code system to manipulate the organs of this chamber. As long as we solve the code, everyone will be able to escape. It should be a vintage. Chu Yuan observed the armillary sphere, and the 16-character Yin and Yang secret art in his mind operated at high speed, allowing him to instantly guess the code range. So that's how it is. Just now, I have observed the entire mural. This is a tomb of a Tang dynasty nobleman. The mural recorded the famous feng shui master Li Chunfeng in history, and I think this organ was designed by him as well. Worthy of being a professor of archaeology, the calm Professor Chen had already discovered the end of the chamber. Xiao Chu. It's the 7th year of Jingwan. History records that Li Chunfeng invented a new type of armillary sphere that year. Professor Chen took Chu Yuan's hand and said with excitement, worthy of being Professor Chen, he was able to analyze so much information in this situation. Awesome. Are the ancients so powerful? A password system was invented thousands of years ago. Worthy of being the first recorded feng shui master. Little brother, it's time to utilize your tactics as a gold toucher. Saving the archaeological team depends on you. Can't anyone see the mercury starting to trickle down from the top? I'm in a hurry. Although he didn't know what the pop-ups in the live broadcast were saying, Chu Yuan also knew that the situation was very urgent right now. No, it should be the 22nd year of Jingguan. The year Li Chunfeng was appointed by the imperial court as the imperial historian, the most glorious time in his life. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan ignored the shock of the crowd and directly began to operate the armillary sphere. The 22nd year of Xianquan's Dry Branch Chronicle is the year of Wuxian. Found it. Seeing a circle inside the armillary sphere labeled with Yi and Shen on the horizontal axis, Chu Yuan directly pulled with his hands. Click! A sound of a mechanism rang out again, and the stone platform under the feet of the crowd unexpectedly began to rotate in the opposite direction. This change instantly caused the crowd to cry out in alarm, and for a time, people were on edge, especially when several of Ma Bolt's juniors kept crying and cursing. There were even a couple of people who spun around and vomited from outright vertigo. Little brother, how come the stone door didn't open? Is there a mistake somewhere? Zhong Jinyue saw that the surrounding sealed immovable stone doors did not move, and looked at Chu Yuan with a puzzled face. Xiao Chu, the new book of Tang says that Li Chuanfeng's armillary sphere should have 3 orbits on the surface and 3 layers underneath according to the quasi-base. But as you look at the armillary sphere there are only 2 orbits. Professor Chen's words made Chu Yuan suddenly realized. At this time he also remembered certain details of the TV set in his previous life. It was really a long time. Some details were neglected by him. Walking up to the armillary sphere, Chu Yuan gazed at it, and sure enough, he found another thin track inside the core of the armillary sphere. Without much hesitation, the fine track inside was pulled straight open. At that moment, countless organ sounds resounded intensively, especially because the tracks inside the armillary sphere were unexpectedly running rapidly on their own. With the operation of the armillary sphere, the mercury originally located on the ground even slowly changed. Countless mercury along the 8-coiled dragon pillars in the chamber even ran against the trend, from bottom to top to follow the grain against the flow. This change directly shattered the crowd's perception that water flows downhill, and eventually both the stone platform and the armillary sphere stopped rotating. Look, little brother. Overhead, the crowd, which had just slowed down, didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief before they were caught up in Hot Rod's urgent cries. Looking along the direction of her finger, the crowd couldn't help but be dumbfounded and look at each other with a bad feeling in their hearts. It's the 28 stars, Professor Chen exclaimed. It turned out that just at the moment when the organ stopped, the mercury that flowed upstream against the current revealed all the mysterious patterns on the top of the chamber, and under the illumination of the mercury, it turned out to be a picture of the starry night, as many as 28. What does this mean? Is it some kind of organ again? Hua Bai is very anxious at this moment. It is not easy to stop the organs, and then come to such a thing, is simply to screw up their own gang of talent? His heart to quit the taping of the show has strengthened a few more points, even if he loses money. That means we have to find the correct one among these 28 stars to open the stone door. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 28 stars above him and said indifferently, asterisk 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 asterisk, 28 choices. Might as well let me die. Ma Bold no matter what. Hearing this directly burst into foul-mouthed spitting. How do you choose one of 2? Or all choose, let alone one of 28? It's too hard. Li Chunlai couldn't help but open his mouth as well, his face becoming very ugly. Yeah, it's so hard to choose. The choice must be made. If not, everyone will die. What to do? For a while the crowd was talking. Everyone was talking to each other, and the noise made Chu Yuan's head hurt. Everyone stop arguing and let little brother think about it. Hataru suddenly raised her voice in reminder as she saw Chu Yuan brooding not far away, thinking that she had to give him a quiet environment to think. The crowd was silent. Chu Yuan looked at the 28 stars above his head, his mind frantically calculating and his mouth muttering. Dojio, the head of the northern Xuanwu, consists of 6 stars, resembling the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, also known as the Southern Dipper. The Southern Dipper is noted for life, and the Northern Dipper is noted for death. The 6 stars of the Southern Dipper are Tianfu, Tianliang, Tianji, Tiantong, Tianxiang, and Qiqi. The Star of Heavenly Chance is symbolized by the Star Lord of Upper Life. The Star of Heavenly Chance. Coming in front of the armillary sphere, Chu Yuan looked at the fine tracks at the core, and in his heart, he was a little worried about whether his projected heavenly planet was accurate. Little brother, we're putting our lives in your hands. Get it? Listen to God. Zhong Jinyue looked at Chu Yuan with a firm gaze. He was the only one he trusted the most in this situation. But I don't want to die. I want to live. Li Chunlai, obviously uneasy about putting his life in someone else's hands, muttered in a low voice. Ma Daodo sniffed and instantly bumped him with his shoulder. looking at him viciously with a warning look, with the meaning that if you are chattering, I will knife you. Seeing that everyone had no opinion, under the expectant eyes of the crowd, Chu Yuan firmly thought in his heart, slowly pulling the third thin rail of the armillary sphere so that its center position was directly facing the Tianji star above the dome. Ka! After the fine rails returned to their place, Chu Yuan slowly took a few steps back, his eyes looking around at the surrounding stone doors. Rumble! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, a stone gate slowly rose from the direction of the southeastern corner, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Oops! The door is open. It must be the way out. Everyone hurry! Ma Daodu threw up his arms and quickly leapt out, running towards the location of the stone door, with all of his minions following close behind. Chu Yuan nodded slightly at the archaeological team's crowd, and everyone began to take a step toward the way out. Assisting Professor Chen, Chu Yuan looked back at the armillary sphere in the center of the chamber as he walked, and he could not help but feel a great deal of emotion in his heart. Worthy of being the first person in the history of geomancy and geomancy, this kind of precise and complicated mechanism is also difficult to copy the existence of modern times. Chapter 20 Infinite Loop Soul Ladder. Chu Yuan, who was walking behind the crowd, assisted Professor Chen all the way out of the underworld hall, and saw a smooth flight of steps. Wait! The two of them walked a distance of 3 or 4 meters when Professor Chen suddenly felt a tremor under his feet, the movement so small that it was almost negligible. Professor Chen stopped and suddenly turned to look, and the situation behind him immediately surprised him. Little Chu, the road that just came out of the underworld temple is gone. Chu Yuan naturally also discovered this situation. Having seen the ghost-blowing lamp movie and TV show, he knew the mechanism setup of this hanging soul ladder. It should still be because of the inner Lois, which automatically made the hanging soul ladder and the underworld hall separate after triggering the mechanism again. This is a direct result of the closed loop of the hanging ladder, which keeps the characters in the movie and TV show from getting out of the hanging ladder in the early stages. This means of organ separation alone shows the gold content of Li Chunfeng, the first person in Feng Shui. Professor, don't worry, it should have touched some kind of organ that made the inner Lois Feng Shui bit in displacement. What? There are still organs? How come we encountered so many organs along the way but never saw the tomb owner's coffin? Hatba was not far away from Chu Yuan and the others, and when she heard the conversation between the two, she couldn't help but bitterly and secretly spit. They were nominally participating in a live archaeological broadcast this time, but they froze and were turned into a suspenseful adventure, with all kinds of demons and monsters appearing. Hey, this time it's our Archaeological Institute's mistake. I didn't realize that this Western Zhou tomb had been transformed into a Tang tomb. This Tang tomb master is Feng Shui Master Li Chunfeng, a master of astronomy, numerology, econometrics, yin and yang, and calendars. Thinking back to the precise and complex organs in the underworld hall just now, one ring following another, Professor Chen couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. Little brother, how do you know so much? What was said just now about the stars, the heavenly stems and earthly branches, they're all so profound. Hataru's head hurt a little at the thought of the series of changes that had just taken place, and she felt like she was about to grow a brain. But Chu Yuan decrypting the hunting heavenly instrument, it was really handsome, and she couldn't help but make her feel good about this Chu Junior brother. Ha ha ha, our goddess is so cute. Going on an archaeology program can even grow your brain. You've earned it. One of little brother's absolute highlights. A clicking meal of decryption. The most complicated organ ever at your fingertips. People who don't have some historical and cultural background can't really solve this kind of composite organ. It's really difficult. What else does little brother not know? He knows astrology and astronomy, and knows how to fight. He's just a perfect man god. Didn't you notice what Prof. Chen said? They've entered another organ. Borrowing from Wizard Li. It's all organs. We're all used to it. Trust little brother. I'm sure I can crack it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upstairs is a little brother blow it. Respect the facts. The reason why my brother can crack the mechanism but my family does not speak brother reminded. The hearts of the archaeology team are really big. Didn't anyone realize that both sides of the steps are overhanging? Maybe it's a 10,000 foot cliff. Looking at Hatba's expression of eagerly wanting to know the answer, Chu Yuan was amused in his heart and laughed softly on his lips. Read more books, more newspapers, less snacking, more sleep. Seriously? You're not going to lie to me, are you? Say, why does that sound so familiar? Hatba tilted her head and looked at Chu Yuan with an I don't believe it stance and said, ha ha. Looking at the two men's jocular appearance, Prof. Chen laughed happily, letting his heart that had been taut relax a little. Ha, little brother. Something's not right. Hey, why can I hear Captain Zhong's voice but not see his person? Watching this, Hataru jerked her head up in disbelief. In just a few short minutes, She could no longer see a single silhouette in front of her, and seeing this, she hurriedly stopped her steps. Prof. Chen also seemed to remember something, half squatting his body to check the stone steps under his feet with great emotion. The wisdom of the ancients is truly an eye-opener. This stone step and its surroundings should have been coated with light-absorbing materials, which has caused our vision to be obstructed. When an ordinary person encounters this kind of dark environment, it is extremely easy for the fear of darkness to wear down his body and mind. And if he encounters any kind of mechanism, he will probably be firmly trapped to death. Hearing this, Chu Yuan couldn't help but give Professor Chen a high look. Worthy of being the most authoritative archaeologist in the country today. Surprisingly, all of them were hit by him. Even so, Professor Chen still couldn't figure out what kind of organs could be on this path, and could only observe as he walked, slowly moving forward. Chu Yuan, who was walking at the end of the road, silently unleashed the talent night eyes in his mind, and at once the originally dim space became as white as day. All the arrangements around him were clearly visible to him, living up to the talent of the unloading Rex Chief General, a complete nemesis of darkness. Good lord, how big a deal this has to be. When he saw the mysterious and unpredictable construction of the hanging soul ladder in the original, Chu Yuan was astonished and marveled under the wisdom of the ancients. It turns out that organs can be played this way. During the period when Chu Yuan was thinking, several people had already walked for more than half an hour without realizing it, but still had not yet reached the end. This stone staircase seemed to be endless. Everyone stop. Something's wrong. Zhong Jinyue was the first person to realize that something was wrong, and being a soldier king by birth, he already possessed top-notch mental qualities. But as he continued to walk, he found his mental faculties faltering. A hint of fear constantly haunted his mind. Captain Zhong, what's wrong? How long do we have to walk until we reach the end? Song Wenhua endured the fear in his heart. He hit the flashlight on the way to shine around. A kind of nameless fear inexplicably appeared in his heart. We should be caught in some kind of trap. Zhong Jinyue crouched down and saw the marks cut by the knife on the stone steps at his feet, which were the very marks he had left not long ago. We're back to square one. How is that possible? We obviously went all the way down. Yeah, we're going in one direction. How can we be spinning in place? It's not scientific. Captain Zhong, could you have misremembered? Zhong Jinyue listened to the crowd's words and wondered if he had misremembered. Otherwise it couldn't have happened. No, Captain Bell was right. We're just back up again. A clear and pleasant voice suddenly came out from the darkness in front of the crowd. Who? Hearing the voice, everyone's hearts tightened, and they suddenly panicked and shone their flashlights over, unable to see at all because of the light absorption. Accompanied by a few footsteps, the face of the visitor gradually appeared within the crowd's sight. Hotep, little brother? It was clearly the trio of Hataru, Chu Yuan and Professor Chen. Professor Chen, you guys, aren't you behind us? Behind us? How? Walked in front of us? Zhong Jinyue stumbled, his face full of shock. He really couldn't figure out what had happened. Behind him, Song Wenhua, Ma Daodu and the others were even more shocked, as if they had seen a ghost, staring daggers at Chu Yuan and the others. Hey, Captain Zhong, let everyone rest in place. We've encountered the legendary hanging soul ladder. Professor Chen sighed and found a stone step to sit down, his mind still pondering over the hanging soul ladder mechanism that Chu Yuan had mentioned just now. It turns out that just a short while ago, Chu Yuan told Prof. Chen and Reba about the mechanism of the hanging soul ladder and told the three of them to wait in place. According to his speculation, he would inevitably encounter Zhong Jinyue and the others from behind in a few minutes. Hearing Chu Yuan's idea, Professor Chen and Hotpa's first reaction was that it was impossible. They had clearly been walking down. How could this stone staircase be a closed-loop path? Until they heard Zhong Jinyue's voice coming from behind them. They then marveled at Chu Yuan's ability, while at the same time their hearts were even more in awe of the tomb owner, Li Chunfeng, the feng shui master. It's simply a god-awful organ with no solution. Not to mention the archaeological team of the crowd's trepidation. The crowd's encounters in the live broadcast room is to cause some discussion of the fervor. The wisdom of the ancients is awesome. This is not a ladder of hanging souls. It's like a Mobius ring. You'll never get out of it. Brothers, this would be the famous Penrose staircase theory. For staircases, connected at all corners, but each staircase going up. A paradoxical staircase impossible in a three-dimensional world. Asterisk is really a master of the art. Great God. This brother is half right. Although in reality there is no paradoxical staircase, but this is in an ancient tomb, surrounded by light-absorbing materials coated. Due to the influence of light, it is easy for people to lose their logical judgment, and psychologically they will mistakenly think that it is a Pangloss staircase. Although I can't understand everyone's analysis, Li Chunfeng is really powerful. The Tang dynasty, invented this theory. Let's not discuss it. Look, Chu-chan is ready to speak. And listen to what the gold-touching colonel has to say. I've prepared a small bench and a small blackboard, waiting for the governor's speech. Chapter 21, The 8 Wonders of Seeing, Hearing, Questioning, and Cutting. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room as well as everyone in the archaeological team were dead set on Chu Yuan. I hope that this little brother, whose legacy comes from the schoolmaster of the Golden Temple, will continue to play the amazing operation of the underworld temple in breaking the armillary apparatus, and lead everyone out of this mysterious and unpredictable hanging soul ladder apparatus. Even Hua Bai, who had always looked down on him, looked at him with an expectant face. All of a sudden, in the quiet dark environment, the quiet atmosphere of this moment on the stone steps of the hanging soul staircase was exceptionally terrifying. As for Chu Yuan, he was just surveying the surroundings with a calm demeanor, his hands behind his back, and an inscrutable look on his face. Check the popularity value. Chu Yuan took advantage of the period when everyone was recuperating and silently checked the system panel's popularity value in his mind. His previous performance in the underworld hall where he had greatly broken the huntsman was perfect. A series of maneuvers that are nothing short of textbook and are sure to garner a huge wave of popularity. Opening the system, sure enough, his popularity value directly broke through 1 million, thus showing the shock that Chu Yuan had brought to the crowd earlier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the 1 million popularity value gift pack. The gift pack is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of asking the trigrams. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, hair mound finger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop climbing armor. Oh, it's worthy of the $1 million reward. It's just powerful, especially the hairy knuckles and the climbing armor. It's simply a godly weapon for descending into the tomb. Fakio finger is even the core skill of Fakio Zonlangang, capable of sensing and deciphering any mechanism in the tomb. In this way I've gathered all the 3 major skills of gold touching, Fakio and mountain moving, equivalent to obtaining the 3 major degree certificates of tomb rating. Chu Yuan impression only moving mountain leader partridge whistle at the same time to obtain the double degree of touching gold and moving mountain, which like himself, the opening is 3 degrees, especially prop climbing armor. When watching TV Chu Yuan felt that partridge whistle this armor is handsome. I did not expect that it was also rewarded out by the system. It is said that the climbing armor is made of shark skin, the joints with shark tendons sewn together, not subject to water and fire. The force can be released when the joints are installed with white hooks. The number of extremely large and small short hooks, flexible and versatile. It is really a treasure for climbing mountains and going down to the sea to catch the scaly. And even more rare is that it can also protect the body and attack. Multifunctional armor. Check out your panel properties. Host, Chu Yuan. Body, super physical strengthening. Born with night eyes. 20% of Green Dragon's bloodline. Skills, fighting. Weapon mastery. 16 characters of yin and yang. Ventriloquism. Kuei Xing kick. Hairchio fingers, and the art of Gua Gua. Props, golden 8 treasures compass, black gold ancient sword, flying tiger claw, gold touching charm, mountain climbing armor. Items, pills of closed air, pills of antidote. Popularity value, 1.23 million. Very good, very powerful. Looking at the screen full of skills, at once, Chu Yuan suddenly had a feeling of bravado, as if any ancient tomb under the sun could come and go. However, what the hell is this art of asking the trigrams? It wouldn't be the ability of blind man Chen to tell his fortune in his later years. Undeniably blind man Chen's fortune-telling skills tops the entire book ghost-blowing lamp. But this thing on the tomb can be of any help? What's more, the movie and television drama of his This Trigram's metaphysical very spiritual or not is another story. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan had no choice. Since it was rewarded by the system, he reluctantly accepted it, and immediately chose to accept the inheritance of the art of asking the trigrams. A cool aura appeared in his mind, and all the knowledge about the art of asking the trigrams was transformed into a flood of memories and incorporated into it. And Chu Yuan realized that he had a great misunderstanding of this strange art. After receiving the memories, Chu Yuan had a refreshing feeling of growing a brain, and he would never have to worry about his memory metamorphosis again. The reason why it is called a strange art, because all capable grave robbers are inseparable from the look, smell, ask, cut 4 words. Each of these is further divided into 2 methods, upper and lower. The upper method of the word look is to observe the heavenly stars and examine the earth's veins, which is the method of the gold detachment and determination of the points of the gold touching school. The next method is to watch the mud traces to distinguish the color of grass. The original film and television drama on the Chin blind man has been introduced. He is good at this strange art. Smell word trick in the upper method is to smell the mountain to identify the law of the dragon. When Chen blind man explored the Bottle Mountain tomb at the top of the mountain to release the gun to identify the sound, is this method. This next method is the art of smelling the ground. A person with a sensitive nose can smell the earth below the surface and tell whether the tomb has been robbed or not. The upper method of ask is to ask the sky and play the trigrams, to get the direction of the tomb through divination, or to judge the fate of the action before robbing the tomb. The next method is to ask people, by dealing with people to ask for information about the local customs, strange people and so on. Cut is the technique of playing the hole. The archaeological team through the fishbone temple hole is a master of the cut technique left by the master. If a grave robber does not account for one of these 8 methods, then it is a pure tofu z, without school and inheritance. Wai-Chin Yulo Young can serve as tens of thousands of unloading Ling Luck's general head, not people family good, but he is really too comprehensive. This 4-word skill 8 big law. Chen Yulo accounted for at least 6 kinds. Chu Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief after absorbing this huge memory. So it turned out that the 4 major sects of grave robbers actually had so much to say. Now that the art of asking the trigrams was in his hands, he had a new arrangement for the next step in cracking the hanging soul ladder. In fact, through his gifted night eyes he had already seen through the barriers brought about by the light and discovered the exit. But for the sake of popularity value, he could only condescend to the archaeological team's crowd. Ahem. After attracting the attention of the crowd, looking at the crowd with an expectant face, Chu Yuan opened his mouth in a deep voice. I'm sure you all already know that this is the legendary hanging soul staircase. The most important thing now is to find a way out. And I've already made quite a few discoveries along the way just now. Everyone, please look here, Chu Yuan faintly said, pointing to a circular marking on a stone step at his feet. The markings were used by the ancients to count, and with this stone step as the starting point all the way down, there are 384 steps under the coefficient. Why do people think that the hanging soul ladder goes all the way down? This is actually because everyone is deceived by their surroundings and the light and shadows. Everyone please note the stone steps under your feet. They are all in this regular row of light. Not light, and they have very little slope between them, because when we are in an environment with no frame of reference, closed in around us, cliffs on both sides, and uneven steps, the darkness slowly eats away at us. By giving us all a sense of walking at a high altitude, the brain creates the illusion that the sights we sometimes see with our eyes are not necessarily real. Therefore, the way of escape is at our feet. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, Hodor slightly probed her body to look at the abyss that could not see the bottom at a glance at her feet on the right side, and shuddered inwardly. Little brother, how can we find the way out of the horrible abyss that is clearly all beneath our feet? She asked softly after looking into the abyss at her feet, while gently rubbing her chest as if soothing her inner fears. Chapter 22, The 64 Trigrams of Joey. Yes, little brother Chu. As a gold-touching officer you can't mess around. Ma Bold swallowed his saliva in fear, and seeing Chu Yuan's confident appearance, he hurriedly reminded the other party, lest the other party get himself killed by fooling around. Chu Yuan ignored the other party and looked at the crowd indifferently. Ancient people talk about feng shui. Naturally, we'll use the Zhou-yi. Tai Chi gives birth to 2 instruments. 2 instruments give birth to 4 elephants. 4 elephants give birth to 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams after the combination of arrangements. It generates 64 hexagrams. And each hexagram has 6 lines. The combination of the 64 hexagrams is the phase of the hexagrams. There is a total of 384. And the stone steps under our feet, 1 yin and 1 yang, exactly 384 steps, exactly 64 trigrams. Zhong Jinyue looked at him with a shocked face when he heard this and asked suspiciously, are you saying that you have to choose the correct trigram out of these 64 hexagrams in order to crack this what's-his-name hanging soul ladder? What? How did it become 64 choices again? Li Chunlai, who was on the side, shouted in horror. Chu, so what trigram are we in now? Professor Chin didn't yell like the bystanders and asked with a calm face. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a hexagram that hints at our current situation. The trapped hexagram. Chu Yuan thought for a moment before answering faintly. Professor Chen frowned slightly. There are a total of 6 lines in the trapped trigrams. That is, there is a choice. Which one is the right one? Chu Yuan nodded and led the crowd forward dozens of steps, looking at the location of his feet and said firmly, trapped trigram 9. 5. This is it. 6 steps. There is only one correct way out. Choose the right one. Jump down and you're alive. The crowd looked at the blackness under their feet, as if it was the abyss of hell, and their teeth were chattering and their scalps were numb from watching. It's so dark, you can't see to the end. It doesn't look like a way out. Huabai took a few steps back and glanced at Chu Yuan in questioning inquiry. Zhong Jinyue looked at Huawei with a reproachful face. You don't help even if you don't help. All the way to give everyone more trouble. If not considering his own identity, I would have taught him a lesson. Chu Yuan ignored the other party and turned around, looking around the crowd before slowly speaking. Since the encounter is difficult, Must first solve the difficult gua on the DUI chicane. The fifth line for the yang lines. If the yang lines into the yin lines, the difficult gua will also become a solution to the gua. You're taking us for naive goons. Who knows if we'll live or die if we jump from here? Ma Bolt's eyes flashed with a strange color and asked questioningly. He was worried that Chu Yuan would let himself and his minions jump in first to try and make mistakes for the crowd, and he definitely wouldn't agree to that. The crowd of the archaeological team immediately looked at Ma Bolt suspiciously, as if they had guessed something, and everyone began to fall silent. Chu Yuan looked around and spoke calmly. Since I brought it up, naturally I'm the first to jump. No way. Professor Chen was the first to stop when he heard Chu Yuan's words. We don't know what complicated organs we'll encounter back there. You're still young. I'll jump first. Chu Yuan sniffed. His heart was filled with emotion. This is the real archaeologist, the real hero who dares to sacrifice himself. Little brother, all of us have trusted you all this way. We'll jump together if we have to. He was still touched in his heart for Jiba's bravery to come forward, especially since Xiao Yueying and Fu Chanshan both nodded their heads firmly as well. You guys hear me out. Jumping down from this step is the solution trigram, with the highest chance of survival, and counting back from here to the third. This is the extraction trigram, with the significance of smooth and prosperous, and the probability of survival. Chu Yuan explained with a solemn face. Everyone, I can only choose one to jump. If it's not right, then you'll jump the other one. At this point his voice paused. Anyway, I'm the first to die, so it's not too bad for all of you. I'll see you at the bottom. After saying that, the whole room was silent. The crowd was looking at Chu Yuan with a stunned face. Obviously the crowd did not expect him to be so brave. At this moment, the entire netizens in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Asterisk. What kind of operation is this? Little brother is going to risk his life. Isn't he afraid of death? If you don't know, ask, what the hell is a hanging ladder? Is it that hard? Upstairs, big brother. This is the program's top black tech drones can't even shoot the peripheral images. You say it's hard. Guosher is unrivaled. I don't know I Ching and Bagua, but I dare to sacrifice myself after rushing little brother to interpret the trigrams. I think I have full confidence in myself. You jump. We jump. The archaeology team is great. Little brother. Great. Asterisk. Don't be ridiculous. Does anyone have an explanation for this? Little brother. What exactly did you say? All stop talking. So looking forward to little brother's amazing jump. Oh, a bunch of people are getting high here for a gold digger. And they don't hurry to contact the program to send professionals to the rescue. You'd be crazy to expect a grave robber. It's really a big forest with all kinds of birds. Where did the black man come from? Running here to spew nonsense? Hurry up and get out of the way. Even though the pop-up said so, there were still many netizens who were really worried about Chu Yuan, and their hearts were even more mixed. At this time, the program team of National Treasure is watching the data changes in the live broadcast room and backstage. The chief director behind the program doesn't know whether to laugh or cry, knowing that there are such high ratings now. Inseparable from Chu Yuan's amazing skill and superior ability to decrypt the organs, countless netizens witnessed the real adventure of the ancient tomb. What's more, the show's ratings have risen several notches, so it's safe to say that the first installment has been a huge success. Zhong Jinyue pursed his lips and looked at Chu Yuan with a complex expression. His heart was full of emotions. Through the contact of just half a day, he had a very good impression of this young man. He is skillful, bold and careful, and acts in a very organized manner. Facing the life and death crisis of the crowd, he also did not hesitate to step forward. Thinking of this, Zhong Jinyue walked over to Chu Yuan and patted his shoulder with a solemn expression. Little brother, don't worry. If you really go one step ahead, I will definitely bring everyone out. Besides, you're the heir to the golden toucher that Prof. Chen talked about. A lucky man will have a heavenly fortune. You definitely won't die. Chu Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes and secretly said in his heart, I really thank you, little brother. It was only then that Hataru and the others were sure that Chu Yuan really intended to verify it in person, and they looked at him with a desire to speak. Chu Yuan was rather relaxed, and after looking around, he finally slowly walked to the steps of the unraveling of the trigrams under the complicated gazes of the crowd. After standing still and transferring the flashlight to Hataru behind him, Chu Yuan stared intently at the abyss at the bottom. $5 million. Here I come. Although under the Chu Yuan night-eye talent, he could clearly see the stone steps 2 meters below his feet at the moment, and he had to say that Blind Shen's talent was really bull. Not only can the knight in the normal vision, and even in some environments can see through the barriers, otherwise Chen Blind Man back in the year Dianwang Tomb Line will not be on his own to run out. For the sake of popularity value, when it was time to perform, Chu Yuan could only silently say sorry to everyone in his heart. After the brewing emotions were in place, Chu Yuan's eyes closed, and without hesitation, he leapt forward, as if he were a lone brave man, rushing into the darkness without hesitation, looking for a sliver of a way to live for the crowd. Little brother. The entire space was accompanied by nothing but a few heartbreaking cries, and Chu Yuan, who had jumped down, did not respond in any way. A wave of sadness rose in the hearts of the crowd, and several girls, including Hotaru, even burst into tears. Come down. It's safe under here. Suddenly a bright voice came out from the darkness, but for the archaeological team crowd seemed to be that heavenly music. It's little brother. He's alive. Hotaru jumped straight up and down at the sound of the familiar voice, crying tears of joy. Chapter 23, The Dragon Palace reveals its true form. After receiving the message from Chu Yuan, the crowd of archaeologists jumped down from the stone steps in turn. Once safely on the ground, I was finally able to see around me, and the stone steps under my feet no longer sucked up the light, and I was able to see farther with the flashlight shining through. Little brother Chu, worthy of being a gold toucher, so powerful. To be able to crack such a bizarre mechanism, Ma Bold has been working on both sides of the Yellow River for a long time, and he is envious of Chu Yuan's good hands and knowledge of the craft of organs, thinking that maybe after going out we would still have a chance to cooperate. His attitude was also eased quite a bit. Ha, little brother, how come the stone steps here are similar to the ones above? Where is the exit? Zhong Jinyue frowned slightly, looking at the stone steps in front of him that were exactly the same as the previous one, and looked at Chu Yuan in surprise. Captain Zhong, the stone steps here don't have light-absorbing materials, so you can see farther. The end of the steps should be the way out. Chu Yuan took the flashlight in Hotpa's hand and shone it forward, vaguely able to see the light and shadow not far away, thinking that was the exit. Little brother, you're awesome. Hotpa looked at Chu Yuan with a frown and a thumbs up, a face of adoration. It's still not very safe here. Let's hurry. Chu Yuan surveyed the cliffs on both sides, and when he saw the crowd's minds relaxing, he hastily spoke out to remind them. The crowd then reacted to the fact that the current situation was still dangerous, and hurriedly stood up and headed for the exit in front of them. I have to say, little brother's amazing jump was enough to shock the nation. Why are there such wonderful men? A combination of face, talent, wisdom and courage. Little brother, from today onwards you're my man god. Upstairs, I found a dog licker. I'm not that good. I'm just mediocre. Let me have it. I won't even bother poking at your attempts. If you call that mediocre, then what are we all? Count us unlucky to meet someone as awesome as little brother. The official footage of little brother being publicized in high profile is so damn lit. Little brother, hurry up and carry the knife ready to raise the curry. Everyone, follow him. His account has already exceeded 3 million followers. I go. So cow, just open the broadcast that will I pay attention to the little brother. Only more than 10,000 fans. This will be 3 million? Although Chu Yuan didn't know how he was doing with the increase in powder, the popularity value in the system took a big step towards the goal of 5 million. It seemed that the attention brought by the amazing jump just now was very powerful, and it was not in vain that he had worked so hard to perform. Little brother, look, there are many engraving marks on the wall over here. Just after walking out of the hanging soul staircase, he was greeted by a tunnel consisting of 2 boulders on both sides, while the boulders were engraved with a number of mysterious drawings. Looking in the direction of Jiba's finger, Chu Yuan was shocked in his heart. It turned out that what was engraved on the wall was exactly the arrangement of the organs that he had just experienced. Prof. Shen even took out his special camera directly, and after taking a good picture, he looked at the crowd with a happy face. Don't worry everyone. What's inscribed on this is the design of the entire chamber as well as the mechanism of the hanging soul ladder. It seems that I speculated correctly. The organs that we just experienced, our internal lowest down to change at any time, and ahead is definitely the underworld hall where the tomb owner's location is located. As long as we find the temple of the underworld, we'll find the true way out. Hearing this, the crowd of the archaeological team was excited, and many of them were even more relieved in their hearts that it was finally coming to an end. Ma Bold and the others on the side cautiously looked at each other, and did not know what the hell they were thinking. Go! Seeing that the true underworld palace was just ahead, the crowd was filled with confidence, striving to pass this ghost mount in one fell swoop. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that the greatest danger was coming. This time, he was not facing an organ, but a life and death crisis. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan could not help but backhandedly draw out his black gold ancient sword, straightened his back, and gazed intently ahead. The 100 or so meter long tunnel came to an end in a few minutes, and was met by a spectacular temple a few hundred meters away. At this moment everyone's eyes were dumbfounded, not realizing that there really existed a dragon house treasure hall underneath the dragon ridge. It had the appearance of a huge black castle standing in the darkness of the abyss, and it was the true underworld temple of the Western Zhou tomb. It was built on a mountain, with walls made of black boulders, which were carved with ancient runes in mysterious patterns, emitting an eerie glow that made people shiver when they looked at it. As the drone's image swept over the distant temple, the entire broadcast room was abuzz with the session's netizens. It is said that in today's world China is the world's #1 infrastructure maniac, and it seems that this title existed thousands of years ago, and the history carries on, worthy of being an emperor's tomb. Just the system of this underworld hall is already the first time I've seen it in my life. It's too spectacular. Professor Chen looked at the distant underworld palace, his eyes glowing and his face showing a look of infatuation, as if he was admiring a supreme beauty. Gulp! Ma Bold and the others directly swallowed their saliva. Such a spectacular underworld hall. How many treasures must be stored? This trip was worth it. The long sword in Chu Yuan's hand gently pulled the sword flower, pointing straight at the distant underworld palace while lowering his voice. Attention everyone! There is danger ahead. The crowd looked in the direction that Chu Yuan's long knife pointed, and were immediately stunned, and the timid ones were directly scared into sitting on the ground. What came into view was an uncountable number of people with black faces and grimaces, directly blocking the passageway to the underworld hall to death. My God, there are so many spiders? Can we still get through? Ataru felt her voice shaking and her calves and stomach shaking. At this point the crowd's not so long ago joy immediately sank, and it was clear that everyone didn't think they would be able to get through. Attention everyone! The human-faced black mistletoe, as a tomb-suppressing spirit beast, cannot enter the underworld hall. Look! There are no spiders within 5 meters of the entrance to the underworld hall. Gentlemen, the way we came has been blocked, and we can only enter the underworld hall if we want to live, so we can only charge through from the front. Chu Yuan crossed his sword in front of his chest and looked at everyone with stern eyes. Everyone in the archaeological team was trembling in fear in the face of the spiders that covered the sky, and even Ma Bold and the others had a look of fear on their faces. Guys, little brother is right. I know we're all scared, but if we don't put up a fight, we're all going to die. Zhong Jinyue had a serious look on his face as he tried to contact the program's team, and due to the underground magnetic field, he had been unable to get in touch, and now they were on their own. When the crowd heard this, they understood in their hearts that there was no turning back. They could only charge forward, and that the narrow path would be won by the brave. Here are some weapons. Everyone pick one each. Get ready and let's go. Looking at the backpack on the ground, Hotbutt and the others couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. She had learned some martial arts routines at most, and it was just too difficult to let them actually move their swords and guns. Seeing the difficulties of Jiba and the others, Chu Yuan stepped forward and gave the 3 ladies the option of picking a lightweight composite hand crossbow, which was simple and convenient to operate. He then instructed them on their usage and told a few of them about the weaknesses of the Sphinx spider as well. 10 minutes later, Chu Yuan looked at the 3 women who were fully equipped, and a valiant breath came out. It seemed that the training was effective. Song Wenjue chose an open sword and casually waved it a few times. Ma Bold and the others each carried tools, especially Ma Bold himself, who pulled out a clay-made shotgun from his backpack. Zhong Jinyue narrowed his eyes, and after giving him a deep look, he slowly took out the pistol on his waist and emphasized it again to the crowd. I'll make a path. Everyone follow me. Chapter 24. Boldly entering the spider formation. Seeing the tense look on everyone's faces, Chu Yuan took a step forward and said aloud, Attention everyone! The human-faced black mistletoe has excellent hearing but average eyesight. Later on, Captain Zhong and I will open the way in front of us. We will create a lot of commotion. You guys follow the pillars on both sides and move forward carefully. When in danger, run forward desperately. Never yell and scream in place. This will only make you die faster. The crowd nodded slightly upon hearing this, with an expression of looking at death as if they were at home, and then they all gripped the weapons in their hands forcefully, trying to calm their inner fears, as if this could alleviate the danger by a few points. Charge! Looking at the crowd behind him, Chu Yuan let out a low gulp and rushed out with the black gold ancient sword in hand. Zhong Jinyue followed closely behind, and after glancing at Chu Yuan, he decisively took out 2 grenades from his tactical belt and threw them with all his strength towards the distant group of human-faced black mistletoe monsters. Boom! Accompanied by 2 loud bangs, a faint smell of smoke immediately filled the huge space. After the explosion, the Sphinx spiders that had stopped in the passageway became bloodthirsty and violent, constantly following the sound to search for prey, and everywhere was filled with the hissing of Sphinx spiders and the sound of their front limbs crawling. Rushing ahead, Chu Yuan's figure slowed down, and when the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, he just wanted to go forward, when an ear-piercing hiss suddenly came to his ears. Bang! Out of the body's instinctive reaction, Chu Yuan directly to the left front of the nitro was a knife horizontal slash, actually directly the other side of the forelimbs chopped off. A huge sphinx spider body shape flopped down in front of Chu Yuan's body, only to see that immediately behind the pouncing sphinx spider, a sphinx spider swung its forelimbs and pounced. Chu Yuan coldly laughed. His figure advanced instead of retreated, and with a large step, he directly stepped on the human-faced spider's body, and the black and gold ancient sword in his hand flashed with a ghostly light, directly chopped off 2 forelimbs by Chu Yuan. Seeing this, Chu Yuan directly tightened his waist. His right leg was as fast as lightning kicked in front of the forehead of the human-faced spider. Under the added power of the moving mountain Taoist's Kuaishing kick do, he even kicked this behemoth directly more than 4 meters away. The spidering spiders, which had sped away, only subsided after knocking down 5 or 6 of their kind in a row, and did not move a muscle, but were actually killed by his kick. Jumping off the carapace of the sphinx spider, Chu Yuan dodged 2 sharp claws, and with a sliding shovel, he directly disemboweled one of the sphinx spiders in front of him. Hiss! The ruptured venom sac of the human-faced spider spewed out a few drops of liquid onto Chu Yuan's body, directly corroding the surface of his clothes under a thick pungent odor. What a powerful poison! Chu Yuan was startled in his heart, and then he took out an antidote pill from the system backpack and ate it, preventing a disaster before it happens. Otherwise, halfway through the fight, you suddenly get poisoned and your battle power is greatly reduced. So it's barbecue. The archaeological team crowd is divided into 2. Professor Chen and others under the protection of Song Wenjue. The progress is very smooth, even if there are human-faced spiders close to be Zhuo and the 3 duties of the hand crossbow to be put in place. In particular, Song Wenjue's knife skills made Chu Yuan greatly admire. Worthy of being a practiced fighter, practical combat ability is strong. Instead, it was Ma Bold, pulling Li Chunlai and a few of his own minions to the other side, right next to the place where Chu Yuan fought. He was surrounded by quite a few sphinx spiders, but fortunately, Ma Bolt's clay gun was still quite powerful, and he was able to hold out for a while. Captain Zhong, take this. It's a secret antidote pill. Taking advantage of this gap, Chu Yuan came to Zhong Jinyue not far away and directly sent an antidote pill out. Faced with Chu Yuan's pill, Zhong Jinyue swallowed it without hesitation, although he did not understand what he was doing. But in terms of execution no one could match. That is, along the way Chu Yuan's superior performance gained his recognition. The huge swarm of sphinx spiders were immediately killed and injured when they faced the combined efforts of Chu Yuan and Zhong Jinyue, especially Chu Yuan's black gold ancient blade, which basically either killed or crippled them when they touched it. It made Zhong Jinyue envious for a while. Come on, people, step it up. Seeing that the sphinx spiders around him were getting fewer and fewer, Zhong Jinyue's heart shook, and after hacking a spider to death, he shouted loudly, "Ah, help!" Suddenly, Chu Yuan's ears came a sharp cry for help. Turned around and looked. It turned out that when the crowd was running, Hotba was slow and was about to be caught up by the sphinx spider. In the heat of the moment, Hotspur was so scared that she rushed to ask for help. Looking closer and closer to the spiders in the human face, Hotipa heart fear, just want to speed up to run, but because of the fear of weak body, but let their speed slower and slower. Oh my god, am I just going to die? Oh, I've never been in love. Just as she was thinking, a whoosh sound suddenly came from her ears, and a long rope was precisely wrapped around the forelimbs of the spider about to fall. This is little brother Chu's flying tiger claw. Hearing the movement, Hotba opened his eyes and saw Chu Yuan's flying tiger claw, instantly knew that he was saved. And sure enough, along with the ear-piercing chirping of the sphinx spider, Chu Yuan had already stood on its back at some point, only to see a flash of blade light in Chu Yuan's hand. The sharp blade directly split the human-faced spider in 2. Puff! As the corpse of the sphinx spider fell to the ground, Chu Yuan landed peacefully in front of Hataru with a beautiful harrier flip and casually flicked the blade of his knife, seemingly trying to shake off the dirty blood on the blade. Other than that, this set of movements that Chu Yuan had just done was really flowing, clean and very handsome. Asterisk 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 asterisk. To tell the truth, little brother, this set of moves down. The old man's teenage heart was captured by him. Too handsome. The goddess of innocence, Jiba, is going to sink into this burst of hormones from her little brother. This TM wouldn't be the legendary ancient martial arts, would it? Martial arts can be practiced like this. Little brother is also considered the first person. Everyone, look, Chua, being a martial arts champion and a wooing level sportsman, was a bit overwhelmed one-on-one, but little brother is just too easy. It's like a knife to a little kid. Speed up and keep up with the herd. After Chu Yuan finished solving the sphinx spider, he said to Hataru, signaling the other party to hurry and run. Hoder also knew that he would only drag Chu Yuan down here, and nodded slightly, picking up the dropped hand crossbow and continuing to run towards the gate of the underworld hall. Little brother, here comes a big guy. Come help me. Zhong Jinyue looked at the giant spider that fell from the sky in front of him with a horrified face, and hurriedly shouted out to Chu Yuan. This guy, he definitely couldn't handle it by himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The leader of the human-faced black mistletoe? This guy is still alive? Looking at the huge object that blocked the way that covered the sky, Chu Yuan was shocked and glanced at the black and gold ancient knife in his hand, knowing that when he had that knife straight into the hilt, even if it was a great Luo golden immortal descending into the world, he should have fallen in front of this knife. However, in front of the living and breathing human-faced black spider leader, Chu Yuan guessed that the back of the human face may not be its key point. The general back of the human-faced spider to eat a knife has long been hanging. He had tried this trick 100 times along the way just now. Roar! The human-faced black mistletoe leader's face was hideous and terrifying, and at the moment, his bloodthirsty eyes were open, staring straight at Chu Yuan, as if he would be able to tear him into fans in the next step. I'll be damned. And hold a grudge? That's outrageous. Chu Yuan looked at this big guy with a grave expression. He knew that if he didn't solve this guy, his gang would definitely not be able to rush through. Captain Zhong, you attack his eyes and cover me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suffer death. Seeing the human-faced black mistress leader rapidly coming at him, Chu Yuan only had time to put down a word before meeting him head-on with his sword. Roar! The leader of the human-faced black mistletoe let out a strange cry when he saw that this little nugget actually took the initiative to attack, angrily waving this front limb, accompanied by a mournful whistling sound, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds to chop at Chu Yuan, as if to crush him. Chapter 25, Seeking the Dragon House today. Chu Yuan is a bit gloomy. Did not expect this big spider's forelimbs to come so fast. In a hurry, a ground-rolling knife to dodge. Before he could stand up, the human-faced black mistletoe leader's abdomen contracted and retracted. And surprisingly, he directly spewed out a spider silk as thick as his arm. Look out! Zhong Jinyue hurriedly reminded in a loud voice. In his heart he was even more shocked at the terror of this monster. No matter if it was waving its front limbs or spitting silk, its speed was fast and its ability far exceeded that of an ordinary human-faced spider. After Chu Yuan went through the strengthening of his physique and bloodline power, his 5 senses became stronger and stronger, and he directly rolled forward with a one-handed support, dodging this sneak attack from the big spider. Seeing that the sneak attack was ineffective, the big spider immediately became furious. The 2 front limbs continuously waved, and the attack became faster and faster, and there were even a number of times that it directly chopped on his black gold ancient sword, emitting a thumping sound, sparing Chu Yuan, whose physique had been strengthened. When he encountered this kind of existence with such a disparity in power, he was also knocked back repeatedly, and even his sword-wielding arm was shocked and somewhat numb. Little brother, go above it. Although the fighting time is relatively short, Zhong Jinyue has already seen that the surface of this big spider is comparable to armor and is hard, and he thought that Chu Yuan had cut this before, so he opened his mouth to remind him. Hearing this, Chu Yuan's heart moved and he changed to holding his sword with both hands, once again pressing against the human-faced black mistletoe leader's forelimbs. Seeing that the big spider raised its front limbs once again, Chu Yuan seized the moment, and the flying tiger claw came off as fast as lightning, wrapped around its front limbs, and with the help of the pulling force, the whole person landed directly on its back. This flying tiger claw is a godsend. Look at the little brother using it 3 times. Every time it's awesome. Oh my god. I'm going to be addicted to it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's the stingy man from? Get out of here. Putting aside the fact that I don't like my little brother, this equipment is indeed very handsome, and it would definitely be even more handsome if my family's brother Boo Boo could use it. You guys are really laughing at Dad. Can you respect the archaeological team? In the Escape It, everyone is serious. Beautiful. Go little brother. Hotbo was full of worry, waving her hand standing in front of the door of the underworld hall to cheer for him. It turned out to take advantage of this opening. Professor Chan and other archaeological team people have arrived at the door of the underworld hall first. As suspected earlier, the sphinxes stopped at the bottom of the steps in front of the door, and stopped pursuing. The leader of the human-faced black mistletoe had lost sight of Chu Yuan and was anxiously circling around in the same spot. And when he saw Zhong Jinyue's figure, he quickly chased after him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this big guy chasing after him, Zhong Jinyue's face turned green, and he secretly spat out a sentence in his heart as he turned around and ran. Roar! The running leader of the human-faced black mistletoe suddenly let out a mournful cry, the intense pain causing it to stumble in its steps and almost fall to the ground. It turned out to be Chu Yuan, who gave the big spider another cut on its back, and suddenly blood flowed from the big spider's back. Seeing this, Zhong Jinyue suddenly thought of something, and with a clench of his teeth, he placed his remaining 3 grenades on his tactical belt and fastened it securely. Little brother, shove this into its flesh and blood and blow it up, Zhong Jinyue roared. turned around twice and placed his right hand through 3 grenades to Chu Yuan with vigor. At the same time, in order to attract attention, the bullets in his hand poured out as if they did not want to die. Bang bang! It wasn't until he changed 3 magazines in a row and the barrel of the gun was hot and burning that Zhong Jinyue stopped, then hid behind a stone pillar. Looking at the tactical belt flying in the air, Chu Yuan leapt forward and reached out to grab it. Looking at the 3 grenades inside, Chu Yuan immediately used the black gold ancient blade to make another deep chop on the back of the big spider, directly splitting its skin and flesh, while stuffing the handstand that had pulled out the fuse with a brain. Calculating the time in his mind, Chu Yuan threw out his flying tiger claw and wrapped it around a nearby stone pillar, and his entire body flew out directly. Boom! Speaking quickly, just at the instant Chu Yuan had just left, the human-faced black mistletoe leader's back suddenly let out a shocking loud bang, accompanied by a burst of wailing sounds. The 3 grenades unexpectedly blew the entire body of the big spider directly into pieces, and for a while, the ground was filled with broken flesh, tissues, and fur flying out in all directions. Vomit! The people of the archaeological team who had been focusing on Chu Yuan's battle against the human-faced blackjack chief bent over when they saw this fragmented and bloody picture, and their stomachs turned over like a river. Nima, this is too bloody much. Even the knowledgeable Zhong Jinyue could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air in his heart when he saw this miserable state of the great spider. Just at the moment when the big spider was blown up, the other spiders on the passage suddenly made a rustling sound, and for some unknown reason, they finally disappeared into the corners of the passage plaza like a receding tide. Phew! It's finally over. Zhong Jinyue retrieved his firearm and gently leaned against the stone pillar, secretly sighing in relief. Finally getting through this crisis safely. Chu Yuan pulled one end of the rope of the flying tiger claw and floated down from the height as if he was swinging on a swing, standing steadily on the ground, only to see a slight movement of his wrist. The flying tiger claw automatically telescoped back to his hand as if it had triggered some kind of mechanism. Zhong Jinyue looked at this prop with an envious face. This is really handsome. The use is still very wide, very suitable for the grave. I do not know who researched it. Go back to let the relevant departments to study the study. This thing would definitely be a great aid if it could be utilized in mountain combat. Chu Yuan nodded slightly at Zhong Jinyue. He didn't know that the other party was already thinking about his flying tiger claw. He was able to get rid of this big spider thanks to his grenade. Old 3, old 4, wake up! Suddenly an agonized cry came from the left side of the passage. The two looked at each other before heading in the direction of the sound. Ma bold. People can't live after death. I'm sorry for your loss. Li Chunlai looked at the heart of the sad Ma Daodu very contemptuous. If it is not you are not willing to shoot to save people, they can die? Of course, such words could only be kept in his heart, and he definitely didn't dare to say them out loud. Saving your grandmother's legs. Of course you're not sad that it wasn't your brothers who died. They were my brothers and sisters. Ma Bold stared at Li Chunlai with wide eyes, as if he wanted to eat him, sending chills down Li Chunlai's spine. Ahem. Ma Dao to take care of their aftermath as soon as possible. The gates of the underworld palace are about to open. Chu Yuan stood not far from Ma Bold faintly said. Originally Ma Bold and his party were 10 people. 5 of them fell into the earth shell of the Dragon Ridge, and also the old 6 was later saved by Chu Yuan. The other 4, for sure, are in dire straits. In the huntsman's chamber, one of his minions was drowned in mercury and died due to Ma Bold's unauthorized opening of the coffin, together with the 2 more people killed in action when they broke into the spider formation just now. The Dragon Ridge Cross had lost 7 of them, and the degree of tragedy was comparable to that of the original. Chu Yuan doesn't believe that Ma Daodu has deep feelings with his brothers. Jun Si, when he went down to the grave, this guy didn't even mention going to look for his missing brothers. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, Ma Bold's heart stirred and he looked up in surprise, and he saw the archaeological team pushing the door of the underworld hall. Tongue, Ma Bold stood up, wanting to rush over to help, just wanting to leave, but worried about his brother's chill. Pretending to be serious, he said, Lao Er, Lao Wu, now that the brothers are left with just a few of us, don't worry, Big Brother will definitely find a way out for you and bring you home. Old 3 and Old 4 let them rest here first, and when Big Brother finds a way out, he will surely bring them home as well. After saying that, Ma Daodu's feet generated wind and quickly walked towards the gate of the underworld palace, looking for treasures, can't be less than his share. Seeing this, Li Chunlai also hurriedly followed. Oh, this guy, he's really thin-skinned. Zhong Jinyue looked at the faraway Ma Bold with a disgusted face. What he was most displeased with in his life was this kind of villain. Come on, let's go see the real underworld palace too. Chu Yuan smiled faintly. This kind of bridge of treasures moving people's hearts abounded in stories throughout the ages, and something like Ma Bold was already considered restrained. If it was a different ruthless character, It would have been good if he didn't fall on his sword when Chu Yuan and the others were fighting. Arriving in front of the underworld hall, the crowd had already opened the door of the underworld hall, only to see that the door was inlaid with huge black strange stones, flickering with an eerie light. Entering the gate was a straight passageway, on either side of which stood two huge statues with grim faces and weapons. Chapter 26, Cebu's Collapse and Burial. And by little brother, are you guys alright? Just as the crowd was sizing up the situation behind the gate of the underworld palace, the eyes of Hotipa on the side instantly lit up when she saw Chu Yuan and the others, and took the initiative to walk up, staring at him up and down with a concerned look on her face. Her heart palpitated when she thought of the crowd facing the Sphinx spider array just now. Chu Yuan nodded his head slightly, and after his sight swept around the people's bodies, he didn't see any obvious external injuries, and his heart was quite relieved. In fact, the performance of Hotspur and the others had far exceeded his mental expectations, and an ordinary person might have had a mental breakdown long ago. Even a guy like Hua Bai who couldn't get into the eyes would fully explode his energy when he was trying to survive, and at a glance, he had all his life preservation talent points filled up. After calming Hataru down a bit, Chu Yuan followed the crowd into the underworld hall. The first thing that catches your eye is a neatly laid green stone tile that surrounds a pool about 5 meters in diameter in the middle. The water inside the pool was very clear, and a spring visible to the naked eye at the bottom of the center was gushing water ceaselessly. But surprisingly, even though it was gushing water, the water in the pool never saw any growth. It's amazing. The spring is obviously spouting water, but the pool doesn't seem to be rising? Hataru asked curiously as she scrutinized the pool. Professor Chen stroked his chin and said with a serious face, "This is Coffin Chung." Seeing the crowd looking at him with question marks on their faces, Professor Chen was busy explaining. The inner hidden lowest feng shui treasure that I told you about before is known in folklore as the Coffin Chung. Look everyone, the water flow in this spring can never dry up. This is what feng shui calls the phenomenon of wear storage. It's extremely rare. Li Chunlai looked at the gurgling spring water in the center, which was crystal clear, and immediately climbed down, ready to take a few sips. Idiot, the water from this coffin gushing sounds unlucky at first sight. Can you drink it? Beware of poisoning you. Ma Dare kicked him directly and reminded him loudly, but his eyes kept glancing at the backpack beside Chu Yuan. What the bosun said is right. Although it is flowing water, but buried in the ground for years, the water quality is bound to be affected, so we'd better bear with it. The program's supply team is right outside, Professor Chen said with a cautious face. There are many organs along the way, and the ancient people who built tombs usually put specific drugs in the water, so it's better to be careful. Zhong Jinyue couldn't help but lick his lips even as he heard it. All this way, solving the organs and fighting monsters, the supplies were lost long ago. Moreover, the encounters on the road had caused everyone's physical exertion to be very high, and when they saw this spring, it instantly made everyone's mouths dry. Thinking of this, Zhong Jinyue couldn't help but look at Chu Yuan's back. Chu Yuan is the team's logistic management. The backpack behind him didn't leave his body along the way. He would always bring something to drink. Little brother, the backpack behind you. Zhong Jinyue smashed his mouth embarrassed to ask. After all, he as the leader of the archaeological team, his own backpack spider Great War in order to facilitate the combat discarded. Just now, I wanted to go and get it back. Who knew that it was trampled by the spider swarm? More or less in my heart there was still some embarrassment. Little brother, do you have any more water? Thirsty. Hotbo was even looking at him in a pitiful manner, and Zhao Yueying and the others all pursed their lips and looked at him with an expectant face. Well, I still have some water in this bag, so let's split it. Chu Yuan unloaded the backpack behind him at the same time. The system backpack inside the drinking water loaded more than 10 bottles into it. This bag is to put the whirlwind shovel and compass, used to hide people's ears, so as not to expose their own system backpack. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan transferred some of the instant food from the system backpack as well, so that everyone could recuperate. Because, what greeted the crowd next was the true test of life and death. Zhong Jinyue took his backpack, surprisingly found part of the fast food, but also to replenish the lower body cannot help but be overjoyed. After distributing the water and food in the bag to the crowd one by one, everyone didn't mind the dirty ground and started to eat and drink in a random open space. Only Professor Chen casually drank a few mouthfuls of water before he kept staring at the pool in the center observing, as if he was chanting something in his heart. Chu Yuan gently walked up and didn't notice any changes and asked suspiciously, Professor, have you found anything? Professor Chen shook his head and half squatted down to whisper, there's something strange. I've noticed that the water from the spring is flowing a lot less, and I've never been very sure of myself here. Snort, could it have triggered any more organs? Huabai glanced at the two men as he leaned against the wall and sneered. The encounter along the way had screwed him up enough. He knew that if he did go out, his image would definitely suffer. Therefore for Chu Yuan he had a natural sense of hostility, but whenever he saw him acting in a very imposing manner, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Just as his words fell, a sudden rumbling sound rang out, attracting everyone's attention, only to see a stone door not far in front of everyone suddenly rise slowly, suddenly leaving everyone dumbfounded. Holy, your damn mouth is open. Right, another organ, Ma Bold said with a stunned face. Suddenly, through the doorway seemed to see something, immediately stood up excitedly. The coffin. This is the main chamber. Professor Chen apparently also noticed a coffin behind the door and exclaimed in shock. Zhong Jinyue gripped the machete in his hand tightly and blocked in front of the crowd with a wary face. Everyone be careful. Don't trigger any more organs. The ascending stone door had risen completely, and a flame was fiercely ignited, instantly illuminating the entire hall. Little brother, look. Zhong Jinyue was startled by the sudden lighting of the fire. Worrying that it was some kind of organ again, he immediately asked Chu Yuan behind him. Don't worry, it's fine. It's phosphorus fire. It will spontaneously combust when it encounters air. It's the main means of illumination in the tombs of the ancients. Chu Yuan scanned the weak before answering with a faint expression. Come on, let's go see whose tomb this is. It's either organs or monsters along the way. Ma Bold walked in the direction of the coffin with a curse under the support of one of his juniors. It was an underworld hall that clearly had the style of a Tang tomb, supported by 8 huge coiled dragon pillars that went straight to the top of the hall. Located in the center is a stone coffin, which is covered with carvings in the style of Western Zhou culture. The sarcophagus was even plastered with a lot of golden cloud and thunder patterns around it, all showing its splendor and nobility. Professor Chen walked around the coffin before he carefully said, Everyone, don't touch the sarcophagus. This gold silk cloud thunder pattern is only qualified to be used by princes and nobles. My guess was right. Boss Ma, this coffin must be worth a lot of money. If I take it out, I'm sure I'll be able to marry my wife. Li Chunlai stared at the gold silk pattern on the surface of the coffin, and his eyes instantly glistened, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd frowned at him and Ma Bold, especially Zhong Jinyue's stern gaze constantly scrutinizing the two. What are you talking about? Seeing this situation, Ma Daodu brain flash, pretending to be stern. Ma Daodu is a decent businessman who follows the rules. Stealing state property I cannot do. I only care about when I can get out. When he finished speaking, he didn't forget to glare at Li Chunlai, as if the other party was some kind of great traitor and evil person, and hastily set himself straight. Li Chunlai looked at him in confusion, his eyes full of questions. Oh, don't worry, everyone, for the sake of the old folks, I'll definitely educate him well, so that he'll break off such dirty thoughts. As soon as Ma Bold's words fell, the crowd suddenly stopped looking at him and silently withdrew their gazes. Seeing this, Ma Bold hurriedly pulled Li Chunlai aside and cursed in a low voice. Idiot! You can't say that in front of the archaeology team. If you want to die, don't hurt me. Li Chunlai was also aggrieved and could only keep apologizing in a low voice. Humph, they're outnumbered, and the treasures in the ancient tomb can only be taken wisely, with a bit of intelligence. Ma Bold pointed to his brain and said with a confident expression. Yeah, I'll listen to Boss Ma. Li Chunlai hastily nodded in agreement. At this time, Chu Yuan had already come to the head position of the coffin, and after seeing the pattern on the surface of the coffin, he suddenly said to Professor Chen, Professor, come on, there's a trap here. Professor Chen came over, looked at half a day also did not see what the name, research tomb culture decryption characters are good at, but on the structure of the organs, is indeed cognitively limited. So it is. Observing the floral pattern, Professor Chen suddenly realized, hastily took out the bronze pen from the ancient tomb from the satchel and gently put it on. Chu Yuan held down the copper pen and turned it clockwise, only to hear a click. A crack suddenly appeared in the carving above the floral pattern. Then, a palm-sized gold token stretched out. At once, the crowd swarmed around, but they were immediately dumbfounded upon seeing the densely packed symbols. What does this earthworm-crawling symbol mean? Ha! This is the small seal of the Pre-Qin dynasty. Fu Qianshan stared at the font on the gold token and was surprised. She was the best at deciphering words and then read it out. Shibwa cover the reign of 50 years. Its prisoner in the Piaoli. Cover the 8 trigrams of EBIT 64 trigrams. Shibwa collapse. Buried in Bai. What? This passage is from the Zhou Benji of the historical records. Oh my god. This Western Zhou tomb is really an emperor's tomb. Professor Chen looked at the text with a shocked face, as if it was a key to unlocking thousands of years of civilization, making him in an agitated mood. An emperor's tomb? No way. This is too simple. A bare coffin. Such a shabby emperor. Who on earth is it? The crowd was a bit surprised to hear Prof. Chen's words. In their cognition, the emperor's tomb was huge and opulent, with countless treasures. This is it? The Emperor's tomb. It's too low-key. It's shabby. Legend has it that the rights and wealth enjoyed by emperors in life were also enjoyed in death. Hence the grandeur of the emperor's mausoleums in all dynasties. The crowd couldn't help but wonder which one of the emperors in history the owner of this tomb was. With only this kind of treatment. Chapter 27, Shocked by the Internet. I'm a student of history, and if Fu's beautiful translation is correct, the owner of the ancient tomb is King Zhou I, the founder of the Zhou dynasty 3,000 years ago. History records that King I of Zhou, whose surname was Ji and whose name was Chang, inherited the position of Marquis of Shibo after the death of his father, and was therefore called Shibo Chang. Shibo Chang, who reigned for 50 years, was diligent in government and worshipped Jiang Shang as his military advisor, so that 2 of the 3 parts of the world were returned to the Zhou. The capital was built in Fengjing, laying the foundation for King Wu's destruction of the Shang dynasty, for which the Zhouyi was performed. In 1056 BC, King Wen collapsed and was buried in by Yuan, and his second son, King Wu of the Zhou dynasty, GFA, destroyed the Shang dynasty and built the Zhou dynasty, and posthumously honored Ji Chang as the king of the Zhou Wen dynasty. Lying, upstairs big talent. After the spring and autumn and warring states history I am familiar with. The history before that I have read Fengshenyanni. No wonder. Such a simple ancient tomb. All the way is full of organs and traps. It turns out to be the tomb of the founder of Zhou. This is a rare bright ruler in history. It's reasonable to say that being an emperor's tomb can't be so simple. Will there be any more organs? Let's not talk about the shocking situation of the netizens in the live broadcast. At this time, the network has been widely publicized. National Treasure has discovered the emperor's tomb of King Wen of Zhou. Since the program was broadcast live until now, although it was only a short half day, it has gained the praise of countless viewers, mainly the real scene, the shocking feeling brought by the monster appearing. The star character's extreme escape and other famous scenes are not the factors that make the program burst into flames, especially since this is an unscripted, no setup, where the stars are reacting realistically to the monsters. It's thrilling and constantly piquing the nerves of onlookers. This sense of realism made the netizens in the live broadcast room cry out, especially when Xu Yuan made a move. All the male comrades had their hormones skyrocketed and could not wait to take their place. The National Treasure live show is now the hottest program of the moment, so you can imagine these stars will definitely be worth a lot more when they come out safely. The number of people watching the live broadcast has now exceeded 30 million, creating a new record for countless variety shows, which is the real adventure program in everyone's mind. Well, after all that talk, isn't it still not saying where it is? Could it be on the back of the gold medal? Looking at the excited Prof. Chen, Huabai suddenly opened his mouth to pour cool water and said, in his opinion, the first priority is to hurry out. What is the emperor's tomb? What does it have to do with him? Professor Chen and the others heard this rash, and immediately bent down to prepare to go to the back of the content. Perhaps there will be something else to gain it. Suddenly a hand shadow flashed in front of everyone's eyes. A hand grabbed the gold medal handwriting. Looking at the gold medal in his hand, Huabai skimmed his mouth. Frustrated. What the heck? Nothing. What's wrong with you? This is an organ. You can't just move it. Fu Qianshan looked at him with a dismayed face and questioned with a reproachful tone. Che, where did you get so many organs? Okay, I'll put it back, Hua Wui said impatiently. But thinking that this was a live broadcast, it was not good to do too much. After thinking about it, he reached out and tried to stuff the gold medal back. But how could he not stuff it back? Boom! Suddenly a sound of an organ rang out, and when the crowd heard the sound and looked, their scalps went numb, and their hearts were instantly as if they were dead. Because, the crowd came when the stone door is rapidly falling. Li Chunlai a healthy step rushed up to want to move hands to move. Obviously too late. Can only watch the stone door closed. Crouch. How come there are still organs? All of them. Seeing the stone door close, Li Chunlai anxiously scratched his ears and his mind directly collapsed, stomping his feet and roaring loudly. At this time, everyone's gazes couldn't help but look at Huabai, with an expression that they couldn't wait to get him killed. It was really because this guy was too unreliable, and he dared to touch the things of the ancient tomb. I'm all about finding a way out for everyone. It's got nothing to do with me. Huabai was so frightened by the gazes of the crowd that he couldn't help but take a few steps back, and was just about to continue opening his mouth to explain. Ka. Suddenly there was another sound of an organ activating, instantly silencing the scene, and the crowd couldn't help but look around, only to see the ground right in the middle of the coffin suddenly sinking downwards, followed by the slow rise of a half-meter high stone platform. Obviously, this is another organ. But after waiting for a long time and not seeing any reaction, we all put our hearts down. Huabai, I'm warning you, this operation is under the command of Prof. Chen and little brother Chu. Don't you dare mess with the devices here. Otherwise, the next time you trigger some kind of mechanism, I'll have your ass. Zhong Jinyue came and snatched the gold medal from his hand and handed it over to Professor Chen, while not forgetting to look at him with a warning look. Gulp! Huabai's heart fluttered at that icy stare, and when he thought that as a superstar, the tiny leader had threatened me, a nameless fire arose. As soon as he thought of Captain Zhong's identity, the anger in Huabai's heart was extinguished for a minute. Then his eyes narrowed slightly and he silently lowered his head and stood behind the crowd. No longer speaking, Chu Yuan glanced at him inadvertently, somewhat surprised by Huabai's reaction. It was out of character for him, and he didn't know what kind of badness he was holding back. Professor Chen, come and see. This seems to be a chess game, Hataru asked curiously, surveying the chessboard on the stone platform. How's it going, little brother? Is this thing any more of an organ? Zhong Jinyue held his sword single-handedly to prevent any danger, then walked to Chu Yuan's side and asked in a low voice. Look everyone, this is a stalemate of Go with a black piece on the side. It looks like the tomb owner wants to play chess with us. As long as we can play the right black piece, everyone should be able to get out. Chu Yuan pointed at the black pieces on the edge of the board and said indifferently, between us, who knows how to play Go? Zhong Jinyue looked at the crowd, his face full of expectation. Seeing that everyone had a blank look on their faces, he could only turn his eyes to Chu Yuan for help. After all, he did all the organ decryption along the way. Seeing Captain Zhong's gaze towards himself, Chu Yuan hurriedly spread his hands and said with a helpless expression, just because I know Go doesn't mean I know how to play it. Professor Chen, you, the esteemed Shen Siyuan is not only a full professor at Capital University, but also a top talent at the National Institute of Archaeology, so Go should probably do this. I'm ashamed to say, the two major hobbies of my old man's life are reading and archaeology, and this type of skill is really not very good. Professor Chen quickly shook his hand. He didn't dare to pretend to understand, lest he harm everyone. Chen, I remember, didn't you join some chess club in school? Upon hearing Professor Chen's reminder, the crowd couldn't help but look at Fu Qianxian with an expectant look on their faces. I'm in the chess club, but I don't know Go, so I'm sorry to everyone, Fu Qianxian said with an ashamed face, as if she felt that she had failed everyone's hope, and her mood could not help but be a bit depressed. Zhong Jinyue was a little disappointed in his heart and turned his gaze back to the chessboard, immediately turning to look at the crowd and inquiring once again, do any of you know how to play Go? I guess this tomb owner setting up a chessboard should be a similar kind of test. It shouldn't be dangerous. Who wants to give it a try? Seeing that the crowd did not respond, he could not help but feel a sense of disappointment in his heart. Chu Yuan suddenly thought of something fun, rolled up his sleeves, picked up the black chess pieces in the crowd's uncomprehending gazes, and faintly said, no one's talking? I'll do it then. It doesn't matter. Isn't it just a game of backgammon? It's still a cut anyway. After saying that, he was about to drop his son. This action of his startled Hatpa, who was standing beside him, and she jumped in fear, hastily pulling Chu Yuan's hand in a panic. Little brother, I think it's a big difference between this and 5 pieces of chess. In case we accidentally form a cycle of death robberies, then it's over. Ha! The crowd couldn't help but look at the worried-looking Hotepa in disbelief, and Fu Qianxian was even more careful to open her mouth. Sister Hotep, you know Go. Chapter 28, Get out of the way. I'm going to start pretending. Seeing that the crowd was looking at her, Hataru quickly waved her hand in dismay. I don't know how to play Go. It's just that I learned Go for a few days when I used to be filming, and I'm just a 3-legged kung fu player. Chu Yuan surveyed the crowd and faintly said, Sister Reba, just play. You're the only one of us who knows Go. Everyone else is a layman. Seeing Chu Yuan say this, Hatpa became even more anxious and said with a panicked expression, we've just retrieved a life from the spider passage, and this is going to directly harm everyone if I make a mistake. Zhong Jinyue came to her side and said with a serious face, Ms. Reba, it's come to this, even if you really take a wrong step, all of us won't blame you. We'll bear the consequences together. Yes, Hataru, I believe in you, and even if you fail, all of us surely won't blame you. Zhao Yueying took her hand and said encouragingly, ew, weird, Li Chunlai said quietly. His waxen face was full of sorrow. Originally, well, as a guide, maybe even get rich. As a result, he somehow came to the point where he actually had to live and die with everyone. So let's just say that he was not wrong. Zhong Jinyue looked directly at him with a stern look and said in a cold voice, what? Wizard Li also knows Go and wants to come and play? No. Li Chunlai was originally a heart-blocking panic. Casually interjecting, see Zhong Jinyue gaze regal, hastily waved his hand back 2 or 3 steps. Sister Hotep, just come on. Chu Yuan handed over the black seeds in his hand directly to Hataru's hand, his tone full of trust and encouragement. Receiving the chess pieces, Hotep looked at the chessboard with a frown on her face, looking torn between a moment of eagerness to try and a moment of indecision. The mood of the crowd was also made to feel apprehensive by the look on her face. Sister Jiba, what's wrong? What's wrong with this stump? Chu Yuan was worried that she was burdened in her heart and hurriedly asked with concern. It was his fault. When he first watched the TV, he didn't pay attention to some of the details. This kind of test of chess, he was really at a loss. Now, it's just a matter of seeing how Hot Rod plays. This stalemate was taught to me by my Go teacher, and while it may well have been very subtle at the time, with the continued research of future generations, there are chess games that have long since deciphered this stalemate. Little brother, look, as long as you land this black piece in this position, you can directly eat this piece of white. Black will win. Chu Yuan looked at her pointing to an empty space under the left foot of the chessboard, and vaguely felt that something was wrong in his heart. It couldn't be that simple. He vaguely remembered that in the movie and TV show, it was Dejinya who ended up placing a draw to crack the mechanism. Just then, Prof. Chen suddenly spoke up. Do not drop the seeds. Something is not right about this. When the crowd heard Prof. Chen's words, they looked at him suspiciously. They remembered that Prof. Chen did not know how to play Go. Seeing that the gazes of the crowd were all focused on his body, Professor Chen busily explained. I'm not saying that what Ms. Reba said is wrong. I just think that this matter is too simple. Too easy? Hotep looked at Professor Chen with a confused look on his face. Where would this game of chess have been simple if not for the research of the people of the latter days? Professor, this game is simple relative to now, but it was an absolutely unsolvable puzzle in those days. Professor Chen nodded slightly at Hataru and smiled. I'm not saying that this chess game is simple, but that the way we win is too simple. I wonder if you've heard the story of Song Taizong and Jia Xian? Li Chunlai looked at Professor Chen with a grudging face and whispered. What time is it now? How can you still have the heart to tell stories? Hearing his whispered mutterings, Ma Bold beside Li Chunlai directly raised his eyebrows and gave him a vicious look. According to historical records, Jia Xian was a Go genius during the Northern Song dynasty, specializing in accompanying the emperor to play Go. He was so good at Go that he could easily lay out the game with Emperor Taizong of Song, and the so-called winners and losers were all at his whim. Getting in the way of the relationship between ruler and subject, he would lose to the emperor once every time. So Emperor Taizong of Song was very pleased and rewarded Jia Xian profusely. But over time, the Song de Zong realized how clever Jia Xian was, and ordered that he must show his true skill or be punished. Hotspur's expression froze when he heard this, and as if he thought of something, he hurriedly interjected. I see. It means that I can obviously win, but considering the status of the tomb master monarch, I have to lose to him. Professor Chen smiled faintly and did not comment on her words, instead continuing. At that time, Jia Xian was cornered, so he racked his brain to set up a draw with a 3-jack cycle. And chess? The crowd could not help but look at each other in disbelief. Listening to Prof. Chen's meaning, the game in front of us was neither a win nor a loss, and it was probably a draw. So wouldn't it be another 3 choices or 2 choices? Chu Yuan's heart was finally relieved. So close. If not for Professor Chen's erudition, he really did not know how to remind everyone. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan made up his mind to end this archaeology, go back to have a good repair, and study the key organs of the tomb raiding movies and dramas in his previous life carefully, especially the details, and make preparations early. Otherwise, like today, fate is in the hands of others. The heart is always diaphragmatic. Glancing at the coffin behind him, Chu Yuan cleared his voice and spoke slowly. In any case, it's highly likely that this tomb owner is the ancient tomb of King Wen of Zhou, and it's also possible that Li Chunfeng changed it into his own tomb. These two are extremely accomplished in Zhoui Bagua and Feng Shui, and are considered our seniors. So if we win him, it's really not in line with ancient etiquette. But what about losing? It's too easy. Could it be that the tomb master wants us to make a draw? Speaking of this, Chu Yuan looked toward Reba and asked softly, Sister Reba, look at this game of chess. Can we make a draw? Hataru couldn't help but look at the game a few more times, rubbing the black pieces in her hand as she mulled over her thoughts and opened her mouth. I remembered. In fact, this game has a 3-jack cycle position like Prof. Chen said. I just need to land this black piece in this position. By eating this white disc, a rare 4-jack cycle position will occur, and a draw will definitely be awarded. The crowd looked in the direction of the hot bar's finger, and suddenly there was a confusion in their hearts. The chess blindness is too terrible to understand. Sister Hataru, do it. Chu Yuan ignored the hesitation of the crowd and directly greeted Hataru to play chess. Everyone get out of the way. My sister Bai is going to start acting like a pussy. The highlight of this moment goes to the goddess Jiba. I didn't realize that the goddess is not only good looking and good at acting, but also knows Go. Sweating. I've been learning chess with my son for 3 years and still can't understand the rules. but Ba is casually proficient in the theater. Amazing. Touched by the unity and collaboration of the archaeological team at this moment, bringing tears to the eyes. Prof. Chen's erudition, Ba's chess skills, and Shu's decisiveness. One is indispensable. Hearing Chu Yuan's non-committal voice, Hotaru was touched in her heart, and looking at the chessboard in front of her, it was hard to hide the tension in her heart. After letting out a deep breath, she stretched out her alabaster-like palm, cupping the black disc and slowly reaching out to the corner of the board, where the draw's landing point was. At this moment, under the gaze of the nervous eyes of the crowd, thinking that his move would be a matter of life and death for the entire archaeological team, Hotaru's forehead was suddenly covered with fine beads of sweat, her breathing became rapid, her chest kept rising and falling, and her fingers kept trembling. Seeing that her lips were trembling, Chu Yuan directly reached over and caught the black disc in Hotaru's hand, and directly dropped the disc in Hotaru's relieved gaze. With the fall of Chu Yuan, the crowd could not help but lean on each other. Li Chunlai was so scared that he squatted directly on the ground, and his heart kept praying silently, not knowing which great god he was worshipping. Rumble. At once, the sound of a continuous organ activating resounded throughout the main chamber. The crowd looked up and sniffed, and they were stunned by the changes in front of them. One could only see the 8-coiled dragon pillars inside the original tomb room drop a door of a mechanism, slowly descending along with the sound of roaring mechanisms. Chapter 29, The 9 Palaces and 8 Gates Have True Meanings. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew Ba's sister must be good. Love. This wave of pretending. My sister invincible. I have to say, it's the little brother who has to be seen at key moments. Definitely a big scene and a big heart. Doesn't anyone realize that this organ of the ancients is very powerful? This Li Chunfeng deserves to be the first person in feng shui. What kind of feng shui master is this? I think it's the number 1 inverted bucket. This is to take the tomb of the king of Wen to the magpie's nest. Hey, this end-of-life feng shui master. 1,000 years later, actually late. I guess the coffin board can't be pressed fast enough. The treasures are all coming out. Everyone, look, the stone door is full of treasures. Is that white jade coral? It's so big. As the 8 portals slowly descended, all sorts of exotic treasures were displayed, directly causing the entire live broadcast audience to boil over. Ha ha, all the good stuff has come out. This trip's adventure was worth it after all. Ma's bold eyes glistened at the treasure on the door. The excitement was hard to control, and he flew away with great gusto. The archaeological team of people are also dumbfounded looking at the antiques above. Even if it is the knowledgeable Professor Chen, wants to see a wall full of so well-protected artifacts, is also excited. Boy, it's worthy of being an emperor's tomb. There are too many treasures here. How many aunts-in-law can this allow me to marry? Li Chunlai stared obsessively at the exotic treasures on the door, as if he was looking at some absolute beauty, his mouth watering. These guys aren't grave robbers, are they? Seeing that Ma Bold and the others did not hide their greed, Hotipa's heart was vaguely uneasy, and her body couldn't help but back away. She still understands the reasoning behind money, and just because she's not interested doesn't mean others won't be desperate for money. Even as a first-class superstar of the singing world, Hua Bai, when he saw the wall full of antiques, his face showed that he wanted to possess it. Thinking of this, Hotaru didn't move and moved closer to Chu Yuan. In her heart, the only way to feel safe was to stay by his side. In the face of Hotaru's small action, Chu Yuan did not take it to heart, but instead looked at the falling gate with a frown on his face. Especially when he saw that Ma Bold and the others were about to touch the treasures on the gate, he immediately shouted, "Stop it, everyone, don't touch it, beware of the mechanism." Hearing this, Ma Daodu, Li Chunlai and the others immediately stopped and subconsciously backed up. They were scared by the entirety of the organs along the way. Thinking of Chu Yuan's excellent performance along the way, Ma Daodu and the others held back their inner foolishness and looked at him with a face full of suspicion, wanting Chu Yuan to give an explanation. "Xiao Chu, have you found anything? These artifacts are extremely valuable for research. Don't let the organs destroy them." Professor Chen walked over to his side and admonished with a worried look on his face. Chu Yuan slowly walked to the front of a wall and kept surveying the 8 walls. The archaeological team's crowd could only follow him with a stiff upper lip, wanting to find out what was going on. Everyone looked carefully. There are 8 doors here, and in looking at the structure of this chamber, it corresponds exactly to the Qimen Dunjia and the Zhouyi. These 8 doors correspond exactly to the 8 gates of Hu, Shang, Hurting, Du, Jing, Death, Surprise, and Kai, and only by unlocking the organs of these 8 gates can we find our way out. Chu Yuan faced the confusion of the crowd as he pointed at the 8 gates that had fallen and explained with a calm demeanor. When Li Chunlai heard this, his entire body was suddenly jumping in place anxiously, and his mouth was even muttering nonsense. More organs? Or 8 choices? There's no end to it. No one laughed at Li Chunlai. The people present. Everyone understands in their hearts. In front of the high-end precision organs, they are just like people with no hands. So it's Chi Men Dun Jia. I do know a little bit about this. It seems that the tomb owner wants us to find the Dao Shang Men before he tells us where the way out is. It was only after Professor Chen was reminded by Chu Yuan that he came to his senses, instantly understanding the reason why Chu Yuan had stopped the crowd. Otherwise, once anyone touches the switch of the death door, then maybe everyone will really be buried here. Chu Yuan shook his head slightly and explained, looking at the arrangement of this organ, it's not that easy. People who are roughly versed in Shimen Dunjia think that they can go out if they find the life door. Then they will definitely fall into the trap of the tomb owner. Little brother has a point. From the organs we've encountered along the way, even though the tomb owner hasn't directly killed us, it's impossible for him to let us through so easily, so we still have to be careful. Zhongjin Yue couldn't help but palpitate when he recalled the organs he had encountered along the way, but he seemed to have some understanding of the thought process that went into designing the organs. On the one hand, to prevent grave robbers, on the other hand, it is like cutting the ability on feng shui. There is a kind of meaning of the former senior to test the late generation. Little brother, not only do you know how to divide gold and set points, but you are also good at I Ching and Bagua. What should we do when we encounter this kind of situation? Hotba looked at Chu Yuan with an expectant face. In her eyes, Chu Yuan was all-powerful and knew everything. Except for Go. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the pattern of the chamber. Looking at the structure of the chamber, according to the meaning of the 9 palaces and 8 gates, it should mean that we can unlock the mechanism if we find the medallions corresponding to these 8 gates. Everyone was ashen at the words. Just as Li Chunlai said, the difficulty of the 8 choices was comparable to the difficulty of hell for the average person. Although Chu Yuan in the armillary sphere to crack the organs when 28 choose 1, then ran into Chu Yuan luckily ran into their own comfort zone. This 9 palaces and 8 gates is even more profound as soon as you hear. Chu Yuan was, after all, a freshly graduated archaeology university student. Could he crack such a profound organ? Everyone questioned in their hearts. Professor Chen's mind turned and he quickly walked to Chu Yuan's side and asked in a suspicious voice, I have some understanding of these 9 palaces and 8 gates, with Kai, Hu, and Sheng as the 3 auspicious gates, death, surprise, and injury as the 3 evil gates, and Du and Jing gates as the center level. But how can I match up with these meddlesome artifacts? 9 gates in the archaeological world is not a difficult problem. Generally unusual tomb will also encounter similar organs, but are simple organs. Like Chu Yuan said, the use of medieval artifacts to correspond to the 8 gates of the 9 gates is really unheard of. This 9 palaces and 8 gates actually signifies the relationship between the 8 gates and the 9 palaces count. Chu Yuan suddenly walked to the front of the coffin and scanned the surrounding walls, explaining to the archaeological team's crowd. The 9 palaces are the 9 directions referred to in the Book of 9 Numbers, where the 8 gates of the Chi Men transported armor are placed in the 9 palaces, the Hui Men and the Kan. The gate of death is the 2nd house of Kuan. The gate of injury is the 3rd house of Jin. The gate of Du is the 4th house of Sun. The 5th is the middle house of the center. The gate of open door is the 6th house of Qian. And the gate of shock is the 7th house of Tue. The Shangmen can 8 palaces. The Jingmen away from 9 palaces. It is these 9 palaces and 8 gates. That's when Hotspur suddenly raised his hand and asked his question. But this 8-sided door doesn't say which is the door of life. Which is the gate of death. How can we know where the 9 palaces and 8 gates are? No need to raise your hand for questions. Seeing Hotba raise her hand, Chu Yuan was instantly happy in his heart. Then thinking that it was a live broadcast, his face straightened and he mouthed the words. There's a mnemonic in feng shui. 2 and 4 are shoulders. 6 and 8 are feet. 3 on the left. 7 on the right. 9 on the wearer's feet. And 5 in the center. As soon as the words left his mouth, a silence fell over the scene, and everyone stared at him in disbelief. What did you say, little brother? Chu Yuan said without changing his face. It's numbers, the numerical code to determine the correspondence between the 8 gates of the 9 palaces. Senior brother Chu, can you lower your knowledge base a bit? You say something we can understand. Fu Qian said with a sweaty face, the same as a senior student of the Archaeological Institute. She felt that she and Chu Yuan are not at all at the same level. What is this saying? Is it science? I'm a liberal arts student. I don't understand. It's true that if you learn math, science and chemistry, you can go anywhere. Chapter 30, shutting the door is like an 8-fold risk. I go. Archaeology is really not a human study. This must be how much knowledge the future direction of liberal arts majors and one less. Asterisk. I people are numb. Family members, I am the archaeology major. 4 years of college never learned what the 9 palace 8 doors. Is this an elective? Is it too late to take it? Understand the Fu Big Beautiful. The same archaeology students were small brothers, deep knowledge to hang. The heart suffocation who understands. Everyone quickly take out the notes. Little brother is ready to give you a lesson. Hurry up and draw the key points. May be able to use in the future. Brother upstairs. Where are you getting rich? I'm already recording. When I learn it I'll come to you and take my little brother for a ride. At this time, inside the tomb room, the crowd looked at Chu Yuan with a confused face. Like us in the college classroom when the high math teacher was teaching. Little brother, can you say something we can understand? Hotaru blushed red and asked in a small voice. Chu Yuan turned around and looked at the crowd with a speechless expression as he walked to the front of the coffin and slowly opened his mouth. Let's put it this way. The coffins inside the crypt have their heads facing the door. And the so-called wearing 9 and walking on 1 says that the head is 9 and the feet are 1. Speaking of this, Chu Yuan took out his own golden 8 treasure compass from his pocket, facing the 8 doors within the chamber, and continued his introduction. Seek the dragon divided into gold to see the entangled mountains. A heavy entangled mountains, a heavy shutdown. The shutdown if 8 dangerous. Not out of the yin and yang gossip shape. Here we go again. The authentic touch of gold paradigm. Hurry up and record the screen. Turn around and study it. Identification is complete. Little brother is absolutely authentic, touching the gold school. Cannot be refuted by anyone. Doesn't anyone wonder about the ability of the gold touchers to be so dodgy? And doesn't anyone worry about their rampant grave robbing in the future? Come, brother, the criminal law understands. The head 9 corresponds to the position of lei. The foot 1 corresponds to can. The sides of the head are the shoulders, and the top of the feet are the legs. So lei is flanked by sin and kun. And to the left and right of can are Burgundy and Xian, the so-called 3 left and 7 right, which means that the left is 3 Jin and the right is 7 Tue, which is the 9 palaces and 8 gates we're looking for. As soon as the words fell, it was as if a picture of the location of the 8 trigrams was born in the minds of the people, clearly identifying where the 8 gates were located. Seeing the eyes of the crowd as if they were relieved, Chu Yuan directly jumped off the stone platform and slowly walked to the position of the Hue gate, cutting a palace, repeatedly surveying it. Seeing his gloomy expression, everyone couldn't help but lean closer to Chu Yuan's side, fearing that some kind of mechanism would appear next. Chu Yuan, on the other hand, used the flashlight in his hand and kept shining it on a golden Buddha statue placed on Hue's door to fall into contemplation. Professor Chen slowly walked to his side, following the Buddha statue that Chu Yuan was gazing at, and asked with a raised eyebrow, Xiao Chu, in the 8 trigrams can is supposed to belong to water. This Buddha statue is not related to water. Chu Yuan pondered for a moment before faintly explaining. Can for water is just the appearance. Can in the trigram meaning is the middle line in the middle. Hold fast to the right path. Keep the mind. And this Buddha statue is clad in celluloid and wearing a Vishnu crown. It is none other than the Earth Store Bodhisattva. It is recorded that Jizo Bodhisattva saved his suffering mother from hell several times, and that he took the vow that he would never become a Buddha until hell was empty. It fits right in with the intent of the place. The crowd couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded listening to Chu Yuan's explanation. Hey, some of them couldn't understand what was going on. Professor Chen, however, nodded slowly and lamented. Earth Store Bodhisattva sacrifices himself for others. It is supreme compassion, but it matches the trigram meaning of adhering to the righteous path. It should be it. Hatpa, however, noticed Chu Yuan's tangled look and quietly walked to his side, tilting her head, her big eyes flickering as she asked, Little brother, since you're so sure, and we believe you, what to do? You can arrange it. Chu Yuan glanced at the crowd behind him and said with a shake of his head, I think this organ is too simple. I'm going to go. Little brother, this is too Versailles. This is still simple? I'm getting a big head. It's really a tight loop. Knowing the 8 gates of the 9 palaces isn't enough. You have to find out the antiques that correspond to the trigrams to make it work. The key thing is that the trigrams of the 8 gates are not yet the surface meaning. There is a deeper meaning. It's too difficult. Just for this knowledge reserve of little brother. Deserve people read. Forget it. Do not learn. Focus on watching the live broadcast. Zhong Jinyue took a deep breath and spoke in a calm tone. Little brother, the situation at hand. If we can't solve this mechanism, no one will be able to get out. And you know this mechanism the best among us. I, Zhong Jinyue, believe in you and am willing to put my life in your hands. If I really fail, I'll blame Zhong for my bad fate. When the words fell, he swept the crowd with a serious face. And even the improperly minded Ma Daodu and the others didn't dare to meet their eyes, and they lowered their heads, even though there was a lot of unwillingness in their hearts. At this time, they could only choose to believe Chu Yuan. If they were to go on their own, there would be no life for 100 deaths, half life and half death. It was supposed to be 50% and 50%. Hotaru thoughtfully looked at Chu Yuan with a firm face. Finally, as if under what major decision, forced to endure the shyness of the heart, grabbed Chu Yuan's hand. staring tightly at his eyes, soft as water, said, "I'll give you my 50% too." After saying that, Reba took the initiative to hold Chu Yuan's hand to slowly reach out to the Huayman's Jizang Bodhi Buddha statue. Chu Yuan looked at the determined-eyed Jiba. His heart was touched, and he turned to slowly look at the crowd behind him again. The crowd also nodded their heads in greeting, and seeing this, Chu Yuan and Hataru's hands pressed on the body of the Buddha statue. Glancing at each other, the two men rotated the Buddha statue with great force. Click! When the Buddha statue was turned, it immediately triggered some kind of mechanism, and the ground trembled as if the earth was shaking, making people unsteady on their feet. The crowd looked down and immediately turned white with fear. It turned out to be that the ground under the feet of the crowd was actually slowly stretching, and below the ground was actually a deep and bottomless cliff. Seeing this, it was as if the crowd had lost weight under their feet, staggering unsteadily on their feet and scurrying around like headless flies. Holy, this organ came too suddenly. Dude is still knocking on the CP of Shao and Jiba, but he's showing me this? If it wasn't for the timely arrival of this organ, I would have thought I was watching a love variety show. Doesn't anyone care what it means for Goddess Jiba to take the initiative to hold her little brother's hand? A top actress falling in love. It's the news of the century. Asterisk 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 off. This life and death environment bull asterisk 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 love? That is mutual encouragement. Teammate trust. Do not blind propaganda. Holding a hand to talk about a gross love. I hope it's our Ing Bao and Xiao Xiao together. I don't want anyone else. Look. This organization is so big. It's spectacular. All watch the live broadcast properly, and let sour love die on the side. Chu Yuan supported Hotba beside him to prevent her from falling, and when his sight returned to the platform in the center, he noticed that the ground under the feet of the crowd was separating a little from the platform where the coffin was located. Seeing this, the faces of the crowd all turned a little pale, and they all unconsciously stepped backward, an emotion of despair lingering in their hearts. Huabai's forehead was in a cold sweat, and as he accidentally fell to the ground in a lousy manner, he finally stopped caring about the program and broke into a fit of rage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Surnamed Chu, do you understand or not? What big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? How did you trigger the mechanism again? Chu Yuan ignored the emotionally out-of-control clown, holding his breath as he observed the organ setup and suddenly opened his mouth. This is supposed to be a timer. We have to unlock the other 7 doors before it's stowed away in the wall. Hearing this, Zhong Jinyue directly jumped to the next door, Sundowner, and said to Chu Yuan, "Little brother, what to do next? You command." Chu Yuan looked at the organs under his feet, took a deep breath, and turned to the crowd. Everyone spread out. Make sure there's at least one person from each clan. Memorize the Bagua position you're in, and just find the corresponding medallion. Quick, all move. Chapter 31, Flying Tiger in Poem showing its power. As soon as Chu Yuan's words fell, the crowd ran towards several other doors. After Ma Bold and the others coincidentally looked at each other, they could only clench their teeth and follow the crowd for the sake of their own little lives. Prof. Chen's state at this moment was the opposite of the crowd, only to see his face red with excitement as he kept exclaiming in admiration, "I've been an archaeologist for decades, and it's the first time I've seen such a precise layout and such a spectacular mechanism. It's worth it even if I die." During the Tang Dynasty, it's amazing that ancient tombs can be so meticulously designed, integrated and divine. Professor Chen's reaction made Chu Yuan cry and laugh. But understand, this Li Chunfeng designed organs to subvert the entire archaeological community's perception. Let's just say that this kind of mechanism that can drive such a huge organ by just relying on the inner loess alone. There is no second person to be found in the ancient times. Unlike Professor Chen's excitement, Li Chuanlai's entire body was scared silly at this time, and he instinctively tried to see if he could lift the gate, until the forehead veins burst out. The gate did not move. Li Chunlai then helplessly chose to give up. Just when he was beyond despair, he looked back suddenly and made a major decision immediately when he saw the distance of the coffin on the stone platform. He gritted his teeth, made a long-distance assisted run, shouted under his breath, and with a vigorous leap, he actually jumped directly onto the stone platform in the center. He was seen curled up, distraught, hiding behind the board, holding his head and screaming in fear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You little cutie, if we can't solve the gates mechanism, we're all going to die. When Ma Bold and the others saw that Li Chunlai ignored the life and death of his team and directly chose to escape, they could not help but open their mouths to condemn. Only Hua Bai's eyes twitched. So it could still be like this. Seeing that the distance between the ground and the stone platform was growing, he couldn't help but secretly regret it. Damn it, Li Chunlai, you'll just wait there to die. Seeing his ghostly appearance, Ma Bold knew that this person had been scared out of his wits, and helplessly jumped onto the Burgundy gate with his 2 minions. Seeing the people taking their positions, Shu Yuan's spirit was lifted and he raised his voice to command. Listen up. The 8 palaces of Qian Koan Canlesians and Burgundy and Tue correspond to heaven and earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, mountains and zephyrs respectively. Follow this logic to find the underworld weapon. Hataru's heart stirred and she pulled Zhao Yueying's hand and asked, Sister Ing, this is the Jin Palace, which corresponds to wind. Looking for something related to wind. Zhao Yueying looked up at the sound of the voice, and what came into her eyes were all sorts of exotic treasures that shook her eyes a little. Gosh, there are so many antiques. Which one is related to wind? I just can't understand it. Zhao Yueying gently stroked her forehead with a bitter smile. Before watching little brother's operation was very simple, and when it was his turn to find a counterpart, he directly grasped the blind. Little brother, I'm looking for something that corresponds to thunder. Look at this bronze, only its top this should be a cloud thunder pattern. Shu Yuan sniffed and looked, only to see Zhong Jinyue pointing at a western Zhou Gue anxiously. That's it, go ahead and spin it. After scanning the medallions on the sun door, Shu Yuan realized that it was indeed the only thing related to thunder, and then nodded his head in reply. Ka-ching! As Zhong Jinyue rotated the underworld weapon Li Gue above the sundown gate, after a light ringing sound, the ground then suddenly came to a halt. Ha! Little brother, didn't you say you had to find 8 pieces before you could do it? Why did you stop at just 1 piece? Song Wenjue stood in front of Qianmen's heel, looking at the ground that stopped under his feet and asked in confusion. Shu Yuan just wanted to open his mouth to speak. Who knew that the ground began to shrink a little bit into the wall again, shaking the crowd again. Quick, we still have to keep looking. Finding the right door can only delay the time. Time is limited. Everyone hurry up and find the other 6. Shu Yuan hurriedly shouted orders to the crowd. Ma boldly looked at the exotic treasures in front of him, and suddenly felt a headache. Although he has been under the bucket, but all the practice of the 2 Fuzi, direct Mang, if he could read the trigrams, he would still be running transportation on both sides of the Yellow River? He would have gone to the Qinling Mountains to make a fortune. How to find so many objects? A little brother behind Ma Daodu dumbfounded this looking at these antiques. Do not know what to do. Not to mention do not know where to start checking. He could only follow Ma Bold. Stand at the Burgundy Gate, look at the wall full of antiques, and think hard for a long time, and could not help but fall into the middle of contemplation. Boss Ma, what are you rambling about? Hurry up and look for the mountain-related medallions. Shu Yuan saw Ma Daodu staring at the plutonium on the wall. He could not help but angrily rebuke. What time is it? Still thinking small thoughts. Thinking of this, Shu Yuan directly ran to the Burgundy Gate where Ma Bold was. He was worried that this guy would get into trouble like in the movies and TV dramas. Boss, look at that baby that looks like a mountain. At this time, Ma Bold also reacted, following the gesture of the little brother to look, just in time to see an emerald coral on the Burgundy door. It's only a little high off the ground. Penis, come over here and give me a hand. Seeing this, Ma Dafa was not ambiguous, so he directly gave an explanation and stepped on the back of his own little brother and went up, ready to turn it. Don't move. Coral is born in water, the same as the mountain, meaning is the opposite. Jade is born in stone, steady as a mountain. It's a jade dog, not coral. At this time, Shu Yuan will also be rushing to the Burgundy Gate. Seeing that Ma Bold wants to turn the emerald coral, immediately opened his mouth to stop. At the same time, taking a few steps forward to the front door, Shu Yuan reached out and prepared to turn the jade dog. Right at this moment, the ground shook, and the minions under Ma Bold were suddenly unsteady on their feet, and Ma Bold instantly felt as if he had lost weight under his feet. The whole person fell to one side. Under the human survival instinct, he subconsciously went to reach out, but unexpectedly touched the emerald coral. Ka! As the horse boldly turned the wrong way, the ground of the Burgundy Gate suddenly contracted all the way into the wall, and without the ground to support them, the 4 of them fell into the cliff. However, Shu Yuan reacted sharply and made a timely leap, turning the jade dog as his body fell, suspending the entire mechanism. Little brother, seeing Shu Yuan fall off the cliff, it was as if the crowd had lost their backbone, and Hatba and the others were so scared that they directly collapsed to the ground. Zhong Jinyue came to the edge of the ground and probed his body to look down, pulling out a glow stick from behind him and lighting it up and throwing it straight down. As the glow stick descended, Zhong Jinyue suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes as a rope darted straight in his direction. This is little brother's flying tiger claw. Zhong Jinyue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and reached out to grab the rope, but the weight on the end of the rope made his heart sink. Asterisk. Zhong Jinyue heart force, faces even more veins burst out, finally delayed the fall. Estimated the weight of the rope is 2 people. Just in the nick of time, Song Wenjue rushed over and the 2 of them pulled the rope together. I'm fine, Captain Zhong. Please swing the rope toward the wall. Shu Yuan's voice came up gently from beneath the cliff, finally causing the crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing his arrangement, Zhong Jinyui and Song Wenhua hurriedly began shaking the rope. Ma Bold, are you alright? Listen to my command. You grab the wall first. Wait for me to go up and I'll save you. It turned out that just now, at the moment when the four of them fell together, Shu Yuan was quick on his feet and reached out to pull the horse boldly. At the same time, looking at the location where the glow stick came down, he threw out the flying tiger claw at his waist, which was tightly grasped by Zhong Jinyue. This was what saved the two of them, and as for Ma Bold's other two minions, he expressed his love for them. Capitalized service. Little brother, this body hand invincible. This flying tiger claws where there is a link. I want to buy one. It is worthy of being the exclusive tool of the gold-touching officer. It really brightens up my buddy's titanium alloy dog's eyes. The rope can still be played like this. This thing is like a locator. It's like a god. It's a god. Doesn't anyone wonder what kind of material this is made of? It's not scientific that it can support two adults. Chapter 32, when Wang's dragon bone illuminates the Book of Heaven. Amidst the crowd's exclamations of surprise, with his superior hands, Shu Yuan climbed up the rope in 3 or 2 tries. Senior brother Chu, the dew gate belongs to wood. There's a miniature screen made of gold nanmo here. It should be him. Seeing that Shu Yuan had safely climbed up, Fu Qianqian hurriedly opened her mouth to confirm. Sundance is wood and wind. That's it. Shu Yuan nodded slightly. After his confirmation, Fu Qianqian's face was delighted and she turned to the miniature screen on the dolmen. Ka! The expansion and contraction of the ground stopped once more, and it seemed that Duman's counterpart, the plutonium, was in the right place. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shu Yuan took over the flying tiger claw in Zhong Jinyue's hand, flicked his wrist, and directly threw it out towards the bottom. Ma Bold, this person has a deep heart. This trip is not with good intentions, but finally help him to transport the Iron-Head Dragon King. It is considered to return the favor. Ma Bold had been desperate, did not expect Shu Yuan chose to save himself. Looking at the rope in front of him, his heart was mixed. This line, although their own loss of troops, but is also considered to see the legendary ability of the Gold Touch School, the heart-only sigh of admiration. Thinking of this, Ma Bold's eyes twitched as if he had made up his mind about something. Shu Yuan didn't know the change in Ma Bold's state of mind in just a few minutes, pulling him up and rushing to several other doors without stopping his horse. At this time, Hataru and Zhao Yueying had unlocked the shot gate under Professor Chen's guidance, and by now had arrived in front of the Jing gate. Little brother, there's a vermilion bird candlestick above the scenic gate, but there's also a red dragon lacquer box here, which seems to have the element of fire as well. Obviously, the two were somewhat close, and for a moment the duo was unsure which to choose. Pick Jubilee. Shu Yuan glanced at the plutonium on the king's door and said loudly. As the words fell, with the help of Zhao Yueying, Hotba climbed up the scenic door and tiptoed to rotate the vermilion bird candelabra. The ground came to a standstill, and it seemed they had made the right choice. Hataru and Zhao Yueying clapped their hands in celebration at once, and the two of them had already solved 2 doors in a moment's time. At this time, in front of the Kunman, Professor Chen looked at the wall meditation but fell into deep thought. Anxious aside, the Huabai interjected. Professor, time is running out. Which one to spin? Why don't you choose? The Koan gate is the most een, and this blood jade, formed after the decay of a female body of the most een after death, when the rotting blood seeps into the jade body, is a special counterpart. Hearing Professor Chen's words, Huabai's eyes lit up and he said with certainty, that's it, I'll spin it. Wait, Professor Chen stopped in time and said in a tangled voice, Koan is the most een, symbolizing the female, and this topaz goddess also fits the trigrams. Couldn't care less. There's no time to lose. Huabai looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer. His eyes closed, and he spun directly at the blood jade. Ka! I didn't expect it to work. Huabai happily threw up his arms. Ha ha, you still need to rely on me when it matters. Huabai's knowledge base is not low, and just as he was about to show off, suddenly the retractable door actually began to slowly return to its original state. Huabai looked up and saw Chu Yuan standing at the DUI gate. It turned out that while he was solving the Koan gate, Chu Yuan alone quickly solved the 3 gates and found the corresponding underworld weapon. 8 paths of the ground toward the stone platform where the coffin was located, re-extended over. This mechanism was cracked? The crowd immediately showed a look of aftermath and looked at Chu Yuan gratefully, worthy of being the heir of the gold-touching school. Thinking of this, the hearts of the people hanging in their hearts finally dropped, and they suddenly sighed in relief and collapsed on the ground, especially Hotba, Zhao Yueying and others. Being big stars, these thrilling scenes can make them memorable for life. Click! Just when everyone thought it was over, the chessboard by the coffin suddenly opened from it, split into 2. and slowly raised a lacquered wooden treasure box. Is this a new clue? Li Chunlai looked at the treasure box in front of him dumbfounded. Thinking that there were some clues inside, he subconsciously opened it. However, what was inside the treasure box surprised everyone. It was actually a piece of ancient turtle shell. What's this? A turtle cover? What kind of clue is that? Li Chunlai directly grabbed the turtle shell and observed it repeatedly, muttering, "Wizardly, hurry up and put it down. This is the valuable Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. You can't touch it directly." Professor Chen saw the turtle shell in Li Chunlai's hand, rose up in a huff and, with a trembling voice, sternly rebuked him. Without any protective measures to contact the precious cultural relics, it is very likely to cause damage to the cultural relics. How can not let Professor Chen anxious? What's more, this was the legendary Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, which was said to have recorded the great secrets between heaven and earth, and could be called an unparalleled treasure. What? Just a broken turtle shell? And it's worth a fortune? Li Chunlai's eyes were glowing as he looked at the turtle shell in his hand, and a voice from the deepest part of his heart seemed to be ringing in his ears. Possess it, and you will have the most valuable treasure in the world. As many women as you want. Li Chunlai, don't mess around. This is a cultural relic. It belongs to the state. Professor Chen seemed to read his mind and instantly raised his voice, hoping to cut off his unrealistic thoughts. Ha ha, what an eye of God to land this most valuable thing in my hands. What a country. This is mine. Li Chunlai looked at the crowd with a grimace on his face and put the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book in his hand back into the treasure box. Then he hugged the box. Ka! Just as the treasure box left the board, the 8 doors that surrounded the crowd unexpectedly opened slowly, revealing the entrance from which the crowd had come. Li Chunlai immediately had a happy face and ran out of the room with the treasure box in his arms. When the people saw this, they hurriedly chased after him and tried to chase him back. Professor Chen, in particular, had an anxious look on his face and was running faster than Zhong Jinyue. Wait! Just as Li Chunlai's figure disappeared into the entrance, Chu Yuan hurriedly shouted to stop the crowd that was chasing after him. Xiao Chu, that's a treasure. It can't be taken by outsiders. It must be surrendered to the state. Hey, asshole thing. Emotionally depressed Professor Chen, feeling empty in his heart, for Li Chunlai behavior, culminating in the deep, he could not help but burst out foul language, and it could be seen that Professor Chen was very dissatisfied with Chu Yuan's stop. Professor, the entrance and disappeared under the effect of the inner Lois. He can't get out even if he takes the treasure. He'll be back, Chu Yuan said without looking back. Really like the movie and TV drama, like Li Chunlai holding the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book and ran out. Then the organs they encountered along the way are considered to be solved in vain. Especially the spirit staircase. It's a one-way trip. There's no going back. He walked over to the board and carefully observed. Since this was a setup by Li Chunfeng, he would definitely leave an exit. Zhong Jinyue's heart was filled with worry when he heard Chu Yuan's words. Ever since the crowd entered the hanging soul staircase, he found that his cell phone did not have any signal, and even the satellite phone he was carrying could not be used. The stealth drones were now only operated on a single line, and he had no control over them, and he didn't even know if the drones he was following were now operating properly. AI. It seems that we can only rely on ourselves now. Zhong Jinyue secretly sighed, and, after Zhong Jinyue saw that Professor Chen's emotions had dissipated a few points, he took the initiative to go forward and support him. By the way, Professor Chen, what exactly is this Dragon Bone Heavenly Book? Is it very precious? Hearing this, the rest of the archaeological team couldn't help but walk over. It was obvious that everyone wanted to know what kind of treasure this was. Professor Chen was just about to open his mouth when he saw a sneaky figure appear at the entrance, tiptoeing against the wall. It was Li Chunlai, who had just run out. Yo, isn't this Mr. Li? Didn't you go out and get rich? What are you doing back here? Ma Bo looked at him with a contemptuous face and said in a conspiratorial manner. Li Chunlai's face was embarrassed by Ma Dafa's dislike, so he could only explain in a calm manner. Air outside to calm down. Grabbing the treasure box is indeed wrong. Also recognized the mistake, which is why I thought to send it back. Li Chunlai's face was ugly. In fact, he was driven back by the human face spider outside the passage. Looking down at the treasure box, his heart was not willing. Professor Chen hurriedly walked over, his stern eyes staring straight at Li Chunlai, snatching the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book treasure box from his hands. It's me. Li Chunlai heart 1,000 reluctance, but in Professor Chen's stern gaze immediately lowered his head, cowardly and dare not speak again. Put. Hataru looked at the coy Li Chunlai, and burst out laughing. Really, by the little brother. This guy ran back by himself. I guess I was scared back by the spiders with human faces out there. Ha ha, that's hilarious. What's going on out there? Zhong Jinyue asked with a worried face. He wasn't worried about Li Chunlai, but about the way out for the crowd. We can't get out. There are spiders out there. We can't escape. Li Chunlai then remembered the dangerous situation outside and shouted with a changed expression. Chapter 33, The Fire Sky's Great Gua. When the crowd heard this, their faces changed drastically, especially females such as Reba and Zhao Yueying, who had a natural fear when they heard spiders. Professor Chen had no fear. Right now he only had the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book in his eyes, oblivious to the dangers outside. Zhong Jinyue saw everyone's gloomy and downcast appearance, and in order to revitalize their morale, he busily digressed. Professor Chen, you haven't introduced what exactly is the origin of this Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. Professor Chen's eyelids were lowered looking at the treasure box in his hand, his face with an obsessed expression as he explained. Regarding this Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, there is actually a legendary story in history, and it is said that this is a record of the secret about immortality. Put. Song Wenjua is drinking water. Suddenly heard the word longevity, two words scared directly sprayed out the water. Shocked to look at Professor Chen. Professor Chen, eternal life, this is too much. It can't be some kind of mythological story. Hataru was also intrigued by the topic of Nagisa, and inquired skeptically. Oh, the average life expectancy of the ancients was low, only in their 40s. So many people had the desire to pursue longevity. Professor Chen was not annoyed with the attitude of the two. Instead he continued his introduction with a smile on his face. This Dragon Bone Heavenly Book is said to have been crafted by one of the heavenly sons of the Zhou dynasty, and it is rumored that the secret of immortality is recorded within. This Dragon Bone Heavenly Book has been passed down in the Zhou dynasty for I don't know how many generations of heavenly sons, and no one has been able to decipher the mystery until the emergence of King Mu of Zhou, and everyone has heard of the mythological story of King Mu of Zhou and the Queen Mother of the West. According to wild history, when he was young, King Mu of Zhou liked to travel the world, and once he met the Queen Mother of the West in the Kunlun Mountains. You should know that the Queen Mother of the West is a goddess, and with her help, King Mu of Zhou unlocked the secret of longevity inside the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. Rumor has it that King Mu of Zhou obtained this very secret to live to the age of 104, which in those days wasn't far off from immortality. As a result, later emperors searched for the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, but after King Mu of Zhou died, the secret of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book was buried with him. Speaking of this, Professor Chen looked around the chamber and sighed. What we're going down this time was supposed to be a Western Zhou tomb, and this piece of Dragon Bone Heavenly Book should have been one of the martyrs as well. What a pity. Seeing Professor Chen's complicated expression, Hataru subconsciously asked after him, Professor, unfortunately what Professor Chen's expression froze, and after looking at Hataru with a smile in his eyes, he slowly opened his mouth. This tomb of the Heavenly Prince of Zhou was supposedly discovered by Li Chunfeng of the Tang dynasty and was transformed by him into the present organ-ridden Tang tomb. The artifacts we just saw are actually treasures of the Western Zhou dynasty, and there is also a historical account about Li Chunfeng and the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. It is said that back then, when Tang Taizong's body was gradually aging and he could not resist the desire for immortality, he sent Li Chunfeng, who was already the imperial historian at the time, to search for the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. Li Chunfeng spent half of his life, which eventually allowed him to find the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, and after his dedicated research, he finally successfully cracked the secret text on it and solved the secret of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. But by this time Li Chunfeng's mind had changed, and he thought that the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book's appearance in the world would probably cause the destruction of living beings, so he split it in two. One of them was given to Emperor Taizong of Tang to deliver, and this Dragon Bone Heavenly Book has been hidden in the depths of the Tang Palace, and then when the Tang dynasty broke up, this piece of Dragon Bone Heavenly Book tumbled into the hands of Li Yuanhao, the overlord of Western Xia. The other piece, it should have been brought back here by Li Chunfeng, who remodeled the tomb of King Wen of Zhou and designed such a subtle mechanism. It should be because he wanted to hand over the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book to a suitable descendant. When the crowd heard Professor Chen say this, they could not help but turn their curious eyes towards Chu Yuan. The organs inside this ancient tomb were all cracked by Little Brother. Could it be that Little Brother is the successor to the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book chosen by Li Chunfeng? Chu Yuan ignored the gawking eyes of the crowd and instead pondered over Professor Chen's words and fell into deep thought. The introduction of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book in the Ghostbusters movie and drama is not far from what the professor just said, but the part involving King Mu of Zhou and the Queen Mother of the West, it is true that there is no mention of it in the movie or TV drama, and he always felt that he had heard this name somewhere. Hataru blinked her big, bright eyes in curiosity and followed up. Professor Chen, what are the mysterious symbols on this tortoise shell? Prof. Chen's expression gave way and smiled as he stroked his forehead. It was a script of its time period and was used by the ruling class of the time, amounting to a set of linguistic codes. This complex symbol can probably only be deciphered by Professor Sun from our institution, who is known as the world's #1 in deciphering ancient texts. While the crowd was feverishly discussing the matter of this dragon bone heavenly book, Chu Yuan was still thinking about the exit of the ancient tomb. Looking at the ancient tomb in front of him, Chu Yuan sighed in his heart. When he watched TV back then, he didn't introduce how the iron triangle escaped. They had walked here through the soul suspension ladder, and now that they were walking back, all the entrances in the Sphinx spider cave had long since disappeared as well. Looking at the archaeology team crowd and having the leisure to listen to the story, I have to say that these hearts are really big. He had already scrutinized the entire chamber. The ground floor was a cliff. There might be an underground river, but the depth was unknown. As for the spiders with human faces outside the chamber, he didn't have much difficulty in breaking through by himself. The key was how to bring the archaeological team gang out. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's heart moved, suddenly remembering the previous popularity value reward for the art of asking the trigrams. This technique was not useful for grave robbing, but asking for a situation is still very spiritual and may carry unexpected results. Saying that he would do it, Chu Yuan took big strides and walked to Professor Chen's front and asked softly, "Professor, I'm sorry to bother you. Let me borrow your Qianlong Tongbao ancient money." "Chu, what are you planning to do?" Professor Chen asked suspiciously while handing the 6 Qiankuan Tongbao in his arms to Chu Yuan. "Professor, I've searched the entire chamber and found no exit. I need to use special means to divine the way out." Chu Yuan took the copper coins and raised his arm, saying with a serious face, "Oh, divining and asking for directions. That's a good thing." "Wait, what did you say? Divination?" Professor Chen looked at Chu Yuan with a head full of black lines. This student of his is good at everything, but he likes to study strange and weird things. You study the Zhoui gossip 9 palaces and 8 doors even if archaeology is also used to survive. But what do you study? Fortune telling. What? Are you worried you won't find a job after graduation and you'll tell fortunes for a living? That's ridiculous, considering that it was still a live broadcast, plus Chu Yuan's outstanding performance this time. Professor Chen did not intend to take it personally. "Ah, little brother, you can still tell fortunes? Is it accurate or not? Why don't you do it for me?" Hearing that Chu Yuan wanted to tell fortunes and ask for directions, Hatta immediately came over with a smiling face and looked at him expectantly. Sister Hataru, fortune-telling is not necessary. I have rules for this fortune-telling. 1 fortune per day, Chu Yuan explained with a smile. When the crowd heard that Chu Yuan was going to use divination to find the way out, they gathered around, their faces full of curious looks. Chu Yuan looked serious, holding 3 Qianlong Tongbao in his right hand hanging in front of his chest, and slowly let go of his hand amidst the crowd's complex looks of curiosity, disbelief, skepticism, and ridicule. Ding ding. Chu Yuan lowered his head to fiddle with the 6 Qianlong Tongbao on the ground and muttered, "Li Shang Qianxi, De Yu Yuan Hong, it's actually the fire sky de Yu Gua. This is the upper hexagram. How did it turn out? Little brother, can we find the exit?" Hataru asked with a concerned face. "Humph, to even presume to find an exit by such futile means. I think he's crazy," Huabai said in a cold voice. "What do you know? This may be the tactics of a touchy-feely, human-like, don't want to talk casually if you don't understand." Ma Bold glanced at Huabai and said nonchalantly, "You, what kind of East thing are you to insult me?" Huabai was derided with rage and roared with a furious face. Seeing that the two still wanted to continue arguing, Chu Yuan directly reached out to stop the two and faintly spoke. "The exit, it's in Qianliaogong. Opening the door is the way to live." Chapter 34, Uranus King. The crowd sniffed and looked at the open door that Chu Yuan pointed at, which was clearly a wall made of metal. "Ha ha," Huabai hilariously laughed, pointing at Chu Yuan sarcastically. "Little brother Chu, you wouldn't be confused and take me for a little cutie, right?" After Huabai finished speaking, he jogged all the way to the open door, tapped the wall of the chamber, and said in a cold voice, "It's a tight fit, there's not even a gap, let alone an exit. So put away your pretentious tricks." Professor Chen and the others were also a little embarrassed. After all, Chu Yuan's trick of divining and asking for directions had looked unreliable, and this being poked in the face, they all felt embarrassed for Chu Yuan. Huabai, this guy looks annoying but he's kind of truthful. Divining and asking for directions? It sounds illegal to me. The whole internet is blowing up how powerful the Golden Schoolmaster is, but this is what you're showing us? You're at your wit's end. I was also attracted by the online slices. This divination asking for directions sounds mysterious. Too outrageous. Say, isn't this a live scientific archaeology program? How come there's still this kind of backward feudal superstition? This kind of guy who promotes superstition should be blocked on the whole network. We suggest that the officials check Chu Yuan's background and see if there are precedents of adultery in his ancestry. That is, I admit that he's good at organ deciphering, and I suspect that he's probably participated in a lot of grave robbing and accumulated experience. ********. Little brother is not just divination asking for directions? What? Stealing your family's ancestral tomb, or eating your family's rice, running around spraying nonsense. So many internet hacks carrying the rhythm. We can't be fooled. I believe Xiao is not aimless. There must be a use for it. Brothers, let's remember the faces of these accounts and sit back and wait for little brother to hit you in the face on the spot. Perhaps Chu Yuan himself did not expect that the casual divination and asking for directions would set off such a big commotion in the live broadcast. If he so checked the data of the system's popularity value, he would have realized that it was growing at a high rate. So he could only say that black and red was also red. Chu Yuan disdainfully glanced at Hua Bai. His art of asking the trigrams is not a simple fortune-telling. And the rule of 1 trigram per day is not something that he has been talking nonsense about. Have seen the play version of the ghost blowing lamp? No. The play fortune-telling the most cattle belongs to Chen Blind Man and Zhang 3 chain of descendants of Zhang Wenchuan. Not to mention the accuracy of Chen Blind's trigrams. Alone Zhang San chains the ancestor figure of the golden toupee. Pass down the 16 words of the secret art of yin and yang is definitely more complete than passing it on to his own disciple. Chu Yuan remembers that after the Yunnan Insect Valley line, Hu Bai precisely got Zhang Wenxian to send him a hexagram before he knew that he had to head to the Kunlun Divine Palace. What's more, Zhang Wenxian was still divining with his empty hand and it was that accurate, while Chu Yuan's divination just now was different. Prof. Chen's 6 Qianlong Tongbao are not ordinary ancient coins, and the Qianlong Tongbao contain the qi of the Shang dynasty, which is most suitable for divination. The thicker the qi, the more accurate the results of divination. Therefore, Chu Yuan believed that his divination and asking for directions was absolutely accurate. Thinking of this, he also sauntered over to Hua Bai's side and tapped on the walls of the chamber. Oh, you're not naive enough to think you're going to dig a robber's hole out of here, are you? Hua Bai looked at him with a sneer on his face as he clasped his arms with both hands. Ha! There's movement! Without heeding Hua Bai's cold words, Chu Yuan suddenly felt a sound behind the tomb wall, and when he pressed his ears closely to listen carefully, suddenly, the sound of a regular clock ticking came into the ear, and the sound was, asterisk 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 it's dynamite, get out of the way. All backward, Chu Yuan bellowed at the crowd, signaling everyone to back off. His own figure backed up sharply, and as he passed by Hua Baiyan, he didn't forget to send him a flying kick, directly sending him flying more than 5 meters away. Gu, lying, Chu Yuan your big mans, finally falling heavily to the ground. Falling on all fours, Hua Bai's forehead was sweating coldly, and his abdomen was like a river turning over. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I'm saving your life. Chu Yuan smiled at the corner of his mouth and disliked him nonchalantly. Just now if he didn't kick away Hua Bai, who knows if he would have gotten hurt. When Hua Bai heard this, he was instantly enraged, and he was just about to swear at him before he realized the pain in his chest and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He endured the severe pain and was just about to stand up when suddenly, an earth-shattering blasting sound suddenly rang out. Boom! The open door position that Chu Yuan just stood at was instantly blown apart from the wall, and countless smoke and dust filled the entire chamber. Ahem! In the rolling smoke, it was impossible to see the figures of the people, and all that could be heard was the sound of coughing here and there. The heavenly king covers the earth. Suddenly, a low voice came from behind the open door curtain wall. The pagoda subdues the river demon. Chu Yuan in the smoke and dust was somewhat unable to see the figure of the visitor, and when he suddenly heard this cryptic language, he subconsciously picked up a sentence. Oops, sorry guys, buddy's first time using explosives. The portion is a bit large, please forgive me haha. A somewhat voice suddenly entered Chu Yuan's ears. Chu Yuan's heart stirred. After his bloodline had been strengthened, his body's 5 senses were super strong, and he could clearly hear where the other party was based on sound alone. Found you! Chu Yuan let out a low shout and rushed in the direction of the visitor, darting away and delivering a powerful whip kick to the visitor's waist. Asterisk 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 so ghostly? Isn't the code word right? Everyone's on their own. The visitor did not move slowly, seemingly sensing Chu Yuan's attack. He directly waved the engineer's shovel in his hand to block. Bang! Even with the blockage of the engineer's shovel, the visitor was still staggered by Chu Yuan's kick and almost fell to the ground. Damn! The point is solid. Old Hu side by side, only to see the person who came to fight a call, but the body shape is rapidly backward. Chu Yuan just wanted chase. Then see a black shadow shining head slash. His right shoulder sank slightly, and the black gold ancient blade instantly slid out, held tightly in his hand as he met the incoming black shadow and directly blocked it. Ka! A sound of gingo rang out, and the weapon in the visitor's hand was directly chopped off by the black and gold ancient sword with a crisp ringing sound. Obviously this change caught the other party off guard, and surprisingly, his figure suddenly stopped in the middle of the battle, staring blankly at the broken blade in his hand. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed. As if he had thought of something, and he was not attacking. Instead, he methodically retreated backwards. Stop it all. One of your own. Asterisk 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 asterisk. People are numb. How nothing can be seen. Just hear the movement. Little brother is not with people to do it? It wouldn't be a group of grave robbers, would it? I heard little brother pick up the other side's secret word. The heavenly king covers the earthly tiger. Pagoda to subdue the river demon. Although I don't quite understand what it means, but it sounds so powerful. You'd better not get it. It's all cut and dry black talk. Who wouldn't? The king of heaven and the king of earth. The chicken stewing mushrooms. Upstairs. It looks like the officials have stepped in, and these people are supposed to come to the rescue. Have you all forgotten my brother's fortune-telling not long ago? My goodness. It's really great. It's so accurate. Black people hurry out. Let little brother positive face. A bunch of brain-damaged jets. What's wrong with metaphysics? What's wrong with metaphysics? For a while, many of the spammers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded, really being amazed by Chu Yuan's divination and asking for directions, even though it was someone else who came in for support. It was metaphysical to determine where the rescue team opened the door just by virtue of the 6 ancient coins. At the same time, the smoke and dust inside the chamber gradually dispersed, and the figures of all the people were slowly revealed and seen clearly. Your little brother Chu, aren't you? I'm the head of security for the program. You can call me Captain Hu. Chu's eyes moved slightly, only to see a handsome young man in camouflage uniform, holding a broken 8-sided Han sword, looking at himself with a warm face. Hey, I say you guys, you obviously got the code words right, and you're still doing it? What the hell? You want to practice with your buddy? Behind who company commander sprang out a 1'9" strong man in a strong suit, holding an engineer's shovel and a pugnacious aura that was intimidating. Fatty, don't scare everyone, go clean up the blast port and go. Company commander who rebuked the brawny big man, then looked towards Professor Chen and Zhong Jinyue in the distance. His eyes lit up and he smiled. Company commander who? Is it really you? Why did you come over? Zhong Jinyue's body shook when he saw the visitor, and he hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Captain Zhong, this mission has come to a successful conclusion. The program knows through the live broadcast that you are in trouble, and I am here to rescue you. Company commander who? I didn't expect that it was actually you who came over in person. Thank goodness. Please arrange for someone to protect the scene. Company commander who? Professor Chen also saw this head of security for the program, and immediately looked delighted. The heart that had been hanging in the air was finally put down. This comrade is an official call to the Borders Special Operations Squad, specifically for rescue, and Zhong Jinyue is precisely a member of the squad. Chapter 35, The Partridge Splits the Mountain Armor. The Harrier solves the church gate. After a long time had passed, Chu Yuan was able to figure out the current situation. Looking at Hu company commander who was directing the busy rescue team, there was also Fatty Wang who had been trying to look at the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book by the side of Prof. Chen. Chu Yuan instantly developed a complex feeling in his heart that was difficult to express in words. One could only say that after traveling to this parallel world, under the interference of the power of the system, many things had subverted Chu Yuan's cognition. After all, in this world, we are all living beings, and it is normal to have differences with the movie and TV show. However, the Iron Triangle in Ghostbusters, Chu Yuan did not expect to meet in such a way. And this Iron Triangle character trajectory and fate with the film and television drama is far from the same. A time aroused Chu Yuan's interest in gossip. After paying the price of an ancient coin, he obtained quite a lot of intelligence information from Fatty Wang. He just didn't know the accuracy. According to Fatty Wang, Hu Ba-yi and he grew up in the Dean, adult together in the army. He was discharged because of injuries, and Hu Ba-yi has risen all the way to become a company commander. And this time he was also sent over in consideration of his comprehensive combat ability. He is the head of security for National Treasure and has a 10-man special forces team under his command, fully equipped. Chu Yuan listened to Fatty Wang's stuttering introduction. He guessed that the above was looking at Hu Baiyi's ability to divide the gold and set the acupuncture point. As for the guy Wang Fat, according to his statement after his discharge from the army, followed by a few comrades in the Capital Pan family garden antique business, some time ago, he was targeted by the official people and ended up mixing up a position as a special advisor to the National Institute of Archaeology. Chu Yuan thought carefully. Also right, Fatty Wang, this guy is a serious touch of gold lieutenant. It is estimated to be the ability of the yard to look at the next tomb. This time too, when the people met the spiders with human faces, the people above were worried about the safety of the archaeological team's people and wanted to give support. It was not until Hu Ba-yi and the others saw Chu Yuan break the hanging soul ladder and find the real underworld temple that they found the location of the main tomb through the skill of dividing the gold and fixing the points. Straight up a robber's hole. It took over 2 hours of digging to find this place. Hey, Little brother. You give Professor Chen a word. Show that old Thai dragon bone heavenly book to dude. Maybe dude can crack it. After Fatty Wang touched the wall on Professor Chen's side, he resentfully walked to Chu Yuan's side and said in a dark voice. Chu Yuan directly rolled his eyes at him and went to help out beside company commander who. Hey, you this guy. According to the temper of buddies before, you girl so arrogant. Buddies beat you to death. Fatty Wang cursed at Chu Yuan's lack of help. Fat uncle, you'd better watch your words. Little brother is very good at fighting. No ordinary person is a match for him. Seeing Fatty Wang's mouth was unforgiving, Hot Butt couldn't help it. The corner of her mouth was flicked, and she faintly said, when Wang Fatty saw Hot Butt, his eyes were glowing, as if a love and warm evening wind was blowing on the face, blowing the little heart thumping. However, when he heard the other party call him uncle, the corner of his mouth twitched and he said with a quiet sigh, Sis, you're too rude. Dude is only 30. Fatty Wang grimaced at Hataru, a little displeased with her name-calling. Really? I didn't realize that uncle was so young. But unfortunately, he just developed a bit faster. For the hot bar's sharp-tongued, Fat Wang was full of sadness. Hastily find an excuse, then go to Hubai's side to find comfort to go. Is this Fatty Wang really a goldsmith? I always thought that all gold detectives are as high and cold as little brother. This fat guy is also too funny. With that horny look, I didn't realize he was such a gold digger. However, this guy definitely has real skills. And according to the live broadcast footage, he even made the hole directly near the coffin of the tomb owner. Isn't this what Prof. Chen calls a top-notch expert? No wonder he can become a special advisor to the Archaeological Institute. This Fatty Wang would be directly invincible if he teamed up with little brother to go down to the tomb. Whoops. Just received an official notification that this National Treasure Life program will end in half an hour. Hey, hurry up and finish it. I haven't learned much about archaeology, but I've got a lot of education in pouring knowledge. So looking forward to the next Archaeology Live broadcast. This installment of the program is just too explosive. Especially Chu Xiaobo, the sky into the ground omnipotent. The first installment of the program has found the tomb of King Wen of Zhou and the tomb of Li Chunfeng, which is an unprecedented success. Looking forward to the next installment. When he heard Hu Bai say that he would stop the live broadcast after half an hour, Chu Yuan didn't think much about it, and his task was already overfulfilled. He had just taken the time to glance at the system's popularity value, and had already reached 5 million popularity values. The 5 million popularity value prize pack was already in sight, just waiting until he was alone to open it. So looking forward to it, Hu Bai looked at Chu Yuan beside him, smiled, and suddenly opened his mouth. Fixed plate hangs 1,000 gold, Haizi Gua ringing, hook scratching and kicking pole, pouring bucket irrigation big top Yuan Liang. Moontrick sun far colorful package cannot be. Chu Yuan heard this black words of the gold-touching schoolmaster. He knew that Hu Bai was verifying his identity. After all, in the course of the live broadcast he never admitted his identity as a gold-touching schoolmaster. Thinking about the future, the ancient tombs encountered will certainly become more and more difficult, and if there are Hu Bai and Fatty Wang such an expert companion, the success rate will certainly be higher. Chu Yuan chose not to hide anymore. He first directly displayed the touch of gold talisman hanging around his neck to the other party and faintly said, "There is no Yuan Liang, carrying firewood on the mountain and burning fire at the bottom of the mountain. May I ask this top Yuan Liang, where he has divided the mountain armor and dismantled a few mound doors?" Seeing his gold-touching talisman, Hu Bai's eyes shrunk violently, and subconsciously touched the gold-touching talisman on his neck. Especially when he heard Chu Yuan skillfully speak the black words of the gold feeler. He thought even more that the other party was also a gold feeler, and his face suddenly revealed a complicated look. A river has two sides of the scenery, the same mountain to carry firewood under the mountain to burn the fire. Partridges divided into mountain armor, the harrier to solve the Chiu men. Moore had climbed the treasure temple, nowhere to find the dragon house. After Hu Bai finished, he bowed to Chu Yuan. He could confirm that Chu Yuan was also one of the gold-touching officers, and we were all peers. Old Hu, what the hell are you talking to little brother about? I don't understand a word of it. Fatty Wang came at the sound and looked at the two with a tight frown, feeling in his heart that there must be something between the two of them that they were hiding from each other. See Wang Fat looked suspicious. Hu 81 kicked him, pulling him away, before leaving and Chu Yuan look at each other with a smile. Asterisk. Old Hu, this is only how long? You girl moved away from love. Beware I go back to tell sister-in-law. Fatty Wang was dissatisfied with Hu Bao's concealment and yelled at once. Shut up and get back to you. See their own men look at themselves with different eyes. Angry Hu Bai directly cover the mouth of Fat Wang, pulled to the side of the lesson. Can you translate what little brother and captain Hu are saying? I don't understand. I'm in a hurry. They all say it's a secret language. I guess only those who are traveling with them can understand it. It's too amazing. I'm afraid it's not the secret language of a gold digger. I have a friend who understands the secret language. What is said is that little brother and Hu Lianqing ancestor has a touch of gold schoolmasters. They both belong to the authentic heir. Both just entered the profession. Have not yet participated in the fight. Thank you for the great god's explanation. Run away or I'm afraid I'll be too late. Heir, I have a friend. What a guy. This blows up another gold digger? So worthless? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really I have a friend. Not a friend from nowhere. All don't misunderstand. Chapter 36, Groping for the Secret Vajra Umbrella. When Hu Baiyi's men cleaned up the robber hole they came from, Chu Yuan also followed the people of the Star Troop and chose to leave. Professor Chen is left behind, ready to do excavation of the Western Zhou tomb preparation. At the same time Hu Baiyi is also responsible for the later security work. After all, there is still a group of Sphinx spiders outside the tomb still eyeing it. Must do a good job of protecting the personal safety of the excavators. As the program has suspended the live broadcast, the subsequent excavation of King Wen's tomb naturally could not just go out live. When it comes to ancient tombs of such establishment as the Emperor's tomb, it is all of vital importance to the study of human history and civilization. Confidentiality must be maintained. When Professor Chen asked Chu Yuan if he would participate in the excavation, he directly chose to refuse. He didn't care about the reputation of digging up imperial tombs like this. What he cared about most right now was to continue broadcasting down the tomb and boosting his popularity value. The rewards from the system had made him stronger, and there was already a feeling that he couldn't stop. By the time the crowd re-entered the Fishbone Temple, there was a feeling of seeing the sky again, and Hua Bai even let loose with a loud roar. Chu Yuan was also secretly relieved. This Western Zhou tomb was perfect for him, but the psychological adaptation still needed to be adjusted. Little brother, I'll go down to meet the Sphinx spider first, and old Hu and I will meet you for a drink tonight. Fatty Wang patted Chu Yuan's shoulder and greeted him with a naive smile. With a self-conscious look, he already knew Chu Yuan's identity through Hu Baiyi. As a fellow traveler, his attitude was naturally much more cordial. Isn't it digging the Emperor's tomb? Master Fatty, how are we going to deal with the spiders with human faces? That thing is capable of a lot. Hearing Chu Yuan call himself Fat Master, the happy fat man smiled, swept his eyes at the distant crowd, and suddenly lowered his voice. Little brother, you girl full of people do not know hunger and thirst. The above notice. A Sphinx Spider Live 100, 000, to all come, do not send a sum of money, is not it against themselves. Chu Yuan understood at once. No wonder this fat man was so enthusiastic. Dare I say that it was still a matter of money. Thinking of this, he was glad that he had packed up the Iron Head Dragon King in advance, or else it would have been snatched by Fatty Wang. And wouldn't he have lost $8 million? Okay, I wish Master Fatty a great fortune. I won't see you tonight. Chu Yuan arched his hand at Fatty Wang and blessed him. Fatty Wang smiled confidently, waved his hand towards the crowd, and continued to descend the tomb without looking back, looking like he was ready for a big fight. Hua Bai looked at Fatty Wang's resolute back and praised him with heartfelt anger. This is the real captain of the Golden Touch, fearless of hardship and danger, determined to fight for the cause of archaeology. Admirable. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to glance at Chu Yuan, his face full of disdain. Then he raised his head and left in the midst of the crowd's dismayed gazes. Chu Yuan. Fatty Wang. Ugh, this guy's not a cutie. I'm afraid. Right. Ma Bo looked at Hua Bai's departing figure and sneered with a contemptuous face. Hot Butt and Zhao Yueying glanced at each other, and in a rare moment, they both agreed with Ma Bolt's point of view, and the words were rough. This guy is furious. This broadcast has been an accident everywhere for him. I guess I'll have to start working on his PR by now. Song Wenjua shook his head and lamented. Although variety programs are fast money and high exposure, but a carelessness is easy to overturn the car. According to his guess, he estimated that the next installment of Hua Bai would definitely not participate. It was just too damaging to him. The crowd had just walked out of the Fishbone Temple when they saw the program staff, and it was getting dark by then. After a whole day of going down to the tomb, the people are also tired enough to return to the temporary tent set up by the program team to rest. The two of them, Ma Bold and Li Chunlai, were taken away by the security team, especially Li Chunlai. The guy's awareness was too low. In the end did not resist the temptation of the treasure. I guess I have to go in for at least 10 days to do some ideological education. As for Ma Bold, this guy is still considered to abide by the rules, but looking at his skillfulness in descending into the grave, it is estimated that he has not usually dug up a lot of graves and exhumed graves. When the two were taken away, Li Chunlai was agitated, and Ma Bold did not change his face, which made Chu Yuan somewhat surprised. Returning to the tent assigned to him by the program team, Chu Yuan dropped the backpack on his body and directly plopped down on the bed and checked the system. Host, Chu Yuan. Body, super physical strengthening. Night eyes, 20% of green dragon bloodline. Skills, full fighting arts. Weapon mastery, 16 characters of yin and yang secret art. Art of asking hanging, kuei xing kick fighting. Super ventriloquism, hair mound fingers. Props, golden 8 treasures compass. Closed breath pill. Antidote pill. Black gold ancient sword. Gold touching talisman. Whirlwind shovel. Flying tiger claw. Mountain climbing armor. Popularity value, 6.2 million. Looking at the series of skills and props in the system panel. At this moment, Chu Yuan felt that he was strong and somewhat terrifying. With this configuration of his own, most of the ancient tombs in the movie and television dramas, Chu Yuan dared to pat his chest and say that he could push all the way through flat. Looking at the popularity value of more than 6 million, Chu Yuan's heart was excited, not forgetting that he had worked so hard to break through the ghost mound. Now is the most exciting time to open the gift bag. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan directly took out the gold touching talisman and placed it on the table and worshipped 3 times. I hope, with the blessing of the ancestors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the 5 million popularity value gift pack. The gift pack is being opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the green dragon bloodline. The concentration of the bloodline has increased to 50%. Fantastic! Finally I can activate the special abilities in my bloodline. I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing the system's beep, Chu Yuan's hanging heart could finally be put down. The bloodline that he had longed for had finally arrived. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upper method of the smell technique. The method of smelling mountains and identifying dragons. This is Chun Yulo's signature skill. The system is so powerful. Worthy of 5 million popularity value gift package. This reward is more powerful than one. Chu Yuan still remember when watching the angry clear Xiangxi Chen Yulo in the mountain top to perform this smell trick. With just a few gunshots, he was able to determine that there were several palaces and buildings under the cliffs, and the basic structure of the underworld palace was familiar to him. This kind of skill is only mastered by Chen Yulo in the whole world, which shows its difficulty. This listening to the wind and thunder and mountain discerning dragon method, non-5 senses sharp over people cannot learn. Chu Yuan body through the system and bloodline strengthening. The 5 senses were sharp beyond normal people, and it would be a perfect fit to learn this method. Congratulations on the prop Vajra umbrella. Ooh, the iron triangle has all the right stuff for dinner. Chu Yuan directly took out the Vajra umbrella through the system and held it in his hand and carefully played with it. This thing, but touching the gold school of secret fighting weapon. Water and fire. Not afraid of all kinds of poison. Specializing in preventing all kinds of organs and hidden weapons in the ancient tombs. Is touching the gold inspector's protective equipment. Materials and production process are secret. Lost for a long time. Legend has it that it was built with 100 refined steel mixed with rare metals, with steel bones and iron leaves all over the body. And even more powerful machine crossbows could not penetrate it. With a slight flick of his ears, hearing no movement around his tent, Chu Yuan prepared to receive the bloodline and the inherited memories of the smelling character technique. Chapter 37, The Great Sleeping Buddha Temple. The following day, Fishbone Temple, Gulan County. In the midst of a cacophony of people, Chu Yuan put on his clothes and walked out of the tent. His brows slightly furrowed as he looked at the flow of people coming and going. It can't be that Prof. Chen and the others have been digging the Western Zhou tomb all night. So many people. It seems that the officials attach great importance to this emperor's tomb. Feeling the warm summer sunshine, Chu Yuan stretched his muscles and bones. His body slightly vibrated, and his bones issued a thundering sound. Cool, little brother. Sleeping quite deeply. Buddy's shouting at you didn't even move. If not for the sound of your breathing, I would have thought that you secretly went down to the grave. Fatty Wang did not know where to come out. Wearing a dark glasses, dressed tartly, seemingly smiling at Chu Yuan. I'm sorry, Master Fatty. The first time I went down to the tomb my mind collapsed tightly and consumed a lot, so I slept a little deeper. Chu Yuan arched his hand and laughed bitterly. He accepted the system reward last night for the power of the green dragon bloodline. Upgrading from 20% to 50% reacted so greatly. When he received the power of his bloodline, it was as if an intense energy was born from his bloodline, constantly cleansing and transforming his body. If it wasn't for the fact that his body had been strengthened twice previously, this kind of severe pain of tearing and reorganization probably wouldn't have been able to carry it. The painful Chu Yuan almost went out of his soul on the spot, and somehow, he later passed out and slept, directly close to dawn before the transformation was completed. Although it hurt, the passive trait effect that came with the 50% concentration of green dragon bloodline made it smell good. What's the point of fooling yourself in the early morning? Don't say the fat master doesn't cover you. Are you hungry? Take it. This is the program's breakfast. Fatty Wang came to his side and suddenly froze, circling around Chu Yuan. His mouth tisk 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 tisk. Little brother, has the effect of the training trip been good? You even have an extra aura of unruffled authority on you. Not bad. Listening to Chu Yuan ahead of Black Line, Godma not angry self-will. This is the Green Dragon bloodline on the suppression. Understand. Chu Yuan did not pay attention to the fat man's flirting. Directly took the big meat bun in the other's hand and nibbled on it. From last night to now dripping water. Was starving. The flavor of old Beijing. It's so good. As he ate, he praised it vaguely. That's true. I've asked around. The show's chefs are brought directly from Beijing. Awesome. Right. When Fatty Wang said this, he suddenly took off his dark glasses, and after vigilantly looking around for a week, he realized that no one was there. And then he whispered, "Little brother, seeing as you've eaten your breakfast, can you do me a small favor in a moment?" Chu Yuan's action of eating the buns lurched. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Fatty Wang, and immediately felt that the buns in his hand did not smell good anymore. Who does this fatso think he is? He wants to bribe himself with just 2 big meat buns? It's gotta be at least 5. I'm starving. Hey, I said little brother, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Fat master, I can still be difficult for you. Small favor only. When Fatty Wang saw Chu Yuan's expression that looked like he had seen through his psyche, he was anxious and quickly raised his hand to explain. Come on, Fatty, I've seen you yelling here from afar. Just your time mind. I'm too lazy to talk about you. Don't make things difficult for little brother. Hu Bai, dressed in civilian clothes, gave him a stern look with his eyes, and then teased Fatty Wang with a look of disgust. Yo, old Hu, why are you here too? Well, you guys chat first, I'll go see if old Fawn's meat buns are ready yet? Fatty Wang saw Hu Bai appeared, directly scared of a jolt, and quickly find a random excuse to escape. Little brother, don't bother with him. This girl fought with the Sphinx spider on her own for half the night last night, and froze without catching a single live one. Such early morning attentiveness is to let little brother out to help you make money. You this guy think is quite beautiful. Hu Bai face speechless looking at Wang Fat lesson. This guy is really go wherever thinking about making money. Fatty Wan was poked through his little mind in front of him, and immediately looked at Chu Yuan with embarrassment, stuck his hands in his pockets, and whistled calmly. It is really worthy of being Wang Fatty. This cheek is thick enough. Even if he dislikes face-to-face to start a fight, he does not bring fear. Hu Bai also did not continue to chase him, turned his head and said to Chu Yuan with a serious face, Little brother, remember Ma Bold who went down to the tomb with you? He confessed last night and wants to take credit for his crimes. Che, isn't it just a tu-fu-zi? What credit can he make? This time the Western Jotun didn't die, but it's all because of little brother's credit. Fatty Wang cheekily came up to pick up the conversation. Let's go. Little brother, everyone is waiting for you. Professor Chen has a new arrangement about the next installment. Hu Bai patted Chu Yuan's shoulder and said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Fatty Wang suddenly took off his dark glasses and hung them at his collar, looked at Hu Bai with glowing eyes and asked excitedly, Come alive? The live in the mouth of Fatty Wang. Whether it came or not, Chu Yuan did not know, but he knew that he might have to go down to the tomb again soon. The reason for this is that last night Ma Bold was arrested by the local government office and interrogated, and as expected, the guy was hanging on to the name of a boat runner. These 2 years with more than a dozen brothers on both sides of the Yellow River as a treasure thief, to put it bluntly, is digging graves and digging graves hook. It is well known that there are many ancient tombs in the watersheds on both sides of the Yellow River, especially in Guilin County, where there are more than 2,000 unknown ancient tombs of various sizes. According to reason, this horse boldly did such a wicked thing, at least sentenced to a few years, but this guy unexpectedly came up with a big killer at the last minute, and obtained an official reduction of sentence. There were quite a few treasures from the Western Xia period in the coffin, and among them, there was even a map of the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple site, which he couldn't understand. This time also saw the official so actively digging the emperor's tomb, but also with the intention of trying. I did not expect the official agreed to him to make up for his mistakes and acquitted. At this time, in Professor Chen's private tent, the crowd of the archaeological team had gathered around the table to watch the treasure map offered by Ma Bold. Chu Yuan at first glance saw this figure. His heart already had an idea. He knew that this should be the ancient tomb of Blackwater City in Western Xia visited by Partridge Whistle in Ghost-Blown Lantern. It was a tomb of great evil, and Partridge Whistle, one of the ceilings of combat in grave robbing, was forced to break his arm to survive, which was very dangerous. Incredible. This is the ruins of the Western Xia Blackwater City 1,000 years ago, and the labeled point on the map should be the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple, the state temple of Western Xia at that time. Professor Chen took a magnifying glass and looked around before continuing his introduction to the crowd. The Great Sleeping Buddha Temple was first built during the Yongan period of the Western Xia dynasty, 1000 years ago, and the temple enshrines one of the largest indoor clay sculptures of a reclining Buddha sniffing in the country, with a length of 34.5 meters and a shoulder width of 7.5 meters. Just one finger of the Buddha can lie flat for one person, and one ear can accommodate 10 people sitting side by side, making it quite grand in scale. Fatty Wang shook his head and suddenly interjected, "So it's a broken temple. What value can it have? I thought it was some big tomb." "Oh, Wang advisor, this is not true. The Great Sleeping Buddha Temple is the Western Xia State Temple. At that time the Western Xia domestic numerous treasures are directly placed here. So, it's not only a Buddhist temple, it's also a place where the Western Xia hid their treasures." Hearing the second half of Professor Chen's sentence, Fatty Wang stood up with a tang sound and looked at the crowd with a solemn face. "Professor Chen, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and organize a team to invert." "Bah, it's archaeology." Chu Yuan looked at Fatty Wang with a black line on his face. "Brother your wealthy mind is almost written directly on your face." Hu Ba-yi saw the fat man this pretentious look, also nonchalant, directly kicked the fat man Wang a foot, eyes signaling him to shut up. Professor Chen lowered his head to observe the map, but he didn't notice Fatty Wang's fiery eyes. Thinking of this, he looked up suddenly. "Counselor Wang has a point. The Great Sleeping Buddha Temple, as the national temple of Western Xia, must have a lot of recorded documents about the history of Western Xia. Company Commander Hu, please communicate with the program team. The next issue of the National Treasure Archaeological live broadcast will go to the Western Xia Blackwater City. Chapter 38 Advance Party of Blackwater City." Needless to say, as a premier professor at the National Institute of Archaeology, Prof. Chen's advice is still very informative. That afternoon, National Treasure program team called the archaeological team of people assembled. Once everyone was seated, Prof. Chen began to teach the class, focusing on the history of Blackwater City and the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple. It went on for more than an hour, ending in a loud yawn from Fatty Wang. "Everyone, the situation has been described by Professor Chen, and after the program team decided that the trip to Western Xia is the second installment of our live broadcast. Since Prof. Chen and Fu Qinshan still need to be in charge of the excavation at the Western Zhou tomb, they will not be available for the second installment of the program." The other members. Before the program's host could finish his words, Hua Bai stood up with a furrowed brow and an expressionless face. "I'm sorry, I received a temporary arrangement from the company. I can't participate in the next installment of the program for the time being, please forgive me." Hua Bai's sudden exit had obviously disrupted the program's planned arrangements, and the host's face was a bit ugly. The chief director of the program was also in the corner inside the tent at that moment, and was watching this operation by Hua Bai with a dumbfounded look on his face. It was obvious that this was without prior communication, so sudden that it caught him off guard, and he already had the data from the first installment of yesterday's broadcast. Whether it's ratings, topic buzz, hot searches, etc., National Treasure is at the top of the list. Currently the whole network was discussing this archaeological live broadcast, and even countless people were projecting the process of Chu Yuan decrypting the organs, and for a time feng shui was popular all over the network. So now is the explosive period of the program. If the archaeological core members are absent in large numbers, it will certainly affect the second phase of the live effect. The director of the program is actually still very much in his heart to see China not speaking, although his ability is not good, but he is pretentious, his mouth stinks, and he is easy to offend people. It's a big boost to the conflict effect of the show, and unbeknownst to me, black and red is also red, and gives the show something to talk about. This is a great tool, man. Can't let him go. Coward. Meanwhile, when Song Wenhua heard Hua Bai's words, he directly let out a cold snort and slanted a glance at him, his expression full of disdain. With his current status in the entertainment industry, it was no surprise that Hua Bai was a minor character in his eyes, and he wouldn't spoil it. Hua Bai sniffing just wanted to be angry, but a look at the object as Song Wenhua immediately put out the fire. Face slightly changed, immediately lowered eyebrows. "Brother Zhua, it's not a matter of cowardice. You know the dangers of the Western Zhou tomb. For someone with no hands like me, by forcing my way down to the tomb, I'll be dragging everyone down, and I'll also affect the archaeological team's advancement, or even make the descent fail. Then I'll be guilty." The words came out of him, who had an excellent gift for language, and immediately rendered the people in the tent speechless. Chu Yuan coldly glanced at it. Not worthy of being a singer. The mouth is really powerful. It is really a pity not to work as a demilitarizer. As we all know, the ask trick of the 4 keywords of grave robbing is to collect information, and chat with the locals to find out the surrounding customs, which is the best skill of the unloading wrecks. Hey, if you ask me, This tomb is not a house. You big stars, little brother can protect you once, but not all the time. I advise you all, hurry up and withdraw. Fatty Wang crossed his legs and played with the dark glasses in his hand, not hiding his attitude. Although he said this bluntly, but the words are not rough. Really encountered what organs change. These stars are expected to be folded in it. He specially went to watch the recording of the Western Zhou tomb live yesterday, and it was only the human face spider that was more threatening, and the other organs that were all of the testing type, not considered dangerous. If Chu Yuan knew what Fatty Wang was thinking, he would definitely send him a sentence. Hanging soul ladder. 9 palace 8 trigrams. You come to try? Hu Bai saw the archaeological team of people face a slight change in expression, then knocked on the desktop of his own. Light introduction. Everyone, the Xixia Blackwater city originated from the Xixia overlord Li Yuanhao. This lord is so majestic that his tomb would not be without danger. Plus, at that time, the Great Tang dynasty was at the forefront of the world in terms of both culture and economy. So just think back to the organs of Li Chunfeng's tomb and you'll understand. To put it bluntly, the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple is 10 times more dangerous than this place. As soon as the words fell, the crowd at the scene quieted down. The danger of the Western Zhou tomb was still fresh in their minds. I quit. Hua Bu was the first star to make it clear that he wanted to quit. Chu Yuan looked at Hoder's expression as she leapt to the side and immediately opened her mouth. It is said that back in the day, Li Yuanhao of Western Xia built Blackwater City in a big way, and the city was even full of organs underneath the city, which were specially used to prevent grave robbers. If this map is true, then this trip is bound to be a life of 9 deaths, so I suggest that we all think it over. As Chu Yuan, who had successfully led the group through the Western Zhou tomb, his words carried a lot of weight in the hearts of the people, who fell into deep thought. Captain Hu, you've seen a lot of things, do you have any suggestions? Seeing that the people have conflicting views, it is difficult to reach a consensus. Professor Chen suddenly took the initiative to open his mouth to ask about Hu Bai. Relatively speaking, this Special Forces Company commander is certainly experienced. At once, the tent was quiet, and everyone couldn't help but put all their eyes on Hu Bai's body. Hu Bai was a bit surprised. He did not expect Professor Chen will ask for his opinion. A time actually did not react. In fact, as early as yesterday, when excavating the Western Zhou tomb, the Archaeological Institute had already informed him that this young Hu company commander was the one who had enlisted capable men and women from above. Like Chu Yuan, his ancestors were all heirs of the Gold Touchers, and he was said to be proficient in the Heavenly Star Feng Shui technique, which was incomparably mysterious. For the Xixia Blackwater City, Prof. Chen didn't have too much in mind, and he was now preoccupied with the excavation of the Western Zhou tombs. This trip to Xixia to let Hu company commander to lead the team, but it is a new attempt. Maybe there will be unexpected results. Hu Bai in the end is a person who has experienced a big scene. For Professor Chen's trust, he was not ashamed to say, since Professor Chen has said so, I suggest setting up an expedition advance team, mainly responsible for solving the organs inside the tomb. After the organs are cracked, the level of danger inside the tomb plummets, and this is the most appropriate time to be doing live archaeology. Hua Bai and the others were moved in their hearts when they heard this suggestion, so that the danger would be the lowest for them. Wait, I only have one request. The entire process of the advance team, I need it live. The program director on the side couldn't sit still. According to this arrangement, he could expect the ratings to absolutely plummet, which he couldn't afford. Hu Bai sniffed and frowned slightly. Touching the gold school has a lot of means and secret techniques cannot see the light. Live Let Me Heart is not happy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Chu Yuan, because as far as he knew, Chu Yuan's gold-touching inheritance was definitely more than his own. Look at his dazzling gold props. Let Hu Bai very greedy, especially the flying tiger claws, always have a feeling of wanting to get close. Chu Yuan nodded slightly toward him. He knew Hu Bai one worry. He must be in favor of live broadcast, or else what to do in the tomb. Archaeology Although I don't know for what purpose Chu Yuan agreed to live broadcast, Hu Bai is not good to refute the face of the newly made little brother. To the director of the program faintly said, the expedition advance team can receive the entire live broadcast? Just like the Western Zhou tomb this time, the drone live broadcast can be. The director finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said to the crowd, don't worry, gentlemen, I'll immediately apply to my superiors. Wait for my good news. Chapter 39 Topography and Physical Situation, All Good Fortunes. That afternoon, the program team brought good news. Agreed to send an expedition team to explore the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple in a full live broadcast. On the spot, the personnel of this advance team was finalized. Hu Bai, Wang Fatty, Chu Yuan and 2 members of the Special Operations Team, a total of 5 people. Hearing such an arrangement, many people were relieved, But the most surprising thing was that Hot Fu took the initiative to participate. Let Chu Yuan cannot help but look at it in a different way. Since she herself is willing, other people are naturally not good to persuade. The program team is also happy to do so. After all, the National Treasure Archaeology live broadcast is a program for all the people, and the officials are also after ratings and topics. As a top-tier female celebrity, Hepa is a self-starter in her own right, which can increase the popularity of the show and set the mood. Otherwise, a bunch of big old men burying their heads in the sand and going straight all the way to reckless would certainly be a huge detriment to the show. After determining the candidate, Hubei thundered to prepare, and all the travel arrangements and equipment were ready that night. Even went through the connections and directly called in one of the company's helicopter gunships to pick them up in the morning. As night fell, bonfires blazed and lit up the grounds. The crew hosted a big bonfire for the crowd, which was a great way to end the perfect trip to the Western Zhou tomb. Chu Yuan directly found an excuse and went back to his tent. He now had a lot of rewards from the system and some props needed to be organized. Only he knew the horror of the ruins of the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple in the Western Xiao Blackwater City, where a single slip would wipe out the entire army. Besides, how strong the Iron Triangle is in this parallel world is unknown, and one can only rely on oneself in this situation. The next day, early morning, a helicopter gunship landed slowly, guided by ground crews. Hu Baiqi, dressed in a strong suit, glanced at the crowd and stood up to speak. Guys, it's time for us to get going. Xiao Chu, this trip to the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple depends on you. Make sure to protect the relevant artifacts. Professor Chen held Chu Yuan's hand and commanded with a serious face. Good. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. He was well aware of Professor Chen's concerns and did not say much else. Waving his hand at Fu Qian and the others, Chu Yuan put on his own backpack and followed behind Fatty Wang and the others, walking towards the helicopter. After organizing her backpack, Hataru hugged Zhao Yueying and catapulted herself into the helicopter under the latter's worried gaze. Hubei glanced at his watch after the crowd boarded the plane, and finally got on the plane, making a flying gesture to the pilot. Buzz, the helicopter gunship, under the skillful operation of the pilot, began to slowly lift off to a certain altitude and then flew toward the northwest. The show's crew, after the advance team flew away, began network previews of the live broadcast of the archaeological team's expedition to the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple in Western Xia. Due to the Western Zhou tomb live heat has not yet subsided. About the Western Xia Big Sleeping Buddha Temple live immediately in the network to cause concern. Countless netizens have booked. It is said that the scheduled audience of the live broadcast alone is as high as more than 10 million. Especially the gimmick of this time is that the three gold-touching schoolmasters are exploring together, which can make everyone excited. A touching the gold school little brother is so powerful. 3 touching the gold school gathered. That is not a man blocking the murder of Buddha blocking the Buddha. The heat even surpassed the first installment outright, if not more so. At this time, the people on the airplane all the way to enjoy the great mountains and rivers of the motherland, all without the tension of archaeological exploration. The journey was uneventful, and after more than 2 hours of flying, the helicopter finally arrived at the designated area within the allotted time. Ningxia, northwest of Helan Mountain in Yinchuan City. An armed helicopter slowly lands. 6 people got off the airplane in turn. Dusty, it was Chu Yuan and the rest of the group. After getting off the plane, Hubei turned to the 2 Special Forces members behind him and said with a straight face, "Da alert, Zhuang Weigua and Lin Dong. Take the helicopter and contact the local armed forces department to transfer a guard squad, and in 3 hours, still set up camp here." Yes, the 2 body Special Forces members saluted Hubei and got into the helicopter, and then the helicopter went away. Old Hu, what do we arrange next? Fatty Wang took off his sunglasses, patted the dust on his body, and looked at the week's desolate land, his heart full of questions. All get your gear together. We need to get to that hill over there in 10 minutes. Hubei pointed to a small hill not far away. A serious face, said, "Finished," then took out a flat plate, kept scratching. Chu Yuan took out a bottle of water and handed it to Hotba, who was licking her lips, and the latter blushed slightly and whispered a thank you. He seemed to see Hubei's intentions. Ma Bolt's map is an old object, and the terrain has changed a lot over the years, as a result of the vicissitudes of the sea. It is estimated that Hubei this is to find a high terrain. The use of 16 characters Yin and Yang secret art to divide the golden set points. A little bit of anticipation. I don't know if his half-book of family secretaries is better or worse than the remnants of his own system rewards. 10 minutes later, Hubei waved his hand to signal the crowd to follow his footsteps, toward a small hill not far away. "Little brother, let's go." Hataru immediately followed, looking at Chu Yuan, who was still dumbfounded, and hastily reminded him. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, did not say anything, and silently followed. Fatty Wang's eyes moved slightly, signaling Chu Yuan to walk in front while he was in charge of padding behind the team. Just like that, the four of them buried their heads in the road, and the whole way was so quiet that only the sounds of everyone's disorganized footsteps could be heard. Chu Yuan observed Hataru's state as he walked, and he realized that after the Western Zhou Tomb row, Hataru's ability had gained a great deal of improvement. She didn't complain a single time, and she kept on rushing even as she gritted her teeth. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Hua Bai, who he had come into contact with together a few days ago, and when compared to the two, they were a far cry from each other. The four of them made their way along the messy rocks, and after walking for about 20 minutes, they finally reached the small hill. Gee, finally a break. Hataru held her breath, her legs gave out, and she sat straight down on the floor. Hu Bai took out the map, stood at a high place, only to see the Helan Mountains, like a natural barrier, blocking the northwest wind and sand. Big brother Hu, this map is all hundreds of years old. Can we find Blackwater City? Hatba looked at Hu Ba-1, who was holding the map and carefully looking at it, and carefully asked. It is said that the western Xiao Blackwater City is located beyond the Helan Mountains, with its head resting on the Green Mountains and its feet on the Jade Belt. So everyone look at the mountains in front of you to see that they fit perfectly. The end is a piece of terrain. The situation of all the auspicious savory place. Here to the north is the Western Xiao Mausoleum is located, and the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple is a national temple, dedicated to the successive emperors of the Western Xia. It should be in this mountain range after. Hu Ba-yi pointed to the northern mountains of Helan not far away, faintly introduced. Snap. Worthy of its name, the touchstone. Fatty Wang had a dogtail grass in his mouth, and when he saw old Hu filling the cup, he clapped his hands. Ah! Hearing this from the fat man, Hatba immediately covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Hu Ba-yi with wide open eyes. So big brother Hu, you're also a gold toucher. No wonder you're so powerful. In the face of the praise of Hatba, Hu Ba-yi gently coughed and said in a slightly exclamatory tone, AI. Blackwater City was once a famous city of the Western Xiao generation, but now it has turned into this appearance. It's a pity. Hey, say you're fat and you're still panting, since Blackwater City is right there. Where is the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple? Hurry up and say. Fatty Wang looked at a high-profile Hu Ba-yi, directly rolled his eyes, impatiently urged. Chu Yuan looked at the two people who were in love with each other and laughed in his heart as he directly took out his golden 8 treasures compass. Little brother, your compass is really good, hey. Chapter 40, 3 places gathering chi to charge the southern sky. Hu Ba-yi saw Chu Yuan's compass, eyes lit up. This thing can be much more advanced than his own ancestral old man. Hey, old Hu. Little brother, this compass will still turn off. Then you that antique powerful. Fatty Wang's mouth is unobstructed, even directly out of the heart of the truth. Until Hu ate one black face. He only then knew to say the wrong words. I'm just saying, you guys are busy. I'm going to go over there. Fatty Wang eyesight. See Hu ate one face of bad look at himself. Hastily embarrassed smile, digressing from the topic to run. Chu Yuan ignored the fat man's gag. As the pointers within the compass changed, the internal heavenly stems and earthly branches also kept turning. It was only after Chu Yuan faced a direction that the heavenly stems and earthly branches then stopped turning. To the southwest, there's an image of the dragon veins where storage there. It should be the direction of the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple's ruins. Chu Yuan pointed at the southwestern mountain range of Helan Mountain and said affirmatively, then put away the compass with a flat expression. Hu Ba-yi pointed to the not far away Helan Mountain range, stroked his palm and laughed. Not bad. There is exactly where the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple is located. The Helan Mountain vein here there are 2 dragon veins. The so-called, the divine dragon lying vein into the Qiankuan. The 3 places to gather the gas rushed to the southern sky. The size of the divine dragon play Rui. Heavy entangled mountain locks the real dragon. Chu Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Old Hu really had one set of catchphrases after another on the dragon seeking technique. Not to mention that the compulsion was really high. He pondered that he would have to learn more from old Hu sometime. Hu Ba-yi waved his hand. Go, to the southwest. The crowd followed the mountain road, walking and stopping along the way, and after another hour, they finally arrived at the place that Chu Yuan had pointed out. This is the foothills at the southwest of Helan Mountain, and what comes into view is a desolate sandy area where a mound of ancient tombs of Xixia characteristics stands. The height of these mounds was about tens of meters, and from a distance, they looked like a small hill. Its surface is covered with a thick layer of yellow sand, which shimmers with golden light under the sunlight, giving a mysterious and solemn feeling. Crouching. So many ancient tombs. Get rich, old Hu. Fatty Wang looked at the dozens of ancient tombs in front of him, saliva almost flowed out. Rubbing his hands vigorously, his eyes are going to emerge green light. Don't be poor. You're now a special advisor to the archaeology team. Getting rich has nothing to do with you. Set up camp. Hu Ba-yi pushed the fat man. threw the backpack on his body towards him, and checked the surroundings on his own. Hey, how come you're the big man every time? Fat Master, I'm the king's counselor now. Speak politely. Fatty Wang raised his arm and yelled at old Who's back. Alright, Counselor Wang. Set up camp. Don't fantasize about these ancient tombs. What do you see there? Chu Yuan patted his shoulder and pointed at the stone monument not far in front of him and laughed. Fatty Wang instantly approached to take a look. It was a one-sided stone monument with a few big words written on it. Ruins of the Shui family burial complex. Signed by Ningxia Museum of Ancient Xixia Culture. What does this mean? Fatty looked at Chu Yuan with a foggy head. Put. Hataru burst out laughing at his dumbfounded look. Chu Yuan was speechless in his heart and explained lightly. This place has long been excavated by the officials, and it's probably been moved to a museum. Fatty Wang was dumbfounded and covered his heart. The Fat Master's treasure. Looking at the hilarious appearance of Fatty Wang, Hotspur directly raised his eyebrows and secretly muttered, Fatty, this touch of gold is too funny. What are you laughing at? So happy. Hu Bai also came over at this time. Looking at the hot bar laughing so happily, cannot help but ask curiously. When Hataru explained the situation of the party, he immediately gave Fatty Wang a big blank stare. Fatty Wang smiled resentfully and hurriedly opened his backpack and started to build a tent. And under the concerted efforts of all the people, he finally settled down. Everyone go in first to rest and recuperate. It's still early. We'll all move in when it's evening. Hu Bai explained. Chu Yuan heart guessed that he is to wait until the night to use the Star of Heaven Feng Shui technique. So he stopped talking. Fatty Wang wanted to ask again, but he was directly pulled away by Chu Yuan with a tug. 2 hours later, Hu Bai's special warriors brought a local combat squad of 20 people. Along with them came 3 experts from the Ningxia Museum of Ancient Xixia Culture. Ha ha, you are consultant Hu of the Archaeological Research Institute, right? I've heard a lot about you. My humble self Wen Ruhai, Deputy Director of the Western Xia Culture Museum. This is Director Bai of our museum's security team. And this is my student, Chao Shiji. We came here this time to learn from you. Wen Ruhai looked 50 years old, obese. A Maitreya Buddha smiled expectantly looking at Hu Bai. Master, the Shui family tomb was personally excavated by our museum, which took 3 years, and we've never heard of the Great Sleeping Buddha temple site. Our museum is aimed at cultural preservation, and we can't have outsiders destroying the original chamber structure because of some gossip, Chao Shiji said in a conspiratorial manner. He is 27 years old, but he is spirited, and he is rudely sizing up Hu Bai and the others. However, when he saw the hot bar, his eyes became hot again, and he couldn't help straightening his back. A righteous style. Xiao Chao, pay attention to your attitude. Counselor Hu. This tomb complex was excavated by Xiao Chao. He is just talking straight. Don't get on his bad side. When Ruhai frowned and rebuked Chao Shiji, he was not a hairy boy. According to internal information, the group of 4 in front of him was very uncomplicated. Except, of course, for Hot Fuzz, the superstar. He has gone to great lengths to know that the ancestor of this Hu Ba one in front of him was a gold-touching colonel. As for Chu Yuan, he had watched the entire live broadcast of the Western Zhou tomb, and just based on his familiarity with feng shui, this guy was definitely a gold-touching inspector as well. Such a team, with at least 2 gold-touching officers, might actually be able to find the Western Xia State Temple Tongtian Great Sleeping Buddha Temple. When the time came, he himself followed the journey, and in so doing, discovered that there was a place for him in the list of the Western Xia State Temple. For him, this is a proper political achievement, and his future money will not soar. Thinking of this, he asked Hu Bai with a pleasing expression on his face, Counselor Hu, have you found the entrance to the Tongtian Great Sleeping Buddha Temple? Well, the entrance to the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple has not yet reached the time to appear. It needs to wait. Hu ate one light opening, for this mind is very clear. After all, in people's territory, not good to directly refute each other's face. Humph, making a fool of yourself. Chao Shiji is disgusted with this kind of pretending to be a god, pretending to be profound. What era is it? It is simply a laughingstock. Bang! A sudden loud bang suddenly interrupted the conversation of several people, and they sniffed. Chao Shiji's eyes instantly widened, and his face also had a horrified expression on it. Unable to stop swallowing his saliva, his entire being frozen. Both Wen Ruhai and Director Bai beside him were also looking at each other with dismay. It turned out that after Chu Yuan and others set up their tents, they found a lack of tables and stools, so Chu Yuan volunteered. Look, not far away there is a green-colored boulder. Directly draw out the black gold ancient knife, as if it is cutting tofu actually will be divided into 4 boulders. More to the point, the cuts were very smooth, and other than the initial rattle, the other few cuts were very silky smooth. This kind of shocking performance scared Chao Shiji and other people do not dare to speak in. Directly in the heart exclaimed, "This guy is still a person?" Especially when Rohai shocked at the same time. The heart is also secretly happy, touching the gold school so originally. It seems that this wave is proper. Little brother. Good sword technique. Rauhubai has seen a lot of knowledge, is also amazed by this knife. So sharp. In addition to the weapon, the person who uses it must also have a high level of skill to be able to do. When I think of this, I can't help but think highly of Chu Yuan for a few more eyes. Really, the same as the gold-touching colonel. You can't underestimate the people of the world. Chapter 41, The Golden Star of Dry Armor. Under Chu Yuan's clean cut, Chao Shiji instantly settled down. Although Wen Rohai also wants to know what Hu Baowen's timing is, but he has been cold face. He is not good to make a fool of himself. Hu Bai is busy to arrange the seconded police force. The security of the rear is still to do a good job. He always felt that this trip might not go too smoothly, which was why he had planned to arrange a team to be ready for a backup pickup. At noon, when Rohai paid another visit, asking explicitly and implicitly when he was going to look for the ruins of the great sleeping Buddha temple, Hu Bai kept his mouth shut, saying that when the time comes, he will be able to find it, and several times of prevarication, so that when Rohai's face is not good. Originally, he still wanted to attack. His own identity is there. When Zhuang Weiguo real gun standing behind Hu Bai suddenly put out the fire, only then remembered. Hu Bai is not only the archaeological team's consultant, there is also the official background of the Ministry of Warfare. Can only be resentful retreat. This scene was seen by Chao Shiji and the others. Their faces went white and they didn't dare to say a word more. After a simple lunch, Hu Bai arranged for someone to operate the program's drone to examine the surrounding terrain and environment. Archaeological team, a few people also did not idle. Wang Fat from Huade 1 got a spray. This will also do not know where the cat practice accuracy. Chu Yuan, on the other hand, was pestered by Hotba and introduced some of the do's and don'ts of inverting, and even explained a few words about the rules of the golden touch. Hotba immediately took a notebook to record down, but it is the Chu Yuan wholesome embarrassed. Misguided As night fell, the stars in the sky twinkled faintly, as if they were countless pairs of eyes watching the earth. Wow, the stars in the sky are beautiful. Hotba, who was dressed in casual clothes, looked up at the vast starry sky above her head and couldn't help but marvel at it. She was so busy shooting all year round that it suddenly occurred to her, without realizing it, that she hadn't looked up at the stars above her head for a long time. Yes, the sight is indeed beautiful. Hearing the voice, Chu Yuan subconsciously looked over. Her deep eyes were like the twinkling stars in the night sky, bright and divine. Feast your eyes on the stunning image of the goddess looking up at the stars just after the broadcast. It's not in vain that I've waited so hard. This drone capture is so awesome. Isn't this a large CP scene? This is a drone that understands love. I have to say, the face value of the goddess Jiba is really top. This scene actually has the feeling of shooting a fashion blockbuster. Originally came here for the three main gropers, but I didn't expect to be enamored by the goddess. It's so good looking. Love it. The program team understands men. The first time they come up, they give everyone benefits. This program brother will pursue. In the program of National Treasure, how suddenly I have a feeling of watching a love variety show. Not to mention, the goddess is really good looking. Little brother, the stars, a woman will only affect the speed of your drawing. She's a tiger. Get away. Let me do it. I'm going to go. You're a pretty good guy upstairs, brother. Talent. The National Treasure's trip to the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple in Shixia has just begun and flooded with countless waiting netizens, who have just come in as a result. Just saw the stunning image of goddess Jiba looking up at the starry sky, giving a wave of benefits to her male compatriots on the spot, which receives no one's favorable comments. Seemingly sensing Chu Yuan's gaze, Hotba tilted her head to look at Chu Yuan, the slightly upturned corners of her mouth carrying a touch of charming smile. Ahem, old Hu, it's getting dark. Has the time you mentioned come or not? Fatty Wang smelled the sour odor in the air, and could not help but cough a few times. Live it, pay attention to the image. Yikes. After Fatty's interruption, Hataru then reacted to the fact that the live broadcast had begun, and instantly turned her back to the crowd. Chu Yuan pretended as if nothing had happened and showed a harmless smile to the fat man. Old Hu, why do I find little brother's smile a bit creepy? Hu Bai looked at Fatty Wang who was walking in front of him, directly kicked a foot, disdainfully blanked him. Serves you right. 30 years old and still a single dog. Fatty Wang exploded when he heard this and yelled as he slapped his chest. What's wrong with me being single? What gives me the right to call me names? Is it bad to be a single dog? Hotba, who was still a bit shy, burst out laughing when she heard Fatty's words. The fat man was a little anxious when he heard Hotspur's laughter, and sat down on the side of Hotspur with a big, serious look on his face. Sis, why are you laughing? Aren't you single too? We're all in the same boat. Hotspur. Okay, fatty. Stop it. Hubai looked up at the starry sky overhead with a compass in hand and said softly, the stars are shining tonight, and it's the right time for the ruins of the Tongtian Great Sleeping Buddha Temple to appear. Tall man, captain who deserves to be called the Gold Mapper. Is he trying to locate the tomb through the stars? Brothers, I've checked. It is said that the gold touching school divided into gold fixed point school even. The most powerful is the star of the sky feng shui art, is based on the alignment of the stars to locate. I really do have the image of a master of the art, and I'm impressed that I can do this kind of nebulous skill. Doesn't anyone doubt the authenticity of this feng shui master? The tone of his voice feels no different from the feng shui charlatan in front of the house. Not to mention the questioning of the netizens in the live broadcast, when Rohai and the others were also skeptical from the bottom of their hearts about the authenticity of Chu Yuan and the others touching the gold. This is not. Just came over to hear Hubai claim that the time has come. They feel even more ridiculous. In broad daylight, the line of sight is so good not to split the gold to set the point. This night, black lights, the whole what a big tale. Although one Rohai a few people did not say anything, but Hubai glanced to see what these people in mind. Coming. Chu Yuan let out a low gulp, and the crowd couldn't help but follow his gaze, only to see the stars flashing above their heads at that moment. Some are bright, some are dull, and they make all sorts of marvelous patterns. Hubai eyes lit up, looking at the stars shining in the sky. His heart was greatly determined, and he shouted, the 3 stars of Giant Gate, left auxiliary star, and right pilot star shine and are arranged in a triangle, and in the center the star of the sun, Taiyin, appears as a soldier. A good set of Qianjia Jingji Xing. Little brother, I found it. The Tongtian Great Sleeping Buddha Temple is in the 9th mound on the left. The crowd followed the direction of his finger, only to see a mound of about 7 or 8 meters in front of them, unobtrusive in a group of mounds. Humph, playing God. I personally opened that mound as a tomb. It's just a clothing grave. Nothing. Chao Shiji look at Hubai poor performance. Cannot help but directly taunt, pretend to his territory. Count your bad luck. When Rohai is also ahead of Black Line looking at him, this is also too childish. Randomly say a string of unintelligible words on the line? Fatty Wang must have been convinced, and after seeing the exact mound, he greeted the crowd and advanced with his equipment. Chu Yuan nodded at the hot bar. He understands the Tianqing feng shui technique, and knows that Huba Wan is not wrong. This is the secret technique of the gold touching school, so he trusted Hubai, picked up his backpack and followed behind Fatty Wang with a determined face. Is this the legendary touch of gold's most awesome heavenly star feng shui technique? I must say, it's a bit disappointing. You can pinpoint a 1,000-year-old tomb in less than 3 minutes. I'll be damned. I don't believe it. Although, I am very skeptical about Tianqing feng shui, but I believe that little brother's choice is definitely right. Support. Didn't anyone see little brother change his outfit? Is that an iron umbrella? What's the deal with an umbrella in a dumpster? One Rohai, Chao Shiji and others cannot help but look at each other. Look at Hubai and others far away figure. For a time actually do not know what to say. Let's go. Follow them up and take a look. I'd like to see what these touchy-feely monks are up to. When Rohai eyes flickered, finally decided to follow up to see the situation. This is in case it really was Hubai said. Chapter 42, the one-eyed dragon hiding the wind and gathering the chi. This is one of the smaller midden tombs of the Shui family burials, with a small entrance at the top of the midden. That was the entrance to the tomb passage. But at this time the entrance was covered with cobwebs and dust. Obviously, as Chao Shiji said, it was just a closed grave with no value for excavation. Little brother, do you think old Hu's Tianqing feng shui technique will have its moments of error? This is an empty tomb. Fatty Wine looked at the drone's image coming back from the top of the mound of dirt and said in disbelief. Although he trusted Hubai's skills, the situation at hand was not something he could afford not to be skeptical about. Chu Yuan glanced at the traces on the screen, then turned his hand and handed the tablet over to Herr Weigua, a special operations member at the side. What's the matter, little brother? Did you find something? Hataru's gaze had been following Chu Yuan, and when she saw him frowning, she must have discovered something, so she opened her mouth to ask. There's a cyclops berry here, so everyone pay attention and don't touch it. Chu Yuan looked at the surrounding terrain and spoke faintly. Cyclops? What's that? Is it a snake? Fatty Wang subconsciously asked a rhetorical question before he held his firearm and looked around vigilantly. Chu Yuan listened to the direct speechless look at the fat man a glance. You girl is unloading Ling Lux. Right. Touch the gold school officer terminology will not be at all. Fatty, don't be a disgrace. One-eyed dragon is a common name for feng shui. Hu Ba-yi, who followed him up, sarcastically criticized the fat man without any hesitation, and then looked at Chu Yuan and asked after him. Little brother, what else can be seen? The underground end of this place is a sneaky divine dragon. Just the small size of the unusual. The dragon's head only a cave I can gather gas and hide the wind. So it is called the one-eyed dragon. The terrain of this cave was broken due to the diversion of the Blackwater River. And the precious eye on the dragon's head became a poisonous tumor instead. In case a person is buried, the consequences are unimaginable. Chu Yuan combined the changes in the neighborhood and introduced what he knew to the crowd. And it was up to everyone to decide whether or not to go in. Little brother, do you mean if you bury someone it will become a murderous cave? There are big dumplings inside? Fatty Wang heard this. Finally understand. No, think of their own backpack and the black donkey hooves. Dumplings he is not afraid. Fatty, what's a big dumpling? See Fatty Wang talking about the big dumplings is a stupid look. Hot Bar cannot help but be curious. What is this in the end? It's just zombies. In reverse lingo, you know, don't the shrouds on that body look like dumpling leaves? Fatty Wang's voice low explanation. He knew that people who have not seen the dumplings will certainly not believe, and did not put it on the heart. What? Surprisingly, there really are zombies. Then I really need to see them. Hataru's reaction was different from the norm, hearing about this legendary thing, but instead, she became more curious, with a few moments of anticipation in her eyes. This reaction almost did not let Fatty Wang stun jaw. Did not see. Hot Goddess is so brave. What a novel name. But I'm skeptical about zombies. We all know that sperm is not allowed after the founding of the country. Maybe the ancients had some rare and strange means to make the ancient corpses necrotic, expecting the zombies to come out of their cages. Fat Master is quite brave. Look at his glib appearance. 9 times out of 10, he has seen a necrophilia. No, a zombie, hurrying down to the tomb. So looking forward to it, a sudden feeling of impatience. Don't worry, the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple is dedicated to the emperors of the past generations. No one will be buried here. Don't worry. Huba glanced at his watch and pointed at the entrance at the top of the mound. Little brother, please look for the entrance mechanism. I'm going to take a look up there. After he left, when Ruhai and the others happened to arrive here, and Xiao Shiji couldn't wait to speak. Having said that, where is the entrance to the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple ruins? The entrance up there corresponds to an empty tomb. Hey, you kids speak politely. What attitude? Watch out for Fat Master, I'll cut you. Fatty Wan's fiery temper where he will be used to such a person. The moment he heard this tone of voice will be upset in the heart, and directly opened his mouth to warn up. Why are you being so rude? This is our museum's turf. Xiao Shiji's face flushed red as he was disliked by the fat man and directly opened his mouth to retort. Cut. Fatty Wang gave him a disdainful look, raised the sprayer in his hand and the engineer's shovel pinned on his back, and stopped talking. This silent warning instantly made Xiao Shiji shut up. His forehead was sweating coldly, and it looked like he was usually an arrogant and accustomed master. Chu Yuan didn't pay any attention to him, pulled out the gold-touching talisman from his collar, hung it on the outside of his clothes, tightened his backpack, and walked towards the mound of dirt. Hey, it's worthy of you, little brother. We're talking about the authentic touch of gold talisman. Seeing Chu Yuan's action, Fatty Wang gently smiled and took out a gold-touching talisman from his collar as well and hung it around his neck. Ha, teacher, what are they wearing? This thing is pitch black and transparent, and has a moist glow in the low light. Not bad stuff. Although Xiao Shiji's emotional intelligence was a bit low, he still had a professional eye. This is the legendary gold-touching talisman, a protection from evil used by grave robbers in ancient times, and a status symbol of the gold-touching lieutenants. It's made from the sharpest claws of the pangolin, with a sharp, pointy front end and a cone-encircled lower end, inlaid with several terpenes of gold thread. Palea ground-penetrating pattern. The body of the talisman is engraved with the 2 ancient seal characters touching the gold, made through a special process, has been lost. When Ruhai was worthy of being the deputy director of the museum, and he had the origin of the gold-touching talisman at his fingertips. Good man. So this is the authentic touch of gold. It looks like little brother and Fat Master are both in the same family. This damn touching gold fan. It's so cool. The showrunners hurry up and come out with a peripheral. I want the whole touching gold charm too. Everyone look. Little brother seems to have found the organ. This is different when wearing the gold-touching talisman. It's like hanging on. Don't make a fuss. This thing is the ancient superstition out of the hole. To avoid the evil a hairline. Grave robber's heart to seek comfort, right? After Chu Yuan circled along the mound, he stared at an inconspicuous hole, and with both fingers of his right hand, he reached in without hesitation. Suddenly a metallic texture passed through the hair mound finger and into Chu Yuan's heart. He knew that this metal circle was where the organ was. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's eyes condensed, and his 2 fingers pulled on the ring with a fierce force, slowly pulling out the chain directly behind the ring. My goodness, there's actually an organ. It's amazing. when Rohai saw that as Chu Yuan pulled the circle out, a stone wall on the mound wall seemed to suffer an invisible force that slowly pushed it out of the wall. A one-man-high entrance to the ruins of the great sleeping Buddha temple in Tontin was revealed. Looking from the entrance, it was a long, narrow, dark passageway, and with the gift of night eyes, the inside was visible. The walls of the passage were carved with all kinds of strange symbols and patterns, perhaps writing and art from the Western Xia period, so it seemed like the right place to look. Ha ha, little brother, really you, said looking for organs, how long did it take to find them? Fatso, I'm convinced. I'll go call old Hu. Fatty Wan looked at Chu Yuan with a smile on his face, a face of excitement, and hurriedly went to find Hu Ba-yi went. He, little brother, that's awesome, how did you find this organ? Hot Ba eyes glowing look at him, the excitement is overflowing. Spare the thick-skinned Chu Yuan, but also by this burning eyes look at the heart shouted cannot stand. Chapter 43, The Eyes of the Buddha confuse the people. Hu Ba-yi after learning that Chu Yuan opened the organ, the heart is also very surprised, did not expect this little old brother speed so fast. He made a prompt decision. Let Zhuang Weigua and Lin Dong fully armed first explore the road. They have infrared thermal imaging equipment, wearing special bulletproof vests. General tomb organs cannot help them. After 10 minutes, the two of them returned safely and told the crowd about the situation in the tomb, without encountering any organs. But unfortunately, they were blocked by an inner door at the end of the tomb passage, and were unable to see the deepest scenes. Hearing this, when Rohai and the others took the initiative to request to enter the great sleeping Buddha temple ruins together, they might be able to help in some way. Hu Ba-yi hesitated for a moment, then agreed. After all, in terms of the study of Xixia culture, no one better than the two of them. After a few moments of rest, Hu Ba-yi walked in front of the team, leading the crowd to start down the tomb. Chu Yuan at the end of the team. After the crowd passed through 5 or 6 circles of curved canals, they finally came to a brightly lit hall, which was now brightly lit. It's marvelous that these long lights are still on after hundreds of years, Chao Shiji said word for word, looking at the long burning lamps on both sides of the hall with a shocked look on his face. Little brother, look, what kind of lamp oil is this, so faintly scented? Hataru also noticed the burning candle flame and her eyes lit up with curiosity. The lamp oil used here is the lamp oil from the Yu-Gi-Oh dragonfly lamp, which is durable but very rare. Only the royal family can afford it. Chu Yuan cleared his voice and pointed to the lamp oil at the bottom of the long bright lamp and explained lightly. Old Hu, how come it's bare here? Not even a hair. There's a wall here. Look at Master Fatty smashing it. Fatty Wang looked around and realized that it was empty without even a hair. He was emotionally lost, and when he saw the blocking wall, his first thought was to break into the door. Fatty, don't move. This wall doesn't look easy. Hu Ba-yi slowed down the tone of voice said. To stop the reckless fat man, stepped forward and knocked with the butt of the gun, making a thud sound. It seems that behind this wall is the tomb passage, and now the only way to get in is to open this wall. Feeling the emptiness behind the wall, Hu Ba-yi said unhurriedly. This is not simple. Fat master, I have plenty of strength. Sini directly smashed it. See well you. Fatty Wang said gruffly. He usually always listened to old Hu the most, and waved his engineer's shovel to go up and violently dismantle it. Don't move, if you're not afraid to die. Though, you can try. Hu Ba-yi hands arms, said in a bad tone. See, the fat man is still a face of disbelief. Immediately raised his voice. This is no ordinary wall. There is a burglar-proof sandwich inside. All the bricks can only be taken outwards, not pushed inwards or smashed. Holy, there's not even a crack in this Thai wall. How can you possibly get a brick out of it? Yes, Captain Hu. Could it be a mistake? Why don't we try smashing a small opening first? In the face of a few people's doubts, Hu Ba-yi did not explain anything, but instead rushed to Chu Yuan slightly nodded. In fact, when he first saw Chu Yuan, he found that his fingers were different from the norm. No, the opportunity before him was just the right one to confirm his suspicions. As opposed to the touchstone, the rumored faction that had disappeared a long time ago. In the face of old Hu's temptation, Chu Yuan looked indifferent, slowly walked to the tomb in front of Strong, stretched out his right hand, index and middle fingers together on the wall back and forth sensing. The slender index finger and middle finger is particularly eye-catching. Only Hu Ba-yi and Fatty Wang saw a flash of color in their eyes, as the long and slender fingers slowly scratched across the seamless wall tiles. The mood of the crowd was also up and down with them. Not sure what Chu Yuan was up to, Chao Shiji was about to open his mouth to inquire, only to see Chu Yuan's 2 fingers suddenly resting on a stone brick before violently plunging into the wall amidst the crowd's dumbfounded gazes. Hardly a stone brick. From the inner wall of the chamber hard on the people directly rely on 2 fingers to pull out. Inside this is the alum acid used by the ancients to make pills, and once it breaks it will be poured over us and it will leave one in ashes. Lao Shuang. Work. Hu Bai raised his hand in greeting to Zhuang Weigua, and then he took out a section of hose from his backpack. The material was very special. He is seen burning the metal at one end of the hose red and inserting it straight down the brick opening, and placing the other end in the grave tunnel drain. At once, a light green liquid flows slowly down the hose. When it flows into the drain at once, alum acid into a thick black liquid. A pungent corrosive odor reached the nostrils of the crowd, and many faces changed as they looked at the alum acid that was so powerful, terrifying as it is. I have to say, in terms of attainments and organs, we still have to look at our little brother. An absolute ceiling existence. The ancients were too good. This kind of underhanded mechanism can be thought of. If this is sprayed on a person's body, it is estimated that it will be directly burned. Hasn't anyone noticed the specialness of these two fingers of little brother? Nima. Seamlessly pulling out bricks with your empty hands. You have to practice hard for at least 10 years. Okay, fatty. It's ready to be dismantled. After 5 minutes had passed, the green liquid inside the wall had all been poured out, and Chu Yuan nodded slightly at Fatty Wang. After Fatty received the message, he signaled the crowd to move back and directly swung his engineer's shovel, smashing it heavily into the wall. Boom! With just one strike, it directly smashed a half-man-sized hole in the wall. Old Hu, there really is a big space back here. Looks like we've found the right one, Fatty Wang said with a smile on his face, but he remembers what Professor Chen said when he talked about the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple. This place is dedicated to the Western Xiao royal family. How could there be less tribute? Thinking of the countless gold and silver treasures inside the crypt, Fatty Wang's whole body was energized and smashed the wall cleanly in 3 or 2 times. Before he could walk in, a figure strutted past him, shouting ecstatically as he went. Teacher, I saw the statue of the Tongtian reclining Buddha. It's incredible that they actually found it. It was Chao Shiji of the Xixia Ancient Culture Museum, and beside him was the deputy director. At this time, when Rohai ignored the ugly face of Fatty Wang and walked straight through, looking at the tunnel in front of him with a sudden burst of joy, being ignored by the two Fat Wang. Suddenly fire. Here is the old man's territory. Looking into the walking posture strange two people, Fat Wang heart is even more fire. Thinking of this, Fatty Wang immediately took a quick step to keep up with Chao Shiji and Wen Rohai who were in front of him, and had to give the two of them a good lesson. Seeing this, Hu Bai was worried that the fat man would do something out of the ordinary and hurriedly followed him. Chu Yuan frowned. He now had his night eye talent fully open. The front was clearly a section of cliffs. Why were the few people in front of him not panicking, taking stiff steps to keep moving forward? They could even be heard letting out a hefty giggle from time to time, as if they were seeing what their hearts longed for the most. No good. This is the charm organ of the divine eye on the forehead of the Tongtian reclining Buddha. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan took out his flying tiger claw and with a leap of his body, he entered the tunnel following behind the crowd. As expected, just stepped into the tunnel. It was as if he heard the heavenly Buddhist music constantly coming from his ears, and his expression unexpectedly became instantly stagnant, and his mind constantly bottom flashed with the Buddha's light in great splendor, which was so blinding. Suddenly, Chu Yuan felt a cool energy in his chest that went straight into the depths of his mind, instantly causing him to wake up. I'll go. It turns out that the characteristic activated by this green dragon bloodline of mine is physical defense, and the mystic attacks don't even have a single effect. Chu Yuan looked down and realized that it was the touch of gold talisman on his neck that had just undergone a mysterious change, allowing himself to wake up. Into the eye. I really saw Hu Bai and Wang Fatty is holding the wall panting. Did not continue to go forward. When the two saw Chu Yuan waking up, they hurriedly and anxiously shouted, "Little brother, we have been hit by the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple's mechanism. Hurry up and save us." Ah! Suddenly a sharp shout came. Is the museum's Chao Shiji surprisingly forward all fell off the cliff. Following the sound, Chu Yuan flicked his wrist, and the flying tiger claw flew toward the cries for help, and even directly wrapped around Chao Shiji's waist, pulling the flying tiger claw. Seeing that Wen Rohai was about to walk to the cliff, Chu Yuan immediately took a deep breath and shouted into his ear, "Pavilion Master Wen, wake up quickly." Chapter 44, The Teixeira Fading Effect. This loud cry from Chu Yuan contained the energy in his body as well as part of the power of the green dragon bloodline, sounding like a yellow bell. At once, the pure heart Brahma sound of the Tongtian giant Buddha was cracked, and the sky filled with Buddha's light and the eyes of the crowd slowly dispersed, revealing a statue of the Tongtian Buddha. This is the iconic building of the legendary Tongtian Great Sleeping Buddha Temple, the Tongtian Reclining Buddha. Wen Rohai was the first to come to his senses. The confused expression on his face hadn't completely dissipated, and he was currently looking ahead in horror. Inside the channel, Otipa, Zhuang Weigua and others have also come to their senses from the Brahma sound, looking at each other with a blank face. Due to the position of the backward influence is smaller, Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of organ is this? It's so weird. Seeing that the people were coming to their senses one after another, Fatty Wang rushed forward to Chu Yuan's side to help pull the flying tiger claw and save Chao Shiji. Chao Shiji had a panicked look on his face, his eyes tightly closed, his butt sitting on the ground against the corner of the wall, shouting in disbelief. This fear of losing his footing and falling off the cliff was enough to haunt him for the rest of his life, and I'm afraid it will become his nightmare in the future. Fatty Wang probed his body and saw that the cliff was so deep that a sense of vertigo rushed to his brain, and his figure was a little unsteady. Fatty, you're crazy. Aren't you damn afraid of heights? Back up to the back. Hubai pulled over the fat man and arched his hand at Chu Yuan to thank him. Little brother. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, brother who? I'm also a member of the Archaeological squad. However, this trip to the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple is indeed treacherous, so we still need to be careful. Chu Yuan interrupted Hubai's politeness and also reminded him that he must act cautiously this time. Phew. Hubai took a deep breath. Distracted. My grandfather's generation participated in a lot of excavation of ancient tombs. His old man introduced me to a variety of ancient tombs in the organs. Have never heard of such a weird organs. That's right. This Western Xia people are so damn weird. What kind of tactics are these? I just thought I really went to see Buddha. Fatty Wang patted his chest and said with palpitations, that kind of very seductive Buddhist sound filling the ears is really horrible. Many thanks for saving my life, little brother Chu. I have studied the culture of the Western Xia party people for decades, and I have never seen any record of such an organ. When Rohai held the wall and looked at the Tongtian Buddha not far away, Chu Yuan surveyed the surroundings with a glance. His demeanor was leisurely, and his tone of voice was conciliatory to the introduction. It's a double organ. If you stare at the ground and walk, you won't be able to see, and if you stare at the Buddha's eyes and walk, you'll be hypnotized again. It does so by disrupting one's vision and confusing one's mind, and those who are slightly distracted will lose themselves. Hubai heard. A solemn look at the crowd took over the conversation. I have participated in the special training of the army, especially about the psychological aspect. If not for the gold-touching talisman, I almost lost myself too. The main purpose of our team is to explore the situation of the organs inside the tomb and prepare for the subsequent excavation and archaeology. So please be careful on the subsequent journey. After saying that, he focused on Wen Rohai and Chao Shiji. Chao Shiji also came to his senses, and when he heard this, he suddenly turned red and bowed his head. Everyone else stopped talking when they heard this, and silence fell into the air. This one is the Teixeira fading effect, which was discovered in 1804 by the Swedish physicist Teixeira. When a person's gaze is focused on a fixed point for 20 seconds or longer, things around that fixed point will slowly fade in one's field of vision until they disappear. And the further away from the fixed observation point, the stronger the effect. When we stare at this Buddha's eye, it doesn't change, but our nervous system thinks that none of the messages are important and blocks out all the messages around the eye. Hataru explained as she pointed to the eye of the Buddha in the distance, and when she finished, she realized that it would make the air even quieter, only to see that the people are all looking at her with a stunned expression. Sister, you are a star. Learning to explore this thing for what? Chu Yuan was also looking at Hataru with a stunned face, not expecting the other party to be so knowledgeable. It was true that no one should be underestimated. It's already awesome to hear Xiao introduce this weird organ. I didn't expect the goddess to have a scientific theory to verify it. Awesome. Little brother is confused. Isn't it my time to play hard to get? How come it's Hotba stealing my thunder again? For the second time, no one is convinced but me. Sister Ba, who knows all such offbeat scientific theories, and can't hide her erudite persona anymore. According to the goddess, this scientific theory was invented by the Xixia people, and it has been practically applied. Awesome. It has to be said that there is something about the Western Xia that has been able to survive for so many years under the cracks of the great powers. Xiao Zhuang, come over and observe the distance. Think of a way to get over there. Hubai looked at the center cliff exposed a stone pillar. Frowning, this stone pillar can be used as a stepping stone. Is too long spacing, but also have to think of other ways. Just as he was pondering on a solution, Chu Yuan took out his flying tiger claw and nodded slightly. Brother who? Don't bother. I'll go over and explore first. As soon as the words fell, Chu Yuan leaped, his body resembling a stunning dragon standing steadily on the first stone pillar. Little brother, pay attention to safety. Seeing Chu Yuan jumping up without any hesitation, the frightened Hotipa's heart tightened and she hurriedly opened her mouth to express her concern. Holy, little brother, you are so awesome, so brave. Fatty Wan looked at Chu Yuan's clean hands, envious in his heart. Hi to hi, this TM is the touch of gold Colonel Ah. Hotspur, Fatty, come over here a bit. It's triggering the mechanism. Hubai felt a slight tremor in the ground and panically reminded. Chu Yuan felt the trembling under his feet. Not afraid of the danger, the foot forced to fight to leap high, just left the stone column completely collapsed. Chu Yuan had already stood on the second stone pillar amidst the crowd's exclamations of surprise, and before he could take a break, the stone pillar gradually began to collapse as well. Take a deep breath. Chu Yuan and the stone column collapsed before the body as if sharp arrows shot away sharply. Feet do not stop. A rise and fall has landed in front of the stone column, only to see his figure swaying slightly, his feet slightly pointing. With the help of his body's inertia, he had safely arrived at the fourth stone pillar. In this way, in the shocked eyes of the archaeological team, Chu Yuan scampered up and down like a flying bodhisattva falling leaves. As long as the foot gently a little, borrowing some bearing strength, he was able to advance 3 stone pillars in a row as if he were walking on a flat surface. Seeing that the last stone pillar was still short of reaching the opposite side, a sudden accident occurred and the pillar slowly began to collapse. Chu Yuan, who was still in mid-air, could only watch it slowly disappear. One couldn't help but make the crowd sweat for him. Between the flashes of lightning, the flying tiger claw shot out from Chu Yuan's hand like a red train, tightly clasping a rock. With the help of the traction force of the flying tiger claw, Chu Yuan's figure steeply pulled up and easily fell on the platform 3 meters away from the cliffside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little brother, you are too good. Fat master, I am completely convinced. Fatty Wang saw Chu Yuan safely reach the other side of the river, and immediately raised his arms and cheered. To this point, he admired Chu Yuan from the bottom of his heart. If I have this skill, I'll be invincible in the grave. Like walking on the ground. Ha ha, brother who? I'm not seeing things, am I? Little brother, is this really lightness? Hatba rubbed a pair of bright big eyes, surprised and puzzled. Uncertainly, it was really that this scene of Chu Yuan was too shocking. This is a kind of lifting technique in the national art, which can also be said to be light power. Except that very few can reach a realm like little brothers. Hu Baichi said sourly. He is to have seen the real masters of the national art, but like Chu Yuan this kind of hand, admire in the heart. While he was still pondering, Chu Yuan flicked his wrist and the flying tiger claw flew directly towards where the crowd was. Fortunately, Hu Baiyi's quick eyes and hands, in time to catch, and firmly fastened to a boulder on the wall. Seeing this, Chu Yuan tied a section of the flying tiger claw rope around his own waist, steadily took a horse stance, and waited for the archaeological team to come over. Chapter 45, The Diamond Umbrella Breaks the Pass and Shows Its Power. Hu Baiyi took a section of steel rod from Zhuangweigua, and smoothly backed up on the flying tiger claw rope, looking at Fatty Wang with amusement. No, Hu, what do you mean by that? I'm afraid of heights. Fatty Wang saw Hu Baiyi's eyes, knew that this girl is absolutely no good intentions. Even let me, a person afraid of heights, to slide over. Come on, slide over with this. I'm worried that little brother can't pick up so many people on his own. Hu Baiyi glared at Wang Fatty, a serious explanation. He did not have the ingredients of the whole fat man, but this guy is accustomed to the poor mouth, but also have to let him grow a long memory. Who, Captain Hu, will slide over with this too? Is it safe? The rope won't break, right? When Rohai looked at a rope, a steel rod, and dared to let the group slide over on their own. How much courage must this be? As you can see, when Pavilion Master, the current conditions are limited. This flying tiger claw is the secret treasure of the golden touches, made of special materials, normally able to withstand the weight of 3 to 4 adults. Besides, as long as you don't look down at the 10,000 foot cliff below, with your eyes closed and your legs stomping, people go over. Hu Baiyi finished and looked at the crowd with a smile on his face. Hearing him say this, Hatba directly sent Hu Baiyi a beautiful blank stare. This description is also absolute. Hu Baiyi casually commanded to Lin Dong behind him. Shaolin, you stay and receive everyone. Yes, originally also shocked little brother light power. Listening to Hu Company Commander said, do not envy, close your eyes, stir your legs, and you'll see everything in your dreams. Brother is really a tall man. Listening to you, I can also marry Goddess Jiba. God TM, eyes closed and legs stomped. Isn't this just letting us die? Don't you understand? Smart people upstairs? I'm just curious. What if I'm halfway down the slide and little brother doesn't have the strength and let's go? Eyes closed, legs stumped, coffin covered. Go well, fire burned, boxed, set a table, eat a meal. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. Great talent. This is like an absolute for the ages. And so, in turn, the crowd slipped through the flying tiger's claw in fear and trepidation. And the whole place was haunted. Hu Baichi and Zhuangweigua are professionals from the field, and they slid over without moving, with no fluctuation in their expression. The most Chu Yuan surprise is Hatba. She cheered all the way over the slide. Really shocked people. Proper women, a man. if you don't see it, this guy, Fatty Wang, is shaking his leg on the platform. Hubai walked to the front of the Buddha, looked up and down, and suddenly saw that the wall behind the Buddha was placed on countless small Buddha statues. Strange, these Buddha statues look a bit different. When Ruhai looked at the sound of the voice, his eyes blazing as he looked at this Tongtian reclining Buddha, excitedly explaining with his hands in the air. Western Xia is dominated by the Dongshan tribe, who originated from the Tibetans, and later assisted the Tang king in opening up the frontier and expanding the territory, and made a great contribution. Given the national name of Li, they are strong believers in the Tibetan tradition of Buddhism, much more influenced by India than at home, and you see the statues of Buddha on the walls. They are all dressed in Tang costumes, but the image is closer to the original form in the birthplace of Buddhism, so there are some discrepancies in how they look. Hataru looked at everyone with a look of seeming understanding, and after looking around, she suddenly opened her mouth to ask, but there are cliffs on both sides here. Where is the entrance to the chamber? When the archaeological team heard this, they approached the Buddha and carefully went to check if there was any mechanism arranged. Master Fatty, it's time to work. Shu Yuan looked at the fat man not far away and greeted him with a movement in his heart. Here it comes. The fat master was victimized by the old Hu this time. Buddy, I am still weak in the legs. The fat man complained. Hu Ba-e sentence. Just want to move. Suddenly a soft foot, the whole person fell to the ground, in the form of 5 bodies. Asterisk 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 even you. Fatty just wanted to spit down the uneven ground, but unexpectedly his hands loosened, as if he had pressed on some kind of mechanism. Ka-ching! A sound of an organ rang out, only to see the lips of the Tongtian Buddha slowly open, revealing a dark hole half a man high. Fatty Wang looked at the entrance with a stunned face, and secretly said in his heart, this is also good. The fat master also has such a powerful time. Seeing the crowd looking at him full of shock, Fatty Wang stood up violently, straightened his clothes, and looked at the crowd out of the corner of his eye. Wow! Fatty, you're really good. This kind of mechanism can be cracked off. You're worthy of being a gold toucher. Listening to Chu Yuan directly rolled his eyes. Clapman Hotbar came online and applied for combat. Cough cough. Are small. Not I Wang someone blow. Life cracked organs not 1,000 also have 800. This is small. Fatty Wang walked in front of the crowd in a spirited manner. His heart was very proud, and he had a feeling of raising his eyebrows. He himself, the Goldfinger, had not dishonored his ancestors' reputation. Hu Ba-e face speechless. This dead fat man give a step up. Blowing powerful problem also do not know with whom to learn. Surveying the mouth of the Buddha, he took out a cylinder that shone with glittering lights and threw it down at the entrance without hesitation. Ha! Fatty! What kind of light did brother Hu just throw? How come the lights are blue? Hataru looked at the thrown down cylinder with a surprised look on her face. The eerie blue light looked fascinating. Looking at Hataru, whose face was full of praise, Fatty Wang hesitantly said, it's called a phosphorus cylinder, which uses dead people's bones ground into powder with crushed flint red mugwort, which emits an eerie blue light when lit. After Fatty Wang gently spoke about the composition of the phosphorus cylinder, Hoppa's eyes shrunk violently and his body moved to hide behind Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan didn't move and took out a phosphorus cylinder from his pocket and handed it to Hataru. Seeing as you're so interested, I'll give you one. Seeing this, Hataru puckered her mouth, took a deep breath, and said word for word to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan, is this fun? Ha ha. Chu Yuan laughed cheerfully, ignoring the other party's grudging eyes, striding after old Hu's figure and jumping down the Buddha's mouth. After the party's hijinks, it had made the tense atmosphere of the archaeological team a lot lighter. Led by Hu Ba-1, the crowd soon arrived in front of the underworld hall, and what met their eyes were 2 spectacular bronze doors. One Rohai, suddenly hot-headed, squeezed away from the fat man, rushed up, just took the first step. His feet sank, only to hear a click. In Hu Bai's exclamation of surprise, one Rohai suddenly looked up, only to see the front wall suddenly shot out bright spots of cold, as fast as lightning. Surprisingly, the 2 plum blossom stakes of concealed weapons, scared one Rohai directly staggered back a step, and seeing that it was about to hit one Rohai, Chu Yuan suddenly stepped forward and backhandedly drew out the Vajra umbrella behind him. Ka! Chu Yuan gently pressed the handle of the Vajra umbrella, and the 3 steel bone iron leaves instantly opened, and between the rotations, countless tiny blades instantly popped out from within the steel bone iron leaves, perfectly composing the entire umbrella surface. Ding ding ding! The golden diamond umbrella appeared in front of one Rohai's body in an instant, directly stopping the 2 concealed weapons that shot out. It wasn't until he saw the 2 concealed weapons that had been knocked to the ground that one Rohai reacted, and a cold sweat couldn't help but break out on his forehead. If it wasn't for the Vajra umbrella, I'm afraid that I would have ended up in a horizontal death. Thinking of this, one Rohai looked at Chu Yuan with a grateful face, his eyes filled with a look of gratitude. Vajra umbrella. Hubai looked at the complete form of the Vajra umbrella, blurted out, "This is the secret handed down by their gold-touching police officer inverted artifacts." He had also thought of crafting one, but unfortunately the craft of making the Vajra umbrella had been lost, and he hadn't thought that little brother would actually have one. Before he set off, he noticed that Chu Yuan was carrying an umbrella-like equipment, and he didn't think much of it at the time, but he didn't expect it to be a Vajra umbrella. Seeing one, Rohai slowly stood up. Hubawan's face straightened, serious to the crowd behind him. "The road behind here. There will definitely be all sorts of organs. Everyone can be very careful, in case there is an emergency. I'm afraid we can't keep you all safe." After saying that, focusing on when Rohai and Chao Shiji, Hotipa had after all been to the Western Zhou tomb, and his behavior was all still quite cautious. Chao Shiji busily nodded his head and assisted when Rohai to retreat behind the crowd. He was also considered to have seen a real ancient tomb organ. The organs here could be much more powerful than the previous excavation of the Shuez burial complex. "Little brother, it's okay, you have this kind of treasure. You're damn much of a treasure, little brother." Fatty Wang looked at the full state of the Vajra umbrella, a sour face. "This is the legendary ancestor of the inverted artifact." A hint of a smile surfaced in Chu Yuan's eyes, then he carried his Vajra umbrella and spoke aloud to the crowd. "Gentlemen, the Xian gate is good to enter. The Xian Dao takes lives. This tomb passage is definitely not simple. I'll go explore first." Chapter 46, When a gate is opened, no one can open it. Chu Yuan signaled the crowd to back off and went up alone, walking to the location where when Rohai had triggered the mechanism and carefully surveying the tomb passage. "Little brother, catch!" Hubai looked at the phosphorus cylinder in his hand, and after reminding Chu Yuan, he threw it in his direction. Catching the phosphorus cylinder, Chu Yuan slightly nodded his head, and with a strong wrist force, he threw the phosphorus cylinder towards the walls on both sides of the tomb passage, and after a few skillful bounces, it landed steadily at the position at the end of the tomb passage. As the phosphorus cylinder landed peacefully, the ground and sides of the tomb passage but did not trigger any organs. It seems to be another subtle arrangement of organs. Chu Yuan's heart tightened as he slowly moved forward, when suddenly a roar accompanied by the sound of whistling wind came from the end of the tomb passage. The crowd suddenly looked up at the sound of the voice, only to see that the air was unexpectedly filled with a stream of smoke and dust, and looking at the shape, it looked like two generals conquering the sands, holding sharp weapons, roaring and rushing towards the crowd. Chu Yuan subconsciously held up the umbrella to block. The smoke and dust even directly avoided the umbrella, swept from both sides of him to fly to the crowd behind him. Seeing the smoke and dust roaring in, Fatty subconsciously raised his gun, pulled the trigger, and fired a few rounds at the ancient nearness in mid-air. Bang bang! The shots passed, but the smoke did not recede at all, and lunged straight at the crowd, frightening them into raising their hands to block. Then, this smoke and dust even slowly dissipated after traveling through the bodies of the people, leaving behind only a face full of stunned faces. Hatba was afraid in her heart, gently walked to Hubai's side and asked carefully, "Was this a ghost just now?" Hubai shook his head and pointed to the tomb door in the distance, explaining, "Where are the ghosts? This is the phenomenon of thousand-year-old pigments encountering air volatilization. It seems that we are looking for the right location of the tomb door. Next, it's up to little brother." Under the worried gazes of the crowd, Chu Yuan approached the tomb passage step by step with his Vajra umbrella in hand while he opened his night eye talent. All of a sudden, the dimly lit tomb passage was instantly slim, and in Chu Yuan's eyes, it was as if it was daytime, and every single bit of it was clearly visible. As he stepped onto the organ that when Rohai had just triggered, he had just taken a step forward when the stone slab under his feet suddenly sank by several centimeters. With this as the center, the ground within a 2-meter radius had cracked and collapsed, leaving only the independent stone pillars. Standing alone, Chu Yuan's feet do not stop. A big stride, stepped in a stone pillar to continue forward. Just stood firm ground began to chafe again. At the same time, two giant choppers unexpectedly protruded from within the walls on both sides of the tomb passage, their blades emitting a dark, cold aura. The chopper's sword swung with a harsh whistle, quickly chopping towards Chu Yuan as if it was going to cut him off at the waist. Chu Yuan was not afraid of the danger. His upper body leaned back to the right side, his left leg was slightly bent, and he smoothly avoided the oncoming attack of the chopper. Suddenly a powerful blade, toward his feet quickly chopped. Hataru saw the situation, immediately covered his eyes and exclaimed, afraid that Chu Yuan would be hit by the chopper's sword if he was not careful. He only saw his Vajra umbrella gently pointing and hitting the chopper sword's blade right in the middle. With the help of the blade's dexterity, his body violently erupted with a powerful potential, like a swimming dragon leaping up, actually landing on the blade waved in front of him, lending his strength to the situation again. His body lurched forward and continued to advance 3 or 4 meters. Finally, before the strength disappeared, his left hand shot up and clasped the bronze pillar between the walls of the tomb passage, stabilizing his stance. Watch out! Here comes the concealed weapon. Who ate one words just fell. Chu Yuan, ahead of 2 points of cold mango as fast as lightning, instantly came to him, subconsciously waving the umbrella. The concealed weapon hit the Vajra umbrella with a crunching sound of metal clashing. Feeling the left and right support decreasing, Chu Yuan's heart sank. With the dexterity of the Vajra umbrella striking the chopper's sword, a harrier flip landed safely on the ground. And before he could react, a few whistling sounds instantly came from the front. It was the chopper's sword that attacked. Chu Yuan flipped his wrist, and the Vajra umbrella blocked across his chest, and fronted against this harsh blade. The sharp blade chopped into the surface of the 8 trigrams umbrella. Immediately sparks splashed, issued a squeaky strange sound. Taking this opportunity, Chu Yuan bowed forward. At this time, Chu Yuan was less than 5 meters away from the safe position of the tomb door. However, the crisis was not lifted, and this section was the most treacherous. Only a dozen or so plum blossom hidden weapons were shot out continuously from within the wall, and the frequency of the chopper's swings within the wall steeply accelerated. Chu Yuan's eyes stared, and he quickly raised his Vajra umbrella to accurately block the concealed weapon in front of him as he moved violently and rose up into the air. With the help of the force borne by the chopper, he dashed forward, rotating his body continuously in the air, perfectly avoiding the incoming blade. Just as his body was about to descend to the ground, he violently used his Vajra umbrella to point to the ground, using it for support, and nimbly dodged the last 2 blades with a front flip. Approaching the ground, his left hand copied the phosphorus cylinder at the end of the tomb passage, and finally his figure landed firmly on the ground, his eyes staring resolutely ahead. Chu Yuan flicked his wrist, and the Vajra umbrella form instantly changed into a stowed umbrella, which was smoothly inserted back into the backpack. A series of movements, clean and dashing. At this time, the last piece of the floor of the tomb passage had collapsed, and the organs in the wall were slowly retracted, leaving only a stone pillar passage. Good stance! Hu Baiqi, who was watching from afar, had a heartbeat and a shout. Chu Yuan cracked the tomb organs, only in a moment, but saw the crowd shivering. Forehead and palms are out of cold sweat. Instantly, the entire room was silent, and everyone was dumbstruck. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room seemed to have their eyes glazed over, staring at the screen in death, and a sentence flashed through everyone's mind. It's really a one-man show. Certainly little brother is a touch of gold schoolmasters rather than the legendary martial arts masters. This is the use of absolute light power. Stand post for proof. Capturing a martial arts master alive? It's hard to imagine that a hellish level of organs can't be difficult for little brother. My brother is simply invincible. Western Xia people so powerful organs are easily cracked. The whole process without urination. Watching the brother toilet, do not want to go. Simply refreshing my 3 views. There is even this kind of stance in the modern society. Sure that little brother is not some kind of ancient martial arts heir? Little brother is a Jedi master. The actual hammer. With this video as proof, unconvinced can be taken to the comparison. Just as the netizens were water popping, the archaeological team all carefully walked along the stone pillars, one step at a time. First of all, what came into view were 2 bronze doors, on which there were surprisingly 2 paintings of figures engraved, and upon closer inspection it was precisely the ancient statue of the great general that the crowd had encountered not long ago when the pigment had evaporated. Look, isn't that the ghost from earlier? Hotspur exclaimed, pointing to the ancient figure of a great general on the door. That's Wang Zhong, the great general of Qin, and it's rumored that even the gods and ghosts are afraid of him, so the tomb doors are usually opened with his image painted on them. Chu Yuan looked at the portrait on the door and faintly explained. This is too incredible, Hataru said with great emotion, unable to help but admire the superior wisdom of the ancients. Little brother, this Vajra umbrella of yours is too powerful. Lend it to me some other day. It tickles me to see it. After Fatty Wang looked around, he put his eager eyes on Chu Yuan's back again, looking at the Vajra umbrella with a greedy face. No more pretending. Show down. Fat master, I just envy and jealousy. I so want a Vajra umbrella. This is the identity symbol of the gold-touching Lieutenant Ah. Hu Bai also eagerly looked at. He wanted more. Even want to replicate a Vajra umbrella? Someday have to find small brother consultation. The fat man was a bit frustrated when he saw Chu Yuan's guarded look, but soon his attention was drawn to the exquisite tomb door. He didn't care that much, looking at the delicately designed jade discs on the tomb door, thinking in his heart that these 3 jade discs must be the door opening mechanism. Thinking of this, Fatty directly reached out to turn the jade disc, when suddenly, a powerful hand grabbed his wrist. Stop. Chapter 47, The Way Back is the Way to Live. Fatty Wang just wanted to be angry, but saw Hubai looked at him with a serious face. Whispered reprimand. Fatty, listen to me clearly, don't just move around. This Western Xia people are ancient and strange. The tomb door doesn't even use a door nail. Instead it uses a jade disc. It doesn't conform to common sense. You're looking at this horizontal 9 and vertical 7. After all, you can't get rid of the influence of the Central Plains culture. This cloud disc is more like a cover-up. Generally the generation of unloading the ridge to break it by force will certainly trigger the mechanism. Some other people who think they know the feng shui gossip want to use the jade disc to open the door. I am afraid that it will meet with misfortune. Fatty also reacted at this time. This is not an ordinary ancient tomb in the Central Plains. It cannot be viewed with common sense. Be cautious. Hubai acted very orderly. Let Chu Yuan cannot help but look high. Thought of this pointing to the two sides of the wall. Looking to one Rohaido. When curator, you are an expert in Xixia culture. What is engraved on this? There can be clues to open the door. When the crowd heard this, they all walked towards the wall as well, looking at the carvings of Western Xia characters all over the wall, and fell into deep thought. When Rohai stroked the words on the wall with a gentle expression, as if he was looking at his own child, while introducing, West Xia was very strong in those years when the Yellow River ran as far as the east, the Yumen in the west, Shaoshan in the south, and the desert in the north, and the Song and Liao were in a dynastic position. Over the years, I have been studying the culture of Western Xia, including written symbols, and what is inscribed on this wall is the great Tibetan scripture. It's the Kaibao treasure that originated in the Song dynasty. As if in the guise of a curious baby at the moment, Hotspur asked, "What is opening a treasure?" Seeing her look like she was begging for science, Chu Yuan thought that this is also a live science program, so he opened his mouth. Kaibao Zhang, the official version of the Song dynasty's great collection of sutras, and the first woodcut collection of the great collection of sutras, is very valuable for research. It is not only an engraved version of the scriptures, but it is a priceless treasure that encompasses philosophy, language, astronomy and geography, calendaring and medicine, architecture and painting, science and technology, and Sino-foreign relations, among many other fields. Hubai sniffed and looked deeply at Chu Yuan, softly asked, "Little brother, did you find any clues?" As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the archaeological team looked towards Chu Yuan, and it could be seen that everyone was curious about the clues he had discovered. This Western Xia ancient tomb is not large in scale, but the arrangement is amazing. After this jade door there must be quicksand, poisonous smoke and such extinct organs. The safest way is to go down below the tomb passage. Chu Yuan looked at the swastika logo on the ground and introduced it in a calm tone. Fatty Wang asked in surprise, "Little brother, do you mean digging a robber hole?" Chu Yuan did not immediately reply to the fatty. Instead, he looked around and unhurriedly said, "The Dazang Sutra on this wall has actually hinted at the location of the organs, and Buddhism preaches that the sea of bitterness has no boundaries, and turning back is the shore." Everyone looked back. Did those machine bricks just now have a deeper meaning? Seeing Chu Yuan's intention, the crowd turned to look behind them, and when their eyes shifted to their feet, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. "The organ is at your feet. It's a Buddhist symbol." Fatty Wang's spirit was shaken, and he took out his engineer's shovel and knocked it directly at the center. Thud! The sound came through loud and clear. It was empty down there, and the fat man was instantly excited, and the engineer's shovel shoveled along a circle. When it suddenly came upon a circle, Fatty almost jumped up with joy, reaching out and pulling. It was a hole less than a meter in diameter. The inside of the hole was clearly visible. The crowd gathered around and looked at this entrance instead, not realizing that there was even a layer underneath this ancient tomb. Hubai greeted the fat man to open the backpack, install a temporary rope device. After all, the cave is more than 10 meters deep. Need to use the equipment. 5 minutes later, the crowd was ready to go. Chu Yuan took out the phosphorus tube for illumination, put on the mask, and looked at Hubai. Hubai nodded slightly and said with concern, "Be more careful." Chu Yuan tied a rope around his waist and slowly slid down the hole, surrounded by the smooth and incomparable large boulder masonry wall, without any landing place. Looking at this should be the tomb owner's specially left entrances and exits. Once the removal of the outside rope device, I am afraid that can only go in and cannot come out. After landing, Chu Yuan shook the rope to signal that it was safe underneath. He himself held the phosphorus tube. His right hand and both fingers lightly touched the wall, sensing whether there were any organs, and slowly explored his way forward. Ahead was a spacious section of the tomb passage, and under the senses of the hairy mound finger, this place was quite safe, and no organs were found. At this time, Chu Yuan's expression moved, sensing that Huba Wan and the others had already come down along the rope. "Little brother, how is it?" Hubai lightly came to his side and asked softly. "No organs were found, There is a large space ahead. It should be the main chamber. Chu Yuan cleared his throat and said. The two of them chatted a few more times, and at this time, several other people from the archaeological team followed one after another. Hu Ba-yi saw that everyone had arrived, waved his hand, signaling the crowd to follow him and move on. After about a dozen steps, the group came to a porch with an open view. What is this thing? Why is there a meteorite in this ancient tomb? Hataru asked, blinking her wide eyes at everyone. Only a silver oval-shaped item was seen hanging at the head of the crowd, shaped like a giant beehive to the touch. Western Xia culture has its own mystery. This thing, have not heard the fathers introduced. Do not touch. Hu Ba-yi stared at the giant hive as thinking. A moment later sighed. Chu Yuan's eyes twitched. He knew this very well. This thing was the culprit behind Master Dusty's death and Partridge Whistle's broken arm in the original plot. Who ate one's observation is how keen. See, Chu Yuan looked different. Cannot help but a condensation of the eyes? Lowered his voice asked. Little brother, do you know what this is? Seeing that the eyes of the crowd were resting on his own body, Chu Yuan pondered for a moment before saying with a straight face, this is a strange stone with life, called mistletoe, and according to scientific research a mutated worm-shaped fungus exists in this. At room temperature, this worm-shaped fungus layered on top of each other much like stone and jade, in a dormant state. Saying this, his voice paused and he continued, but once there is a flame or when high temperatures are triggered, this strange stone will turn into a worm, forming a mass of black worms. When the skin is broken it will engulf all nearby hot objects, even flames, by constantly secreting large quantities of corrosive liquid. The crowd was in an uproar, only to feel a yin chi above their heads rushing straight to their brains, so scared that they couldn't help but back away from the object. I didn't realize that there was such a strange thing in the world, devouring high temperatures and killing people in an invisible way, horrible as it is. I remember. This strange stone has also been recorded in the Western Xia culture, and it is said to be from the time when the Western Xia conquered the desert. The tribe's sacrifices offer this object, which is described as being able to absorb the souls of people and turn them into loyal guards to guard the tombs of the dead. When Rohai was trembling all over, looking at the huge object above his head in fear, at this time he began to somewhat regret following in. Hu Ba-yi's face changed violently, hastily ordered to turn off the flashlight. These lights also have a certain temperature. The heart suddenly cold sweat. In an instant, the tomb passage became dim. Only the phosphorus cylinder in Chu Yuan's hand emitted an eerie cold light, illuminating the faces of all the people in a cloudy and uncertain manner. Hu Ba-yi sighed in his heart, took out 2 phosphorus cartridges from his bag and handed them to Fatty and Jiba, and said solemnly to one Rohai, Curator Wen, as you can see the danger here, you guys better exit, or else we can't do anything about the danger. When Rohai glanced at the tomb chamber in front of him, then gritted his teeth, Captain Hu, don't worry, since I dared to go down to the tomb, I'm ready to face a dangerous situation. I'll bear all the consequences myself. Chao Shiji behind him gulped and just wanted to speak, but he was glared back by one Rohai and chose to lower his head and stop talking. Hu Ba-yi suddenly sighed with a complex expression, handed the phosphorus cylinder in his hand to one Rohai and commanded in a low voice, keep moving. Chapter 48, The Black Buddha with 1,000 Hands Hides a Mystery. The crowd followed Hu Ba-yi, gently continued to move forward. When passing the stone, everyone coincidentally chose to go around. Who could have imagined that this giant beehive-like thing was a mass of horrible bugs? This Shishia people are so different. The next person's tomb-quelling spirit beasts were either spiders with human faces or 6-winged centipedes, and your entire fungus trematode would be too inhumane. After walking more than 10 steps, the people came to a platform that was not too big or small. Hu Ba-yi narrowed his eyes and threw the phosphorus cylinder in his hand directly. At once, it illuminated the space of the tomb in front of them. With the phosphorus cylinder cold light irradiation, the arrangement in the space is clear. To see this situation, the people all sucked in a breath of cold air. My goodness, so much gold. Hot Fu, as a top stream star with a dozen small goals, was dumbfounded at the sight of the small mountain piles of gold all over the place. Miracle. Priceless. It was as if one Rohai's eyes were glaring out of his head as he stared dead on at a 3-meter tall, bright red coral tree in the center. This tree across the north and south sides of the tomb, in midair actually formed a natural red coral arch, called the miracle of nature. This is definitely 1,000 years of red coral. The top red coral 20 years to grow an inch. This is at least a few thousand years of growth. Treasure One Rohai looked excited. A face of ecstasy shouted, visible this strain of red coral to bring him shock. Chu Yuan is also jaw-droppingly looking at this big guy. As a staff member of the Institute of Archaeology, he most often is the treasure. But this 1,000-year-old red coral tree is the first one in his life. Enough to kill all the treasures he remembered. As far as he knows, The Red Coral Museum in Taiwan province of the treasure of a complete red coral tree, but only a district of 2 meters long. It was bragged to be the world's first red coral tree, but now it seems that in front of this one, I'm afraid it can't even be ranked in the grandchildren's generation. Little brother, you're studying archaeology. How much would this tree be worth if you moved it home? Fatty Wang stared unblinkingly at the red coral tree. His mouth was about to flow out. This is the rhythm of getting rich. Chu Yuan sniffed and couldn't help but tease and laugh. I don't know how much it's worth, Fatty, but you'll have to step on the sewing machine for at least a couple decades. Go on, I'll think about it, won't I? Come on, it's not a crime. Fatty Wang rolled his eyes. In the face of Chu Yuan's jokes in his heart straight to mutter, this thing is more than a national treasure. Surely no chance. Thinking of this, Fatty Wang carried the engineer's shovel down the rotating staircase on the left side of the platform and yelled, I'll scout the way for everyone first, in case there are any more organs. Put. Hot but couldn't help but laugh out loud at Fatty Wang's wealthy look. Let's go down and take a look as well. Everyone be careful and don't just touch anything here so as not to cause trouble. Hu-Wade once saw Wang Fat Man rush down alone, but also really afraid of his recklessness, triggering what organs? After the crowd walked down the stairs, they walked slowly in the aisle in the middle of the tomb, looking at the gold and silver, jewelry and jade, antiques and silverware piled up on the shelves on both sides around them suddenly opened their eyes, looking at the gold and silver jewelry placed everywhere, gold and silver appliances. The crowd did not lament this Western Xia no wonder can be able to arm wrestle with the great song. This is only the ruins of a national temple only. Has this kind of gold and silver treasures? Visible Xixia dynasty deep. Unfortunately, even though the room was full of gold and silver jewelry, it eventually became unattended as the years went by, which is really regrettable. When Rohai shook his head inside, for him, if he could move this 1,000-year-old red coral tree back to the museum, it would definitely shock the world. Old Hu, come here, look at this. Fatty Wang walked at the forefront, looking at a 1,000-handed Buddha statue directly in front of him, and said in horror, Hu Ba-yi a big stride to his side. Follow the direction of his finger to see. It is 3 huge statues. Right in the center is a 1,000-handed black Buddha in the shape of an angry Vajra, with a golden jewel set between his forehead in the shape of an eyeball, which looks very weird. On each side of the 1,000 hands black Buddha is a 2-meter-tall Western Xia general with a weapon in his hand, and the human skull inside his helmet is clearly visible. This look, Hu Ba-yi whole scalp numb. There are corpses here. Small brother's words are prophetic. There are even dead people in this treasure cave. The feng shui situation of this place has been broken. It is a point of great evil. According to the rules of the gold-touching inspector, this kind of evil point, any magic weapon will be ineffective, and the gold-touching talisman is no exception. Chu Yuan's voice paused, looked at Hu Ba-yi and Wang Fatty, methodically explained. Hu Ba-yi face ugly. If it is really as little brother said, then the follow-up must be difficult. Thought of this he echoed. According to the rules of the ancestor master, anyone who encounters this kind of situation should never go down to the tomb. Besides, this black Buddha looks unusual. Look, you guys, this black Buddha's forehead gem is amazing. It looks like an eyeball. Hataru, anxious in her heart, pointed at the jewel on the forehead of the 1,000-handed black Buddha and exclaimed in shock. Chu Yuan's eyes stared, and he said in a deep voice, this is carved from corrupted jade, and with a light touch, it will turn into pus. As he approached the 1,000-hand black Buddha, Chu Yuan looked around and suddenly noticed a hint of change. His eyes suddenly lit up and he suddenly opened his mouth. Brother Hu, come over here and look. The long light on the left is half an inch lower. Hu Ba-yi heart walked over, palms pressed on the base of the long bright lamp slowly pushed upward. Ka-ching! The 1,000-handed black Buddha even slowly rotated in place, revealing the chamber behind the statue, and with an inadvertent glance, the indoor coffin was clearly visible. We've found the tomb owner's coffin. Quick, follow us in. Hu Ba-yi greeted. Body shape, fiercely drilled in. Chu Yuan and Hoda also do not hesitate. Followed in. It was a tomb room with an area of about 100 square feet, and the walls on both sides of the interior were carved with tomb-suppressing spirit beasts, which looked particularly solemn. In the center of the chamber was placed an ancient rock coffin, and right above the coffin was placed a dragon-patterned white jade treasures box. Seeing the coffin of the tomb owner appearing, all the people were relieved, picking up the steps and slowly approaching the treasure box. This is a white jade treasure box engraved with a dragon pattern in Western Xia, when it was used exclusively by the royal family. Looking at it, it should be hiding heavy treasures of the royal family. When Rohai surveyed the magnificent treasure box and introduced it with a blazing face, Old Hu, open it up and take a look. Maybe it's the Buddha's relic of some high priest. With such a small treasure box, Fatty Wang really couldn't think of any treasures that could be hidden that would be worth more than the pile of gold and silver treasures outside. Speaking of which, Fatty suddenly remembered the rules of the gold touch, and after surveying the direction of the chamber, he decisively walked towards the southeast corner. Hu-Ba-Yi did not notice the small movements of the fat man, but instead gazed at the treasure box in front of him. Always gave him a familiar feeling. Little brother, you're studying archaeology. What do you think of this treasure box? For Hu-Ba-Wan's inquiry, Chu Yuan did not immediately answer. The Dragon Bone Heavenly Book involves a great secret. If it was known that the other half of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book had also appeared in the world, it would inevitably not attract the attention of people with an interest in it. And I was afraid that there would be big trouble. Brother Hu, this object must be a Western Xia national treasure. It's better to hand it over to the Archaeological Institute. Opening it at the risk of destroying its integrity might be a good idea. Chu Yuan replied righteously. He didn't want to get caught up in the troubles that followed the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. At this stage he still had to develop. Hu-Ba-Yi also nodded slightly, gently walked over, carefully picked up the treasure box ready to put into his backpack. Where's that candle flame smell coming from? Suddenly a faint smell of candle flame came into his nostrils. Hu-Ba-Yi looked up and immediately changed his face and shouted, Fatty, what are you doing? Hurry up and exterminate it. Chapter 49, 9 Deaths and a Jedi. Fatty Wang just stood up after lighting the candles in the southeast corner of the crypt and froze when he heard Old Hu's head-splitting reprimand. I'm following all the rules of the gold diggers here. People light candles, ghosts light lamps. What's wrong? The fat man was dumbfounded and argued in a loud voice that these are the rules passed down from the old ancestors. And what is wrong with following the rules? Damn you! Hurry up and exterminate it. This will attract the attack of the mistletoe. Hu-Ba-Yi did not move slowly, stuffing the treasure box into his backpack as he spoke. Fatty Wang instantly remembered the quartz stone hanging at the entrance of the tomb passage. This thing can break the skin by smelling the heat or flame. When he thought of this, Fatty Wan was in a cold sweat, and just when he wanted to blow out the candle, he saw that the candle flame was suddenly pulled up a few centimeters out of thin air. A turquoise ghostly light slowly rose from the candle, and the fat man who was closest to it immediately felt creeped out. It was too evil. At the same time, there was a continuous buzzing sound over the chamber. The crowd looked back at the sound of the voice, only to see countless black mist pouring into the chamber in a single stream along the gap of the thousand-handed Black Buddha. What is this? Wen Ruhai asked aloud with a horrified face as he pointed at the black mist in midair. No one answered his question, and all eyes were fixed on the black mist in midair, only to see it gradually take shape. It zipped down through the air, straight at the candle flame in the southeast corner, and in an instant the candle flame was engulfed in black mist. Holy, this is the mistletoe. Everyone run. This thing is extremely corrosive. Don't touch it. Hu-Ba-Yi's face suddenly changed, loudly reminded, but his hands are not slow, has opened the mechanism of the thousand-handed Buddha statue. As the door to the Buddha statue opened, when Ruhai and the others didn't say anything and ran outside with their heads covered. Little brother, this thing has devoured the candle flame, and they're still hovering there. Looking for what? Fatty Wang panted and came to Chu Yuan's side, raising the sprayer in his hand and asking suspiciously at the black mist. Man, Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, his gaze tightly fixed on the black mist, backhandedly drawing out his black gold ancient sword and crossing it across his chest, his expression on guard. The wind is tight. Rip whoop. Seeing that the door of the Buddha statue was about to close, Fatty Wang greeted him and rushed forward to stop the statue from closing with his own body. Chu Yuan's night eyes were fully open, and he could slightly see what the black fog looked like, consisting of countless bugs, and the hideous mouths and faces of these bugs were particularly horrifying. Little brother, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Fatty Wang stared at the Buddha statue and clenched his teeth to hold on while yelling at him. Chu Yuan took a deep look at the black fog in the distance and ran towards the exit at breakneck speed, pushing the fat man's body. The two of them came out smoothly, and the Buddha statue also happened to close. Master Fatty, give me the gun. You go help Captain Hu and take everyone to evacuate out. I'll pad the back. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, Fatty did not hesitate to throw the sprayer in his hand to Chu Yuan, shouting as he ran. I'll give you the signal when the men have evacuated. When Fatty Wan's figure was far away, Chu Yuan no longer had any scruples and directly raised his gun and fired a shot at the thousand-handed Black Buddha's forehead. Rotting jade. Bang! With a precise hit, the rotting jade was shattered and directly spewed out countless blood-red liquids, most of which splashed onto the body of the Buddha statue. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yuan withdrew while observing the movements of the thousand-handed Black Buddha, and when he passed by the shelves, when he looked at the small mountainous pile of gold, he directly waved his hand in a big way. Come are here. Not treat how to say the past. Use the system backpack to collect quite a lot of gold. 10 or so frames, each backpack 99. Although the number is quite large, but the small mountain pile of gold on the side does not see the slightest decrease. Chu Yuan has some regrets. Had known to empty the backpack. As for the more valuable gold artifacts, worried about too obvious didn't dare to collect. Gold doesn't matter. The least of this chamber is gold. Buzz. At this time, the black mist formed by the mistletoe bugs had already drilled out along the gap of the thousand-handed Black Buddha. Only when it came into contact with the Black Buddha, suddenly part of the black mist seemed as if it had touched some kind of natural enemy. Hiss. There was a sound of strong acid corrosion, and instantly many trematodes fell from mid-air, quickly piling up a layer of ashes on the ground. It is the liquid of the rotten jade plays a vital role. This special rotten jade is extremely powerful. In the small bugs can also be directly given to melt. Visible organs of mischief. If the tomb robbers did not endure the Black Buddha forehead, see the gem. To touch, I am afraid that on the spot can be reduced to ashes. However, this only managed to eliminate a small portion of the black mist's misty bugs, and the corrupted jade's attack seemed to have enraged the black mist, which circled around in midair before flying towards Chu Yuan at breakneck speeds. Bang! 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 Chu Yuan raised his gun and fired decisively at the black mist, until the bullets were finished and the barrel of the gun was starting to get hot. The black mist was unharmed. Seeing this, his heart moved without hesitation to throw the firearm out, and at that moment, the black mist in midair seemed to smell the fishy odor and flew in the direction of the firearm to chase after it. Good chance! He saw the right moment, jumped onto the shelf next to him, and with the help of his feet to bear the force of the shelf, he made a flying jump onto the large platform from which he came. Ah! Suddenly a miserable howl. From the exit, Chu Yuan heart thumped. It seems that Hu Ba-yi they have an accident. Stepping away, he quickly chased after the crowd in the direction of the crowd. As he was leaving, he looked back at the black mist that was devouring the temperature of the gun and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. It turned out that the black mist had finished devouring the high temperature and rose up into the air again, flying in his direction, like installing a thermal imager, following him dead on. Damn! I should have known to bring a couple of flares. This thing is hot and draws fire. Chu Yuan cursed in his heart. He was still young, not sufficiently considered, and seriously underprepared. Putting down the distracting thoughts in his mind, Chu Yuan just took a few steps and heard a buzzing sound in front of him, and there was even a cloud of black mist. But it was obvious that the size of this black mist was far less than the one behind him, and when he fixed his eyes on it, Fatty Wang was cursing and waving his engineer's shovel to prevent the black mist from getting close. It was also fortunate that the number of this remaining trematode was small, and it was able to hold out for a few more strokes with the engineer's shovel. Master Fatty, are there any more candles? Light a few more and throw them over. Chu Yuan hurriedly opened his mouth and reminded that if it went on like this, sooner or later, Fatty wouldn't be able to hold on and feed the insects. Fatty smelled the eyes bright, directly took out the lighter, just lighted the fire and threw it out. There is no way who let these trematodes for the fire crazy. Master Fatty, you go first, quick. Watching the black mist leave with the lighter, Chu Yuan didn't ask who was injured and hurriedly greeted the fat man and left. He backhanded and drew out the Vajra umbrella, and could only rely on its fan to resist it. The Vajra umbrella was known to be invulnerable to water and fire, so he thought that he could resist it for a while. You're really my own brother. Atmosphere. Seeing Chu Yuan so covered, the fat man was really touched from the heart. He knew that time was running out. He put down a good word and directly pulled the rope and climbed up. When he came up, he didn't have time to catch his breath. Hu Ba-yi pulled over the fat man and started to ask about the situation below. After listening to the fat man, Hu Ba-yi did not hesitate, took out a few grenades and wrapped them around the rope. Little brother, here's a couple grenades to draw the attention of the stingers. I've got wounded here and need evacuation time. Hu Ba-yi rushed to the mouth of the cave and shouted anxiously, and finished sending the grenade down the rope slowly. Okay, I'm stalling for a while. Chu Yuan, who received the grenade, responded loudly. With this, the high temperature from the explosion was definitely a great tonic for the trematodes. Captain Hu. No, what's down here are important cultural relics. We can't just destroy them. When Ruhai's face was pale, his head was constantly sweating cold sweat, his eyes staring at Hu Ba-yi, withering and questioning. Hu Ba-yi complex, look at this one, curator. Voice urgently low said. Curator Wen, you've already lost an arm. Why bother caring about these things? I'm only responsible for everyone's safety. It turns out that just as Hu Ba-yi and the others were leaving the main chamber, they unexpectedly encountered a small strand of gremlins and black mist not far from the exit. When Ruhai was protecting an artifact when he accidentally touched the black mist and was devoured with an arm on the spot. If not Hu Ba-yi reaction fast enough, I'm afraid that life is not guaranteed. Hair care, hurry up and carry Prof. 1 out and be ready to close the entrance to the great reclining Buddha at any time. I'll be right behind you. Hu Bai ignored Wen Ruhai's questioning, anxiously instructed Xiao Zhuang to take the wounded to withdraw first. This time to let everyone safely withdraw out is the most important. Bang! Just then, a sudden loud bang came, and the crowd immediately felt a tremor under their feet. All of you! Hu Baiqi snapped. He knew that Chu Yuan would not use grenades as a last resort. It must have been very critical underneath. What he had to do now was to bring the crowd away so as not to become a burden to Chu Yuan. Old Hu, little brother. Fatty Wang said with a desire to speak. I trust little brother. Let's go wait for him at the exit. Hu Bai patted Wang Fatty's shoulder and said firmly. Chapter 50, a tall building on Changsheng Mountain. The impact from the explosion caused the entire floor of the tomb to vibrate. Looking at the 2 remaining grenades in his hand, Chu Yuan's heart sank. This main chamber is built on several floors underneath, and there's a layer of quicksand and poisonous smoke above it in the organ chamber. And if there's another grenade, he estimated that even if the chamber did not collapse, the organ chamber would certainly be damaged, and by then it would be certain death in the face of quicksand poisonous smoke. I didn't realize that the Western Xia people's mausoleums also cut corners and were not resistant to bombing. Seeing that the high temperature of the explosion was unharmed by the black mist, Chu Yuan suddenly looked hesitant and said in his heart, it seems that he can only make a desperate move. Buzz! Numerous mistletoe black mist flew towards Chu Yuan's location, and after sensing that the drones were not around, Chu Yuan made a split-second decision. The palm of his left hand gently scratched across the black and gold ancient sword, and instantly the blade was stained with his blood as he saw the black mist rushing towards his face. Chu Yuan directly out of the knife, with the strength of the body continuously waving the long knife, as if the autumn wind swept away the leaves. Where the blade is, the black fog, as if encountering something more horrifying, have tended to avoid the harm, dodging the blade. There were also the avoidance of the stiletto bugs, and the blood that touched the blade was as if it had been eroded by rotting jade, and it was instantly turned into ashes. It was after the transformation of the green dragon bloodline in Chu Yuan's body that his blood was tantamount to a deadly poison to the mistletoe. The blood even exuded a pressure of an upper divine beast, causing the trematodes to not dare to come forward for a short time. It could only helplessly hover at a low altitude, tightly surrounding Chu Yuan's side. Chu Yuan saw this and flicked his wrist. The blood stains on the surface of the black gold ancient blade were sprinkled to the back of the black mist, causing the black mist to dodge to both sides. Seeing that the black mist had not yet gathered, he took advantage of this interval to make a great leap toward the exit, and, following the rope, climbed up in 3 or 2 steps. After coming out, it was too late to relax. Chu Yuan first kicked off the rope fixtures. Then the black and gold ancient blade picked the ground cover directly to the entrance with a smooth movement. Blocking off the entrance first, there was no telling how long it could stop the black mist. Little brother, this way. When Hu Bai saw Chu Yuan come out, his eyes lit up and he immediately shouted. Chu Yuan knew that this cover could not stop the black mist of the bugs for long. His body moved violently and quickly swept in the direction of the exit. Hu Bai saw this as if he thought of something. His eyes condensed, pulled out a pistol, his eyes staring at Chu Yuan's back. Buzz! Sure enough, in more than 10 seconds the worm black mist flew out of the tomb passage along the entrance, hovered in the air, and violently rushed towards Chu Yuan. Bang! A bullet with a whistling wind swept past Chu Yuan's side, instantly passing through the black mist of the stork, which dispersed. This particle bomb eventually hit a jade disc in the middle of the tomb door, and the disc instantly shattered. Ka-ching! The 2 remaining jade discs began to spin up at a rapid pace, faster and faster. And with a loud bang the tomb door was squeezed open. Countless gray-green quicksand accompanied by cyan-colored mists rapidly rushed in the direction of Chu Yuan and the others. It was the Jedi mechanism within the organ chamber, and under the attack of a large amount of quicksand and poisonous smoke, the mid-air gremlins and black mist would die when touched. In an instant, the black mist that was flaunting its power was instantly swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. This is the power of the Jedi organ. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These grandchildren are really sinister. This Jedi organ is insidious enough. After Fatty Wang spat out a sentence, he climbed up with his hands and feet. He didn't want to get any of the poisonous smoke. Hu Bai saw Chu Yuan, who rushed up and climbed up immediately after Fatty. Before withdrawing, Chu Yuan glanced at the engulfed black mist behind him and finally hurried up the hole before the quicksand. Boom! At the same time, Hu Bai, who was guarding the exit of the heavenly sleeping Buddha, saw that Chu Yuan escaped unharmed, and his face was delighted. With that, he made a gesture to Zhuang Weigua, signaling him to detonate the miniature bombs he had planted in advance, instantly filling up the hole. Phew! Glancing at the buried hole behind him, he looked around and realized that all of the advance team members, including Hataru, were safe, so Chu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, are you okay? How did you hurt your hand? Hotba walked over with a worried face. Seeing the injury in Chu Yuan's hand, she immediately asked with concern, at the same time taking out a roll of gauze and alcohol from the backpack behind her, ready to clean his wound. This small injury was nothing to Chu Yuan. The wound would probably heal on its own after a few hours. This was the characteristic brought about by the previous green dragon bloodline after reaching 50% steel. Literally, it allowed Chu Yuan's physique and bone strength to increase greatly, his defense to increase, and his body's resilience to increase greatly. Otherwise, having just bled that cut, under the sharp blade of the black gold ancient knife, half of an average person's palm might have been sliced off. Thanks. Seeing that he couldn't shrug it off, Chu Yuan could only say thank you and let Hotaru deal with his wounds, and he was just in need of a disguise. It wasn't until Chu Yuan safely came out of the chamber that the audience in the live broadcast room reacted. I have to say, this amazing bug is a real eye-opener, and it's unbelievable that everyone is alive. Curator one only touched a little bit, and one arm was actually melted away in an instant, even more powerful than the body melting powder. No, it's not. At least you can leave some clothes behind, but this black fog won't even let you have a grave. It's too cruel. Ah, so annoying. I didn't see the scene where little brother fights the black mist. I wonder how they were destroyed in the end. This tomb is much more terrifying than the tomb of the Western Zhou dynasty, and the three goldsmiths didn't even manage to get out in one piece. Terrifying. Under the tomb is a professional thing. In the future, idle people or do not go. Otherwise, in the end, really not how to die? Can't you see that the only star member of the show's crew this time is Jiba? Probably recognizing the real danger of the ancient tomb. After Hubai checked that there was not any poisonous smoke or black mist, then he methodically arranged for the evacuation of the crowd. During the process, Chu Yuan also learned about Wenruhai's injuries, and he could only sigh in his heart. It was worthy of being a great evil cave. This time, if not himself and old Hu, two people join hands. I'm afraid the consequences are really not easy to say. Maybe like the original play Partridge Whistle and the dust of the Endit. It was also this experience that cautioned Chu Yuan that his current strength wasn't enough to wave off, and that he had to continue to collect popularity values. Hubai saw his face of grave appearance, thought it was self-blame, failed to protect Wenruhai, comfortably patted his shoulder. Just after returning to the ground, the sound of roaring machinery drew Chu Yuan's attention to what was originally a sparsely populated Shueztun complex. This will surprisingly become brightly lit. A lot of large construction machinery back and forth set off a burst of dust. Looking at Chu Yuan, his brows slightly frowned. What's the situation here? Is it also a dumping bucket? So arrogant? Driving an excavator and rushing up. Ha ha, your company commander Hu, right? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. My humble self Hua Rong. First time meeting, please teach me more. A young man in a suit with a handsome face approached the crowd with a cheeky smile and said eagerly to Hubai, "What? A Liangshan hero? Little Li Guang Hua Rong." Fatty Wang looked at this hip-hop youth in front of him, and was dumbfounded. This TM is Liangshan Good Man Crossing? Ha ha, this is Master Fatty, right? I've heard a lot about you. I didn't realize that you know my gag Master Fatty. Shame on you. Hua Rong's mouth said that he was ashamed. The corners of his grinning mouth were about to become the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, looking at Chu Yuan's head full of black lines. Ah, Hua Rong's voice paused, and seeing the puzzled faces of several people, he opened his mouth to explain. Forgive me, gentlemen, my old man loves the water margin, so he named me Hua Rong, not from the Liangshan good guys. Seeing Hubai looking at himself suspiciously, Hua Rong unhurriedly took out a document and said, I'm an excavation company cooperating with the Archaeological Research Institute. This is the commissioning document, responsible for the excavation of the artifacts in this Xixia tomb. With a certificate, Hubai took the document and read it over and over again, then turned to look at Chu Yuan, who shrugged his shoulders and said that he also did not know the situation. Hey, you're the gold toucher Chu Yuan, right? Nice to meet you. Reintroducing myself, I'm Hua Rong of the Changsheng Mountain Engineering Company. What? Realizing that the three were looking at themselves suspiciously, Hua Rong pulled the corner of his mouth and muttered in a low voice. What an age, having to make the whole incision. Only he straightened his clothes and spoke in a serious manner. There's a tall building on Changsheng Mountain. Heroes from all directions come here. Dragons and phoenixes make friends with their old friends, and water flows from all corners of the world. Unloading Ridge Chief General Hua Rong. Chapter 51, Invitation to the Dangerous Bottle Mountain. What? You're the contemporary leader of the unloaders? Who ate one's tent? 4 people sitting in a hall. Wang Fat Eyes staring at Hua Rong up and down. A face of incredulity. It was hard to imagine that as one of the 4 major sects of inverted fighting, the leader of the unloading Rexes, the leader was this well-dressed guy in front of him. We are all inverted bucket. The result of the other side of a successful businessman look. Put who can stand in the heart. Chu Yuan was also full of questions and solemnly asked, as far as I know, the general head of the unloading wreck seems to be surnamed Shen. After saying that, he secretly observed the other party's expression. Although he was not sure what happened to the unloading wrecks in this world, but he always felt that the guy in front of him was a bit impenetrable. Hua Rong's face was as normal. A trace of an unusual look flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he explained with a leathery smile, more than 100 years ago, the chief general of the unloading wrecks was indeed surnamed Shen, and back then, Chief General Chen brought a group of elites to explore an ancient tomb of an emperor. It's a pity that the 40-odd elite brothers who went with them were all wiped out, and Chief General Chen disappeared, directly leading to the disintegration of Unloading Ridge. My ancestor used to be the Unloading Ridge's military advisor and Chief General Chen's right-hand man, and his old man couldn't bear to see the unloading riders die out. Then he reassembled some of his old brothers and lived on Mount Everest until after the reform and opening up of the country, when my father set up an engineering company. Because the digging craft is still reasonable, it is heavily utilized by the officials, and currently mainly assists them in digging ancient tombs. Speaking of this, Hua Rong took out a business card in his hand and handed it to Chu Yuan, smilingly, "Little brother Chu, I am a master of the Unloading Ridge, and you are a direct descendant of the Golden Touch, so we can get closer, and there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future." Chu Yuan slightly nodded and took the business card. "Ooh, Changsheng Mountain Engineering Company General Manager. This guy is really the leader of this Unloading Ridge." In his impression, Chen Yulo acted as the chief general of Unloading Ridge, and had a right-hand man, Hua Ma Abduction, beside him, perhaps an ancestor of Hua Rong. However, this guy looks like a big grin on the outside and speaks with dodgy eyes, so I don't know how many words of truth he could have just now. Jingle bells. Suddenly a phone ringing came. Hu Ba took a look, immediately signaling the crowd to go out to answer the phone themselves. 3 minutes later, Hu Ba walked in with a grave expression, and made a wink to Fatty, who comprehended and stood up fiercely. "After working most of the night, I'm sleepy, old Hu. You guys keep chatting, I have to go back to bed." Fatty Wang yawned and made a tired appearance as he exclaimed. The corner of Hua Rong's mouth tugged, and in his heart he said, "Can the acting be any more fake?" Although he spat in his heart, Hua Rong was still very eagle-eyed and hurriedly stood up with a shameful look on his face. "Captain Hu, I'm really sorry for forgetting that you all have been busy for so long. I'll go back first. We'll talk again when we're free." Fatty Wang made a sending-off gesture at Hua Rong and said with a smile on his face, "Take care." Hua Rong was stunned, nodded slightly to Hu Ba and Chu Yuan, and looked deeply at Fatty Wang before exiting the tent. "This guy is dressed so tight. He doesn't look like a good guy." Fatty Wang spat in displeasure at Hua Rong's back. "Oh, they are the Royal Excavation Company of the Archaeological Research Institute. You're so not giving them face. Beware of future contacts." Hu Ba first pacified Fatty Wang, then turned to look at Chu Yuan, a solemn face. "Little brother, I received an arrangement from my superiors that I need to send away the treasures in the tomb overnight. Next time I'm in the capital, it's my treat. Let's keep the mountains green." Chu Yuan was not much surprised. He knew that the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book would definitely attract the attention of the officials. He just did not expect it to be so urgent. "Fatty, you don't have anything to do for a while. Take a ride with little brother and accompany him back to Gulan County tomorrow." Hu Ba directly arranged for Fatty Wang. The fat man shrugged his shoulders and did not object, nodding slightly. After sending Hu Ba away, Chu Yuan returned to his tent. He had planned to visit Reba. The great sleeping Buddha temple is so thrilling. Worried that she cannot sleep at night, walking outside her tent and listening to the breathing inside, Chu Yuan realized that he had worried for nothing. This girl had an extraordinary psyche. Lying in the tent, silently checking his system. "I did not expect the harvest is not small. The most intuitive is that the popularity value has been more than 9 million. Not far from the next level of reward. Finally, it is not in vain that he was born to die this time to go down to the tomb. The only pity is that the last 2 times to go down to the tomb have not been able to open the coffin. Regret." The sky was light and the morning mist was lightly caged. Chu Yuan was pulled up by Fatty early in the morning, and was told that Hua Rong's men had fought for a night, and had actually dug directly into the main chamber. Standing on a high slope not far from the ruins of the great sleeping Buddha temple, Chu Yuan's soft hazel eyes, far away from Hua Rong and others to carry the relics in the tomb one box at a time. The expression is a little heavy. The cliffs inside the great sleeping Buddha temple are so deep that this chamber is topped with Tianbao dragon fire glaze roofs and can only be excavated from the inside. But on second thought, the black mist had already been taken out by himself, and the quicksand and poisonous smoke alone would definitely not be able to stop the unburdening wrecks. This Hua Rong is Unloading Ridge leader. Not to mention, cut the word skill is practiced pure fire. Whole first class. Fatty Wang chewed his breakfast in his mouth and muttered while stomping his feet. Little brother. Huarong is really something. I just inquired. He only had a few fellows hit by the poisonous smoke. No other dangers. Little brother. Do you think that this gang of ling-shifting Rexes will not be greedy themselves for carrying the treasures so much? Gold and silver treasures are fascinating to the eyes. Chu Yuan smiled faintly and said, Yesterday, I asked my colleagues at the Institute of Archaeology, and Huarong is indeed the imperial team of the institute, and has been working together for many years. 2 years ago in the area of western Hunan, there was an ancient tomb of a Yuan dynasty general that Huarong led the excavation of, and he has a pretty good reputation. Fatty Wang took a large bite of his breakfast and snorted as he looked disdainfully at the excavation team in the distance. If it were not for the Fat Master's golden handshake some years ago, what Yuan dynasty general's tomb? The Fat Master I alone could have dug it up for him. Ha ha, it's worthy of being the famous Fat Master of the Pan family garden. I heard that you've been to the ancient city of Jingjie. I admire you. Only to see Huarong dressed in a white suit and sunglasses, holding a white paper fan in his hand as he walked over with a smile. Seeing the other party so boastful of himself, the fat man was full of smiles, and Huarong eagerly chatted with him. Quite a feeling of meeting each other. Only, although Huarong was chatting hotly with him, his eyes always looked at Chu Yuan from time to time. Mr. Hua, plain speaking, do you have something to tell us? No need to beat around the bush. Chu Yuan clasped his arms with both hands and said indifferently. Huarong looked at him appreciatively and said aloud, Good. I'm not hiding. There's another deal I want to discuss with you too. Fatty Wang's eyes immediately lit up, came to life, hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Flower brother, unfolded to say what is the matter? I'm sure you know about my assisting the Archaeological Research Institute in excavating the Bottle Mountain tomb a few years ago, and since the urn incident a year ago, the excavation has basically been on hold. Huarong introduced himself with a reminiscent look. The Bottle Mountain urn incident? I've heard about that. It said that more than 40 people were killed or injured, and the Bottle Mountain tomb was officially blocked, right? Fatty Wang asked suspiciously. This matter was officially suppressed. Just a small range of a little news. It is said that the scene is shocking. Huarong smiled bitterly and said, In the past 2 years there have been many inverted masters and adventure enthusiasts who have ignored the official blockade and have gone to Bottle Mountain to explore. At that, his voice trailed off. Official figures record that 35 people have gone missing in the past 2 years, and the numbers are still rising. Chu Yuan looked at him in shock, not realizing that the main line of the Bottle Mountain tomb had developed this way, but thinking about it was also in line with the truth. When I think about it, the most powerful leaders of the Unloading Ridge and Moving Mountain explored the Bottle Mountain together, and only a few of them survived in the end. If not for the protagonist's aura is hard enough, the light six-winged centipede will sweep all the unloading force, not to mention the big dumplings in the back. Although Huarong looked at the ability is not small, but from the year of the Qin general head is far away. This generation of unloading Ling Lux want to excavate the ancient tomb of Bottle Mountain. To be honest, with the delivery of the head of not much difference. Even if Chu Yuan went over there, he might not be able to retreat in one piece. Don't forget that the six-winged centipede thing was capable of flying sand and walking stones. Brother Flower, after you blah 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 blah, you're not inviting us to the Bottle Mountain ancient tomb, are you? Huarong looked at Fatty Wang with a smile on his face and bragged, If you don't want to say it, still you, Master Fatty, who saw my purpose at a glance. This time, on behalf of the state, I am formally inviting the two of you to go to the Bottle Mountain tomb and assist me in the joint excavation of the tomb of the Yuan dynasty great general. Chu Yuan, the ancient tomb is dangerous. The state asked me to take action. How should I reply? Very anxious, waiting online. Hello everyone. Starting from the 1st of next month, try 3 shifts. Update 2 chapters every day at 8 a.m. M. And 1 chapter at 18 o'clock p.m. M. It's not easy for the handicapped party. Welcome to click on an advertisement to send a free gift when you urge for more work. Thank you. Chapter 52, Mountains on the Earth and Water in the Sky. Fatty heard his invitation. His face is full of intention. Look. These days the official check is strict. He is holding back a long time not to pour the fight. If he hadn't relied on picking up leeks and doing some trading in the Pan family garden in the past few years, he would have starved to death just by relying on the subsidies from the Archaeological Research Institute. Thinking of this, Fatty rolled his eyes and said without panic, Flower brother, originally, for the sake of brotherhood, this favor Fat Master I will definitely help you, but the Bottle Mountain tomb is exceptionally dangerous. Once Huarong heard that there was a chance, he hastily patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, Master Fatty, the official attitude this time is very firm. As long as the excavation of the Bottle Mountain tomb is successful, it will definitely promise a high reward. Listening to this, Fatty became a bit worried instead. In his impression, when would the officials be so generous? It could only be a side note that this bottle mountain was really as vicious and dangerous as rumored. I guess the officials can't do anything about it either. After all, if you want to not destroy the structure of the tomb, but also to obtain the antiquities in the tomb, non-professionals cannot do it. Little brother, what do you say? I'm going to go over and take a look. Fat master. Fatty scratched his head and asked with a shameful face. He had also promised Lao Hu to send Chu Yuan back to Gulan County, but he turned his head and flew solo. Chu Yuan did not complain about the fat man. He knows very well that the other party is just not interested in profit. Human nature is just understandable. Slightly thinking, Chu Yuan murmured, I can travel to Bottle Mountain to assist, but I hope the officials can agree to one of my requests. Hua Rong's eyes lit up, and with a smile on his face, he assured, little brother, I'll fully cooperate with any specific request. This time, when I explore Bottle Mountain, I want to broadcast the whole thing live. Chu Yuan replied with a bland expression. Hua Rong looked at him with a stunned face. He had thought that Chu Yuan would mention nothing more than money, antiques, etc., but he didn't expect it to be this request. However, he was concerned about the official invitation to the community this time. There is also a warning to outsiders of the dangers of the ancient tomb in Bottle Hill. The inner workings of it were still clear to him, so he clapped his hands on the spot. Little brother, don't worry, you can live broadcast the whole thing. This action is supposed to tell everyone the risk of inversion. Cherish life and stay away from ancient tombs. And according to my inside information, National Treasure may be doing a couple of science programs on the cultural relevance of the Western Zhou tombs. For this, Chu Yuan had expected, but from the mouth of Hua Rong to learn the internal news, the heart is still more or less some loss. Ever since he obtained the dragon bone Tianshu from the Western Zhou tomb, he had a vague suspicion that the National Treasure program might have to be transformed into a daily popular science program focusing on the ancient tombs after the excavation. As expected, it was not what he expected. In the end, tomb exploration faces too many unknowns and casualties at every turn. Officials could not resist the pressure of public opinion in the community. And, prior to that, Huabai had already been rumored to have withdrawn from the recording news several times. Chu Yuan had even thought that once the officials deciphered what was on the heavenly book, they were afraid that they would block the program at the first opportunity. Fortunately, the old Hu within the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple did not open the treasure box at the first time. Otherwise it is not known how much chaos will be made. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but worry about old Hu. I'm afraid he won't be able to see him for a while in the future, but he's from a good background, so there won't be any major problems. So, although this trip to Bottle Mountain is risky, it is the best choice for Chu Yuan at this stage, which can be related to the golden finger. It was true that popularity values could be gained for science programs, and it made his scalp numb to think of the 50 million or 100 million popularity values that would follow. Well, as long as it can be broadcast live, I'm definitely in, Chu Yuan solemnly said. In order to gain more popularity value, he decided to take a risk. Besides, he had a craving for the inner elixir of the six-winged centipede. Hearing Chu Yuan's affirmative answer, Hua Rong had a smile on his face and handed the tablet in his hand to Chu Yuan, instructing him, here is the urn organ that I encountered 2 years ago when I led my men. Little brother, you can look at it, don't give it away. Chu Yuan took the tablet and casually tapped the video file on the desktop and opened it. What came into view was a drone overlooking the entire mountain, shrouded in mist and dense forest. Not that I could see anything out of the ordinary. As the camera pulls away, the image of the mysterious mountain appears in the picture, which is a big mountain like a ghostly work of art. The mountain is tilted, as if a huge bottle lying upside down. The mountain, shaped like a vase, is shrouded in cloudy twilight, and when illuminated by daylight, it seems to rhyme with 7 colored clouds, mysterious and spectacular. When Chu Yuan saw the appearance of the bottle mountain, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and marveled. Mountain shape in the groundwater in the sky, aura under the sense of woe and fortune check. The road dragon line has its own true. Fluttering and hidden is the body of the dragon, a good tomb of great evil. Little brother, what do you say? Is this really a murderous tomb? Fatty Wang hurriedly came up and looked at the picture in the plate. Picturesque. Really did not see half the horror. Hua Rong also looked at Chu Yuan with a face of suspicion. To say that the Joey gossip, his ancestor unloading Ling a line of trigrams, to have a few points of truth. But when it comes to searching for dragons and splitting gold, and checking out the dragon vein terrain, that's a no-brainer. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and lowered his voice. Heaven and earth have aura since ancient times, gathered in the mountains and rivers internally, externally manifested in the wind and clouds. Is the dragon vein? Where the dragon vein will have a heavy treasure. This bottle mountain, look at the external appearance. Underneath there must be a heavy weapon. The top of the bottle mountain even has a deep bottomless natural crack. Must be a long time in the years. The terrain change caused, as if a sharp blade, the original good dragon vein cut off. The dragon vein is damaged. The treasure point was destroyed. From the feng shui point of view, this is really a tomb of great evil. Huarong looked at Chu Yuan with a complex expression. His heart was very impressed. Worthy of being a gold-touching kernel, this hand of geomancy is really remarkable. When I think of my own inheritance of the secret art of unloading the ridge, I will also be a little bit of the ancestral art of fortune-telling. Watching the mud marks to identify the color of the grass is still quite good. The other is really not worth mentioning. Being in the same four major sects of grave robbers, Huarong immediately felt that he was more than a head shorter than the others. The gold touches. Fatty Wine was not clear about the complex ideas in Huarong's mind at this time. But for the danger, he said with a face full of concern. Since it's all decided, let's not shy away from here. Let's go to Bottle Mountain and take a walk. Anyway, stretching our heads is a knife. Shrinking our heads is also a knife. Chu Yuan appreciated the fat man's courage. Grave robbing is not just a matter of skill. Without this courage, even the best skill will not work. He casually turned off the tablet, figuring that the ensuing urn fiasco must have suffered a million arrows and must have taken heavy losses. Huarong also cannot help but look at Wang Fatty in a different light. This fat man wants money, but desperation is also really dare to desperation. Master Fatty, just for your words, this friend Hua Mao made sure. Here, this is a meteorite found in the Western Xia tomb. Excellent quality. Although it's not worth much, at least it's considered a heavy treasure of the Western Xia royal family. So consider it my gift to you as a meeting gift. An egg-sized silver meteorite was casually thrown by Huarong to Fatty, who subconsciously caught it. After playing a circle, the feel is not bad, but the more you look at the fat man felt that this thing is more familiar. Always feel where I have seen. At a closer look, the frightened fat man immediately threw out the meteorite in his hand. Huarong, is this a meteorite? Isn't this a meteorite? It's full of poisonous insects that break out of their cocoons when they encounter high temperatures. You're damn well trying to get Master Fatty killed. Fatty took a look at the quartz in his hand and was almost scared straight. At this moment the boat of his friendship with Huarong said it would capsize. What bug? Isn't that a meteorite? Huarong scratched his head and looked at Fatty with a confused face, a little puzzled by Fatty's fuss. Chu Yuan shook his head and was speechless, unable to figure out how Huarong made unloading so big. Could it be the inherited family business? He slowly walked forward and held the quartz stone in his hand, slipping it into his pocket as Fatty and Huarong looked on in dismay. In reality, it is put into the system's backpack. This thing is not a big block, but when used well, it can be used as a wonder weapon when it matters. In fact, Chu Yuan was also surprised that after the double attack of quicksand and poisonous smoke, a small portion of them survived, and their vitality was quite tenacious. Fatty swallowed a mouthful of saliva, dumbfounded, looking at Chu Yuan. A long time. Give a thumbs up. Not ashamed to be a little brother is different. Through Fatty's explanation, Huarong realized what this was, and when he heard that Curator Wen's arm had been devoured by this ghostly thing, his entire face turned bad. In the end, Huarong reluctantly greeted the two men and hastily chose to leave, looking like he should be explaining to his men to be safe. Chapter 53, The Demon's Retreat. Time passed like a white horse, fleetingly, and 3 days passed in a flash. It must be said that Huarong, the contemporary leader of the unloading ridge, has a lot of energy. The ruins of the great sleeping Buddha temple ran quickly at his word of command, and after 3 days, the excavation had been completed. The artifacts inside the chamber were arranged by Huarong to be sent to the Institute of Archaeology. Some of the murals, carvings and other difficult to transport cultural relics, have been given to the Xixia Ancient Culture Museum. After all, Wan Ruhai, the deputy director, had made a small contribution, plus also paid an arm. The Archaeological Institute also made concessions and gave away some relevant artifacts involving the Xixia culture. Sort of all happy. The most depressed belongs to the King Fat. This time the big sleeping Buddha temple site of the smooth development cannot be separated from his desperation. The Archaeological Institute finally rewarded the fat man a gold ingot. According to the market price, this piece of gold ingot 200,000 upwards almost did not give the fat master whole broken defense. Born to die a whole night. Just 200,000. Not as good as back to the Dragon Ridge to catch the face of the spider. Angry fat man every day when the face of Huarong spit. However, after learning that Chu Yuan did not even obtain a single gold ingot, it instantly made Fatty Wang feel much more comfortable in his heart. Although the Archaeological Institute promoted Chu Yuan and got some kind of deputy director of the Foreign Affairs Department, the name looks quite bluffing. Introduced by Huarong, in the end, it is a resident site excavation clerk. No less than Wang Fatty ridiculed. This guy likes it now. Take a gold ingot in front of Chu Yuan's eyes. And finally even Hotipa cannot look at it. Hard to pull the fat man to ask for advice on inverted bucket learning. For Fatty Wang's showing off, Chu Yuan naturally didn't have half a point of envy. He would be happier than anyone else in his heart. After all, like the gold ingots in Fatty's hand, he had 10 compartments in his system backpack, 99 pieces per compartment, totaling at least 990 pieces. Considering the current price of gold, the income from a trip down to the tomb is at least 2 small goals in hand, plus the 8 million from the Iron-Head Dragon King. Just these 2 trips to the tomb had already allowed Chu Yuan to realize wealth freedom. Sure enough, the most lucrative methods were written inside the criminal law. Obtaining so many gold ingots out of thin air, how to make a move was difficult for him. At this time, Huarong's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. For Changshan Mountain origin Huarong, white and black familiar with both sides, dealing with unknown origin gold ingots, is not a handful. Not long after, Huarong came looking for the 2, stating that the camp on the Bottle Mountainside had been reactivated and that all the logistical personnel were in place. Even the members of the National Treasure Program team were in place. Only this time the celebrity team withdrew from the recording, making Hotpa's mood a little low for a while. But when Chu Yuan gave her a look at the video of the urn battle, Hotpa never mentioned going to the Bottle Hill tomb again, and took a plane back to the office alone that afternoon. And look how scared the girl was. Chu Yuan's wave of operation, no less than let Wang Fatty spit. He would like to more with others actress more contact, maybe can enhance the revolutionary friendship is not allowed to say. He ignored the cheeky Fatty and went to make a call to his teacher, Professor Chen, who was far away in Longling. Professor Chen told Chu Yuan a lot about how everything was going well with the development of the Western Zhou tomb, and at the same time, he also knew that the hospital had given Chu Yuan the latest arrangement, telling him to pay more attention to safety, and was obviously aware of the ferocity of Bottle Mountain. Finally, he even revealed that Professor Sun of the Archaeological Institute was already deciphering the symbols of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, and asked him to consult Professor Sun more when he had time. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yuan's thoughts were a little empty. He did not want to have contact with this person for the time being. They are all big brothers. After arranging a series of things at the Great Sleeping Buddha Temple, Huarong was busy pulling Chu Yuan to chat about some things at the Bottle Mountain tomb and to finalize his itinerary. What surprised Chu Yuan the most was that Huarong even invited others to join him. It seemed that this time, he was holding the determination to raid Bottle Mountain. After determining that, Huarong began to thunder, directly using his own private plane, ready to fly to Hunan. Sitting on the luxurious private jet, Chu Yuan's entire body was still confused. In his previous life he was also a rich second generation, although his family was rich, but also did not have a private airplane. Looking out the window of the azure sky, Chu Yuan suddenly felt that his 2 small goals do not smell. It's not bad for the unloading wrecks. Talking about platitudes is probably in their lineage. Just didn't expect that 3 generations of the Flower family could earn such a large family. Chu Yuan guessed that it was estimated that they usually didn't take a lot of private work. After a 2-hour flight, the plane landed at the airport closest to Bottle Mountain, which Chu Yuan had thought he would still have to drive to. Who knew that Huarong had arranged for a helicopter to wait for the crowd at the airport, especially with the words Changshan Mountain on the fuselage. It made Fatty Wang almost drop his jaw in shock. Although it was smaller than the armed helicopter arranged by Old Hu, it was enough to shock them both. Little flower. Fatty Wang affectionately patted Huarong's shoulder and smiled earnestly. You're a person who looks a bit tacky and thuggish. But a closer look tells me that you're a friend worth making friends with. In the future, you Huarong is the fat master my good brother. Who dares to bully you? Directly report the fat master my big name. I directly cut him. Seeing Fatty Wang squeezing his eyebrows to show his goodwill, Chu Yuan said that he directly did not have eyes to see. This point of the fat man's mind is almost not written on his face. Sure enough, in today's society, making friends is not just about face, it's also about how thick your family is. Half an hour later, the helicopter finally reached its current destination, Bottle Mountain. Chu Yuan several people walked off the airplane. What they saw was an ancient style full of Chinese-style courtyard. Outside the courtyard was parked full of construction machinery. Entering the other courtyard, Chu Yuan realized that it was actually still a 2-entry spacious compound, with a curtain covering the sky erected within the courtyard. It protects from both the hot sun and the rain. After all, near Bottle Mountain, the weather is perverse and often rainy. At this moment, 4 round tables were placed in the center of the courtyard, with some people sitting sporadically at the tables. When Chu Yuan and Fatty entered the courtyard, the gazes of the crowd looked at them in unison, with complex looks of sizing them up, disdain, vigilance, and admiration. Just as Huarong was about to introduce the identity of the 2 to the crowd, suddenly a scattered voice, unhurriedly, came out from the inner courtyard. The green dragon and white tiger protect the Dharma, and the vermilion bird and Xuanwu control the four directions. A single incantation will the world, and the demons will retreat. When he heard this sound, he looked over and saw an old Taoist priest with a thin face and wearing a green-colored Taoist robe, all immortal and Taoist, walking slowly. The old Taoist priest's hair was gray but radiant, and his hair was coiled up high and secured with a wooden pin, revealing his bare forehead. There was a wisp of white beard on his chin that fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of a former senior's demeanor. At this moment, he was holding a duster in his hand, as white as snow, and when he gently waved it, it was as if he was able to sweep away the dust of the world. There was a black belt tied around his waist, with a gourd hanging from it, containing some kind of elixir. Behind him hung a side of obsolete cloth bag diagonally, vaguely able to see a hint of charms and spells, looking mysterious and unpredictable. Coupled with the four final lines of the poem just now, it directly shocked everyone in the courtyard, and they all looked at each other in disbelief and couldn't help but speculate. Where did this living god come from? The old Taoist priest had his hands behind his back, looking at Chu Yuan and the others, and said with a bland expression, "I didn't expect to see an heir to the touch of gold lineage in this land of dragon veins. It's really rare." Chu Yuan was shocked by the old Taoist priest's image of virtue and respect, that modern society could see such a character, and hastened to arch his hand in humble reply. "Kid Chu Yuan, I've met senior. I don't know which one of you has attained full truth and where you are practicing. Oh, this is to test the bottom of the old road it. The old road traveled the four seas, living in no fixed place. You will call Chui old road." Old Taoist Chui caressed his jaw beard lightly and looked at Chu Yuan with a smile. "Chui Lao Dao? Holy, no way." At first hearing the old Taoist's name, Chu Yuan instantly felt the hairs on his body stand up and looked at the other party with an unbelievable expression. Chapter 54, Gathering at Bear Ridge and Talking About Bottle Mountain. Chui Lao Dao was quite surprised by the change in Chu Yuan's expression, secretly saying, "I have been living in seclusion for 30 years, but there is still someone who knows my name?" Huarong eyesight strength. He rarely see Chu Yuan look so moved. "I guess there is any misunderstanding." Hastily squeeze forward, he first bowed respectfully to Elder Taoist Chui and then introduced himself to Chu Yuan. "Little brother, is there some kind of misunderstanding? This senior Chui is my father's close friend, as well as an expert of the southern school." Hearing him explain this way, Chu Yuan could not help but feel relieved in his heart. Fortunately it was a coincidence. Otherwise if this person was really that strange person from Tianjinwei, then Chu Yuan would have to consider deleting his number and practicing again. After all, the world that person is in can be much weirder than grave robbing. Phew! Chu Yuan took a deep breath. His emotions were certain, and he bowed to old Taoist Chui, and was fortunate that it was not that kind of world where strange people win. Old Taoist Chui flicked his duster and returned a Taoist salute, twirling his beard with a smirk. Speaking of which, the old Taoist is also related to the Golden Touch, having once gained the guidance of a high-ranking person with the surname Zhang when he was young. Chu Yuan's heart moved. The high-ranking person with the surname Zhang of the lineage of the Gold Touchers was presumably a character from the lineage of the ancestor Zhang Sanchain. He is a family heirloom 16 character Yin and Yang secret art, or maybe it's a full book, and he is definitely the ceiling of the tomb raiding world in terms of feng shui secret art. Seeing that Elder Taoist Chui was unwilling to say more, Chu Yuan was also sensible and did not continue to pursue the matter. After seeing Chu Yuan, old Taoist Chui no longer paid any attention to the others, and with a light step, he found himself an empty seat, took out the gourd on his waist, poured himself a drink, a sprightly look, not at all like a gray-haired old man. "Hey, little brother, what is this old Taoist monk muttering blindly about? These few lines of the final poem are quite a bluff." Fatty Wang raised his eyebrows and asked with disinterest after sizing up old Taoist Chui. Chu Yuan put his right hand on the fatty's shoulder and lowered his voice. "Keep your voice down. This old Taoist priest is not simple. Don't cause trouble." He is well aware of the ability of Fatty Wang to cause trouble, known as the inverted bucket to cause trouble in the holy body. The play did not have much respect for Chen Blind Man when he first met. This Chui Lao Dao looked at some means. The fat man in such a mouth. It is inevitable that the other party will not be remembered in the heart. Those who can communicate with the family members of Zhang Sanchuanzi, the ancestor of the gold finders, can they be idle people? Without waiting for Fatty to speak, Chu Yuan pulled Fatty over as he casually found a seat away from old Taoist Chui. Huarong followed the two men without saying much, and gestured to a youth not far away, and the other walked over respectfully. "Xiao Wu, these two gentlemen are my honored guests. Pack up 2 guest rooms out for me." Xiao Wu looked at the early 20s, the appearance of a clean cut, so that people can easily ignore his body of tendon meat. Look at the level of intimacy of Huarong. This person should be unloading the ridge of one of the core disciples. You do not see this body of muscles at first glance as a bit of hole in the good hand. He, little flower, too polite. Arrange a guest room for us. After all, the conditions are limited. Can't make it too difficult. Fatty suddenly came over and said with a cheeky smile, in this unfamiliar place. He didn't dare to just separate from Chu Yuan. Huarong glanced at Fatty with slight surprise and nodded slightly at Xiao Wu while introducing Chu Yuan. This little brother's name is Chen. He's the fifth in his family. You can call him Little Five. He's the person in charge of this camp. Xiao Wu's eyes instantly glowed when he saw Chu Yuan, and he said to Chu Yuan with a face of admiration, hello big brother Chu. I'm a big fan of yours. Your kung fu in this inverted bucket is marvelous. My dad saw it and said you're this. After saying that, Xiao Wu raised his eyebrows and gave Chu Yuan a thumbs up. Chu Yuan nodded his head with a smile on his face, a little surprised that Unloading Rex had become his fan. As far as he knew, Unloading was the most disliked by the Gold Touch. Compared with the technical flow and like to fight alone fighting the Gold Touching school, Unloading the Ridge believe in the power of many people, vigorously out of the miracle. Therefore, the technical gropers have always been looked down upon, not to mention the fact that we all have different beliefs. People always have faith. The outer 8 lines are worshipped Guangdong, grave robbers. The northern school worship Zhongkue. The southern school generally do not come to this set. The Unloading Rex, who is also one of the 4 major sects of the northern school, is a maverick, worshipping Guandi and Shubawan. If the older generation of the two factions had seen these two interacting and communicating so cordially, they probably wouldn't have been able to keep the lid of their coffins down. Huarong did not change his face and watched Xiao Wu chasing the star Chu Yuan, and even very generously took the initiative to take a photo of the two together. This is the heir of the Gold Toucher. Little brother Chu, isn't it? My name is Yang Sihai from Xiangxi. Greetings. A burly man with a full beard came to the table of Chu Yuan and the others and introduced himself in a jarring voice. This brother Yang is a descendant of the Yang family of corpse catchers in western Hunan, and he is very good at dealing with big dumplings, so little brother will recognize him, and we will need everyone's cooperation after we go down to the tomb. Seeing Huarong take the initiative to introduce, Chu Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and he smiled slightly at the visitor. This person has a heavy flavor of tofu zi, and it seems that he has not dealt with corpses much. Seeing Chu Yuan's unwillingness to talk more, Yang Sihai looked slightly embarrassed. The corners of his mouth twitched as he forced himself to hold back his anger and flung his sleeves. Grimly, he returned to his seat. Little flower, how did you arrange this? What kind of people are you looking for? Old ones? Dirt ones? Is this going down to the grave? Fatty Wang looked around. A face of dissatisfaction spat. This together with the tomb will have to look for reliable teammates. When the Tufu Z is also qualified to go with us together with the Gold Inspector. It's simply falling off the face of the earth. In response to Fatty Wang's rudeness, Huarong was neither angry nor annoyed, but instead explained with a smile. Fatty, you don't know. This Bottle Mountain is hidden in the deep mountains of the Old Bear Ridge, which is a lofty mountain range with an elevation of 1,000 feet. The terrain is extremely treacherous and is a natural barrier. This area has always been a deep burial with no seal or tree. Plus the danger is hard to recognize, so it can be said that there is no return. We are also in the high-tech technology, only to explore the Bottle Mountain hidden treasure place. And Bottle Mountain from ancient times is the successive dynasties of emperors selected as the treasure land of alchemy. The mountain is always filled with colorful poisonous miasma. This Cui Lao Dao has a secret medicine can solve the poisonous miasma. It is said that when a great general of the Yuan dynasty was buried here, he was able to transform into a corpse king, and was said to eat people. And the legend of the corpse king of western Hunan is widely spread in this area. Just in case, if there really is any corpse king, Brother Yang's secret corpse catching technique can just restrain it. Fatty shook his head after hearing this and laughed coldly. Xiangxi Corpse King? Don't tell Master Fatty to meet it, or else granted account of 82 years old big black donkey hooves. Ah, Master Fatty, this black donkey's hoof is still 82 years old. How many years must this donkey live? Xiao Wu looked at Fatty Wang with a shocked face and stammered in question. Humph, you kid know nothing. Collection understand? This is the Fat Master's ancestral treasure, specializing in all kinds of big dumplings. Xiao Wu only then a face of dawning realization. This day is considered to have gained insight. Feelings of the big black donkey hooves there are people collection. Chu Yuan looked at the fat man's big blowing appearance directly speechless. These two people are really a dare to say, a dare to believe. Chapter 55, Soldiering Out to Hunt Demons. Just as the two are gagging, Huarong introduces him to several other people in the courtyard as well, all of whom are local toffs. The only thing worth Chu Yuan's attention was Yang Sihai, and the 3 native brothers behind him. He was super strong in his 5 senses at this time. And the several young family brothers gave him a strange feeling, with a faint aura of coldness. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, the The Yang family had been dealing with corpses since they were young. How many of them could be normal people? Huarong looked around and saw that everyone was basically there. So he stood up, shook his folding fan, and said aloud to the crowd, "Gentlemen, thank you for being able to accept the invitation. As long as we are able to successfully excavate the Bottle Mountain tomb, the promised flower mister will not go back on his word." I don't think I need to say much about the situation of the Bottle Mountain tomb. We all know it very well. It has been confirmed that the urn from the bottom is a dead end, and the halfway point of Bottle Mountain and the top of the mountain are covered by poisonous miasma all year round. And there is a special magnetic field in the mountain, so the direction is unknown, and the birds can't fly over it. This time, we have enlisted official military-grade drones and intend to start exploring from the top of the mountain. So please give it your best shot. Yang Sihai tapped his fingers on the desktop and asked in a gruff voice, "Master Hua, it's not that the group can't trust you. There are all kinds of unknown poisons in this Bottle Mountain. What is this means of avoiding poison? It's time to show it, or to stabilize the group's hearts." In the face of Yang Sihai's questioning, Huarong nodded at Cui Lao Dao without changing his face, and the latter understood and immediately got up. "Before we leave tomorrow, the old Taoist will personally mix a flavor of insect-avoiding pills for everyone, to keep you safe from the poisons in the mountains." Yang Sihai frowned slightly and lightly laughed after glancing at old Taoist Cui. "Master Hua, it's you that our Yang family trusts. If the effects of this old Taoist Dan pill don't work, our brothers and I will but withdraw at any time. After all, I can't risk the names of my clan members, so I hope you won't be offended." Master Hua, hiccup. As soon as Yang Sihai's words fell, old Taoist Cui burped, picked up the wine pot, slanted a glance at the other party, and walked towards the inner courtyard with a wobble. This action of old Taoist Cui ignoring the bystanders immediately made the clansmen around Yang Sihai angry and directly slapped the table. "Hey, big brother, this old Taoist is so rude. How dare he look at us with such despising eyes?" The man wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Yang Sihai's stern look. This was unloading Ridge's territory, and his own party had to restrain themselves. Huarong made a harumph, lightly shook the folding fan and laughed softly. "Don't worry, brother Yang, this old senior is a pharmaceutical expert that my father invited over. His pills will definitely be fine. Please don't worry." Seeing Huarong give his endorsement to old Taoist Cui, the others naturally would not say anything more and took the initiative to come forward to ask about tomorrow's arrangements for visiting the tomb. After Chu Yuan listened to the meeting and there was no useful information, he pulled Fatty and came down to the guest room in the inner courtyard under the guidance of Xiao Wu. Coincidentally, this guest room happened to be next door to old Taoist Cui. "Brother Fatty, I'll let you know when lunch arrives. You guys rest first." Xiao Wu helped the two organize themselves before preparing to leave. Chu Yuan hurriedly pulled the Fatty and whispered in his ear, "Fatty, work hard, take a look around and poke around a bit." Fatty Wang is such a character. Listening to Chu Yuan so say immediately understand. Hastily and enthusiastically greeted Xiao Wu. The two hooked shoulders and walked out. This time, going down to the tomb was not like the Dragon Ridge and Blackwater City. Too many uncontrollable factors, especially this time. There were many people and eyes. He had to be careful. An hour later, Fatty walked in with a fast food. "Little brother, let's just deal with it for lunch. There's a logistical problem with this camp, and that's all the conditions are at the moment." Chu Yuan also did not have anything to say, directly took the fast food and opened the dazzle, but it was the fat man who kept spitting on the side. "I just blindly wandered around the neighborhood. Guess what? This TM was originally a righteous village. I said how to beat the fat master to come in. I feel all wrong. Feelings here is a haunted house." In the end, Fatty suddenly approached Chu Yuan and lowered his voice. "I've also learned that there is a legend in this village that says that when it was still a village, there was a rat spirit here that specialized in taking in people's souls and eating their organs." Chu Yuan's eating movement suddenly gave a start. The rat spirit eating people was fake, but there was a beaver who knew illusion, not to be underestimated. "Fatty, you were saying what's happening logistically with this camp. Be specific. Perhaps there is some relationship between the two. Otherwise, with a camp the size of Huarong's, coupled with the fact that unloading is rich and powerful, there could still be problems with logistics?" Fatty pondered for a moment, hesitantly. "This is a strange thing. Or Xiao Wu told me privately that their camp's warehouse had been burglarized. It's obvious that the supplies put in one day are always partially missing the next." Later, Xiao Wu specially arranged for a few fellows to keep watch. Nothing happened, and a few people had a beautiful sleep. The strange thing is that the next day the supplies were still low, and for 3 days in a row, not even a shadow was found, and people rumored that ghosts and monsters were haunting the place. Hearing this, Chu Yuan had a plan in his heart. This situation was definitely the beaver's work. It was rare for this guy to change to eating human food. However, this was just his guess. so it was not good to tell Fatty directly and casually dealt with it. The first few days Little Flower was away, but with him sitting in these days, I think we can solve this trouble. Fatty's eyes immediately lit up. This was a fun thing to catch demons. How could it be any less? As soon as Chu Yuan saw this leaping expression on his face, he guessed what was on his mind, and thinking of this, he took out a pill from his system backpack and threw it directly to Fatty. This is for detoxification. It can save your life in a critical moment. After Chu Yuan finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to the Fatty and continued to dry his rice. Fatty received the pills with a happy face and carefully put them into his clothes pocket. The gold toucher was good at making pills used for going down to the grave, so he had no doubts about Chu Yuan copying his own engineer's shovel. The fat man turned around and went out of the room, seemingly impatient to meet this mysterious bandit. Seeing his anxious appearance, Chu Yuan smiled in his heart. I hope you can still come back with a smile on your face. The night is falling, the stars are shining, and the moon is high in the sky. Chu Yuan's eyes were tightly closed and his clothes were undone as he half leaned against the bed, when suddenly, a loud cry came from the courtyard outside the door. Red flag Qi Xiong Muin, marching out of the division to horrify the demons. Where are the demons? Still do not quickly show yourself. Chu Yuan snapped his eyes open, copied the black gold ancient sword in his hand, and with a big stride, opened the door of the room and came into the courtyard. Under the bright moon, he saw old Taoist Chui standing above the eaves of the house, pinching the demon subduing gesture and pointing remotely at a dark shadow lying on the ridge of the house. The black shadow slowly looked up when it heard Elder Taoist Chui's voice. It was an extremely distorted face that looked like a rat and was covered in wrinkles and corpse spots. Its eyes flashed with a bizarre green light, and it was currently showing its teeth. Bowing, and looking at Chui Lao Dao maliciously. Obviously there was a great deal of resentment towards old Taoist Chui who had sabotaged his actions. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is really a ing rat ergu becoming a savant. Even though Fatty Wang had prepared himself psychologically, he was still shocked into taking several steps back when he saw this face. It was only then that Chu Yuan noticed that in addition to himself, Hua Rong, Xiao Wu, and Fatty Wang were also listed in the courtyard. It seems that the action of the demon hunting team failed, so Chui Lao Dao took the initiative to take action. This old Taoist, in addition to the love of tugging on poetry and literature, has a few skills. After all, in the face of such honor and glory as Rat Ergu, and still be able to cope with it with equanimity, it is sufficient to see the means. Chapter 56, A single blade and a head shatters the heroes. Daoist, please step aside and let me deal with it. Hearing Hua Rong's voice, Chu Yuan turned back to look, but was shocked by the Hua Rong dress. Real Hua Rong possessed. He saw that Hua Rong was clad in bright silver inner armor, which was inlaid with densely packed iron pieces, obviously an excellent defensive armor. At this moment, Hua Rong was carrying a hard bow, hanging a pot of feathered arrows on his waist, and staring sharply at the rat spirit. Seemingly sensing his eyes, Ergo the rat slowly turned his head, his sweaty hairs rising as he stared at Hua Rong with a bloodthirsty face. Fortunately, Hua Rong, as the leader of the Unloading Ridge, is also considered to have seen a lot, and tried to suppress his inner uneasiness and control his breathing. The forefoot landed on the ground. The bow in Hua Rong's hand was steady and the arrow was flat. The spine was always balanced when drawing the bow. And surprisingly, not a single sound was made. Crunch! The bowstring quickly tensed up. It was actually pulled a full moon by him. His arrow stabilized amazingly. Obviously a master of bow and arrow. It was really worthy of the name of God Archer. Buzz! The arrow flew out, as fast as light. Facing the incoming arrows, the rat spirit showed his teeth and roared. His hair suddenly exploded and stood up, his eyes staring at Hua Rong with a deadly stare. Put! However, Hua Rong's arrow was extremely accurate, slashing across the rat spirit's cheek and shooting a narrow wound, but not fatal. Seeing the situation, Hua Rong did not hesitate and once again set up his bow, ready to make up the shot. But the next action of the rat spirit surprised everyone. This rat spirit, facing Hua Rong's arrows, even chose not to retreat and landed on the ground with both hands, quickly pouncing in the direction of Hua Rong, and constantly hissed. Accompanied by this roar of it, the crowd only felt a sudden trance in front of their eyes, and the picture in front of them changed violently. Originally was still considered a normal size of the rat spirit. The body shape in the process of flying pounce continued to rise, and even changed into a behemoth. Law of the heavens? Even though old Taoist Chui had seen a lot of things, he was startled by this change in the rat spirit. Not to mention the other people in the courtyard. Hua Rong was directly scared back again and again. The guts have been leaked. The heart has no courage to pull the bow again. Xiao Wu behind him, as well as a few people from Unloading Ridge were even more frightened and filled with a look of horror. Staying motionless in place, Wang Fat face slightly changed. In the end is a veteran of the tomb. Pressure does not believe in the word of demons and ghosts. Raised the work shovel blocked in front of the flower glory. It's an illusion. Everyone hold your breath and hold your mind. Chu Yuan reminded in a loud voice. He also almost fell into the way. Perhaps it was the effect of the green dragon bloodline in his body. The rat spirit's illusion made a tremor in his body, and he instantly came to his senses. This civet cat can be much more fierce than the TV series. Fast, and good at illusion. No different from becoming a spirit. On the side of the Chui Lao Dao will be the crowd's reaction in the eyes. Then realized that unknowingly in the illusion. Hastily from the waist took out a 3 clear bell. Mouth is even chanting loudly. Vajra subduer of evil demons. With 45 divine powers and wonderful goodness. Gives me the right practice that has been accomplished. And all demonic difficulties are extinguished. A chanted incantation was like a loud bell. Instantly awakening the minds of the people in the courtyard. And the scene in front of them changed once again. The rat Urgu, who was still hideous, suddenly transformed into a prototype, which was a dirty, half-human tall civet cat. When Chu Yuan saw the rat spirit show its prototype, he rushed out with a quick step, his body like a sharp arrow, while pressing the hilt of the sword with his right hand. The distance of 10 or so meters instantly arrived. The crowd only heard a click sound. The black and gold ancient sword was instantly pulled out, directly to a progressive waist chop, chopping to the civet cat. With a knack for illusions, this civet cat was considered a top trapper around the foothills of Bottle Mountain, and it had extremely fast biological reactions. Seeing the oncoming knife light, he actually borrowed the strength of his hind limbs to stomp on the eaves of the house, and rigidly changed the direction of his entire body, avoiding Chu Yuan's inevitable blow. Chu Yuan missed a blow, did not panic, on the contrary, more and more calm. His eyes narrowed slightly, in advance to predict the position of the civet cat landing. At the same time the civet cat landed on the ground, Chu Yuan looked at the vital parts and bent sideways while flicking his right wrist. Swish, only to see the blade light austere, cold and aggressive. Black and gold ancient sword diagonally teased. The blade body a ghostly light flashed. Suddenly blood splattered. Put. The civet cat's corpse was instantly separated. Blood spraying from its neck, and its body plopped to the ground. Its limbs twitching, and its head, after tumbling a few times in the air, plopped down to the ground. Its eyes glaring roundly with a strong look of resentment. On the contrary, Chu Yuan turned his back to the civet cat's head, turned a knife twist with his backhand, gently shook off the bloodstains on the blade, and sheathed the knife, his movements flowing like a cloud. Good swordplay. Old Taoist Chui Shir jumped down from the roof. His movements were light, as if he had attained true immortality, and there was a kind of dashing that one could not tell. He saw Chu Yuan's wave of human and demon duel, and even though it only happened in a matter of moments, he could still tell that Chu Yuan's blade skills were not ordinary, as if fusing the strengths of 100 schools of thought, although it was not possible to see the school, but just a few changes were filled with the shadows of several sword techniques, which was a wonder to behold. Hearing Chui Lao Dao's praises, Hua Rong also showed a different color. As the leader of Shui Ling who traveled all over the world, he could sit firmly in the position of the general head, mainly relying on a pair of good eyesight. The authenticity of a treasure can be determined at a glance, and how capable it is can be screened at a glance. Chu Yuan's feng shui technique of observing the heavenly stars above and examining the earth's veins below had already amazed him, and he didn't expect that there was also this hand of subtle sword techniques. Hua Rong collected his precious bow and eagerly looked at Chu Yuan in admiration. Good stance. Thank you for saving my little brother's life. Your skill with this blade is exquisite. Mr. Hua admires it. The fat man had seen Chu Yuan's knife skills, but thinking of the ferocity of the civet cat, he was worried about him getting hurt and asked nervously, "Little brother, are you okay? What can I do if the district is haunted by a civet?" Chu Yuan slowly turned around and faintly returned. Fatty couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and looked at the civet cat whose corpse was separated, only to see that although the civet cat was dead, it was staring with wide eyes as if it was trying to memorize everyone in its heart with those eyes full of resentment. Asterisk 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 you die in peace. Fatty was instantly enraged, stretching out his right foot and kicking the civet cat's head more than 3 meters away, as if he could vent his anger this way. Just then, old Taoist Chui seemed to notice, his eyebrows slightly frowning, slowly walking towards the place where the civet cat's head was, bending down to take a closer look. "Hey, you old Taoist, how come this rat bastard dog-head fat master can't kick?" When Fatty saw that old Taoist Chui had a bad look on his face, he thought that he had annoyed the other party by kicking this beaver. "Fatty, cut the crap." Hua Rong knew that Chui Lao Dao must have found something, and hurriedly stopped the fat man, fearing that this guy would annoy Chui Lao Dao and spoil his big event. Chui Lao Dao glanced at Fatty Wang. If not for the face of Chu Yuan, more or less have to let this fat man taste the power of the Taoist. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, This Chui Lao Dao's eyes instantly made Fatty Wang inexplicably feel a little cold at his back. Elder, is there something to discover? Chu Yuan saw that Elder Taoist Chui looked grave, and knew that the other party must have found some clues, and thus asked. Chui Lao Dao nodded slightly, and suddenly the tip of his nose shrugged. A faint smell of urine came from the ground. It was only after he slowly got up and looked around that it dawned on him. So that's how it is. No wonder this district civet cat can be so good? Chapter 57, The Bottle Mountain and the Strange Peak Hidden in the Mist. Seeing the faces of the people in the courtyard looking at themselves questioningly, old Taoist Chui gently stroked his beard and smiled freely. Gentlemen, there's no need to panic. This thing isn't some kind of rat spirit haunting. It's actually just a yellow demon that specializes in hunting. Chu Yuan couldn't help but be confused at the words. Isn't this guy a civet cat? How did he become a yellow demon again? As far as he knew, the yellow demon was something of a legend, not even necessarily real. Old Taoist, explain clearly. This thing is so like a cat. What is it if not a civet? Don't make up evil stories. Scientific Society. Seeing that the other party was ready to talk about gods and ghosts, Fatty immediately waved his hand and opened his mouth to stop. Yo, you Fatty even has this kind of realization. Old Taoist Chui looked at Fatty Wang in amazement, then grabbed another handful of dirt from the ground and continued. This yellow demon is not a fabrication of the old Taoist. It is clearly documented in my Taoist demon removal scriptures. This yellow demon, body shaped like a cat, head big, nose pointed, and body yellow, at first glance looks like a fox. People who have seen it are mistakenly referred to as beaver. In fact, if you look closely, the yellow demon has a circle of golden hair around its waist, which is very conspicuous, so it is called yellow demon. Chu Yuan gazed at, really saw this thing dirty waist, vaguely a hint of golden color. Really called Chui Lao Dao set in. The crowd's surprised reaction was expected by old Taoist Chui, who raised the dirt in his hand and explained to the crowd. This yellow demon is quite a bit of Taoist, using its own urine and saliva to surprisingly draw the ground, circling this courtyard as its territory. Anyone who accidentally falls into it will be mesmerized, at its mercy. Fortunately, the yellow demon's Taoist skills are shallow, otherwise it is difficult to predict life and death. Fatty Wang listened to Chui Lao Dao's explanation, suddenly scalp numb. This thing law heaven and earth are made, which is still called Taoist shallow. Chu Yuan was even more impervious to old Taoist Chui. Seeing that the other party was so familiar with the yellow demon's habits, he was afraid that he hadn't experienced such incidents before. Hua Rong stepped forward and respectfully thanked Elder Taoist Chui, then asked in puzzlement, Senior, this place was requisitioned by me 2 years ago. How come I haven't seen such a weird yellow demon? 2 years ago it was Hua Rong who led the unloading ridge to set up camp here. But unfortunately the Battle of Wengcheng was encountered in the Bottle Mountain and nearly wiped out the whole army. But he clearly remembered that the camp was stable and had not encountered such bizarre events. Old Taoist Chui took off the gourd at his waist and filled it with a mouthful before shaking his head. This yellow demon Taoist behavior is shallow, but it is also considered rare. Ordinary people may not be able to see in their lifetime. This time it is considered to be thanks to that little friend's blessing to have this encounter. Me? When Xiao Wu saw Elder Taoist Chui pointing at himself, his face immediately changed drastically and he hurriedly shook his head to explain. How could it be me? I didn't do anything. Seeing the crowd surveying themselves with skeptical eyes, Xiao Wu's face became even more flustered, and he hurriedly looked at Hua Rong as if seeking help. Hua Rong was trusting of his brother, and took the initiative to walk up and pat his shoulder, asking Chui Lao Dao suspiciously, Elder, what do you mean by that? Little Five is my most reliable brother. Seeing him support himself so strongly, Xiao Wu immediately turned red and looked at Hua Rong with a grateful face. It felt so good to be trusted. With a stunned look on his face, old Taoist Chui knew that the crowd was misunderstanding his meaning and quickly shook his head. Is a small friend raised a litter of domestic cats? Yellow demon neither eat grass nor trees, also do not eat birds and beasts. Only domesticated cats have a fondness for. It attacks the spiritual emptiness of the domestic cat by releasing a breath similar to the hypnotic effect in order to allow it to eat off the limbs by living inches without resistance. This yellow demon was attracted to the house cat, which does not act alone and is often followed by beavers, and it is thought that the beavers are responsible for the decrease in meat in the barns. Only then did Chu Yuan and the others come to a sudden realization, not expecting the district yellow demon to have so many doorways. Who in the world is old Taoist Chui? A Taoist skill of subduing demons and removing devils. That mouthful of Taoist truth just now was really resolving everyone out of the illusionary realm. It can be seen that some of the true sayings and mental teachings of Taoism are still very useful at certain times. My Dahlia, you died a horrible death. It was so hard to have a litter of kittens, but the whole family suffered this calamity. I'm sorry for you. Hearing that the yellow demon was actually the murderer who had eaten his pet cat, Dahlia, Xiao Wu instantly dry-howled. a pet he had kept 2 years ago. It had always been a good relationship with him, especially this time when he came back and found that he had actually had a litter of kittens, which could make him rare. Huarong looked at Xiaowu with a black line on his head. Having followed himself for so many years, he even made such a simple mistake, forgetting all about the taboo of inverting, and even keeping a pet? You should know that people like them, who are inverted, want to have hard eights, and usually have to stay away from their parents and relatives, otherwise they will be revolted. And the same is true for pets. On this point, Chu Yuan also has a deep understanding. You do not see Chen Yulo, Partridge Whistle and other characters, and even the older generation of the Touch of Gold, there can be a few peacefully enjoy their twilight years. Ha, that's not right. What's your pet's name? Dahlia? Xiao Wu. You're not connoting me, are you? Only then did Huarong react, one pair of eyes looking sharply at Xiao Wu. Master Chief, do you believe me when I say this is all a misunderstanding? After resolving the yellow demon, Huarong immediately arranged for some fellows to splash lime powder, which could suppress the yellow demon's special hallucinogenic liquid, both inside and outside of this special courtyard. Who knows if there are any other yellow demons infesting the huge bottle mountain? It wasn't until they had been busy for over an hour that the crowd dispersed and went back to their houses to rest. After all, there was a tough battle waiting for them tomorrow. The night was silent, and the next day, the first rays of morning sunlight gently sprinkled on the earth, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of flowers and grasses as Chu Yuan woke up from his sleep. After a simple wash, Chu Yuan pulled Fatty Wang to eat breakfast in the front yard, while Huarong briefly greeted the two after meeting them. Just start arranging for your men to organize their supplies and equipment and get ready to go. Quickly finishing his breakfast, Chu Yuan came outside the courtyard and realized that for the sake of Bottle Mountain's ancient tomb this time, Unloading Ridge had indeed put in a lot of blood. The young disciples alone were close to more than 30 people. These people had a calm demeanor and a steady pace. At first glance, they were the elite force of the Unloading Ridge. Well, it's getting late. Let's go. Huarong saw that the crowd had almost packed up, and after looking at the time, he greeted the crowd and prepared to go up the mountain and explore Bottle Mountain. Chu Yuan carried his backpack and silently followed behind the Unloading Ridge crowd as the group walked slowly along a mountain path. It was not until more than an hour later that the crowd arrived at the top of a mountain, and after arriving at the top of the mountain the line of people's vision opened up. Little brother, that's Bottle Mountain, isn't it? Fatty Wang's eyes narrowed slightly as he pointed his finger at the large mountain not far away and asked in a low voice. Chu Yuan looked in the direction Fatty was pointing, and suddenly a ghostly mountain appeared in front of his eyes. The shape and features of this mountain were the same as what Huarong had seen in the video he had taken earlier, which was precisely the Bottle Mountain, especially the seven-colored misty barrier hovering at the top of the mountain, which was hidden and mysterious. Simply look at the appearance. This mountain green trees, a vibrant scene, which is the great evil place, more like a heaven on earth. Who would have thought that underneath this beauty lies a 1,000-year-old murderous tomb from the Yuan dynasty? Huarong's eyes were dead set on Bottle Mountain not far away. He had not forgotten the failure of Unloading Ridge and the tragic deaths of dozens of his brothers 2 years ago. With a wave of his big hand, he shouted his orders to Xiao Wu beside him. 1,000 feet to see the trend. 100 feet to check the shape. Start working. Chapter 58, Guandi's Blessing for a Smooth Journey. Only to see that a group of Unloading Ridge's crowd, led by Xiao Wu, began to compare and measure the perimeter. Fatty Wang's eyes instantly lit up as he asked curiously, Little brother, what is Little Flower doing? Measuring what? Just send a drone to fly around directly. So troublesome. Chu Yuan did not reply to his words, and after surveying the Unloading Ridge crowd for a long time, he said in a calm tone, Brother Fatty, the dragon vein here is damaged in a sinister and abnormal way. The magnetic field is abnormal. The general drone is estimated to fly in and can't get out. After going down to the tomb later, we must act according to the opportunity. Don't make any trouble. Fatty Wang is alert, bold and trustworthy. It is that this guy sometimes cannot be idle and likes to make death. While the two were talking, Huarong had already begun to move, and the fellows under his command were divided into two groups, with one group of men marking the location and taking measurements. The other way around, people were pulling pendulums and the like out of their backpacks. Soon, a simple Guandi altar was initially set up by the people of Unloading Ridge, and the bronze statue of Guandi was placed in the center. Oh, I didn't expect this guy Little Flower to worship Guangong. Isn't this the pilgrimage of the 8 Outer Sect? What's he unloading to worship him for? Even if you're worshipping a god, you should learn to worship Zhong Kuei from the northern school. Fatty Wang looked at this stance of Huarong's men and immediately pulled the corner of his mouth and spat. Old Taoist Chui did not know when he stood by Chu Yuan's side, and after hearing the fat man spit, he glanced at him and faintly laughed. What do you know? The Unloading Rexes talk about solidarity and mutual help. There is nothing wrong with worshipping Guandi. In earlier years, the unloading Rexes even worshipped the Overlord. You little fatso are afraid you're not an imposter of the Goldfinger. You don't know such a little bit of common sense. The old Taoist's mockery instantly caused Fatty Wang to redden his face, which directly pulled the fat man's shortcomings, causing him to grit his teeth straight at the old Taoist. To tell the truth, he is a half material of this gold feeler. When he was young, he followed his predecessor to go down to the grave a few times, and he entered the line by mistake. Later, by chance, he obtained a golden talisman, and was introduced by Hubei Yi to become a special consultant of the Archaeological Institute. Much of the knowledge of the inverted bucket is derived from the teaching of Hubei Wan, and little is known about the hidden secrets of such major sects. Thinking of this, Fatty Wang took a look at a backpack beside old Taoist Chui's feet and asked with a curious expression, "I say, old Taoist priest, we're going down to the tomb. You're putting aside an excursion, and you actually want to eat roasted chicken?" Elder Taoist Chui snorted coldly and looked at the fat man with eyes like electricity for a second, straightening the fat man's uncomfortable look before he slowly opened his mouth. This bottle mountain is not only damaged by the dragon vein, but more critically, the mountain is perennially poisonous and miasmatic, breeding countless poisonous insects, with centipedes in particular being the most prevalent. Humph, all things are mutually exclusive. This treasure of mine is a phoenix bell, which can just restrain these kinds of poisonous insects, and will save your life when the time comes. This statement makes the fat man straight roll his eyes. Really, if one day the fat master's turned to a chicken to save his life, might as well just hang himself. Chu Yuan amusedly watched the two fight. Hua Rong suddenly greeted. It turned out to be the arrival of the drone for live broadcasting. Chu Yuan opened it and saw that it was really still the Imperial drone of the National Treasure Program team. This thing could really be high-tech. Little brother, the live broadcasting equipment you asked for has been delivered to you, and the program team has already made arrangements over there, and there will be a special host. We just need to explore Bottle Mountain normally. The drones will provide some support if necessary. After all, we're not doing a show, we're raiding Bottle Mountain. Chu Yuan nodded his head slightly. He was now only 1,000,000 popularity points away from receiving the $10 million gift package. He was really looking forward to it. He reached straight up, pressed the switch on the drone, and turned it right on live. Meanwhile, backstage of the National Treasure Program team, sensing that the drone was activated, immediately gestured to the host of the live broadcast. 3, 2, 1. National Treasure of the Bottle Mountain Trip officially opened live. Live room title: Touch Gold School Captain Bottle Mountain Trip. Almost instantly after the live broadcast was turned on, countless netizens received text messages from their cell phones reminding them that the program was on, and they flocked to the live broadcast room. Oh my god. I've been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and I'm finally looking forward to the real archaeological live broadcast of the National Treasure. 2 days ago, the Western Zhou Tomb of Ancient Cultural Relics Archaeology. Listening to my drowsiness, today will not be the archaeology of the Western Xia Tomb. Save the children. I want to see the Touch of Gold Schoolmaster Archaeology live. I chow. Look at the big bottle in the distance. This is Bottle Mountain. It is said that in the past few years a lot of people come here to explore have no return. I've heard of this. The official excavation was lost 2 years ago, and it was said to be deadly. I didn't realize that after 2 years, it was making a comeback. Oh, this time, there is Chu little brother, the gold-touching schoolmaster. The district Bottle Mountain tomb is not a handful. Upstairs at first glance is a brainless little brother blow. My hometown is Xiangxi. Bottle Mountain long ago has been circulating horror legends, and even the mountains everywhere are poisonous insects, not to mention touching the gold schoolmaster. That is, touching the gold of the ancestor to come, have to lie down and go out. Everyone, look, the drone is starting to run the camera. Hey, I'll go. How come there's not a single celebrity? It's all vegetarians. Just as everyone was questioning the lack of stars in star archaeology, the show's director immediately gave the host a wink. A golden pop-up screen appeared in the live broadcast room, which was the official explanation about the star's live broadcast. Official, dear viewers, due to the Bottle Hill tomb danger far beyond the general tomb, in order to ensure the safety of personnel, this live broadcast will be led by professionals personally. This adventure threw out the high-energy excitement. Please look forward to, after posting it 3 times in a row, top it. It was at this time that the audience also reacted, especially when someone in the live broadcast room basked in the news from 2 years ago. The official archaeological team almost lost all their troops, which undoubtedly made everyone look forward to this Bottle Mountain live broadcast even more. Little brother appeared on stage, carrying a long sword and a Vajra umbrella, with a flying tiger claw on his waist. I'm going to go. Who's this flirty guy next to him? Originally I thought the little brother was already cool enough to play with so much equipment, until I saw this guy. Then I realized that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Good guy. Armor and worshipping Guandi, this can't be going to war, can it? As it turns out, just as the viewers of the live broadcast were still immersed in the official explanation about the Starlife team, Huarong had already begun to unload Ling's worship ceremony. Huarong looked at Guandi Xiang with a steely gaze for a long time, then faintly said to Xiaowu at his side, Xiaowu, fetch the inner armor. Yes. After Xiaowu received the order, he took out a bright silver inner armor from the backpack behind him, and Huarong took it and put it on directly. The densely packed metal pieces looked exceptionally dazzling in the sunlight, and at this moment Huarong was like a war general who had conquered the sands in ancient times. Bring the wine. Huarong took the first cup of wine and spilled it on the ground to honor his brothers who died in the Battle of the Urn. The second cup was toasted to Guandi, and then Huarong directly put on 3 pillars of incense and softly recited under his breath, Hereafter do no evil, hereafter do all good, hereafter purify yourselves, and please God of Guandi bless this trip to the Bottle Mountain with a smooth heart and a smooth mind. After worshipping Guandi, Huarong took the longbow handed over by Xiaowu and hung it on his body, looked around at the faces of unloading Ling and the others who were united in their determination, and waved his hand. Departure. Chapter 59, Listening to the Wind and Thunder, Smelling the Mountain and Recognizing the Dragon. With Huarong's order, the people came to the natural crack in front of them. This crack was so deep that it couldn't be seen. The cliffs were surrounded by colorful clouds below, and on both sides there were overwhelming cliffs. Fatty Wang was originally afraid of heights, plus the first time he saw such a deep crack, his feet were almost aslip. Huarong waved at Xiaowu, only to see Xiaowu take the live drone operating handle and start maneuvering towards the bottom of the cliff. The live bloggers were kind of the first view to visit the landscape under the Bottle Mountain crack. Sharp. Suddenly I have a sense of the imperial sword of the green underworld. I have to say that the crack under the cliff is too deep. Oh my god. This place is so weird. It was fine a few minutes ago, but now it's all foggy and I can't see a thing. Thanks to this being a top military drone. If it were an ordinary machine, it would have suffered already. Asterisk 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 just saw a black shadow flash by. Brothers, there is something underground here. I saw it too. A black shadow flying around in the fog. Meanwhile, Xiaowu above the cliff looked at a screen of thick fog and frowned. Little 5. Have you found anything? Fatty Wang came over and looked at the thick white fog on the screen with a puzzled expression. Chief Commander, it's a poisonous miasma. There's a 7-colored poisonous miasma halfway up the bottom of this cliff. The drone can't fly down. Xiaowu's face was ugly and frustrated as he fed back to Huarong that this military drone was their trump card, but it turned out that it couldn't even traverse the miasma. Huarong sighed. Originally this was just used as a base card, and greeted Xiaowu. Let's get the drones back and put them in smart mode to take care of the live feed. After arranging Xiaowu, Huarong headed in the direction of Chu Yuan and Chui Lao Dao. He, flower boy. The 7-colored poisonous miasma underneath this is the waste pills that have absorbed Bottle Mountain for thousands of years, containing countless lead and mercury residues. This poisonous miasma is a natural psychedelic formation, and is uniquely suited as a guardian organ for the tomb passage. Old Taoist Chui swung the duster in his hand and looked at the oncoming Huarong and laughed softly. Huarong, on the other hand, arched his hand with a respectful face and said, I still ask for guidance from Senior. Old Taoist Chui pondered for a moment, took out an elixir pill from his satchel, handed it to Huarong, and smiled. This is the poison avoidance pill, so that one can soak in water, wet a facecloth for a few moments, and wear it on one's face to avoid the 7-colored poisonous miasma. When Huarong heard this from Elder Taoist Chui, he immediately looked excited. If he could solve the poisonous miasma, the matter in the afternoon would basically be solved. I just don't know where the correct location of the entrance to the tomb passage underneath this ground is. After all, this side of the wet wipes won't last long, and if I can't find the entrance to the tomb passage before it expires, it will bring about the end of the world. Therefore finding the orientation of the tomb passage is also a top priority. Thinking of this, Huarong's gaze could not help but look at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan knew that it was time for him to play his part, so he took the initiative and smiled at Huarong. Generalissimo, do you have a weapon on you? Huarong looked aghast. He didn't expect that if he hid himself so stealthily, the other party would still be able to find it, and it was really a good eye. I have. After saying that, Huarong took out a mini pistol from the lining of his clothes. Chu Yuan pointed to the crack at his feet and faintly commanded, I have the honor of having the chief general's head put a shot into the ground. Huarong didn't move and stood on the edge of the cliff and shot at the crack. Bang! The crowd smelled the gunshots and looked over, noticing that Chu Yuan had his eyes closed and his ears were slightly twitching, as if he was listening to something. Quite a few people who were pouring buckets saw this appearance of Chu Yuan, and their faces immediately changed, their hearts horrified. Although the crowd knew the identity of Chu Yuan's gold-touching lieutenant, most of them didn't take this kind of brat to heart. At most, it is just a young man with good hands. This tomb is not about force, but about experience. 2 more shots. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out. Chu Yuan was incomparably calm at this time, and he fully exerted the secret technique of smell with all his heart. For a long time, the people in the arena did not dare to breathe a single breath for fear of disturbing Chu Yuan's judgment. Phew! Chu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath in his heart. This upper method of the smell character technique was particularly exhausting to perform. However, the effect was also very obvious. He already knew the general situation underneath this crack, and the entrance to the tomb passage was here. Seeing Hua Rong looking at himself with a nervous expression, Chu Yuan smiled faintly and nodded at him. Worthy of being a gold-feeling lieutenant, this method of listening to the wind and thunder, of smelling the mountains and identifying the dragons, is really exquisite, and it is even possible to judge the location of the ancient tombs by virtue of the power of the ear. I admire it. Yang Sihai walked out from the crowd and praised Chu Yuan with a smile on his face. Mr. Yang is overpraised. Chu Yuan's voice paused, and then turned to Hua Rong and said faintly, there are at least 3 or 5 caves in the belly of this bottle mountain, and there are canals running through and connecting with each other. And underneath the cliff is where the biggest one is located, the underground palace. When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. What kind of divine means is this? Just 3 gunshots can hear so much content. At the same time, the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room were also talking. Is it true what he said? Is it true that you can hear the wind and thunder, and recognize dragons in the mountains? Are you sure it's not a spell? Asterisk. Isn't this one of the 4 major methods of looking and smelling that Prof. Chen said earlier? Cowardly. Little brother Chu. Worthy of being a gold-touching colonel? It's just a matter of searching for dragons and distributing gold. But this ability to listen to wind and thunder to recognize dragons is really amazing. I'm a surgeon, and as far as I know it's impossible for a human ear to reach this level. This must be for show. Old Taoist Chui also looked at Chu Yuan with a look of optimism on his face before walking towards Hua Rong, who was in a state of excitement. Flower boy, prepare to transform the Dan as soon as possible. The old Taoist has calculated that today's tomb must be taken early. If it comes tonight, I'm afraid that the demons in the mountains will not be controlled. Hua Rong then nodded his head. For this point he still believed in the other party. He acted with thunder and lightning, and immediately took the elixir and rushed to deal with it. Elder, when we go down there, we will still have to rely on you. The Phoenix Seed. Chu Yuan approached old Taoist Chui with a smile on his face and surveyed the back basket at the old Taoist's feet. Fatty Wang followed Chu Yuan's back step by step, and when he saw Chu Yuan's gaze, Fatty Wang's eyes turned, and he busily opened his mouth. Little brother, Elder Chui is our elder in any case. We have to respect him. Old gods, this basket is so heavy it's better for me to do it. After saying that, he moved nimbly to carry old Taoist Chui's backpack on his own body. Trey Lao said, looking at Fatty Wang teasing old Taoist Chui. Chu Yuan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This Fatty Wang is really a little wit. Seeing how old Taoist Chui was about to explode, Chu Yuan hurriedly took out an antidote pill and gave it to him. Speaking in a calm tone, Elder, this is the antidote pill that my junior made himself based on the secret code of the gold-touching school. Please accept it. Chui Lao Dao heart-cold snort. Really big words. A small age can make antidote pills. That I decades of white practice. He. This pill is crystal clear. The technique is perfect. It can be called a perfect pill. Chu boy, you are very good. Old Taoist Chui's eyes were immediately attracted to the antidote pill in Chu Yuan's hand, and after thinking for a moment, old Taoist Chui accepted the pill. Chu kid, what exactly is underneath this bottle mountain? Old Taoist Chui looked at Chu Yuan with a burning gaze. He always felt as if the other party knew what was going on under the cliff. 3 more at 6 p.m. Keep up with the coding. Been staying up late the last couple days saving up. Chapter 60, the cloud-piercing arrow whistles in the sky. In the face of Chui Lao Dao's question, Chu Yuan smiled without saying anything and instead looked at Hua Rong, who was commanding the crowd, with great interest. At this time, Hua Rong was fully equipped with a jingoistic demeanor, and he commanded the people of Unloading Ridge to start preparing the face towel. With everything ready, Hua Rong waved his hand and said in a deep voice to Xiaowu, fetch the centipede hanging mountain ladder. Dumped. Upon hearing the order, the Unloading Ridge crowd unloaded their backpacks and took out a ladder shaped like a centipede from their backpacks, one section at a time. Its main body is a bamboo pole, bamboo chain at both ends of the set of buckle. When used longitudinally connected, both sides inserted for stepping on the bamboo chain. The top is equipped with hanging mountain bizy claws. Duan Di is a good tool suitable for opening roads and bridges in the mountains, which is one of the important props for the Unloading Rex to walk like a man in the tomb. Under the skillful operation of the Unloading Ridge Rex, A 4-meter section of centipede ladder was quickly assembled and continuously connected. What the hell is this? Little brother? Fatty Wang was curious as he watched the unloading ridge crowd quickly assemble a ladder that was more than 10 meters long. Chu Yuan pointed at the unloading racks that fixed the anchor point and nodded slightly. This is the centipede hanging mountain ladder of the unloading racks, which can be disassembled and assembled without being limited by its width, and it can enter the twisting and narrowing catacombs. The prototype of this tool evolved from the tool used by the Red Eyebrows to attack cities in the Han Dynasty, and was modified by unloading to become a grave-robbing tool. Fatty sniffed, directly staggered, eyes a little skeptical. This cliff cracks deep and bottomless. How many meters must be spliced? Long enough? Chu Yuan saw his expression, or he still did not know his doubts. Stroking his forehead helplessly laughed. Brother Fatty, this centipede hanging mountain ladder is flexible and versatile. Look at the rope over there. Even if the ladder is not long enough, you can go down the rope. The fat man laughed dryly a few times to hide his embarrassment, and his eyes fluttered as he turned to look elsewhere. In this way, under the unloading of the Ling's crowd, in about 10 minutes or so, all 3 ways of centipede hanging mountain ladders were successfully set up. Hua Rong looked at the masterpieces of the fellows. His heart was satisfied, and he said in a deep voice to the 2 fellows behind him, Monkey, Dashin, you 2 go down to scout the way first, and ring the arrows as a signal if anything happens. After saying that, he handed 2 rattling arrows to each of the 2. Yes, the 2 young dudes behind Hua Rong, tearing their voices, loudly responded that it was their honor to scout the way for all the brothers. Wait! Chu Yuan saw Hua Rong want to arrange for people to go down to explore the road, hastily voiced to stop. He can imagine that these 2 people go down to the inevitable with the characters in the movie and television drama that like poison death. This is 2 living lives, knowing the results, so that he am not concerned. Chu Yuan still cannot be ruthless. What's the matter, little brother? Is there anything else you want to explain? Hua Rong looked at Chu Yuan suspiciously. This is all ready. He really can't think of what else Chu Yuan would like to command. Chu Yuan smiled faintly, and seeing the crowd's doubts, he put on a voice to explain. The situation under this crack came from my mouth. Whether it is true or false should also be my body to try the right, or I go down to explore the road. After saying that, without waiting for the others to speak, Chu Yuan took the rattling arrows from Dashin's hand and headed down the centipede hanging mountain ladder. Cliffside crowd was dazzled by this series of Chu Yuan's operation. Not touching the gold lieutenant are so brave? Hua Rong was just about to open his mouth to stop it when old Taoist Chui suddenly spoke up. The bottom of this cliff is exceptionally treacherous. With his stature it's enough to deal with it. If it were anyone else it wouldn't be certain. After Chui Lao Dao reminded him of this, Hua Rong and Fatty and the others were relieved to think about it. Thinking about it, the yellow demon was not even his opponent, let alone a mere 7-colored poisonous miasma. Chu Yuan didn't care about their thoughts. His purpose was simple. One was that he didn't want unloading Ridge's Pathfinder pioneers to die in vain. The other is of course to earn popularity value. This is only the beginning of the broadcast. He himself does not have much footage. The stuck popularity value is slow to respond. It could only be a risky move. After all, he was this close to the 10 million popularity value gift package. As expected, just as Chu Yuan went down the centipede hanging mountain ladder, the program's drone slowly followed. Unlike the previous 2 live broadcasts, this time the drone lifted its stealth mode and followed Chu Yuan closely. After all, no one facing the 7-colored poisonous miasma had nearly gotten lost in it. Halfway through his journey, Chu Yuan suddenly realized that the clouds around him had become more numerous, and a faint scent reached his nostrils. Chu Yuan knew that he had come to the area of 7-colored poisonous miasma, and he didn't know if the system's antidote pill would work. It turned out that just as Chu Yuan was planning to explore the path, he had already taken the antidote pill rewarded by the system in advance, and even thought of a way back. If the antidote pills didn't work, one could also take the chi closure pill and not absorb the surrounding poisonous miasma, and naturally, one wouldn't be trapped. Luckily, the gold content of the system's products were really fine products was rising, and with the effect of the antidote pill, he walked through the 7-colored poisonous miasma area unharmed. Incidentally, he also brought out the show's drone. Passing through the poisonous miasma, the environment at the bottom of the cliff Chu Yuan took in the view. A section of green brick and red tile roof came into view. This was exactly the ancient tomb hall that Chu Yuan had sought out not long ago with the winking up dragon recognition technique, and everything matched up. But the netizens in the live broadcast room were even more excited than him, and countless pop-ups landed like meteors, quickly covering the entire screen. Convinced, worthy of being a little brother. As always, awesome, really skillful and courageous. How did little brother manage to pass through the poisonous miasma unharmed? Won't he be poisoned? I go. Everyone look. Under this cliff is really a big hall. Little brother, this smell word is also too good. Really accurate. We have to thank little brother. He's quite nice and took care of the drone by hand. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to see what was going on underneath. The lively pop-up. Chu Yuan had no knowledge of it. He had already come to the roof intact at this time. And looking around, he didn't find any traces of the six-winged centipede. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan took out the rattling arrow given by Hua Rong and pulled it out with force. The rattling arrow rose sharply into the air with a whistling sound. Meanwhile, Hua Rong and the others were waiting anxiously. And on the side, Yang Sihai frowned and asked bluntly, "Chief General, this Chu Yuan won't be in trouble, right? It's been so long and we don't have any accurate information. I'm in a hurry." Fatty Wang raised his eyebrows and gave him a disdainful look before he spoke aloud. "If you don't know how to talk, shut your crow's mouth. Little brother's good fortune has been blessed by the ancestor. How could anything happen to him? What's more, little brother has already heard where the underground palace is below. We just need to wait at ease. What's your hurry here?" One of Yang Sihai's native brothers beside him, seeing how rude the fat man was, hurriedly opened his mouth and said sarcastically, "Humph, who knows if he's a real or fake gold-touching colonel? Just like someone who boasts of being a gold-touching colonel, but has no skills whatsoever." Fatty, who had a fiery temper, instantly exploded upon hearing this, raising the engineer's shovel in his hand and angrily looking at young Sihai and the others, provoking them. "Come on, who dares to fight with Master Fatty one-on-one? Master Fatty will let you see what a physical touchy-feely is." Just as the young family members were about to speak out in retaliation, a sudden whistling sound rang in the ears of the crowd. Bang! A ringing arrow exploded above the heads of the crowd, the very same ringing arrow that Chu Yuan had just pulled out the fuse. Seeing this, Hua Rong was pleasantly surprised, and with a wave of his hand, he said aloud, "A cloud-piercing arrow, 1,000 armies will come to meet each other, and the unloading of the ridge will listen to the order. Down the centipede ladder and into the bottle mountain. Dumped." Unloading and the others shouted in unison, then methodically climbed downwards under Hua Rong's command. Fatty Wang couldn't be bothered to argue with the young family at this time, and after glaring at Yang Sihai and the others, he copied a damp face towel and wrapped his face to follow. Yang Sihai sank his face to stop his brothers who wanted to rush up, his eyes icy cold. "Don't make trouble. Don't forget our purpose. Whoever dares to jeopardize my big event will go back to the family law." Hearing such a cold and stern voice from him, and thinking of the cruelty of the family law, several people were instantly scared into silence, not daring to say anything more. The third shift. The storm shift is not easy, but please support more, and urge the shift with free love power can be. Thank you. Chapter 61, Centipede's poisonousness turned into ashes. As Fatty overcame his fear of heights and gingerly climbed down the centipede ladder, he looked at the crumbling rocks and dirt that kept falling above his forehead. Couldn't help but make the fat man a little scared. If he had known this, he wouldn't have been the first one to come down. Good thing he was mentally strong. After stumbling all the way to the bottom of the cliff, Fatty scanned the surroundings and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After wiping the sweat from his forehead and discovering that there was not the slightest trace of the seven-colored poisonous miasma, the fat man then removed the facecloth from his mouth and nose. "Ha, little brother, what are you looking at here?" Fatty stood at the ridge of the roof and suddenly realized that Chu Yuan was standing not far away, half crouching on the roof, seemingly observing something. Chu Yuan slowly got up, looked at the fat man who walked over, sighed, and pointed at the roof not far away. "Fatty, there might be a hard battle coming up. Look at this trail. What does it look like?" It was only then that Fatty realized that the roof under his feet, like what behemoth had wandered through, left a deep indentation. The edges of the indentation took on an irregular shape, with small cracks in some places, and the indentation extended from the foot to the end of the roof. It was a large hole that had broken down, and the carved beams and pillars of the great hall inside the hole could be vaguely seen. "Little brother, this can't be a huge monster escaping from the temple," Fatty responded with a playful smile on his face. Suddenly seeing Chu Yuan's expressionless face looking at himself, Fatty then blanched and stuttered. "It won't be true that I've hit the nail on the head, is it? That there really are monsters escaping?" Thinking of this, Fatty couldn't help but gulp. Looking at the size, it was definitely much larger than the Sphinx spider in the Western Zhou tomb. In looking at the cliffs on both sides of this damn thing is afraid that it didn't escape. It went out through the flying sky. Chu Yuan glanced at the flustered Fatty and barked, "Take the antidote pill first. You'll be immune to toxin attacks for 24 hours. Just as the two of them were talking, Hua Rong, Cui Lao Dao and unloading had basically arrived, while Xiaowu was left by Hua Rong at the top of the mountain to ensure the safety of the crowd's back roads. Hua Rong looked excited. He finally came back again, this time to wash away the lessons of the first earned failure of the unloading Rex. The Bottle Mountain trip 2 years ago had not only resulted in heavy losses for the Unloading Ridge disciples, it had a huge impact on the reputation of Arctic Mountain. For this Bottle Mountain trip, he has made complete preparations. Everything is even more personal. Cannot allow half a point of fault. Down the centipede ladder. Hua-Rong's expression was cold and stern as he looked at the broken hole in the roof at his feet and commanded the crowd of Unloading Ridge behind him. In no time at all, a 3-meter centipede ladder was assembled and placed along the broken hole in the roof. Master Chief, I'll go down and explore first. Seeing that Hua-Rong wanted to take the lead, Monkey immediately persuaded him to do so, and without waiting for Hua-Rong's response, he leapt forward, grabbed the centipede ladder and jumped down. Little flower, stay calm. I'll go down and take a look. Chu Yuan pressed Hua-Rong's shoulder and jumped down right behind the monkey. It was a dark and damp room that looked like a warehouse, with a number of cluttered wooden boxes stacked in the room. There were quite a few exquisite gold, silver and jade items scattered inside the box, and the monkey's eyes were glowing as he watched. It seemed that the harvest this time was definitely not small. Chu Yuan did not pay too much attention to these antiques, constantly scanning the other environments in the room. The floor was even covered with a thick layer of dust, and the other cabinets, tables, and other facilities in the room were even more tattered. Monkey heard the commotion behind him and withdrew his own gaze, looking wary, and only loosened his guard when he looked away. Monkey, go inform everyone to come down. It's safe for now. I'm going to take a look on the side, Chu Yuan said without changing his face. And hearing the command, the monkey retreated without hesitation to inform Hua-Rong and the others. Turning on his flashlight, Chu Yuan shone it all over the corners of the room, but did not find the slightest trace of the poisonous insects, let alone the 6-winged centipede. Chu Yuan took out the lighting tools inside his backpack and placed them in the 4 directions of the room, and suddenly the entire room became bright. Ha ha, it's too damn open. It's worth the trip. Suddenly sounded the unique laughter of the fat man. Sniffed and looked, and as expected, the fat man carrying a back basket staring at the gold, silver and jade drooling. Fatty, pay attention. Something's not right here. Approaching the fat man, Chu Yuan gently touched him and said in a deep voice. Hua-Rong, who was behind the fat man, heard Chu Yuan's words. His expression moved, and he raised his voice to the Unloading Ridge crowd behind him. Everyone spread out and scrutinized the entire room. No one is allowed to lay hands on the artifacts privately or they will be dealt with according to company rules. Roger that. The Unloading Ridge crowd responded in unison, then spread out in all directions and began to carefully search the entire room. Chu Yuan nodded slightly at Hua-Rong, and this action of his caused Chu Yuan to look at Hua-Rong in a high light. Worthy of being Yuan Dynasty General's tomb. Look at the establishment than the Western Zhou tomb to be much larger. This is only a room only. Are you nuts? What is the age of the Western Zhou tomb? What is the age of this tomb? The construction process is thousands of years different. Look, the boxes on the ground are filled with treasures. If I could take just one, my life would be worth it. Brothers, the penal code recommends taking a look. Boy, this room is brightly lit, but it always gives off an eerie feeling. Something's not right. Little brother has already said something's wrong twice, but no one's taking it to heart, and I've got a bad feeling about it. Just as the crowd was examining the room, suddenly a mournful wail came from the southeast corner. When the crowd sniffed and looked, their eyes instantly widened, staring with horror at the creepy image in the corner. One could only see the face of a ling-shifting Rex as if it had been sprayed with powerful sulfuric acid, and the entire face was corroded into a light yellow color. Almost instantly, a living person was reduced to a puddle of pus and blood by the toxin, leaving nothing but a pile of clothes on the ground. Hua-Rong's mouth opened slightly, his hands gripping the strong bow on his body tightly, his fingers turning pale from the force. The Unloading Ridge crowd behind him was even worse, being so frightened that they screamed. A wave of fear quickly rendering itself in the room. Many people's bodies involuntarily retreated backward, as if they wanted to escape from this terrifying scene. Fatty Wang was even so scared that his heartbeat accelerated sharply and his breathing became rapid, and his body involuntarily moved closer to Chu Yuan. Old Taoist Chui pushed through the crowd and approached, surveying the puddle of pus and blood on the ground with a furrowed brow. Seems like such a powerful toxin can turn people into pus and blood instantly? One's life or the first time to meet. Really strange. Right at this moment, Chu Yuan's ears slightly twitched, and a rustling sound suddenly came from far and near. Hua-Rong was just about to open his mouth to ask, when his body suddenly lurched, apparently also hearing the sound, which seemed to be something gathering. What's that noise? No one in the crowd knew who asked, and at that moment the ringing grew louder and closer to the crowd. A strong feeling of uneasiness filled the hearts of the crowd. Suddenly a toff behind the crowd let out a mournful howl, and when everyone turned to look, the man had already been reduced to a puddle of pus and blood. Look, what's that? Someone pointed to the roof beams and yelled in panic, only to see countless finger-length centipedes drilling out from the cracks in the beams and corners of the room, as if they had smelled a fatal attraction, densely crawling towards the crowd. Chapter 62, Phoenix's Rage and Clearness. In the face of this overwhelming number of centipedes, the crowd could not help but be creeped out by the blackness as they looked around. A few unloading the ridge that could not avoid, was touched by the centipede's skin, and immediately wailed miserably, and turned into pus and blood in less than 3 breaths. Listening to the wailing sound that kept coming from their ears, the crowd was in chaos, especially some of the local toffs, who hated that they were born with 2 less legs and cried and cried and cried, thinking of running to the centipede ladder. Those with strong skills, like Su Sihai and others, directly threw out ropes and climbed up along the room beams. There were also people who panicked and got their skin stained with the centipede's pus, and the poison quickly penetrated into the skin, instantly turning the person into a puddle of pus and blood. It is evident that this centipede is terrifying. In just a few breaths, the Bottle Mountain line of personnel actually died 7 or 8 people. Huarong looked back, the team directly reduced by 1/5. Angry, he directly at the centipede group as non-stop discharge of guns. Suddenly the room resounded with intensive gunfire. However, this round of shooting did very little for the centipede. Knowledgeable Chui Lao Dao could not help but inhale a mouthful of cold air. He also explored a lot of tombs, and even the tomb of the princes have been, but like so evil centipede. Really the first time in my life to meet. Everyone hurry up and withdraw. Don't touch the centipede. Does Elder Chui still have the poison avoidance pills? Chu Yuan reminded aloud. At the same time, he was also thinking of old Taoist Chui's poison avoidance pill, which might be able to play a certain role. In front of a large crowd, Chu Yuan did not think about exposing the secret of his bloodline and could only try to remind everyone. After all, but whenever one chooses to go down to the tomb, one must be ready to be aware of life and death at any time. The miserable state of these few people. Although Chu Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety, there was only so much he could do at this time. Chui Lao Dao calmed down at this time, gazing at the centipedes, only to see that these centipedes are greenish-purple in color, and at first glance, they are highly poisonous. He took out the gourd on his waist, tilted his head and took a mouthful of liquor, and with his left hand, he took out a pill and directly crushed it and threw it towards the centipede group. Put! The drink in his mouth was sprayed directly in the direction of the crushed pills. The light in Huarong's eyes flashed, and he took out his pistol and fired a bullet towards the mid-air. And instantly, the high temperature of the bullet instantly ignited the liquor in the mid-air. Boom! A crimson flame suddenly rose up and sparked, instantly clearing the surrounding centipedes. It seemed that the flame could restrain centipedes. Chu Yuan's eyes moved, and when the crowd was not paying attention, he took out a 5-liter barrel of gasoline from his backpack and threw it directly at the flames. This thing was something he had loaded into his backpack and passing at the entrance of the warehouse within the courtyard of Huarong, not realizing that it would actually come in handy. Boom! With the addition of gasoline, the flame burning range expanded by a few more points, and for a while countless centipedes were baked to death by the flames. The centipedes around the area had bypassed the flaming parts and crawled quickly in the direction of the crowd. Seeing this good opportunity, Huarong immediately greeted the crowd and hurriedly evacuated. Seeing this, Fatty directly looked for a wooden stick, wrapped around some ragged clothes, and directly ignited the flame, forming a giant torch. Facing the raging centipede, Fatty hurriedly wiped a layer of cold sweat from his forehead, forcibly endured the fear in his heart, and roared forward. Using his best efforts, he waved the torch with both hands and swept the centipede swarms with an autumn wind sweeping down the leaves, covering the retreat of the crowd. Asterisk 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 your big man. Come on, just in time for the fat master to add a big meat dish. Chu Yuan looked at the fat man's powerful operation, and could not help but give a thumbs up towards him. Worthy of being a fat master, vigorously producing miracles. At this time, the unloading of the rich crowd has already had half of the people climbed up, all the way up to the roof. Some people even started to flee along the centipede hanging mountain ladder. Huarong didn't have any extra time to pay attention to these people and shouted at old Taoist Chui at the bottom. Elder Chui, go this way. As soon as the words left his mouth, Huarong threw out a rope that dangled down in front of old Taoist Chui. Old Taoist Chui's expression moved as he looked at Chu Yuan and Fatty, who were still covering the crowd not far away, and gritted his teeth to feel out a handful of pills, only to see his arm slightly vibrating. The pill instantly crushed into powder. Chui Lao Dao's sleeves waved, struggling to sprinkle the powder in the direction of Chu Yuan. Seeing this, Chu Yuan hurriedly pulled over Fatty and slowly retreated to the back of the medicinal powder, only to see the light medicinal powder fall to the ground and unexpectedly form a defense line. The vast majority of centipedes were turned away. Only some of the larger centipedes were undaunted and barged over, but unfortunately, they were directly smashed flat by Fatty Wang's stick. and Shui Lao Dao himself tugged the rope, along the room beams and pillars all the way up. Good in light kung fu base is very good. 3 or 2 will go up. Fatty, get away from Elder Chui. I'll pad the back. Old Taoist Chui's movements were seen by Chu Yuan, and he hurriedly shouted at Fatty. At this time, only Chu Yuan and Fatty were left in the large hallroom. Chu Yuan was carrying the green dragon bloodline, and his natural suppression kept the centipede from getting close. What's more, he had taken the antidote pill in advance, and under the double insurance, he was already invincible against the little centipede. It was only that with so many people, it was not convenient for him to act too forcefully. Otherwise, if he let everyone know that he could make the poisonous insects avoid him, he might spread some news. Fatty vaguely discovered something, but at this time did not think too much. Directly left a sentence to pay attention to safety. Follow the rope and go up. Seeing that everyone had gone up, Chu Yuan dealt with the continuous stream of small centipedes while listening to the movements of the six-winged centipede. The only thing that needed to be worried about was the appearance of the six-winged centipede, which was a terrifying existence that had cultivated an inner elixir. And Chu Yuan had little certainty. Boom! Suddenly, there was a commotion from outside the temple not far away, like the rattling of some giant creature colliding into the room's amenities. Knowing that the big guy, the six-winged centipede, was about to make an appearance, Chu Yuan hurriedly shouted at the fat man who had left. Fatty, take everyone out of here and hurry up. Fatty gritted his teeth and showed a tangled look on his face, and at this time, old Taoist Chui suddenly opened his mouth. Fatty, open the carrier. My phoenix seed can deal with these poisonous insects. Fatty sniffed and could only obediently do as he was told, and at this point, he could only treat the living horse as a dead horse and immediately open his backpack. A rousing shout came out of the carrier at once, and it was not clear whether it was an illusion or not. After hearing this sound, it was as if the centipedes in the room slowed down by a few points. Flutter. Before the crowd could see it clearly, they only saw a fiery red figure leaping down from the back basket and attacking the centipede in front of Chu Yuan. Only then did the crowd see that what was in the original fat man's basket was actually a large rooster of enormous size. It is big and strong, with brightly colored fur, a bright red crown like blood, sharp eyes, feathers as hard as iron, and razor-sharp claws. Its loud and piercing cry, capable of shocking the heart and sending shivers down one's spine, is none other than the rooster, also known as the Nu Ching chicken, that is raised in captivity in the villages near Bottle Mountain. I didn't expect that this old Taoist Chui would still have this ability. To be able to invite the Nu Ching chicken beforehand, it really made Chu Yuan marvel. It is said that Nu Ching chicken is the same as human eyes, eyelids from top to bottom. Legend has it that it can smell the danger that wake up to beat, but also centipedes and other poisonous insects as a great tonic. Solid. At this time, the angry chicken that flew to the centipede group was like a dragon returning to the sea, and just after landing the angry chicken, its eyes opened angrily and stared at the centipede in front of it. LOL. The raging clear chicken let out a loud and clear phoenix chirp and chose to be the first to attack as it spread its wings and rushed towards the centipede like an arrow. The second shift. There is another shift sent in the afternoon. The new book rushed to the list. More 5-star praise. Thank you for your support. Chapter 63, The Six-Winged Heavenly Dragon appears in its true form. I saw the raging harvest chicken open its sharp claws and press down on the centipede, ignoring the fact that it was twisting around randomly, and pecked directly at the centipede's body with its sharp beak. Even though the centipede was extremely poisonous, at this moment, in front of its natural enemy, the raging chicken, it was powerless and could only be obediently used as food, only to see the raging chicken tilting its head back and directly swallowing this centipede raw in one bite. This disregard for toxins caused the crowd to be in an uproar. While taking this opportunity, Hua Rong arranged for unloading and the others to sprinkle insect repellent powder around the broken holes in the roof, hoping to keep the poisonous insects at bay. On the one hand, let some people who are scared out of their wits climb up the centipede hanging mountain ladder first. When the crowd heard this, many of them were busy running towards the direction of the centipede ladder, but only the people of Shifting Ridge beside Hua Rong were unmoved, silently guarding Hua Rong's side. The behavior of these people was seen in the eyes of Hua Rong, could not help but shake his head straight. This group of local Tufu Z level Tete poor, coward. However, after thinking of the danger underneath, Hua Rong hesitated for a moment before arranging for the unloading ridge crowd to evacuate one by one. As for himself, he was still waiting for Chu Yuan. Just as he was arranging the crowd, the battle underneath became even more intense, only to see the raging harvest chicken seemingly transforming into a remnant shadow, flying around. Wherever it went, the centipedes in the vicinity were bound to be dead or injured, and as the raging chicken ate more, it became more exuberant. The battle continues to escalate, as the raging harvest chicken's sharp claws, beak packs, wings, and other body parts are used in interlocking ways, And a single chicken surprisingly has the prestige of an army of 1,000. Countless centipedes died tragically under its sharp claws and were even swallowed alive. And for a time, the centipede group became scattered and fled. The change in the situation on the field had allowed Chu Yuan to relax quite a bit, and the centipedes around him were significantly less. Looking at the centipedes fleeing towards the cracks in the wall within the room, Hua Rong and Fatty both could not help but look at each other. A wave of illusion arose in his heart that the ferocious centipede, so weak in front of chicken, would turn into a dish of food for the bystanders. Fatty shook his head and muttered an exclamation. It's true. Nothing difficult can stop in front of an eater. Hua Rong nodded his head in a rare moment, agreeing with Fatty's point of view. Old Taoist Chui on the side couldn't help but roll his eyes, no longer paying attention to the two doppelgangers around him and focusing all of his attention on the raging chicken. This is his Chui Lao Dao searching the 10 miles and 8 villages around the Bottle Mountain, only to find the body contains a trace of the phoenix species bloodline of the treasure. With it, the poisonous insects within the tombs in general can be dealt with, not just centipedes. Eventually the densely packed centipedes in the room gradually lost their ability to fight back under the fierce attack of the angry chicken and scattered and fled. In only a few minutes' time, the centipedes in the room had unexpectedly retreated to nothing, leaving behind only countless fragmented corpses. Looking at the centipede swarm that disappeared without a trace, the angry harvest chicken let out a loud and clear cry in triumph, as if announcing its victory. The crowd on the roof, for a moment, looked at each other with complicated expressions, and an absurd thought could not help but spring up in their hearts. Are we not even as good as a chicken? Not to mention the reaction of the crowd at the scene. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also confused and fell into a silence. The audience watched the puddle of pus and blood that had melted in the room, the piles of clothing representing the demise of a fresh life. Everyone knows that grave robbing is dangerous, but most people can't accept it when they see a living human being fade away, especially in such a tragic, horrific death. Not even a dead body, directly by the poisonous centipede dry into a clothespin. Funeral a dragon or saving you. National Treasure opened with a gimmick of adventure, though, and even when faced with a spider fight, the drones deliberately avoided horrific images of dead people. As for the largest scale of the Western Xia tomb is Professor Wen's broken arm. At that time there were a lot of viewers have spit, said that the danger of it, said that tomb rating it, dead people did not see. Count what tomb rating? So just now, from the time the crowd encountered the centipede, everything that happened at the scene was exposed in the live broadcast, even the first person who was poisoned to death. The official didn't even have time to make a mosaic. No more pretending. Showdown. Officially this is to tell everyone that this is what happens when you rob tombs. This maneuver directly caused the netizens in the live broadcast room to explode. This is crazy. Is this something we can watch? A bloody death in front of our eyes? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's all over my mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Doesn't anyone care how many people died at the scene? 9 people. It's too late. Can you broadcast a live show of this magnitude? Oh, what a fuss. According to inside information 2 years ago the Bottle Mountain Urn expedition directly caused more than 30 deaths. Adding that during the 2 years of closure, people have been trespassing on Bottle Mountain one after another, and it is said that more than 30 people have disappeared so far. I'll go. I'm convinced. Doesn't anyone care about the dense centipedes? I'm getting a case of agoraphobia. There's one thing to be said for little brother's ability to last this long under these circumstances. He's the MVP of the whole game. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm on top of chicken. Chicken defies and kills everyone. Who else can be the MVP without chicken? Meanwhile, the satiated raging chicken suddenly began to droop its eyelids, worthy of being a fighting chicken, and it went dormant when it lost the battle against the poisonous insects. Boom! Suddenly, a black shadow came crashing fiercely in Chu Yuan's direction. Chu Yuan subconsciously leaped to the side and back, directly avoiding the black shadow's strike, causing the other party to directly crash into a beam on the side. The solid wooden beam, half a man's thickness, collapsed under the black shadow's terrifying power. Seeing the raging black shadow, the raging harvest chicken, which had been preparing to hibernate just a moment ago, instantly stared at the other party with wide eyes and a deadly stare. Chu Yuan drew his sword with his back, his right hand rotated the blade flower, making a pose to set up the sword, and looked at the black shadow not far away with a grave expression. Squeak! The black shadow kept emitting eerie low chirps and slowly swam from the shadows, and all of a sudden, its entire body was displayed in Chu Yuan's eyes. It was extremely large, and was actually a huge-bodied 1,000-legged centipede, with 3 pairs of wings on top of its head. Its body was black, and its shell was incomparably hard at a glance. A pair of sharp claws were even born under its belly, and at this moment, it was opening its bloody mouth and looking at Chu Yuan intently. This guy, he's been cultivating for at least 1,000 years. As old Taoist Chui looked at the complete form of the six-winged centipede, his face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with an unbelievable expression. The six-winged centipede circled its body. The wings on its head fluttered slightly. Its hideous face slowly approached Chu Yuan. It had already sensed the power of the tiny human in front of it. His threat was far more than that of its natural enemy, the raging chicken. At this time, the Nuching chicken's crown was as bright red as blood. Its eyes were wide open in anger, staring at the huge centipede in front of it, and its eyes were full of warning meaning. The six-winged centipede was enraged by the eyes of the little bitty look in front of it, only to see that it had a huge body and long feet like knives, and its mouth sprayed black venom directly at the angry clear chicken. The raging harvest chicken spread its wings and dodged the venom extremely swiftly, its body rushing towards the six-winged centipede like an arrow, and the six-winged centipede swiftly twisted its body and used its long feet to fend off the raging harvest chicken's attack. The two instantly entangled together, and for a moment feathers and venom flew. 3 shifts are up. Please give more 5-star reviews for the new book. Thank you. Chapter 64, I wish to ride the wind and surrender the dragon. When the six-winged centipede with a huge body appeared, the entire National Treasure live broadcast room directly boiled over. The number of people online on the live broadcast directly soared to 50 million, and it was even still increasing. Chu Yuan also heard the system's beep. The 10 million popularity value gift pack was already redeemable. Considering the current circumstances, Chu Yuan ignored it for the time being and instead kept his gaze fixed on the raging clear chicken and the six-winged centipede in the arena. The centipede is also known as the heavenly dragon, and when this thing wanders, it really is just like a dragon. It's really scary. Looking at this length, the visual estimation directly surpasses the Iron-Head Dragon King and the Sphinx Spider Chief, and can be called the #1 creature in the catacombs. It was already outrageous to watch a chicken fight. Now I'm watching a chicken fight with a heavenly dragon. I'm not going to cross over, am I? Quick, go invite the bigwigs from the Paleontology Research Institute. This centipede even has wings. It's going to turn into a dragon. We have to invite the venerable master here. Everyone sends less pop-ups. You can't even see the screen. I'm going to go. Little brother is ready to make a move? Just as the angry clear chicken and the six-winged centipede kept fighting, Chu Yuan quietly moved his feet and carefully circled around to the back of the six-winged centipede. Using its flexible stance, the raging chicken keeps dodging the six-winged centipede's attacks and takes the opportunity to peck at the six-winged centipede's body with its sharp beak. The six-winged centipede, on the other hand, easily resisted the raging harvest chicken's attack with its hard shell. As the battle continued, the raging harvest chicken gradually gained the upper hand. Perhaps because of its physical strength, its speed began to slow down. Seeing this, the six-winged centipede found the right moment to use its body to hit the angry harvest chicken, and threw it away with force, sending it flying hard. Good chance! Chu Yuan saw that the six-winged centipede's abdominal soft underbelly was wide open, so he took a quick step and darted forward, directly stabbing its abdomen with his left and right hands. Roar! Immediately, the six-winged centipede's abdomen was cut out with a deep gash. Blood flowed out along the wound, and in pain, the six-winged centipede shook its head and roared in anger, continuously twisting its body to try and hit Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's pace was flexible and kept avoiding, facing the six-winged centipede's abdomen. The hand-footed knife was even lifting the knife over the top and blocking it head-on. Madaka! The black and gold ancient sword collided with the six-winged centipede's hands and feet, and surprisingly, sparks erupted, emitting an ear-piercing sound of gold and gold, worthy of being a monster that has been cultivated for thousands of years. This guy nestled in Bottle Mountain also doesn't know how many damn residues he has swallowed. Surprisingly practiced such a set of invulnerable body. Even the black and gold ancient knife front cannot break the defense. It seems that its soft underbelly is the abdomen. Obviously, Hua Rong, who was watching the battle from above the roof, had also discovered this weakness, and seeing this, immediately bent his bow and arrow. Whoosh! The sound of sharp arrows breaking through the air. Ding! The six-winged centipede shrunk violently, its body winding up to hide its abdomen underneath, and the arrow hitting the shell was bounced straight out. Seeing this situation, Chu Yuan utilized the bearing force of the collapsed beams, tapping his toes, and the whole person leaped into mid-air. With the force of inertia, aiming at the head of the six-winged centipede, it was a vigorous chop. Clang! The cold blade light slashed directly onto the six-winged centipede's brain, surprisingly only leaving a not too deep but not too shallow wound. The six-winged centipede subconsciously opened its mouth wide in the face of this strike, biting at the mid-air Chu Yuan, seemingly wanting to swallow him alive in one bite. Little brother, watch out! Seeing this, Hua Rong hurriedly reminded loudly, at the same time pulling the longbow full. His left hand picked up 2 arrows on the bowstring to draw. He was looking for an opportunity. This six-winged centipede's body was like a diamond, and the soft spots in its abdomen were very well hidden. so he just wanted to find a way to attack its vitals, such as its eyes. It was a pity that the six-winged centipede was moving too fast, so that he hadn't been able to catch a good moment. Not to mention Hua Rong's distress. Chu Yuan, who was in mid-air, didn't need to be reminded by him to feel a fishy breath blowing towards him. Chu Yuan did not dare to be careless. His right hand tightened the black gold ancient sword. The force did not reduce and slashed out horizontally, such as a dazzling light flashed by. The slash hit the soft flesh of the six-winged centipede's lower jaw squarely, accompanied by a wail from the six-winged centipede, leaving behind a puddle of bright red blood. Taking advantage of his illness, after Chu Yuan's body landed on the ground, he saw the six-winged centipede constantly shaking its head and wailing. Chu Yuan slashed down with his backhand, quickly retracted his blade and turned his hand, swinging his blade horizontally, and swept the six-winged centipede's abdomen with the body of the blade across the waist. Roar! The pain in his abdomen caused the six-winged centipede to roar up to the sky, and violently his body shrunk down the beams of the room and shot toward the broken hole. It's trying to escape. Chu Yuan threw out the flying tiger claw with his left hand and clasped it tightly on the back of the six-winged centipede, also trailing behind as the six-winged centipede tugged on it. Hua Rong, who had been leading but not firing, violently let go of his hand, and the two sharp swords were as fast as light and shadow, accompanied by a whistling sound and shot towards the six-winged centipede's eyes. Put! One of the arrows accurately hit the six-winged centipede's eye, while the other shot under its eyelid and bounced off. Roar! The six-winged centipede that had been blinded in one eye let out a mournful scream. At this time, its face was covered in blood and its body kept sweeping, only to see its six wings flashing violently. The six-winged centipede flapped continuously, surprisingly generating powerful air currents. It directly blew Fatty and old Taoist Chui and the others who were guarding near the broken hole in the roof. Almost at the same time, the six-winged centipede used its extremely fast speed to drill out to the roof of the Great Hall. And Chu Yuan had also utilized the power of the flying tiger claw at that moment, and the person had already stood on the six-winged centipede's body, seemingly sensing that the body was hurting, even though the six-winged centipede with a severely injured abdomen was still marching against the side of the cliff at the bottom of the cliff. And all of a sudden the crags were crumbling, rock and soil falling down from the crags in droves. Seeing that he was about to be blinded by the sandstone, Chu Yuan tensed his whole body muscles and violently launched his sword, chopping along the gap of the six-winged centipede's shell. Sound of escaping laughter. Along the gap, the black gold ancient blade descended in a smooth manner, directly causing the six-winged centipede's back to be drenched in blood. A wound appeared on the six-winged centipede's body, and his body violently and heavily hit the wall with a dull thud. For a while, the roof was filled with flying sand and stones, and through the sand and dust, the figures of the two warring sides were faintly visible, entangled in a constant stream. For his part, Elder Taoist Chui had a complicated look on his face, but he could only secretly pray for Chu Yuan's safety. Then, as if he remembered something, he whistled at the bottom of the room. At that moment, an athletic figure fluttered its wings and struggled to fly towards his arms, and it was none other than the founder's raging harvest chicken. On the side of the Hua Rong and others to see such a battle scene, crowd cannot intervene, simply greeted the fat man and Chui Lao Dao. First go up to the top of the cliff and then think of a way. Meanwhile, the people who had previously climbed up the centipede hanging mountain ladder were gathered around and discussing. Look, what's that? Suddenly someone pointed at the crack and shouted with a horrified face. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see a large amount of flying sand suddenly rise out of thin air from the cracks where visibility was considered good not long ago. A black figure was vaguely visible hovering up the wind, accompanied by mournful screams. Just then, the flying sand and rocks in the crack gradually dissipated, and the crowd regained their sight. One could only see Chu Yuan's upright posture, his white clothes fluttering in the wind, just like an immortal descending to the earth. And under his feet at that moment was the six-winged centipede. This huge centipede instantly made the scalp of the people on the cliff numb, and they looked at Chu Yuan with a dumbfounded look. This scene, as if it was an ancient immortal riding a demonic beast, soaring freely in the sky, was daunting. Chapter 65, Moving Mountains and Suppressing Seas, Cave Tomb Armor. Whoosh! While the crowd was still in a daze, a black rope violently shot out from the flying sand and mist and steadily wrapped itself around the centipede ladder. This is the flying tiger claw. Xiao Wu recognized this as Chu Yuan's exclusive divine weapon at a glance, only to see Chu Yuan's wrist shaking. The flying tiger claw rope instantly collapsed straight. His entire body posture was elegant. Each step was like stepping on clouds, and in an instant, he arrived on top of the cliff top. Mr. Chu, you just now, were you harnessing the heavenly dragon? Xiao Wu was appalled and stammered as he asked. Tianlong was an alias for centipede, and a centipede with such a large body didn't seem much different from the legendary dragon to Xiao Wu. Chu Yuan slowly put away the flying tiger claw, coiled it up and hung it on his own waist, and said with a slight frown, "This is a six-winged centipede that has absorbed the remnants of 1,000 years' worth of pills on Bottle Mountain, and is invulnerable to swords and spears, with great toxicity. Your chief general is still down there, so arrange for someone to meet him." Chu Yuan patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. Just now that set of riding the six-winged centipede flew up. His legs and feet were still soft now. This was also really out of his expectation. He was on the back of the six-winged centipede, fighting. Suddenly a strange wind blew up from the depths of the crack. This six-winged centipede didn't know how to do it, but it could actually rise up on the wind. Looking at this guy, he's really become a spirit and cultivated. So it's no wonder that in the original TV series this guy's body contained an inner elixir, put aside in ancient times. At least is also a party of cultivation accomplished big demon. After all, can be cultivated into the inner Dan? That are gifted and talented generation. When Xiao Wu heard the news from Huarong, he immediately arranged for his men to go down to investigate the situation. And the other Xu Weiling and Tu Fu Zi were all far away from him. After all, just now Chu Yuan's skill was obvious to everyone. Not to mention, he had also flown up in a six-winged centipede. Who would have the guts to come up and find him uncomfortable with such a character? At the same time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were completely captivated by the windy manner in which Chu Yuan rode the wind up and down. A large number of pop-ups floated up in the broadcast room. Who can scientifically explain how little brother flew up in the air? Did the six-winged centipede really carry him up? Is the end of grave robbing really metaphysics? This centipede is so big, if it could fly, none of the people who went down there just now would have escaped. Brothers, I am a student of geography. Looking at the peculiar terrain, this wind is likely to be caused by the special environment on both sides of the cliff. There is no need to panic. Are we the panickers? Bro, the focus is on that six-winged centipede. It's so scary. It should have become a sperm. There is no need to suspect. This thing hiding in the Bottle Mountain is estimated to have swallowed countless pills. The body has mutated. It is worth a good study. Chu Yuan ignored these people and walked to the edge of a large green stone by himself. Chu Yuan sat down with his knees crossed and began to close his eyes. It was only at this time that Chu Yuan had the time to check the situation of the system panel. Counting the time, he hadn't checked it for a while. Host, Chu Yuan. Body, super physical strengthening. Night eyes, 50% power of green dragon bloodline. Skills, full level fighting skills. Weapon proficiency, 16 character yin and yang secret art. The art of asking for hanging, kuei xing kicking, super ventriloquism, hairy knuckle finger, and the method of smelling mountains and identifying dragons. Props, golden 8 treasures compass, closed breath pill, antitoxin pill, black gold ancient sword, gold touching talisman, whirlwind shovel, flying tiger claw, mountain climbing armor, Vajra umbrella, popularity value, 21 million. Looking at the panel's wildly soaring popularity value, Chu Yuan's tumultuous heart send is considered to have settled down quite a bit. Just this more than an hour of live broadcasting, bringing the popularity value directly doubled. Chu Yuan guessed that it might be related to the content of this live broadcast. After all, the six-winged centipede descendants of the party's corpse transforming water was not a waste of time. With just one drop, a person can experience a funeral one-stop service in a short period of time. Not to mention that it is very cost-effective. Throwing away the random thoughts in his head, Chu Yuan stared at the 10 million popularity value gift bag that flashed by, his heart itching for more. Open up! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 red Trousseau wonderful heart pills. Chu Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard the beep. A look of joy came from the inside out. This myriad heart pill was a good thing. This is the unique secret medicine of the golden touches, which can slow down the blood flow, prevent the invasion of corpse gas, calm the mind, and has a wide range of uses. Through the inherited 16-character yin-yang secret art, Chu Yuan learned that the prescription for this kind of myriad heart pill had long been lost, and the system's reward came at the right time. When I watched the TV series back in the day, there was an episode where Chen Yulo inhaled too much Dan Qi and became disoriented, accidentally killing the mountain-moving Taoist Hua Ling. If there is this myriad heart pill in place, general illusions can be actively cracked. Chu Yuan joyfully received it. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill moving mountains and splitting armor. Holy, this is a godsend for robber holes. Seeing that the rewarded skill was actually the mountain-moving armor splitting technique, Chu Yuan was shocked. This strange technique was considered to be the core ability of the mountain-moving Taoist. Opening the system introduction. Sure enough, this was one of the most mysterious skills of moving mountains. The art of moving mountains and dividing armors. This includes the art of moving mountains and dividing mountains and digging up armors. The art of moving mountains and dividing armors refers to the unique method of moving mountains. And the art of dividing mountains and digging up armors is a way of digging up holes with trained pangolins. Chi Live. Chu Yuan is now shoulder the core skills of the 4 major sects of Toon rating. from the ability to see. Absolutely the first person in the world to pour the bucket. Not bad for a 10 million popularity value prize package reward. Chu Yuan inwardly sighed with emotion. While the gold content of the saying that all products produced by the system were fine products was still improving all the time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop hair mount seal. Looking at the system space of a copper seal, the seal is engraved with the words Heavenly Official Blessing. No taboo. This is an irreplaceable god. Known as a seal in the hand, ghosts and gods are avoided. Although there is some exaggeration, but exploring the western Xiaobei sleeping Buddha temple Chu Yuan was Buddha eye charm. Then wearing a touch of gold talisman he, Hua Yi and Wang Fatty are the first to wake up. Since the gold touching talisman could work, Chu Yuan believed that this fakious seal would definitely have its special function as well, so he put it away first. Just as Chu Yuan was joyfully studying the system, Hua Rong, Fatty and Shui Lao Dao finally climbed up. When a few people came up, they were immediately surrounded by the people of Unloading Ridge, asking about the specifics of what was going on down there. When the crowd learned that the Great Hall underneath was guarded by a 20-meter-long six-winged centipede, most of them were as if they had lost their lives. Hua Rong also had a somewhat ugly face. He glanced at Chu Yuan who was meditating. Knowing that he was severely depleted, he didn't bother. Thinking briefly for a moment, Hua Rong gently stroked his chest and opened his mouth with a sad face. Gentlemen, today's loss is Hua Rong's responsibility. The sacrificed brother's pension will be borne by me. In view of the fact that there are many poisonous insects underneath the hall, and there are also six-winged centipedes guarding such existences, today's quest will end until the end, and then we will start the action again 3 days later. When the people saw Hua Rong say this and act in a way that manifested a big pattern, they stopped saying anything. Hua Rong greeted Xiao Wu and gave a soft explanation. From now on, mobilize all of our forces to go around Bottle Mountain and collect the raging chicken. I want all of the poisonous insects in this mountain to disappear into thin air. This was an arrangement made by Hua Rong after thinking for a few moments. He had seen the power of the angry clear chicken. Even the six-winged centipede whose body was hundreds of times bigger than it dared to charge up fearlessly. If a certain number of nooching chickens could be collected, it would be enough to deal with ordinary small centipedes even if their ability was not as good as old Taoist Chui's phoenix seed. This time the action. The main reason is planted in these small centipedes. Think of this, he still have to go to find Shui Lao Dao right to make some poison avoidance drugs. Seeing that he was still able to regain his usual calmness after this great calamity, the crowd could not help but feel confident about another action 3 days later. Chapter 66, Discerning the Color of Grass by Looking at Mud Marks. The continuous raindrops hit the leaves of the trees, and the mist filled the mountains, making the entire Bottle Mountain region seem to be cleansed of dust, becoming fresh and serene, and even the seven-colored poisonous miasma at the top of the mountain dissipated quite a bit. Heavy rain breaks, breathing fresh air, wearing a raincoat strolling at the foot of the mountain. Chu Yuan heart has a kind of indescribable pleasure. Little brother, the rain has stopped. We've been wandering around for 3 days. Do you see anything here? Fatty Wang copied the engineer's shovel and asked with a puzzled face after digging a shovelful of soil at the location marked by Chu Yuan, which was full of mud and water. Chu Yuan glanced at him breathlessly and said softly, Fatty, I'm asking you to mark, not to make a robber's hole. Fatty was a bit embarrassed by Chu Yuan's look, scratching the back of his head with a naive smile. Sorry brother, this is a professional habit. Oh, that's not a good habit to break. After Chu Yuan put down a sentence, he continued to walk towards the head again, checking out the surroundings as he walked. Little brother, wait for me. Fatty wiped the rainwater from his face and hurriedly followed again. Ever since the crowd escaped from death at the bottom of the Bottle Mountain crack that day, the Bottle Mountain region had begun to receive continuous heavy rain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hua Rong braved the rain that day and led the disciples of Shui Ling to Nuqing County to handle important matters. According to what Fatty had inquired, Unloading's trip was to mobilize official forces to collect Nuqing chickens in the surrounding townships. Chicken kings like Shui Lao Dao's are extremely rare, but unusual Nuqing chickens run the mountains and the surrounding barren hills all year round, and they can handle small poisonous insects in general. Originally, Fatty still wanted to go and join in the fun, but he was directly stopped by Chu Yuan, who bluntly asked him to assist him in searching for a new entrance to the ancient tomb. Hua Rong did not say much. After all, the two gold-touching schoolmasters together. I think the success rate of splitting the gold and fixing the acupuncture point must be very high. In this way, from the first day of rain, apart from eating and sleeping, Fatty had followed Chu Yuan around the foot of the mountain for 3 days. This hell of a world. It's making Master Fatty hungry and thin. The fat man mumbled as he rubbed his grumbling stomach, looking drained. Found it. Chu Yuan, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and squatted his body to check the grass color on the ground, and not minding the dirt. His whole body was pressed against the ground as if he was listening to some sound. Little brother, what are you doing? There's no such move in this dragon-seeking technique. Fatty looked at Chu Yuan curiously. He was at least with Hu Ba one's elders. Clear means of touching the gold school, but like Chu Yuan rely on listening to the ground to find dragons and gold, or the first time to see. This is called the art of smelling the ground, and with this art one can circle some directions before finding the entrance to the tomb passage. Chu Yuan slowly got up and took off his dirty raincoat to faintly explain. Seeing that the fat man's expression was still puzzled, he introduced again. This is the unburdening Rex lookout, and I know a little about it. Cow, worthy of being a little brother. Fat master, I am completely convinced this time. The fat man looked at Chu Yuan with a praising face. There were many inverted experts, but one as comprehensive as Chu Yuan was rare in his life. Let's go. Don't say anything nice. Let's have little five arrange for some men to come over and dig up a few spots around here to see what the soil color is like. Facing Fatty's boasting, Chu Yuan shook his head and laughed. As the two were walking back normally, Fatty suddenly saw a blocked-off area with cordons stretched all around. At the edge stood a stone monument half a man high. The fat man looked curious and couldn't help but walk up. Little brother, come look at this stone tablet. What the hell is written on it? It's like a ghost drawing. Chu Yuan followed the direction of the fat man's finger, and sure enough, there was a stone tablet in front of him. Most of the symbols on it were blurred, and looking at the writing style it should be a Yuan dynasty script. I don't need to see it to know that it must say death to grave robbers. Looking at this blockade, Chu Yuan guessed in his heart that 9 times out of 10 it was the entrance to the Urn City 2 years ago and said casually, "Ah, death to grave robbers? That's more than 4 words. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, the fat man instantly had a cold war, staring at the symbols on the stone tablet and repeatedly counting them doubtfully. Hurry back, the Yin Chi is too prevalent here, and I don't know if Little Flower's raging chicken has been brought back yet. As soon as Fatty heard the word Yin Chi, he remembered that a lot of people had died in the Battle of Urn City 2 years ago and felt a chill on his back. Seeing Chu Yuan's figure drifting away, he hurriedly took big steps to chase after him. It was only half an hour later that the unhurried pair returned to the Bottle Hill campground. Just stepping into the courtyard, I heard the sound of roosters screaming, only to see 100 or so baskets placed in the open space of the courtyard, in which the sound of clucking roosters was constantly coming from the baskets, one after the other. Oh, Little Flower has quite a knack for getting so many raging harvest chickens in such a short period of time. Fatty looked at the scene within the courtyard in shock and exclaimed with a dismayed expression, "This place is not far from Chongsheng Mountain. How can Little Flower be considered half a master? This amount of energy is still there. Let's go. Tell Little Flower the location of the marker, and have him temporarily arrange for a few people to go over and watch the scene first." Chu Yuan greeted the shocked Fatty and said in a deep voice, "Oh, okay. No, little brother, what are you going for?" Fatty sized up Chu Yuan and asked with a suspicious face, "I'm going to borrow some herbs from Elder Chui to research new pills." Chu Yuan's eyes rolled as he casually found an excuse to explain. When Fatty heard this, his eyes lit up and he wrapped his arms around Chu Yuan's shoulders and said softly, "Little brother, based on our friendship, remember to share a few with me." Wait, 10 minutes later, inside Chu Yuan's room. "Ha ha, little brother. I didn't expect that it would only take more than 2 days to find the entrance to the tomb passage. I admire you." The light in Hua Rong's eyes shone brightly as he praised with an excited face. It was obvious that Chu Yuan's efficiency far exceeded his mental expectations. Sitting in his room, Chu Yuan drank a mouthful of tea to moisturize his voice before he slowly said, "Little Flower, the entrance to the Urn City has been sealed, and this newly discovered opening is most likely an escape port left from the construction of the underground palace at that time. So, it's also necessary to arrange for men to bring along guy things as soon as possible and dig according to my marked ranges." Hua Rong nodded at the sound and took out his cell phone to send a message to Xiao Wu. Then he couldn't wait. "Little brother, we'll set off immediately, now that the new Qing chickens have gathered enough for 1,000. As long as the entrance is open, we'll continue to explore the tomb. This time the officials are supporting me to the fullest extent." Seeing Hua Rong's mysterious smile, Chu Yuan has a number in his heart. I guess it is the official to help him solve the phobia of lack of firepower. Ordinary firearms are indeed powerful, but to put it mildly, ordinary firepower can't deal with the 6-winged centipede. This guy is all copper skin and iron bones, resistant to beatings. Of course, Chu Yuan also understands the human condition, cannot pour cold water on him in front of Hua Rong. Knock knock. Just then there was a knock at the door and Xiao Wu's voice came in from outside. "Master Chief, the brothers are ready to go." Hua Rong hurriedly got up, nodded slightly at Chu Yuan, and turned to go out to make arrangements. Chu Yuan picked up the black gold ancient sword on the side and carried it on his back, stood up and hurriedly followed. "Brothers, the new book rating is low. Please move your hands to give a 5-star praise." Thank you. Chapter 67, The Dragon's Ridge in Spring and Summer, southwest foot of Bottle Mountain. At the Bottle Mountain tomb entrance marker. It's finally on. Where is this? Is it still Bottle Mountain? The public is ready to start exploring the tomb again, which is the most difficult tomb since the program started. We've been searching for the entrance for days, and these people are armed with tools, and they're full of weapons. Quiet. Mr. Flower is ready to speak. Pay attention. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even a unloading force into the live room. Cattle. Big brother. Can introduce into the club not? 3 days of silence. National treasure and reopened the news. Immediately rushed up the news hot search. Countless viewers flocked to the live broadcast, wanting to see in the touch of the gold lieutenant's style. Hua Rong and his party stood on a half-meter high dirt slope. In front of them stood a row of more than a dozen people holding hammerheads and braziers of the unloading ridge rexes, who stood erect and quiet, waiting for orders. Hua Rong looked at his brethren with satisfaction and rushed to Chu Yuan and said in a loud voice, "Little brother, the brothers of Unloading Ridge are ready. You arrange it." Chu Yuan nodded his head slightly, looking at the people who were upholding their chi and concentrating, and marveled in his heart, it was worthy of being the elite of the Unloading Rex. He first took out the golden 8 treasure compass from his bosom, and as his hand moved, the pointer within the compass kept turning until it stopped instantly when he faced a direction. Looking at this muddy land in front of him that had just been washed away by the rain, the 16-character Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret art in Chu Yuan's mind activated itself, and suddenly a Feng Shui that fit the current environment flooded into his memory, and he subconsciously opened his mouth. The left is the green dragon, the right is the white tiger, the front is the vermilion bird, the back is the xuanwu. The frosty water is dry to find and disappear. The spring and summer water is high and the dragon's ridge is now visible. The treasure palace and the dragon's tower go to countless times, and the greedy wolf walks straight on the Big Dipper for 100 feet. Brothers of the Unloading Ridge, please also divide 4 people to stand in each of the 4 directions, 2 meters apart from each other. Set at 100 feet, 9 points into the ground, 3 nails and 6 picks, and the upper armament and lower nails. At the sound of the words, more than 10 Lingshui Linglishire quickly spread out according to the instructions, standing in their own positions, hitting the brazier with a spacing of 100 feet, and nailing the brazier into the ground by 9 centimeters. Mom, my scalp is tingling. This gold digger is so classy and handsome. On the inverted bucket also has to be Chu Xiaobo. Professional words of art. Whole people froze. Just to say cannot be a whole point can be simple? Aren't they just a bunch of grave robbers? The whole thing is so cultured. Even I can't understand it. Poor evaluation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This can have a keyboard warrior. This Bottle Mountain inversion is not easy. Everyone give a 5-star praise. The scene of the crowd looked at the unloading of the nails of the crowd as the atmosphere do not dare to breathe a sigh. 3 days ago we all saw the Chu Yuan the gold touching the hands of the colonel. That is since nothing to say. Today, I finally got to see the signature skill of the gold touching schoolmaster. The gold splitting and point setting. And it was not a wasted trip. The crowd looked at Chu Yuan's clean arrangement and admired him in their hearts. Only Hua Rong looked at him with a complicated face. After the unloading riders nailed the steel brazier, Chu Yuan took the engineer's shovel from Fatty, and gave a shovelful of dirt in the center position. Not bad. This is the place. Dig. Chu Yuan observed the color and texture of the soil and said with certainty. With a wave of his hand, Hua Rong commanded the Unloading Ridge crowd to begin digging. Little brother, are you accurate in dividing the gold to determine the acupuncture point or not? Don't make any mistakes. Fatty see Unloading Ling crowd throwing bladder fierce digging. Suddenly close to Chu Yuan lowered voice asked. He is afraid of what also did not dig to, when they and others on the trouble. Before Chu Yuan could say anything, old Taoist Chui on the side could not look past it and looked at the fat man with contempt. I don't know how you guys got mixed up in the gold touching school. It can't be that you paid for the gold touching talisman. Fatty listened to the other party kowtowing to himself, angry and furious, just wanted to have a fit. But then he saw Chui Lao Dao looking at himself with a smile. A cold chill rose from the fat man's back, and he remembered that the old Taoist priest was well versed in messy square arts. In case if he gave himself a cold shoulder, then he was really looking for a crime. Thinking of this, the fat man deliberately turned his head away and ignored him. Ignorant youngsters. In today's world, there are 4 major sects of inverted fighting. The gold mapper who divides the gold and determines the acupuncture points. The shifting ridge rex who senses the earth's veins. The moving mountain Taoist who removes miasma and eliminates evils. And the haircock heavenly official who skillfully breaks the heavenly formation. Chu Kid. Proficient in feng shui gold separation points. Needless to say, listen to the wind and thunder, smell the ground is in the perception of the earth veins. As far as I know this is unloading the ridge lineage of skill. Boss Chui shook the duster in his hand and introduced with words, not forgetting to slant a glance at Fatty Wang when he finished. Chu Yuan heard what Elder Taoist Shui meant, but he still did not change his face, as if he had thought of something and suddenly laughed softly. I have heard that among the 4 great sects there is also the Moving Mountain Taoist sect, whose movements are so erratic that ordinary people are not allowed to see them. Fatty Wang opened his mouth when he heard moving mountains' sudden mental shock. It is often said that those who move mountains in Taoists to send out ancient tombs to seek immortal pills are also poo-poo. Dumping is still said in such a grandiose way. Hearing this kind of foul language from the fat man, the corners of Chu Yuan's mouth twitched, and he also forgot not to forget to carefully glance at old Taoist Shui. Sure enough, old Taoist Shui blew his beard and gnashed his teeth. Fatty, the poor Taoist has a formula called suddenly closed mouth stand. If you don't want that mouth, the old Taoist can help you put it away. Looking at Chui Lao Dao, whose gaze was like electricity, Fatty suddenly had a shiver. No way. Could this Chui Lao Dao be the mountain-moving Taoist? You are the mountain movers? Old Taoist Chui ignored Fatty Wang and instead looked at Chu Yuan with interest and laughed softly. Chu kid, how did you see that? These past few days, old Taoist me didn't perform the square technique of moving mountains. Chu Yuan responded by pointing to the raging chicken in the back basket behind old Taoist Chui. Elder, in today's world, my generation still exists. I use God to touch the gold. I use force to unload the ridge. And I use art to move the mountain. Its machine is mysterious and mysterious. Big can move mountain reclamation, small can fly through the pinhole. Swiftly thousands of miles to and from the unhindered. Moving mountain art world famous. The art of moving mountains is different from any square art in the world, although it specializes in seeking birth and restraint, but it is not from the 5 elements of the 5 elements in the E. The principle of birth and restraint. The world of all living things, there is a strong. There must be a system, the weak for the strong by the strong. The strong and weak birth and restraint, is the art of moving mountains? Snap. Finding that Chu Yuan was so familiar with the mountain moving technique, old Taoist Chui not only did not get angry, but instead stroked his palm and asked curiously, you kid is obviously very young, yet you know so many inverted bucket secrets. This moving mountain has been hidden for decades. I'm afraid that many seniors in the inverted bucket world don't necessarily know so much about it. I didn't expect that you're even so familiar with the art of moving mountains. It's really strange. Chu Yuan looked at the surprised Chui Lao Dao. Of course he would not tell him that it was because the system rewarded the moving mountain splitting armor technique himself that he was clear. Your divinely handsome raging chicken. How could anyone search for this phoenix seed in advance if they weren't familiar with the mountain moving technique? Chu Yuan said bluntly. In fact, at the first sight of Chui Lao Dao, there was some hidden suspicion in his heart. Until the appearance of the Nuching chicken, he was even more sure that the other party was the mountain-moving Taoist. The only thing that made him question. The legend said that the mountain-moving Taoist only had a lifespan of 40 or 50, but this old Taoist in front of him looked like he had 70. Right? Ha ha, worthy of being the heir of the gold feeler. You're right, but it's also a pity that you only guessed half right. Chui Lao Dao laughed with a relieved face, for Chu Yuan's experience is almost catching up with him. The 74th old man. Strange. Oh, please also instruct Senior Chui. Chu Yuan could not help but be a little curious. He was curious to know where he went wrong. Poor Taoist teacher from Zhangyi Dao. Is the authentic Taoist disciple? When young, saved a mountain-moving Taoist. It is considered to be also a teacher and a friend. Old Taoist Chui said leisurely with a reminiscent look on his face. So that's how it is. May I ask who that mountain-moving Highlander is? Chu Yuan couldn't wait to ask after him. Brothers, more 5-star reviews. Thanks for the support. New books with low ratings have a big impact. Please. Chapter 68, The World's Strangest Corpse-Headed Savage. In the face of a follow-up question, Chui Lao Dao shook his head with emotion and said, Ancient good for the Tao. Subtle and mysterious, deep and unrecognizable. Fu only unrecognizable. Chu Yuan's expression stagnated after hearing this, and he looked deeply at old Taoist Chui, not expecting the other party to come from such a big place that he didn't even dare to open his mouth. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan bowed to elder Taoist Chui and then spoke. When this trip to Bottle Mountain is over, I will seek advice from senior. Little brother, what kind of wit is this old Taoist playing? Fatty Wang reached out and pulled Chu Yuan, lowering his voice to ask in disbelief. Obviously he was puzzled by Chu Yuan's attitude towards old Taoist Chui. Chu Yuan first nodded apologetically to old Taoist Chui, then directly pulled the fat man to the other side. Fatty, in the future, show some respect to elder Chui. Besides, remember the saying that curiosity killed the cat. Hey, little brother, aren't we still on the same team? Why are we netting to help outsiders speak? The corner of Fatty's mouth turned away as he spat at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan did not pay attention to him. He just clasped his hands on his arms and looked at the unloading Ridge Rex digging indifferently. The fat man still wanted to say a word, but suddenly he was attracted by a shout of alarm. Ah, it's a human head. Chief Handler head. Dug up a human head. Man. I've got one here too. I've found one too. Don't panic anyone, go get the Chief General. A digging unloader, pointing at a round, silt-covered, skull-looking object at his feet, yelled. As soon as the words left his mouth, several other people also found something similar to a head one after another and exclaimed in shock. Hua Rong was the first to gather around when he saw the situation. Also half knowing, turned his head to look at the panicked look of everyone, and pacified the crowd, saying, "Don't panic everyone, maybe we're in the right place, keep digging for now, but all be careful not to damage these." Seeing this, Xiaowu hurriedly greeted the other ridge discharging Rexes and assisted in the excavation together. Little brother, what the hell is this thing? Why is it creepy? Hua Rong saw that Chu Yuan had also walked over and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Chu Yuan came over to take a look, looked grave, and walked to the side to Hua Rong to him. Wait to talk about this stuff. The first order of business is to make sure everyone is careful about excavating and not damaging this structure. The unloading Rex's crowd heard this and all looked at Hua Rong unanimously, who nodded slightly. Xiao Wu understood, and immediately began arranging for all the ridge discharging Rexes at the site to start digging carefully together. In this way, the crowd at unloading ridge began to dig with great vigor, and in this case, less than half an hour had passed. The area has more than doubled the treasure cave. The depth was dug down a meter deep. At this time the pit is covered with look densely similar to the head of the unknown objects. Hua Rong in the side looking at these heads, cannot help but think of these in the end. What is the thing? After thinking about it he still cannot resist the curiosity of the heart. He carefully and cautiously into the pit, half squatting in front of a similar head of things, carefully observed, only to see these head as a whole is black, wrapped in dirt, smooth as a ball, like a melon like a head, piled up together is very eerie. Chu Yuan watched Hua Rong's movements and his eyes twitched, fearing that this guy would do something dangerous. He also followed Hua Rong's footsteps. After carefully observing, Hua Rong then looked up at Chu Yuan and asked in a suspicious voice, "Little brother, these years I Chang Shengshan participated in a lot of tomb excavations, seen a lot of strange things, only this thing is still the first time to see. Of course, I saw half a day. This is certainly not the head, but also please little brother to the brother to grow a bit of insight, to solve the confusion." Chu Yuan looked around and saw that the excavated crowd all put their inquisitive eyes on their own bodies, and for the things they did not understand, especially in this kind of environment. Everyone was afraid of it, and they really needed to explain it to the crowd. And that's why they said, "Do you all know that there are winter melons and watermelons and pumpkins in this world? But why are there no northern melons?" Fatty happened to come up as well, and immediately asked in return, "What kind of melon is the northern melon? Have you seen it, little brother? In fact, this world is not no northern melon, only less people have heard of it. This northern melon is only born in the poor mountains in the water. Therefore, it is also called corpse head barbarian, which is said to be the result of the grievances of the dead, and is often born underneath the ground where Chi gathers. And this is the thing that everyone dug up today." When these words came out, the crowd in the middle of this group of mountains felt a chill, not to mention the crowd of onlookers at the scene, that is, the viewers of the live broadcast room felt that they had been refreshed cognitively, and got goosebumps. Come to think of it, I don't really remember any northern squash. The most circulated is zucchini has been called so, but the earliest books recorded that northern squash did exist, and for whatever reason, the claim faded away. General Hua, in my opinion, since we can dig up this corpse head today, it must be the grave owner's ghost that is haunting the tomb, an omen of great evil. It's not appropriate to go down to the tomb today. Let's go down to the tomb some other time, or go look for another entrance to the tomb. This place is very evil. Yes, Chief General, according to the rules of our Miao village, this object is ominous and bad luck. At this time several local Miao surnamed Tu Fuzi have proposed. These are from the nearby Miao village. In the spirit of the bottle mountain is familiar with the mountain, coupled with the perennial walking the mountain. The inverted bucket is also more familiar with the invitation to come over. These people were originally in awe of the big mountain, trusting in the ghosts and gods, especially when they saw this ground full of corpses savage. Their hearts could not help but be afraid. Worry about their own follow the tomb will meet with misfortune. After all, only digging so little depth. There is a corpse head barbarians and other such eerie things. This is the heavens and the indication of their trip is not good. Hua Rong's eyes were cold as he looked at these few Miaozhai people who spoke out to shake the heart of the army. His eyes were cold as he looked at the people in the field one by one, playing with a sheathed dagger in his hand as he kept spinning it around and around. Many people looked stunned when they saw the dagger again, obviously thinking of something and choosing to remain silent. Whenever he swept his eyes, there were only a few people who dared to ignore his eyes, except for his own Ling Shui Ling Li Shi. "Little brother, don't say it, the unloading ridge leader is different. Little flower, This guy is quite good at pretending to be overbearing. Fatty Wang muttered in a low voice, and finished with an envious look at Huarong. Men should be like that. During the Republican period, Changsheng Mountain unloading hundreds of thousands of lux, comparable to a party warlord, such as this bottom you can also be as domineering as him. Chu Yuan's eyebrows raised as he patted Fatty Wang's shoulder and laughed softly. Fatty Wang's face instantly collapsed when he heard this, and he secretly muttered in his heart, I didn't think that this guy, little brother, would be poisonous as well. Putting aside the heritage, this guy Huarong is really domineering, and no one present dares to sing the opposite tune. Oh, have time to check the Wikipedia. Said nice called unloading force? In the Republic of China the TM is hundreds of thousands of ringing horse. Asterisk 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 hundreds of thousands of bandits. Awesome. If pulled out absolutely is the largest warlord force in western Hunan. No one. Not to mention Master Fatty. I also envy and hate that I don't have an ancestor who was the head of a ringing horse. Huarong slowly pulled out the dagger in his hand in a self-concerned manner and faintly looked around before saying, this tomb must be open today. Huarong, say so. Who else is against it? As soon as the words left his mouth, a corpse head on the ground suddenly shook and made a thud sound. With this sudden change, the crowd of onlookers who were originally nervous were immediately startled, and a few people who were not strong-willed were even scared to the point of falling to the ground. Chapter 69, Heavenly Officials' Blessings and No Taboos. The fat man was also startled, but also backed up 2 steps, and then looked at the pit of Chu Shaogua. The face does not change the touch. Even leaning on the latest Huarong also just face tightened. He immediately felt disgraced and angrily swung his engineer's shovel wanting to go down into the pit and slap down a shovel, but he was stopped by Chu Yuan. Then he gently shook his head at Fatty Wang, and again his eyes signaled him to look at Huarong. Fatty hesitantly looked up and saw Huarong's ears twitching slightly, the dagger in his hand nimbly spinning in his palm. Bang! The corpse head barbarian violently exploded. Bright red blood-colored liquid burst everywhere. In this liquid, a black centipede as if a lightning bolt violently pounced straight at Huarong's face. Careful! Xiaowu had just opened his mouth to remind him when he heard a harsh whistling sound coming from his ears. Whoosh! Hearing the movement in mid-air, Huarong flicked his wrist and the dagger spinning in his palm flew out violently, instantly landing not far in front of him. Ignoring the astonished looks and murmuring voices of those around him, Huarong walked down alone and slowly drew his dagger, and showed it to the crowd. It was clearly a small centipede that had been stabbed into its abdomen by this sharp dagger. It didn't die immediately. Instead it was twisting its body at the bottom continuously. Hiss! This is the Bottle Mountain cliff bottom. Led a person one step to the bed of the poisonous centipede. It turns out that the northern melon is actually this thing. Disgusting, compared to the others who were wondering how the poisonous centipede appeared in this place, or marveling at Huarong's expert shooting ability. No wonder the arrow accuracy was so strong. What Chu Yuan cared most about was the dagger in his hand, the little divine blade of the unloading ridge. To him this was the divine weapon. Looking at the luster, the sharpness was comparable to the black gold ancient blade. Huarong surveyed the poisonous centipede on the small divine blade, and with a slight vibration of the dagger, the centipede was instantly split in two, completely dead. There's no need to make a fuss. The poisonous insects are just parasitizing inside the melons in their greed for coolness. Brothers, all move and collect these melons. Dumped. After the smooth maneuvering and forceful suppression by Huarong, some of the uneasy voices in the arena were immediately silenced. After the local two Fu-Zi looked at each other, collected their minds to think that these employers are not oil lamps, and then they have taken the initiative to go down to the field to cooperate with the unloading of the ridge crowd to clean up the bagua. In less than 10 minutes, under the crowd's careful cleanup, the open space 5 meters away was piled with corpse brutes, as if it were a capital city. Huarong frowned slightly as he looked at the pile of creepy stuff, and after pondering for a moment, he turned to look at Chu Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Little brother, you're the one who found this corpse brute. You see this?" Chu Yuan was surveying the corpse-headed brute in front of him, and when he heard Huarong ask this, he said thoughtfully, "This corpse is a person who is going to die a mouth of grievances difficult to equalize the knot and become a thing. Visible at the foot of this mountain in gas is very heavy. It seems to be looking for the right place." Only then did Huarong remember that this Bottle Mountain used to be an ancient battlefield, and the Miao people of the 72 holes had once been slaughtered countless times by the Yuan people. It seems that these are the undead that are held underneath the mountain, and they are really resentful. Thinking of this, Huarong walked towards old Taoist Chui, who was watching from the side, and bowed in request. "You are an accomplished master. Please send these unjust souls on a journey to remove their grievances and forgive us for our intrusion this time." Old Taoist Chui twirled his beard and praised, "Flower boy, you have the heart. It's just a pity that the conditions are now limited, spells cannot be carried out." That's right, the old Taoist will recite the Tai Shang Salvation Sutra to eliminate the wrongdoings. After promising to overtake the wronged souls, old Taoist Chui stood not far from the corpse brute, his hand pinching the past life sutra, and softly reciting under his breath, all the heavenly beings in the 10 directions, whose number is like sand and dust, take the form of the 10 directions of the realm, and give universal relief to the heavenly beings, although the matter from the right, the conditions of the humble is expected, although I do not know how the results, Huarong feel that their own and other people's minds to the line. Thinking of this, Huarong hurriedly bowed to Elder Taoist Chui and thanked him, then instructed Xiao Wu behind him, take a few brothers with you, and when Elder Chui is done with his overdose, pour gasoline on it and burn it directly on the spot, and all watch out for the centipedes inside. After saying that, Huarong walked towards the deep pit ground, while ordering the other Ling Shui Ling Li Shi to continue digging down. Knock! As he continued to dig down, suddenly the shovel of one of the ridge's layers hit something hard and made a crisp sound. Is this a dig? The agitated unloading ridge disciples hurriedly squatted down, grubbing away the soil with their bare hands, and a corner of the deeply colored stone door was revealed. Master Chief, we've dug it. There's a stone door here. The crowd murmured at the sound, and surrounded by everyone, Huarong came to this disciple and laughed aloud. Song Laosan, you've made a great achievement this time. Go back and double your bonus. Brothers, keep digging and open it for me. Yes. A group of unloading ridge Rexes responded excitedly and continued to dig along the corner of the stone door, and within a few minutes a square-shaped stone door was revealed. This seems to be a flap door. Little brother, it's really true that you've hit the nail on the head. It's really an escape hatch. After seeing what the stone door looked like, Fatty Wan looked at Chu Yuan with a face of admiration and exclaimed, Chief General, it's better to be cautious. Even though it's an escape hatch, there may be organs arranged. At this time, Xiao Wu, who had already finished destroying the corpse head brute, rushed over and reminded Huarong with a cautious face. Huarong looked at him faintly, before he shouted to the crowd of unloading ridge behind him, the bold can travel the world, the timid can't move an inch. Brothers, get ready for the guys. Bring the centipede hanging ladder. Go down to explore the treasure. Xiao Wu had no choice but to walk up stiffly, and with the combined efforts of a few Ling Shui Ling Li Shi, this opened the cover. It was a square hole more than a meter wide, dark and deep, and an eerie cold air rushed up violently. It directly caused the few people around the cave entrance to have a cold shiver down their spine, and the timid ones were directly scared to sit down on the ground. Chu Yuan took a healthy step forward and pushed a few people away from the cave entrance before leisurely saying, This is underground turbid gas. It is easy to injure their souls. A little rest will restore them. When he finished, he unscrewed the phosphorus cylinder in his pocket and threw it straight into the hole. Huarong signaled to the unloading brothers behind him, and at once a centipede hanging mountain ladder that had been spliced together in advance was slowly lowered down the cave entrance. When he heard the sound of the ladder touching the bottom, Huarong's heart was relieved, and immediately, with firm eyes, he wanted to go down the ladder. Slow down. Just as he was about to descend the ladder, suddenly Chu Yuan reached out and stopped him, and Huarong looked at him with a puzzled expression. Chu Yuan, for thinking, took out a fist-sized copper seal from his pocket, holding it in the palm of his hand right in front of the dark cave entrance, and said aloud, With one seal in your hand, all evil gods will avoid it, and the heavenly officials will bestow blessings and forbid everything. The ghostly voice vibrated quickly along the small space, constantly passing slowly through the cave. The whole place was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded looking at this scene, especially Huarong staring at the seal in Chu Yuan's hand. This is the Fat Xiu seal? This is a treasure that can only be possessed by the most mysterious of the 4 major sects of grave robbers, the so-called Fashu Zhonglong General. Could it be that Chu Yuan is not only a gold-touching colonel, but also a Fakia Zhonglong General? Looking at this copper seal in Chu Yuan's hand, an unbelievable thought appeared in the minds of the crowd. At this moment, the most shocked person would have to be Fatty Wang, looking at Chu Yuan with a shocked and inexplicable face, secretly saying in his heart, Little brother, this is truly heaven-defying, to have the core skills of a gold-touching schoolmaster, a hair-raising lieutenant general, and a ridge-removing warrior at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little brother, isn't this equivalent to the existence of having 3-degree certificates in the Toon rating world at the same time? A one-of-a-kind. Throughout history, Fatty Wang has not heard of anyone who still has this kind of ability. Today is really seen. Chu Yuan, if you know what Fatty Wang thought in his heart, will certainly tell him, Brother, you pattern small. The former head of the mountain and his granddaughter are considered to be the existence of a double degree in the world of inverted bucket. The most crucial thing was that Chu Yuan also had the legacy of the mountain moving technique and the skill of Kuei Xing Kick Do, while possessing the degrees of the 4 major sects. Shocking. Chapter 70, The Shadow of the Arrow and the Difficulty of Surviving. Looking at the copper seal in Chu Yuan's hands, everyone's eyes were filled with awe at this moment. Chu Yuan retrieved the Fakeu seal and put it into his pocket. In fact, it was stored in the system's backpack. The pocket was just for him to hide his eyes. Let's go, Hannah. After greeting him, Chu Yuan put on his mask and took the lead into the cave by following the centipede-hanging mountain ladder. Just as he landed, a sour smell wafted out of the cave. What's that smell? It stinks so bad. Immediately after Fatty Wang just stood still. Was a putrid odor inhaled into the abdomen. Was immediately stimulated to hold the wall to break the mouth. Hold the light. Huarong's face changed slightly. Forcibly holding back the dry heaves in his stomach, he instructed Xiao Wu behind him. Xiao Wu covered his mouth and nose tightly and commanded a few unloading ridge disciples to operate. And immediately two powerful lighting rays made the scene inside the cave unobstructed. Everyone, don't just move anything here so as not to trigger the mechanism. I'll go ahead and scout the way. Chu Yuan's expression was serious as he drew the black gold ancient sword with his backhand and swept his gaze to the crowd behind him and said, "Little brother, wait. I'll arrange for a small team of shield-wielding brothers to follow you along." Huarong walked to Chu Yuan's side, looked deeper into the cave, and said cautiously, "This terrain is more suitable for the unloading ridge array to explore." After saying that, he waved his hand gesture. And instantly, 4 unburdened riders armed with riot shields came in front of the crowd. Little flower, you can do it. You can get something of this level. Fatty looked at the one-man high heavy-duty blast shield in envious surprise. This thing is not something you can get with money. Chu Yuan also nodded his head in admiration. It was worthy of being an officially supported exploration activity. This level of police equipment could be equipped. Sometimes Chu Yuan is thinking, if it is not the official do not want to destroy the chamber. It is estimated that with these high-tech what tomb can give you flat. In that case, it's not likely that all of the 4 major sects of grave robbers will have to lose their jobs. Just as Chu Yuan was rambling on, the 4-man squad holding blast shields had already begun to slowly move forward along the road. It was a passage about 3 meters wide and about 20 or so meters long, with a portal looming at the end of it. Originally dark and unknown passageway, but under the bright light illumination, the situation on both sides of the cave can be seen clearly, only directly in front of the partially obscured by the shadows of the crowd. Slightly blurred. Unloading Ridge's squad of 4 checked the situation around them as they walked, their 4 shadows being stretched longer and longer within the passageway. At this moment, the passageway was unusually quiet, and the unloading Ridge 4 could vaguely only hear their own rapid breathing. Chu Yuan's eyes condensed. He knew that even as an escape port, there would be organs set up, and glanced at the 4 people who were scouting for a way out, quietly placing the flying tiger claw in his hand. It could save people at critical moments. Click. Suddenly an organ sound rang out. I don't know who triggered the organ among the 4 people of Unloading Ridge, and suddenly the walls on both sides suddenly revealed countless dark holes. Be careful. Seeing this hole, Chu Yuan knew that it should be an arrow-type organ and hurriedly reminded in a loud voice. Whoosh! In an instant, a stream of arrows fiercely shot out from the cave entrance, shooting towards the 4-member squad in an endless stream like a meteor shower. Shields up. Defense. After the Unloading Ridge 4 shouted, they quickly used their shields to surround themselves in a circle, their bodies completely hidden under the shields. Sting STH. The arrows struck the shield with the sound of metal clashing, but did not break through the shield's defense in the slightest. Ding 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 ding. The dense arrows were like rain hitting a banana, and it lasted for a full 2 minutes before it slowly came to an end. Looking at the thick layer of arrows spread all over the ground, the crowd waiting in place were all in an uproar and shocked. Some people couldn't help but have a look of fluke on their faces. If they were the ones who went up just now, I'm afraid that they would have already died or been heavily injured. If it was a physical body facing this continuous stream of arrows, even if it dodged the first wave with its profound stance, it would never be possible to avoid these countless arrows. Huarong's face was a little pale, as if he was remembering some nightmare. Chu Yuan glanced towards him, guessing that this organ had reminded him of the battle that he was most unwilling to face inside. Fatty didn't notice Huarong's change, looking at the densely packed arrows, nervously swallowing directly and sighing. It's a damn good thing it was shot from the sides. If it had come from the top of the head, it would have been a disaster. Chu Yuan at this time the night eye talent is fully opened, suddenly found that unloading Ling 4 people head above the top actually quietly and silently appeared a number of black holes, and hastened to remind loudly, beware of the mechanism above. Change formation. 3 people side defense. Head up shield defense. Quick. The 4 people of Unloading Ridge were originally highly concentrated, and when they suddenly heard Chu Yuan's words, they subconsciously changed their formation. It was mainly because of Chu Yuan's excellent performance during this period of time that he had gained the conviction of the people of Unloading Ridge, and it was this action that had unintentionally saved the lives of several people, only to see a short crossbow arrow shot above the head of the 4 people. The speed is as fast as the stream of light. If it is not a timely defense, I am afraid that the end is hard to predict. Huarong in the rear was originally nervous, but when he saw that no one was injured after the formation change, he looked at Chu Yuan gratefully. Even the audience of the live broadcast, so nervous that they didn't even have time to send a pop-up screen, fearing that they would miss the wonderful picture if they were not careful. Everyone knew very well that if this was in ancient times, where would a normal shield be able to withstand arrows of this strength and density? I'm afraid I would have been shot into a hedgehog long ago. Chief General, why does this pass look similar to the urn tunnel from 2 years ago? Should it be? Xiao Wu saw his brothers risking their lives to break through the barrier, and his nervous palms were sweating, but the deja vu mechanism made his mind alarmed. Huarong is also frowning at this moment. His face violently changed. High voice reminded, all be careful and wear masks. There could be a mercury formation up ahead. Hearing Huarong's reminder, the unloading Ridge's 4-member squad became even more cautious, looking around vigilantly and moving forward slowly. Boy, the strength of this organ in exchange for ordinary people would have hung up. I guess little brother, this body to go up is also bad enough. That is, nowadays technology is developed. This explosion-proof shield is called a divine weapon to break the organs in the tomb. If not for the strict control, I would like to have a few. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upstairs brothers do not impulse. If you find an ancient tomb, call me one. In my northern faction of the gold touching the school, I'll be damned. All calm down. Watching the live broadcast, look, little brother is going to make a move. Chu Yuan looked at the slowly fading hole in the wall, and his expression relaxed, pointing ahead and speaking to the crowd in a deep voice. The mechanism ahead has been lifted. The entrance is ahead. As soon as his words fell, someone from the 4-member squad that was scouting the path immediately shouted, Chief General, it's safe. There's a stone door here. Fatty put away his engineer's shovel and asked with an astonished face, little brother, your damn eyes are so good. You can see it from so far away. Regarding the fatty's marvel, Chu Yuan secretly said in his heart, the night-eye talent of Chen Yulo's companion understands, but on his lips, he said modestly, I've had 2 eyesight since I was a kid, so don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and get it looked at. Seeing Chu Yuan say this, Fatty didn't care. He smiled and followed Chu Yuan closely. At this time it was still important to hug the thigh. When the people came to the end of the tunnel, there really stood a trace-modeled stone door, on which 2 confused statues were carved, which should be similar to the existence of a door god. Chu Yuan looked towards the 2 sides of the stone door and did not find any obvious mechanism. It seemed to be a one-way blockade stone door. Little brother, is this the entrance to the chamber? Huarong stood beside Chu Yuan, his expression filled with excitement, and while surveying the stone door, he opened his mouth to ask. Chu Yuan shook his head and did not answer immediately. Instead, he pressed his ear against the stone door and slightly knocked on it with his right hand. After a long time, he then withdrew his movements and mused. This should be a long way from the crypt, but behind the stone door is a lot of space. If I'm not mistaken, behind this stone door, there should be a larger piece of underground palace, most likely where the underworld palace is. When the crowd heard this, they all revealed a look of delight. After all, Chu Yuan's ability was obvious to all. Finally finding the Bottle Mountain ancient tomb. When they thought of the encounters during this period of time, when everyone explored the Bottle Mountain ancient tomb, and thought of the brother devil who had died before, many of them instantly had a feeling of weeping with joy. The joy on Huarong's face flickered before he calmly asked, little brother, does this door have a mechanism? Chapter 71, Fighting the Centipede in Nuqing Xiangxi. Chu Yuan shook his head inside. This is supposed to be an escape hatch, built by people to pit grave repairers against each other, usually to hide the secrets of ancient tombs. Most of them are one-way doors. Huarong didn't give up. Turning his head to Xiao Wu, he ordered, have the people from the demolition team come over, bring explosives, and blow the door open for me. Chu Yuan thought for a moment and added to Huarong, after all, this place is against the foot of the mountain, surrounded by wet soil, so put in fewer doses. Huarong gently nodded his head. This point of blasting he is still confident. We must know that the unloading of the ridge force has always relied on the force to break the tomb. The most skillful is the mechanical tomb breaking and blasting. Within a few minutes, he saw 2 unloading ridge rexes rush over, holding a few miniature time bombs in their hands. The crowd moved out of the way and stepped back, and with some maneuvering on the part of the 2 men, the time bomb had been installed. Chu Yuan signaled to the team of 4 holding blast shields to stay 5 meters away from the stone door and raise their shields to prevent damage from flying sand. After timing the time bomb, the 2 quickly ran away to hide behind the blast shield and looked at their watches for the time. Boom! With a loud explosion, the stone door was instantly blown apart, and for a time, smoke filled the air and debris flew across the room. Chu Yuan's explosion-proof shield arranged in advance solo blocked a lot of flying sand and stones from the front. Otherwise few people would have been hit by stray stones. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked at the light. The original stone door has disappeared. A huge underground space into the eyes. Looking up, there was an alabaster-paved avenue through the sky, while a spectacular palace was faintly visible at its end. The two sides of the heavenly avenue were neatly arranged with a giant pillar towering in the sky, with a golden disc dragon pattern carved on the pillar, as if it was alive and circling around the pillar continuously. There was an exquisite long bright lamp arranged between each giant pillar, and at this moment, as the stone door was blown open, the long bright lamps inside the underground palace unexpectedly lit up on their own, illuminating the surrounding area. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene, their eyes filled with a shocked look. Old Taoist Chui in the back twirled his beard and softly exclaimed, "The palace opens at the end of the 9 heavens, and all the nations pay homage to the tassel." It was rare for Fatty to nod his head and agree with him. Even the floor tiles were alabaster. Fatty felt his knees go weak and couldn't help but feel the urge to make a pilgrimage in his heart. Chu Yuan's night-eye talent was fully opened at this time. He could see farther than anyone else. This was clearly a dungeon built in the belly of a mountain. In the depths of the underground palace, vaguely there are several large halls. Looking at the scale and establishment is not much behind the palace in front of us. On top of that, there was a dark and ghostly crack deep in the depths of the underground palace, so deep that one could vaguely hear a hint of running water gurgling. There was also a stone arch bridge built over this crack, which appeared to be a natural fissure. Chu Yuan knew that this should be the underground dark river, and at the same time, it was also a passageway for the 6-winged centipede to freely enter and exit. Hua Rong let out a deep breath, trying hard to restrain the longing in his heart, and said to Xiao Wu with a serious face, "Have the brethren bring over all the new Qing chickens, and in addition push a few carts of lime and poison avoidance agents in case of a poisonous insect infestation." After Xiao Wu answered the promise, he picked up his cell phone and began to contact the unloading ridge disciples who were outside the cave. Just as the crowd waited, Fatty's eyes burned at the alabaster-filled ground, almost drooling. What kind of general can build such an opulent mausoleum? Thinking of this, he asked Chu Yuan directly, "Little brother, how much do you think this dungeon alone must be worth? Isn't this the tomb of a Yuan dynasty general? I'm afraid that the establishment in scale is no less than that of an ordinary emperor's tomb." Chu Yuan shook his head and pointed at the palace in the distance and explained, "This dungeon was built by the emperor for alchemy, and this white jade is because jade is the gas that contains the spirit also, which can help in alchemy and add precious gas. A mere Yuan dynasty general, what virtue and ability would have a mausoleum of such a scale? I'm afraid that the Yuan dynasty general's tomb occupies this place and just falls into the duty of guarding the alchemy dojo." Fatty heard a sudden great disappointment. After half a day, this Yuan dynasty great general feelings is to the alchemy dojo as a security guard. Ah, so it's the gatekeeper's goods, but it doesn't matter. The value of unearthing this dungeon is certainly not small. Seeing that Fatty was starting to imagine the rewards of the Archaeological Academy, Chu Yuan was speechless. "Nima, let's finish off the 6-winged centipede first. What's more, there was a more ruthless character than the 6-winged centipede in the depths of the Dan well underneath this dungeon, and he was still restless even in death." Suddenly, a rooster crow broke the silence of the scene. Chu Yuan looked back and saw a team of unloading ridge disciples carrying large backpacks, slowly walking towards the underground palace. "Oh, Chicken's army is here to kill." With Hua Rong's order, the 100 or so bamboo baskets were lined up facing the underground palace, and the people went up to untie them in turn. In an instant, a majestic chicken brother let out an ear-splitting chirp, as if a tiger had come out of its cage, fluttered its wings and ran quickly toward the underground palace. The first of the group, an angry harvest chicken, flashed quickly and ran right in front of the group of chickens. Its crown was as bright red as blood, and its body was strong and sturdy. It was the raging harvest chicken that carried the phoenix seed, crowned the whole field and bursting with fighting power. Just as the angry harvest chickens were cock-crowing, there were rustling sounds coming from all sides of the underground palace, from the pillars, from the cracks in the walls, only to see countless small centipedes, as if hearing the gathering horn, densely drilling out. In an instant, the entire underground palace at a glance, the ground is full of poisonous centipedes. LOL. Accompanied by a shout from the phoenix breed raging harvest chicken, these 1,000 or so raging harvest chickens bravely rushed forward to the position of the poisonous centipede. The narrow way is the way to go. At this moment, the two parties, the Nuching chicken and the centipede, as if they were two armies facing each other on a battlefield in ancient times, began to charge and fight, a battle of heavenly enemies. For a while, chickens flew everywhere in the underground palace, sometimes using their beaks, sometimes using their claws, coming and going high, and their movements were erratic. The centipede's attack was too one-dimensional. crawling towards the raging harvest chicken as if it were a deadly charge, looking for places where it could be poisoned. Luckily, these raging chickens are well raised by the local people, and their thick feathers insulate them from many of the centipede's toxins. Centipede, who had an unfavorable first attack, could only watch as he was thrown off by Chicken, who in contrast was in high morale. At once, the centipede army suffered heavy losses in the first round, and the dense centipede swarm was urgently divided into areas, each fighting on its own, surrounding the point. What a bunch of chicken thieves these raging chickens are, and they know tactics? Fatty watched as a group of chicken brothers went on a rampage. This battle scene, not to mention the crowd present, the countless netizens in the live broadcast room are watching in awe. Can't help but praise Chicken greatly. Chicken is awesome. Personal heroism not to mention. This will even play tactics. I am humanly dumbfounded that the first battle I actually saw in my lifetime was Chicken versus the poison centipede. What's the difference between this TM and two armies facing each other? The main general leading the charge, motivating morale and moving forward. Epic battle. The Chinese people's belligerent gene molecules are TM flowing into Chicken's body. Capitalized admiration. If I were Chicken's main general, I would have made full use of Chicken's mobility to detour and encircle around the back, killing Centipede in one fell swoop. My day. It's starting to play tactical. It's so damn dirty. I'm holding out for Centipede. Of course, there were also quite a few nooching chickens with insufficient bloodline and limited poison resistance, and they would also be surrounded and killed by the swarming centipedes over a long period of time. But such battle losses were a clear advantage to the overall battlefield, especially under the leadership and command of the Phoenix breed raging harvest chicken. There was not much time left for the poisoned centipede to counterattack, and the only thing that Chu Yuan regretted was that up until this point, the six-winged centipede had not even shown up. Chu Yuan knew that the centipedes with no leader in the group could not fight the Phoenix seed raging chicken, and as expected, not a moment later, facing the strong attack of the chicken buddies, many centipedes started to retreat at the sight of the situation, heading for the cracks in the wall. Completely routed, the Phoenix breed angry clear chicken looked at the fleeing centipedes and excitedly raised its voice to the sky, and instantly, the entire underground palace resounded with the sound of the chicken's victory. This hardy chicken versus centipede lasted less than half an hour, and in the end, the angry chicken side won perfectly. The crowd looked at the centipede corpses all over the ground with excitement, and the big stone hanging in their hearts finally settled down. Chapter 72, The Dragon Sword in Front of the Infinite Palace. As Fatty saw the centipede's defeat, he couldn't help but marvel at old Taoist Shui. This is really a divine chicken. Good means. Fat Master is completely convinced. At this point in time, there were only 100 or so new Qing chickens surviving on the battlefield, and many of them were sacrificed with the backlash of the centipede poison, so it was evident that the battlefield was tragic. Hua Rong scanned the battlefield and commanded the unloading ridge crowd behind him. Xiaowu, have the brothers sprinkle all the lime they brought with them in the temple. Beware of poisonous backlash, and arrange for lighting. Understood, Xiao Wu responded in a loud voice, turning around to immediately arrange for the spreading of lime and arranging for people to put on the lights. Huarong saw that there were still some nooching chickens surviving at the scene, so he hurriedly instructed unloading and the others to put the chickens back into their backpacks, so that these chicken buddies could have a good rest, which was a credit to them. Fatty looked at Feng Seed and his eyes went straight. There was no way. This chicken was just too good. He could fight alone and still command the battle. It's a rare genius. Maybe the combat power of a single soldier is higher than even Commander Hu. The Fat Master eyes greedy. If you can have such an assistant, the General Small Poison in the future grave is not a handful. Thinking of this, the fat man licked his smiling face and took the initiative to find old Taoist Shui, courteously chatting, but also really Sima Zhaosher. Not a moment later, the lights had been installed, and immediately illuminated the entire underground palace. And for a while the various gems on the giant pillars glittered under the lights. The people watching couldn't shake their eyes. It was really a treasure. Fatty looked directly staggered and asked for advice from old Taoist Shui who was beside him. Senior, these gems have to be worth old value. Old Taoist Shui waved his duster and explained with a slight nod. The antique artifacts here are the royal family's finest at first glance, and are worth a fortune. You see here in the underground palace the anger surges unceasingly. These ancient things are as new as ever. The value is simply incalculable. Chu Yuan did not feel much for these ancient objects. He saw the centipede dispersing and came straight to the palace at the end of the road. It was an empty hall with a 2-meter-high alchemy furnace placed in the center. Just by looking at the complex patterns on the alchemy furnace, one could tell that this object was unusual. This is the passageway to the Dan Well. Chu Yuan secretly memorized it in his heart, came to the corner door on the side of the palace and went through it. Another large hall came into view, and on the plaque at the top of the hall were the 3 big words Infinite Hall. It seemed that this was the Great Hall at the very bottom of the Bottle Mountain crack, and it was also the place where the crowd had returned to without any success 3 days ago. Is that something, little brother? I don't know. When Hua Rong came to Chu Yuan's side, seeing him looking at the infinite hall and staring blankly, he gently touched Chu Yuan and asked, "This shouldn't be a trap for a false tomb of doubtful graves. It seems that this really isn't a Yuan dynasty general's tomb, but we still can't act rashly." After saying that, Chu Yuan pointed to a large crack not far away. Seeing this large crack, Hua Rong's face was heavy. With his insightful experience, he naturally thought of the six-winged centipede. "This is the abode of the six-winged centipede?" Hua Rong asked in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that the six-winged centipede could very well be surviving underneath this large crack. Chu Yuan nodded his head and pointed at the open space in front of the infinite hall's gate with a serious expression. "I know that your unloading ridge has a dragon blade technique that specializes in dealing with large walking beasts, so it's better to set up here again." Hua Rong nodded without hesitation. This dragon knife art is frankly in the ground fixed layers of sharp edges. Against centipedes such reptiles more effective, specializing in injuring their abdominal vitals. Thinking of the six-winged centipede's huge and sword impenetrable body, Hua Rong immediately felt a sense of urgency and hastily said hello. Hua Rong then went to arrange matters related to the arrangement of the dragon blade formation. Just as Hua Rong had just left, suddenly several sneaky silhouettes fell into Chu Yuan's line of sight. Surprisingly, it was Yang Sihai and a few cousins from his own family. These people were actually walking towards the immeasurable hall. They were really bold. "Big brother, where exactly is the alchemy room of this Bottle Mountain? This underground palace is almost done strolling around, but the alchemy room is nowhere to be seen." "Yes, we came here for the pills inside this time. The old family master's poison is about to be suppressed. In my opinion, why don't we take the initiative to subdue Chu Yuan? This guy is good at searching for dragons and splitting gold, and cracking the organs. With him around we're sure to find it." Yang Sihai heard the words of his three cousins in his ears. His heart became even more annoyed and he couldn't help but shout, "All shut up, you girl brain broken. This TM has a live webcast. Go subdue Chu Yuan. You still think it's the Republic of China? Search these great halls well for me. I'll go test Chu Yuan. Remember, this place is not like home. Don't cause trouble for me." Looking at Yang Sihai's hidden eyes, a few people were immediately terrified in their hearts. They had seen this big brother's methods before. Thinking of this, several people busily nodded their heads, saying that they would definitely act cautiously. When Yang Sihai saw that several people had the right attitude, he loosened his frown and solemnly instructed again. "I reiterate once again, the main purpose of this time is to seize the precious pills within the alchemy room, and I will directly abolish anyone who screws up." After saying that, Yang Sihai waved his hand at a few people, signaling them to search for traces of alchemy chambers inside these great halls. As for himself, he looked at Chu Yuan, who was not far away, and with a flash of color in his eyes, he slowly walked towards him. When Chu Yuan saw that Yang Sihai was actually walking towards him, his heart was moved. These people are not weak, so perhaps they can deal with the six-winged centipede together. However, old Taoist Chui's phoenix seed chicken brother had to be borrowed over. This one was able to single-handedly take on the six-winged centipede's master. If he had the help of the dragon blade technique and chicken, together with Su Sihai's few people and himself, Chu Yuan had the confidence to get the six-winged centipede killed. He was just about to go looking for old Taoist Chui, when he saw the fat man bumbling towards him, carrying a big backpack. "Wasn't it just chicken? Ha ha, little brother. Old Taoist Chui promised to give me this chicken king. Wahahaha, from now on, Master Fatty will also be an expert on one side." Fatty Wong's smile like a spring breeze directly looked silly. Chu Yuan cannot be. Chui Lao Dao actually really give the chicken brother to the fat man. Impossible. Nor does it make sense. Asterisk. This dead fat guy. He wouldn't have promised the other side any conditions, right? And then brought me along with him in a good way? Looking at the fat man smile vaguely a little uneasy, Chu Yuan was a little dumbfounded. He can understand the fat master too much. Little brother. Elder Chui asked me to give this chicken king to me by agreeing to his one condition. It's to explore a tomb with him. I have promised Senior Chui. After all, take care of the old senior well. Should be, and after the end of Bottle Mountain, you are not also idle. I promise to take you along to see the world. Don't say brother doesn't take care of you, but I promised old Hu to take good care of you, the fat man said in a pretense of bravado, and while saying so, he also put his arm around Chu Yuan's shoulders in a manner that was for your own good. Know that this dead fat man is not reliable. This Chui Lao Dao is half of the Moving Mountain Taoist. He is good friends with the Moving Mountain Taoist, and he knows what the other party wants to do with his ass. Really, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Although Chu Yuan needed to go down to the tomb to raise his popularity value, but this passive situation was something he did not like. However, at this time, dealing with the six-winged centipede was of utmost importance, and the matter of Chui Laodao's tomb exploration would be discussed later. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan rolled his eyes at Fatty, took the back basket and opened it, only to see that the Chicken King was squinting and sleeping, worthy of being the king of angry chicken. He eats, sleeps and fights centipedes. Upon hearing a movement, the Chicken King came to his senses and slowly opened his eyes, looking at Chu Yuan with two glowing eyes. Chu Yuan squatted down and gazed at the raging chicken with a grave expression, not caring if the other party could understand, and said in a deep voice, "I know you have an extraordinary nature. You can break the demonic gas and poisonous mirage, and break the demons and phantoms. Today's line, just now, is just an appetizer. Later there will be a life and death battle. What you have the ability to show all. Don't spoil your Chicken King's prestige." After saying that, Chu Yuan covered the backpack again and let the Chicken King rest well first. Raging Chicken King, not to mention Nooching Chicken King, was confused. Even the countless netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused. Can chickens hear human words? Maybe Chu Yuan also did not expect that this move that he just conversed about the Chicken King was captured by the drone, immediately causing the live broadcast to boil. Explosion. The little brother is actually talking to the chicken. Subverted the three views. This angry clear chicken can understand it? He's talking to a cow. This new Ching chicken has an extraordinary bloodline and has been with humans for a long time, so it might actually be able to understand it. Little brother, chicken is going to fight the six-winged centipede for everyone. You have to protect chicken. Chicken brothers, there are even humans. Pu me. I'll sue you for Pu me. 5 stars from the brothers passing by. Please. Chapter 73, The Mysterious Dewdrops of Life and Death. Mr. Chu, Master Fatty, so you're here. The chief general found a stone gate and invited you to go over and take a look. Xiao Wu Shuang panted and ran to the front of the two. Looking anxious, Chu Yuan's heart moved. So it was Little Flower who discovered the tunnel leading to the ancient tomb of the Yuan dynasty great general. That road is not safe. Xiao Wu, lead the way. This channel is related to Xiangxi Corpse King. This area Corpse King Chu Yuan did not rest assured in the heart. But now this is to deal with the six-winged centipede critical juncture. He does not want to make trouble. He had originally planned to take care of the six-winged centipede first, before taking care of the mutated white apes in the wild, and finally fighting the Xiangxi Corpse King. If Hua Rong and the others were allowed to break into the tomb of the Corpse King of Xiangxi, they would have to face attacks from both the Corpse King and the six-winged centipede at the same time. Chu Yuan agreed without hesitation at that moment. He didn't want to face a situation where he was attacked from the back. Little brother, wait for me. When Fatty saw the two leave, he hurriedly put Raging Chicken King on his back and hurriedly followed. Not far away, Su Sihai heard the conversation between the two. His heart moved, and he also quietly followed. He was worried that he couldn't find the location of the alchemy room, and this stone door that Unloading and the others found might be the entrance to the alchemy room. 5 minutes later, Chu Yuan saw Hua Rong and the others in front of an ancient stone door, which had already been opened by Unloading Ridge's people. Looking at everyone's hesitant appearance, Chu Yuan knew that these people were worried that there would be some kind of powerful mechanism inside the door. Little brother, you're here. This stone door. Chu Yuan looked around and found that the ground was sprinkled with lime, and when he looked inward along the gate, he did not find anything unusual. This underground palace is connected in all directions. Perhaps this is one of the passages. I'll go in first and explore. After saying that, Chu Yuan carried the black gold ancient sword in his right hand and held the phosphorus cylinder high in his left hand as he cautiously eased his way forward. Hua Rong hurriedly rushed to the side of the two. Unloading the Ridge Force slightly nodded. The two people will understand. Immediately carrying 2 buckets of lime powder, carefully followed Chu Yuan behind the spreading of lime. Xiao Wu saw this and wanted to follow him over, and when he was halfway there, he was stopped by Hua Rong reaching out and turning to look at him with deep meaning in his eyes and opened his mouth. Keep an eye on this side, and set up the dragon blade formation as soon as possible. I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, Hua Rong looked at Fatty and the others beside him with an expressionless face, then walked in with a flashlight. Fatty and Chui Lao Dao looked at each other after a glance, but also with a heavy face to follow in. As for the others, looking at the tiger gawking at the unloading of the Ridge crowd, but also can only hard to follow. Chu Yuan walked right in front of him, and after a certain distance, without finding any danger from the mechanism, he put away his precious sword. The hairy mounded fingers of his right hand gently touched the wall, probing it for any other mechanisms as he went. At this time, Hua Rong and the others at the back had already caught up with Chu Yuan's footsteps, and at the same time, the passages along the road had also been installed with lighting fixtures. At once, the scene within the entire passageway was clearly seen by the crowd. It was a circular tunnel, and the walls on both sides were covered with traces of cuts from swords and spears, so it seemed that a great battle had taken place here a long time ago. The top of the tunnel was crisscrossed with several collapsed stone pillars, covered with cobwebs and webs, so it looked like no one had entered for a long time. Walking through it, one could not see the end of the tunnel at the turn at a glance, and the long distance seemed as if one could walk endlessly. The crowd continued to walk forward for another 10 minutes or so under Chu Yuan's leadership, without anyone speaking along the way, only the sound of everyone's footsteps hurrying to catch up. At this moment, within the silent space, a sound of hurried footsteps actually gave someone a different kind of oppressive feeling, especially, after walking for so long, they still hadn't seen the end of the curved tunnel, which couldn't help but make the hearts of the group a little less peaceful. Suddenly, looking along the light, Chu Yuan realized that there was a trace of crystalline spider silk sticking out from under the collapsed beams in front of him, and a white dewdrop slowly fell down the spider silk. Just the moment Chu Yuan approached, he again realized that there was surprisingly more than just one spider silk. There were actually more than a dozen spider silks in this small area, with a dewdrop hanging below each of them. Chu Yuan hurriedly made a stop gesture, backhandedly pulled out his black gold ancient blade, and slowly caught the dewdrops downwind of the spider silk. White transparent, like a mass of what animal saliva. There is a faint fishy odor. Looking at this, Chu Yuan's heart vaguely have a kind of uneasiness. He felt that he should have neglected something. Little brother, look, there's actually a mural on the wall here. Fatty's exclamation suddenly interrupted Chu Yuan's thoughts. Looking in the direction of Fatty's finger, sure enough, a clear mural could indeed be seen on the wall not far ahead. Seeing the crowd swarming up to him, Chu Yuan shook his wrist, shook off the dew on his sword, and slowly sheathed it before following. What came into view was an extra-long mural, headed by a surprisingly beautiful and elegant-looking woman. Looking further back, surprisingly, the walls on both sides were carved with fairy-like figures, and there were even images of auspicious clouds flying into the sky. When Fatty Wang saw it, the corners of his mouth spread with a smile as he looked at Chu Yuan, who was walking over, and teased, "Little brother, what's wrong with this tomb owner? How come all the paintings are of beautiful women? This can't be the emperor's harem of 3,000 beauties, right?" After Chu Yuan scanned the circle, he shook his head and said leisurely, "After the Qin Shi Huang unified the world, by the warring states of the sons of the Taoist gods and goddesses of the idea is quite deep. Life for the search of immortality tour, death to raise the wind of thick burial. The Han inherited the Qin system, and in the Han dynasty, those emperors were even more enthusiastic about the words of the immortal Fengshi, the art of long life and long sight. So these Qin and Han murals are all about exorcisms and epidemics and auspicious ascents." Fatty nodded his head and spat. "You don't even know enough when you're the emperor, and you still want to live forever. I poo-poo. You can't die of beauty." Roar! Suddenly a loud roar came from the position behind the crowd, along with bursts of panicked footsteps of the crowd as well as shrieks. "Oh no! It's the underground palace. It looks like the six-winged centipede has come out. Quickly everyone retreat back." Chu Yuan's face changed dramatically when he heard this familiar voice. He knew that it must be the Yang family's people who had encountered the six-winged centipede in the Infinite Hall. Hua Rong immediately faced anxious look. "We must know that this will be the periphery of the underground palace. Can be unloading Ling's brothers? These people are Chongsheng Mountain absolute elite. If deaths and injuries did occur, it would be a great damage to both him and unloading Ridge." Thinking of this, Hua Rong waved his hand to signal the crowd to retreat back. Just at this time, suddenly a Miao family toff trembled and covered his mouth and nose, shaking his head and screaming miserably. Before the crowd could react, this person fell headfirst to the ground, face to the ground, motionless, and actually did not breathe in an instant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fat man exclaimed in shock and trembled as he turned the man over with an engineer's shovel, and the crowd realized that the man had long since been disfigured. His face looked as if it had been cauterized in an instant, the flesh and blood of his face incinerated, supporting the eerie jawbone underneath, especially the two empty eyes, as if they had been sucked up by something that had sucked up all the essence and blood, leaving only skin and bones. Hiss! This kind of horrible change immediately let the surrounding people suck a breath of cold air. Too tragic. In the end, what is so vicious? Scary as hell. This horrified death was even more horrifying than being poisoned by a centipede into a puddle of pus and blood 3 days ago. The most critical thing is that we still do not know what is harmful to people. This kind of no trace is called the most afraid. The crowd had stepped backward, wanting to get away from this person. Only Chu Yuan's eyes stared, vaguely seeing that there seemed to be something subtle traveling within this person's eyes. He was just about to walk up to check it out when suddenly another wail of fear from behind him caught his attention. Turning to look, it turned out to be one of the unloaded Ling Louis who had scattered the lime just now, also trembling and constantly scratching his face with his hands. just as the Miao family's Tufu-zi had done just now. It was as if something was gnawing at his face, and he couldn't help but use his hands to stop it, to no avail. Then in a short time of less than 3 seconds, he was not breathing, and his face was exactly the same as the death of the Miao family's Tufu-zi. Fatty Wang still wanted to go forward to check the details. Who knew that this person even shook his body, like a zombie in a foreign movie? Luckily, the corpse only moved a few times before it stopped moving. Move! Chu Yuan bellowed, instantly sobering up the crowd that was still in shock, rolling and screaming towards the original path. Until this moment, Chu Yuan finally remembered what the hell it was. He didn't linger for a moment, and transported his body method to follow closely behind the crowd, preparing to evacuate. Ratings are starting to go up. Give it a 5-star review if you're passing by, please. Chapter 74, The Six-Winged Heavenly Dragon is now infinite. Come on. Hua Rong, who was traveling in a hurry inside the tomb passage, anxiously turned around and greeted the unloading brothers behind him to hurry up and evacuate. The crowd had just come out when they saw the unloading disciples inside the underground palace running in the direction of the infinite hall. Hua Rong looked stunned and casually pulled over a panicked unloading disciple. What happened? That disciple was still a bit panicked, but when he saw Hua Rong, his eyes instantly lit up and he hurriedly explained. Chief General, you guys are out? It's Brother Xiao Wu. Found a giant centipede spirit over there. Need support. At this time, Chu Yuan also retreated from the stone door and shouted to Fatty Wang. Fatty, block the door. Little flower. I'm afraid that the back of this stone door will lead to an extremely dangerous place. So let's take care of the six-winged centipede before we continue exploring. Chu Yuan couldn't wait for Hua Rong to reply and directly asked Fatty to make a move to lock the door. Hua Rong frowned slightly at the sight and was about to say something when suddenly, one of the unloading ridge disciples behind him suddenly shouted out. Hands as if drowning travelers, desperately scratching their own face. In less than 3 breaths, but also with the 2 dead in the tunnel in general, the face is completely different from the horror of death. This change instantly caused the crowd to scatter, looking at the people around them with guarded faces. Little brother, look, what the hell is that? After Fatty closed the stone door, he exclaimed in shock as he looked at the fallen unburdening Rex. It was then that the crowd realized the subtle condition of this person's face, only to see that it seemed as if there were countless tiny white worms moving around on his face. Vomit. Many people saw this frightening aspect, especially the small white worm that was still slowly wriggling, and felt their stomachs turn over. A few people even saw it as if their own faces were also a little itchy and couldn't help but scratch them with their hands, scaring the bystanders away. Chu Yuan did not feel disgusted, walked up and after carefully checking some, explained to the crowd. It turns out that all that slime in the passage is centipede eggs, so it must be borrowing a human being as a host body, sucking blood essence, and then breaking out of the cocoon when the time is ripe. Fatty nodded in realization and concurred. That means this centipede egg is nothing if it hasn't burrowed into the skin and flesh or the 5 senses. Hua Rong also reacted at this time and spoke aloud to the crowd. Everyone, there are many centipede eggs in the tomb passage at this time. I will arrange for the unloading ridge disciples to clean them up, while everyone else will follow me to deal with the 6-winged centipede. He also ignored whether the others agreed, and directly said to the several unloading ridge disciples beside him with a solemn face, arrange for men to burn the centipede eggs to death with fire, and then use lime to plug up all the cracks. Roar! Right at this moment, another centipede roar came from the distance, while there were also quite a few people's cries of alarm mixed in. Chu Yuan's complexion was startled as he backhandedly drew out his black gold ancient sword and took large strides in the direction of the commotion. Hua Rong hurriedly greeted the crowd and quickly followed. Time back to 40 minutes ago. At the same time that Chu Yuan and the others were exploring the tomb passage of the underground palace, the 3 Yang brothers had already slipped into the infinite hall while no one was paying attention. Just after stepping into the infinite hall, a solemn and dignified atmosphere came to the surface, and the floor was made of smooth stone slabs that made a crisp sound when walking on it. The light inside the hall was dim. Huge stone pillars supported the towering roof of the hall, and the surface of the walls, beams and pillars were painted with exquisite murals, which, after countless years of erosion, were surprisingly still able to keep their colors bright and vivid. A huge alchemy furnace stood enshrined in the center of the hall. It was 2 to 3 meters tall and its body was carved with mysterious runes and patterns. The material of the alchemy furnace was not gold or stone, emitting an ethereal blue luster, and the lid of the furnace was inlaid with various gemstones above it, glittering with a brilliant light. Brother, this alchemy furnace is also too generous. Look at the exquisite patterns and gems on it. Do you think this thing is worth money? Yang Laosan, as the youngest of the 3, following his brothers, inverted not much, to see what things feel new and strange. Oh, worth a fortune? It is worth a lot of money. Our old man also made pills. Alchemy furnace I saw as a child. This level of alchemy furnace can be called a national treasure is not too much. Hearing his little brother's question, Boss Yang replied absent-mindedly. Boss Yang's attention was also on the Bagua alchemy furnace at the center of the hall at this time. His eyes filled with a look of fascination and greed. This to be able to move out, how good. But the thought of now is the unloading of the ridges. Huarong is in charge. Suddenly some of the heart is absent. Brother, this alchemy furnace for the time being can't compete with the unloading of the ridge. That's the frescoes on the beams and pillars. It can always be worth old some money, right? Yang Laosan stared at the mural carvings above his head and said with a longing expression. Since ancient times there have been alchemists who have left their families and careers behind and spent their lives cultivating immortality and alchemy in order to be able to ascend and become immortal in a golden body, living with the sun and moon in heaven and earth. The sight of ascension carved on this beam is nothing more than the thoughts of these fengshi. It's not worth anything. When Yang Laosan saw his elder brother say this, his spirit immediately wilted and he said breathlessly, "We can't just go down to the tomb to look for the elixir, right? We've come here, so we can't let our brothers make a trip for nothing." "Shut up, Junior." Hearing this, Boss Yang's face changed violently. After looking around, he didn't find any bystanders before he approached and lowered his voice. "Don't say such asshole words casually in the future. If Brother Sihai hears about it, he won't be spared a whipping." When Yang Laosan heard this, his body trembled and he instantly bowed his head in silence, showing the prestige of Yang Sihai amongst the several people. Old Yang De gently patted his shoulder, and only then did he turn around and ask softly, "Where is your second brother? Where did he go?" "Big brother, third brother, I'm over here." Suddenly a gruff voice sounded behind them, but when the two of them sniffed and looked, they were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. Looking at his elder brother and third brother's expressions were not right. Yang Laoer also reacted at this time. He stood still and did not dare to move. His eyes looked at young Boss as if seeking help. Boss Yang had followed the old man of his family in exploring many deep mountain tombs and quickly regained his composure, making a silent and calm gesture to him. He then slowly took out the broad-bladed knife in his hand and pointed to the top of his head. Tick! Suddenly a pile of saliva fell down from the roof, right on Yang Laoer's face. A fishy odor came to his nose, almost didn't make him faint. "What the hell is this? What the hell are you eating that smells so bad?" Yang Laoer forced himself to endure the discomfort in his heart and could only spit in his heart. He also sensed that there was something above his head and did not dare to move casually. Looking at the expressions of his brothers, he guessed that the guy overhead must be the six-winged centipede that he had seen a glimpse of a few days ago. Thinking of this, he slowly moved his feet, his right hand slowly reaching for his waist, wanting to draw his sword to defend himself. At this moment, the six-winged centipede's entire body was hovering over the huge pillar of the infinite hall, and howled as it circled down the pillar. Opening his bloody mouth, he moved as fast as lightning and rushed towards Yang Laoer, who was directly underneath him, his fishy mouth wind blowing on Yang Laoer's face. A wave of dizziness and vertigo came over him, and he actually stayed where he was, not moving a muscle. It's poisoned. Laosan, attract its attention. Boss Yang reacted quickly and flew up in a fitful step, pouncing on the six-winged centipede just in the nick of time as it swallowed Boss Yang. At the same time, a thick machete came from far away and heavily smashed into the six-winged centipede's back. Although it failed to cause him any harm, it did cause the six-winged centipede to divert its attention and roar angrily as it rushed towards Yang Laosan. "Laosan, run outside and get to unloading." Seeing that his brother underneath him was still in a daze, and that he definitely couldn't deal with this giant, Boss Yang immediately opened his mouth and reminded him, "Unloading Ling is crowded, and Huarong Chu Yuan and the others have extraordinary skills, so they can just deal with this thing." Hearing his elder brother's reminder, Yang Laosan's complexion moved and with a loud shout on his lips, he violently rushed towards the outside of the immeasurable hall with a nimble stride. Seeing the prey of his mouth escaping, where was the six-winged centipede willing to do so? Manipulating his huge body, roaring angrily and nimbly chasing after him. Ratings are desperately needed at a critical time. 5 stars from a passing brother, please. Chapter 75, The Six-Winged Centipede Meets the Heroes. Roar! The roar that came from within the infinite hall startled the people of Unloading Ridge who were arranging the dragon blade formation, and the group was filled with a look of being at a loss for words. "Quick, go inform the chief general. It's the great centipede coming out." The Unloading Ridge disciple who had seen the six-winged centipede 3 days ago was familiar with the sound of the sky-shattering roar, and shouted and rushed to the people beside him. Boom! Suddenly, the door of the infinite hall was instantly knocked apart. A figure flew out of the infinite hall in a sorry state, directly flying out more than 3 meters away and landing heavily on the front steps of the hall. It was clearly Yang Laosan, who had attracted the six-winged centipede's attention just now, but after all, his flesh was mortal. After such a collision of the six-winged centipede, all of a sudden, his internal organs were like shifted. The pain was incomparable, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Put. You mad. He climbed up with difficulty, trembling with some dizziness, barely seeing the crowd of unloading ridge not far away. Yang Laosan forced to endure the severe pain in his abdomen, limping toward them. The brothers of unloading just walked 4 or 5 meters. Yang Laosan manipulated a hoarse voice to unloading the ridge to ask for help. The words have not finished, but found that the unloading of the ridge of the crowd motionless looking at their own back, face full of horror. This familiar look is like the look he gave to his own second brother not long ago. It's over, Yang Laosan muttered. And then he felt a fishy wind coming from above his head, and when he trembled and looked up, in an instant, it felt like the sky had gone black, and a sharp pain that drilled into his heart came from his neck, leaving him instantly senseless. Gulp. Unloading Ling crowd watched the oldest member of the Young family being swallowed alive by the other party, and they were so scared that they could not help but gulp. This 6-winged centipede has good teeth. Laosan, I'll fight you. Boss Yang's handheld machete just went out of the door of the temple. He saw the scene in front of his eyes of Jarius, and instantly a hot blood rushed to his head, letting him leap up without fear. His great sword slashed at the 6-winged centipede with the momentum of forcefully splitting the huashan. He wanted to take revenge. Blood revenge. Crunch! The 6-winged centipede that was enjoying its food heard the commotion and instantly turned around, chewing on its food while making teeth-grinding noises, its eyes staring morosely at the visitor, only to see that it actually utilized the strength of its tail to slowly stand up humanly, its flexible body hovering upwards. At once, it made its entire body pull up steeply and condescendingly looked at Boss Yang, who was in mid-air, and then with a swift momentum, it violently opened its bloody mouth, even directly swallowed Boss Yang alive into the stomach. When it slowly landed, the side of the unloading ridge crowd can even see the remnants of meat crumbs that it is chewing on the side of its mouth. Bright red blood slowly flowed along its bloody mouth onto the ground, and in an instant, a pool of blood was formed. The 6-winged centipede looked like it was savoring a gourmet meal like this, and the scalp of the unloading Rex on the side was numb, and the cold air went straight to the sky. The centipede spirit is eating people. Run! Even though they were the elite of the unloading Rexes, they were scared to death to see 2 big living people being swallowed alive near their eyes. Especially the way Boss Yang died was very sad and horrible. There was also a bold unloading Ridge who fished out a shotgun from the backpack behind him, and without hesitation, rushed at the 6-winged centipede's face. Bang! A burst of gunfire suddenly resounded throughout the dungeon, and this action made the other unloaders gather courage and learn to be busy shooting. From the distance rushed over to the Hua Ron look of relief. Fortunately the official this time on the give themselves enough support. Firearms and weapons enough to give more than 50 rifles. There are some shotguns, pistols and so on, relying on the strength of their current firepower. It was more than enough to deal with the huge-bodied 6-winged centipede. Chu Yuan did not bother to blow Hua Ron's self-confidence. Looking at the iron shell wrapped around the 6-winged centipede, he reminded Hua Ron, this 6-winged centipede's armor is as hard as iron, and is invulnerable to swords and spears. Tell your men to hurry up and pull back. If they're late, things will change. At the same time, he turned his head to Fatty and ordered, Fatty, it's time to get chicken up and working. I'll go up first. Looking at the figure of Chu far away and disappeared, Hua Rong hurriedly drank to the firing Unloading Ridge crowd. All stop shooting and back off. Back off now. The people of Unloading Ridge, who were still confronting the 6-winged centipede, were like amnesties when they heard the command of their own chief general. There was a cessation of firing, covering each other, and an orderly retreat to the rear. When the smoke cleared, the crowd realized that the 6-winged centipede was actually intact and hovering over a long light, curled up and looking at the crowd with a warlike face. Roar! Seeing the situation, the crowd was in an uproar. This centipede spirit was really spiritually enlightened, not like a mortal creature. Really TM become a spirit, even dare to provoke us? See if I do not you to death. Seeing how arrogant this centipede was, the fat man was furious and cursed, unlocking his backpack and shouting at the sleeping Chicken King. Chicken, wake up, it's your turn to work in the ring, your old rival is hitting home, don't be a wimp. However, no matter how he shouted, the phoenix species of angry clear chicken as if it did not wake up generally. A motionless, anxious fat Wang straight sweat. Old Taoist Chui explained soothingly, this raging chicken will indeed fall asleep after a great battle, and can only wait until he has consumed the venom in his body, and will wake up on his own. Fatty Wang had no choice but to look at Chu Yuan and the others with concern. The drone was a bit late. I didn't get to see the centipede spirit that was so powerful. It's a pity. It's still true that the centipede has become a spirit. Brothers look at its eyes. Pure provocation. This chicken can tolerate it? Brother Chicken, hurry up and get up to fight the centipede. The chance to save the world is here. Mankind needs you. I promise I'll never eat chicken again. This thing can't even be hurt by firearms. Can chicken do it? Don't let chicken die. Crouching. Everyone look. Little brother is really brave. Directly a flying tiger claw climbed to the centipede spirit's body. It turned out that after the unloading ridge crowd had stopped firing, Chu Yuan had already been carrying his black and gold ancient sword, standing by the stone arch bridge and pointing at the centipede spirit from afar. Roar! Looking at this familiar little dot in front of him, the six-winged centipede opened its bloody mouth, moved its body, and attacked in the direction of Chu Yuan. In the face of the six-winged centipede that came at him, Chu Yuan's face remained unchanged and he just quietly watched as it slowly approached him. Little flower. What is little brother doing? Preparing to stare dryly at the centipede spirit. Seeing raging harvest chicken pretending to be dead half a day cannot wake up, the fat man directly gave up. Just got up to see the little brother did not move. Worried to ask. There's no rush. Just now I arranged for my men to set up a dragon blade formation near them. It looks like little brother is planning to lure the king into a jar. Huarong explained nonchalantly. Not only did he believe in Chu Yuan's ability, but he also believed in the power of the unloading dragon blade formation. Dragon blade formation? What kind of stitch is this? Fatty asked curiously. Master Fatty, we at Unloading Ridge used to have a technique for stripping dragon formations, which involved using a sharp blade to first cut out thousands of bamboo sticks of varying sizes. Each bamboo stick, as fine as a steel needle, is inserted in the earth, showing only a hair's breadth, and then one more is set at intervals of 1 step, and laid down all the way in the direction of the snake's crawling. The further back it gets, the longer and sharper it gets, and it's rubbed with anesthetic, specializing in this pair of reptiles' abdomens. This dragon knife formation is exactly an upgraded version of the stripping dragon formation. Xiao Wu hurriedly opened his mouth and explained to the crowd, and only then did everyone react to the horror of this door formation. Fatty took Xiao Wu's shoulders and grinned as he called out, "This thing specializes in dealing with pythons, right? Pythons have thick skin and flesh. At first they are unaware of the wounds, and when the bamboo sticks at the back get longer and longer, the medicinal effect also starts to work." Wonderful. Huarong nodded slightly, took out his own personal bow and arrow, and said to the crowd, "All of you stand back. I'll go support little brother." After saying that, he ran towards the area where Chu Yuan and the six-winged centipede were fighting. Fatty took another look at the angry chicken and saw that this big master was sleeping as steady as a mountain, and he was so angry that he directly kicked over the backpack and made it flip over. "Grandpa! No! You're my ancestor. Hurry up and wake up. Little brother needs you." Fatty couldn't bear to hold up the raging chicken and carefully put it back into the back basket. The chicken king that he had traded his promise for had to be taken care of. LOL. Right at this moment, as if sensing something, the raging chicken stood tall and let out a loud and clear voice that resounded throughout the entire underground palace, only to see Chicken suddenly glaring with both eyes, fluttering his wings and leaping over Fatty Wang's head. Ratings are desperately needed at a critical time. 5 stars from a passing brother, please. Chapter 76, Cultivating the Inner Elixir by Referring to Heavenly Creation. At the same time, Chu Yuan had already fought with the centipede, and he kept wandering around the six-winged centipede by virtue of his lightness of pace. During the wandering, looking for gaps, Chu Yuan will go along with the trend of the knife, but its back armor is too thick. It is difficult to injure the knife and sword, although the abdomen is soft, but the tentacles are too many out of the knife is easy to be resisted. For a while, Chu Yuan and the six-winged centipede surprisingly fought on equal footing. However, Chu Yuan still consciously lured it towards the area of the dragon blade formation that Unloading Ridge had set up in advance, and whenever the six-winged centipede deviated from its direction or gained a slight advantage, Huarong coldly shot into cold arrows from nowhere, ensuring that the six-winged centipede wandered in the direction of the dragon blade formation. The two of them gradually gained the upper hand with their tacit cooperation. Seeing Chu Yuan repeatedly jumping horizontally between life and death like this, it really made the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but pinch a sweat for him. This kind of thrilling battle also made the netizens in the live broadcast room excited, and countless pop-ups floated across the screen. The crowd of onlookers from afar, watching the two men and one monster getting closer and closer to the dragon blade formation, the crowd immediately became tense, their eyes staring motionlessly at the battle in the arena, for fear that the dragon blade formation would not work. However, when the six-winged centipede gradually walked into the edge of the dragon blade formation, it even chose to stagnate, letting Huarong's arrows lure it however they could. It just didn't do anything. Oh no! The six-winged centipede has been practicing for so many years. I'm afraid that his spirit is greatly enlightened, and ordinary traps can't even get in to take the bait. Although Chu Yuan was unwilling to believe in the saying that elves and monsters cultivate, the six-winged centipede was the fact that was starkly in front of his eyes. With regards to the brightly shining dragon blade formation, it obviously saw it clearly, and perhaps it was by nature, or perhaps it was truly spiritually enlightened. It chose to retreat, and slowly wandered away in the direction of the immeasurable hall. LOL. LOL. Suddenly a loud and clear cock-crowing sound resounded in the ears of the crowd. Sniffing and looking, it was the raging Chicken King Feather's colorful fluttering wings, toward the direction of the six-winged centipede rapid march. The six-winged centipede, which was originally planning to turn around and leave, became impatient when it heard this provocative cry and stared viciously at the Chicken King. Next, hurry up and eat it, it'll cure the poison. It's going to be a tough battle in a while. Hua Rong took the antidote pill and swallowed it without hesitation, his eyes still staring daggers at the six-winged centipede. His decisiveness and trustworthiness had made Chu Yuan look at him highly again. No wonder he was able to become the Unloading Ridge chief handler at a young age. For himself, he swallowed a myriad heart pill, which would lower his blood flow rate, so that his entire body would be in a calm state. At this moment, the angry clear Chicken King spread its wings and rushed towards the back of the six-winged centipede like an arrow off the string, using its sharp beak to viciously peck at the gap between the six-winged centipede's back armor. Immediately, blood and flesh flew from the back of the six-winged centipede, and in pain, it kept turning its body and hissing, trying to use its bloody mouth to tear into the Chicken King. Meanwhile, the six-winged centipede held its head high and kept waving the sharp feet on its abdomen, wanting to tear apart the natural enemy that annoyed it. Nay, as the king of the Nuching chicken, it was born with the phoenix seed, unlike ordinary chicken brothers, only to see the king of the chicken tossing and turning in between, utilizing his broad wings to achieve a surprisingly short period of stagnation. He kept circling around the back of the six-winged centipede, using his flexible stance and agile speed to avoid the six-winged centipede's attacks time and time again, and taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a counterattack. At once, the two engaged in a fierce exchange in the air, feathers and armor clashing together with crackling sounds. The six-winged centipede, on the other hand, had a huge body, and although the armor on its body was as hard as iron, the Chicken King could always find an opportunity to attack. Not a moment later, the six-winged centipede gradually fell into a disadvantage. Unable to shake off the Chicken King, its back was soon covered with wounds, and its hissing voice was also much smaller. The Chicken King didn't give it a chance to catch its breath and kill it while it was sick. It pounced on it once again and used its sharp claws to actually directly tear open the armor of the six-winged centipede. The heart-rending pain caused the six-winged centipede to directly go crazy. Seizing the opportunity, the Chicken King pecked the six-winged centipede's other intact eye viciously with its sharp beak, and the six-winged centipede shook its head violently, let out a scream, and collapsed to the ground struggling. LOL. Perhaps knowing that he was about to be victorious, the Chicken King dodged the impact of the six-winged centipede with a flying leap and landed on a lawn light lamp and looked up to the sky. Hearing this cry, the six-winged centipede was not willing to show weakness as it struggled and danced its body, striving to crash into the angry clear Chicken King. Between the return of the light, the six-winged centipede's full potential erupted, only to see it twisting its body, shaking its body ceaselessly, and the rows of bright lights in front of the infinite hall were all smashed by its body. Boom! The long bright lamp under the Chicken King's feet was also broken, and it spread its wings and just wanted to fly away, when suddenly a piece of debris in front of the infinite hall smashed straight onto its body. Puff! The powerful inertial force directly caused the Chicken King in midair to fall to the ground, and after struggling a few times, he let out a wail and never got up again. Looking at the six-winged centipede that was still frenzied, Chu Yuan was anxious in his heart and placed the palm of his right hand on his lips as the skill of super ventriloquism was unleashed. A clear and loud rooster sound rang out from his mouth, surprisingly similar to the voice of the angry clear Chicken King just now. LOL. Chu Yuan used his ventriloquism to let out another provocative voice, and the six-winged centipede raised its head, and although it could not see the direction, it still listened to the direction of the voice as it crept and swam over. Whoosh! Seeing that the six-winged centipede was getting closer and closer and was about to break into the dragon blade formation, Chu Yuan couldn't help but hesitate to shoot out the flying tiger claw at his waist in an instant. A lightning-fast iron claw directly hooked onto the back armor of the six-winged centipede. At this time, its mobility was not as good as it was before due to being injured by the Chicken King. Seemingly sensing what was on his back, the six-winged centipede violently stopped his body. Chu Yuan saw this and his whole body's strength penetrated into his arm instantly. He even directly pulled the rope of the flying tiger claw, pulling the stagnant six-winged centipede step by step towards the dragon blade formation. Although it was already at the end of its strength, the power of the six-winged centipede was not to be underestimated, and even when it was seriously injured, it was still in a stalemate with Chu Yuan. Just when Chu Yuan's forehead veins were exposed, suddenly one after another of the unloading riders appeared behind him, and the crowd picked up the flying tiger claw ropes on the ground and yelled, pulling them backward in unison. In an instant, the situation was reversed, and the two sides that were still at a stalemate had directly turned one-sided. With the sound of the unloading Rex's trumpets one over the other, the six-winged centipede was dragged hard along the dragon blade formation for more than 10 meters. The six-winged centipede let out a miserable scream and collapsed on the ground, struggling for a few moments before ceasing to move. The six-winged centipede of unrivaled ferocity. It's dead. First, he fought a one-on-one battle with the angry Chicken King, and was forced into the dragon blade formation by Chu Yuan and the others in a state of serious injury, causing his abdomen to suffer from an open wound, and ultimately he died. Phew! Looking at the six-winged centipede that collapsed to the ground, Chu Yuan's hands loosened, and with his strength exhausted, he ignored his image and sat directly on the ground. The whole group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ha ha! Win! The unloading ridge crowd behind him cheered and shouted excitedly when they saw the death of the six-winged centipede. Gollum! Suddenly a crisp sound came from the six-winged centipede's abdomen, and when the crowd sniffed and looked, it was a bright red bead that slowly slipped out of its abdomen. This is the inner elixir of the six-winged centipede. When Chu Yuan saw this bead, he stood up violently. His face was filled with excitement. This was where the essence of the six-winged centipede's body was. Baby! What? There really is such a thing as an inner elixir. No wonder this monster is so powerful that he has cultivated the legendary inner elixir. Huarong put away his longbow and stared at the bright red beads with a look of astonishment. It was incredible. After saying that, he turned to look at Chu Yuan with a sincere face. Little brother, thank you for your help on this journey. This is also thanks to your advice to kill. This inner elixir will be given to you. Chu Yuan saw that he was comfortable. He did not modestly excuse himself, and after saying a polite word, he walked up and picked up the inner elixir, placing it on his fingertips to scrutinize it. This thing is not gold or stone. It looks like Buddhist relics, and I do not know how the partridge whistle in the original worked to get down to the mouth. LOL. Just as Chu Yuan was checking it out, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and it was actually the Chicken King who had been knocked down by the debris just now. At this moment, the Chicken King even took advantage of Chu Yuan's distraction to flutter his wings and directly snatch away the centipede's inner elixir. Sparing Chu Yuan, who had taken the myriad heart pill, he lost his composure at this moment and directly broke his defense. Seeing the Chicken King swallowing the inner elixir, he was even more frantic. You old six, what a ing medal. Give me back my inner Dan. 5 stars from a passing brother, please. Chapter 77, A Finger from Fakea Breaks the Danjing. After the great battle, in front of the infinite hall, the six-winged centipede's huge body seemed like a small mountain as it stood in the square in front of the gate, its body covered in hard armor that shone with a bizarre light. Although it was dead at this point, its hideous and ghastly appearance still exuded a creepy aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It was really hard to imagine that such a powerful six-winged centipede had been killed under the joint efforts of the angry chicken and Chu Yuan. Everyone then realized what a terrifying scene it was for Chu Yuan to drag the six-winged centipede by himself, and immediately looked at Chu Yuan with awe. Fatty Wan looked at Chu Yuan, who was wide-eyed with Chicken King, and asked cautiously, in other words, this angry clear chicken stole and ate the inner elixir of the six-winged centipede. Isn't it just a mere inner elixir? When old Taoist Chui heard this, he immediately despised the fat man without a good look. Before explaining, all living things have the idea of pursuing longevity, and there are no more than 2 methods, the internal elixir and the external elixir. The external elixir referring to the medicinal mercury and goldstone burned, and the inner Dan is even more mysterious. There is practicing qi in spitting. There is also yin and yang harvesting. I think the six-winged centipede is swallowing the residual Dan head inside the underground palace, with the help of gulping the essence of the sun and the moon, and raised the inner Dan in their own body. Speaking of this, Elder Taoist Chui glanced at the raging chicken in a complicated manner and lamented, creation has made people happy. I never thought it would be acquired by it. There really is such a thing as cultivating the inner elixir. The ancients practicing immortality honestly do not deceive me. It's a pity about this six-winged centipede. Maybe in a few more years, it will really be able to cultivate into an essence. No wonder little brother is freaking out. How much essence does this inner elixir contain? Chicken. It's really cheap. You guys say, if chicken eats the inner elixir of the six-winged centipede, will he cultivate into a spirit in the future too? Chicken fairy. Elder Chui. What will happen if an ordinary person eats this inner elixir? As soon as Fatty heard that this inner elixir was so remarkable, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, this inner elixir is like a heavenly treasure for people practicing martial arts, and ordinary people can eat it to strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. Old Taoist Chui twirled his beard and laughed lightly. What? Sure enough, it's a gem. Speaking of this, Fatty Wang immediately looked at the angry chicken with a burning gaze, then lowered his voice to little brother. Little brother, Why don't we brother and sister stew this one? Maybe the essence of the inner elixir is still there. Raging Chicken King. No, is it polite for you to discuss stewing the Chicken King in front of him? Seemingly sensing Fatty Wang's malice, the Chicken King directly fluttered his wings and grabbed at the top of Fatty's head with a pair of sharp claws. Goo. Lying, really TM when he is a grandpa. Say you 2 sentences how? With the fat master hands, I give you all the hair plucked. Casually blocking away the Chicken King, Fatty Wang cursed and said, how dare you reverse the Big Dipper? Beware that Master Fatty will really eat you. Chu Yuan looked at the spiritual nooching chicken and a trace of color flashed in his eyes, and it was then that he noticed that after swallowing the inner elixir, this guy had more spirituality in his eyes, and his 7 colored feathers were full of luster. So it seemed that this inner elixir had strengthened the Chicken King quite a bit. Never mind. After all, the 6-winged centipede this guy is a great credit. This inner Dan originally also belongs to it. Gained my fortune. Lost my life. Fatty, put the raging chicken away. Take good care of it. And when we get out, little brother will take you to a whole chicken feast. Chu Yuan gently patted Fatty's shoulder and laughed softly. This new Ching chicken was strengthened by the centipede's inner elixir. Its ability was even stronger. In the future when it goes down to the grave, it will definitely be a good helper. They didn't know that this wave of performance just now almost didn't make the netizens in the live broadcast room laugh to death. It was just too cola. Chicken King, brother, leading an army to run against a centipede swarm, defeating the many with the few, and singling out the 6-winged centipede, is not worthy of the inner elixir of the district? It's still little brother who is honorable and has a pattern, so valuable that he let the Chicken King have it. I'll be damned. Is that a pattern for him? I think he's freaking out. It's all human nature. Hey, I just went to ask the big anchor of online treasure appraisal. The inner elixir of this 6-winged centipede is worth $10 million and can't even be bought. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder the little brother freaked out. If it were me, I would immediately take it to stew and drink. A bite is 10 million. Crazy. Chicken King is in deep. He ate $10 million. How many years will he have to work for little brother to pay it back? The gold medal tomb exploration duo of the School of Gold touching. Add another general, and the Iron Triangle team up to complete it. Just as the water friends in the live broadcast were chatting, Huarong suddenly received a notification from a brother under his hand that there was a discovery in the Infinite Hall. Huarong brought Xiaowu to Chu Yuan's side. Looking at the nooching Chicken King in Fatty Wang's hand, he faintly smiled and said, little brother, it's just a mere inner elixir. Just now a brother reported that he found a dark passage in the Infinite Hall, which is most likely where the alchemy room is located. This was originally a dungeon built for the Emperor's alchemy, so I'm sure there must have been a lot of precious pills left behind. Little brother, would you like to go with me? Fatty immediately came to life when he heard about Bao Dan, patting his own chest and laughing. Go, must go, little flower. Don't worry, with the Chicken King here, the poisonous centipede is not a problem in this alchemy room. Chu Yuan's heart moved. There was still a big trouble in Danjing. He had to follow, otherwise he didn't know what trouble he would cause. Seeing that several people agreed to travel with him, Huarong's heart also relaxed quite a bit, and hurriedly arranged for someone to lead the way in front of him towards the Infinite Hall. Master Chief, you're here. As soon as Huarong entered the main hall, a few unloading Ridge disciples immediately surrounded him, and immediately began to narrate in your own words. It turned out that just as the crowd was dealing with the 6-winged centipede, one of the unloading Ridge's brethren wanted to go around the back and sneak attack, but he didn't expect to see someone outside of the Infinite Hall triggering the mechanism and falling down from inside the alchemy furnace. Chu Yuan realized that the original 8 trigrams alchemy furnace top cover in the hall has disappeared. Also do not know by the 6-winged centipede toppled to where. Walking into the alchemy furnace to see, the bottom is a thick layer of hearthguards, without seeing the slightest entrance to the passage. It's so bare here, there's not even a crack. It doesn't look like there's an organ, the fat man said suspiciously after looking around the circle. Little brother, please. Huarong also checked for a week and found nothing, confused and could only ask Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan nodded, reached out and pressed his hand on the edge of the alchemy furnace, and with a leap of his body, his entire body landed inside the alchemy furnace. After surveying the condition of the alchemy furnace, Chu Yuan stretched out both fingers of his right hand and gently touched the wall of the furnace, continuously sensing along the wall. Found it. Fatty, prepare the rope. Chu Yuan Fakyu fingers' ability to fire on all cylinders, found a hole at a gap in a furnace wall, which was also the size of a finger, and was generally difficult to find for those who were not familiar with alchemy furnaces. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's command, the ling-shifting Rex on the side immediately handed the fat man a coil of rope, and the fat man took it and weighed it. Directly, he had one end of the rope fixed to one of the beams and pillars of the Infinite Hall, and the other end was given to Chu Yuan. Click! Chu Yuan put his finger deep into the hole and directly opened the internal mechanism of the alchemy furnace. And instantly, his feet were empty and his body instantly fell down. Little brother, are you alright? Fatty looked at the instant restoration of the organ, suddenly dumbfounded. Not, buddy, before you go, but say how to solve the organ. Thinking of this, Fatty hurriedly took the flashlight and kept shining it inside the alchemy furnace, hoping to find the Fong's organ. The other people around are even more clamoring, but it is another big change. This organ is also too silky smooth. Hua Rong lay down next to the alchemy furnace, looking at the bottom of the tightly sealed furnace bottom, suddenly fell into a daze. What the hell is this mechanism? Thinking of this, his demeanor was anxious, and he directly drilled into the alchemy furnace, constantly surveying the internal environment, knocking and tapping for half a day, but found nothing. Did we really have to completely smash this alchemy furnace to find the entrance? He did bring small bombs, but it was obvious that underneath this furnace must be an underground space. This kind of closed space is the most taboo blasting. Once the stability of the space is destroyed, it is absolutely doomed. It was the worst he could do. Just as the crowd was frustrated and at their wits' end, a sudden cry of alarm came from outside the infinite hall. At this time, an unloading Ridge Rex ran in from outside, not coming up for air, and reported to Hua Rong. Master Chief, we found a crack at the withered pool under the bridge. It looks like a tomb passage. I wonder where it leads to. Hua Rong suddenly looked puzzled, stood up and said in a deep voice, Go and take a look. The other people in the immeasurable hall, hearing Hua Rong's arrangement, walked out of the hall and headed towards the crack under the bridge, ready to find out what was going on. 5 stars from a passing brother. Please. Chapter 78 Drawing Dragon Chi to Making Dan. The dry pool under the bridge in front of the infinite hall. It was a dimly lit crack in the middle. The width was only for one person to pass through. Hua Rong and the others were led by a few unloading Ridge Rexes, struggling to pass through this narrow passage. Every 10 or so meters that the crowd walked, there would be a section lighting fixture planted by the unloading Rex, allowing the surrounding light to be seen clearly. After walking for about 10 minutes, the crowd slowly came to a dark and damp cave, with a pungent odor permeating the air inside, as if it was a faint putrid smell mixed with some clear scent of medicinal herbs. Hua Rong covered his mouth and nose and walked into the cave, only to realize that his vision was instantly opened up, and the view inside the cave was unobstructed. Looking around, the cave area is estimated to be 100 square feet, and the top of the head is looking very high, as if it were a dome, about 5 or 6 meters. The construction of this cave is in line with the upper round place. From the top to the bottom of the view, the crowd is just like in the huge alchemy furnace, close to the wall. Can vaguely see the wall every 2 or 3 meters set a lone lamp. Also do not know what fuel is used, surprisingly able to burn so far. Hua Rong didn't pay too much attention. At the moment all his attention was attracted by a deja vu alchemy furnace in the center of the cave. This alchemy furnace looks quite old, but whether it is the height or the metal pattern on the surface of the furnace, it is exactly the same as the 8 trigrams alchemy furnace of the infinite hall. Seeing this, Hua Rong let out a light eep and slightly nodded his head, and he saw that there was a vaguely obscured passageway opening right above the alchemy furnace. Fatty was not as observant as Hua Rong, and ever since he entered the cave, he was attracted by what was next to him. Originally, in this alchemy furnace side placed a few sets of wooden coffins around the sporadic placement of bottles and jars of pills. On the ground, there were creepy skeletons placed sporadically. The skeleton lay still, its empty eye sockets gazing at the crowd, and it immediately felt like there was a scent of death in the air. Fatty is a person who has seen a big scene. He approached without changing his face, first surveyed a circle of coffins, and found that these coffins have traces of being opened, and then his heart was more or less disappointed. Then his eyes went back to the skeletons. The fat man covered his mouth and nose and half crouched down to observe. He found that the teeth on these skeletons were mutilated, as if they had been through a fierce battle. Generalissimo, there's a body here. Right at this moment, suddenly an unloading Ridge disciple let out a cry of alarm, instantly waking up Hua Rong, who was still in deep thought. Hua Rong frowned slightly and went up to take a look, but it turned out that he had discovered a corpse with a twisted face at the back of the alchemy furnace, which was quietly leaning against it. Hua Rong frowned, because the color of the corpse's clothes looked familiar, and with the help of the light, he fixed his eyes on Yang Sihai's clan. Just see, this person's face color is iron blue. The veins between the forehead are exposed. A look of panic, the appearance of no obvious injuries, should be poisoned to death. This is Yang Sihai's man. Xiao Wu, send someone to inform Yang Sihai to come over. Hua Rong immediately arranges for Xiao Wu to call for someone, and is puzzled by the fact that Yang Sihai's people died here. Stop, don't touch him. Just as the 2 unburdened riders were about to move his corpse, A ghostly voice came from the shadows deep in the cavern. Who? Huarong bellowed with a guarded face, at which point the group also raised the weapons in their hands and looked at the depths of the cave with nervous expressions. Snap! A strong light shone through. The visitor slowly stepped out of the shadows. Only then did the crowd see the appearance of the other party, and they were relieved. It turned out to be exactly Chu Yuan who had fallen from the infinite hall. At this time, Chu Yuan looked grave. Huarong took the initiative to go up. He knew that the other party must have discovered something, and asked with a caring face, "Is little brother alright? Just now, they said they couldn't touch him. Could it be that he was really poisoned?" Chu Yuan walked to the Dan furnace, squatted down, looked at the Yang family, and waved his hand. "I'm fine. When I came down, he was like this now. Indeed, he was poisoned. Looking at his appearance he should have swallowed some kind of elixir." Listening to Chu Yuan, Huarong found a white porcelain bottle by this person's feet, picked up the bottle, smelled it and found nothing, then handed it over to Chui Lao Dao at the back. After checking it out, old Taoist Chui said with a slight sense of pity, "This should be an elixir that fixes the root and cultivates the vitality, but it's been too long in age and has long since formed an elixir poison. So if you take it, you'll die." When these words came out, the fat man who was surveying the bottles and cans around him was startled, and immediately extinguished the crooked thoughts in his heart. "Little brother, what the hell is this place? This alchemy furnace is the same as the one above just now, isn't it?" Fatty looked at the rows of shelves filled with pills in front of him and hurriedly changed the topic, asking curiously. Chu Yuan stood up and introduced himself to the crowd with a calm demeanor. "It should be the Dan well inside the Bottle Mountain Dan Palace." "Dan Jing? What's that for?" Fatty then glanced at old Taoist Chui. In his impression, weren't Taoist priests alchemists? He should know it very well. Don't look at the old Taoist. The poor Taoist cultivates the path of the righteous way, and does not ever know how to make pills, but only makes medicine. Seeing the gazes of the crowd on his own body, old Taoist Chui hurriedly waved his hand in response, and when he finished, he didn't forget to glare at Fatty. "Burning pills, the fire of the pills rises, and it needs to be so located," Chu Yuan faintly explained. Huarong sniffed and surveyed his surroundings, but was attracted by the wooden coffin next to the alchemy furnace, attracting attention. Placing a coffin inside the alchemy room is obviously not in line with common sense. Chu Yuan noticed Huarong's expression as he slowly walked over to these sprawling coffins and said with a slight disgust, "This is those alchemy fengshur. From all over the place to steal, digging and stealing to refine the head of the Dan. The ancients believed that the dried corpse can be used for medicine, called boring incense. Dry corpses die without rotting. They are connected to the dragon energy of the earth's veins. But dragon energy is shadowless and difficult to capture, so they thought that boiling dry corpses could distill it." Ah! The crowd looked at Chu Yuan with a stunned face and surveyed the coffins. It was really hard to imagine that there was even this kind of evil alchemy statement. However, on second thought, more or less heard that the ancients once used a living person as a medicine guy to make pills, and no longer make a fuss. Most of these people are locals from western Hunan, a place that has been quite famous for its Tao of external elixir since ancient times. In addition to corpse catching, Chu Yuan's heart stirred, before he realized that Yang Sihai and the others were not right. Their bodies were heavy with corpse qi. On this trip, these people also came to look for the treasure Dan. I'm afraid that the family members used the dry corpse into the medicine to make Dan eat a good or bad. That's why he had to take the risk and come to Bottle Mountain to look for the antidote. After all, this is where the ancient emperors alchemized. Old Taoist Chui secretly prayed for a blessing before slowly speaking. The refining method of this Dan. The poor Taoist has also heard a little about it. This place of refining Dan should have been a place of heavenly bliss. I didn't expect that it would still harbor such an ignorant and absurd secret story. No wonder the yin qi of Bottle Mountain is so heavy. It turns out that it is also a place to hide dirt. Such behavior is outrageous. Fatty directly poo-pooed and loudly spat out. What royal alchemy? Well, by any means necessary. It's all underhanded. Chu Yuan also nodded. Really, if the ancient emperor knew that this potion was actually so refined, I do not know if he still dared to eat. With a wave of his hand, Huarong instructed the unloading rexes behind him, prepare to pick the dried corpses in fishing nets, and drop these dried corpses into the ground. When the fat man heard about the fishing nets, he was suspicious and couldn't help but be curious. What's the use of asking for fishing nets? Huarong explained to him while commanding the unloading ridge rex. Some of these dry corpses are dead and not rotting. Some neat young chi swindle body pouncing people. If you really need the big dumplings, water, fire, knives and guns are not good. Must be poked, wrapped in a fishing net. Fatty shook his head directly at the words, pointing at the tools in the hands of the unloading ridge disciples, and retorted unconvincingly, "You unloading ridge just have a lot of twists and turns. Unlike us, the Goldfinger, who directly stuffed him with black donkey hooves and killed him with one move." casual chit-chat between the two. The presence of all professional, knowledgeable poor not feel, but in the live broadcast has caused a huge sensation. Obviously, most people for the inverted bucket in the corpse and dumplings think this is a variety of ridiculous claims. Thought it is the old generation of oral tradition to prevent others from robbing the tomb made up to scare people. After all, the two ancient tombs that the program had previously broadcast live, the danger was all about the various organs and monsters that came to the ancient tombs. Is this something we can hear without paying? Fraudulent corpses? Dumplings? Black as hooves? It turns out that what they show on TV is true. They really met a swindler when they were inverted. Seeking advice. What is a large dumpling? It's a dead body that mutated and became a zombie. And this is a big dumpling. Please give a 5-star review to the brothers passing by for free power generation. Thank you. Chapter 79, Black Impermanence of the Mountain Watchers. Inside the darkened Dan well, under Hua Rong's arrangement, the crowd at Unloading Ridge started to clean up the dried corpses with body-picking poles and fishing nets, and then they were carried out to be centralized. In 10 minutes or so, the group was able to dispose of all the exposed dry bodies in the cave. At that moment, Unloading and the others then put their eyes on the coffin and were about to open it, but they were stopped by a loud shout from Fatty. Well, is this the way to open a coffin? Is it so violent? We have to follow the rules. Do you understand? Fatty Wan walked forward nimbly, stopping the Unloading Ridge disciple who was ready to force open the coffin, and reprimanded him unceremoniously. The other party didn't get angry when he heard this, knowing that he was a good brother of the chief general or a gold-touching officer, so he playfully explained, Master Fatty, the rules of opening coffins in Shui Ling are to worship Quan Di first, and after being blessed by the gods, there are no scruples in opening coffins upside down. Fatty sked and shook his head when he heard this, casually looking at him with a look of contempt, pointing at the coffin in front of him and exclaiming, vulgar. So open the coffin. Also not afraid of the ancestors' coffin lid plate cannot be pressed. Today, the Fat Master will show you a hand. Listening to the gold-touching Colonel Wang, Fatty is ready to show off his skills. A few busy unloading force on the side of the mountain immediately surrounded, discussing a lot. But I've heard my master say that the rules for opening a coffin by a gold miner are to light candles and worship the gods. What do you know? That's called people lighting candles and ghosts blowing lamps. Don't be a fool. That's for the owner of the coffin. The Fat Master as a gold-touching school captain must be very capable. The chief head of the general are very respected him. You just did not see the angry clear chicken king or listening to the words of the Fat Master. The old powerful. That's right. We've all seen how powerful little brother Chu is. And as a fellow gold finder, Master Fatty's craftsmanship must be resounding. Fatty Wang listened to a few people around him bragging, a face of complacency. See the crowd blowing more and more hard. Hastily to the crowd modest smile. Touching the gold school lieutenant to open the coffin is concerned about the cock crows and lights out not touching the gold. That is, before opening the coffin must be in the southeast corner of the burial chamber to light a candle. The others in the cave listened to the fat man introduce the gold-touching colonel, and couldn't help but perk up their ears to eavesdrop. This is the national team in the inverted fight. Perhaps he could steal and learn a trick or two, which would definitely be beneficial to his future descents from the tomb. After all, if you want to talk about the four major sects' preoccupation with inversions, it's none other than the golden touch. Chu Yuan stood on the shelves where the pills were placed to see if there were any leaks to pick up, and heard the fat man's bragging with amusement in his heart. When old Taoist Chui saw Chu Yuan picking and choosing here, he couldn't help but walk over and casually picked up a bottle of elixir and sniffed it. However, after hearing Fatty Wang's big talk, he couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth, half-assed touching the gold school. Pulling what rules? Fatty was excited at this time, looking at the eyes of the people around him full of anticipation. Suddenly his vanity skyrocketed, and continued, if on the way to take the treasure, if the candle goes out or the rooster crows, it means that the owner of the tomb is not happy, and at that time you must have to put back the bright objects you took, then kowtow 3 times before you can leave, otherwise something will happen, like a rising corpse, a necrophilia, etc. When the crowd heard the fat man's words, they thought it was quite reasonable. Since ancient times the theory of ghosts and gods has been prevalent in their line of work. Master Fatty, show us your hand. Try opening a coffin. Let the group open their eyes too. Yes, I've heard for a long time that the gold touches have the ability to make gods and ghosts easy to remove, and I wonder if it's true or not. Fatty directly gave this questioning Unloading Ridge disciple a nod of approval. Too knowledgeable to cooperate. Well said, gentlemen. All look well for the Fat Master. After saying that, Fatty actually did take out a white candle from his pocket, and after looking around, he quickly walked to Chu Yuan. Little brother, lending you a compass to make it work. Which one is south here? The fat man asked with some embarrassment. Master Fatty, do you know which one is north? Chu Yuan asked in amusement. Fatty was obviously stunned when he heard this, and then reacted by explaining, I can't even find the south. So how do I know which one is the north? You can't even find this north. What candles to light? These are not proper coffins. What rules to talk about? Just open it. Chu Yuan patted the fatty's shoulder and said with a straight face, Put. Ha ha. When the crowd saw the fat man's embarrassed expression on his face, they couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, directly making Fatty Wang red-faced. Go go go. What's so funny? Didn't you hear me? These are alien coffins, not tomb owners, not worthy of the fat master's candles. Fatty smiled resentfully and explained to the crowd with a stiff upper lip. After that, he took a crowbar and prepared to get back his face, to perform a straight-up physical open casket for everyone. With a twinkle in his eye, the fat man walked to the largest coffin and was just about to open it when suddenly a dark shadow appeared on the side of the coffin. Ouch! Lying? What the hell is this? Just lifting away the debris blocking the dark shadow, he saw a dead, uncorrupted, bizarrely shaped male corpse sitting on his knees. It was tall and obese, with a face like white wax, dressed in a netherworld costume, and in its most peculiar hand it pinched a peculiar kind of finger trick. This kind of miserable white face suddenly appeared in the eyes of the fat man, which really scared him a lot, and directly exclaimed in shock. The crowd heard the fat man's yelling and rushed over, making the self-proclaimed King Bolt's fat man startled, which was seen to be unusual. Is it a human or a ghost? Do you guys think this could be the legendary Bottle Mountain Corpse King? This black clothes and soap boots dress, pressure is not Yuan people, look like alchemy of the square priest. Looking at the costume it looks like an opera singer, like the costume of an impermanent evil spirit. Looking at the lifelike dead body, the crowd that came up on the sidelines argued with each other. Mr. Chu is here, quickly get out of the way. Seeing Chu Yuan walk over, the crowd of onlookers took the initiative to push aside to both sides, making a path for Chu Yuan. For this person, Chu Yuan was not surprised at all in his heart as he drew out his black gold ancient blade and directly lifted the black veil on the other party's face. It was only then that the crowd realized that this person's face was densely packed with black silk threads, as was the area around his neck. It looks creepy in a way that can't be described. The tip of the knife was pointed downwards, directly picking out one of the gold medals hanging from the opponent's waist, and the crowd gathered around when they saw the precious goods. This is a gold medal made of pure gold, the size of a palm. The front of the gold medal is engraved with 4 big words Guanshan Taibao. Guanshan Taibao? Fatty subconsciously pronounced it. Hearing this, the eyes of Hua Rome on the side shrunk violently as he looked at the male corpse with a shocked expression. Wearing black robes and tall hats, with cloud-stomping boots on the soles of his feet, the playwright hooks the ghosts of the dead. This is the legendary Guanshan Taibao. But he had heard from his grandfather since he was a child that he had been introduced to the Guanshan Taibao, which was the mortal enemy of the 4 major sects of grave robbers. He had always listened to it as a legend, not realizing that this sect actually existed. Just then, a wisp of light smoke suddenly emanated from the Guanshan Taibao's body, and if he didn't pay attention to it, he would have thought it was dust. Instantly, the crowd felt a wisp of light smoke brush across their faces, instantly giving rise to a chilling feeling in their hearts, cold so that people's lips and teeth trembling, cannot help but close their eyes, a sense of fear constantly haunting the heart. It was as if the crowd really saw a shadowy man dressed in a black erratic costume, looking at the crowd from the stage with a grim gaze and whispering in a shallow voice. And the owner of this gaze was none other than the Guanshan Taibao who was sitting cross-legged just now. Boom! After seeing this face clearly, the crowd in the arena was as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces unbelievable. Just as everyone wanted to open their mouths, they suddenly realized that their bodies were out of control. In an instant, everyone in the entire cave began to close their eyes tightly and their bodies shook involuntarily. Those who were not strong-minded enough began to hiss in a low voice. The whole scene was like 100 ghosts walking at night in a swarm of demons. This situation of the crowd directly let the netizens in the live broadcast room boil up. Originally thought that seeing 1,000 years of incorruptible corpses was already shocking enough, but did not expect to see someone bouncing inside the ancient tomb. Unbelievable. Am I drunk or are they drunk? Nima, it's already outrageous to have a disco in the grave. I didn't expect to have a disco in the grave. Sure enough, the world is one big straw man. This is archaeology. All serious. Bouncing like what? Hasn't anyone noticed anything unusual about these people? This kind of sign is clearly a sign of poisoning. I'll go. Only Chief General and old Taoist Chui are a bit more normal. Why is little brother Chu alright? Please give a 5-star review to the brothers passing by for free power generation. Thank you. Chapter 80, A Finger to Defeat the Enemy and Solve the Strange Poison. Chu Yuan looked at the crowd in the arena without changing his face. To him who knew the plot in advance, it was all expected. The only thing that surprised him was that it was clear that no one had come into contact with this Guanshan Taibao. but it was also possible to poison people. As expected, it was worthy of being a Guanshan Taibao who made good use of strange and exotic arts. Compared to the mountain-moving Taoist, this guy was more like a cultivator. Chu Yuan stood up and walked to Fatty's side. This guy ate the antidote pill in advance. This poison affected him the least. But even so, the fat man was still a bit delirious, his body swaying from side to side, looking as if he had been poisoned by a corpse. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan directly took out a myriad heart pill and stuffed it into the fatty's mouth. And in less than 10 breaths, the fatty recovered. Crouching. Little brother. What just happened? It's like I had a nightmare just now. My body is out of control. Fatty said with palpitations. Just now I felt that I smelled a faint smell of smoke. And the whole person followed the devil. The body was all over the place, out of his control, and he always felt trapped when he clearly wanted to fight for control. Thinking of this, Fatty's heart was still in fear. What kind of poison is this? It's too weird. Chu Yuan didn't reply to him, directly pointing to the person beside him. He then walked towards Hua Rong on his own. Looking around, the fat man was shocked. The original is not one of their own road. Fortunately, otherwise this old face has to lose all. Instantly, making the fat man a bit thankful. Just as he was distracted, a strong wind came violently towards his neck. Before Fatty could react, he was unexpectedly strangled by Xiao Wu with both hands in a deadly chokehold while letting out a low hissing sound. I'm going to go. Xiao Wu, you big shot. Dare to make a move on the fat master. Fatty saw Xiao Wu's eyes were full of blood. His face was bruised, and his mouth was hissing non-stop, even grinning at the corners of his mouth as he tried to tear himself apart. How is this a normal human being? It's clearly a zombie from a movie. Fatty knew that Xiao Wu must have been poisoned and lost his mind. Thinking of this, he instantly used both hands to forcefully break open Xiao Wu's palm. Taking out the rope directly from his waist, he wrapped it around Xiao Wu's back, utilizing the knot, and instantly tied him up. Fatty, they're all poisoned, causing them to go off the deep end. I'll subdue them, you do the antidote. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Yuan threw a porcelain bottle containing the myriad heart pill to Fatty, who caught it in a panic. I'll be damned. Big brother, can you pay attention? You almost didn't catch it, Fatty said with a bitter smile on his face, but when he opened it, wasn't this the myriad heart pill he had just eaten? It's the real secret medicine of the Goldfinger. It can cure corpse poison. The fat man then realized that he and the others had been poisoned by the corpse poison. No wonder they were so fierce. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was still struggling at his feet, Fatty directly poured out a capsule and stuffed it in between Xiao Wu's hisses. At that moment, the blood color in Xiao Wu's eyes slowly receded, and the blue veins on his face basically recovered. Finally looking at Fatty with a blank face. Master Fatty, what are you tying me up for? Hiss, this arm of mine hurts. After Chu Yuan threw the myriad heart pill to the fat man, he looked at the crowd of people who were gradually losing their sanity in the hole, and turned a knife flower in his palm to insert it back into the sheath. Roar! The closest Hua Rong had completely lost his mind at this time. His eyes were blood red, his forehead veins were exposed, and he was pouncing towards Chu Yuan with his teeth and claws open. Chu Yuan easily sidestepped and dodged. At the same time, his right index and middle fingers came together, like a dragonfly pointing at water, swiftly and gently tapping on the two major points on Hua Rong's chest. At once, Hua Rong's entire upper body movements began to stiffen, as if he had been nailed. Just then two strong winds violently attacked Chu Yuan. Fortunately his five senses were extremely strong. His body slightly moved and he avoided the blow. Turning to look, it turned out to be two of the nearest two Fuzi hissing and attacking in unison, waving their hands and rushing towards Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's eyes stared. His footsteps weaved nimbly, once again avoiding the incoming two and finding an opening. Hair-mount finger instantly appeared in the chest of the two people. Continuous strikes. At once, the two people as if struck by lightning, stifled a grunt instantly fell to the ground. Well, Chu Yuan admitted that the two men's pinch just now had startled him, and coupled with his status as a Tu Fu Zi, Haircho finger had pushed a little harder. Yes, Chu Yuan's cleanliness caused Fatty to shout out loud and ran over with gusto, starting to detoxify a few people. At this time, Fatty's shout instantly attracted the other people who had gone off the deep end in the room. Defiantly, these people rushed towards Chu Yuan and Fatty with hobbling steps and grim faces. Fatty looked up. I went. So many people scared him so much that his face changed. Before he could say anything, Chu Yuan's body swiftly swept past him, so fast that he could vaguely only see a residual shadow. Chu Yuan, who had broken into the crowd. The entire person was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He was in a robust form and looked at the pouncing crowd without changing his face. Only Chu Yuan was seen nimbly weaving in and out of the cave. Each of his points were accurate, hitting as many of these people's chest points as he could. For those who took advantage of the opportunity to sneak up on him, He had no compunction about delivering a whip or flying kick to anyone who didn't look familiar. Within 3 minutes, Chu Yuanfaqiu finger movement is like a snake coming out of the hole. Fingers flexible, rapid and accurate, pointing to the target. His body movements were smooth and natural, and his Fakio finger had no sense of procrastination. This finger technique did not rely on pure muscular strength, but rather a combination of force and dexterity. Looking at the ground full of hissing people, Chu Yuan clapped his hands, satisfied with his work, and waved at Fatty with a smile on his face. Gollum! Fatty and Huaron looked at Chu Yuan with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Although everyone knew that little brother Chu's body was extremely good, but they did not expect to be able to manage to pick off more than 30 people at a time. The end result was also much more explosive, with all of the opponents falling, but himself unscathed. The most unbelievable thing was the way he attacked, as if it was the legendary method of pointing, and the two couldn't help but feel their scalps numb at the thought of it. This little brother, he is simply a master of national arts. He knows light kung fu, is good at knife fighting, and can point, and he has solved the case. Hurry up with the antidote. What are you gawking at? Chu Yuan looked at Fatty and Huaron with a speechless face. Didn't see the people who kept hissing under their feet. Zombies don't have human rights? Fatty only reacted at this time, and hurriedly pulled on Huaron's hands and feet to detoxify everyone. It's no wonder that Fatty was surprised. It's really that this wave of Chu Yuan's point-and-click operation was really shocking, and the audience in the live broadcast room directly boiled over. Brothers, as early as in the Western Xia tomb I knew that Chu Xiaobo is definitely a supreme master, and even knows how to point the actual hammer. I've always thought that martial arts are all just fancy. I've been wrong. I've been really wrong. Is it too late for me to learn from a master? I am practicing Xingyi Quan. Pointing does exist, but never this effect of little brother. According to my observation, he relies on this pointing is the power of his fingers. Cut off the blood flow, resulting in a short period of time action stiffness. With the method of hitting the acupuncture point of the difference is very big. Holy, the shocking appearance of a national art big brother. Although I can't understand it, but my ideal point of view is the effect of little brother like this. Hasn't anyone wondered about the abnormality of these two fingers of Chuchan? It should be from practicing finger kung fu for years. That's why his pointing is so powerful. 10 minutes later, two unloading ridge disciples inside the cave utilized a fishing net to transport the body of the Guanshan Tai Bao directly out. Before leaving, Chu Yuan softly instructed, find a confined space and directly incinerate him. When the people saw the Guanshan Tai Bao was carried away, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. Thinking about the poisoning just now was still fearful. After the dual effects of Chu Yuan's antidote pill and the myriad heart pill, the crowd also finally came to their senses from the state of going off the deep end. That's when everyone realized that they were poisoned. And when they thought of the power of the Guanshan Tai Bao, they couldn't help but send chills down their spines. This Guanshan Tai Bao man has been dead for so many years, but he can still poison without a sound. It is really weird. If it wasn't for Chu Yuan's presence today, I'm afraid that this cave would have already been littered with corpses. Thinking of this, the crowd could not help but place all their gazes on Chu Yuan's body, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. I'd appreciate a 5-star review from a passing brother. 0. 1 short of a 7 on the scale. Please and thank you. Chapter 81, Knowledge of Magical Arts gives Taipa. Little brother Chu. I didn't expect you to have such a fingering technique. Is this not a hairy Chu? Elder Chui softened the pain in his chest and limped towards Chu Yuan, lowering his voice to ask. Chu Yuan relied on the alchemy furnace and looked at old Taoist Chui with an apologetic face. Ashamed. Forgive me for not controlling my force as I am still inexperienced in cultivation. Letting senior suffer. See his face sincere look. Chui Old Road is believed a few points. After all, the legend of this hair mound finger at least 20 years to practice a little success. This Chu kid looked not too big. Old Taoist Chui looked deeply at Chu Yuan, as if he was looking at some monster. At such a young age he actually had this kind of ability. As far as he knew, Chu Yuan already had the inheritance of the 3 major schools of grave robbers in his body. Even when he was young, that generation of capable men and women came out in full force, but there was nothing as exaggerated as him. Could it be that the poor Taoist has been living in seclusion and avoiding the world for too long? Are all young people so good nowadays? Little brother. Ouch. This thing is real gold. Much heavier than my gold ingot. Suddenly Fatty came over and showed the gold medal of Guanshan Tai Bao in his hand to the crowd with an emotional face. It's just a pity. My piece is a gold ingot from the Western Xiao royal family. How does this waste plate look like a product of recent times? Chu Yuan instantly looked at him speechlessly, softening his eyebrows and said helplessly, Fat master, your gold ingots have been said 800 times. Can we not mention it? There is also this waste plate written on the back of the Ming Hanggu years of supervision. What do you mean by recent products? This is a real antique, made during the founding of the Ming dynasty. more than 600 years ago. Hearing this, Fatty instantly smiled with a smile on his face. The time has come. This is too open door. However, at the thought that this thing might have to be turned in, Fatty immediately felt his whole heart break, and in a trance he seemed to see the gold medal getting farther and farther away from him. So angry. By the way, little brother, do you recognize this waist plate? I just went to ask Little Flower, and the guy sent me away with a constipated face. What's the matter? Does this thing have some unknown origin? For a long time, finally put down the heart of the unwillingness of the fat man suddenly asked. He just looked for Huarong prying news, but Huarong's attitude made him instantly curious about the origin of Guanshan Taibao, and he always felt that there was something remarkable going on here. Chu Yuan took the waist plate in the fatty's hand, made a thoughtful gesture, and introduced himself. The matter of Guanshan Taibao was originally confusing. At first it was just a wild legend that could not be counted, but looking at this waist plate, it seems that there is really a damning Guanshan Taibao in the world. It is said that they specialize in poisonous smoke, driving insects and ants, and controlling paper people as thieves, and that in order to prevent the bites of poisonous creatures in the mountains, they will inject drugs into their bodies, which will form poisonous pus over time, and once a person comes into contact with it, it will produce necrotic venom that will cause the person to lose his or her mind. Old Taoist Chui twisted his beard, slightly surprised by Chu Yuan's answer. The legend of this Guanshan Taibao is not understood by the general public. However, thinking of Chu Yuan as a gold toucher and his own profound knowledge, he did not know much about this history. This journey is also thanks to Chu Yuan's care, and Fatty Wang promised himself that he would pull Chu Yuan to walk with him, which is also regarded as his own person. Thinking of this, he made a secret decision and smiled nonchalantly at Chu Yuan and Fatty Wang. For the past of the Guanshan Taibao, the poor Taoist does know a little about it. Ha! Chu Yuan could not help but look at old Taoist Chui with surprise, but thinking that the other party had a great relationship with the mountain-moving Taoist and was well informed, it was possible that he understood the Guanshan Taibao. Fatty, on the other hand, was instantly energized and eagerly asked, "Senior, you should introduce me. Speaking of which, this Guanshan Taibao is still somewhat related to your four major sects of inverted fighting." Seeing that Chui Lao Dao was so confident, the other people in the cave also approached one after another, wanting to understand the details of this inside. As old Taoist Chui opened his mouth to introduce himself, the crowd then understood the origin of Guanshan Taibao and his entanglement with the four major sects. Originally, as early as the founding years of the Ming dynasty, Hangu Emperor looking for people to build the imperial tomb. Someone will be a Feng surname know the magic of foreign magic recommended to the emperor. After some examination, the emperor was satisfied with his feng shui magic, and gave him a golden belt plate engraved with the name of Guanshan Taibao, so that he could build a mausoleum exclusively for the royal family. After the completion of the mausoleum, the emperor was worried about their own mausoleum was stolen, and the Guanshan Taibao Ben is a competent hand in this. He knows the world's real masters only hair mound touching gold, moving mountain unloading 4 schools. Then they advised the emperor to destroy the Fakia seal, touch the gold talisman, moving the mountain Taoist only to find the Danju, and let the imperial mausoleum in the middle of the gold dance hooding, unloading the Ling Lux as a green forest bandits, a large number of people, the need for the government to eliminate. This move cannot be said to be not malicious, although did not completely eradicate several factions, but it did make the 4 factions of inverted fighting decline, once disappeared. Chu Yuan also understood at this time. This Guanshan Taibao inverted bucket does not pursue money, not like moving mountain Taoist pursuit of Danju, but like the ancient times of Qi refiners in general for the Dansha Zayajutsu, in order to cultivate those ancient strange art, still really want to cultivate into a fairy. With the emperor swallowed the golden pill to seek immortality in general. I am afraid that in the end are dreams and bubbles. Chu Yuan looked at the side of the alchemy furnace and the side of the Dan medicine rack. For the bottle mountain of this Guanshan Taibao, vaguely have a few guesses. This Guanshan Taibao is supposed to have filled his body with poison in order to sneak into the Danjing to get the treasure and prevent the poisonous centipedes in the underground palace, but he ended up trapped in the Danjing and died. Just now in the depths of the cave, Chu Yuan saw a female paper figure, although corroded by years, but vaguely can see the dress of the Ming dynasty. This should be the Guanshan Taibao's paper man carrying foreign art, which is to drive snakes, ants, insects and beetles to wrap around and attach themselves to corpses or paper men through a secret method. Let them break the mechanism or take the bright weapon, so that people will mistake it for a dryad haunting and a paper man reborn. However, Chu Yuan always felt that Chui Lao Dao might know more, probably because of the crowded mouth. He did not make more introductions. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to contact Chui Lao Dao more. He did not forget that Professor Sun of the Archaeological Institute. This is a ruthless character. Master Chief, The stone doorway has been cleared of insect eggs, but there's no way out at the end of the passage. Just as the crowd was still immersed in the story of the feud between the four major sects of grave robbers and the Guanshan Taibao hundreds of years ago, an unloading Rex ran over and reported to Hua Rong. Hua Rong's mind was moved. This trip to Bottle Mountain, the underground palace and the Dan well were explored, and the back was quietly waiting for the archaeological team to enter the field. But the ancient tomb of the great general of the Yuan dynasty had not yet appeared, and he was still regretting it in his heart. But he did not expect that it would come at the right time. In his experience, there must be some kind of mechanism behind that stone door, and perhaps the tomb of the Yuan dynasty great general was behind the wall. Gentlemen, the exploration of the Dan well here is over. There will be an archaeological team intervening behind us, and we have to continue searching the ancient tomb. The few local toffs who were closer to Hua Rong couldn't help but change their faces at the words. They could still clearly remember the horror of that tunnel. The thought of having to continue exploring gave birth to the idea of wanting to quit. Perhaps seeing the hearts of these people, Hua Rong did not talk nonsense and continued to speak. Everyone encountered all kinds of dangers along the way. The follow-up tomb exploration can be free to choose. Do not want to continue. On can exit the Bottle Mountain. When Hua Rong said this, the crowd could not help but clamor and look at each other. General Head, my Green Mountain Miao Village 5 people. Now 3 people return. According to the rules of the Miao Village must be as soon as possible into the ground. I hope that the General Head understanding. Chief General, the 2 of us brothers are seriously injured. Continuing to explore the tomb will only be a burden. So let's apply to withdraw as well. Chief General, and Yun Zhai also withdraws. Watching the crowd scramble to opt out, Hua Rong's face was a bit ugly, but Chu Yuan thought it was normal. It is human nature to avoid harm. Not to mention that the next trip to the ancient tomb of the Yuan dynasty generals will be even more dangerous. With his limited ability, he would not have been able to take care of so many people, and it would be beneficial and harmless to have fewer people exploring the tomb. The score went up to a 7. Thanks for the kind words, guys. Chapter 82, The Magic of Wunshan Mountain, Bottle Mountain Earth Palace, Infinite Hall Square. Hua Rong stood expressionlessly on the steps in front of the immeasurable hall, looking at the local toffs who were leaving in droves with mixed feelings. Before he set out, he was still a call to arms, as the prestige of Arctic Mountain for over 100 years had brought together the experts of the neighboring Miao villages. I didn't realize that the several times I explored the tomb, I was killed and injured, and scared away all these guys who hadn't seen blood in how many years. Seeing Hua Rong's forlorn look, Chu Yuan gently walked to his side, patted the other party's shoulder, and began to comfort him. He didn't say anything grandiose, just the dangers he would encounter next. Under Chu Yuan's persuasion, Hua Rong's mood finally recovered quite a bit, especially when he looked at the enthusiasm of the unloading Ridge brethren under his command, which relieved him a lot. As Chu Yuan had said, forcing the team to form a group when their hearts were scattered would only turn the team into a scattered mess, which would only drag down the next exploration. This group of Tu Fu Zi, whether it is morale or ability, is far inferior to the unloading brothers under their command, or their own people are reliable. The most surprising thing is that Su Sihai 3 brothers died tragically, but still chose to stay. But let Hua Rong Hai look at him. I didn't expect this declining corpse-catching family to have such a capable disciple. Seeing his resolute attitude, Hua Rong let him stay. However, Chu Yuan guessed that the other party must have seen that no precious Dan had been found in the Dan well, and must have wanted to reap the benefits in the ancient tomb of the Yuan dynasty great general. Just as well. Let's see what tricks you can pull next. Yang Sihai did not expect Chu Yuan to start doubting himself. He is now in a state of confusion. How long has it been that so many changes have occurred? First, 2 of his 3 cousins were swallowed alive by the 6-winged centipede, and the last one was tragically poisoned by the Guanshan Taibao. Originally, these 3 people were dead. The key was that there was no precious Dan within the Dan well. Only some residue of the Dan remained. The idea of searching for the Dan was shattered, and it almost didn't make him collapse. It wasn't until a short time ago that Hua Rong discovered a tunnel that, in his experience, must have led to the ancient tomb of a great general of the Yuan dynasty. He was a native of Western Hunan, and had heard rumors about the corpse king of Western Hunan descending the mountain to eat people since he was a child, and he dealt with corpses. If the rumors about the corpse king in Western Hunan are true, the corpse king that has existed for so many years will also be able to cultivate the inner elixir, also called the corpse Dan. If one really obtained the corpse pill, then the poison of the projectile suffered by the elders in the family would be solved. 5 minutes later, other than Yang Sihai and a handful of others, the remaining people were basically the brothers of the unloading Rex. Hua Rong looked at the brethren who were full of confidence. His heart was full of bravado, and with a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Depart!" The crowd of unloading Rexes also looked at Hua Rong with excitement and shouted in unison, Dumped. This mountainous and tsunami-like shouting immediately spread throughout the entire underground palace, and the local Tufuzi who were slowly leaving couldn't help but look at each other when they heard the enthusiastic voices of the Unloading Ridge disciples. I also don't know whether this choice I made today is right or wrong. When Huarong led the crowd to the stone door again, only to see that all around the stone door are sprinkled with lime, and even above the stone door, the cracks of the wall corners are sprinkled with lime powder. Chief Handler, the Unloading Rex is manning the stone gate, saw Huarong and immediately came forward to salute him and opened the stone gate. Generalissimo, look, the tunnel has been cleared by the brethren, first by fire, then by sprinkling every part with lime. All the spiders and eggs inside were burned. No casualties, but the tunnel ends in a stone wall, a dead end. Huarong glanced at the tunnel behind the door, gave him an appreciative look, and said appreciatively, "I'll credit you first, go down and rest." After saying that, Huarong looked at the crowd behind him and entered the tunnel behind the stone door first. As soon as he entered the tunnel, a thick smell of lime came to his nose, and when he looked around, the originally dimly lit tunnel had now turned into a snowy white. Whether it was the walls, the floor, or the overhead beams were actually sprinkled with lime, and I don't know how Unloading did it. Chu Yuan couldn't help but TSK at Unloading Ridge's tactics. This group of people are definitely a good hand at inverting and sweeping, and they work like thieves. Lighting fixtures had been installed by Unloading Ridge all along the way, speeding up the crowd's footwork quite a bit. After following the curved tunnel for about half an hour, he finally came to the end of the road, which was a thick stone wall. This stone wall was sprinkled with lime, but you could vaguely see what was carved under the lime, just like a scene of a general marching. Looking at the general's decorative dress, it is exactly the style of armor of the great generals of the Yuan dynasty. Found it. After reading what was on the stone wall, Huarong's heart was exhilarated. Fatty also walked up with one strong step, knocking all the way along the wall with an engineer's shovel, and froze without finding a single gap. Crouch, little brother, come and take a look. It doesn't look like there is an organ. Chu Yuan's heart is speechless. Really want to have organs also early by you to trigger. Now Chu Yuan finally understand why the fat man in the TV series, by the majority of the audience to tease, and finally happy to mention the name of the innate organ saint body. The main thing is that this master is really reckless. With quick eyes and quick hands, Chu Yuan didn't pay attention to the surprised Fatty. Fakio finger walked directly along the wall, and there really wasn't any trace of an organ. Knock knock. Huarong knocked on the wall a few times, and did not obviously hear a hollow sound. Behind it does not seem like there is space in the mold. Chu Yuan's eyes lit up. He almost forgot that he also had the method of listening to the wind and the thunder and the mountains to defend the dragons. Thinking of this, he pressed his ears to the wall, gently closing his eyes. He made a fist with his right hand, signaling the crowd to remain quiet. When the crowd saw this gesture of his, they immediately held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath, looking at Chu Yuan with anticipation. Knock knock. He lightly tapped the wall twice with his right hand for a long time, then increased his strength and tapped twice more. At once, Chu Yuan put his ear power to the maximum, and as the sound spread slowly, the situation behind the stone wall began to appear clearly in his mind, as if it were a radar for exploration. It began to scan along the mountain behind the stone wall and transmitted the results to his mind. The method of listening to the wind and the thunder and the mountains and defending the dragons has become a reality. Chu Yuan's eyes snapped open as he had scoped out the situation behind the wall. Turning around and looking at the crowd of people with burning eyes, Chu Yuan did not hide anything and said bluntly, "Behind the stone wall there is a 10-meter section of the mountain, beyond which runs halfway up the mountain, and behind the halfway up the mountain is an open space. There's a strong possibility that that's the tomb we're trying to find." The crowd heard the good news, and immediately smiled. Worthy of being the gold inspector, this listening ability is really powerful. Admire. The only one in the crowd who had a worried look on his face was Huarong, who hesitated for a moment before addressing Chu Yuan. "Little brother, that said, but this rock is not like rammed earth. How can we make a robber's hole?" Chu Yuan had not yet replied. Fatty Wang also looked shocked and hesitant, and only after hesitating, did he open his mouth to ask, "Little brother, according to you, this wall is halfway up the mountain behind. This is the underground palace. Then this robber hole must not be upward to fight off. This is difficult." Fatty's concern is obvious. The rock itself is difficult to hit. The burglary holes are first class. Plus the rock layer is not like the soil can be discerned color. The cut word cannot be carried out at all. Not to mention, the robber holes have to go upwards. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. The concerns of the two men were clear to him, and originally he did not intend to open a robber hole by the means of the gold touch. With that thought in mind, he pulled a bottle of water out from behind him and began sprinkling it along the perimeter of the stone wall. The crowd was rather puzzled as they watched Chu Yuan's actions and could not help but look at each other with curiosity in their eyes. The eyes of old Taoist Chui, who was standing at the back, snapped. This method of finding the location of the robber hole looked so familiar. As we all know, the 4 schools of grave robbers, Fakyu and Jin, moving mountains and unloading mountains, have their own stunts, and the environment in this cave is cloudy and wet, so it is difficult for the unloading mountains to perform the method of looking at the soil and defending the mud. Thus, Chu Yuan performed the unique method within the reclamation technique of moving mountains, the very reward that had been opened from the system not long ago. Chu Yuan suddenly stopped. It turned out that the water on the ground was slowly flowing in one direction, precisely the center of the stone wall. This is it. The crowd looked at Chu Yuan in puzzlement. Seeing that he had an expression of confidence, they were a bit puzzled for a while. What does he mean by that? Digging a cave-in along a stone wall? Or blasting? Crazy. Chapter 83, 3 Nails and 4 Armors Mountain Moving Technique. The end of the stone doorway of the underground palace. No, little brother. What do you mean by that? Digging robber holes from here? Why? Fatty asked, scratching his head, genuinely unable to figure out if there was such a move in the cut technique. Looking at the same questioning faces of the people around him, Chu Yuan half squatted down and unhurriedly said, "You see the water here? It all flows in the same direction and ends up seeping in here, and it seeps down fast. This should be the phenomenon of the hollowing out of the mountain wall. When I was listening just now I noticed that the stone wall was chapped inside, like it was post-filled. If I am not mistaken, a robber's hole up the stone wall will inevitably reveal traces of previous filling, which can lead to the halfway point of the mountain." When these words came out, the crowd immediately looked at him with jaws dropping. They could even hear the traces behind the stone wall. It was really comparable to radar. Chu Yuan saw everyone's surprised look, helpless in his heart. This is going to be in the world of stolen pen. There is a surname Lu more exaggerated than him on this law. Little brother, since you've said so, leave this robbing hole to us. Unloading ridge, but this hole can't be dug for a while. I'll arrange for someone to transfer some light machines over. Hua Rong saw that Chu Yuan's mind was already set, so he opened his mouth and said that with his power, it would be no problem to dig out a mountain. It would just take some time. Others are also talking, although just dig through 10 or so meters. But this project is very difficult. After all, large machinery cannot enter. It's a tight space here, and the small blasts have very little stability. Difficult. Chu Yuan smiled faintly at the situation and said gently, "No need. Let's all rest first." "What do you mean, little brother?" Hua Rong asked with a puzzled face. Could it be that Xiao Xiao has any other methods of beating the robber holes? A trace of movement flashed across the face of old Taoist Chui in the crowd, and he could not help but turn his curious gaze towards the backpack behind Chu Yuan. It was a backpack that he never left without, looking bulging and wondering what exactly was in it. Chu Yuan faintly smiled and directly removed the backpack behind him, taking out a semi-closed four-sided treasure box from the backpack, only to see him carefully open the treasure box, from which he took out a pangolin armor whose body was curled up into a ball shape and whose body kept shaking. It was the mountain-moving Taoist who was known as the divided mountain digger armor. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. What were they seeing? Is this something that you, an authentic goldsmith, can possess? Old Taoist Chui lightly twirled his beard and looked at Chu Yuan with a burning gaze. Good guy. So you are the real mountain-moving Taoist, ah? Hidden deep enough? That's done it. Could this be the legendary mountain-moving Taoist's mountain-diverting digger armor? Mr. Chu is a great talent. He is even proficient in the doorway of moving mountains. What split mountain digger armor? You're new here, right? Who has not heard of the moving mountain split armor art? But moving mountains generally do not interact with outsiders. So no one has seen the mountain digging son of the armor with their own eyes? Today we are considered to have opened our eyes. I'll go. This is a living thing. Could it be the rumored mountain piercing cavilling armor? This is something remarkable. Look, it's moving. When Chu Yuan took out the split mountain digger armor, the unloading ridge disciples in the tunnel immediately became agitated and began to whisper. Seeing that it was still curled up, Chu Yuan flipped his hand and a secret elixir was placed in his hand, as if he had smelled something. The mountain-piercing caveling armor cautiously poked its head out. Its body was long and narrow, with dark scaled armor all over, and its limbs were stubby and short. It has a flat, long tail with a slight bulge on the back and looks very cute. Whoosh! Stretching out his slender tongue, he swallowed the elixir from Chu Yuan's hand, and after eating it, he still didn't forget to look at Chu Yuan and let out a squeaky sound, perhaps full of food. It opened its body violently, only to see a small, spherical object suddenly roll out of its abdomen. Heck, it was a small, piercing caveling beetle, only to see that this small-sized split mountain digger armor was not as quiet as its mother. Sniffing at the commotion, it quickly rushed to the group of unloading ridge disciples, showing its teeth and making squeaky noises. The frightened and unprepared people were shocked and exclaimed, and kept retreating backward as if this was a flooding beast. Ahem! Watching the unloading brothers under his command make such a fuss, Huarong couldn't help but cough a few times as a reminder. Hearing Huarong's reminder voice, at this time everyone reacted to the fact that this guy in front of him is a little bit and immediately looked at each other, and for a while they were embarrassed. Chu Yuan let out a light laugh and took a healthy step forward, cradling the smaller pangolin in his arms and threading a silver chain through the rings on its back. Don't be alarmed. They are all locked in their acupoints by the copper rings. Even if they have the power to pierce mountains, it will be hard to break free. Seeing Chu Yuan say this, the fat man immediately straightened his clothes. He was also startled just now and laughed disdainfully. Just a little thing like that can scare me. Just kidding. By the way, little brother, how did you know the stance of the mountain-moving Taoist? Chu Yuan smiled without saying anything and digressed. This split mountain digger armor has always been used to dig robber holes, and has been known as the 3 nails and 4 armors, of which this mountain-piercing cave tomb armor is one. After saying that, Chu Yuan hauled the 2 mountain-penetrating caveling armors to the center of the stone wall, and the crowd of onlookers from the unloading ridge immediately surrounded them, wanted to see what was so magical about this rumored mountain-moving and armor-splitting technique, only to see these 2 piercing mountain caveling nail-hook toes flying, divided into combining attacks, throwing digging rock as simple as digging and crushing tofu, easily penetrating the mountain. Debris splashed everywhere. Not long before a half-meter square hole was dug out. Look at the crowd of onlookers wonder. Mouth chattering today is an eye-opener. I did not think that the robberies can be dug so, Chu Yuan said to Huarong, who was on the side. This robbing cave will take some time. Little flower, arrange for all the brothers to replenish their strength and have a good rest. The hard battle is still ahead. After saying that, he smoothly handed the chain in his hand to Huarong and instructed, arrange a brother to follow them. You can use the small ones to change the direction of the holes. You should know better than me. Huarong nodded at the words, greeted Xiaowu after a word, rushed to make arrangements. Aside from the hole unloading, the ridge can be called the first of the 4 factions. Chu Yuan looked at the time, casually found a broken beam, gently sat down, and began to close his eyes. At the same time, opening his system panel, he only saw that the popularity value on the panel was already approaching 40 million, so it seemed to have worked out pretty well. 5 bodies. So the pangolin can be used in this way. And it's true that the live broadcast has made me grow a lot of inexplicable knowledge. Putting other things aside, Chu Yuan is utilizing the new Qing chicken and keeping pangolins. Such cute pangolins, isn't it against the law? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is all someone black. Convinced, this angry clear chicken Xiangxi land more people are used to eat. Saying that, this pangolin seems to be a really nationally protected animal. Hello viewers, I'm from the National Society for the Protection of Animals. Chu Yuan's 2 pangolins have gone through a special filing and are not illegal. I go. Or little brothers fan big disproved rumors immediately came. Served. At this time, the backstage of the National Treasure live broadcast, the chief director of the program group could not help but take a long breath of relief. Fortunately, he arranged in advance. A few days ago, when he received Chu Yuan's notice, he was puzzled, reporting what pangolin, and thought Chu Yuan was joking. It wasn't until he saw the video shot by Chu Yuan that he mobilized his connections and arranged for the filing on the same day. Looking at the pop-ups that gradually subsided in the live broadcast, the program director turned to the staff behind him and instructed, explain to the editing team side, edit more videos of the first few bursts, send them directly to the account, and publicize a good wave. Chu Yuan was now a guarantee of the program's ratings for him, and he was naturally happy to cooperate with Chu Yuan's little request. For those of you passing by, give it a 5-star review, please. Chapter 84, Chipping Mountains for Outer Cities and Stones for Burials. 30 minutes later, with the shouts of the unloading disciples, the mountain behind the stone wall has been dug through by the piercing cave mausoleum armor, and the crowd can't help but look at it in wonder. It is worthy of being the secret art of the mountain-moving Taoist. Many people have heard that the mountain-moving Taoist has the ability to move mountains and reclaim the sea, and they originally thought that they were all exaggerated. But today, with your own eyes, to see this through the mountain cave mausoleum armor, hard to dig through the mountain rock. The speed is still so fast. By everyone do not believe. Old Taoist Chui looked at Chu Yuan, who was not far away with his eyes closed, and couldn't help but shake his head, really somewhat unable to see through this person. He himself, with the real mountain-moving Taoist together for a long time, is also considered half of the mountain-moving Taoist. Through the mountain cave lingling armor is a lost art. I didn't expect this authentic mountain-moving secret art to appear in the body of a gold-touching lieutenant, but it was really strange. Hearing the yelling of unloading Ridge and the others, Chu Yuan opened his eyes, stretched slightly, and walked straight towards the thieves' cave. Perhaps seeing Chu Yuan's figure, the two pangolins ran to his feet with one small step and squeaked. It looked like it was looking for him to take credit. Chu Yuan half squatted down and did not be stingy, directly taking out 2 pills and handing them over. These were pills he had made according to the secret method in the mountain moving and reclamation book, specifically for use by the mountain-piercing armor. After taking the elixir, the smaller pangolin immediately hid into the belly of the larger pangolin and shrunk into a ball, looking like it was about to rest. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to unlock the chains of the mountain-piercing armor and put them back into the treasure box, and then into his backpack. Little brother, let's discuss something. Chu Yuan looked up and jerked his head to see the fat man's big round face coming over. His heart was taken aback to see him with a pleasing expression. How could he not know the other party's small mind? And immediately said without any good humor, "Don't even think about it. You can't drive it without the mountain-moving technique. And the mountain-penetrating cave limb armor is all about location. It doesn't work everywhere. Besides, didn't you obtain the Raging Chicken King from Elder Chui? What don't you know about it?" It was fine if the fat man didn't listen to it, but once he heard about the angry Chicken King, he became angry, only to hear him yell with a disgruntled face, "This Chicken King and the Fat Master, like TM to raise a father. It does not listen to my call ah." Chu Yuan's heart fluttered as he looked at Fatty with a serious face and warned, "Fatty, protect this Chicken King for me. It can come in handy later." It swallowed the inner Dan of the 6-winged centipede and its spirituality has increased greatly. This is the biggest treasure found in the Bottle Mountain line. Fatty couldn't help but roll his eyes at the words, pointing to the new Ching chicken that was huffing and puffing in the back basket in the corner, and said in disgust, "Is this stuff still the greatest treasure? If you hadn't stopped me, I'd have just given it a stew. How dare you make a move on me?" Chu Yuan is directly speechless. This fat man is really in the treasure mountain, does not know the treasure. Deserve you cannot get rich. Little brother, it's really divine. You've hit the nail on the head. There really is a step upwards behind this stone wall. Hua Rong returned from the other side of the robber's cave, and he didn't bother to clean up the dust on his body as he directly ran over to Chu Yuan and praised him. It seems that I was right in my speculation. This stone wall should have been set up by someone later to seal off the passage. Little flower, the road back there is rugged and the danger is higher. Call up 10 or so skilled brothers and follow them over, Chu Yuan said with a solemn face. He was clearly aware of the combat power of the Xiangxi Corpse King. The more people there were instead, the easier it was to do bad things. Hua Rong did not ask more questions. He believed that Chu Yuan must have his judgment in doing so, and then he turned around and went to pick someone. Chu Yuan wasn't idle either. He first persuaded old Taoist Chui not to get involved in the latter action, and asked the other party to take care of the pangolin armor and the raging chicken. Looking at Chui Lao Dao, who had a head full of crane hair, Chu Yuan was a little worried about his safety in his heart, even though Chui Lao Dao had a handful of magic-removing powers. For Chu Yuan, who had received the inheritance of the moving mountain-splitting armor technique, where in the world were there any spells? They were all strange arts. It was okay to deal with ordinary people, but if you wanted to rely on it to deal with the Xiangxi Corpse King, it was definitely looking for death. After the people were fully loaded and ready to go, Fatty was even more eager to go, and started to set off at the command of Hua Rong. Passing through the robber's hole, Fatty looked at the steps circling up behind the hole and couldn't help but let his eyes light up. It seemed that this was the right place to look. It was a step paved with large blue stones, only 1 person wide, and under the dim light, the steps circled upward, with no end visible at a glance. Hua Rong's face was a bit gloomy. The steps were steep and narrow. Once any mechanism was triggered, it would definitely make it impossible for people to enter or exit. Xiao Wu, beckoning to Xiao Wu at the back. Xiao Wu immediately understood and picked up the remote control of the military drone, cancelled the stealth mode and began to manually control it, using the drone to scout the way. Hi! Fatty gave a thumbs up to Hua Rong. Worthy of playing with machinery, live drones can play with flowers. Seeing this, Chu Yuan's face couldn't help but darken a bit, sweating in his heart, having gone down to the tomb several times. He hadn't even thought of doing so. Luckily, the place was dimly lit and no one noticed his face. The drone flew for about 5 minutes, finding nothing but rocks on either side along the way and triggering no mechanisms. As the drones returned, 2 shield-wielding unloading disciples took the initiative to walk ahead and scout the way for the crowd. The crowd carefully picked up the steps, and as they walked longer and longer, Chu Yuan sincerely admired the person who caused the steps. This was in the middle of a deep mountain, equivalent to building an elevator straight to the top of the mountain, which was a completely unbelievable thing in the Yuan dynasty back then. After walking for about 10 minutes, a glimmer of light came from the front of the road, and a gust of wind was heard in the ears of the crowd. Chu Yuan knew that this should be close to reaching the halfway point of the mountain. Sure enough, as they came to the last staircase, the crowd's vision suddenly became open. It was an empty side-facing cliff platform. The two sides of the platform were covered with countless green plants, branches and vines that covered the top of the platform, as if it were a cave hidden in a deep forest. Fatty carefully walked to the edge of the platform, plucked away the vines, and probed at the bottom cliff, shivering with fear. Little brother, since ancient times this mausoleum has been built under the ground. Can we find the ancient tomb by coming here halfway up the mountain? The location here was just too high, and even though Fatty had seen many ancient tombs, it was hard to imagine who would build a tomb on a mountainside. Huarong sniffed, surveyed the surroundings, and opened his mouth with a look of astonishment. The mountain of Bottle Mountain is shaped like a bottle, and the belly of the mountain is hollow like the belly of a bottle, in which the Dan Palace of Treasure is built, and it is most suitable to be converted into a tomb. Chu Yuan did not answer immediately, and after looking around for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. That's right, but the Bottle Mountain tomb can't be measured by common sense, and I've found that local customs favor the use of aversion to victory. The aversion of victory of the neighboring Miao villages lies in the highest part of the house. Influenced by this Yuan person changed the Dan Palace into a tomb in Bottle Mountain, which originally had the intention of suppressing this razor hole, which is a method of aversion to victory. Finally, setting the mausoleum on the mountain, and pretending to be a false tomb and suspicious mound under the mountain, in order to disturb the sight of others. The means is very clever. Huarong was stunned and couldn't help but say, surprisingly, the use of mausoleum anorexia victory town object, indeed not very common. The original is to cut the mountain for the coffin, through the stone to do hide. No wonder to look for so long. Obviously, the design of this Yuan dynasty great general's tomb is not the same as the normal feng shui of the tomb. No wonder no one has found it for so many years. Ha! What's this smell? Why does it smell so good? The tip of Fatty's nose suddenly twitched slightly as a faint scent came over, causing him to subconsciously open his mouth to inquire. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the plants on both sides of the cliff and faintly explained. This is the cold incense of herbs, and there, it is called cat's eye, and only grows near graves, and it seems that there must be a grave here. Fatty looked in the direction of Chu Yuan's finger and saw a cluster of emerald green slender leaves, which turned out to be cat grass. Huarong walked into the edge of the platform, looked around, and found that the cliff face was full of such plants, and it seemed that the Yuanrun tomb was really nearby. Moreover, with the fresh breeze coming from the cliff face, he not only smelled the cold fragrance of the herbs, but also smelled the fishy odor of the tomb in this cold fragrance. As the head of the unloading ridge, Huarong still has this ability. Chief General, look, there's a cave there. The unloading Rexes who were surveying the surroundings, someone suddenly pointed at a dark hole in the opposite cliff and exclaimed, for those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 85, The 8 Trigrams of Yin and Yang. Following the direction of the unloading ridge disciple's finger, Chu Yuan's first glance revealed a natural cave diagonally opposite. Walking to the edge of the platform and surveying the distance and location between the two holes, Chu Yuan shot out the flying tiger claw in his hand. The flying tiger claw iron hook was precisely wrapped around the rock near the cave entrance. Chu Yuan's wrist shook violently, and the rope in his hand violently collapsed and straightened. Little flower. Fatty, I'll go over and poke around first. Wait for my signal. Chu Yuan glanced back at the crowd and said loudly. As soon as the words fell, under the traction of the flying tiger's claw, he leaped, as if he was climbing a ping crossing the water, and easily went to the opposite side. What a handsome stance. The crowd looked at Chu Yuan's athletic figure and couldn't help but shout out loud. When Chu Yuan reached the entrance of the cave, he fought to throw the end of the flying tiger claw rope in his hand at Fatty and the others, and took out a phosphorus torch to illuminate the cave. He walked in with determination. It was an ancient cave, the walls of which were filled with mottled marks left by the years. Under the illumination of the weak light, Chu Yuan was barely able to see inside the cave. The ground inside the cave was rugged and covered with rocks of different sizes. Droplets of water from the cave walls dripped onto the ground, making a crisp sound that echoed in the silence of the cave. He had just gone deeper into the cave when the temperature gradually dropped and a chill came over him, causing Chu Yuan to uncontrollably shiver. Moreover, a faint smell of decay was faintly coming from the depths of the cave, making people feel a wave of nausea. Chu Yuan frowned slightly, holding the phosphorus tube carefully forward. Approaching surprisingly found a stone wall, in the absence of any road. However, this stone wall was inconsistent with the one inside the underground palace, and there were actually some strange symbols engraved on the wall, which looked like a celestial turf. The most crucial thing was that these symbols were actually emitting a faint glow in the dim light, giving off a mysterious aura. Chu Yuan understood that this heavenly ground was actually equivalent to a password system. and opening it should lead to the Bottle Mountain ancient tomb. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan turned around and walked to the edge of the cave entrance, shaking the lighting tool in his hand at the platform diagonally across from him. This news must also be communicated to Hua Rong and the others, so as not to worry them. Master Chief, look, Mr. Chu has a signal. Seeing Chu Yuan signaling unharmed, Hua Rong and the others couldn't help but breathe a huge sigh of relief. Xiaowu, you arrange for the brothers to temporarily build a rope bridge. I'll go over and take a look first. You guard here. Hua Rong patted Xiaowu's shoulder and said with a solemn face. He needed Xiaowu here to ensure the safety of the back roads. Xiaowu looked at him with desire to speak, but when he saw Hua Rong's firm look, he then nodded seriously and began to direct the unloading of the ridge to work. The unloading ridge disciples were extremely efficient, and not more than a few minutes later, with the help of the flying tiger's claw, the temporary rope passage was set up. After Hua Rong greeted Fatty, the two of them carefully passed through the rope, listening to the sound of the wind whistling in the middle of the cliff. Fatty's legs shivered. Damn! Fat Master will never again explore this kind of ancient tomb which is all about climbing high. It is simply to take the old life of the master. While walking, Fatty spat. This time under the Bottle Mountain did allow him to overcome his fear of heights quite a bit. Listening to the fat man's tirade, Hua Rong directly rolled his eyes at him and said without any goodwill, I'll have someone arrange for you to go bungee jumping a couple of times, and make sure you get over your fear of heights on the spot. Fatty looked directly at Hua Rong with a stunned face and yelled, Little flower, still a brother? Your move is also too ruthless. Hua Rong ignored the fat man's shouts behind him, and directly took a big stride to ascend to the cave entrance and walked in. Seeing that he had already gone in, Fatty hastily sped up and followed closely behind. Ha! What's this? A heavenly turf? Fatty, who had just entered the cave, did not have time to survey his surroundings before he saw Chu Yuan and Hua Rong standing in front of a stone wall. The fat man walked up to gather around, and only then realized that the original wall was carved with vertical marks of different depths, mottled and intertwined, looking like a heavenly turf. Hua Rong gently nodded his head. The general heavenly grounds are divided into heaven, earth, and man, but there is a difference compared to the one in front of him. Can you tell anything, little brother? Chu Yuan's expression was grave as he pointed at the vertical and horizontal crisscross on the wall and said in a deep voice, This is the Chiman Duanjia heavenly ground based on the earth, and this Chiman Duanjia ground is crisscrossed to form the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The ground in the heaven and earth disk is based on the mountains, rocks and earth, and it is about not moving like a mountain, and at this moment, using the Bottle Mountain as the ground, which makes sense. Hua Rong smelled a look. His ancestors are good at the back of Tianwan gossip. In his childhood also listened to his father explained. Under the influence of gossip is also considered to be quite an understanding. The 9 palaces and 8 trigrams in front of us, of which 9 palaces are derived from Hichu and Luoshu, have their own set of calculation system, and this Hotian Bagua was created by Zhou Wenwang, for the formation of the state of all things in the universe. The relevant song he is very familiar with, but to use this song to this Chi Men Dunjia Tian Di, he was a little blind, and could not help but regret that he did not learn it seriously when he was a child. Ha, little brother, isn't this 9 palaces and 8 trigrams what you're best at? Fatty's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew that in the Western Zhou tomb, Shao was relying on the 9 palace gossip to unlock the Dragon Bone heavenly book mechanism. Doesn't this hit little brother's strong suit? Looks like a sure handful of handholds on this one. Chu Yuan nodded his head gently, then took out his compass and carefully observed the distribution of the yin and yang scratches on the wall. He wanted to utilize the scratches of varying lengths and depths to differentiate between yin and yang, then with yin and yang, to calculate the 8 trigrams. He is now to use the compass to determine the location of the birthgate in this earth. Fatty just wanted to get together to banter, but was stopped by the quick-eyed Hua Rong beside him, signaling not to disturb the thinking Chu Yuan. Seeing this, Fatty immediately put away his playful expression and looked at Chu Yuan with a solemn expression. Chu Yuan at this time as if distracted, is in the mind constantly deduced, due to the length of the wall carvings, clear different, deducing the 9 palace 8 trigrams more difficult. Moreover, there is only one chance to crack the heavenly ground. According to the Hotian Bagua and the 12 earthly branches in the dragon seeking technique, find the burgundy position in the Hotian Bagua, in order to correctly project the location of the birthgate. He could not afford not to take it seriously. The original play moving mountain leader partridge whistle is in this cave accidentally triggered the mechanism. Directly lead to the entire Bottle Mountain since the location above the waist of the mountain, a heavenly collapse, unloading the ridge deaths and injuries, can be seen its menace. Chu Yuan gently exhaled, his eyes tightly staring at the wall as he spoke with a solemn expression. Seek the dragon divided into gold to see the entangled mountains. A heavy entangled mountains a heavy shutdown. The shutdown if 8 dangerous. not out of the yin and yang gossip shape. As the dragon-seeking skill was performed, it was as if Chu Yuan no longer had a natural stone carving in front of him, but a compass displaying the 8 trigrams. As the 8 trigrams compass kept rotating, until finally, each of the trigrams was able to precisely match the scratches on the stone carvings. At this moment, the dragon-seeking technique had been finalized. Chu Yuan's heart was greatly settled, and he began to go searching for the location of the 9 palaces in the 8 trigrams. Kan, Li, Jin and Tue are divided into 4 elephants. Qian, Kuan, Kan and Sun contain 8 directions. The 8 directions have the door of life and death, and the mountains and zephyrs pass through the wind and thunder to fight. I've found it. The upper Qian and lower Li see the birth gate, and the burgundy position is the northeast. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Yuan's eyes were attracted by the 3 too long and 1 short stone carvings in the northeast direction, which was the secret key to break the barrier. Subsequently, Chu Yuan, under the nervous looks of Hua Rong and Fatty, he calmly reached out and pressed his hand on these 3 stone carvings. Click! A heavy organ sound rang out within the cave, only to see the stone wall in front of the 3 of them suddenly emit changes. Thanks for a 5-star review from a passing bigot. Please. Chapter 86, The 24 Elephants Seek for Life. Accompanied by the roar of the organs, Chu Yuan and the others took a few steps back with a grave expression, vigilantly observing the situation around them. The only thing that has changed is the stone wall in front of me, only to see that the double rings inside and outside of the Qimen Dunjia heavenly plateau on the wall are actually moving slowly. As the heavenly ground moved, the top of the cave began to slowly vibrate, and countless debris fell down along with the dust. The entire stone wall began to slowly rise upwards in the blurred vision of several people, until it finally revealed a dark cave entrance. It was a 2-meter high, 1 meter wide narrow hole, which was pitch black, without a trace of light and without seeing the edge. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. There was a gust of wind coming from inside the cave entrance, which seemed to permeate an eerie aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Only the stone walls of the cave entrance were covered with wet moss, emitting a pungent odor, but there were no traces of organs. Occasionally a cool breeze blew out of the cave, albeit with a hint of chill that at least indicated the presence of air in the space within the cave entrance. Chu Yuan raised the phosphorus cylinder and took a step forward, trying to illuminate the environment inside the cave entrance. Secretly he had turned on his night eye talent at this moment, in order to avoid everyone's suspicion. He was holding the phosphorus tube just to hide his eyes, and only after seeing the situation inside the cave entrance, Chu Yuan was relieved. I don't blame him for being so cautious. It's really because this part wasn't in the TV series before, when Partridge Whistle accidentally triggered the tube's mechanism. This organ is extremely skillfully designed, possessing the power of the heavenly inverted gorges, which directly cracks the bottle mountain, above the mouth of the bottle, into the sky. The top part of the mountain was all destroyed, and the tomb of the Yuan dynasty general at the top of the mountain also suffered unprecedented damage, and finally even directly shook out the coffin of the Yuan dynasty general. You can see the power of this organ. As for the situation after the mechanism, there is no detailed description in the movie and TV drama. The tomb room is all destroyed and not shown. This meant that Chu Yuan could only rely on himself for all the rest of the journey. The cave is safe. Little flower, signal the people. This trip is bound to be incredibly dangerous. Just find a few overly specialized brothers. Chu Yuan turned back to Hua Rong and instructed him that the most powerful thing about this Yuan dynasty great general is his flesh and corpse poison, and that more people may not be a good thing. He could clearly remember that in the original play first a team of cannon fodder offered blood to the Xiangxi Corpse King, which caused it to increase its battle power greatly. In the end, it was Partridge Whistle, who had eaten the inner elixir of the 6-winged centipede, who used a kixing kick to kick the violet gold crown upside down, dislodging its large vertebrae, before settling it. Compared to Partridge Whistle, Chu Yuan's physique was now doubly strengthened by the system and bloodline. Even if he hadn't swallowed the 6-winged centipede inner Dan, he believed that with his current comprehensive strength, he could also the Xiangxi Corpse King. After Hua Rong went back to call people, the fat man directly walked over with a lighting fixture, and after surveying left and right and finding nothing, he urged Chu Yuan to keep moving forward. As he walked, he set miniature flares into the walls on either side, and at once a dim light illuminated the entire passage. Technology has developed to this point. Pouring archaeology is undoubtedly much simpler for them, and the lighting problem is easily solved. Before long, the two came to an empty man-made stone chamber. As soon as they entered the stone room, the torches on the wall pillars around the stone room suddenly ignited themselves, instantly illuminating the entire chamber. Hiss! Fatty rubbed his eyes to confirm that he wasn't hallucinating, and it turned out that right at the moment when the lamp was lit, the scene inside the stone room became clear to him. Into the eyes is placed in the stone room, dense stone coffins, roughly counted, I am afraid that no less than 20 pairs. The small stone coffin was as far apart horizontally and vertically as if it were a chess piece on a chessboard mountain, interlocking and starring each other. Ha ha, little brother. Now we are really rich. With so many coffins, we can always open up treasures, right? Fatty looked at the coffins full of eyes with an obsessive face. His mood was stirred. This journey did not see any serious coffins. This is finally a great show. Be careful, Fatty. This is at least a Yuan dynasty general's tomb. A sarcophagus of this gauge is not even qualified to accompany the mound. Look at the arrangement and position of these coffins. They seem to be unruly, but they are in order. Don't touch them. Beware of the mechanism. Once he thought of Fatty's innate organ saint body, Chu Yuan hurriedly urged the prince to be careful. He did not want to be implicated by the other party. After Chu Yuan's reminder, Fatty then reacted to the fact that the coffin in front of him was an ordinary lapis lazuli material and small in size. It is important to realize that traditional coffins are made of wood preferred, unless some special places have customs that speak of cement coffins, but coffins made of such rocks are rare indeed, and when they do exist, they are usually decorative or suspect mound settings. Fatty nodded to Chu Yuan and chose not to care about the coffin on the ground. Instead, he hit the flashlight to check the situation of the surrounding walls. The key now is still to find the main chamber of the Yuan dynasty generals in order to do so. Just at this time, the coming cave entrance suddenly came a burst of footsteps. Chu Yuan looked back. It is Hua Rong and his party. Little flower, have everyone look around for organs, and don't move this coffin on the ground. Chu Yuan looked at Hua Rong's team while searching for traces of organs. I saw Hua Rong brought a total of 8 disciples. All of them are stout and tall, heavily armed. It seems to be the elite. Little brother, little flower, come look, there's a mural here. Fatty was suddenly attracted by the mural on the west wall. Looking at the content on it, he vaguely felt familiar and immediately greeted Chu Yuan and the others. It was a huge mural about 4 or 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, and the colors on the painting had peeled off a bit, but you could still make out the main content. Watching the content describes the war scene related to the conquest of 72 Miao villages in the western part of Hunan by a valiant Yuan general. This part of history, I also studied quite a bit before coming to Bottle Mountain. This Yuan general repeatedly made killings, and within a few years, he had a sudden outbreak of malignant disease. Knowing that his days were numbered, he sent someone to occupy this underground palace and searched extensively for a monk to concoct pills for him, in a vain attempt to swallow the pills to renew his life and ascend to the heavenly abode. Perhaps he created too many sins in his earlier years and died not long after swallowing the golden pill, and his men built a mausoleum here. Hua Rong pointed to a scene in the lower right corner of the mural and explained that what was depicted here was precisely the scene of the construction of the mausoleum. Fatty frowned and spoke with worry. This Yuanrun didn't even build the mausoleum underneath. This is too out of line. And this organ is afraid that it's also untraceable. In their line of work, the most fearful thing is that the owner of the tomb does not follow the feng shui treasure to build the tomb, and does not follow the 5 elements gossip to set up the organs. Right now, this Yuanrun general's mausoleum is afraid that it was built exactly along these lines, typically not according to the formula. What a headache. Fatty rubbed his brow and spat in a small voice under his breath. Little brother, what are you looking at? Did you find something? Hua Rong ignored Fatty's tirade as he commanded the Unloading Ridge disciples to find the location of the organ with a serious face. However, Chu Yuan was seen staring blankly at the coffin in the chamber. Unable to help his heart, Hua Rong took the initiative to walk forward and curiously opened his mouth to inquire. Chu Yuan didn't reply immediately and took out his own compass. His eyes fixed dead firmly on it in his hand as he methodically explained. I just counted in detail that there are 24 coffins here, which can be regarded as 24 star signs according to the dragon seeking technique. And the 24 astrological signs correspond to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. And each coffin represents a different trigram. So as long as you find the door of life, you will be able to find the mechanism. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 87, A Single Blade and a Head to Get Rid of Vampires. After hearing Chu Yuan's explanation about the 24 astrological signs, and then combining it with the Bagua orientation to look at the indoor coffins, the crowd listened to the explanation. Fatty nodded his head and laughed as if he had come to a realization. Hey, I still think that this Yuanrun really set up organs haphazardly, and I dare say that in the end, they still can't get away from the Hotian Bagua or the Chimen Dunjia. Chu Yuan nodded slightly to the few people around him. His eyes kept surveying the coffins around him, and his heart kept sizing them up. Only after a long time did he slowly open his mouth, pointing at the first sarcophagus in the first row in the northeast corner, and said with a calm face, This 9-palace gossip, the biggest difficulty is to find the birth door. Look at this trigram. The birth door is in the northeast Burgundy 8. Although I don't know how little brother measured it, But it's only been a few minutes and he's found the door to life. Tall man. Anyway, do not understand the Nine Palace gossip. He said what is what. Remember this way everyone is so calm. On the subject of Hotian Bagua and Chi Man Dun Jia alone, little brother Chu can definitely be called the #1 person in the world. It's just too powerful. Yes, less than 3 minutes. I'm still stupidly holding the Bagua map to correspond to it. People's life door are directly out. Quick look. Ready to open the coffin. This sarcophagus is not a mechanism or not. So nervous At the same time Chu Yuan pointed out the location of the Shangmen. The two unloading ridge disciples had already arrived in front of the coffin with their tools. There was nothing different about this stone coffin. The surface of the lid plate was engraved with a weapon, in no other patterns or symbols. Open the coffin. Huarong faintly opened his mouth. He knows more than anyone else about the skills of Chu Yuan's acquired gossip. And don't forget that he also understands the art of trigrams. Hearing Huarong's approval, the two unloading ridge disciples took out their tools, hooked the lid of the sarcophagus, and with a slight force, opened the coffin. Bang! The coffin lid panel was pushed aside by the two men, revealing the inside of the coffin, except that it made the crowd look a little pale, only to see that inside the coffin lay a dry corpse that had already been air-dried. Not even a single accompanying plutonium, not to mention the organs. Little brother, isn't this the door to life? How come there are no organs? Fatty said in disbelief. After thinking about it, he took out his engineer's shovel and knocked around inside and outside the coffin, but he didn't find anything. Lying, little brother misses and miscalculates. Large overturned car scene. Brothers all come over to see what the so-called first master really looks like. Face is swollen. Is this the standard of the gold digger? No more pretending. I'll show my cards. I'm actually a keyboard warrior. Since he failed to touch the mechanism of the door. At once, many voices criticizing Chu Yuan emerged from the live broadcast room, overwhelming the sky. Poor man. Looking at the dry corpse covered in nothing but tattered clothes and dust, hairless, the fat man directly opened his mouth to spit. Chu Yuan looked at the unresponsive burgundy position and was a bit dumbfounded. The position of the 24 stars and the 8 trigrams was not calculated wrongly. Thinking of this, he added in a deep voice, Northwest Qian 6, for the opening of the door, also has the meaning of the great auspicious birth path. The first in the first row on the left. The two shifting ridge disciples sniffed and looked at Huarong, and when they saw the latter nodding his head, they immediately stepped forward to carry out the opening of the coffin. Boom! The lid panel of the sarcophagus was overturned on the ground by the two men, and the situation inside was surprisingly exactly the same as the situation of the coffin in the Shangmen. How did this happen? Huarong dumbfounded at the situation inside the coffin. Open the door surprisingly is not where the mechanism. Is it necessary to test one by one? Just then, a sudden cold wind blew. Huarong subconsciously shivered, and he subconsciously looked at the coffin. A white bone arm suddenly appeared on the edge of the coffin, tightly grasping the sarcophagus. Not a trace of skin or flesh was seen on the white bone, giving people a creepy feeling. LOL. A teeth-chattering voice suddenly came out from inside the coffin, frightening the crowd of onlookers to keep backing away, each face pale. Crap. I can't believe the corpse has risen. One of the disciples behind Huarong, holding a pick of dried corpses, took the initiative to step forward, his eyes alert as he watched the movement inside the coffin. Roar! With the support of this arm, the dry body even stood up, standing so straight in front of the crowd. It was dressed in a tattered and dirty military uniform, with a faint hint of Yuanrun military uniform, unarmored, and appeared to be an ordinary soldier. Roar! The dry zombie suddenly encountered so many living people, and immediately let out a roar, manipulating its sharp nails, and swung at the faces of the crowd. The unloading ridge disciple's eyes were quick, and the sharp corpse-picking pole in his hand suddenly pointed violently and forcefully at the dry corpse's chest. Bang! The straight corpse-picking pole instantly struck the dry body, and actually knocked the thick dust on the other side to dust. A fishy, pungent odor permeated the air. Back up! Just as the unloading ridge disciple hesitated, a sudden air-braking sound came from his side, causing him to decisively choose to retreat. The crowd only felt a cold light violently flashing past their eyes, and the smoke and dust in front of them were unexpectedly all chopped into two by this blade. Through the gap, the dry body in the smoke could be clearly seen, and by now the body was already separated, with the torso standing frozen in place. Put! A hideous head fell from mid-air, heavily, to the ground. When the dust cleared, the crowd realized that what had fallen to the ground was precisely the head of the dry corpse that had just swindled. Chu Yuan flicked his wrist. The blade shook off the dirty traces on it, and with a handsome backhanded blade flourish, closed the blade and returned it to its sheath. So this is a fraudulent corpse. Holy, this dry corpse is so scary. I didn't realize that the zombie species really existed in this world. No wonder we often see news of grave robbers dying a horrible death of the tomb owner. It turns out that not only do you have to face the organs, but you also have to prevent fraud. Quickly, let Director Wang of the Paleontology Research Institute come out to give an explanation as to why there are zombies. Speaking of which, is it too late for me to learn Taoism? In the future, everyone who visits the graves at Qingming will be more sincere, burn more paper money, and pay more filial piety, or else beware of starting corpses. Don't worry, even if your loved one swindles and turns into a zombie, they won't bite their immediate family. Upstairs rolls calves, misguided. Zombie Taoist priest suggests to see direct relatives' blood on the zombie is the great tonic. Right at the moment the dry corpse jumped out of the coffin, the entire audience in the live broadcast room boiled over, and countless pop-ups came pouring in. Little brother, it's not a solution to go on like this. If we open them one by one, it's inevitable that we'll be in a situation where we'll encounter a fraudulent corpse. Huarong swept a glance at the dry corpse and said worriedly, "This is only opening 2 coffins and winning one. This probability is extremely high." The risk of opening the coffin was too great and full of uncertainty, and through the brief exchange just now, Huarong knew that he and the others might not be able to take advantage of the dry corpse one-on-one in single combat. After all, not everyone could have a sharp weapon like Chu Yuan's black gold ancient blade, and he was feeling like his little divine blade didn't smell good anymore. Chu Yuan surveyed the surroundings and said to Huarong with a serious face, "It seems that this Yuan ring utilized our familiarity with the 9 palaces and 8 gates to deliberately create these layouts in an attempt to confuse us. Tell the people not to casually move these coffins. The organs should be on the walls around here. I'll go and look for them more carefully." After saying that, Chu Yuan came to a wall and leaned his right hand with both fingers on the wall to move forward slowly. At the critical moment, he still had to rely on the hairy finger to detect the subtle organs. "Master Chief, here's another find." Suddenly an excited voice broke the silence in the room. It turned out to be an unloading warrior who had discovered an abnormality in one of the idols. "For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please." Chapter 88, The 3 Triads and the 3 Happenings. The crowd went to the sound, only to see in the record of the Yuan dynasty general's life next to the mural, a guanyin statue has attracted everyone's attention. A few ling-shifting rexes were gathering around the statue and kept pointing at it. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he really found that the statues on both sides of the mural, the local details existed in a different place, and if he didn't observe carefully, it was really hard to notice. It turned out to be an extra octagon-shaped disc below the statue's right palm, with a very visible seam that was clearly movable. Chu Yuan bent down, and this 8 trigrams disc was clearly inscribed with yin and yang symbols of varying lengths, formally corresponding to the 8 gates. The gear octagon of this 8 trigram disc corresponds to the 8 gates of the 9 palaces, and the birth gate is 8, and the 2 left and 8 right are the birth gates. After only a moment, Chu Yuan could see where the statue's mechanism was. Just about to move his hand to turn the bagua disc, Chu Yuan suddenly stopped his hand, thinking of the scene not long ago when he failed to project the organ. "Little brother, this Yuanren tomb is odd. If it wasn't for you passing through all along the way, we wouldn't have been able to enter this place. I believe in you." Huarong could see Chu Yuan's thoughts and directly patted his shoulder, speaking in a sincere tone. Behind him, the unloading force behind him also nodded at the words. Inverted on the unloading has always looked down on the technical stream of the touch of gold, but along the way, Chu Yuan, no matter whether it was his hands or his skill in inverting, their group of brothers had long been conquered and naturally trusted him. "Yes, little brother, in my life, besides old Hu, my fat master trusts you the most. No one else is good enough." Fatty raised his eyebrows and stood behind Chu Yuan with a firm expression, saying loudly. Looking at the two people's trust in themselves, Chu Yuan's heart was greatly settled, and without hesitation, he reached out to rotate the bagua disc at the bottom. He turned 2 times to the left, then 8 times to the right. "Bio gate. Now." Ka-ching. A sound of a turning organ sounded steeply, instantly attracting everyone's attention, only to see a sarcophagus at the center of the stone room slowly panning as a hole, gradually revealing a hole underneath the coffin. Seeing the commotion, the ridge unloading rexes on the side immediately walked up and began to check up on the surroundings. "Chief Handler, it's a flight of steps down here." An unloading ridge rex held a lighting tool, and immediately exclaimed loudly when he could see what was going on underneath the ground. "So this is the way of life. Surprisingly, it's at the door of death. It's really putting death in the way of life. This Yuanren organ design is really weird." Chu Yuan looked at the location of the moving sarcophagus and softly marveled. This idea of designing tomb organs does prevent grave robbers to a certain extent. However, this design idea is only suitable for such technical streams as the gold-touching schoolmaster. If you encounter the mountain moving and unloading, it is futile. It's really a showman meets a soldier. Can't reason. encounter this kind of organ design, Zhou Wenwan came also speechless. In the face of death, not many people dare to really try when they really encounter it, and life only comes once, without blowing up. This kind of technical flow organs still need to rely on the gold-touching kernel. Otherwise, you really don't know how you're going to die? Having said that, the unloading Rexes are also bullish, and they're the ones who found out a lot of things, and that there are advantages to being outnumbered. The crowd picked their way down the steps of the cave, and after walking about 40 steps or so, they came to an exquisite chamber. The first thing that comes to mind is that there are 3 wooden coffins in the center of the chamber, which are placed around a black circle in the center of the chamber in a 3-legged tripod shape, which looks quite mysterious. Little brother, what kind of path is this? How come there are 3 main chambers? Fatty walked in ahead of the others and was a bit confused when he saw the 3 coffins in the main chamber. What is this? This can't still be an imaginary mound. Hua Rong touched his chin with a skeptical face and said, this way to the Yuan people tomb organs set up. The most commonly used is the virtual mound, letting everyone suffer a lot. Hua Rong thought of this and then waved his hand at the unloading ridge Rexes behind him, signaling them to spread out. Although no organs have been found so far, it is better to be on guard for precautionary measures in advance, just in case it comes in the cold. I'll go, a Yuan dynasty general, making his tomb so mysterious. Those who don't know would think we're exploring the imperial tomb. Fatty skimmed his mouth and spat without a care in the world. This way all the way to what treasure did not see, but fished out an ancestor chicken king. Not to mention the old objects of the Yuan dynasty. Nothing to see, but also Guanshan Taibao's waistplate is worth a bit of money, but also by Chu Yuan want to go over. Chu Yuan ignored the fat man's spitting. Instead, he looked at the 3 coffins with a grave face. This Yuan people constructed tombs at a bit of a level. First of all, the heavenly turf as the entrance. Once cracking mistakes is the fate of the sky and the earth, and then use the 24 stars, combined with the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams to make a bureau. Set up the virtual mound. Those who know the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams will follow the path of finding the door to life to crack it, but face the possibility of a zombie attack. If you can get away with all of the previous, you will be faced with the main chamber's triple triad if you go to the end. The designer of this mausoleum is a tall man. Chu Yuan greeted Hua Rong and Wang Fatty and pointed at the 3 coffins, introducing them with a grave expression. These 3 coffins are placed according to the 3 harmony and 3 meeting pattern, which represent the triad of birth, prosperity, and tomb, and also the robberies experienced by the Yuan dynasty great general in his 3 lives. Hua Rong was stunned at his words and asked suspiciously, a calamity experienced in 3 lifetimes? This great general Yuan Dai wouldn't be trying to become immortal, would he? What? The crowd heard the words of Hua Rong all stunned. You, a district general, still want to become immortal? The emperor cannot do things you still want to realize, but also really whimsical. Chu Yuan shook his head and spoke faintly. Not exactly. The 3 harmonies and 3 conferences bureau belongs to the Bureau of the Potential of Numerology Changes, which is inherently mysterious, and has been interpreted by many people since ancient times. This Yuan tomb master seems to want to utilize the Bottle Mountain blessed land in a vain attempt to change his destiny, or possibly to bless his descendants. Fatty couldn't help but nod his head and agreed. So that's how it is. If I say this Yuan people kill so heavily, sooner or later the descendants will be condemned by heaven. If he really wanted to ascend to immortality, so the real coffin must not be here, but these 3 coffins are in the wrong position. Chu Yuan pointed to the coffins in 3 positions and explained that the 3 harmonies and 3 conferences were arranged according to birth, prosperity, and tomb, and this position was obviously wrong. Fatty, come on, let's push the coffins together and try to see if we can change their positions. After greeting the fat man, Chu Yuan came to a coffin. Looking up and down at the coffin, the materials used were average. The texture was ordinary. It seemed that it was indeed a suspicious grave. Hearing Chu Yuan shout, Fatty happily walked over, put away the engineer shovel, and came to the front of the coffin. Pushed together, the 2 of them placed their hands on the coffins, and under the forceful push, the 3 coffins unexpectedly began to move slowly at the same time. In a trinity, the commotion on this side immediately attracted the attention of Hua Rong and the others. All of them took out the tools in their hands without saying a word, and looked at the center of the field with a guarded face. Right after Chu Yuan and Fatty both moved the coffins representing the triad of Shang, Wang and Tomb respectively to the correct position, an organ sound suddenly rang out. Click, only to see that in the middle of the 3 coffins, a piece of the original floor tile suddenly collapsed, and a golden-colored coffin slowly rose up. This is a coffin made of the finest gold Nanmu. Look at this is the coffin of the tomb owner. Hua Rong looked at the coffin that popped out automatically with an excited face, especially after seeing the appearance of the coffin. His heart became more certain. This is the main chamber coffin of the Yuan dynasty general in the Bottle Hill tomb. The fat man looked at the golden wood in front of him, and his eyes glistened, but looking at the material of this coffin, he knew that the medieval artifacts that were martyred would definitely not be small. Fatty, open the coffin. Hearing Chu Yuan's command, the fat man immediately smiled with a big smile, took out his pocket candles and went straight to the southeast corner, which would not be misrecognized. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 89 Groping for Bones and Looks. A wisp of candle flame, suddenly and ghostly lit in the southeast corner of the main crypt. A cool breeze blew by, the candle flame gently swaying in the air. Fatty looked at the wavering candle flame, and a trace of uneasiness rose violently in his heart. But he looked at the golden coffin in the center. With a twinkle in his eye, he directly picked up the broken tiles next to him and surrounded the candle, which suddenly became endowed. Asterisk 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 Fatty. That's a brilliant tactic. Hua Rong, who had always been gentle and steady, saw the fat man's tawdry operation and directly burst into foul-mouthed lamentation. If this tomb owner does not agree to open the coffin, I'm afraid that they can't even blow out this candle. The fat man is thick-skinned enough. Isn't this operation just cheating the ghosts? Seeing this, Hua Rong as well as the ling-shifting Rexes behind him looked at Fatty with admiration. Ha ha, it's just a basic operation, so don't make a fuss. The fat man shook his hand and laughed in mock embarrassment. Chu Yuan looked at Fatty with a head full of black lines and silently took out the gold-touching talisman at his chest and placed it in his palm. Seeing this, Fatty also took out his gold-touching talisman and then looked at Chu Yuan with a serious face. 1 life, 2 lives, 2 lives, 3 lives, 3 lives is the mystery. Negative yin holds the yang and the 2 phases are difficult. Touching the gold, touching the bones, touching the face. Chu Yuan stretched out his right hand and lightly touched Fatty's right hand, forming a concentric gesture and said in a deep voice. Fatty nodded gently, put on his own gold-touching talisman again, took out his engineer's shovel and was ready to open the golden coffin. As he was about to make a move, he was suddenly stopped by Chu Yuan reaching out. The fat man with a puzzled face was just about to open his mouth to ask Chu Yuan what had happened when he saw him gesturing southeast at himself. Southeast corner. Oh, crap, it's a candle. A bad feeling instantly grew in the fat man's mind, and he stiffly twisted his neck to look back. Sure enough, even though it was covered by the tiles, the candle's flame at this point kept pulling upwards as if it was being pulled by something. It won't be said by this guy Hua Rong, it didn't fool the ghost, and the other side is looking for it? Fatty heart immediately thumped, a chill directly from his back slowly rising. Spare no respect for ghosts and gods, he saw this as also shivering legs. Hua Rong and the others are also well aware of the rules of the ghost-blowing lamp of the school of touching the gold, and naturally know the meaning that this kind of candle flame represents. Is it just not open the coffin? Directly withdraw. The thought of this Hua Rong is not willing. If Chu Yuan and Fatty insist on following the rules of touching the gold, the probability is that they will choose not to open the coffin. When it really came to that, then he could only open the coffin according to the rules of the unloading ridge. Anyway, today this coffin, he Hua Rong open fixed. Hua Rong said, is the emperor old man came also not good. Fatty and Hua Rong's expressions were all seen in Chu Yuan's heart. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan slowly took out a yellow talisman paper from his pocket. It was the corpse suppressor talisman that old Taoist Chui had privately given to Chu Yuan not long ago, to prevent the rising of corpses. Chu Yuan slowly placed the corpse-suppressing talisman on the coffin of golden Nanmu, and then took out a side of copper seal from his pocket and resolutely stamped it on the corpse-suppressing talisman. 8 big words in the yellow runic paper hidden. A closer look is precisely, the heavenly officials give blessings. 100 forbidden. 8 big words. Hair mound seal. When the fat man saw the copper seal in Chu Yuan's hand, he let out a gasp of surprise, but his heart was more in doubt. The fakia seal could still be used like this? Just as he was puzzled, Chu Yuan had already affixed the stamped corpse suppressor talisman directly onto the golden casket flap. At the same time, Chu Yuan held the copper seal and said faintly to the southeast direction, Zun, the deceased is above, and has no intention of intruding on the offense of opening the coffin. Honor, the dead are the elders, and there is no taboo. Here's to the dead living in peace, with no shame. Take, the weapon of the dead, without hindrance, open the outer coffin. As Chu Yuan's words had just fallen, the candle flame in the direction of the southeastern corner suddenly quieted down and turned into its normal appearance. Listening to Chu Yuan's invigorating voice in his ears, Fatty and Hua Rong and the others immediately felt their spirits shaken and looked at Chu Yuan with admiration. Now that's an authentic touch of gold fan. Hua Rong's expression moved as he looked at Chu Yuan with a face of admiration. After seeing the candle flame return to normal, Fatty's heart settled down quite a bit, and with the engineer's shovel, he searched for crevices along the coffin's lid. He believed that as long as he could give himself a gap, with his fat master's craft of opening coffins, he could definitely open the door to the treasure. At the same time, Chu Yuan and Fatty's series of maneuvers immediately caused the pop-ups in the live broadcast room to explode and boil over. This is the greatness of the inverted double degree. When groping violates the rules, it doesn't matter. I'm still a Fakia Zhonglong general. More than that, I have already seen that the head of the unloading Rex's, Chief Flower Head, has already jumped at the chance to try. Bull. Seamlessly. Once the technical flow fails, the violent flow follows immediately after. Although I'm a sprayer, but Chu little brother word's mouth. Listen to a good model. This is what I have in mind to touch the gold lieutenant. What the hell? Is the Hercock's lieutenant general so arrogant? With a stamp and a few words, he can take away the burial goods with a clear conscience. You know nothing. In ancient times, the Hercock's lieutenant general was the representative of the official capacity, equivalent to the present-day archaeologists. Say a few words and take away the burial goods openly. How can there be such a good thing? It is purely self-deception. When Hua Rong saw Fatty start to open the coffin, he immediately brought a few people up. Fatty, back off a bit and let me do it. After saying that, Hua Rong raised his hand tying claw, a face of complacency. This is the southern school inverted commonly used to open the coffin artifacts. Aside from that, it was ironically much more powerful than the engineer's shovel in Fatty's hand. Since Hua Rong folded in the Battle of the Urn 2 years ago, Hua Rong has secretly resolved to dig the ancient tomb of Bottle Mountain with his own hands. Not only to avenge the deaths of his brethren, but also to raise the name of the Changsheng Mountain Construction Company. Fatty, come back, go watch the candles. It's kind of evil in here, Chu Yuan said with concern. Compared to the fully equipped unloading riders, the fat man is in civilian clothes, and it is easy to lose when he encounters the corpses. After a moment's hesitation, the fat man put away his engineer's shovel and reluctantly walked toward the southeast corner, cursing under his breath. It wasn't clear whether he was complaining about Chu Yuan or the unloading Rex who was stealing the job. Bang! Just as the two of them were talking, Hua Rong and the others had already opened the lid panel of the golden casket, which immediately raised a puff of smoke. A thick putrid odor came out from the inside of the coffin, and at once, it made the surrounding unloading ridge and the others cover their noses and retreat. Fatty sniffed and stood on his tiptoes, looking towards the inside of the coffin, but due to the distance, he didn't see anything. The anxious fat man couldn't help but take a few steps forward, not caring about the candle beside him, but not realizing that the candlelight had already changed. The nearest unloading disciples see the coffin open, subconsciously looked over. This is 2 years ago unloading and other people's heart nightmare. When he looked inside the coffin, he was dumbfounded. Only a lifelike body was visible, wearing a hooded iron helmet in the style of a hood, an aged mixed armor made of animal skins and iron, holding a dark, dull-colored round moon scimitar glowing with ash. He crossed his arms and placed them on his chest. What a Yuan dynasty Primus General, Chief General, it's the corpse-fixing pill. An unloading ridge disciple pointed at the black pill that General Yuan Dai was holding in his mouth and said with a surprised expression. Hua Rong smelled the sound to see. No wonder can keep the complete appearance. The original take fixed body Dan. This thing is now a good thing to put aside. Earlier in the year, Unloading Ridge had also acquired such treasures when taking on private work for some big clients, selling them to specific buyers worth $10 million. It's worthy of being a barbarian, to have snatched so many treasures. It turned out that Fatty had actually come to the coffin without realizing it, and was surveying the burial goods inside the coffin with a pair of eager eyes. This is the Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln produced porcelain. Right. Your grandmother a leg. Even broken a corner. A black glazed, partridge speckled, sunflower type dish from the Ding Kills of the Northern Song Dynasty was thrown in a corner like a waste. A waste. Just as Fatty painfully savored the antiquities inside the coffin, he attracted a crowd of spectators. No one noticed that the candle in the southeast corner, whose flame was gradually turning into a dark green color, was continuously pulled by an invisible force. As the candle flame was drawn higher and higher, it formed a narrow shadow in the light, resembling a majestic ancient general. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 90, the Kirin's poisonous parasites are hosting the corpse, inside the main chamber of the Yuan Dynasty General's tomb, next to the gold-ribbed coffin. A group of unloading Rexes were listening to Fatty's review of the various burial items inside the coffin, when suddenly a ghastly wind steeply surged out of the coffin. At first, the crowd only felt a cool breeze on their faces, and they didn't give it a second thought, but not long after, they felt more and more out of place. Because the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped several degrees, a cold chill came from the southeast of the chamber, causing people to shiver. For a while the crowd couldn't help but look at each other, looking around warily. We are all people who have experienced inverted fights. The sudden appearance of a strange situation. Must be about to happen something. At the same time, the candle that Fatty had just lit was instantly blown out by this emergent gale. Master Fatty, look! The candles are out. A ling-shifting Rex with a probing claw reached out and pointed to the southeast, shivering and shouting, his entire voice trembling. There was no reason for him not to be afraid, and by the light of the candle he could clearly see that it was a gust of wind from above that had blown out the candle. It's a ghost at work. Many people thought of this and immediately leaned towards the wall behind them. Only when their backs were tightly leaning on the wall did they feel a hint of peace of mind. Crap! It might be starting a corpse. Everyone stand back. Chu Yuan had a gust of warm breath coming from his body at this time. He knew that this was the bloodline reminding him that there was a sinister power approaching. The power concentration of his bloodline at this time was already as high as 50%, although it couldn't allow him to go to heaven and earth. But there was still the tendency to ward off evil. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan hurriedly shouted out. He didn't want to watch this group of elite unloading Rexes turn into cannon fodder, following himself to the grave. If too many people died, it would have a considerable impact on Chu Yuan's reputation. Hearing this reminder, the fat man surrounding the coffin subconsciously stopped his eyes on the repulsive face of the corpse inside the coffin. How many killings must have been made? How can a person be so shabby as to look like this? Whoosh! Just as Fatty was distracted, a dark light suddenly shot out from within the coffin, as fast as an arrow, heading straight for Fatty Wang's brow. Crouch! Even though he had Chu Yuan's reminder and Fatty had been much more careful, he was still startled by this sudden attack and let out a cry of surprise. Ding! Just as the black light was about to strike Fatty, the top reacting Fatty, subconsciously, used the engineer's shovel to block in front of his forehead. The flying attacking aurora struck the engineer's shovel with the sound of metal meeting metal, and the extraordinary force caused the fat man to take several steps back. The fat man rubbed his wrist, which was numb from the shock of the engineer's shovel, and his gaze went straight before he noticed what had attacked him, only to see a grain of gold like non-stone pills, is quietly landing on the ground in front of him, is actually the tomb master mouth-fixed corpse Dan. Mud! This can't be the legendary date nail. It's so powerful. The fat man picked up the Dan pill on the ground and surveyed it for a few moments, and could not help but break out. The speed and force of this corpse-fixing Dan was simply appalling. Thinking of this, Fatty looked around indignantly, and seeing that the crowd hadn't noticed him, he slipped the Dan pill into his pocket. Looking at the bag of fixed corpse Dan, the fat man's expression this eases. Not in vain Fat Master was attacked by a surprise attack, right as this is to comfort themselves. Where would the bystanders notice Fatty's small movements? This would be the eyes of all the people were attracted by the shocking changes that happened inside the coffin. Boom! The coffin lid plate, which was originally half hanging on the coffin, was violently lifted from the inside, and after tumbling in the air for a few rounds, it landed heavily. Fortunately, the crowd had been reminded by Chu Yuan, and had already moved away from the golden casket at this time, which prevented them from being hit by the coffin's lid. Don't touch the gold when the rooster crows. It's going to start a corpse. Fatty, back off. Chu Yuan had already walked quickly towards Fatty, and after explaining a sentence, he was seen slowly walking towards the main coffin with his left hand fascia seal and right hand black gold ancient sword. It's time to show real skill. If the rules of touching the gold don't work, let's switch to the Archaeology Center General. It's not going to be another necrophilia, is it? A good archaeology program has turned into a horror movie. Where is Zhonglong General Chu Yuan? Don't worry, there's still unloading ridge still lined up behind us, and when it really comes down to it, Chu Yuan is also available as a mountain-moving Taoist. Obviously is an archaeological adventure program, and now it has become TM4 major factions siege the top of the light. The great general is so miserable. Quickly look, the great general is going to climb out of the coffin. Look at little brother's murderous look. People are inexplicably a little worried about the great general. There was actually a moment in the live broadcast where countless pop-ups of heartbroken Yuanren great generals flashed by, causing the program team to look on in the background, crying and laughing. Hua Ron looked at Chu Yuan's grave expression and commanded the unloading ridge crowd behind him. Everyone move, prepare the fishing net formation, and be ready to support little brother. Hearing the arrangement of the chief general, a group of unloading Rexes hurriedly took out fishing nets from their backpacks, and in groups of two, they set up a position along the golden coffin. Hoo-hoo! As Chu Yuan gradually approached the coffin, a gust of gloomy wind steeply resounded within the chamber, raging along the cracks of the surrounding walls. It was as if the wrong souls that had nowhere else to go were constantly surrounding the coffin day and night, wanting to take revenge. The closer the tomb owner's coffin was, the louder the sound of the gloomy wind whistling became, as if the tomb owner was warning Chu Yuan, leave quickly and don't come close. In the face of the wind roaring, Chu Yuan was unmoved, marching forward with a steady gait. and the fakey seal in his hand even glowed with a gust of ethereal light. Seeing that Chu Yuan was not moved by the gloomy wind, a trembling sound actually came directly from within the coffin. Ding ding ding. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that the trembling sound was actually coming from a Northern Song official kiln base with a dark body. It was this bottle that trembled continuously when faced with the fakey seal, as if something inside was trying to get out of the bottle. Seeing this, Chu Yuan took a step, raised the fakey seal in his hand, and drank with great righteousness. The heavenly officials are blessed with 100 forbidden things. Bang! With Chu Yuan's imposing voice, the vase inside the coffin actually issued a hissing cracking sound until it completely exploded. A burst of black smoke with a fishy odor flew out from the mouth of the bottle, looking at about the size of a face basin, surprisingly able to magically hover in mid-air. Little brother, pay attention. This is the unicorn parasites that are prevalent in the Miao villages in western Hunan. It can board the human body and is incredibly evil. Don't inhale it. Huarong took a look at a black mist in mid-air that seemed like thick ink, and immediately his face changed greatly. This thing is unknown to the others, but he is very clear. As a young boy, he followed his father in exploring an ancient tomb in Miaozhong, said to be the tomb of the most prestigious master of poisonous parasites in the 72-whole Miao village. At that time, it was one of the unloading brothers who accidentally released this compulsion, causing the unloading Rexes to suffer heavy deaths and injuries, and he still remembers it vividly to this day. Hiss! Chu Yuan looked at the smoke in midair and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. This thing could be much more terrifying than the trematodes in the western Xia tomb. Before he could react, the black mist in midair seemed to smell the fishy odor as if it was flying towards the lying body of the Yuan dynasty great general. Along the gap between the Yuan dynasty general's mouth and nose, they all poured into its body. Vomit! Seeing this situation, even the well-informed unloading rich crowd was scared enough by this vomit scene to have dry heaves. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 91, Fighting the Corpse King in Nuking Xiangxi. The Yuan dynasty great general who inhaled the black mist began to shake unceasingly as if he was possessed by a spiteful spirit. For a time, even the entire coffin was shaken with a thud. Little flower, what kind of poisonous parasites are these? So evil. The Xiangxi Corpse King won't be resurrected by them. Fatty looked at the trembling Xiangxi Corpse King, his expression tightened, and he asked cautiously, asterisk. Yuof. Huarong looked at a little bit of the Yuan human corpse that stood up, and immediately looked at Fatty with a speechless face. This crow's mouth is really accurate. Boom! Under the operation of the Qilin compass, the Yuan dynasty great general stretched out his limbs and directly shook the entire golden casket into pieces. In an instant, countless gold, silver, and cultural relics scattered out in all directions from the shattered coffin, and they all fell heavily to the ground from mid-air, especially porcelain artifacts, the vast majority of which shattered when they hit the ground. Looking at the fragments of porcelain all over the ground, Fatty Wang immediately had a heart like a knife, indignantly pointing at the great general of the Yuan dynasty and cursing. I go to your grandmother's leg, you stupid lack of. This is the Northern Song dynasty worth the old nose money, just drop broken. My god. Looking at the crying Fatty Wang, Chu Yuan couldn't help but have a head of black lines. What time is it? Still care about this stuff? It's important to stay alive. Damn it. This Qilin compass parasitized successfully. Fatty, quickly back off. Looking at the Yuan general who stood awkwardly and danced stiffly with his arms and legs, Huarong reminded the fat man with a horrified expression. Only then did the crowd see the true appearance of the great general of the Yuan people, only to see that this person is close to 2 meters tall, stout, thick waist and round bladder, dressed in aged mixed armor made of animal skins and iron. He wears a hooded iron helmet in the style of a hood, and in his right hand, he holds a rusted round moon scimitar. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, glowing with a blood-red ferocious light, staring viciously at the crowd. In matching his ugly looks, the end is beyond scary. Although I have seen the unicorn compulsion, but the boarding time is too fast. Huarong slowly took out the small divine striker crossfile, and explained loudly to Chu Yuan. This is the unicorn parasites prevalent in the Miao borderlands, and it likes to suck the carcasses left behind by all kinds of poisonous insects the most, and over time, new poisonous parasites are formed. This kind of thing is often lodged in airtight containers because of its preference for closed environments, and it has a body like dust and a body like smoke. Little brother, this thing alone can't become a climate. If it's in groups like this, I'm afraid it will attract a huge scourge. We can't let them go out alive. Chu Yuan nodded approvingly, silently put away the fakey seal, tightened the black and gold ancient sword in his hand, and looked at the Xiangxi Corpse King with a bland face. Since the Haircock seal is ineffective, let me physically overpower you. Without waiting for the Xiangxi Corpse King to react, Chu Yuan's figure moved violently, and when he approached the Corpse King, his backhand was a right-side diagonal upward teasing knife chop, directly chopping at the Corpse King's neck. The moves were ruthless, without a hint of procrastination. Madaka! The black and gold ancient sword went unabated and directly collided with the Corpse King's skin, and sparks burst out, emitting an ear-piercing sound of gold and gold. What? I can't believe that the sword is invulnerable. Fatty was ready to clap his hands. After all, Chu Yuan's knife was fast, accurate and ruthless, and he didn't expect to be unharmed by the Corpse King. Little brother, avoid his armor. On the side, Huarong watched carefully. He found that the Corpse King's neck even had layers of black ash, like some kind of mutilated inner armor. Chu Yuan's eyes twitched. His figure shortened, sliding on the ground just enough to avoid the Corpse King's arms, and subconsciously chopping horizontally. Immediately after that, he circled around behind the Corpse King and turned back to sweep, slash, and chop. 3 consecutive slashes, one faster than the other, only to see the blade light austere, cold and aggressive, like traveling clouds and flowing water, without any sense of stagnation. The crowd of onlookers watched this powerful swordplay without blinking, fearing that they would miss out on any exciting images. The Qilin compass that resided inside the Corpse King of Xiangxi had fully grasped the Corpse King's mobility, and faced Chu Yuan's overpowering attack. Sparing the sword-impenetrable Xiangxi Corpse King, he was almost staggered and fell by the blow, but more than that, he was furious. Roar! The Xiangxi Corpse King seemed to be sensing Chu Yuan's threat, slowly turned around, roared, and his mouth even spewed out a mouthful of black gas. Like a sharp arrow, it shot towards Chu Yuan's face as fast as a meteor. Looking at the oncoming black gas, Chu Yuan knew that this thing was a poisonous parasite, although he thought that he had a green dragon bloodline that had no fear of ordinary poisonous insects. But letting this kind of disgusting thing touch him, Chu Yuan couldn't accept it. He didn't say anything, directly to the black gas as a pocket chop. The long force was unabated, trembling slightly, as if a dazzling light had flashed by, and then he changed his stance sharply and struck another horizontal chop, with just 2 slashes, and with the added benefit of the black gold ancient blade's shocking properties, it actually directly crushed the poisonous parasites and the black gas into powder. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the Xiangxi Corpse King instantly became furious and raised the curved sword in his hand, slashing at Chu Yuan with a ferocious look on his face. Chu Yuan's heart moved, half a step without retreated, even directly chose to lift the knife over the top. Face to face a block, positively hard to receive the other side of a move. Madaka! The twin swords collided, sparks flying in midair. Taking advantage of the impact of the blade, Chu Yuan smoothly utilized his strength, and towards the front was a cut towards the Corpse King's abdomen. Bang! Weapons struck each other. The round moon scimitar and the black gold ancient sword broke when they touched each other. The sound of metal collision, especially loud in the narrow tomb room. Looking at the broken blade in his hand, the Xiangxi Corpse King didn't seem to react for a moment, just staring blankly at the broken weapon. Good chance! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yuan did not dare to be careless, directly stepped forward, with the help of the momentum of the forward rush, such as force-splitting Huashan, head on the chop. Poof! The head of the Xiangxi Corpse King shot up into the sky and tumbled several times in midair before falling to the ground with a plop. This Corpse King duel was only in a matter of moments, but it caused Fatty to sweat profusely, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead and palms. Yes! The crowd of Unloading Ridge watching from afar was even more excited and shouted in unison. Chu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still a bit surprised at the One-Sword Lord. Could it be that the black gold ancient blade had been strengthened? Buzz off! Just as the crowd was about to celebrate, a black mist flew out from the mouth and nose of the Corpse King's head and quickly rushed towards the Corpse King's body that was still standing. When Hua Rong saw this, he was anxious. He knew the power of the parasitic compulsion Kirin compass. Even without the head, he could continue to parasitize. When the unicorn parasites took control of the Xiangxi Corpse King's body again, I'm afraid it would be even more difficult to defeat it. And in desperation, he shouted, "Go! Form a fishing net formation!" Only to see a group of shifting ridge disciples divided into 4 groups in pairs, surrounded the Xiangxi Corpse King in the center of the group. Cast the net. With a command, 2 fishing nets flew precisely to the body of the Xiangxi Corpse King, and the ropes of the nets were pulled tightly by Unloading Ling. Cross-netting. Huarong looked at the situation in the arena, and although there was some relief, he still spoke calmly. As soon as the words fell, the 2 of them who were holding the fishing net ropes immediately began to run crosswise, constantly wrapping the fishing nets in their hands around the body of the Corpse King, utilizing the nets to entangle it in a circle one after another. Gill net. Seeing that the Xiangxi Corpse King's arms were viciously tied by the fishing net, Huarong immediately opened his mouth to command. The remaining 2 groups of Unloading Ridges immediately took fishing nets and ropes, and kept utilizing the ropes to thread the fishing nets on the corpse king's body. After some sewing and mending, in a short while, Xiangxi corpse king was wrapped into a large dumpling general. Cannot move. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 92, The Surprise of the White Monkey's Wounded Body. At the same time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also enthralled by the image of the gold-touching schoolmaster and the unburdening Rex teaming up to defeat the enemy. Countless pop-ups were drifting across the screen of the live broadcast room. What kind of knife technique is this? It feels very similar to the Tang sword knife technique in the national art. Little brother, this level. No less than a knife master. I'm just curious how this great general of the Yuan people managed to be invulnerable to swords and spears. And I'd like to. Good man. Little brother's sword technique has already opened my eyes. I didn't realize that even more powerful is the fishing net formation of the unloading ridge. What a great bondage technique. I want to learn from a master. Asterisk. Upstairs. Is that you want to learn from a master? Put away your ugly face. Where to enroll to learn? Begging for a belt. Worthy of being one of the 4 major schools of grave robbers. The unloading Rexes. With the dragon sword formation, the stripping dragon formation, and the fishing net formation in front of them. Serve. This is the benefit of having a lot of people, with all kinds of formations coming out of the woodwork. It seems like this corpse king is quite easy to deal with. I now understand why zombies are called dumplings. This Yuanrun general is so miserable, not to mention being beaten by the group, but also made into dumplings. Admirable. Little flower. I didn't think you guys from Unloading Ridge even have this hand of formation. Awesome. Fatty picked up a jade wrench on the ground, wiped it clean, and put it into his pocket without forgetting to give Huarong a thumbs up. Ahem. Fatty, pay attention. It's all on the air. Seeing the fat man's sneaky mixed hands and hiding artifacts, Chu Yuan touched his shoulder and pointed at the drone and said faintly. Looking at the hovering drones in mid-air, Fatty's face instantly fell. Damn it, I almost forgot about this. Thinking of this, the fat man looked at Chu Yuan with a grudging face. Pouring a bucket throughout the live broadcast is what is the meaning of? Not afraid to send themselves in? Don't get me wrong. I'm just checking to see what age this thing is. And aren't we an archaeology show? I have to explain it to the audience. Fatty explained without changing his face. And then even introduced himself in front of the drone in front of countless viewers. This object can be remarkable. It is the collection of the Northern Song Imperial family. Looking at Fatty's tawdry operation, Chu Yuan directly gave him a thumbs up. Expert. The Unloading Ridge disciples on the side also looked up at Fatty, covering their mouths and laughing lightly. Ha, brother Yang, why did you come over? But what's happening in the rear? Looking at Yang Sihai, who was panting and running, Huarong frowned and opened his mouth expressionlessly to ask. When Yang Sihai entered the tomb, he looked at the Xiangxi corpse king who was bundled into a ball. His eyes snapped shut, and when he saw Huarong staring at him, he hurriedly explained. Chief General Hua, it's bad. A group of white apes have come from the other side of the cliff. Their fighting strength is extremely strong. The brothers can't hold out much longer. What? A white ape? You're kidding. Huarong looked at Yang Sihai with a suspicious expression, as if he wanted to see something from the other party's expression, but he found nothing. Yang Sihai also did not explain too much, directly took out his cell phone and handed it to Huarong. Huarong was puzzled to take a look. It was a video. The video shows none other than a group of white apes, hanging from vines on either side of a cliff, constantly throwing rocks at the crowd. The sudden attack caused the undefended Unloading Ridge crowd to suffer heavy losses all of a sudden, and many of them were smashed in the head. Even the suspension bridge temporarily laid in the middle of the cliff was destroyed by these monkeys. Especially, the flash of the giant ape in the video made even Huarong look at it. Is this a ING monkey? I'll go. Little flower. Your people wouldn't have stabbed the great sage's nest, would they? So many monkeys and monkeys. Fatty came over and looked at the monkeys that were flying up and down the vines, and immediately said with a bad smile on his face. Huarong also looked at Yang Sihai with a puzzled look on his face as to why his own commanders had angered these apes. Yang Sihai didn't hide anything and blurted out all he knew. After listening to Yang Sihai's words, Huarong's entire face was red with anger, and he directly pounded his fist heavily on the coffin at the side. These guys, didn't I tell everyone to stay put? Who told them to act without authorization? Huarong clenched his teeth and said with an indignant face. It turned out that while Chu Yuan and the others were exploring the ancient tomb, the Unloading Rexes discovered that there were quite a few valuable herbs on the cliffs on both sides. Thinking, this trip to Bottle Mountain is not a big harvest, so pick some herbs to go back. It is not in vain to come here. Xiao Wu did not stop the crowd's actions. After all, these herbs were all wild and precious medicines, so consider it as a benefit for the brethren. Originally, it was all going well. But a white ape suddenly appeared during the picking process, and the unloading ridge disciples didn't care and casually chased it away. Who knows? This white ape is very vindictive. Even shouted a gang of brothers to come to retrieve the scene, directly toward the unloading of the ridge and other people to throw stones. Originally it wasn't a big deal, but the bad thing was that one of the unloading riders was unlucky and was directly knocked unconscious by a fist-sized rock. Angry but the unloading of the ridge force directly killed a few white apes, and thought to be able to deter the gang of apes and monkeys. Unexpectedly messed with a huge white ape. The worst thing is that this thing is actually able to sword and gun directly beat a gang of unloading the ridge force backward. It was no wonder that Fatty had spoken out of turn. It was really the white apes roaming the mountains that were a bit scary. Chu Yuan heard that there was a burst of interest in his heart. In the original play, this white ape's fighting strength was on par with the Shanxi Corpse King, and his spiritual wisdom was quite high. He suspected that this white ape might be the same as the six-winged centipede, swallowing the residue of the Dan pill in the mountain and cultivating it into its own inner Dan. Having missed out on the inner elixir of the six-winged centipede, this white ape's inner elixir was something he was bound and determined to get. Capture the thief first, little brother. Fatty, these few brothers of mine will stay behind to assist you in cleaning up the scene. I'll go clean up this evil ape. Hua Rong waved the small divine blade and said with a hostile face, "It is really a shame that the Tang Tang unloading Rex has been dried out by a gang of wild monkeys." Chu Yuan was about to say something else, but suddenly realized that Hua Rong implicitly pointed at Yang Sihai. He nodded with a movement in his heart. "Don't worry. Stay safe and feel free to reach out if you need help." Hua Rong nodded slightly to Chu Yuan, and after explaining a few words to the unloading Rex on the side, he left the main chamber without looking back. On the contrary, it was Yang Sihai who looked like a curious baby, surveying the situation of the main chamber everywhere, never mentioning the words of going back. When the fat man saw him wandering around the main chamber, he was puzzled, and just as he wanted to open his mouth to speak, he was stopped by Chu Yuan. "This man is up to no good. See what happens." Chu Yuan approached the fat man and lowered his voice to say softly. He didn't stop Yang Sihai right away just to see what purpose the other party had. With a twinkle in his eyes, Fatty nodded slightly at Chu Yuan, holding an engineer shovel and accompanying the unloading ridge disciples as they began to clean up the battlefield. "This is full of gold and silver treasures. It is worth it to have a good time, and I still have a corpse fixing pill to press it. This trip is bloody profitable." Just as the crowd was cleaning up the battlefield, Yang Sihai quietly approached the Corpse King and looked at the headless Corpse King that kept twisting its body in front of him. Yang Sihai's eyes flashed a trace of excitement. Finally found by himself Shanxi Corpse King, to get the corpse Dan this trip even if complete. After scanning around, he finally found the Corpse King's head in the southeast corner of the chamber. And the corpse Dan was different from the inner Dan. Corpse pills are usually found in the zombie's ancestral orifices in the center of the brow, being contained by the essence of all the flesh and blood, and are said to have miraculous functions. Thinking of this, Yang Sihai took out a short knife from his sleeve, and he didn't mind vomiting. He directly inserted it into the brow of the head. Pust! The short knife went straight in without a knife. It was evident that it was also a sharp artifact. As the tip of the knife kept stirring, a trace of white liquid flowed out along the blade, but Yang Sihai didn't care about it. Ding! As if the blade had touched something hard, there was a crisp clang as the... Hearing this voice, Yang Sihai immediately looked excited, as if he had heard some heavenly music. He was also a ruthless man, half squatting his body, and after scanning around and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he actually put his hand into the Corpse King's ancestral orifice. After searching back and forth, this led to the gouging out of a hard object. Vomit! Chu Yuan, who was paying attention to Yang Sihai from afar, almost didn't spit out his overnight meal when he saw him operating like this, with such a large scale. "Ha ha, it's really the corpse pill. I finally found it." Yang Sihai looked at the corpse Dan in his hand. His face was filled with excitement, and his heart could not help but be secretly surprised. Only, he was oblivious to the fact that the moment he took out the corpse Dan, a wisp of black mist disguised itself and wrapped around the corpse Dan. Yang Sihai didn't think much about it, thinking that this was exactly the divine difference of the corpse pill, and just as he was getting excited, the black mist violently rushed into his mouth. Ahem! What the hell? Watching a black mist violently drilling into his mouth, scared Yang Sihai almost lost his soul, directly threw away the corpse Dan, hastily picking his throat and dry heaving. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 93, Plotting Corpse Dane tragically boarded up. Vomit! Mr. Chu, help! Help me! Yang Sihai didn't know what was drilled into his mouth, but his years of experience in going to the tomb told him that it was absolutely deadly. Therefore, his first reaction was to force himself to spit it out, and when he saw that it had no effect, he made an immediate decision to run to Chu Yuan for help. Inside this chamber, Chu Yuan was undoubtedly his first choice for help, given his multiple identities such as the gold-touching schoolmaster and the mountain-moving Taoist. Seeing Yang Sihai trembling towards himself, his face flushed and his eyes filled with scarlet blood, he seemed to be poisoned. Chu Yuan could not help but look skeptical. You damn well can't be directly orally consumed corpse Dan. This corpse Dan condenses all the toxins of the zombie. If there is no special refining method to get rid of the toxin, it is dead when taken. Although Chu Yuan had paid attention to Yang Sihai's movements, the Qilin compass invasion of his body was undetected due to the angle. Therefore, looking at Yang Sihai who asked for help from himself, Chu Yuan was a little puzzled. You damn eat bad stomach to find me also cannot help. You guys? You didn't eat something unclean, did you? Fatty heard the commotion and turned to look. Seeing Yang Sihai's throat-picking appearance, he subconsciously opened his mouth. Save! Help! Roar! Yang Sihai opened his mouth with great difficulty. He felt a sharp pain in his head at the moment, and his face began to become very distorted. It was as if countless poisonous insects were devouring his brain and eating his brain marrow. Immediately after that, he suddenly felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and his consciousness in his mind became more and more blurred, frightening him so much that he instinctively yelled out. Unfortunately, at this point, things have changed, replaced by the unicorn parasite with a new nucleus, which is the horror of the Miaozhong poisonous parasites. Kirin parasites are even strictly prohibited from refining the category of parasites, which is really against human nature, evil and incomparable. That is, in the early years, some corpse-catching families were good at refining this item, complementing the corpse-catching technique. I'll go. You damn well won't have eaten the Qilin compass. Awesome. Fatty this time finally see. Yang Sihai this guy looked distorted. Grimace. Limbs incomparably stiff. The eyes that looked at him were generally the same as the corpse king who had been possessed by the Qilin compass before. Scarlet and red. This buddy is so brave. Poisonous compulsion so disgusting thing can also go down the mouth. Perhaps it was because he heard the sound of the fat man speaking. Yang Sihai's expression suddenly changed to a hideous one, and with his mouth wide open, he roared and rushed towards the fat man. What did you eat? So hard. Fatty was startled by him, only to see Yang Sihai as if a high-speed dump truck was crashing into him, not wanting to die. Seeing this, the fat man did not hesitate to plunge into the engineer's shovel and leapt into action, ready to give him a high-flying braking display. Fatty, be careful. He's been boarded by the Qilin compass. Don't hurt his life. Chu Yuan saw the fat man copying the real thing, scared him so much that he opened his mouth in time to stop him. Although he was possessed by a poisonous parasite, it was still a human life. Really, if the fat man gets the drop on you, it's going to be a few years of stomping on a sewing machine, at least until you can defend yourself properly. Roar! The fat man responded, and then he heard a roar. Yang Sihai had already arrived in front of him, and he was able to smell the stench from the other party's mouth. Putting away the engineer's shovel, the fat man's hands and feet were not slow, and against Yang Sihai's forehead was a powerful kick, right on his chest. Bang! Unexpectedly, the Qilin compass was able to strengthen Yang Sihai's physical body, and in the face of this kick from the fat man, he didn't even take half a step back. On the contrary, it was Fatty who was shaken by the reaction force and took several steps back. Roar! Before he could stand still, Yang Sihai let out a roar and continued to fight to wave his arms, chasing after the fat man in his direction. Fatty saw the face of the situation, hurriedly ran, while going to rummage through his backpack, which can be restrained zombie magic treasure. Whoosh! Fatty! Watch out! Just as Yang Sihai's arms touched the fatty, Chu Yuan finally arrived and directly threw out his flying tiger claw, pulling Yang Sihai's arms back. Seeing that he was about to touch the fat man, but found that he couldn't move his arms and legs, the anxious Yang Sihai's veins were exposed. His face was hideous, and he opened his mouth wide, wanting to go and tear the fat man. After looking at Yang Sihai, who was close at hand, with his mouth wide open, screaming, the fat man angrily shouted at him, directly stuffing the thing in his hand into Yang Sihai's mouth. Instantly the other party became much quieter. It was a black donkey's hoof that glowed with an ethereal light. Strange to say, after the black donkey's hoof was stuffed into Yang Sihai's mouth, he actually remained really still and motionless. Master Fatty, God, this is the legendary nemesis of the big dumplings, the zombies' enemy-conquering black donkey hooves. Right. Seeing that Yang Sihai was subdued, the ling-shifting Rexes on the side cautiously surrounded him and inquired with shocked faces. Fatty looked at the stationary Yang Sihai. His face looked dejected, and he directly knocked a shovel on his head. What are you aba? Disgusting thing. After saying that, the fat man smoothly knocked a shovel to Yang Sihai's shoulder as well. wanting to vent the grievances in his heart. Nay, I have limited culture. Can only one sentence line of the world? This black donkey hooves actually can subdue the zombie. Originally thought the fat master was joking. Did not think he really good will. Brothers pop up 666 fly up. Then again, even though this ruthless man is harboring evil intentions of stealing corpse pills, is it against the law to kill him after he turns into a zombie? Technically, he's still a human being now, and it's against the law to kill someone. But if it's in self-defense, that's a different story. Nema. Fat people again to tart operation. Simply as the death of a small master. Laugh buddy dead. It turned out to be that this shoveling of the fat man's smooth hand actually directly shook down the black donkey's hoof that was stuffed in Yang Si-hai's mouth. Originally, Fatty still wanted to blow off some steam with a group of unloading Ridge Rexes, but when he saw this group of guys suddenly running away, he realized that something was wrong. As soon as he came back, he was met by Yang Si-hai with a move to kill him in the face, and the two of them almost didn't kiss. Vomit. It's disgusting, Master Fatty. Fatty hastily sidestepped and dodged. If it wasn't for Chu Yuan's flying tiger claw still binding this guy, Fatty would have had to savor a zombie kiss. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang occurred at the center of the chamber, and it turned out that the Xiangxi Corpse King had actually broken free from the fishing net formation. Just as the crowd was attracted by Yang Si-hai's weirdness, this Corpse King actually stored up his strength and directly shattered the fishing net ropes on his body. For a while, the tomb chamber was filled with flying pieces of broken mesh, and the figure of the headless Corpse King slowly stood up, quietly facing the crowd. Although the Corpse King's head was no longer there, the Xiangxi Corpse King's intimidating aura and oppressive power made people shiver. Fatty, catch! Chu Yuan bellowed and threw a section of the flying tiger claw's rope in his hand to Fatty, signaling him to tie up Yang Si-hai. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze burning as he gazed at the Xiangxi Corpse King, his eyes becoming more and more stern as his upper body bowed slightly. Immediately after landing on the back of his feet, Chu Yuan tensed his entire body's muscles, and abruptly exerted force. His entire body was like an arrow that had left the strings. Quickly, he rushed in the direction of the Xiangxi Corpse King. The distance of 10 or so meters was instantaneous. Chu Yuan's figure was short, sliding on the ground just enough to go around the back of the Xiangxi Corpse King. His arms went straight through the Corpse King's armpits, locking them in place so that it couldn't move. Chu Yuan then directly raised his right knee against the large vertebrae spine on the Corpse King's back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yuan's hands and feet simultaneously exerted force. The blood in his body flowed at a steeply accelerated rate. His muscles trembled, and the strength of his entire body coalesced in his hands. Click! Chu Yuan unexpectedly pulled out the entire large vertebrae spine of the Xiangxi Corpse King from his neck with his empty hand. With a plopping sound, the Corpse King that had its vertebrae extracted collapsed as if it was a puddle of mud, and the bones all over its body made a cracking sound. Kuei Xing kick fight. The fat man was dumbfounded. His eyes enviously looked at Chu Yuan. So this is the legend. Moving Mountain Taoist restrained zombie stunts. This was much better than his black ass hoof. But this move also required a high level of physical force, so he thought that he had no chance with himself. Little brother, just how many more stunts do you have? This is a representation of the Moving Mountain Taoist stunts. You are truly awesome. Fatty face complex expression of emotion. Chu little brother is really too surprising. Inverted skills are endless. Facing Fatty's exclamation, Chu Yuan did not choose to reply. As long as the popularity value existed, he believed that he would get his hands on all the stunts in the Toon rating world. Taking a look at the rotten bones in his hand, Chu Yuan threw them away with disgust, his eyes lightly looking at Yang Si-hai who was still struggling. This guy was now sort of parasitized and not considered a normal human one, so it seemed like he had to be given a quaffle kick as well. Howl! Seemingly sensing Chu Yuan's malicious eyes, Yang Si-hai trembled in fear and immediately gave up struggling, hanging his head low. It seemed to be desperately lowering his presence, not daring to look at Chu Yuan, fearing that the next moment, his large vertebrae would be dislodged by the other party. This man is so brutal. Zombies have no human rights. 2 big chapters are offered, and I beg all the brothers who pass by to give a 5-star review and send a telegram. Thank you. Chapter 94, The Fei 8 Fights with the Heroes. Chu Yuan crossed his sword with his right hand and sat on the Shang coffin at the position of San Kai in the main chamber, looking at Yang Si-hai with an indifferent expression. At this time, the flying tiger claw on Yang Si-hai's body had been lifted by Chu Yuan, but Yang Si-hai still didn't dare to move around freely and looked at him in fear. Looking at the appearance alone, his demeanor was no longer insane, but a trace of red blood on his face revealed no signs of poisoning. The bloodthirsty red light within the eyes has gradually disappeared, and although it has returned to normal human pupils, it has obviously lost a lot of spirituality. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. It seemed that the antidote pill had a limited effect on the Qilin compass, but was unable to completely get rid of its poison. It was worthy of being one of the poisonous parasites classified as taboo by the Miaozhong. Eat it. After a little thought, Chu Yuan placed a myriad heart pill on the blade of the black gold ancient sword and slowly handed it to Yang Sihai. Seeing him cowering and not daring to come forward, Chu Yuan's eyes stared, frightening Yang Sihai to hurriedly walk up and take away the elixir. Eyes closed, he swallowed it straight away. Little brother, do you think this guy is still human? It can't speak, but it still maintains a basic spirit. Fatty, holding an engineer's shovel, cautiously walked up and looked at Yang Sihai with a defensive face, lowering his voice to inquire. Chu Yuan shook his head and sheathed his right hand after spinning a blade flower, looking at Yang Sihai who was about to shrink into a ball inside. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. The unicorn compulsion is a kind of magical poison. In ancient times it was a miraculous medicine, able to bring the dead back to life. This poisonous compulsion has limited activity and can theoretically only be boarded once. But this time the compulsion has apparently produced a special mutation. Yang Sihai was able to be successfully boarded. The situation was very special. Theoretically the unicorn compulsion inside the corpse king's head was detached from the body. It should immediately dissipate due to the loss of the flesh and blood essence offerings. The bad thing was that the corpse Dan in the head of the Xiangxi corpse king could also provide a special kind of energy, instead allowing the Qilin compass to survive. Accidentally, but in the body of Yang Sihai host, but also really time also fate. Poor Yang Sihai all the way to the heart calculating. In the end, it was his own life that was jeopardized, along with the 3 brothers in his family who died horribly. Fatty looked at Yang Sihai who had swallowed the pill, and the last traces of blood on his face had disappeared, and his expression was shocked. Little brother, the myriad heart pill has worked. His corpse poison is resolved. Fatty swallowed his saliva and looked at Yang Sihai who was becoming more and more like a human being. His heart was greatly amazed. Roar! Yang Sihai, who had taken the myriad heart pill, suddenly roared out, his eyes looking behind Chu Yuan and the others in awe. Chu Yuan looked back. It turned out that after the corpse king was eliminated, the unloading Rexes burned its corpse, wanting to eliminate all the poisonous parasites. In fact, according to the characteristics of the Qilin compass, after the host body completely perishes, their original body will also dissipate due to the loss of sustenance. Looking at Yang Sihai's terrified expression, it seemed that it was because the Qilin compass was afraid of fire. Mr. Chu, everything is packed. What should we do next? After burning the corpse king, the unloading ridge disciple walked up to Chu Yuan and asked for instructions on what to do next. After speaking, this disciple did not forget to glance at Yang Sihai, a trace of inexplicable surprise flashing in his eyes. Perhaps sensing the other party's hostility, Yang Sihai's head shrunk, leaning tightly against the corner, whimpering under his breath. Asterisk 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 what a dog this guy is. Fatty see him a wounded puppy poor look, cannot help but spit, a big old man this look. Do not mention how much diaphragm. Let's go. Bring Yang Sihai with us and let's go see what's going on over at General Hua's head. Chu Yuan leaped off the coffin and commanded the unloading Rex beside him. Regardless of how Yang Sihai was as a person in his lifetime, with his current appearance, Chu Yuan knew that this guy would inevitably become a medicine man in the future. Sooner or later, he would be sliced up and studied, but his current body was perfect for exploring the tomb, fearless of ordinary poisonous insects, snakes and ants. The spirit-type illusion-type organs are also ineffective against him. When the time comes to pour a good tool, this kind of person would definitely be a superior puppet if given to the Guanshan Tai Bao, which is much better than paper manhandling. This, Mr. Chu, Yang Sihai, the unloading Rex hesitantly glanced at Yang Sihai and inquired in shock. Chu Yuan knew his concerns. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke faintly. He has recovered a lot now and won't actively hurt anyone. If he has an attack, I'll take action myself. Hearing Chu Yuan's strong assurance, this ridge discharging Rex's expression was relieved. After all, Chu Yuan's stature was there for all to see. As long as he was willing to make a move, he thought that even if Yang Sihai went crazy, he wouldn't be able to make too many waves. Meanwhile, when Hua Rong arrived at the cliff, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. A number of white apes and monkeys appeared on the vines of the cliffs on both sides, and they were agile, constantly darting between the vines. These white apes held a stone in their hands, their eyes revealing a hint of ferocity as they leered around the two caves. Even, some of the white apes kept making hateful expressions, showing their teeth, and occasionally letting out roars of anger at the unloading ridge crowd. Suddenly, amidst a hefty cry, the white apes threw the stones in their hands with force and precision at unloading ridge and the others. Stones of varying sizes hit the shield with a dull thud. This is the unloading of the ridge in advance to erect a defense shield. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. The unloading of the ridge behind the shield and so on, was shocked and scattered to avoid. Hua Rong looked grave. No wonder his fellows were in an incomparable mess. Can a fist-sized stone hit the body not hurt? This gang is really a Jair. Really think that we unloading Lux is a soft persimmon. Lao Zi, what do you care about the protection of animals? Unloading Ridge disciples listen to the order. All give the old man to return the attack back. Drive this gang away, regardless of life and death. Huarong took the bow and arrow in the hands of a side of the unloading Ridgeman and said in a cold voice, "The cave here must be held fast." Chu Yuan had already said it before, but there was a destructive organ of the Samsonite inverted gorge here. If the white apes really rushed in case the mechanism was triggered and the bottle mountain was destroyed, he could not accept such a consequence. Dumped. The unloading Rexes, who were already very depressed from being beaten and not fighting back, were holding their breath in their hearts. Upon hearing the chief general's order to return fire, the hearts of the people were suddenly shaken, and gazing at the white apes on the cliff face with a common hatred, they raised their weapons. Return fire begins. Bang! One of the unloading warriors took aim at the white ape and fired, the shot seeming to signal an attack. For the next 10 minutes or so, the unloading Rexes fired back one after another, even as Huarong himself fired 3 arrows in a row. Fortunately, the live-streaming drone was still following Chu Yuan in the main crypt at this time, and the viewers were still unaware of what was happening here. Otherwise waiting for Huarong will be endless accusations. Overwhelming net storm. After a puff of smoke, the cave reeked of smoke, and the white ape on the cliff face moved less and less. Stop the shooting! As Huarong's voice rang out, the gunfire in the caves on both sides gradually stopped, and Huarong nodded slightly at the unloading Rex not far away. The unloading Rex carefully made his way to the edge of the cavern, and was just about to poke his head out to check both sides. Suddenly a black shadow came towards his face, only to feel a pain at his neck. His body involuntarily fell towards the cliff. Ah! The unloader only had time to let out a short cry before disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Zhang Laosan, all your grandma's leg. Sinful animals suffer death. Huarong was instantly enraged, and after roaring, the longbow in his hand was directly drawn to full strength, and the 3 sharp arrows were as swift as thunder, shooting towards the black shadow. Ding! For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 95, Kicking the Purple Gold Crown and Injuring the Tsung Monkey. A sharp arrow shot directly into the black shadow's arm, making a metallic clash sound, and the other 2 arrows were knocked away by the black shadow waving his arm. Swords and spears. Huarong's face was incredibly ugly. His arrow is specially made. Unusual steel plate can be shot through. Exceptionally sharp. I did not expect that for this black shadow. It does not break the defense. The monsters and zombies encountered along the way were all invulnerable to swords and spears. Thinking about it made Huarong upset, and his bow and arrow had no use. TMD. Blame me for not breaking defense. Man, I'm breaking defense myself. However, as Huarong gazed at it, this black shadow could not also be some 6-winged centipede that level of monster. This point is also too back. Digging a grave has actually encountered this level of monsters. Not everyone is Chu Shagwa. Roar! An earth-shattering roar violently resounded in the ears, and the crowd was dumbfounded when they heard it. It was a huge white pale ape, pulling vines with one hand, resting on the cliff wall, punching its chest and roaring at Demolition Ridge and the others inside the cave. It was a huge white pale ape, 4 meters tall, its fur gently fluttering in the breeze, flashing with a strange light. Its eyes glared as if they were blood-colored lanterns. Its thick arms were like tree trunks, its muscles were churning, and its body exuded a brutal and bloodthirsty aura. The crowd could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the white pale ape's imposing appearance. This Nemo wouldn't be the reincarnation of Qi Tian de Shang. Facing the mighty white ape, Huarong, instead of retreating, seized the gun in the hands of the unloading Rex and opened the safety bolt. Aiming in the direction of the white ape was a burst of bursts. This white ape had a high level of spiritual intelligence, and seemed to be aware of the power of this weapon. Utilizing the vines around him, his body was very athletic, constantly dodging most of the bullets by changing his position. Surprisingly, even when his body was hit by a bullet, he did not see the slightest trace of blood, seeing that the bullets within the firearm were about to run out. But the white giant ape was not damaged in the slightest. The crowd of Unloading Ridge and the others were shocked and quieted down. Huarong looked stunned, seeing that the gun attack was useless. His face was very ugly. Looking at the white ape on the cliff wall was full of complexity. Roar! The enraged giant ape let out a roar, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Huarong's direction as it moved violently. With the power of the vines, his 4-meter-tall body was like a cannonball swooping down and slamming into the Unloading Ridge Rex's shield line of defense. Come on, all of you, get out of the way! Huarong cried out in horror. The might of this swooping of the white great ape, the destruction caused, was absolutely disastrous for them. Boom! The three shield-wielding unloading ridge disciples near the cave entrance were smashed by the huge impact on the spot, and their explosion-proof shields were directly deformed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Before the disciple who had suffered a heavy blow could continue to speak, he saw a white fist appear in front of him, striking him squarely in the chest. Pust! This unloading ridge disciple was like being struck by lightning. His body was knocked back in the air, and in mid-air, his mouth violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Huarong's face changed drastically. Pulling out the small divine blade at his waist, the whole person flew up in the air and met the giant ape's forehead to shine a knife. The giant ape is tall. At this time only the upper half of the body is in the cave. See, Huarong drew his sword, pick up the ground shield to throw at him with all his might. Bang! In the heat of the moment, Huarong couldn't change his stance in time, and could only block his arms in a defensive shape in front of his body, directly impacting on the shield. Shocking force, shocked Huarong directly one knee. Feel the gust of pain in both arms. He realized the gap between the force with the white giant ape. Protect the Generalissimo. Shoot him in the eye. The fellows of Unloading Ridge, seeing that Huarong was in crisis, hurriedly organized themselves to fight. And we all knew that the giant ape was impervious to knives and guns, and the bullets were directed towards its eyes. In a burst of continuous gunshots, the white giant ape could only roar angrily while retreating in the face of this continuous attack. Until most of the white ape's body had retreated to the edge of the cave, the crowd's attack only slowed down and slackened. Roar! Just then, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, as the white ape roared before taking a crawling stance, ignoring the gun attacks from Unloading Ridge and the others, and slamming half of its body into the cave. Both arms savagely swept across the cave without any concern. Countless debris flew inside the cave, especially after seeing Huarong's figure. Its bloodthirsty eyes glowed steeply, and the large half of its body lunged straight at Huarong. Master Chief, look out! Chief General, get out of the way! Hearing the alert from the crowd, Huarong's reaction was not slow, and he rolled on his side to avoid all the debris and the white ape's fists. However, he still neglected the determination of the white giant ape, only to see its huge palm following closely behind, oblivious to the attacks of others on both sides. Asterisk 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 is still a cautionary tale, Huarong cursed, and just as he wanted to continue dodging, he was blocked by the debris in front of him alone. Just as he hesitated which way to dodge, the white ape's huge palm had landed on Huarong's shoulder and directly exerted force, pinching and dragging Huarong's shoulder outward. Feeling the huge force and pain at his shoulder, Huarong's face directly blanched and his forehead kept breaking out in cold sweat. Ah! The Generalissimo has been captured. Quick! All stop firing! Stop the shooting! With a loud call, the crowd finally stopped firing, at which point the giant ape immediately climbed up the cliff face after grabbing Huarong. The many Unloading Ridge Rexes, too, could only watch helplessly with their hands tied, their hearts filled with remorse, only hating themselves for not protecting the chief general. For a while, a sad and mournful emotion lingered in the hearts of the crowd. Even, some people had already begun to move towards the edge of the cliff, apparently also wanting to follow the giant ape's example of climbing up the vines and looking for a chance to save the others. Just when the people of Unloading were sad and anxious, suddenly a black rope, like a sharp arrow, flew towards Huarong. Flying Tiger Claw. Seeing this familiar rope, the unburdened riders at the scene exclaimed in shock, and everyone looked into the depths of the cave with eager faces. Sure enough, a tall and upright figure quickly rushed towards the cliffside of the cave. It was Chu Yuan who had returned from the main chamber. Fatty, grab the rope. I'll deal with the giant ape. In a hurry, Chu Yuan let out a loud shout, and then, he threw the other end of the rope of the flying tiger claw to the fat man who followed him. Huarong, who was still secretly grunting, suddenly saw a black rope coming and subconsciously reached out to grab it. Little brother, Huarong tightly grasped the rope, looked at the Chu Yuan who flew to the scene, and shouted with excitement. And just after finishing, he felt a tensile force, as if the whole body was attached to a magnetic magnet. It was attracted by another magnet inside the cave and was violently pulled in the direction of the cave. Roar! Seemingly sensing that the prey in his hand was actually gone, the great ape jerked his head back and looked at Huarong's figure to let out a roar. Afterwards, the giant ape turned around, leapt high in its forward drive, raised its huge double fists, and pounded down on Huarong's heavenly aura. Madaka! A cold knife light from behind Huarong suddenly appeared, this knife from the bottom to the top of the pick. Its speed is as fast as thunder and lightning run. In an instant, the light of the sword slammed straight into the giant ape's powerful fists, erupting into a heaven-shaking sound of metal exchanging blows. At this time, Chu Yuan's figure had already arrived at Huarong's side, only to see him pulling on the vine with one hand. After seeing a fruitless slash, with the help of inertia, he tightened his waist, bent his right leg to build up momentum, and delivered an inverted kick of the violet gold crown, directly to the waist of the great ape. It was one of the extended uses of moving mountain Taoist stance, the Kashing kick do. Boom! Spare the giant ape such a huge body. When facing the Kuwaiting kicking bucket that can directly remove the zombie's large vertebrae, it can only drink hate on the spot. The people of Unloading Ridge, who were still worried about Hua Rong's safety, were also shocked by Chu Yuan's sharp move, and all of them were dumbstruck. The giant ape that was kicked away also reacted, seeing his body falling towards the bottom of the cliff, and in his haste, he waved his arms haphazardly. Finally, after falling more than 10 meters, he grabbed the vines on the cliff wall and stabilized his body. At this time, Huarong's body had returned to the cave unharmed under the pull of Fatty and the others. Outside the entire cliff face, there was only Chu Yuan and the white giant ape grasping the vines and staring at each other from afar in the air, especially the giant ape, with an appearance of wanting to eat Chu Yuan alive. Oh, I'm sorry, that's exactly what I was going to do. Chu Yuan saw the meaning of this eyes, and his heart could not help but laugh. About this point, the two of us have thought of a piece. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 96, I'll use my blood to cut down the white Regulus. Meanwhile, the high-tech drones that broadcast the National Treasure program live have finally arrived on the scene. Although the spectators didn't get to see the scene where Unloading and the others fought the giant ape for the first time, just now Chu Yuan faced Tiger Claw saved the day. People staged a teasing knife chop and an overhead reverse kick in midair, a series of things that happened in just over 10 seconds. It was enough to make the entire live broadcast audience boil, not to mention the final kick that sent the lanky giant ape flying 3 meters away. Scalp tingling. Is this a ING monkey? Are you sure this isn't King Kong? It's too big. Thoughtfully, you look at the apes with a look of resentment, and a wisdom too high to be horrible. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The horror of a get, the dead resurrection of the poisonous compulsion are out. The monkey is smarter. What happened? It's normal. Monkeys are known to be smart. But this is big. You'd have to give it an axe and this thing would be a giant god. Look, Chu-chan has moved to kill. This look is a bit scary. Do not blame Chu Yuan to move to kill. The main thing is that the inner elixir of this goods. It is more fragrant. Before the 6-winged centipede inner elixir cheap a chicken. The main thing is that people are also the chicken brother. Out of the main force. To bear half of the damage of the 6-winged centipede. Otherwise Chu Yuan would have already stewed the chicken to take the dan. Therefore, how could it be my turn to have the inner elixir of this white giant ape in front of me? Roar! A low, hoarse roar emanated from the giant ape's mouth, as if the sound was coming from its throat, making it extremely difficult to bear, especially its bloodthirsty eyes, staring at Chu Yuan with loathing. This human's eyes were so nasty that he really wanted to rush up and tear him to pieces. It shook its head and suddenly ran towards Chu Yuan's position at high speed with its hands and feet. At once, the Unloading Ridge and the others near the cave felt a tremor in the wall, and countless debris and weeds flew across the cliff face. Chu Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly. He was also skillful and courageous. He directly loosened his left hand that was grasping the vines, and his entire body violently fell downward. With the help of his body's inertia, Chu Yuan aimed at the giant ape's head with a powerful in-your-face great split-peak breaking chopping blade stance. The black and gold ancient sword's ghostly light flickered, swiftly slashing violently from top to bottom as if it was a titanic pressure, penetrating into the whole body's strength and aura. This chop, the blade was stern and murderous. Chu Yuan's chop pursued the power bonus brought by extreme speed, striving to be able to cut the giant ape into a serious injury in the first place. Madaka! As the swords and apes collided, the air shook slightly, emitting an ear-piercing sound of dingo, but Chu Yuan had excellent eyesight and had already seen a flash of blood on the blade. This giant ape was injured, although it was only fur damage. To Chu Yuan, it at least showed that the other party was not really invulnerable to swords and spears. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's downward momentum did not decrease. His right hand focused on powering up, and he continued to swing his long sword in the same way. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the falling leaves, the black gold ancient blade continuously slashed at the giant ape's head, 3 or 4 times in a row, and one slash was faster than the other. His wave of play was like flowing water, without any lag. Looking around the Unloading Ridge and other people cannot help but shout, not to mention the audience of the live broadcast. Pop-up screen directly dominate the screen. Roar! In the next moment, a mournful hissing sound violently resounded beside the ears of the crowd. The giant ape was also dumbfounded by Chu Yuan's consecutive moves, emitting more and more miserable cries, not daring to make hard contact and constantly dodging. In the end, he directly pulled a slender vine and swung it to the opposite side of the cliff wall, staring at Chu Yuan with hateful eyes. The giant ape's gaze looked to the sides, and against the crumbling rocks on the cliff face was a heart-wrenching rip. breaking a rock hard, only to see the giant ape screaming strangely, struggling to throw the rocks in his hand towards Chu Yuan. The rubble was like a cannonball with amazing force. Even Chu Yuan's reaction was not slow, directly backhanding his cleaver, splitting most of the flying incoming debris in two. However, there were still some of the debris that directly hit his body, and it was good that Chu Yuan's bloodline concentration had reached 50% at this time. Activating the Vajra Ironbone's bloodline trait made him become thick-skinned, and he could still withstand these stone blows. However, it was clear that this giant ape was definitely the master of holding a grudge, and although it was small and spiritually intelligent, it had already been swept away at this point. Neither could take Chu Yuan. The giant ape even still did not choose to withdraw, and still wanted to continue attacking Chu Yuan. After the giant ape hissed, with the help of the vines, he opened his bloody mouth, and without fearing the cliffs underneath, his body rose up into the air. It fought to lunge at Chu Yuan, as if it wanted to swallow Chu Yuan in one bite. Sinful animal, looking for death. Chu Yuan's heart flashed with murderous anger, not expecting this to be so arrogant, not remembering the pain, and daring to confront himself head-on. Since his own black and gold ancient knife can break the defense, one knife is not enough, then two knives, until he is able to lord your head. Seeing the giant ape rushing over regardless, Chu Yuan stomped hard with the help of the cliff wall, and with the help of the forward momentum, he waved his long sword. This blade contained all of his essence, as well as the determination to go forward, as if it was like a forceful split of Huashan, hacking down on the head. Even Chu Yuan could feel the bright luster of the green dragon tattoo hidden on his skin, which was also glowing at this time. At the critical juncture, Chu Yuan's body instincts actually drove the power of the bloodline in his body, as if a great force suddenly surged out of his body. This magical power instantly gave him the illusion that he was already so powerful that he could pick the stars and catch the moon and move mountains. The powerful slash, which contained the enhancement of the magical power of the bloodline within Chu Yuan's body, directly blasted the oncoming giant ape away. Boom! The majestic body of the great ape was like a high-speed backward dump truck, directly crashing into the opposite cliff wall with a loud bang. It actually knocked a deep hole opening out of the cliff wall, as if the sky was crumbling. A large portion of the rock crumbled, and dust splattered in all directions. The white giant ape hung by the vines of the deep cave and shook its head, sparing its sword and spear. It was still in a sorry state. At this time, it also appeared to have multiple damages on its body, and blood was flowing from its forehead, making it look even more hideous for a few points. The gaze it looked at Chu Yuan with had obviously changed, and there was more than a hint of fear. Was this still the tiny human it remembered? How could he be so strong? And how could that little knife hurt him? Chu Yuan's heart stirred. At this moment, he clearly felt that there was a mysterious force within his body that was slowly dissipating. An aura suddenly came to his mind. So this was the hidden power in the green dragon bloodline, which could be borrowed in times of crisis. His current one only had a 50% concentration of bloodline, and each time he borrowed it for no more than 5 minutes at most, the power would slowly dissipate. Moreover, after borrowing it, the cycle of power recovery was usually around 7 days, and this odd setting instantly left Chu Yuan speechless. The limitations of the transcendent power are too much, right? This bloodline is strong, but it doesn't have a short duration and too long cooldown. It seems that it can only be used as one's killer weapon, and cannot be used easily unless it comes to a critical moment. Seeing that time was slowly passing, Chu Yuan shook his right hand, shook off the blood from his blade, and his figure violently rose up into the air, flying towards the giant ape. The person was in mid-air. Chu Yuan's black and gold ancient sword diagonally lifted upwards, only to see the blade light was awe-inspiring, cold and aggressive, straight to the neck of the giant ape. At this moment, the giant ape hadn't reacted from the last blow, but the next moment, a dazzling blade light came at it, making it forget to dodge. Poof! This chopping, the blade of the killing air as fast as light and shadow, so that the giant ape cannot avoid. The next moment of cold light, blood flowers collapse. The white giant ape planted itself with a wail, a good-sized gash in its neck, blood spraying, whimpering and struggling for limbs. Eventually, he slowly dropped his head, his white fur soaked in blood to a deep red, and gradually lost his breath. White great ape, pawn. Seeing this, Chu Yuan directly threw a vine beside his body and struggled to fling it towards the giant ape, pulling its body to prevent it from falling off the cliff. The ling-shifting Rexes who were watching from afar, looking at Chu Yuan who was displaying his divine might, could not help but be overwhelmed and took the initiative to call out. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 97, The Bottle Mountain of Success and Completion. Hoo-hoo! Chu Yuan followed the vines on the cliff wall and smoothly returned to the cave, directly leaning against the wall of the cave and gasping for air. Nima, this bloodline's power borrowing, even had side effects. At this moment, he only felt like his body was being emptied out. It was as if a Jedi Master had expended all of his internal energy, and his body would fall into a moment of weakness, with his arms and legs going limp. It's as if you're entering a sage moment. Hua Rong covered his shoulder and limped to Chu Yuan's side, looking at the giant ape's body hanging from the cliff wall with a complicated expression. Seeing this 4-meter-tall behemoth up close, Hua Rong couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Fighting at a distance. Visually and psychologically there is not much feeling. This will be close observation. The heart of the infinite feelings. Is this thing something that human power can deal with? In comparison, it's still better to deal with the Western Hunan Corpse King. After Fatty glanced at the giant ape, his heart was filled with fear, and he couldn't help but be glad that he wasn't the one who ran into this monster. And then, attracted by the blood-dripping black and gold ancient sword in Chu Yuan's hand, which not only cut iron like mud, but could also break evil, he asked curiously, "Little brother, what's the origin of this precious sword of yours? It's even sharper than Little Flower's unloading ridge small divine blade." Chu Yuan nodded slightly, ignoring the curious fat man. His right hand gently shook, shaking off the blood from the blade and pulling a blade flower in his palm, with a beautiful backhanded backward slash, inserting it back into the sheath on his back. The action was as smooth as water, and one couldn't help but marvel at it. I have to say, little brother is really skillful with this sword. Say, how the hell did he kill the giant ape? This final slash is like an ancient warrior infusing his own inner strength, increasing the killing power of the blade. Upstairs is great. Internal force is out. Why don't you say knife chi? Oh my god. Chu-chan is so handsome every time he strikes. I like it so much, especially this posture of closing the sword. It's so warrior-like. Overall, this trip to the Bottle Mountain tomb is finally over. There are too many bloody scenes, and there are nightmares in my heart. This danger is simply second to the Western Zhou tomb and the Western Xia tomb. Fortunately the stars are not involved. Otherwise I do not know how to die. Strongly suggest to the program team that they arrange this kind of high-risk tomb visiting live broadcast in the next issue. It's just too exciting. Woohoo! This installment is coming to an end, and I don't know how long we'll have to wait for the next one. Anxious. Little Flower. Arrange for someone to deal with this giant ape and check if it has an inner elixir? Chu Yuan wiped the false sweat from his brow, took out a bottle of water from his backpack, and said indifferently after taking a drink. Hua Rong raised an eyebrow. No wonder this giant ape was so big. It turned out that with the six-winged centipede generally swallowed pills and cultivated into an inner elixir. This kind of magical tomb-suppressing beast was the first time he had encountered it for so many years. And there was a similar rumor in his ancestors' unloading ridge legend. I didn't expect that on this trip to Bottle Mountain I would encounter 2. No, it should be 3, and only the Chicken King who swallowed the inner elixir all at once. Hua Rong waved his hand, and several unloading ridge rexes stepped forward and took the initiative to walk to the edge of the cavern and began dragging the corpse of the giant ape. Xiao Wu and the others squatting on the opposite platform also began to repair the rope passage between the two sides, preparing to receive Hua Rong and the others. Fatty could see Chu Yuan's weakness and took the initiative to come forward to support her. Looking at the busy unloading ridge rexes, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. This Bottle Mountain ancient tomb can definitely rank first in terms of danger among the inversions that Fat Master has been involved in. This monster is too terrifying. Oh yeah, and that Kanzan Taisho, dead for centuries, is still hawking those who came after him. Chu Yuan directly rolled his eyes at him. You damn if you did not take the initiative to invert. Can run into each other? Half a caddy, right? Yeah, it's finally over. And this time I'm going to take a few days off. Chu Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. Since crossing over to this world, he hadn't even taken a good stroll, focusing on pouring live. Thinking of this, he subconsciously opened the systems page. And ooh, the popularity value had finally reached 50 million, and was even close to 60 million. It seems that this wave of chaotic Shangxi Corpse King in the main crypt has a lot of famous scenes and contributes a lot of popularity value to itself. However, at this time, there were many people and eyes. Chu Yuan put up with the desire to draw prizes in his heart. And anyway, this period of the program had already ended, and he was in no hurry. An hour later, inside the courtyard of the Bottle Hill Logistics Base, on the round table in the center of the courtyard, Hua Rong and Fatty were staring wide-eyed at the inner elixir in old Taoist Chui's hands. TSK, what a creation! I didn't expect this Bottle Mountain to be able to harbor 2 monsters that have cultivated inner Dan. Unbelievable! Old Taoist Chui surveyed the inner elixir in his hand with a look of admiration as 2 top predators appeared on one mountain. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. Bottle Mountain. The 2 tigers can coexist, simply against the laws of survival. Chu Yuan heard Elder Taoist Chui's question. He thought that it was quite normal. After all, The six-winged centipede stayed in the depths of the underground palace all year round, while the white-haired great apes were definitely active on both sides of the cliffs and on the top of the mountain. The chances of the two being able to meet were rare, but instead it accidentally resulted in the coexistence of the two top predators. Can this inner elixir really enhance an individual's physical quality? Fatty looked at the inner elixir with great gluttony and asked stupidly, "You Fatty don't have to think about it. This inner elixir is not a pill. You need to cultivate a special internal energy to digest its medicinal properties." Elder Taoist Chui teased the fat man mercilessly. "If you eat it, you'll be chewing peonies and spoiling the treasure." Speaking of this, Chui Lao Dao directly handed over the inner elixir in his hand to Chu Yuan. Seeing Chu Yuan smilingly receiving the inner elixir, Chui Lao Dao was simply heartbroken. The poor Taoist has no connection with treasures. Fatty pulled the corner of his mouth. "Is not just an inner elixir. When I earn money from this corpse fixing Dan, directly buy 1,000 years of ginseng as a snack. It's a real tonic, much more flavorful than the inner elixir." Elder Chui, please continue to palm your eyes. What is this corpse Dan? As you see it? What is its function? Huarong took out a sandalwood treasure box and placed it on the desktop. After slowly opening it, it was the inner Dan of Xiangxi Corpse King. "Ha! That's a rarity." After Chui Lao Dao let out a cry of surprise, he took out a magnifying glass to constantly check the exterior structure of the corpse Dan. Elder Chui, I've seen many dry corpses and encountered necrotic transformations in my previous inversions, but this corpse Dan is indeed the first time I've seen it. Huarong had participated in countless excavation activities both officially and privately, and had seen a lot of tomb owners' corpses, but he had never encountered such an item as corpse Dan, and couldn't help but be curious about it. "Yeah, this zombie has an inner elixir. That's the first time I've heard of it," Fatty also said with a look of astonishment. He had previously followed many seniors to explore the ancient tomb, and the big dumplings had also seen, but like the Xiangxi Corpse King, so vicious, so evil, first time in my life. Seeing that several people were filled with doubt, old Taoist Chui twisted his beard and softly explained. "This brings us to the origin of the Corpse King and why such a miraculous thing as a necromorphic transformation occurs. In fact, there are many theories. In the remote mountainous areas of Hunan, Guizhou and Guangdong, there are legends of zombies coming to life. They are covered with hair and often come out of their coffins to eat people and livestock, and the people call them Corpse King." Saying this, old Taoist Chui's voice paused and he continued. "There is another saying that the Corpse King is due to the deceased's prominent status during his lifetime, the burial goods and the things to suppress the corpse and embalm it, all of which are rare and secretive Mingqi. Once the fraudulent corpse rises, its corpse becomes severe." Seeing that several people were looking at him with skepticism, old Taoist Chui knew that they didn't quite believe in metaphysical claims. So after thinking for a moment, old Taoist Chui laughed softly. "Of course, there are now more scientific explanations for this strange aspect of necrophilic hair growth, which is nothing more than the result of mold action. The coffin is sealed for thousands of years, the air does not flow, and when the coffin is opened, the 1,000-year-old corpse is as good as a living person, so it will be easy for the corpse to turn. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please." Chapter 98, 3,000 Poisonous Miasmas Covered Dragon Mountain. After Chui Lao Dao's explanation, the crowd had a new understanding of the Corpse King and knew even more about the difficulty of this Corpse Dan. In the end, Chu Yuan decided to leave this Corpse Dan to old Taoist Chui to deal with. After all, he was the only one in the crowd who was good at healing. Chui Lao Dao was also happy to receive. Immediately said that he went back to set a good study, and strive to extract the toxin within the Dan as soon as possible. When the time comes, after taking it to a professional organization to have it tested, even if a person can't take it, it can be given to the Chicken King, to strengthen the fighting force. Chu Yuan didn't forget that Fatty had haphazardly promised old Taoist Chui to explore the tomb together, and when the time came, this Chicken King would come in handy. As for the inner Dan of the great ape, after all, it was Chu Yuan's own trophy, so it was not good for the onlookers to say more. They could only look at him with an envious face, especially the fat man. The acid is almost drooling, but this trip to Bottle Mountain he is not a loss. White to get a fixed body pill. Thinking of this, Fatty immediately gave a quiet wink to Huarong, who was pulled away by Fatty in a state of confusion. Chu Yuan secretly laughed in his heart. Look at this situation. The fat man is ready to sell the stolen goods with Huarong. This corpse-fixing Dan is hot. Have to deal with it as soon as possible. Huarong has a lot of connections and is really a good way to get rid of treasures. Looking at the Western Xia gold ingots within his system backpack, Chu Yuan's heart moved. It seemed that it was time to find Huarong to talk business. He should go back to the capital to buy property. He is now also considered a super netizen, but his name is not even a property. Shame on. After Fatty and Huarong left, Chu Yuan took the initiative to get up and say goodbye to old Taoist Chui. He was still thinking of going back to his room to check the system's big gift package. Unexpectedly, however, he was pulled back in time by old Taoist Chui and stated that he invited Chu Yuan to his room to discuss important matters. Chu Yuan didn't think much about it and directly agreed with the other party, following behind old Taoist Chui and entering inside his room. Inside Elder Trey's room, looking at old Taoist Chui, who was sitting cross-legged, Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his hands clasped his arms, and a smirking expression appeared on his face. "Little friend Chu, please take a seat." Old Taoist Chui lightly twirled his beard and softly greeted, "Elder Chui, let's not speak in the dark. Please be straightforward with what you have to say." "Good. Since little friend is so honest, the poor Taoist will not hide anything." Old Taoist Chui said this and pulled out a map from within his satchel behind him. Chu Yuan fixed his eyes to see. The map is thick silk material. Silk texture is fine, light and easy to carry. The general ancients like as a carrier of the map. In ancient times, thick silk belongs to high-grade products. Used for writing text is not common. Can take it made of maps non-royal nobles. The lower right corner of the map was vaguely described in a tiny text. And looking at the handwriting, it was similar to the small seal script of the Qin dynasty period. "Elder, what do you mean by that?" Looking at this map, Chu Yuan vaguely felt a sense of familiarity, but did not think of it for a moment, so he opened his mouth to inquire. Old Taoist Chui pointed to the mountainous terrain that was hidden in the map and laughed softly. "As we all know, you gold touchers can search mountains for dragons, separate gold and set points, and the secret art of Tianqing Feng Shui in that dragon-seeking technique. You can even look up at the stars in the sky and look down at the earth's veins. This is a map that my good friend has inadvertently acquired, and I'd like to ask Captain Goldfinger to take a look at it." After Chu Yuan sniffed and gave old Taoist Chui a deep look, he was not polite and sat down directly, picking up the thick silk map and carefully observing it. As soon as this mysterious map entered Chu Yuan's eyes, a chart of the country's mountain and river veins automatically appeared in his mind. Combining the mountain and river vein charts, when he went to check the thick silk map in detail, Chu Yuan's mind had already realized the purpose of Chui Lao Dao. Sure enough, they came for the tomb of King Xian of Yunnan, and this map is respectively the topographical map of the mountain range at the corner of Chalong Mountain. Seeing Chu Yuan's face show a look of understanding, old Taoist Chui sighed. "Worthy of being the gold-touching colonel, the skill of searching mountains and finding dragons is extremely good. I think that little friend Chu can see the location of this map." Chu Yuan, however, did not answer immediately, carefully placing the thick silk map back, pointing to the river symbols on the map, before slowly opening his mouth. The river on this map is the Snake River, a tributary of the Langsong River, so named because of its curved shape resembling a snake, and the Snake River passes over this mountain, which is 3,300 meters high, and is locally known as Chalong Mountain. Saying this, Chu Yuan paused, looked at old Taoist Chui with a heavy face, and continued explaining in a low voice. "Chalong Mountain. Miasma pervades the mountains and forests all year round, and countless poisonous insects breed. Even the local medicine pickers rarely dare to go in. Plus here, there is no windy weather all year round. It's hard to make the miasma in the mountain disappear. This particular poisonous gas, general gas masks are difficult to protect. The most crucial thing is that this place, Chalong Mountain, is located in a very remote area, and the local people's degree of sinicization is low, so if you provoke the locals, the situation will become very dangerous." Every time Chu Yuan said one more sentence, old Taoist Chui's complexion brightened up a bit. He was indeed an expert. He could tell the location of the map at a glance, especially when Chu Yuan pointed out the local customs. Old Taoist Chui looked at Chu Yuan with a burning gaze, his heart even more determined. Snap! When old Taoist Chui saw Chu Yuan finish, he directly stroked his palm, his face filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Worthy of being a gold mapper. Just based on this 100-year-old map, it's amazing to be able to directly point out the correct location." Chu Yuan nodded his head slightly, accepting his praise openly. This diagram was still true. He saw it in combination with the mountainous terrain map in his mind. Only when taking a closer look at the corner of the text at the bottom of the map, it made Chu Yuan's heart sink. This tomb was afraid that it would be more difficult than in the original play. This is a passage written in Qin seal script, a total of 100 or so characters, recording the condition of the tomb and pointing out where the emperor's mausoleum is located. Wang extermination, funeral in the water dragon halo, corpse dissolution ascension, dragon halo invisible. If not the sky collapse, but difficult for outsiders to break. Chu Yuan scrutinized the text of the map and slowly opened his mouth to read it out. Old Taoist Chui slowly got up and followed Chu Yuan's words with an introduction. "Little friend Chu, truth be told, this map records none other than the tomb of King Xian. And in the tomb is the supreme treasure that moving mountain has sought for 100 years, the dust pearl. The poor Taoist's trip to Bottle Mountain was to see the tactics of the gold toucher, and it's clear that your strength, little friend, far exceeds my expectations. Hearing old Taoist Chui's compliments, Shu Yuan said softly with a leathery smile, Elder may have misunderstood. This passage is enough to illustrate the ferocity of this King Xian's tomb. I still have a mission ahead of me. I'm afraid I can't go. The tomb of this Xian Wanglao is situated in the middle of a special feng shui treasure point, Shui Long Halo, high up in the sky, as if it were a fairy palace. If there was an external force such as a senatorial inverted gorge or a heavenly collapse, I'm afraid that no one would be able to enter. Not to mention, King Xian used parasites to infuse living people's bodies and made human figurines out of the people. And his methods were so poisonous and vicious that it was side-splittingly shocking. At that time, when watching the TV series, Shu Yuan knew that the original drama was already filmed conservatively, censoring many horror art clips. If not compelled, he really does not want to get involved in this mess. What benefits cannot get? Pop. What is Chui Lao Dao? Young traveled in all directions. What people he has not seen? Where still cannot see Chu Yuan's prevarication. Directly turned around and took out a red book from the drawer and put it on the table. Frankly said, if little friend Chu can agree to travel together to King Xian's tomb, this will be yours. Shu Yuan looked at the real estate license on the table and frowned slightly. Good Yua Chui Lao Dao. This is too much to look down on people. Thinking about the gold ingots in the system's backpack, when he looked for Hua Rong to resell them, at least 5 or 6 small goals would arrive. When the time comes, what house cannot be bought? This Chui Lao Dao even presumed to take a set of houses to make himself sell his life. The pattern is too small. When old Taoist Chui saw Chu Yuan's expression, he was stunned in his heart. Then he directly opened the real estate license and faintly opened his mouth. This is a private quadrangle located in the capital's back sea, along the northern edge of Crow's Hudong, with an area of 3,028.29 square meters. This trip to the consecrated king's tomb, whether successful or not, it's yours, and as long as you promise, you can have it now. Ouch! When Shu Yuan saw the few lines of the real estate license, he was so shocked that he almost didn't stand still and directly exploded. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 99 National Treasure Yunnan Trip. Ancient Yunnan is a mysterious kingdom, known to historians as the Lost Kingdom, which existed as early as the Yin and Shang dynasties. The demise would have been in the years of the Western Han dynasty, and it is said that in the middle of its kingdom there was a very serious civil strife, probably in the late Shang dynasty. Some of this ancient Dian people believed in the evil arts of witch gods, and those who believed in witch gods in order to avoid chaos. Then they migrated to live in the deep mountains along the Langsang River, and the leader of these people called himself King Huan. This King Xian was proficient in feng shui, had a tyrannical nature, and was also good at a secretive and evil trick, in order to get people to build his own royal tomb. Moreover, this King Xian has also found for himself a feng shui treasure point that is claimed to never be stolen, the Water Dragon Halo. In order to prevent grave robbing, King Xian went so far as to let the high priest, using parasites to infuse into the bodies of living people, to make human figurines out of the people alive. For generations, let these people forever guard their tombs and never be allowed to transcend life. The means can be described as poisonous and vicious. The tyrannical King Xian, the so-called dynasty, died in one life, and after his death, some of his men wanted to return to their home country. So, he dedicated this map of King Xian's tomb to King Dian of ancient Yunnan, and claimed that he would also find such a good cave for King Dian. Listening to old Taoist Chui's eloquent speech, Shu Yuan did not expect that inside this King Xian's tomb, there would be these historical pasts. This map of King Xian's tomb in the hands of old Taoist Chui is exactly what he found in the tomb of King Dian of Lijiashan in Yunnan when he was young and exploring the area. It was also at that time that he befriended the top people of the unloading wrecks, which led to his friendship with unloading and participation in this operation. After Chu Yuan listened to old Taoist Chui reminisce about his youth and introduce the origin of King Xian's tomb to himself, he pretended to cough. Ahem. Chu Yuan's voice trailed off as he continued. This King Xian's tomb turns out to be the legendary Water Dragon Halo treasure cave, which is said to have the efficacy of ascending to immortality. And I don't know if it's true or not. Such a magical treasure cave. The late generation is also very eager to go and see it. Furthermore, since Fatty has promised you, I can only go together. After all, the Golden Touched School is about working together. He choose someone is definitely not, because of a district set of 4 houses, agreed to go to the dedication of the tomb of the king. After all, his value is also Fiji. However, Chui Lao Dao this quadrangle it is really fragrant he quietly googled. This set of courtyard at least 15 small goals. Chu Yuan estimated that it must have been purchased by old Taoist Chui some years ago. and he can only say that the price of real estate nowadays had risen too fast. Think he was born to die in the tomb of Western Xia, and finally quietly shun a little bit of gold ingots, but also only worth a third of this house. Little friend Chu, if we can really find the dusk pearl this time, I still have a copy of the Moving Mountain Taoist's inheritance here, and I'll send it to you as well. After seeing Chu Yuan's promise, old Taoist Chui offered another generous gift. It seems that he is also afraid that Chu Yuan will take the house and not do anything practical. Are you kidding? Am I Chu someone like that? However, the legacy of the mountain movers was really good, and he remembered that there were a lot of treasures inherited from Partridge Whistle in the original play. Chu Yuan firmly promised as he put away the real estate license. Don't worry, senior, I will definitely do my best on this trip to King Xian's tomb, and the Qin seal on this map also records the route. Go into the Chalong Mountain first, go straight north after going over the mountain, go through the forest, and you'll arrive at the Worm Valley where King Xian brought his people back to seclusion back in the day. This King Xian's tomb must be in this insect valley. Old Taoist Chui looked at Chu Yuan's organized analysis. His heart was greatly relieved. He knew that he had found the right person this time. Thinking of this, old Taoist Chui admonished Chu Yuan some more. This insect valley is infested with poisonous insects, coupled with King Xian's unique evil spells. You must be fully prepared for this trip. Chu Yuan directly nodded his head in agreement. Since he had decided that his next expedition would be a trip to the Yunnan Insect Valley, he could plan for it. Some essential supplies and equipment still need to be prepared in advance. After bidding farewell to Chui Lao Dao, Chu Yuan went directly to Hua Rong and implicitly informed him that he had a batch of pending gold ingots in his hands. Hua Rong did not ask more about the way to come, full of deep meaning to look at Chu Yuan. Really did not expect. Chu Yuan can be in full view. Surprisingly, I was able to obtain the gold ingots from the Western Xia tomb, and judging by the situation, I think there must be a lot of them. This mysterious and unpredictable means made Hua Rong's heart flinch. Was this not the legendary 5 ghosts carrying technique? After all, Chu Yuan also has the status of a Hair Mound general, and it is said that the Hair Mound seal can drive away evil spirits. Hua Rong's mind, Chu Yuan can also guess. He did not explain too much, just agreed to trade in the capital. He's a homeowner now, and he's in control of both the privacy and security of trading in his own home. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Hua Rong's character. After all, the amount of money involved was too large a number, so he had to be cautious. After arranging everything, Chu Yuan went back to his room to rest. The system's popularity gift package was still waiting for him to open it. I hope that the rewards this time will be worthy of the dangers experienced in this Bottle Mountain tomb. The next morning, when the first ray of morning light shot through the mist that surrounded Bottle Mountain and penetrated inside the Bottle Mountain special courtyard, a burst of noisy footsteps disturbed the sleeping Chu Yuan, making his mood a little irritable. After putting on his clothes, Chu Yuan opened the room, only to realize that quite a number of employees wearing work uniforms had flocked inside the Aliyah. Gazing at them, Chu Yuan realized that this group of people were actually people from the National Treasure Program. The staff members who were originally busy carrying the equipment suddenly saw Chu Yuan push open the door and suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Chu Yuan, pointing and whispering. There were even a few young ladies who directly picked up their cell phones to take pictures. Holy, I can't believe it's from the show. Facing the fiery eyes of the young lady, Chu Yuan only reacted and hurriedly closed the door, a little puzzled for a while. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of his room, and a gentle, steady voice came from outside. Mr. Chu, I'm Zhang Che, the director of the National Treasure live show team. Please open the door. I have something to communicate with you. Chu Yuan had talked to the program's director Zhang on the phone, so he was familiar with his voice and immediately opened the door to the room. Sure enough, outside the door stood a middle-aged man about 180 in height, and it was none other than the program's chief director, Zhang Che. Chu Yuan hurriedly welcomed him in and found a seat for him. It was only then that Director Zhang made his intentions clear, and Chu Yuan listened and chimed in. It turns out that after these 3 live archaeological expeditions, the show has been an unprecedented success, but it's also been watched by countless people, especially this time, the Bottle Hill tomb. There have been many casualties, and even some scenes are too horrible. The program has also received instructions from above that the National Treasure Program needs to be revamped. This program is currently split in 2, with one part featuring professionals led by Chu Yuan exploring and cleaning up the ancient tombs. The other part is the second excavation of the tomb after the expedition, with Professor Chen bringing in a star team of people for the live archaeology. This protects the show's viewership, unearths tombs that are useful to the crown, and reduces casualties among lay people. Chu Yuan was stunned in his heart. Isn't this the difference between Running Man and Running Man Comes? He didn't have any problem with the program's arrangement. which ensured his popularity value and also reduced the exhaustion. It can be the best of both worlds. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan had a flash of light in his mind and told Director Zhang about King Xian's tomb, who heard that it was another emperor's tomb. At once, the whole crowd was agitated, and without greeting, they left in a hurry, stating that they were going to apply to the officials. Good man. Looking at Director Zhang's hurried back, Chu Yuan lamented that he had finally found the correct usage of archaeology having a license now. This degree was far more impressive than the degree certificates of the 4 major schools of tomb rating that he had inherited. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 100 Guanshan Taibao Feng Yuxiu, one more chapter for reader Mora Dick. Kyoto, Crow's Nest Hutong along the north edge of Hohai, in the middle courtyard of Private Quadrangle No. 210, in the pentagonal gazebo. Fatty Wang was wearing a sleeveless shirt, lying on a sandalwood recliner, looking at the surroundings, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This old Taoist Chui is so generous that he can even give you this kind of good courtyard. Little brother, it's still you who has the face. Fat master, I'll be miserable. I've even been taken care of by TM a raging chicken. Oh, Fatty is really bitter at this time. Compared to little brother's quadrangle, he feels that he has missed more than $1 billion. LOL. The Chicken King, who was taking a walk in the small garden by the 5-cornered gazebo, seemed to have heard someone bad-mouthing him, and immediately let out a chirp to show his displeasure. Holy, this dead chicken has really become a spirit. It can hear Master Fatty even from such a distance. Chu Yuan's expression was stunned as he stopped the map he was flipping through in his hands and slowly got up, glancing at the raging Chicken King not far away. Fatty, you've picked up a treasure this time. This raging clear chicken swallowed the inner elixir, and it seems that it's almost digested by now. I see that its level of spirituality is no less than that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, so I advise you to watch what you say and don't let it get emotional. As soon as he heard Chu Yuan's words, Fatty sat up in a hurry, scratching his ears and looking at Chicken King in distress. It's Grandma. Fat Master, I really raised a living father. I still can't talk about it. Patting Fatty's shoulder, Chu Yuan laughed softly. Fatty, don't worry. On this trip to Yunnan Insect Valley, if it behaves well, we'll definitely open the door this time. Although King Xian was a straw-headed son of heaven, but how it was also a people who had commanded tens of thousands of people, which was already considered a big tribe in those days. The original drama is mainly focused on exploration. The king's burial goods have not been rendered more, but Chu Yuan guessed that it is definitely far more than the Western Xia tomb. The high priest's dragon tiger short staff and mask alone would be worth at least a set of 4 houses. Sure enough, hearing Chu Yuan say this, the fat man's mood was like a June day rain, coming and going quickly. Jingle bells. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Chu Yuan glanced at the cell phone on the table, and the caller ID turned out to be Professor Chen. Strange. Shouldn't Prof. Chen be doing a live archaeology broadcast at Bottle Mountain by now? Why is he calling me? Taking the cell phone, Chu Yuan smoothly answered the call. A familiar voice came from the opposite side. It was Professor Chen. Xiao Chu, are you still in Kyoto? Come to the courtyard this afternoon. The Dragon Bone Heavenly Book has been deciphered by Professor Sun. Prof. Chen then introduced some of the Bottle Mountain live broadcasts, which were still very effective for this secondary excavation. The celebrity team is playing normally and has brought a lot of popularity to the show. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yuan also breathed a long sigh of relief. Conversing with the old professor was just exhausting. One had to be restrained in talking. However, he still had to go back to the Archaeological Research Institute in the afternoon. After all, he had left the Bottle Mountain ancient tomb, and this was already the 3rd day. Then again, he's got a position hanging over at the National Institute of Archaeology. Since leaving the Bottle Mountain tomb 3 days ago, he and Fatty had taken Hua Rong's private jet and returned to the capital. The first time he came back, Chu Yuan went to handle the formalities related to this quadrangle sent by old Taoist Chui, and successfully moved in on the same day. After moving in, Chu Yuan realized how heavy this gift from Chui Lao Dao is, which is decorated with everything. There's even a 10-person property team that is present year-round to maintain the basic operations of the facility. Under the leadership of the property manager, Chu Yuan and Fatty visited the entire courtyard, spending a full hour before the visit was over. The decorations are all ancient, very much in line with Chu Yuan's aesthetics, and the jealous fat man straight away yelled that he also wanted to live here. Chu Yuan was not petty, directly arranged for him to stay, and promised that he would stay as long as he wanted, which is the friendship of life and death. Little brother, how's your mapping going? Can you find King Xian's tomb? Fatty saw Chu Yuan stop what he was doing and looked at the maps spread out on the table, and after casually flipping through a few of them, he was dumbfounded. It's really hard to read. Chu Yuan put down his cell phone and looked at the fat man without a good mood. Do you think King Xian's tomb is so easy to find? I've already commissioned Little Flower to arrange for someone to go to Chalong Mountain to make a preemptive strike, including the mapping of Chalong Mountain. Seeing that Chu Yuan had arranged for people to play the front, the fat man was a bit embarrassed. Eating and drinking for free for 3 days and not working, it was not reasonable to say. Thinking of this, Fatty immediately straightened his clothes and stood up with a solemn face. Little brother, leave the equipment for this Yunnan Insect Valley inversion to me. Master Fatty has quite a few friends in Panja Garden as well. Seeing his confident appearance, Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Aside from that, Fatty's connections are still okay. After saying that, Fatty went out to prepare the guy things. Chu Yuan looked at the time is still early, thought about it and decided to go to the Archaeological Research Institute earlier to take a good look at this Professor Sun. Kyoto Institute of Archaeology. East Gate. Drip. Chu Yuan rolled down the window of the car and laughed softly at the gatekeeper at the east gate of the archaeological courtyard. Hello Master Wan. I'm Chu Yuan from the Institute of Technology. Please open the door. Thank you. The doorman, Master Wan, looked at Chu Yuan dumbfounded, and subconsciously took the initiative to open the parking gate, giving Chu Yuan the initiative to release the traffic. Thanks. After greeting, Chu Yuan a foot throttle, directly rang the direction of the Institute complex building. This car is Hua Rong gave him. After all, there are hundreds of millions of dollars of transactions between the two to and fro. The generous Hua Rong directly sent Chu Yuan a Cullinan. As a substitute car, Chu Yuan is not polite. Directly accepted. Boy, I didn't expect Xiao Chu, who has just joined the company for less than 2 months, to drive a Rolls-Royce, worthy of being a gold-touching officer. The gatekeeper, Master Wan, lamented with a face of envy. And in this half-month or so in the courtyard, the person that everyone discussed the most was Chu Yuan. What archaeological institute of the past years the strongest newcomer, the heir to the school of gold and so on. Listen to his ears are cocooned. And the internet is all Chu Yuan tomb exploration high-energy video. It's amazing how young people these days can bend the rules at the archaeological track. Parking the car, Chu Yuan walked out of the car and looked at the 6-story high ancient building in front of him, and immediately had a feeling that things were different. Months ago, the predecessor was still proud of being able to enter the Institute of Archaeology, not realizing that he had crossed over and used the golden finger to change his fate. From the original no house, no car, no money of the 3 young people, has become a household name of non-heritage cultural heir. Chu Yuan, why are you back? I didn't expect this live archaeology broadcast to make such a big name for itself. Bull. Chu Yuan had just walked into the hall of the institute when a youth with a greenish look greeted him with a gesture of acquaintance. Through the original body's memories, Chu Yuan knew that this person in front of him was his senior, and also the leader of his technical group, who had a good friendship with the original body and took care of him quite a bit. What concerned him the most was that this person's full name was Feng Yuxiu, his surname was Feng, and he was from the Archaeological Institute, so there was no way for Chu Yuan not to think more about it. Moreover, in his memory, Feng Yuxiu was at the same time Professor Sun's favorite disciple, so perhaps this person was the Guanshan Taibao. Hello, team leader Feng. Chu Yuan responded with a smile on his face, but this inexplicable sense of detachment caused Feng Yuxiu to raise his eyebrows and look at him in surprise. The elementary school brother's change is really big. Just before joining, he is still not obvious. In the institute of a small transparent one, unexpectedly, after following Professor Chen to the tomb, the whole person's temperament changed greatly, as if he was like a new person, especially since the other party was even the heir to the school of gold touching. Thinking of his own mentor's command, Feng Yuxiu put away the doubts in his heart and smiled gently. Don't call me team leader, just call me by my name. By the way, Professor Sun and the others are waiting for you in the conference room. Let me take you there. Trouble team leader Feng. Chu Yuan followed him. At this time also found that this person is not ordinary. Breathing smoothly, steady steps, at first glance is a practitioner, an heir of the Guanshan Taipa? I wonder who can be more skillful in this Coffin Mountain Finger Mystic Technique or my 16-character Yin-Yang Mystic Technique. Thanks to Big Brother Mordu 7 for the reward. Plus one more chapter. Chapter 101, Dragon Bone Book of Heavenly Dust Beads. Institute of Archaeology. 3rd floor conference room. The conference room was filled with smoke, and there were 3 people sitting at the conference table, who were gulping down cigarettes with cigarettes in their hands. The smoke filled the air, creating a thin mist that made it feel as if you were in the clouds. Knock knock. Suddenly, the door to the conference room was knocked on from outside. Come in. After an answering voice, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and it was Feng Yuxiu who had brought Chu Yuan to the meeting. Chu Yuan was behind him and couldn't help but frown when he saw the smoke in the room, but he managed to stifle his cough. His appearance caused the eyes of a silver-haired old man in the center position of the conference table to light up, and after looking up and down, he slowly opened his mouth. "You're old Chen's student, Chu Yuan, aren't you? It's true that the younger generation is fearful, and the few tombs you participated in performed excellently. Just in time, you found both halves of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. I know you have the legacy of the Golden Touch in place. Take a look." After saying that, the old man took the initiative to stand up and slowly pushed the 2 pieces of tortoise armor in the wooden treasure box on the table to Chu Yuan's body. It was the 2 pieces of tortoise armor from the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book that he had obtained not long ago, in the Western Zhou tomb and the Western Xia tomb. Seeing that Chu Yuan was still dumbfounded, Feng Yushiu also coincided with the occasion and took the initiative to pull Chu Yuan and introduce him to the characters in the conference room. This silver-haired old man who spoke was none other than Sun Xuewu, Professor Sun, who was also the deputy director of the Institute of Archaeological Technology. Next to Prof. Sun was a calm old man in a Zhongshan suit who looked familiar. None other than the director of the institute. Director He. The other one. Also a well-known archaeology professor of their institute. Professor Shen. Chu Yuan had dealt with before. Xiao Chu. Prof. Shen should have told you everything. Prof. Sun has basically translated the contents of this Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. There are still some detailed aspects that involve feng shui. We still need you to solve the puzzle for us. Director He walked to Chu Yuan's side and said with a smiling face. He still held Chu Yuan in high regard, and it was his excellent performance in the tomb that brought archaeology back into the public eye. In particular, the artifacts excavated from ancient tombs play a vital role in historical research, and the leaders at the top are satisfied. Along with their entire institute, they were severely praised by their superiors. Director He, Professor Sun, I actually don't know much, so if you have any questions, just ask. After Chu Yuan swept a glance at the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, he said bluntly, regarding the clues of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, he was actually clear of all the doors. Professor Sun nodded, pointing at a piece of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book and asked with anticipation. Xiao Chu, the upper piece of turtle armor in this Dragon Bone Heavenly Book records the legendary Dust Pearl, and the other piece should record the clues to the Dust Pearl. In particular, the words Dian and Xian on this Dragon Bone Heavenly Book remind us of the ancient state of Dian during the Yin Shang period. This King Xian, Chu Yuan did not intend to cover up either, and said in a deep voice to Professor Sun, I do have news of King Xian's tomb, and I've already had the National Treasure Program team report their application before, so you should be aware of that. This kind of thing can't be hidden for long. The National Treasure Program team wants to live broadcast the ancient tomb, and will never be able to get around the Archaeological Research Institute. This was also the fundamental reason why Professor Sun and his group invited Chu Yuan back to the institution. Originally everyone was still deciphering the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. This fluctuating work of Chu Yuan's was directly putting the answer to the riddle, and in a way, slapped these professors in the face. Good, Xiao Chu. We at the Institute of Archaeology still trust you, and since you're sure of yourself, we'll give our full support to King Xian's tomb this time. Director He immediately slapped the board said, although the tomb of King Xian is a grass head of the sky, but this is also related to the study of the history of the ancient Dian state. After all, ancient Yunnan was a mysterious kingdom, called the Lost Kingdom by historians, that existed during the Yin and Shang dynasties. If Chu Yuan and the others were able to successfully explore King Xian's tomb this time, they thought that there must be documents inside that recorded this mysterious dynasty. This is definitely a deep water bomb for the historiography community, and may be able to move China's history hundreds or thousands of years ahead. Professor Sun did not continue to ask deeper questions. Although the dust beads were honored as a sacred weapon in history, and had an extraordinary significance to ancient monarchs, it symbolized power and prosperity, and Professor Sun was clearly not interested in it, but rather in King Xian's best skill, the art of quill. Xiao Chu, for this trip to King Xian's tomb, let Yu Xiu join you. He's good at theoretical research. He should go to the ancient tomb to gain insight on the ground. Prof. Sun's words, Chu Yuan was not surprised at all. This Prof. Sun is a Guanshan Taibao authentic heir, and his heart wants to return to his homeland. Guanshan Taibao is good at the secret arts of Qi Men. I think he will not let go of King Xian's arts. Chu Yuan naturally agreed to his request. It was Feng Yushiu who was a bit phased, thinking that this was also Professor Sun's impromptu arrangement. Chu Yuan was able to agree to this matter with alacrity, but he also thought that he could take advantage of this trip to understand the means of the Guanshan Taibao nowadays. It's kind of like knowing your enemy. Seeing that Chu Yuan is so reasonable, the people in the conference room can't help but feel good about him, and Chu Yuan also takes the opportunity to make requests to Director He. Director He was a bit hesitant, but once he heard that Chu Yuan wanted to change his position in the institution and hang up an idle position as an advisor like Fatty Wang, at that moment, he waved his hand and directly agreed to his request. With Chu Yuan's current ability to stay in the office, It was a waste of talent. It was a short meeting that was rewarding for several parties and went well. After the meeting was adjourned, Feng Yuxiu pulled Chu Yuan and talked about the do's and don'ts of the tomb, and finally humbled himself and took care of himself after going down to the tomb. If he didn't know his identity in advance, Chu Yuan almost believed that this dude was a theoretical research nerd. Yunnan Bug Valley is not like an ordinary ancient tomb. Ha, let's see how long you can pretend? Looking at Feng Yuxiu's departing figure, Chu Yuan muttered. Feng Yuxiu as a member of the Feng family must be good at the coffin mountain pointing mystic technique. He also wanted to see the power of this technique. After all, this is claimed to be comparable to the Feng Shui secret technique of the dragon-seeking technique of the golden touches. Come what may. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan returned to the parking lot, directly got on the car, and left the Archaeological Research Institute with a kick of the gas. Feng Yuxiu frowned slightly and stood in the corridor on the first floor of the institute, looking at the departing Chu Yuan through the glass with pale eyes. I'm looking forward to it. The next day, early morning, sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light on the patio. Chu Yuan stood quietly in the center of the courtyard dressed in black, holding the black and gold ancient sword in his hand. And suddenly, the person moved with the sword. His movements were light and agile, and the knife in his hand drew a graceful arc in the air. The light of the blade flashed as if a bolt of lightning had cut through the courtyard. Chu Yuan's body rotated with the changes in the blade technique. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he and the blade had become one. As Chu Yuan's movements became faster and faster, the blade light became denser and denser. The entire courtyard was enveloped by the blade light, as if it was a sea of silver. Chopping knife, turning and sweeping knife, ruffling knife, turning back and sweeping knife, progressing blocking knife, left and right pivoting knife, smooth horizontal chopping, chopping and so on. One blade was faster than the other, and a series of dazzling blade gestures were wielded by Chu Yuan as if they were flowing in the clouds, without any sense of stagnation. After a long time, Chu Yuan's breathing was rapid and strong, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Gradually he stopped. His body trembled slightly, and the knife in his hand slowly lowered. Chu Yuan took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. The entire courtyard was immersed in a silence, and only the sound of Chu Yuan's breathing and heartbeat still echoed in the air. Snap! Good stance! Suddenly a low, clapping voice entered Chu Yuan's ears. When he heard the voice and looked, it was the original owner of this courtyard house, old Taoist Shui. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 102, The Black Clouds of the City reveal the mistletoe. Deep in the lightning and thundering mountains, a luxurious SUV bumps along quickly on a rugged mountain road. The car was splattered with mud and water, and the windshield wipers on the windows were swinging frantically, trying to clear the rain that kept falling. Thunder echoed through the valley, and lightning cut through the foggy sky, instantly illuminating the scene around them. Xiaowu, for God's sake, can't we drive a little slower? Where did you find a driver who drives like an acrobat? Fatty Wang was dry heaving and spitting madly at Xiaowu, who was sitting in the passenger seat. I really did not expect, as Hua Rong right arm, small 5 to find such an unreliable guy. Look honest, who knows that as soon as you touch the steering wheel of the SUV, the whole person is like being possessed. Putting the disc road of Chalong Mountain, used as a rally track, it flew all the way around. Chu Yuan also looked at Xiaowu helplessly. This body was originally motion sickness. The physique was strengthened by the system, and it no longer seized. But after such a speedy trip, Chu Yuan felt that his motion sickness would have to come back again sooner or later. If I had known, I should have refused Hua Rong's kindness and found a car locally myself. Ha ha, Master Fatty. I'm sorry, this brother of mine used to drive mountain coaches in the Yunnan Guizhou region before. Driving habits. Xiao Wu's body tensed, pulling on the safety handle on the passenger seat, pretending to be relaxed. I said it. I have long heard that the mountain road bus driver driving wild. Fat master this time to see. The fat man was dry heaving once more, patting himself on the chest and speaking helplessly. The driver and the two men's mouths gripped the steering wheel tightly and gazed firmly ahead, indeed without the slightest intention of slowing down. Hey, my violent temper. When the fat man saw that he had said so much, and this rash man still didn't slow down, he suddenly lost his temper. Alright, fatty, stop complaining. Look at team leader Feng. His eyes don't even open. That's a good mindset. Chu Yuan reached out and pressed down on Fatty Wang's shoulders and said with a nudge in Feng Yuxiu's direction, only to see that the car is still sitting in a person. His closed eyes, the figure with the vehicle synchronized rocking, quite a kind of human-vehicle combination of feelings. It was Professor Sun who arranged for Feng Yuxiu, who seemed to have sensed the fat man's hostility and got into the car without uttering a word and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Master Fatty, I work with cars out in the field a lot. and I'm used to this kind of mountain road after a lot of walking. Seeing the fat man open his mouth to squeeze himself, Fengyuxiu slowly opened his eyes and said with a calm and peaceful face, "And, driving in the mountains during such severe thunderstorms can put you in danger if you're not careful. This kind of muddy road, the vehicle would have been difficult to drive. Tires slip from time to time. I do think that this little brother driving skill is exquisite. You see, this vehicle has bumps, but always remains stable." Fengyuxiu pointed to the weather outside the window and explained with a calm demeanor. Click. Fatty was just about to open his mouth to speak when a sudden bolt of lightning struck a large tree in front of him, and the trunk instantly snapped and fell in the center of the road. The broken trunk pulled at the roots of the tree, causing a large surrounding landslide of dirt and debris that dumped on the roadway at once. The driver hastily braked, but due to inertia, the vehicle still hit a tree trunk, denting the front end and sending smoke from the hood. The sudden impact, the powerful inertia generated, caused the several people inside the car to suddenly fall to the east, almost crashing together. "What's going on?" Fatty asked in shock. His party's attention was on Fengyuxiu's body. He didn't even notice the situation in front of him. Chu Yuan and Fengyuxiu also exchanged glances before their gazes coincidentally looked at the road in front of the car. At this point, the road ahead was so blocked by muddy dirt, gravel and tree trunks that the car definitely couldn't get through. "It's okay. A tree was struck by lightning and it just braked too late and hit the hood of the car and it won't start." Xiao Wu was the first to react, and after placating the driver, he turned to Fatty. When he finished, he got out of the car with an umbrella and the driver, and went forward to check the condition of the vehicle and the road. Looking at the hidden mountains around him, Chu Yuan's heart stirred and he also followed Xiao Wu out of the car. At this time, it was clearly around 2 p.m., but the entire Chalong mountain area was already covered in dark clouds, and looking at the trend, it wouldn't be long before the sky turned all dark. "Xiao Wu, how far is this place from the dragon shading walled city?" Chu Yuan directly pulled over Xiao Wu and asked about the distance from here to Kalongzai. Looking at the car, "I'm afraid that a few people will have to walk there." Chalong walled city was right on the edge of Chalong mountain, which was the stationing point that Chu Yuan commissioned Huarong to arrange for people to set up in advance. On this trip to King Xian's tomb, Huarong arranged for Xiao Wu to assist Chu Yuan and arrange some logistics, and he himself went back to his hometown. The trip to Bottle Mountain was not a small loss for him, and the unloading wrecks had sacrificed several brothers, so it was vital to deal with the aftermath. Little Five looked out over the distant mountain passes, pointing to a cove not far away, and said aloud, "After crossing the cove in front of us, follow the path through the forest for 10 minutes or so to reach Chalan Cottage." When all was said and done, Xiao Wu accompanied the driver to inspect the struck vehicle to see if it could be repaired in a simple manner. Chu Yuan held his umbrella and walked to the road in front of him, looking at the collapsed dirt, when suddenly a fragment of debris caught his attention. He half squatted down, not minding the dirty stone piece, and held it in his hand to scrutinize it, which looked like it had fallen off a stone statue. Strange, this kind of deserted mountains, not seeing any village before or after, and I don't know how there could be this kind of stone statue. Suddenly, right in front of his eyes, a small patch of dirt trembled slightly, not waiting for him to make a move, as the rain washed over it. Surprisingly, it revealed a small, rounded half of a stone statue, which strangely enough had a thumb-sized hole in the top of it. Chu Yuan was just about to go inspect the stone statue when he saw 3 to 5 brightly colored long worms slowly crawling out from the hole. This bug? Looking at the colorful long worms, Chu Yuan frowned. He always felt that this kind of worms were related to King Xian's mistletoe technique, but this was the outskirts of Chalong Mountain. A kind of heart-stopping shiver immediately surged to his heart. It seems that Chui Lao Dao's 1.5 billion quadrillion is not good to earn. If this thing could appear in the periphery, then inside the Chalong Mountain, or even the Bug Valley region, there must not be this kind of bugs all over the place. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan slowly got up and began to look around, when suddenly, the movement of the bamboo forest in the distance caught his attention. As he gazed, he saw that it seemed as if a 1-meter-tall figure stood between the bamboo forests, gazing at Chu Yuan with an evil face. Instantly, Chu Yuan felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake in the dark. A faint sense of vertigo appeared in his mind, and the rain, thunder, and human voices of the entire world seemed to be slowly moving away from Chu Yuan. LOL. Suddenly, a loud and clear rooster crow resounded in Chu Yuan's ears, causing Chu Yuan to instantly come back to his senses, his consciousness gradually becoming clearer. I'm going to go. Is this the king of sacrifices technique? Only then did Chu Yuan see clearly that what is standing between the bamboo forest is a silhouette, which is clearly a half-a-man-high stone statue. Before he could think of anything to do, as if he had smelled something delicious, the raging chicken king fluttered his wings and his body violently flew out of the car window. Fearless of the lightning, thunder and rain, The angry clear chicken king leapt to Chu Yuan's body and looked at the colorful bugs that emerged from within the stone statue, only to see it open its sharp claws and press down on the poisonous insect, ignoring its random wriggling and pecking at its body with its sharp beak. Then he tilted his head back and swallowed this poisonous insect alive in one bite. His movements were so smooth and flowing that he directly looked dumbfounded at Feng Yuxiu and the others who were following behind him. Chu Yuan could not help but feel some fear once he remembered the scene just now. It seemed that these poisonous insects also had hallucinogenic sensations. Luckily, I was alerted by the king chicken's chirping, or I don't know what would have happened. LOL. The angry clear chicken king realized that the bug was still considered delicious, and his voice rose high as he quickly moved his beak to peck. In 3 or 2 strokes, the poisonous insects that ran out within the stone statue were all swallowed alive, but it had an expression that was not yet finished. Families, who can understand? All this time they were kept in the quad in what they ate. It's sad to think about it. Seemingly sensing the Chicken King's aggravation, Chu Yuan was instantly a bit weak, and he was helpless. It would be good to buy worms in the city. Moreover, this kind of captive breeding of worms have not seen the king of the angry chicken eat less looking at the weight than the bottle mountain, at least 2 pounds of weight. However, looking at the look of the Nuching Chicken King, it seems that the bugs in the Yunnan region are also to its liking. Chu Yuan was originally worried that it would not be able to cope with the water in soil, but it seems that he was overthinking it, and the eater will definitely not change its attributes because of the region. However, Chu Yuan began to understand Fatty. Although this angry clear chicken king was full of spirituality, it was not easy to raise it when it had a high spirit. Heartache Fatty 10 seconds. This eyes. See, Chu Yuan really want to directly knife it. Stew soup. For those of you passing by, give a 5-star review and send an electric, please. Chapter 103, The Valley of the Winding Snake with its worms. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wu, holding an umbrella, slowly opened the car door and explained to the crowd with a helpless expression, Mr. Chu, this car may not be able to be repaired for the time being, and this road is blocked, so we can only walk to Chalong village. Seeing that he had used his full strength, Chu Yuan nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Xiao Wu, you've worked hard, lead the way in front. We'll simply pack up and be on our way. The fat man had no choice but to put on the raincoat prepared in advance, put on the basket on his back, carried 2 bags of tools, and got off the car with a resentful face. Chu Yuan's luggage was even simpler. A waterproof and fireproof special backpack, with the black gold ancient sword and the Vajra umbrella slung inside the backpack. He was carrying a bag of daily necessities in his hands, and compared to the two of them, Feng Yuxiu was even simpler, just a simple shoulder bag. Just like that, the group of people, led by Xiao Wu, walked along the path in the forest towards the shaded dragon-walled village, which was not far away. Before leaving, Feng Yuxiu, who had been lagging behind the crowd, suddenly looked back at the stone statue not far away and smiled mysteriously. The rain kept falling, showing no signs of lowering, and the raindrops sprinkled down in a flurry, hitting the leaves with a crisp sound. It was a fog-shrouded forest with tall and thick trees with thick branches, making the whole forest look gloomy and dark. Along the way, all of them didn't speak, just walked quietly, feeling the coolness and serenity brought by the rain. Chu Yuan's figure fell behind the crowd. Observing as he walked, he realized that every small distance, a bunch of uniquely shaped rocks appear right under the trees on the side of the road, looking a bit like signposts to give directions to the lost. Surveying the mist above his head, Chu Yuan's heart was a little heavy. This was clearly set up by the locals when they went out of the mountains for fear of getting lost. This is the outskirts of Chalong Mountain. What exactly is the situation that makes the locals cautious? Is it not the miasma in the mountain? The moment he thought of the thick miasma that spread for dozens of miles on Mount Chalong, Chu Yuan's scalp tingled and he could not help but feel a faint sense of uneasiness. There were no words along the way, and after walking for about 20 minutes or so, the group finally came out of this section of the woods that was depressing to the heart. Just out of the woods, the crowd felt their vision suddenly open up, and an ancient village sat quietly in the middle of the valley. This village seems to be forgotten by time. The earth-colored walls, through the wind and rain, erosion appears mottled in vicissitudes. The green tiles on the roofs are layered and staggered, covering the whole village like fish scales. Cooking smoke rose up and filled the air, intertwining with the rainy air in the air to create a dreamlike scene. Standing high overlooking the ancient village, a sense of history of the heavy sense of breath came, so that people cannot help but be mesmerized by it. Sigh. I didn't realize that in such a remote place, there is still a peach blossom garden with such a strong historical flavor. Feng Yuxiu looked at the village without blinking his eyes, as if he had already blended into his surroundings, and couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Fatty sent him a blank stare. What's the point of pretending? He had received a commission from Chu Yuan to keep an eye on him at all times. When Xiao Wu in front heard Feng Yuxiu's words, His eyes moved slightly and he couldn't help but give him a curious glance. This expert from the Institute of Archaeology, when he first met him, he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity in the other party. However, this expert was a colleague of Mr. Chu, so Xiaowu naturally wouldn't ask too many questions as he turned around and pointed at the village, loudly introducing it. This is Chalong Walled City, the closest village to Chalong Mountain. The temporary places have all been arranged. Follow me. Walking east along the village road, few people came to the walled village, and many villagers in their distinctive costumes curiously surveyed the crowd. There were even a few playful little children from the villages and cottages, wearing straw raincoats and playing around, who kept following the crowd. After about 5 minutes of walking, the group made it all the way to the eastern end of the village before Xiaowu stopped in front of a courtyard. The gate to this courtyard was a beautiful pagoda with ethnic minority totems and symbols carved on it, looking somewhat mysterious. Here we are. This is the temporary quarters arranged for us by the village chief of Kalongzai. I'll ask the village chief to come over in the evening, so let's all get acquainted, Xiaowu said as he pushed open the door and led the crowd inside. Chu Yuan was just about to follow and enter when suddenly, his eyes snapped shut, feeling a wave of malicious eyes from the left side, turning slightly sideways. It turned out to be a young man with a dark complexion, hiding in a corner and looking at himself indifferently. Seemingly seeing Chu Yuan's gaze, the startled other party violently drilled into a side alleyway entrance and disappeared. Little brother, what are you waiting for? This rain is getting heavier and heavier. Hurry up and come in to take shelter from the rain. When Fatty saw Chu Yuan standing in the doorway out of his mind, he busily opened his mouth to remind him, and he himself took 3 steps and 2, ducking into a side corridor. Chu Yuan, who had returned to his senses, pressed the party's surveillance into his heart, and only then did he slowly walk into the courtyard, and only then did he resurvey. The first thing that caught my eye was a spacious yard with all kinds of flowers and trees and a clear water well. The courtyard is surrounded by rows of houses. The architectural style is a blend of Miao and Han characteristics, looking somewhat like a Chinese courtyard. After entering the house, Chu Yuan put away his umbrella and looked around, realizing that there were 5 or 6 familiar faces sitting in the hall. Hello, Mr. Chu. Seeing Chu Yuan come in, these few people hurriedly got up and took the initiative to come forward to greet him. These few people were all old faces from the Bottle Mountain ancient tomb. Chu Yuan nodded slightly at a few people, and a few people were also very eagle-eyed to take over the luggage of the crowd and carry it up the stairs. Afterwards, the crowd was led by Xiaowu to a parlor room to the side of the living room. It was a room that had been converted into a conference room, with a large 100-plus-inch map hanging on one of the walls right in the center. Mr. Chu, this is the map I arranged for more than a dozen drones to map the area around Chalong Mountain. The data is all complete. Xiaowu pointed at the map and explained to the crowd that it had taken them 10 whole days to make it. The gazes of the crowd were coincidentally attracted by the map in front of them, which was clearly labeled with mountain ranges, terrain, and river locations. Obviously is unloading Ling Lux. Very attentive results. Looking at the map terrain distribution, very consistent with Chu Yuan's psychological expectations. It's been hard on you, Xiaowu. Please say thank you to Chief Flower for me. For Huarong arranging for Xiaowu and the others to assist. Mapping the Chalong Mountain. Chu Yuan was still grateful to the other party from the bottom of his heart. It was known that King Xian was proficient in supernatural arts, and if the mausoleum was established in a hidden place, it would be difficult to find it even if the gold-touching lieutenants used their gold splitting to set the points. Splitting the gold to determine the point can only be used in a place where there is a flat river, while more than 90% of Yunnan is mountainous, and the 3 major water systems are intertwined in crossflow. Under the dome of the sky, at the top of the hidden dragon, glazed with seclusion, this Chalong Mountain is really a good place to hide wind and water. Feng Yuxiu looked at the complicated geographical situation on the map and praised it offhandedly. The fat man looked surprised, did not see that this little white man still has some things in his stomach. This kind of complex terrain map can understand. Little brother, now that the topographical map of Chalong Mountain is also available, can you perform this split gold fixing point? Fatty looked at Chu Yuan with an expectant face. Whether or not King Xian's tomb could be open this time depended on little brother's play. Chu Yuan directly glanced at Fatty, looking at the direction of the terrain of Mount Shading Dragon, before combining it with the dragon vein alignment in his mind. After a long time, he pointed at the map and spoke faintly. This King Xian's mausoleum repair will definitely be burglar-proof. This kind of terrain in Chalong Mountain with its high and low elevations is not suitable for dividing the gold and setting the points. But King Xian is, after all, a straw-topped son of heaven, and is good at feng shui, so he will surely choose a dragon vein treasure spot for himself. When Fatty heard this, he immediately slapped his thighs and shouted, Fatty got it, it's about finding the dragon vein, and then you can find the tomb of King Xian's old man. Shu Yuan nodded and gazed at the map, eventually directing his gaze to a river, a twisting and winding stretch of river, known locally as the Snake River. The Snake River winds its way through the high mountains to form a stream valley known as the Valley of the Worms. As long as he could reach this insect valley, Shu Yuan was confident that he could use the gold-touching schoolmaster's technique of searching the mountain for dragons to find out the consecrated king's tomb. Extremely short on ratings, so please pass by and give me a 5-star review and send me a telegram, please. Chapter 104, The Treasure of the Bug Valley has a mystery. After checking the map, several people began to discuss the preparation for the subsequent entry into the mountain. Xiao Wu patted his chest and assured that Unloading Ridge was fully committed to supporting the logistics. This is a rare case where the fat man did not raise his hand. And after the trip to Bottle Mountain, he highly recognized the ability of Unloading Ridge to clear the field. June do not see. Bottle Mountain Underground Palace by Unloading Ling. A gang of people almost did not remove the people Changming lamp. Clean up the old clean. You can say that Unloading is not good at dumping, but the ability of people to clean up the tomb's belongings is not as good as that of a gold-touching schoolmaster. It's really true that the old adage that there are specialties in the arts should be left to the professionals. Shu Yuan looked at the list of tools handed over by Xiaowu. Diving suit equipment, climbing ropes, protective clothing and so on. The supplies were all there. I'll go. Xiaowu, you can even get these MP5 submachine guns? There won't be any security risks. Right. Fatty looked at the bottom of the list of submachine guns. A few words. Surprised almost jumped up. This is a real thing. Hearing this, Xiaowu was so frightened that he hurriedly shook his hand and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Master Fatty, don't joke. How can I have that ability? These submachine guns are all obsolete goods with official numbers on them. These can be official support. The Bottle Mountain tomb allows the top to recognize the ferocity of the tomb. And after the tomb exploration is over, it is to be turned in. So it turns out, Shu Yuan is also a relief. If Hua Rong is really the guy he got, he really does not dare to use it casually. Officials should have done some research on Chalong Mountain, which towers above the clouds and is mysterious and dangerous all year round. A thick miasma filled the mountainside, like a large invisible net that enveloped the entire mountain. Deep in those mountains and forests, there was no one in sight, and if there were any injurious beasts, it would surely be dangerous without firearms for defense. Seeing that the discussion was almost over, Fatty excitedly patted his chest and said with a solemn face, Little brother, with these guy things, Fat Master, I will definitely show off my skills this time, and I'll leave your safety to me. Shu Yuan nodded his head and smiled. Good. Let's rest here for a few days. I've looked at the weather, and when it clears up in 3 days, we'll set out for Bug Valley. Meanwhile, at the western end of Kowloon Walled City, inside a solemn Zone clan's ancestral hall, one could only see a group of villagers dressed in special costumes, gathering inside the ancestral hall, arguing loudly with each other. As I see it, no young man in the walled city can compare to Zua now, and his election as patriarch. That one is what the people want. Zua has been raised around the old patriarch, and there's no mistaking it. He's capable of, so much better than we were when we were younger. An inch-haired young man in the corner of the hall had a smile on his face and couldn't help but glance at the old man sitting in the main seat. At the corner of the eye on the left side of his face, there was a 1-inch-long scar that made his whole person look, but also added a few points of swarthy feelings. On the main seat in the center of the shrine hall sat an old man in his 50s, with a few strands of black hair interspersed with a head full of silver. The old man's face was etched with the marks of age, but it didn't make him look old. Instead, it added a sense of maturity and stability. His eyes were deep and bright, and although the corners of his eyes were wrinkled, they still revealed a sense of determination and wisdom. Seeing that there was some loud arguing in the room, the old man slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke and tapped the stick in his hand hard on the seat. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the people in the shrine, and everyone looked at the old man, keeping their mouths shut. From this, it was clear that the old man's status and influence in the entire Chalon walled city was evident, and this person was none other than the current patriarch of the walled city. Clan elders, today is a discussion about the outsider who made a surprise visit the other day, not the selection of the next clan chief. I've been so busy with clan matters over the years that I've neglected to educate Zua, and as for whether or not he's capable, it's only fair for the whole clan to say so. The old man gulped a mouthful of smoke and said expressionlessly, not offering to help the young man just because he was his son. Hearing this from him, the smile on the young man Zerva's face faded away, and he looked somewhat glumly at his father in the main seat, with a cloudy expression, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Patriarch, it's not good. A sudden rush of footsteps came and a panicked voice sounded outside the shrine, instantly silencing the crowd. What's the panic? What's the matter? Nicky, how old are you, boy, and why are you still so fussy? Nicky, a young man in his early 20s with a round head and a watermelon haircut, was looking at the matriarch in a panic. Faced with the patriarch's questioning, Hinoki's expression became even more flustered, and he busily opened his mouth to explain. The young man who brought someone into the village the other day has brought 3 more outsiders into the village today, and one of them has such a terrible look in his eyes. When he thought of Chu Yuan's icy cold eyes, Hinoki felt a little frightened in his heart. He was also arranged by the clan leader to spy on outsiders. When the people inside the shrine heard this, they opened their mouths in whispers. Another group of outsiders has come. It can't be that they're all here for the treasure. Sinning. Over the years, many young men in the walled city have thought of going to the mountains to dig for treasure, and have never seen a single one come back alive. A few years ago there was a group team of more than 20 people who went to the Bug Valley to search for treasure, and I heard that only one little girl came back alive. It was so tragic. From my point of view, the Valley of Worms is an evil place, and that's where it was abandoned by the mountain god. So don't go there. Bang, bang, bang. The old man knocked hard on the table 3 times before the clan gradually quieted down, and after scanning the crowd, he slowly spoke. Tonight, I will invite the outsiders to be my guests, and then we will see what they are up to. That's all for today. Adjourn. With the old man's order, the clansmen inside the ancestral hall looked at each other before exiting the hall in an orderly manner. There was only one young figure that had remained motionless in the corner. Abba, why don't you let me be the next patriarch? The young man, Zivar, looked at his father with an expressionless face and a slight hint of resentment in his tone as he opened his mouth to question. Humph, how many skills do you have? Your Abba and I will not know. Do you have the prestige to be the patriarch? The old man said with a cold snort, not showing mercy because the other party was his son. If you want to be a clan leader, you need to be able to use people and make the clan obey you, and this outsider incident might be an opportunity to do that. Ziva, who had earlier been upset with his father for not helping him, reacted to hearing that his father had really meant it. Abba, what is this foreigner here for? Could it be that the legend that there is treasure in the Valley of Worms is true? The old man looked at this son in front of him, who is still not calm enough, and was more or less disappointed in his heart, or neglected to educate. If you want to be a patriarch, you must at least do the following: not show your joyful behavior, not show your joyful anger, and not say your good or bad deeds. Ziva looked at her father in confusion, then nodded in agreement. After the old man sighed, he slowly walked to the entrance of the ancestral hall, and pointed to the distant shading dragon mountain outside the house and slowly opened his mouth. This group of people have a heavy flavor of tofu zi. I think they must be rushing towards the Bug Valley treasures. The Chalong mountain is very high, and there is a snow line on the mountain. If you want to go over it, you definitely can't do it without a guide. Zivar would then see that the outsiders were coming for the Valley of Worms, and arrange for someone to show them the way when the time came. He himself was trailing behind with his people. If he could really find the treasure, it would be his own credit, and he had ways to make outsiders stay in the Worm Valley forever without leaving any traces. He reached up to touch the scar on his face. Outsiders didn't know the horrors of Mount Shading Dragon. He would never forget the origin of the scar. A white miasma pervaded Chalong Mountain all year round, and even when encountering special circumstances, these miasmas took on bizarre colors, sometimes turquoise, sometimes ghostly blue, giving people an eerie feeling. Without special means, an ordinary person who encounters white miasma and takes a slight whiff of the odor will make it difficult to breathe and make them dizzy. Thinking of this, Zua touched a jade beast in his chest, which is a treasure inherited from his ancestors and can avoid miasma. If there really is a treasure in the Valley of Worms, it has to be mine. Ziva, gripping the little jade beast tightly and looking at the towering Mount Shadowlark in the distance, Ziva swore in his heart. Extremely short on ratings, so please pass by and give me a 5-star review and send me a telegram. Please. Chapter 105, Yang Yunyue, the mountain-moving Taoist. Chalong Chai, a quaint little courtyard in the east of the village. As night falls, the whole Kalongzai is shrouded in the watery atmosphere after the rain, and the winding paths and staggered houses are faintly visible. The climate in the mountains and forests is treacherous and changeable. A moment ago it was pouring rain. After nightfall the night sky was hung up with a bright sinusoidal moon. The distant mountains of Shalongshan looked even more spectacular in the moonlight, as if they were a huge ink painting. Shu Yuan stood on the balcony of the second floor with his arms wrapped around his hands, looking faintly at the several people eagerly talking in the courtyard. The old man who talked freely and fervently with Fatty was none other than the patriarch of the Chalong walled city, An Quan, who appeared to be very affable in the face of the enthusiastic Fatty. The old matriarch smilingly introduced the customs of the fortress with the fat man, and suddenly, felt a wave of eyes, subconsciously looking toward the second floor, facing the old patriarch's eyes. Shu Yuan did not flinch. Instead he smiled and nodded his head until after An Quan stopped looking at himself. Only then did he turn around and make his way back to his room without slowing down. It seemed that this patriarch must have something to ask for. Don't look at the old guy with a smiling face. Chu Yuan knew that in the face of a threat, the old guy would never be soft when fighting. In the original drama, Un Quan's original intention was only for his son's future. But after entering King Xian's tomb, who knows his true state of mind? Whether it's the Western Xia tomb or the tomb of the great general of Bottle Hill, how many ordinary people can be confronted with countless exotic treasures that don't move their hearts? Chu Yuan he himself couldn't help but load a few small targets of gold bars in the Xixia tomb, not to mention the others. Whether it's pouring or archaeology, once a person sees the treasures in a tomb and covets them, that's the worst thing. Before crossing the border, Chu Yuan hadn't seen much news of grave robbers colluding with Shangguan in certain areas of the northwest. Much more, only in the original drama, the villagers of Kalongzai were treated in a bland manner. Chu Yuan believed that as long as this group of people saw the martyrs in the tomb, this was the biggest crisis that Chu Yuan and the others had to face. Sometimes monsters weren't scary, complex hearts were the most frightening. Knock knock. Just as Chu Yuan was out of his mind, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Chu Yuan quickly stepped forward, gently pushed open the door of the room, fixed his eyes on the outside of the house as precisely the fat man who just sent the guest. Little brother, everything is in order. I didn't expect this old patriarch to be quite nice, arranging for the best hunter in the fortress to show us the way. The fat man walked into the room without seeing anything, saw a pot of cold tea water on the table, sat down directly, picked it up and sent it to his mouth. Aside from that, this old patriarch is really enthusiastic, and the wild game that he just entertained, which was really good, was just too snoozy. Looking at Fatty's fierce irrigation without regard to his image, Chu Yuan suddenly had a movement in his heart and lowered his voice. Master Fatty, I always feel that there's something unusual about this fortress. I've looked at the totems and symbols here. They're ancient artifacts from the Qin and Han dynasties. You can talk to the villagers more. Maybe you can even pick up some Qin and Han period antiques. And when you return to the capital, you'll be reselling them. Hearing Chu Yuan's suggestion, the fat man stood up fiercely, and his eyes lit up as if they had turned into $2 golden, shining brightly. This is a costless business. Kalongzai is located in the remote area. The villagers have limited knowledge. Want to pick up the leakage is not a small thing. Little brother, you are really my good brother. If you are rich, don't forget each other. When Fat Master gets rich, he will never forget you. Fatty wrapped his arm around Chu Yuan's shoulders and nodded with a look of affection. Chu Yuan's expression was stunned. The Fat Master will not take it seriously. I just want you to help me to find out some information. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan hurriedly patted Fatty's shoulder and kindly reminded him. Fat Master, when picking up the leaks you can talk more about the origin of the antiquities. By the way, bring my senior with you. He is studying archaeological theory. Fatty immediately excitedly slapped his thighs. Right. Why did I not think that there is also phone you show this professional archaeological talent? Although he looked at this little white boy a bit unpleasant, but the money, not shabby, just can also buy the way to spy on him. Two birds with one stone. Ha ha, getting rich. This Yunnan is really my Wang Kaishuan's treasure land. Kowloon walled city. I'm coming. Fatty, who was in a happy mood, left Chu Yuan's room with full of expectations, and did not forget to hum an old song under the stirring mood. Congrats on my fortune, he he he. I didn't realize that the renowned gold feeler would cheat even his companions. It's really hard to guess the hearts of people. Suddenly a cold voice, ghostly, came in from the window, and at once, it made Chu Yuan's heart startled. Who? Chu Yuan let out a low gulp. The other party was able to avoid his five senses, so it was evident that the visitor must be an expert, and he copied the black gold ancient sword in his hand. With a movement of his body, he jumped out of the window, tapping his right foot on the air conditioner bracket outside the window. And with the help of the rebound force, he gently leaped onto the roof. The moonlight, like water, sprinkled on the eaves of the house, reflecting the figure of a cool woman, standing tall and erect. She wore a green-colored Taoist robe that fluttered in the wind, and the woman's face was obscured by shadows, making it impossible to see her full face. Chu Yuan's eyes stared. Just as he wanted to look at the other party's appearance, he was attracted by the other party's eyes, which were a pair of cold and determined eyes. Suddenly, the Dao-robed woman's figure violently lunged towards Chu Yuan as a cold light flashed and instantly appeared in front of him. Holy, this is a fight? At least announce your home. Chu Yuan secretly spat in his heart, but he did not take it lightly. Drawing his sword with his right hand, shaking his wrist, lifting his sword over the top, and blocking it head-on. Madaka! The blades collided with each other. Sparks erupted, and an ear-piercing sound of golden gob was emitted. With the help of the bright moonlight, Chu Yuan was able to see the opponent's weapon, which was actually a pair of Qi Men weapons, ame thorns, roughly looking at about 30 centimeters, a silver steel rod in the middle, The two ends are equipped with diamond-shaped tips, looking very sharp. Seeing that her attack was easily blocked, the Dao-robed woman was suddenly in mid-air, using the momentum of her body to gain momentum, borrowing the strength of his arm to quickly rotate the amathorn in his hand. To Chu Yuan's face, it was a burst of light and shadow, cold and aggressive. The two amathorns were like a little cold star arriving first, viciously stabbing 3 times in a row, one faster than the other. You think I'm a sick cat if the tiger doesn't give out? Chu Yuan frowned slightly, and his body jerked back half a step, sidestepping the opponent's sharp combo. Then, when she changed her stance, when she saw the right time, the tip of her right hand's black and gold ancient sword was raised diagonally upwards, and it was a waist chop towards the front. Pust! A brilliant blade light flashed, and a fragment of green clothing, flying up between the two, slowly floated down from mid-air. The Dao-robed woman frowned slightly at the familiar colors and looked down to see that a corner of her Dao robe had been cut off. The blade was so fast that he didn't even have a single reaction, worthy of being the most capable of touching the gold. I lost. It seems that Master was right. You're better than me. The Dao-robed woman put away her amathorn and said with a cold face, "Ha? Your elder Chui's disciple?" Chu Yuan asked with a questioning face. It was only then that he saw the other party's appearance. Her eyes were as bright as stars, her face was absolutely beautiful, and she was wearing a simple Taoist hair bun. Under the moonlight, her Taoist robe fluttered with the wind, light and agile, and the demeanor of a monastic Highlander immediately greeted her. Her looks are no less than top actresses like Jiba and Zhao Yueying, with a touch more coolness than them, but unfortunately she is a Taoist nun. It was simply unbelievable that such a woman would choose to practice hard in a deep mountain Taoist temple. When the Dao-robed woman saw Chu Yuan's puzzled face, her face straightened and she arched her hand and saluted, saying in a clear and cold manner, "To pluck a star you need to invite the hand of the Kueisheng. To move a mountain you don't move a mountain of constant victory. To burn the incense of the dragon and the phoenix as you wish. To drink the water of the 5 lakes and the 4 corners of the world. I, the mountain-moving Taoist, Yang Yunyue, extremely short on ratings, so please pass by and give me a 5-star review and send me a telegram. Please." Chapter 106, Yunnan Insect Valley Live Tour. Looking at the cool temperament of Yang Yunyue in front of him, Chu Yuan's heart gave a start. So this is the person that old Taoist Chui asked himself to take care of. Oh, also know the black language of the inverted bucket. It seems that the one in front of me is the real mountain-moving Taoist, most likely still a partridge whistle descendant. Originally, for old Taoist Chui arranging for his disciple to join him midway, Chu Yuan was very reluctant. He had already suffered the pains of being a liability. However, unable to resist the fact that old Taoist Chui had a lot of money. Shucks, for the sake of his old man's high moral standing, Chu Yuan finally reluctantly agreed. However, now it seems that this nun's hands are not bad. Is indeed a partridge whistle true? Can explore the insect valley is not a good thing. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's face and demeanor instantly relaxed, intentionally cleared his throat, bowed and returned the salute, and said aloud, "The heavenly indulgence is magnificent, born with the chi of the 3 Wu. Born on the top of the absolute heights, with countless dragon buildings and precious temples, touching the gold. Chu Yuan, this is the rules of the Jianghu. Since the other side said the black words of the inverted bucket, then they have to pick up, otherwise how to drop the price ah. Besides, isn't it just self-promotion? Just blow it up as hard as you can." When Yang Yunyue heard Chu Yuan's words, her expression stagnated, obviously not expecting that there was someone with such a thick skin in the world. Although she had been following her master for many years and living in seclusion in a deep mountain Taoist temple, she had dabbled in all the various secret arts of moving mountains in her own family. Naturally understand the meaning of Chu Yuan's words. Chu Yuan's first 2 sentences even to the overlord Xian use bravery for self-comparison. Really shameless. The last 2 sentences are even more thick-skinned. Even said that he was born to be proficient in feng shui, academic higher than anyone else, and successfully visited countless ancient tombs. Thinking of this, Yang Yunyue secretly put away her amathorn and glanced at him before letting out a cold laugh. 3 days later, I'll be waiting for you in the Bug Valley, and by then, I hope your dragon-seeking skill is as deep as your cheek. After saying that, he walked along the eaves of the house, and with a gentle leap of his body, he landed deftly in the middle of the courtyard, and walked outward along the gate. Before leaving, looking at Chu Yuan on the roof, Yang Yunyue said in a cold voice, "By the way, to remind you, be careful of the patriarch of the dragon shading walled village." A strange color flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes. For this Inquan patriarch, he probably knew his true colors better than anyone, ever. Before Chu Yuan could say thank you, the other party's figure had already disappeared into the courtyard. Forgetting to return to more places, under the pines a piece of cloud spooky, Yang Yunyue, the name is a good name. Unfortunately, Chu Yuan looked at Yang Yunyue's direction of departure, slightly regretting that the other name was seeking to transcend the world in tranquility of mind. At first glance, it is the Taoist heart appraisal of the cultivation of the people. A beautiful little girl actually learned to cultivate. It is really rare. The next day, the weather was overcast, and before long, a light rain began to fall from the sky. After Chu Yuan had his breakfast, he braved the light rain and practiced his sword skills in the courtyard for a while, never seeing Fatty and Feng Yuxiu. It's so early in the morning. I don't know where these two have gone. Asking a passing unloading Ridge Rex, he learned that the original fat man pulled Feng Yuxiu right around the fortress early in the morning. I'll be damned. Fatty actually went to pick up the pieces. Well, good luck with that. In fact, Chu Yuan is not completely fooled the fat man. Kalonzai look is not much communication with the outside world. Simple folk, there is an old object at home as normal. With nothing to do, Chu Yuan found Xiao Wu, took a submachine gun, brought more than 10 magazines, found a remote place, and practiced shooting. This Worm Valley is not like Bottle Mountain. There are some monsters that can be dealt with. It's still a good idea to use firearms. Nay, there is no drawing of a firearms class skill. However, this time, the $50 million gift package rewarded by the system was still very powerful, especially when the concentration of the Green Dragon bloodline came to 70%. This allowed him to extend from 5 minutes to 10 minutes when he borrowed his transcendent combat power, enough time for him to tackle any enemy. As for the period of weakness after the battle, this time the lottery obtained the Qi replenishing pill, a perfect solution to the hidden problem of physical weakness. The only bummer is that the cooldown period hasn't changed, and it's still only available every 7 days. Bad call. It seemed that he could only wait for his bloodline to reach 100% before this problem could only be solved. What was most surprising to Chu Yuan was that the skill that was opened in this big gift package was actually the 6 arts of the mandrill, which was a very fragrant skill. In particular, the river flipping hand and flying fish slam were simply comparable to the hateful heaven department's ability to move underwater, which sort of made up for his shortcomings. Although this ability could not be used for a short period of time, Chu Yuan believed that sooner or later, he would go to the South Sea returning ruins land, and sooner or later, he would be able to use it. All in all, the system's gift pack rewards were all very rich this time, which made him look forward to a big gift pack of 100 million popularity value. Bang! After trying the gun, Chu Yuan was a bit disillusioned. His accuracy was really delightful. Without the system's enhancement, it would be better to take the knife in the future. When he returned to the small courtyard in defeat, he realized that Fatty was in the courtyard blowing a big conch with his brethren from Unloading Ridge. Ha ha, out of the old mix. Relying on what? Is the eyesight. Look, the Kangxi years of enameled porcelain wrench. Tribute. Fatty held up a delicate wrench and introduced it to the crowd of onlookers with a dejected face. Fat master, or you are the gold inspector. This eyesight is accurate. If it were me, not to mention 10,000, even 1,000 I do not accept. That's right, this thing looks so delicate. If you didn't know, you'd think it was made last week. Asterisk 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 off. Just now Prof. Feng from the Archaeological Institute has already said that this is a tribute from the Qing dynasty's royal family. Old value. See this onlookers, a few people arguing. The fat heart suddenly born a wave of bravado. Finally let the fat master can also pick up the success of a time. Cool. Feng Yuxiu sat on one side of the porch, looked at the fat man and shook his head, and then will concentrate on the tablet in his hand. It was Xiao Wu who used the drone to map the terrain distribution of Chalong Mountain. Fatty was sharp-eyed, and after seeing Chu Yuan come back, he was busy coming to him with a healthy stride and bragged loudly. Ha ha, little brother. I plucked this from the old patriarch. Tomorrow, I'll go to the other families in the walled city. Oh, even really let him pick up the leakage success, but also really unintentional willow into a shade. The fat man's luck is not bad. You can, Master Fatty. Your eyesight has increased greatly. If it's a tribute, the price will at least double. Chu Yuan glanced at the trigger finger and said with a surprised expression, then glanced at Feng Yuxiu, thinking that it must be this one's credit. Really? Ha ha, it's really my fat master's turn to get rich. Fatty received the trigger finger with a smile on his face and carefully placed it in his hand as if he was nursing a baby. He had asked the little white man if he could meet a hobbyist trigger collector. This thing would be worth at least a couple dozen W's. The success of this pickup was as if it had given Fatty chicken blood, and for the next 2 days in a row, he wandered around the fortress. At the same time, with 3 inches of tongue fat man from Chalong walled city also pry into a lot of news. All told Chu Yuan, on the last day, in the afternoon, the National Treasure people finally arrived late. The National Treasure program team arranged for an assistant director to be in charge of the scene, and just after arriving at the scene, they arranged for a test flight of the drone. With the drone's powerful range and autonomous filming ability, the crowd was finally able to get a good look at Chalong Mountain and the miasma situation that permeated the mountain all year round. At the same time, the program team also took some of the footage filmed, edited it, and started publicizing it on the internet to build momentum. Needless to say, the assistant director was so good at his job that the finished film was out before dark and the online campaign began. This promotional video has caused numerous buzzes on the internet. Hashtag National Treasure of the Yunnan Insect Valley. Hashtag the gold mapper Chu Yuan himself sits down to explore the secrets of the depths of the Insect Valley. So stay tuned. Hashtag 3,300 meters Chalong Mountain, located in the Lansong River system, actually buried an emperor in ancient times? Hashtag Yunnan surprised to find the tomb of the emperor's dedication to the king. Let's go into the historiography of the mysterious disappeared kingdom of ancient Yunnan. Let reappear in history. Hashtag the Golden Toupee fights again in the tomb of King Xian, entering the most mysterious hidden wind treasure cave of Feng Shui Long Halo, and catching a glimpse of the heavenly palace on the clouds. Hashtag Yunnan Bug Valley Live News. Since the announcement, a variety of words quickly on the news of the hot search sensationalized the whole network. Extremely short on ratings, so please pass by and give me a 5-star review and send me a telegram, please. Chapter 107, The Art of Searching Mountains for Dragons. The golden sunrise gradually dyed the sky red, and the lofty and towering Chalong Mountain was dyed scarlet by the brilliant clouds. What a sunny day, little brother. It's a good sign. Fatty looked at the distant peak of Shalongshan Mountain was illuminated by the sunrise of scarlet. The expression of excitement said, the sky appeared to be a vision. It seems that the tomb of King Xian is proper. Chu Yuan glanced at the beauty in the distance and laughed softly. The sunrise coloring the clouds and smoke. This is called treasure chi. Hurry up and keep up. After saying that, he picked up his backpack and walked along the path, following the guide Rimu, who had been arranged by the old patriarch, in the direction of Chalong Mountain. When the fat man heard Chu Yuan's words, he did not hesitate to give him a thumbs up. Look, this is the authentic style of a gold-touching officer. Feng Yusho walked behind the crowd, glancing faintly at the sunrise of Mount Shading Dragon and muttering, iron wall and silver screen, Xian Kuan in the counting, Nandu grave chamber, shining wall descending to the immortal. It is indeed a rare feng shui treasure land. After sighing, he tightened the backpack on his body, looked at Fatty and the others in front of him, and jogged all the way to follow him. Not long after Chu Yuan and his group of 4 left, the patriarch of the dragon shading walled village brought more than a dozen young men with serious faces to look at their direction. Abba, Nikki has taken the outcasts in the direction of the Worm Valley. Should I go get them back? Scarface Zua watched Chu Yuan and his group set off towards the Insect Valley. His face was joyful. His chance to perform had come. Quan, however, didn't immediately agree with his words and turned to shake his head lightly and said softly, this Worm Valley is originally a secret that we have been guarding for generations in the shaded dragon-walled city, and these few people look like they are not small in their abilities, so let them go ahead and scout the way. Zua, take a few men, don't get too close, and pay more attention to the marks left by Nikki along the road. I'll hold you down from the back. Scar-faced Ziva nodded heavily, then turned to the group of young men in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. Brothers, the Bug Valley has been guarded by our Calon-walled city for generations. This time an outsider has intruded. Who dares to follow me to bring them back? As soon as the words fell, the crowd of villagers couldn't help but look at me, with a hesitant look on their faces, and began to discuss in whispers. After all, they had heard their fathers mention the dangers of the Bug Valley since they were young. It was a place of 9 deaths, where poisonous insects thrived and were dangerous. Cousin, I'm not afraid to die. I'll go in with you. Just then, a dark-skinned man wearing a short gua said loudly, not forgetting to glance at the others disdainfully. The others who were present, provoked by his eyes, instantly became unconvinced and yelled, I'll go too. I'm not afraid of death. Quiet. Zivar's face straightened and his heart darkened with joy. Then he looked at everyone with a relieved expression and said aloud, Zarin, Jishan, and Ah Meng, the 3 of you follow me and me, scouting the path together, while everyone else follows Abba and supports us. If we can retrieve the relics of our ancestors this time, everyone gets a share. When the crowd heard the young patriarch's promise, they became agitated and looked at Zua with eager faces, itching to leave now. Quan took in the performance of the crowd and looked at his son with a slightly affirmative gaze. It seemed that he had made a lot of progress in the past few days. Meanwhile, the drone of the National Treasure Program team had slowly lifted off, looking down at Chu Yuan and the others who were rushing below. Although, it was around 8 in the morning, when the news of the live broadcast opening was pushed to every viewer, there was also a large wave of viewers attracted in to watch, and all of a sudden the number of people online for the live broadcast exceeded 10 million. I'll go. As soon as I come in, I can see the afterglow of the sun shining on the golden mountain. The view is too beautiful. I didn't expect to see such a beautiful view even in Chalong Mountain. It's hard to imagine that there is an emperor's tomb here. This live broadcast finally no stars. Is the expedition team personnel is a bit small? This is only 4 people. Also one is a guide. It has been stated on the public screen that the newcomer is also an expert from the Institute of Archaeology and is said to be well versed in historical script symbols. Holy, look at that. What the hell is that forest in front of us? So many cow skulls hanging there. It looks creepy. Just as the viewers of the live broadcast were talking and discussing, suddenly, a pair of images captured by a drone caught everyone's attention. It was a rare forest of dead trees, and as far as the eye could see, the dead bones of a bull's head hung from each heel of the dead trees, which looked quite frightening. Little brother, why are there so many cow skulls hanging from this tree? It's really creepy. Fatty looked at the densely packed bull's head, swallowed his saliva, and inquired about the guide beside him. Nicky was obviously used to this, and he pointed to the mountains ahead with a careful face. In front of us is the waterway to the Worm Valley. Every year people get lost in the Worm Valley and can't come back. The patriarch says it's an ominous place. The patriarch then asked us to hang the head of a bull on this mandatory path to warn bystanders of the dangers ahead and not to trespass at random. Speaking of which, Hinoki's face also showed a hint of fearful look. In the end, he was only a young man in his early 20s. Hey, little brother Nicky, this is all feudal superstition. Don't be afraid. Master Fatty will protect you on this journey. Fatty patted Nicky's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Chu Yuan surveyed the surroundings, and could not help but think highly of the old patriarch of the Kalongzai, the bull's head showing danger. This is the means of the ancient priests. It seems that the villagers of Kalongzai could really be the remnants left behind from the time of King Xian, passed down from generation to generation and inherited to this day. There were no words along the way, and the group walked for about 10 minutes or so before they finally came out of the mountains and saw a fast-flowing stream along the road. The creek was lined with lush, tall trees with thick foliage, creating a sea of forest that looked quite spectacular. 100 meters or so along the creek, an empty stretch of beachland was seen, where 2 delicate rafts were quietly placed. Ha, little brother, this Xiaowu is quite fast, tying up the raft so quickly, Fatty exclaimed with a face of tisk tisk tisk. Not to mention, this unloading ridges people are just efficient at what they do. Wang Kaixian, long time no see. Suddenly, a cool voice came from above the crowd. When he heard the sound, he looked over and saw a woman wearing a green-colored Taoist robe on a side of a tree, looking at the crowd with a scowling face. Ah, it's you little bullnose. As soon as Fatty Wang saw this person's familiar face, he trembled in fear and subconsciously blurted out. Humph, mouthy guy. When Yang Yunue saw him talking nonsense, she was infuriated and directly leaped, her figure floating to the front of the crowd. Chu Yuan took a healthy step forward, pulled Fatty Wang behind himself, and hurriedly explained. So the two of you know each other. Immortal Ant, don't be angry. They're all on their own. Fatty also reacted and hurriedly smiled. Yes, Sister Yang, old Hu and I are blood brothers, and if you are his sister-in-law, you are also my sister-in-law. Chu Yuan froze. Ooh, did not think that Yang Yunue is still Hu Baone's sister-in-law. This is big news. Could it be that the old Yang family actually had 2 granddaughters? Humph, what nonsense. Who is your sister-in-law? Yang Yunue said with a cold snort, then looked at Chu Yuan with a burning gaze and said expectantly. Mr. Chu, the Bug Valley is just ahead. Your art of searching the mountain for dragons, whether it is effective or not, give a precise message. Feng Yuxiu also looked at Chu Yuan with a look of anticipation. This was the best skill of the gold-touching commander, and he had long wanted to see it as well. Chu Yuan didn't push back this time, put down the package in his hand, took out the gold-touching talisman and put it on his chest, took out the compass and looked at Mount Shading Dragon. At that moment, a clear map of the Chalong Mountains land vein walk and Chalong Mountains terrain mapping clearly appeared in his mind. Chalong Mountain is 3,300 meters high, the east and west mountain ranges towering into the clouds. On the top of the winding mountain protection, the bottom of the Luoxing Lock Pass, is really a 2-pronged and take care of the image. Shading Dragon mountain undulating and winding, dragon shape fluttering, presenting a divine dragon. Now the dragon's head is hidden. I'm afraid that really only the sky collapse will appear. Chu Yuan reached out and pointed at the distant Mount Zhaolong, gently closed the compass and said slowly. Chapter 108, The Undercurrent of the Cave Hides a Mechanism. Hearing this, Fatty couldn't help but interject. What kind of heavenly collapse? An earthquake or blowing up a mountain? Fatty Wang, be quiet. Yang Yunue's eyes turned cold, and a silver amay thorn, which was flexibly rotating in her palm, shone with a sharp light. Frightened, Fatty Wang's neck shrank and hurriedly made a gesture to shut up. Chu Yuan ignored the fat man's question and frowned. This Xian Wang Laoer was also proficient in feng shui and familiar with the Zhou Bagua. Since he was able to hide the dragon's head of the water dragon Halo treasure cave with shocking means, it must have been to prevent grave robbers. Looks like the only way to find a new entrance is to find a new one. Through movies and TV dramas, Chu Yuan knew that this Xian Wang Laoer deludedly wanted to ascend to immortality, and purposely utilized the feng shui artifacts of the water dragon Halo, built a never-falling fairy palace, wanting to use it to receive the immortals in the sky and take himself up to immortality. This immortal palace must use a dragon vein. So I'm sure King Xian must have chopped off the dragon vein from Chalong Mountain and transferred it to his own tomb. Then his heavenly palace will surely be based on the Zhou base to build a dragon foot, gossip as the shape to build a dragon body, yin and yang as the lead to build a dragon head. Definitely will leave an entrance. And this entrance is in the location of the dragon's tail. As long as over the Chalong Mountain we'll be able to see the dragon's tail. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan put away his compass and looked at the crowd with a calm expression and laughed. According to Elder Chui's map and the art of searching the mountain for dragons, we can find King Xian's tomb by traversing the dragon shading mountain and arriving at the Bug Valley. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, the fat man's eyes lit up and he immediately smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Little brother, I believe you. Let's take the raft. Yang Yunhua was skeptical of Chu Yuan's words, but she wouldn't be foolish enough to bring it up in front of her. Everything would be finalized when she arrived at the Insect Valley. Wow, there's a new member joining the team. Great. And a beautiful young lady. Beauty is indeed beautiful, but she is a Taoist nun. A pity, so that it is out of place. I immediately powder. This beauty is also a martial arts expert. That has to be more than 4 meters high. Just so watery down. The thing that turns in the palm of the hand. It can't be the Amei Thorn. Strong and powerful. This time the tomb of King Xian is stable. This beauty is not to be messed with at a glance. Didn't you see the look of the Fat Master Sphere? This wave of searching the mountain for dragons by little brother is really powerful. I just don't understand it very well. Can anyone recommend a course? I want to learn. I go. Watching a live broadcast is so voluminous. Can't you read without culture? Nikki, who had been keeping an eye on the crowd, quietly crouched down and pretended to tie her shoes, fiddling with a pile of rocks when no one was looking. Master Fatty, let me give you a hand. Seeing Fatty and Chu Yuan pushing the raft, Hinoki's eyes twinkled, and rolling up his sleeves, he took the initiative to go forward to help. By the way, little brother, about how long is this waterway ahead? The fat man who struggled to push the raft inquired as he pushed. He had to make more preparations depending on the length of the waterway. I've heard from the old men in the walled village that this waterway is more than 10 miles long and runs through half of Chalong Mountain. Chu Yuan thought of the crisis that the Iron Triangle encountered in the original drama. Thought about it, and instructed Fatty. Fatty, this waterway is dark and damp. Maybe the beasts are crossing to drink. Take all the tools with you. After saying that, he walked himself to the front end of the raft and took out 2 strong flashlights from his bag, tying them directly in front as lighting tools. Fatty opened his backpack with an excited face, and in front of the crowd, hung an assault rifle on his body, with 4 magazines on his waist. After equipping himself, Fatty carefully stroked the submachine gun. With him, he felt that he could go in and out of the monster pile 7 times. Chu Yuan swept a glance at the lewd fat man and was directly speechless as he walked up and handed an assault rifle to Feng Yuxiu and opened his mouth. Will it be used? Feng Yuxiu did not reply, took the submachine gun, skillfully pulled the safety of the gun. His demeanor was leisurely and his tone was gentle. Over the past few years, I've often gone to the real-life shooting range near my unit to experience shooting, but this is the first time I've used this submachine gun. Fatty couldn't help but look high. I didn't expect that Feng Yuxiu. This little white boy usually had this kind of hobby. Receiving a few magazines given by Chu Yuan, Feng Yuxiu followed the fat man's example, carrying his firearms and walking on top of the raft. Little brother, thank you for leading the way. We'll take the waterway behind us on our own. So hurry back. Glancing at the helping Hinoki, Chu Yuan thought better of it but opened his mouth to him. Letting him follow him could be life-threatening. Hinoki heard this and his hand moved, looking at the armed men for a few moments of hesitation before he nodded his head. Come on, white boy, give the fat master a hand. In the face of the fat man's flirtation, Feng Yuxiu was expressionless, and his hands fought to push, finally allowing the raft to go down smoothly. Fatty took the spreader bar and jumped directly onto the bamboo raft, and after securing the new Qing chicken's backpack, he was about to call out to Chu Yuan, who knew that Yang Yunhua took a stride and jumped up first. The fat man who watched pulled the corners of his mouth, but didn't say anything more. Yang Yunhua spoke very little, and walked directly to the front end of the raft. When everyone was on the bamboo raft, Fatty waved his hand at Nikki, and together with Chu Yuan, he propped up the bamboo pole and traveled towards the front of the creek. let's go, to the Valley of the Worms. Accompanied by Fatty's yell, the raft slowly traveled under the control of Chu Yuan and the others. Hinoki stood at the edge of the shoal, looking at the raft that was drifting away, and with a twitch in his heart, he slowly placed a finger to his lips. Shoo! A loud whistle sounded from his lips. Not long after, 4 figures quickly scurried out of the woods by the creek and came to Hinoki's side. Young clan chief, those foreigners went down the waterway in the direction of the Bug Valley. Nikki pointed in the direction Chu Yuan and the others had left and respectfully said to Scarface Zua, Hinoki, you are good. When we get back to the clan, I will have Abba reward you. Proceed. After saying that, Zerva handed a machete to Nikki and turned to Zarin and the others behind him. Seize the time. Build 2 rafts. Let's go after them. Yes. A few youths from Kalangzai, directly cutting down the bamboo in the bamboo forest aside the beachland, started to build the raft. The water hole in Chalong Mountain is just ahead. Everyone pay attention. Yang Yunue, who was standing at the front of the raft, looked at the situation in front of the creek from afar and suddenly opened her mouth to remind him. Chu Yuan looked in the direction of her finger, and sure enough, he was able to see a dark cave entrance from afar. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan pulled out the Vajra umbrella at his back, handed it to Yang Yunue, and commanded in a loud voice. After entering the cave, keep your center of gravity as low as possible so that the raft can be stable. Immortal Yang, take this Vajra umbrella and protect the lights. When we enter the cave, you will direct the raft, and Fatty and I will control the direction. Team Leader Fong, you'll be in charge of protecting the 2 flanks. Don't hesitate when you see the situation. Just shoot. Hearing Chu Yuan's command, several people followed his reminder, and soon, the raft traversed the narrow cave entrance. The raft entered the water hole. The crowd immediately felt a coolness came. The cave was surprisingly large. Rocky cliffs on either side, about 3 or 4 meters wide, with a cave entrance several stories high above the head. The air inside the cave was moist and fresh, filled with a light vapor, and as the raft traveled on, the light ahead grew fainter and fainter. Seeing this, Yang Yunue hurried forward and turned on the 2 flares tied to the front end. All of a sudden, the sight around the raft was regained, and only barely able to see the surrounding area. The cave still looked a little dim. Chapter 109, The Strange Art of the Living Terracotta Warrior. Inside the water cave is unusually quiet. Only the sound of paddling water to drive the raft forward, making it seem like you are in a confined environment. Seeing that several people were nervous and the atmosphere inside the cave was too quiet, Chu Yuan took the initiative to open his mouth and laugh. We're fortunate that we're traveling by water. If we really went over Chalong Mountain, we don't know how much more time we'd have to spend. After hearing this, Fatty's expression also loosened, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. We also have to thank the old patriarch. Thanks to him arranging a guide and showing a shortcut. Chu Yuan was instantly speechless in his heart and glanced at Fatty, thinking, when you enter King Xian's tomb, you will know how good he is. Humph. Fatty Wang, I advise you to be careful. These people from the dragon shading walled city are not good people. Yang Yunue couldn't help but open her mouth to remind Fatty Wang when she saw his big grin and heartless appearance. When Fatty heard this, he was just about to open his mouth to retort, when suddenly the raft shook, and his figure swayed, almost causing his entire body to fall over. Hey, what's going on? How come the current has gotten faster? After standing steadily, the fat man used the bamboo pole to give the raft control of direction, and seeing little effect, he hurriedly asked aloud. It turned out that without realizing it, the rafts of the crowd had been following the fast-flowing water and were already farther and farther away from the entrance. The river inside the cave also began to gradually become more turbulent, and the clear sound of water flowing could be heard. At the same time, the current in the cave is getting bigger and bigger. The raft also began to become shaky with the current. Alarmed Chu Yuan and Fatty constantly pestle bamboo pole, barely control the raft. Little brother, which way are we turning? Why is the current getting faster and faster? The fat man standing at the back end of the raft, realizing that the bamboo pole was getting more and more strained, hurriedly shouted, "Watch out everyone! Stay safe! There's a full-blown undercurrent!" Yang Yunue half-crouched her body, and after seeing the dark current in front of her, she hurriedly turned around and warned loudly. At this point, the raft was barely able to maintain its direction under the paddling of Chu Yuan and Fatty, but it still made the 4 bamboo figures sway around. Bang! There was a gasp from the crowd as the rickety raft, as it turned a corner on one side, crashed directly into the rocks exposed on both sides. Before the crowd could react, the rear of the raft hit another piece of reef, directly turning the raft in a different direction. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Yuan secretly screamed at the sight of the situation, and it was only then that he realized that the crowd had already come to a fork of the river. The successive impacts caused the entire raft to change direction and head directly toward the hole on the right. There was the existence of King Xian's organs there. and it was exceptionally dangerous. Fatty, give me a hand. Chu Yuan violently out of the top of the bamboo pole on the cliff wall, trying to push the raft back, but the water is big. For a moment actually stalemate. Wow! Just then, a wave suddenly slammed over, directly sending the raft downstream in the right direction. Fomyushio on the raft to unsteady stand, directly fell on the raft. With this force, the raft will flow faster and faster. Little brother, we're off course here, aren't we? Fatty watched the raft go down the right side of the river, and immediately became anxious and loudly inquired. Chu Yuan's face was also a bit ugly. He did not expect that this organ from thousands of years ago would be able to make it this far. It was breathtaking. It seemed that it was impossible to avoid fighting with the poisonous insects that King Xian's old man had used to cultivate in a special way. And thinking of this, he touched his pockets. It was a tube of Chu Yuan's own blood. His green dragon bloodline was the nemesis of this poisonous insect. Bloodletting while live was definitely not an option. Trouble in case someone with an axe to grind finds out about you. Not if it's prepared ahead of time. There are many ways to put it. Lie low. Yang Yunyue let out a loud shout, instantly causing Chu Yuan to react and subconsciously lie down on the raft. It turned out that the raft was passing through a low-lying cave, and a sharp rock, hanging upside down at the top of the cave, emitted a ghostly light. If it wasn't for Yang Yunyue's timely reminder, I'm afraid that a few of them would have been hit by the rocks, and before Fatty could slow down, he realized that the entire raft had suddenly buckled. Ah! In the crowd's shouts of surprise, the front end of the raft fell heavily into the water, and the momentum did not slow down directly into the side of the water cliff wall. As if it had triggered some kind of mechanism, there was a rustling sound. Fomyushio wiped the water stains on his face. His face was a bit ugly at the moment as he heard the sound of the organ triggering. Looking at the ghostly valley in front of him, Fomyushio directly raised his gun and kept looking at both sides with the muzzle pointed at both sides. Sister Yang, are you alright? Looking at Yang Yunyue, who had her Dao robe soaked, Fatty took the initiative to go forward and pull her up. I'm fine. Yang Yunyue propped herself up on the raft and stood up, suddenly speaking doubtfully. Just now the raft seemed to have hit some kind of mechanism. I heard it too, making a gurgling sound. Fatty also slowly got up and spoke. Just now it was probably several rivers converging together, causing the river to become turbulent and rushing us in by mistake. Everyone be on alert. I have a bad feeling about this. Chu Yuan slowly stood up and flipped the switch on his submachine gun, said with a slight frown, and when he finished, he looked around vigilantly. Fatty sniffed, his eyes narrowed, and following Chu Yuan's example, he lifted his submachine gun and kept observing. After going through a section of the turbulent river, the current in the cave at this point became gentle again, pushing the group forward slowly. Breathless, this is playing Chalong Mountain rafting. Is not going to the tomb of King Xian archaeology? How come you're playing rafting? Just now the lens is shaky and the lights are dim. Isn't this the drone that claims to have the best technology? Poor evaluation. This can't be lost. This direction is different from the water flow just now. It's diverging. The water in this cave is all going in one direction, so it should all be able to go out. And there's no question of getting lost. Crouching. What the hell is that? In broad daylight. Scaring the hell out of people. It's not a hanging ghost. Right. My goodness. Densely packed. What are all these things? It's so creepy to watch. Back. Back. Retreat. The Supreme Lord is in a hurry. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan and the others whose rafts had arrived here were dumbfounded as they looked at the fallen humanoid stone figurines above their heads. The raft moved slowly carrying the crowd through the humanoid stone figurines below, with an occasional rustling on either side. What the hell is this thing? Fatty asked loudly as he looked at the upside-down thing with a disgusted look on his face. Fomyushio's eyes twitched as he spoke faintly. It looks like a stone figurine made of clay, usually for martyrdom. Ah, for martyrdom. It can't be King Xian's tomb up ahead, can it? You guys? There are more and more of these things. Fatty pointed ahead to the pieces of stone figurines at the top of the cave and said suspiciously. It seemed that he could also see that something was a bit wrong. Yang Yunyue frowned tightly and directly took out an ame thorn to scrape a layer of fragments underneath the stone figurine and placed it at the tip of his nose. The odor is not right. It's not clay. It's something like. As if she had thought of something, Yang Yunyue's face changed violently, and she hurriedly threw the shards in her hand. It's a living person. It's a human figurine made from a living person. Chu Yuan's gaze tightly stared at the human figurine and said in a low voice. Then he pointed his finger at the human figurine in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. These people are tall and short, fat and thin, men and women, young and old, not at all like the human figurines made uniformly according to the system during the Qin and Han dynasties. Fomyushio's gaze narrowed in shock. Could this be the mistletoe technique that was popular in the ancient Dianan region? It is said that this King Xian was separated from the ancient Dian kingdom and specialized in sorcery with weird and poisonous methods. So it is possible. Looking around, the living figurines were boundless, and Chu Yuan's face became even more ugly. Chapter 110, The Green Dragon Drops Blood to Retreat the Mistletoe Insects. Since ancient times, it has been rumored that this King Xian took part of his clan to separate from the ancient Dian kingdom and live in seclusion in the lofty mountains of Chalong Mountain. The land of Dianan respected sorcery, quail magic, compulsion and head scalping is known as the three major evil arts in Dianan, of which quail magic is the most poisonous. King Xian excelled in the art of, which is the use of a special kind of, similar to a compulsion to be poured into the body of a living person and to seal up the 7 orifices of the body. The body is then hung upside down in the air with wooden vines until the person is suffocated alive, and the draws and sucks the internal organs and blood of the living body. Allow yourself to successfully lay eggs inside the human body, and the skin will quickly harden and dry out, creating a vacuum that keeps the eggs inside in a constant state of hibernation. Once they encountered grave robbers breaking into this place, these sleeping mistletoe insects would be the greatest weapon against the grave robbers. It can be seen that King Xian's burglary prevention measures how powerful this thing, simply with the Western Xia Great Crouching Buddha Temple's extinction organs more horrible. When the crowd heard Chu Yuan's unflinching words, coupled with the scene they saw in front of them, they immediately felt their scalps numb and hairy. Feng Yuxiu's face was as normal, and he even had a curious look on his face as he surveyed the upside-down human figurine, and he didn't know exactly what he was thinking. As for the audience in the live broadcast room, when they heard such an explosive explanation from Chu Yuan, the pop-ups directly boiled over, and countless pop-ups seemed like a meteor shower as they streaked across the screen. This King Xian simply deserves to die. How dare he use a living person as a carrier for the worm? Tragic, trenchant, inhuman. Throughout history, at least put in plain sight, have not seen many more brutal than him. It's hard to imagine how desperate these people were. I've seen several very small figurines of people, all children I think. This King Xian is definitely not a good person. Please little brother hurry to dig up his tomb. Digging out and flogging his body is not too much. Do these three evil arts still exist? It is said that the South Seas people are good at head scalping, but it turns out that they are all inherited from our old ancestors. Showdown. I'm a black fan of little brother, but today I hope that little brother will dig King Xian's grave and immediately turn black into a fan. Same as above. Black to pink +1. Same as above. Black to pink plus 10,086. Unlike the bustle of the live broadcast, Chu Yuan and the others paddled their bamboo rafts and slowly passed through the area of human figurines with complex expressions. Chu Yuan, you said that this King Xian took a living person to refine the technique, and that's how his dynasty in that life was destroyed, by failing to win the hearts of the people, right? Yang Yunyue was originally of a clear and cold nature, and seeing the incomparably shocking scene in front of her made her eyes take pity on her for a few moments. Chu Yuan shook his head, pointing at some human figurines with special poses, explaining with a complicated expression. These human figurines should be king sacrificing slaves, and they are placed in such bizarre poses that it should be some kind of ritual for the purpose of sacrifice. Hearing this, Fatty instantly spat towards the stream and cursed. I poo. This Xian Wang Laoer is in human skin, specializing in not doing personnel. This kind of heartlessness can be done. Fatty wanted to continue to curse a few more times, when suddenly a sound of a heavy object falling into the water came violently from the rear, and at once, it drew everyone's attention. Poof! It was only then that everyone could see that it was the human figurines above the rear that seemed to be dropping down into the water one by one as if they were dumplings. Although he didn't know what would happen, his sixth sense told Fatty that he had to speed up his rowing and hurry to get out of here. Fatty, row the boat. After Chu Yuan shouted, he struggled to swing the bamboo pole and rowed the boat desperately, and the fat man also clenched his teeth and kept making efforts. Poof! The continuous sound of falling water, as if it were a life-threatening magic sound, kept stimulating the nerves of the crowd, so that they could only bury their heads and row hard. Seeing that the situation was urgent, Yan Yunyue directly took the Vajra umbrella and half-squatted her body to start rowing. The movements of the crowd, after all, did not fasten the ancient organs, and ultimately can only watch the front of the raft. The last area of the human figurines have also fallen into the water. The human figurines that fell into the water, as if it was a long drought, the withered and hardened human figurines met the water and rapidly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trematodes inside the human figurine were wrapped in a transparent film, as if they were smelling some delicious food, slowly swimming towards the surface. The situation under the water was something that the crowd could not witness, but the water, which had been a calm surface just moments before, began to bubble continuously. This unusual phenomenon made the hearts of the crowd start to tense up. Suddenly, as if the entire surface of the water was being boiled at high temperatures, a series of bubbles rose up, as if something was about to burrow out. Look out everyone! Something's coming out. Be on guard. As soon as Chu Yuan's words fell, he only saw countless cool leech-like water-swimming creatures pouring out of the water, crowding together to breathe air, watching finger-sized leeches, swarming and constantly lapping at the water, can even make a buzzing sound that only bees can make. What the hell is this, little brother? Looking at the densely packed bugs, Fatty asked cautiously with a trembling voice. He would feel like an intensive phobia this time. Chu Yuan gazed at it, his face tightened, and he said in a deep voice, water swine bees, blood-sucking, but can't fly, so as long as they don't fall into the water, they should be fine. As soon as he spoke, a cloud of water swine bees not far away quickly approached the crowd and suddenly jumped out of the water 2 meters away from the raft, seeing a disgusting water swine bee frantically pouncing over. Yang Yunyue's figure turned and directly opened the adamantine umbrella in his hand. Swish! The adamantine umbrella opened completely. A huge fan that blocked the water swine bees that came at him. Some even absorbed onto the fan. At this time, the crowd only saw clearly the real appearance of this water swine bee. Just look at the appearance. In fact, is a common leech. But this kind of use of art raised in the body of a living person is never as simple as an ordinary leech that can fly and is extremely aggressive. Bang! 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 Seeing more and more water swine bees surging on the surface of the water, Fatty, in a moment of desperation, yelled out and fired a barrage of bullets at the water. Look out! Suddenly on the side of the raft, another swarm of water swine bees jumped out of the water and violently lunged at Chu Yuan. Yang Yunyue let out a cry of alarm. Just when he wanted to use the Vajra umbrella for defense, he saw a silver light flash by, and the water swine bee in midair unexpectedly turned directly into 2 sections. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Yuan shook the tainted blood off the blade, walked to the stern of the ship, and spoke loudly to the crowd. Fatty, team leader Feng, you're in charge of rowing. Immortal Yang, you're in charge of the safety of the 2 of them, and I'll pad the back. As the number of water swine bees grew, Chu Yuan knew that a mighty figure like King Xian would surely still have a backhand. Currently the raft was getting sunk. At this rate, as long as the water on the raft didn't go over the top of the feet, that would be the biggest crisis. Moreover, through his night eyes, Chu Yuan realized that a large number of water swine bees actually gathered at the bottom of the raft, hovering up as if they were tornadoes. It can even sway the direction of the raft, causing it to be extremely unstable. Under this impulse, the fatty's entire body was almost dropped off the raft, and Chu Yuan knew that he couldn't hide his clumsiness anymore. Thinking of this, he directly took out a tube of blood prepared in advance from his system backpack and directly dripped blood onto the raft beneath him. Little brother, what are you doing? Poisoning the water swine bee? Fatty asked with curiosity in his heart as he quickly rowed the boat while seeing Chu Yuan's maneuver, only to see that the moment the blood dripped into the water surface, the entire water surface seemed to be like boiling hot water, and as if countless water swine bees had met some terrifying natural enemy, they scrambled to stay away from the blood surroundings. The water swine bees that had covered the surface of the water were like an ebbing tide raging to escape from around the blood and away from the raft at the feet of the crowd. In a short while, the water swine bees, which were still densely packed, retreated to a distance of 4 or 5 meters away from the crowd. As if the raft where Chu Yuan and the others were had some great terror, they did not dare to approach, and for a while, a confrontation was formed. Chapter 111: A Frightening Waterway Mermaid Fight. Feng Yuxiu looked at the water with a slight frown and found a faint blood-colored trail, edged by the water swine bee retreating away. Is this the blood of some magical creature? There's a vague feeling of shock, suppressing the uneasiness in his body. Feng Yuxiu looked at Chu Yuan, who did not change his face, with a solemn face, and the gold-touching schoolmaster really called for people to be unable to see through. The water swine bees in the distance seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier and did not dare to enter any further, and the fat man stared at the blood in Chu Yuan's hand with a strange look on his face. Little brother, what is this thing? Is it so powerful that the water swine bees are scared away? Chu Yuan realized that several people were all looking at him with a curious expression, and opened his mouth with a slightly thoughtful expression. This is the mysterious blood I collected from my friend, with a very special composition that has the effect of inhibiting poisonous insects. Yang Yunyue on the side looked at the calm Chu Yuan and directly rolled her eyes. Can a person's face skin really be so thick as to open their eyes and talk nonsense? Although he was curious about the origin of the blood, Fatty still restrained the curiosity in his heart and looked at the water swine bee in the distance. Look guys, what is that thing? Fatty exclaimed as he pointed at the back of the water swine bee. The crowd looked along the direction of Fatty's finger. Due to the mysterious aura emanating from Chu Yuan's drop of green dragon blood, to the fear and awe of the water swine bees in the water, they dared not approach, and kept the blood hovering frantically around the edges. Suddenly, a chopstick-sized, fat-headed fish appeared behind the water swine wasps and recklessly opened its mouth, engulfing more than 10 of them. Crap! This can't be a ing piranha, can it? Fatty looked at the ferocious fathead fish in the rear, the self-blasted foul language in the heat of the moment. Fatty, hurry up and get rowing while the shock of blood is still fresh. This thing is a meaner master than a water swine bee. Seeing these raging piranhas, Chu Yuan was slightly startled in his heart, and loudly commanded, as he himself crouched down his body, and directly used his black and gold ancient sword as an oar, and rowed the boat with great effort. A few other people also did not care about the situation at the back. Seeing Chu Yuan's appearance, they learned from his example and accelerated the speed of rowing, taking advantage of the rowing gap. Fatty couldn't help but look back, and the scene at this moment frightened him to the core, only to see that when this group of ferocious piranhas saw the water swine bee, it was as if they were seeing the most delicious food in the world. The piranha quickly rushed towards the water swine bee, opening its sharp teeth and biting down hard, basically one bite at a time. The water swine bees struggled and scurried around in terror, but their strength paled into insignificance in front of the piranhas, and as the piranhas frantically tore at them, the surface of the water was suddenly flooded with blood. Gradually, this layer of blood water actually slowly assimilated the blood that Chu Yuan had previously arranged and eventually fused into one. Within moments, the water swine bees were devoured by the piranhas, and calm was restored to the water as if nothing had happened. Little brother, these piranhas are specialized in eating water swine bees. I didn't expect that they would become our saviors. Fatty wiped a handful of false sweat from his forehead and looked at the calm water with a shock. Yang Yunyue's rowing motion gave a slight lurch, and her right ear seemed to be trembling slightly as if she had heard some subtle movement. No good, the piranhas are coming over, right under our raft. Hearing the movement underwater, Yang Yunyue's hand trembled slightly and she exclaimed loudly, "Bang, bang." Hearing her reminder, the grumpy fat man directly shot out a barrage of bullets, and immediately, the water was flooded with countless red colors. Little brother, hurry up and think of something, at this rate we won't last much longer, the fat man said impatiently as he fired his gun. Once the piranhas finished chewing up the raft, we'll be new fish food. Fengyuxiu looked at the nibbled bamboo pole in his hand and followed Fatty's example and started shooting at the underwater piranhas. Listening to the sounds of gunshots coming and going, coupled with feeling the piranhas gnawing on the raft's binding ropes at his feet, Chu Yuan frowned slightly. If we let this group of piranhas bite everything in sight and really destroy the raft, it would put everyone in a very dangerous situation. Suddenly, a faint light traveled into Chu Yuan's eyes, and when he looked up, it was clear that he was close to reaching the shore. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan directly took out the flying tiger claw on his waist and went straight to the nearest piece of mushroom rock to the exit. As if the flying tiger claw was installed with a positioning instrument, it wrapped around the boulder with precision. The rock is located in the middle of the entire river, just 2 or 3 meters away from the bank, which is perfect. Chu Yuan tried the strength of the retraction, greeted the fat who rowed the boat, and directly handed it directly to the fat man with a loud command. "Fatty, you pull the rope, I'll deal with the piranhas." After taking over Fatty's position, under Fengyuxiu's suspicious eyes, Chu Yuan took out a blood vessel and dripped 3 or 4 drops towards the surface of the water. At this time, the blood of the surface piranha and the water swine bee were intertwined and mixed. Chu Yuan was worried that 1 drop of green dragon blood was not enough, so he added a few more drops. The effect was also particularly pronounced, as these piranhas also seemed to feel the throbbing sensation in their blood, and by nature, retreated. It worked. Seeing the effects of the blood, Fengyuxiu's spirit shook and he loudly reminded the crowd. Hearing his voice, Fatty was instantly overjoyed and clenched his teeth as he kept pulling on the ropes of the flying tiger's claw to make the raft move forward quickly. Just as the crowd was relaxing, a soccer ball-sized piranha suddenly sprang out of the fish at the back, and actually passed through the blood circle without fear, madly rushing towards the raft under the feet of the crowd. Its attack seemed to be a signal, and the crowd of rear eater began to move. Bang! Seeing that this big fish was still trying to hit the raft for the second time, it was directly ate over by Chu Yuan with a single bullet. Its skin split open and died on the spot. Gollum! The blood released from the death of the big fish seemed to have a fatal attraction to the other piranhas, causing countless small piranhas to risk their instinctive fear and rush forward without fear. Damn it! The blood has suffered severe defacement and is useless, Chu Yuan reminded loudly, and the black gold ancient blade stabbed violently into the water, and the 3 piranhas were pierced through by the long blade like sugar gourds. Smelling the fishy odor on the tip of the blade, Chu Yuan shook his wrist and directly threw the impaled piranha towards the back, perhaps smelling the blood of their own kind. Countless piranhas swarmed towards the direction that Chu Yuan was still heading, actually let the raft under the crowd, finally reduced the pressure. But, at this time, The raft is already close to being in pieces. Fortunately, under Fatty's all-out effort, the raft had already come to a place not far from the shore by now. Come on, you guys get to shore first. Putting away his flying tiger claw, Chu Yuan loudly reminded the crowd, but his gaze was merely fixed on the piranhas in the rear. I'm going, little brother. Who washed away the nooching Chicken King's backpack? After the fat man came ashore, he always felt that something was missing, and it was only then that he realized that his precious living father had floated away down the water. This stupid fat chicken. This environment can still fall asleep. Fat master, I am also drunk. Fatty rambled on, remembering that he was jumping straight up and down on the shore. The water surface is supposed to be the weak point of the angry harvest chicken. And the piranha, it's not some kind of poisonous thing that doesn't suit the king of the chicken's tastes. Seeing this, Chu Yuan didn't even think about it and directly threw out his flying tiger claw and swung over, stepping right on top of a reef. After it stood firmly, the back of Chu Yuan's blade struck the back basket and directly opened the cover. LOL. After letting out a loud and clear chirp, the angry clear chicken fluttered its wings and flew towards Chu Yuan's direction, and finally landed directly on his backpack, with its paws gripping Chu Yuan's backpack tightly. Not to mention, this guy's crisis awareness is first class, but also know that the situation here is dangerous, and hastily into his backpack, Chu Yuan cursed its coward, looked at a reef not far away, and directly stepped on it with a big stride. Little brother, watch your back. Chapter 112, Escaping into the Valley of the Worms. Just as Chu Yuan jumped onto the reef in front of him, another football-sized piranha slammed out of the water and bit at his back. The sudden turn of events startled the fat man, who stood on the bank and kept waving and shouting at him, his face full of anxiety. He was carrying a submachine gun, wanting to help Chu Yuan relieve himself, but he was worried about hurting Chu Yuan. Just as he hesitated, whoosh, before he could react, the fat man only felt a golden light violently fly out from beside his cheek. Like a stream of light, a golden light was as fast as lightning, and it even directly ran the giant piranha behind Chu Yuan. Through, poof, the huge piranha's corpse landed heavily on the ground, and its blood-soaked appearance attracted countless other piranhas to gather around and nibble on it. Chu Yuan looked at Yang Yunhua with a surprised face, and it was only then that he could see that it was actually a thin rope that was about 3 meters long and bright silver in color. Hanging from the end of the rope was a golden dart about 10 centimeters long and conical in shape. Rope dart. The fat man stiffened and turned his head, not realizing that there were still people practicing this kind of cold weapon nowadays, and the accuracy was still so good. Looking behind him, Yang Yunhua was unhurriedly retrieving the rope dart, wiping away the blood from the head of the dart before re-wrapping it around the Taoist robe at his waist. This kind of understatement made her look incomparably valiant, so that Feng Yuxiu, who was on the side, couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Thanks. Coming to Yang Yunhua's side and glancing at the rope dart at the other party's waist, Chu Yuan opened his mouth to thank him with a smile on his face. This rope dart belongs to one of the soft weapons, originating from the concealed weapon of the offhand dart, and there are many practitioners, but very few are proficient. Chu Yuan had the skill rewarded by the system, Cold Weapon Proficiency Plus, and the moment he saw the rope dart, many rope dart uses appeared in his mind. Because of this, Chu Yuan had a high regard for Yang Yunhua, and as far as he knew, to be proficient in rope darts, one could not practice for 8 or 10 years. Yang Yunhua nodded slightly at Chu Yuan, looking at the faint light not far away, and said softly, I heard the wind. That should be the exit over there. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to the crowd and went ahead of them. She this valiant style, but the Chu Yuan wholesome will not, really is the children of the rivers and lakes. People ruthless words Fatty gently patted Chu Yuan's shoulder and helplessly said, Sister Yang, that's the character. Just adapt. Let's go. Just as Chu Yuan continued to rush, all the viewers in the live broadcast room also reacted from the tense environment they had just been in. This can be turned into a danger. Look at the buddy's heart. I did not think that this leech has the name of water swine bee. I just want to know, what's in the blood that little brother drops? They look like they've seen a ghost. It's a shame. Leeches are a good thing. Last year abroad in Vietnam, ate fried leeches, with the skin shrimp of flavor. ********. The road taste is so heavy. Goddamn peppermint shrimp. This thing can eat? It's disgusting to look at. They say that piranhas exist in South America, but I didn't realize that there is such a species in our country. It's awesome. Where are the experts from the Institute of Biological Research? Hurry over and study what the hell is all this? Hello, I'm a staff member of the Institute of Biological Research, and our director has flown to Yunnan with more than 100,000 experts. Didn't anyone notice Miss Moving Hill's rope dart? It's so cool. I've been a fan of Moving Mountain ever since. Not to mention, this girl is capable of fighting and good-looking, but her personality is too cold. It's a pity to be a Taoist priest. Upstairs, you're not pure of heart. Meanwhile, 3 rafts were slowly traveling through the waterway, all dipped in people who were surveying the cave with lighting. Matriarch, we've been chasing them for so long, how come we haven't seen those foreigners yet? The pot-headed Hinoki held up his flashlight and looked around before cautiously asking the Olden Quan patriarch in front of him. If they want to go to the Valley of Worms, this is the only way. Out of the hole is the big forest. Just by them. Humph, don't think they can walk out. The old patriarch surveyed the cliffs on both sides and replied in a nonchalant manner after letting out a cold snort. Abba, the river in front of us is starting to run fast, so be careful. Everyone stand still and be safe. Walking in the forefront of the raft, Scarface Zua, his posture straight, stood at the front of the raft, looking at the rapids and shouting. The Kalongzai party, led by Zua, surprisingly takes another waterway by mistake when faced with a turbulent fork in the river. It had to be said that these people were really lucky. If they were not careful to take the road of Chu Yuan and others, I am afraid that they would all be folded in the waterway. The words were split into 2. Just as the Kalon walled city and the others swore to capture Chu Yuan and the others, their group had just walked out of the waterhole. Chu Yuan stood at the exit of the Chalon Mountain water cave and looked out at a great distance. The distant scene of the Bug Valley was like a magnificent picture scroll that unfolded in front of his eyes, with rolling hills and misty clouds, just like a fairyland. Deep in the Valley of Insects a sky-high giant loomed large, its branches and leaves flourishing. Under the tree all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses competed for color, and the stream between the mountains gurgled. This King Xian's old man really knows how to find a place, and with these lofty mountains, ordinary people really can't find it. Fatty looked at the almost primitive forest scenery of the Bug Valley, his eyes filled with incredulity, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Don't be poor, this sky is becoming gloomy. In case it rains it's not good to hurry. Hurry up." Chu Yuan pointed to the steep mountain path on one side and faintly commanded. Yang Yunhui did not bother to look at the scenery of the Insect Valley. Instead, she returned the Vajra umbrella to Chu Yuan and then took the initiative to ask, "Mr. Chu, since we've already arrived at the Valley of Bugs, please perform the skills of a gold-touching inspector and search for King Xian's tomb." Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed at the words, but he didn't say anything more as he took out a roll of maps from his backpack and slowly showed it to the crowd. "This is the map provided by Elder Chui. It has the exact location of King Xian's tomb marked on it. Perhaps we can look for it based on the map." Yang Yunhui gently shook her head inside. The map was drawn in the Han Dynasty, more than 2,000 years ago, and many of the landform features labeled in the map have changed dramatically. We're guessing it's hard to use. This map is for reference only. Chu Yuan reached out and pointed to the distant Bug Valley, and said in a deep voice to the crowd, "To perform the dragon-seeking skill, one must recognize the situation and rational chi. See the formation of this mountain and river. Look at that. You guys, cloudy ground, all kinds of trees and vines. The dragon seekers know how, can't help." Fatty scratched his head and asked anxiously, "Little brother, this dragon-seeking skill can't be used, so do we have another way?" Thinking of the results of the mountain search for dragons that he had cast not long ago outside the Insect Valley, Chu Yuan spoke faintly. "The terrain of this Insect Valley is low. It is the tail of the fluttering dragon vein of Chalong Mountain. We just need to go through the forest to the north and go straight all the way." After saying that, without waiting for the reaction of the others, he tightened his backpack and walked directly down the steep mountain path. After Fatty and the others exchanged glances, they nodded and all followed behind Chu Yuan. Feng Yuxiu, who was walking at the end, quietly stretched out his right hand, and there was a dead finger-sized water swine bee, covered in purple. "Too bad it's not toxic." Feng Yuxiu secretly regretted in his heart. The non-poisonous water swine bee was useless to him. His fingertips slightly moved, flicking the water swine bee's corpse away. The moment he was bounced off the ground, he could vaguely see on his hands 2 pinhole-sized wounds bitten by water swine bees. However, Chu Yuan's mysterious blood is a good thing. It can actually deter low-rank poisonous insects. It's a good thing that can be found. Feng Yuxiu pressed his mind and pretended to glance at Chu Yuan without thinking. A glance that scared him so much that he almost bumped into the fat man in front of him. It turned out that just as he was looking at Chu Yuan happened to turn around and looked at Feng Yuxiu with a smile on his face. Chapter 113, A 1,000-year-old couple and a 10,000-year-old tree. There were no words along the way, and the group traveled up the steep mountain path for about half an hour or so before they reached the flat ground at the bottom of the cliff. At this time, the crowd was already under the steep-walled peaks of Chalong Mountain, and when they looked up at the sky, it was filled with white clouds. Looking around, it was a valley shrouded in white mist, a primitive forest, so reckless that one couldn't see the edges. Especially in the depths of the dense forest, Many exotic flowers and plants shine mysteriously in the sunlight. And the more you look at them, the more you realize that they are unfathomable. Even, many places were cloud-sealed and fog-locked, and the dense woods covered the sky, making it difficult to see the direction of the surroundings for a while. Looking at the place in front of him, Chu Yuan's heart was a little uneasy, only to see him take out the compass from his pocket and look far in the direction of the surroundings. As time passed, the compass pointer suddenly kept rotating. Seeing this, Chu Yuan turned to the three people around him and smiled bitterly. This valley has a special terrain. There should be a mysterious magnetic field. My compass is out of order. When Fatty heard this, his face fell and he said to Chu Yuan with an expectant face, "Little brother, this is your forte. Any other methods of judging direction?" Chu Yuan did not immediately reply to Fatty. Found a piece of ground that was still clean, put his ear close to the ground, and let go of his five senses. It is the method of listening to the wind and thunder in the smell word skill to smell up and identify the dragon. And Chu Yuan didn't expect the location of the insect valley in the TV series to be so big. Just now, he stood on the cliff and saw the location of the center of the bug valley, but at this time, the compass was out of order, and the crowd could not see the basic direction. Perhaps, only an experienced hunter or medicine picker in the mountains can recognize the direction. For today's solution, he could only use the most primitive method, searching for the river. According to old Taoist Shui's map, the entrance to King Xian's tomb should be at the end of the Dragon Vein in Shalong Mountain, which was the center of the Worm Valley. Moreover, when King Xian had the tomb built, the power of the water current was necessary to realize the special treasure point of the water dragon halo. A tributary of the Snake River runs through the center of the Bug Valley, so if you find the current and follow it to feel your way into the valley, you can make sure you don't get lost. Found it. 200 meters to the right. There's a rapid. Let's follow the river. Upon hearing the location of the water flow, Chu Yuan immediately stood up and greeted the other few people, taking the lead to walk forward himself. After walking about 200 meters, a small stream was indeed reflected in the eyes of the crowd. I didn't expect that you, the gold-touching schoolmaster, even have the mountain-smelling technique of the unburdening Rex. I had underestimated you before. Yan Yunue glanced at Chu Yuan. This kind of secret art had heard his grandfather talk about it, and at that time, the most skillful person in this art was the unloading Ridge Rex. Sister Yang, what time is it? Is it safe for us to walk along the creek? That group of piranhas won't catch up with us. Fatty looked at the size of the stream and it wasn't small. His biggest worry was that the piranhas in the water hole wouldn't be breeding in these woods. Feng Yusho tightened his backpack and looked at the worried-looking Fatty and laughed softly. Fatty, this isn't some piranha, but a saber-toothed viperfish. They have a huge weakness. They can only live in water with a relatively low temperature and can't survive in areas that are too hot. Yan Yunue also nodded, then looked at the dense forest ahead and said with a solemn expression, "This King Xian has strange tactics. We just entered and we've already encountered an attack from the technique. We must be careful step by step." Everyone's faces were grave, although Chu Yuan had emphasized the danger of this trip several times before they set off. Fatty and Feng Yusho didn't really put much stock in it. One has always been arrogant and accustomed to being fearless, and the other is confident that he can easily cope with his extraordinary skills. This section of the waterway down, a few people's mentality changed quite a lot. This time is related to the survival of life and death. Can only succeed not to fail. After determining to follow the current to the Worm Valley, the few people took a short break and then continued to move, setting out to find the center of the Worm Valley. In this way, the people walked with difficulty along the stream and the Valley of Worms, all the way to the north, through the forest and across the river. Although the Snake River is only the smallest branch of the Langsong River, the section that bypasses the Chalong Mountain is too thick because of the vegetation in the Bug Valley. As a few people walked, they would lose sight of the river, and whenever they encountered this, Chu Yuan could only rediscover the current. Repeatedly, the group had to follow the edge of the Snake River's flow, feeling their way slowly. Along the way, the ground is full of all kinds of trees and vines, and even some areas of vines and vines grow so thick that it is almost impossible to get a foothold. Chu Yuan could only use his black gold ancient blade to harden a path, while also being careful of the poisonous insects, the hardships of which were unbearable. After having been walking for about 2 hours or so, around 4 in the afternoon, the fat man walking behind Chu Yuan suddenly stopped. Hoo, little brother, it's been hours. How much longer do we have to walk? My feet are starting to get weak. Aren't you guys tired? Fatty was holding onto a large tree, gasping for breath while looking at Chu Yuan and the others suspiciously. Not tired, Chu Yuan, Yang Yunue and Feng Yusho said in unison. Fatty surprised to look at the three. Not, you three, this is where the tacit understanding, and, hurry a road is necessary to so roll? Seeing that Fatty was really unable to walk, Chu Yuan also realized that the sun had begun to slowly set at this time, estimating that it would be dark in another hour. Suddenly, Chu Yuan's eyes lit up as two large banyan trees in the sky appeared not far ahead of him, and he knew that he was not far from the center of the insect valley. The two banyan trees were spectacular, as thick as stone pillars, with a low-hanging crown, as if they were umbrellas in the sky. The two thick bodies are twisted around each other and wrapped around 4 or 5 times, forming the rare couple tree. There were also many huge flowers and parasitic plants that could not be named growing on the tree, which looked quite mysterious. When the group came to the roots of the banyan tree, they realized that these two giant trees were really high, and they couldn't even see the top of the tree at a glance. By now, the sun had fully set, and the darkness of the night banished the afterglow of the day until it was all but swallowed up by the darkness. Driving in the dark was originally a big no-no, let alone in this primitive forest. So when Chu Yuan suggested that everyone spend the night here to rest for the night and continue the journey tomorrow, it was directly passed by a unanimous vote. In this deep forest, the climate was treacherous and changeable, and it was already a blessing to find a natural shelter like this huge banyan tree. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan used Fatty's engineer's shovel to simply shovel a small piece of dry ground and used the dead leaves and weeds to light the campfire. Seeing this, Fatty directly put down his backpack and volunteered to gather firewood nearby. After Yang Yunue instructed to pay attention to safety, she took out a small camping pot from Fatty's backpack and stood it up. Feng Yuxiu wasn't shy either, taking out a few bottles of drinking water and instant noodles from his backpack and preparing to deal with today's dinner. Chu Yuan, on the other hand, used a tree branch to guide the fire and found a few giant green stones. Looking at the scale, it was just the right size to lie down and sleep on. Then he thought of using the fire to bake the green stone to get rid of the moisture in the air. Otherwise at night, he would inevitably fall sick because of the moisture. Not a moment later, the fat man cursed and held a pile of firewood. Walked back. It turned out to be a foggy night. Dry branches are not good to find. Seeing that the fire was getting bigger, Feng Yuxiu began to use a camping pot to cook noodles, putting a little seasoning, mainly because he was worried that the aroma of the food would attract any animals. Chu Yuan and the others didn't make any pretense, and as soon as the noodles were boiled, they directly started to cook. Fatty complained that Feng Yuxiu was petty, put in fewer seasonings, and cooked things that didn't taste good, while he also ate 3 big bowls in a row. After a simple meal, Feng Yuxiu volunteered to take the initiative to ask for a sentry. After all, this dense forest is full of crisis. No one knows what kind of poisonous insects and beasts will be encountered at night, and for everyone's safety, it is necessary to rotate people on sentry duty. Chapter 114, Eerie Signals Terrorize the Heart. As night fell, in the Yunnan Insect Valley, under the banyan tree, darkness spread out as quickly as ink, as if it had swallowed the entire insect valley. Through the banyan tree overhead, there was not a single starlight in the sky, only endless darkness, and an inexplicable fear came over me. Team Leader Feng, are you alright? 4 hours passed by in a flash, and Chu Yuan's biological clock woke him up, and the first thing he noticed was the distracted Feng Yuxiu, who was tilting his head and looking suspiciously above his head. Chu Yuan followed the direction he was looking in, and in this darkness, only the outlines of the trees became faintly visible. Open the night eye. Silently reciting the system in his mind, Chu Yuan finally realized the good use of this talent at this time. In this kind of deep forest, it was simply a divine skill. As far as his eyes could see, the scene above his head immediately became slim, and a large shadow could be vaguely seen. Chu Yuan secretly guessed in his heart that this was most likely the crashed transport plane from the Ugly Kingdom in the original drama. Hush, little brother. Listen. What's that sound? It's like I feel someone whispering in my ear. Feng Yuxiu had the heritage of the Guanshan Tai Bao, but at this moment, on his face, he rarely showed a look of panic. Chu Yuan's heart fluttered and he laughed softly as if nothing had happened. Team Leader Feng, you should be tired from rushing during the day and misheard it. It's probably just the rustling of leaves caught in the wind. Go and rest. I'll take the night watch instead. Suddenly, a night wind whistled by, carrying a hint of coolness that made Feng Yuxiu shiver. It was also true that he was too tired and overthinking it. Feng Yuxiu shook his head and headed to his sleeping bag, closing his clothes and lying down to sleep. You've heard the strange noises too. A cold voice suddenly entered Chu Yuan's ears, and with a sideways glance, he didn't know when Yang Yunue left her sleeping bag. Phew zzz. Chu Yuan has not yet replied. Suddenly was Feng Yuxiu's snoring sound to thunder. This guy, fall asleep so fast? Seconds to sleep. Yang Yunue also glanced at him in surprise and suddenly lowered her voice. This expert. He looks a little different. Chu Yuan raised his eyebrows. It was said that most of the moving mountain Taoist lineage were proficient in the medical arts, so they must have seen the specialness in Feng Yuxiu's body. Early on in the water cave, Chu Yuan could tell that his body was unusual. as very few water swine bees went straight for his face. Feng Yuxiu hit it well, but the poison on his body, which made the water swine bees not want to come close, was exactly what the Guanshan Taibao watched. However, Chu Yuan did not want to show his cards to Feng Yuxiu for the time being. In order to get the dust pearl, his cooperation was still needed in King Xian's tomb. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan casually found a reason to cope with Yang Yunue, although Yang Yunue was very puzzled, but Chu Yuan didn't mind, so she couldn't be bothered to insist on it. Suddenly, a disjointed voice entered Yang Yunue's ears, startling her entire body to stand up violently. After making a quiet gesture at Chu Yuan, she perked up her ears and listened attentively to something. I heard an intermittent sound that sounded like 3 short, 3 long, 3 short Morse communication code. Someone was sending a distress signal. Yang Yunue's face sank as she surveyed the surroundings in shock and lowered her voice. Why are you like team leader phone? I think you're just tired from the rush and misheard. Chu Yuan tilted his head and said indifferently. Then he looked at the large banyan tree above him, knowing that the signal was coming from above his head. At this time, his own party rushed the road. The heart and mind are tired. It is not suitable to take risks. After everyone recuperates, you can explore a little. Yang Yunue frowned slightly as she listened to Chu Yuan's words, but she seemed to have thought of something, and after looking at the sleeping fatty and the others, she sighed softly and didn't continue to say anything. Seeing Chu Yuan looking up at the banyan tree above her head, she looked back and realized that the 2 trees were deeply entwined. The tree was boarded up with many unnamed plants, greenish in color and full of cracks of varying degrees at the thick roots. Seeing that Chu Yuan did not speak, Yang Yunue unexpectedly took the lead in opening her words, pointing at the big banyan tree with a slightly saddened look. These 2 large banyan trees don't live long, and there are so many plants parasitizing them that the trees themselves are already absorbing more nutrients than they can feed. You see, the middle part of their trunks are already empty, and they have at most 3 to 5 years before they die from nutrient depletion. Chu Yuan looked at the emotional Yang Yunue and nodded. When the water is full, it overflows, and when the moon is full, it loses, just as the immortal nun said. This banyan tree looks bright and colorful, but in reality, it's not far from death. Yang Yunue sauntered closer to Chu Yuan and sat down on a rock more than a meter away from him with a ghostly sigh in her tone. Mr. Chu, Master said that you possess the abilities of the 4 major sects of grave robbers, and the person who can find King Xian's tomb today is none other than you. My moving mountain clan has been deeply affected by the red spot curse for thousands of years, and none of my clansmen will live past half 100, and only the dash bead can lift the curse. On this trip to the Valley of Bugs, we've traveled 1,000 miles to get here, but where King Xian's tomb is located, and whether or not we'll be able to find the Daphne beads, all of this is still unknown. I didn't realize that Yang Yunue looked young, but she was burdened with the mission of searching for the dusk pearl for the whole clan. At this moment, Chu Yuan seems to see that many years ago in Sichuan running around the mountain moving Taoist leader. Partridge whistle, immortal nun, or call me by my first name. Before I came to Yunnan, I divined a fortune for myself. Li Hua Gua, great auspiciousness. The heart wants what it wants. You should rest early. The trip to the consecrated king's tomb, and your heart's desire will be accomplished. Seeing Chu Yuan acting like this, Yang Yunue directly sent him a beautiful blank stare, and after a moment of hesitation, she softly said, Chu Yuan, you are also considered half of the mountain-moving Taoist. Call me senior sister from now on. Don't always be an immortal nun. Chu Yuan sweated in his heart, thinking that it is normal for this female Taoist priest to call the immortal nun, and he cannot learn from the fat man to call you a small newbizi. The 2 of them chatted so much, and in turn became familiar with a few points. Seeing that Yang Yunue had already closed her eyes and rested, Chu Yuan found a dry rock and directly sat cross-legged. Maybe it's the mental tension on the way. After a while, Chu Yuan is a little sleepy. See no movement around. Think of squinting for a while. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly being gently pushed awake, Chu Yuan instantly woke up. It was then that he realized that the person who had awakened him was none other than Yang Yunue, and when she saw Chu Yuan open his eyes, she immediately put her finger to her lips, making a silencing gesture. He signaled him not to speak loudly, and then pointed his finger upwards, signaling Chu Yuan to check it out. At this time in the middle of the night, the heavy clouds in the sky had dissipated, and the cool moonlight actually shone clearly above the banyan tree. It was only then that Chu Yuan realized that it was the shadows above the banyan tree that revealed the faint outline of an airplane. It seemed that it must have been Yang Yunue who wanted to switch shifts with herself and noticed the abnormality, which was why she woke herself up. Moreover, at this time, Fatty and Feng Yuxiu were sleeping like dead pigs in their sleeping bags, and hadn't noticed the 2 of them. Suddenly, a disjointed voice came violently from above his head, and at this moment, it was unprecedentedly clear. Yan Yunyue's face changed as she equipped her Ame Thorn and took a defensive stance, not forgetting to remind Chu Yuan of the voice coming from above. With things having come to this, Chu Yuan couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb, and could only nod his head cooperatively, and anyway, the group had rested almost as much as they should have. It's time to get to work. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan was not polite and directly walked to Fatty's heel to wake him up, followed by Feng Yuxiu. The fat man, who had just come to his senses, was about to open his mouth to complain a few times when a slightly muffled knocking sound suddenly came over. Looking in the direction the voice came from, Fatty's vision was blocked by the branches and leaves of the banyan tree above his head though, but a large shadow above his head, interspersed among the branches of the trees flickered and shimmered, and even a hint of a shadowy aura could be felt. Chu Yuan looked at the two, and regardless of what state they were in now, he directly lowered his voice and spoke. Just now when you fell asleep, Senior Sister Yang heard a signaling sound for help coming from above the treetops. Perhaps there is someone in this tree? This word heard the crowd immediately feel a cold air surging to the heart. Fat Man pressed his voice also asked in a low voice. People? Can you be sure of that? Is there any chance it could be something else? Like a ghost? Seeing this, Chu Yuan directly took out the fakious seal and said to Fatty, Don't worry, I have this treasure. Ordinary brats can't help me. I'll go to the tree to have a look. Without waiting for Fatty to open his mouth, Feng Yuxiu uncharacteristically pulled Chu Yuan and pointed at the moon in the sky, saying eagerly, Little brother, the Z hour has passed. It is easy to breed in fate and evil chi. Look at the reddish color of the moon in the air, and the white mist has even transformed into demonic mist. In my opinion, there must be a dead person in this tree, and this sound is maybe the legendary ghost signal. We can't go. Chapter 115, Strange Signal Takes God's Soul. Chu Yuan looked at Feng Yuxiu in a daze, not expecting the other party's reaction to be so big. Brother, you are a Guanshan Taibao. However, grave robbing each sect has its own characteristics and has its own taboos. Perhaps Feng Yuxiu has encountered something similar. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan stopped his steps, turned around and asked suspiciously, What is a ghost signal? How come I've never heard of it before? Feng Yuxiu also realized that his reaction was overly excited, and he took a deep breath, a trace of uneasiness flashing across his face as he said reminiscently, Little brother, you should know that the tomb of the goddess, which was developed in Inner Mongolia a few years ago, has been more than 4 years now, and still no progress has been made. When the people heard the words goddess tomb, they were all energized, and this matter was also a big deal in the society back then. It is said that because of the bizarre events in the tomb, many of the people who participated in the excavation back then ended up in the insane asylum, even including a well-known expert professor of the Institute of Archaeology in that year, because the impact is too great. This tomb is temporarily sealed. Several people looked at Feng Yuxiu with a surprised face, not expecting that. He had actually been to the goddess tomb and didn't know how much he knew about its inner workings. Seemingly sensing the meaning of the crowd, Feng Yuxiu hurriedly waved his hand and said in a deep voice, I'm just on the periphery. I'm not sure about the situation inside. There's a lot of rumors about gods and ghosts, like the Bridge of Naiha and the Demon King claiming his life. At that, his voice trailed off and he lowered it. The tomb of the goddess is protected by the border garrison, but in the middle of the night you can often receive inexplicable signals, like today. These intermittent signals, involving a very wide variety of types and all with strange contents, were believed by some at the time. A lot of troops were sent to search and rescue, but those who went never came back, as if they had evaporated, and those ghostly signals disappeared with them. At that time, many of the people present said that this was the legendary ghost signal, just like the underworld of hell, specializing in hooking people's souls. Every time he recalled that year's experience, Feng Yuxiu was still a bit scared, and after this ghost signal time, that big event happened. Deep into the ancient tomb, the staff and experts and professors involved in excavation and archaeology, all 50 or so of them went mad, shocking the nation. Seeing that everyone was still immersed in Feng Yuxiu's story, Chu Yuan directly took out a flashlight and said half-jokingly, This kind of rumor, mostly because they don't know the situation, most of them are just blackmail. It can't be true. Besides, this is considered the outskirts of King Xian's tomb, so in case there are clues, won't we miss them? We must find out what's going on. After Chu Yuan finished speaking, he didn't care about other people's situation. He directly threw out his flying tiger claw and slowly climbed upwards along the vines on the tree trunk. Fatty's eyes rolled, and he smiled curtly at Yang Yunyue, who was preparing to go up. Sister Yang, you and little brother go up first to see what's going on, and since little white boy is scared, I'll accompany him to keep watch down below. Seeing Yang Yunyue looking at himself with a strange expression, the fat man hastened to righteously, patting his chest and explaining, I'm not afraid of heights. Look at the white boy's face. I'm worried something will happen to him down there alone. You guys go up first. After glancing at the fatty, Yang Yunhue followed the flying tiger claw left behind by Chu Yuan, exerted his hands and climbed upwards along the tree trunk. Feng Yuxiu looked at the two who went up with a complicated face and said solemnly to Fatty, "Fatty, you have to believe me. This ghost signal really exists." Fatty nodded gently. In the inverted career, what thousand strange things have not encountered? He is to believe in the existence of ghost signals. Thinking of this, a trace of uneasiness arose in Fatty's heart. Something won't happen to them, will it? Why don't I follow them up and take a look? The words are split. Chu Yuan climbed up quickly. His movements were light, and within a few moments, he had climbed to the majority of the large banyan tree and was slightly overlooking it. It was only then that he realized that the two large banyan trees that were entangled together were more than 20 meters tall, and the canopy looked to be dozens of meters long. Most of the moonlight in the sky was obscured by the canopy, and through the flashlight, shining on the branches and leaves above, you could only see a few meters away from the location. Look, little brother. What's that? Doesn't it look like the wreckage of an airplane? At this time, Yang Yunhue also climbed to Chu Yuan's position, and after scanning the circle, she pointed at the shadows not far away and suddenly shouted loudly. It was the middle of the large banyan tree with its dense foliage, and a huge shadow was sandwiched in between, several meters away from them. Seeing Yang Yunhue walk up alone, Chu Yuan hurriedly followed, and only when he approached did he realize that under the moonlight shadow, a section of the cabin of the plane, about 4 or 5 meters long, was entangled between two trees under the thick vines. The wreckage of the plane was worn out, the fuselage was densely entangled with vines, and some boxes were vaguely visible stacked in the cabin. Looking at the rusty cabin in front of him, there was thick moss everywhere. Even with the big banyan tree at his feet were almost growing together. I'm afraid that at least a few decades have passed since the plane crashed here. So how can there be a distress signal in this environment? Suddenly seeing a string of fuzzy numbers on the fuselage, Yang Yunhue took the initiative to step forward and cut through the vines and moss with her MA thorns, which made it clear. It's a U.S. Air Force C-type transport plane, and by the looks of it, it's supposed to be carrying military supplies. Chu Yuan took the initiative to walk in front of Yang Yunhue, pointing at the vaguely visible wooden boxes in the cabin and softly explaining. But how could a plane transporting supplies crash here? Yang Yunhue asked suspiciously. This was China. Even decades ago foreign enemy planes easily did not dare to venture in. I think it's related to the Burma War a few decades ago, which would have been close to Burma, and it's said to have been in the Grand Canyon of the Nujong River a decade or so ago. A total of dozens of wrecks of U.S. transport planes have been found, and I've heard that there are even hundreds of plane wrecks on the southwest border. I just didn't expect that it could be found in the Yunnan Insect Valley, so it seems that it should have entered by mistake. Chu Yuan recalled the news in his mind and combined it with the history he had read, explaining it in a nonchalant manner. Little brother, did you find something? What are you two muttering about? The fat man under the tree heard the commotion and guessed that it was Chu Yuan who had discovered something, and immediately got itchy and shouted anxiously. Chu Yuan ignored the unreliable fatty and drew out his black gold ancient blade, preparing to force open the hatch to enter and check things out. The hatch was full of vines of varying thicknesses due to the severe damage to the wreckage of the airplane, which was crushed by the ever-growing old banyan trees. Madaka! The black and gold ancient knife glowed with a sharp luster, and under Chu Yuan's skillful maneuvering, the blade came down from the top and actually split the hatch into two. Tick-tock! Just then, a faint, eerie Morse code signal rang out, and Chu Yuan jerked to a halt and pricked up his ears to listen. Making a quiet gesture to Yang Yunhue, Chu Yuan's body slightly leaned forward, holding his breath when he wanted to listen to the mysterious signal. Suddenly, a palm slowly tapped on his shoulder, directly frightening Chu Yuan to jerk his head back, and his right-hand knife lifted the blade to chop away. Don't do it, own hands, little brother. It's me. This lightning-fast slash scared the other party straight back, and he hurriedly shouted loudly. Hearing that it was Fatty's voice, Chu Yuan's black gold ancient sword was hastily withdrawn, and after turning a blade flower in his right hand, he inserted it back into the sheath behind his back. Fatty, you're trying to scare people to death this late at night. Aren't you on guard down there? Why did you come up? Chu Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The knife that he had just swung out subconsciously almost hurt the fat man. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan directly looked at Fatty with a speechless face. Just now he was really scared that his heart was jumping into his throat. Chapter 116, Terrorizing the Screech Owl. Chu Yuan was still about to speak when he was suddenly pulled by Yang Yunhue, pointing at the cabin and gesturing at him. Crunch! Suddenly, a clear and loud voice resounded violently in the ears of the crowd. The sound came very suddenly. The fat man was even scared and directly backed up a few steps. Chu Yuan was also taken aback in his heart. He remembered that in the original drama, the one he met here was an eagle owl with average combat strength, but in the original novel, this one was also a ruthless character. Yang Yunhua obviously heard the sound as well. She directly shone the light of her flashlight over, and the scene that followed directly left the three of them dumbfounded, and even Fatty's forehead broke out into a cold sweat. My god, what the hell is this? It's not some kind of zombie, is it? The fat man shivered in fear and took out a large black donkey's hoof from behind him and held it in front of his body, as if it was the only way to bring security. The voice suddenly came out of the cabin, and because it was so close, it was unusually clear, making the three men's hearts flutter. In the blur of light, only a thin figure was visible, sitting in the pilot's seat of the plane, his body shaking in small increments, as if the rescue signal had originated from this. A few people looked at each other with suspicion. The man in the cabin was wearing pilot gear, and crucially, his head was still slowly bobbing. Little brother, this thing can't really be something dirty, can it? Yang Yunhua carefully took a few steps forward, lowered her voice, and asked suspiciously, "You guys stay here and don't move. I'm going to go check out the front." Although he had guessed it in his heart, Chu Yuan still pretended to take the Lichu seal and slowly stepped forward. The heavenly officials are blessed with 100 things. Although Yang Yunhua was a little worried, she still summoned up enough courage to hold the Yamei thorn and followed behind Chu Yuan step by step. The fat man behind the two stomped his feet anxiously, looking at the backs of the two, his entire heart hanging in the air. It was the latter part of the night, and the whole wood was unusually quiet, except for the sound of the cabins ticking and tapping, one after the other. Each ringing sound was like a giant hammer that struck heavily on the heart, chilling the heart. Chu Yuan and Yang Yunhua slowly approached side by side, and the pilot in the driver's seat became clearer and clearer to see. What came into view was a blue pilot's helmet, which could be clearly seen moving back and forth as if it were alive. However, looking at the angle at which the head moved from side to side and tilted down, it didn't quite look like a normal person, capable of making the maneuver. Chu Yuan stretched out his black and gold ancient sword, pointing it at the other party, and slowly walked forward, wanting to see the honorable face of this one lord. Suddenly, the pilot's helmet turned slightly, and his head, which was originally hanging low, turned violently to the side and back, and a pair of giant light golden eyes looked sternly at Chu Yuan and the others. Sudden movement, startled Chu Yuan figure jerked. Good guy, golden eyes of too cold electricity. Look at people especially piercing, as if it was a divine light that could take in the 3 souls and 7 vampires of the onlookers. Those whose minds were not strong, caught off guard, could probably be scared out of their wits. Look out! Seeing the commotion, Yang Yunhua's twin thorns stood horizontally in front of her body and warned in a trembling voice. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pilot's figure bounced violently out of his seat, spreading his wings and flying fast as a meteor into midair. Although it was somewhat difficult to see its figure in the darkness, to Chu Yuan's night-eye talent, it was clear to see. Where is this a demon or devil? Clearly a rare huge raptor. Look at the light golden eyes. It is the eagle owl. At this time, the eagle owl was circling not far from the wreckage of the plane, and Chu Yuan then noticed the blood on the ground next to the pilot's seat of the plane. There was also the remains of half an animal of some sort left, and it appeared that the eagle owl was feeding, but had been accidentally disturbed by himself and the others. It seems that what is called a mysterious signal may be the knocking sound it makes when it is enjoying a big meal, perhaps being disturbed to eat. The eyes of the eagle owl at this time were full of hatred, spreading its wings and flying high down. Its sharp claws pounced directly on Chu Yuan's face, because it was a dark environment. Before Yang Yunhua and Fatty on the side could notice what kind of creature it was, they felt a strong wind on their heads. Yang Yunhua hurriedly pushed Chu Yuan in a smooth manner, while Fatty also reacted at this time and directly swept with his submachine gun. Bang! 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 A series of sparks came out from Fatty's gun with fury, accurately pouring against the mid-air body of the eagle owl. Hoo-hoo! A hurricane slammed over the heads of the crowd, and the giant eagle owl seemed to realize the risk when it heard the gunshots, only to see it directly unfold its wings, sensitively dodging bullets, and finally quickly stirring its wings, soundlessly blending into the thick night color, and finally until it disappeared. Crap! Little brother, what was that thing just now? How come it's so big? Fatty, with his gun in hand, looked around warily after walking to Chu Yuan's side and asked suspiciously. Yang Yunhua was relieved to see the huge creature retreat, and was equally curious about the creature's origin. Chu Yuan slowly got up, patted the dust on his body, and said in a deep voice, "Look at the eyes and feathers, plus the fact that it's still active in the middle of the night. It should be an eagle owl, with a sharp beak and claws, capable of fighting and killing fierce beasts. The one we encountered today, with such a huge body, is also considered rare in our lives, and is presumably an exotic species among the eagle owls." The fat man gasped slightly, And when he heard this, he suddenly realized, I feel like this is a large owl. Chu Yuan, however, had other thoughts. The eyes of this fey eagle owl were terrifying, so he probably would not give up this place so easily. He had just found a huge tree hole in front of the cabin with a vague smell of blood inside, which should be where the eagle owls stored their food. Large creatures of this stature ate at least a dozen hares in one meal, and just now, when they disturbed the other party's feeding, they had already revealed a fierce gaze, and they would definitely return. Now that Chu Yuan and the others had directly occupied the other party's nest, it could not easily let the crowd go. Little brother, come and see. These are good treasures. Seeing that the crowd was unharmed, the fat man on the side began to dart his eyes around, and suddenly couldn't help but yell out again at the top of his lungs. As it turned out, Fatty saw the wooden boxes scattered on the ground, casually opened them, and immediately his eyes glistened. Fatty, what treasures have been found? Such a big fuss. Yang Yunhua put away the ame thorn, and seeing the fat man's face of excitement, she couldn't help but ask curiously. The fat man laughed as he struck his flashlight and illuminated a box in front of him. Ha ha, this is actually all weapons and ammunition. This time, King Xian's tomb is stable, the perfect solution to the fat master's lack of ammunition fear. After saying that, he himself rummaged inside the box and found some American submachine guns, and after testing them, he surprisingly found that they still worked. The fat man with double guns in his hands immediately got carried away and laughed maniacally at Chu Yuan. Little brother, look at me if I'm like that garrison daredevil. After showing off, the fat man pulled the bolt and loaded the bullets, and even more so, he said with a face of admiration, this American is still something. Decades-old antique is still working. This waterproof seal is doing pretty well. Suddenly, Chu Yuan's ears slightly twitched, feeling what seemed to be an aura sweeping by. Although the other party was silent, Chu Yuan knew that it must be the eagle owl that had returned. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan looked in the direction of Fatty, and sure enough, an adult tall figure was silently standing behind Fatty, only to see a pair of huge golden eyes of this giant eagle owl snapping open, pecking towards Fatty's back. Fatty, get down, it's behind you. After Chu Yuan shouted, the flying tiger claw in his hand violently threw out and struck in the direction behind the Fatty. Fatty's reaction at this time was also world-class, not caring about the wooden box on the ground. The whole person directly and quickly lie down. Bang! Just as Fatty's body slammed onto the box, the metal claw head of the flying tiger claw directly struck the face of the giant eagle owl, and the powerful force directly caused the giant eagle owl to take several steps back. When Fatty heard the commotion, he forced himself to turn around and raised his two submachine guns to fire indiscriminately at the giant carved owl. Go to hell, you! The two strings of bullets seemed like two fire-breathing dragons, roaring out their anger, and countless bullets poured out against the large body of the eagle owl. Chapter 117 Resuscitation of Death Signals. Gah! Countless bullets whistled towards the eagle owl, hitting its body as densely as rain with a dull sound. A flower of blood instantly bloomed on its skin, splattering blood in all directions and staining the surrounding vines and branches bright red. The giant eagle owl wriggled in agony, trying to dodge the bullets, but the distance was just too close to dodge. Its eyes were filled with anger and pain, and it let out a mournful roar that tore at its heart, until the fat man's submachine gun bullets ran out. At this time, countless wounds appeared on the body of the sculpted owl, and blood flowed out like a spring. Its movements gradually became sluggish, and it eventually collapsed onto the trunk of the tree, falling down the trunk to the bottom with a dull thud. The big banyan tree body underneath the crowd also shook so much that the entire old banyan tree followed the sound, as if it might break at any time. Chu Yuan stood tall and watched from afar the eagle owl that fell to the ground, which was known as the fiercest hunter in the forest in the darkness of the night. If it wasn't for the power of modern firearms, I'm afraid Chu Yuan really couldn't do anything with it. The eagle owl's flying ability was not something to be reckoned with. Perhaps this is the law of survival in the forest of the weak and the strong, and fortunately, the drone is on a suspended live feed at this time. Otherwise, there might be viewers who would accuse their party of killing state-protected animals. Chu Yuan walked to Fatty's side and pulled him up smoothly, while loudly exclaiming, Master Fatty, that's a sharp enough shot. The fat man stood up and patted the submachine gun in his hand with a hefty smile. Thompson submachine gun, American, also known to the foreign mafia as a Chicago typewriter. Only flaw is it's a bit heavy. Regarding modern gun weapons, Fatty was definitely handy, although this Thompson submachine gun was decades old. However, it was barely enough for the various monsters in the ancient tomb, and the guns had been specially sealed by the military. Plus this gun was afraid of water, so it and the ammo pouch were well preserved. And most crucially, he realized that the gun still had lubricant on it. It could be seen that it was already difficult to preserve this batch of weapons until now. Thinking of this, Fatty directly put the two submachine guns behind his back, Plastic-wrapped bullet packs are loaded onto his body in large quantities. With this thing in hand, he will not be afraid to break into the tomb of King Xian. Chu Yuan didn't stop him, and when he went down the tree in a while, he was going to put all these arms into the system space. When you go down to the grave, you'll never have to worry about hot weapons again. At the same time, miles away from Chu Yuan and the others, the villagers of Chalong village were holding torches and walking hard through the forest. Just as Fatty shot the eagle owl, the thunderous sound of gunfire traveled extraordinarily clear in this silent forest. Matriarch, there's gunfire. What happened? When the villagers of Kalongzai heard the gunshots, they immediately felt some panic in their hearts and approached the old patriarch of Anquan in the center position. Anquan, old and cautious, hastily made a sign to the crowd to stop, nodded slightly, and looked in the direction of the shots. Nay, at this time, the night sky reached out and it was really difficult to see the state of the front. Nikki, what kind of guns did they take with them when they left? Anquan summoned the pothead Nikki. His face changed slightly, and asked with a heavy face that if the other party was carrying a gun, things would not be easy. Patriarch, I don't see these foreigners carrying guns. Hinoki held up the torch, and after some recollection, answered in the affirmative. Ada, you're a good hunter in the village. Listen, where is this gunshot coming from? Anquan asked to a tall youth in the crowd, carrying a bow and arrow. None other than Ada, the hunting expert of Chalong walled city. Ada pricked up her ears, and after a long time, pointing due north at the present moment, said with an air of certainty, the sound, over there. Anquan's complexion moved, and with a wave of his hand, he instructed the villagers around him, everyone be careful and follow me. After saying that, the group hurried in the direction of the gunshot. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Yuan and the others were sorting out the guns in the wreckage of the plane when suddenly several drumming sounds, intermittently, came into their ears. Yang Yunua's expression shifted as he walked towards the tree trunk where the eagle owl had fallen to the ground, and as he got closer, he realized that there were several bullet holes in the tree trunk. The mysterious drumming sound was coming from within the trunk of the very tree where the bullet hole was located. It was the last darkness before dawn, and it was hard not to be tempted by the sounds coming from the big banyan tree in the infinite blackness of the night. What's going on? This signaling problem. Didn't you guys fix it? Fatty put down the gun in front of him and lowered his voice to inquire about Chu Yuan. And I don't blame him, this will really sound like a ghost signal. Just now he listened to Chu Yuan explain the signal he heard under the tree. It was the sound of the eagle owl feeding. This will be the eagle owl is dead. How come this signal sound is ringing again? Yang Yunue put her finger up to her lips and made a shhh gesture to Chu Yuan and the others, then put her ear close to the tree trunk, quieting her mind. After listening for a while, she suddenly changed her face drastically, and a touch of fear unintentionally flowed from her expression as she opened her mouth. So that's what I heard in the beginning. Off and on, over and over again. A Morse code signal. Hear ye, ta-ti-ti-ti, ta-ti, ta, d, e, a, d, it's a death signal. After hearing the sound coming from the tree trunk clearly, Yang Yunue stood up violently and looked at Chu Yuan and the others with a somewhat ugly face. Chu Yuan stretched his ears, and after a long time, his heart was relieved. Indeed, this sound was slightly different from the eagle owl feeding. It seemed that he had misunderstood before, and now that he compared them carefully, he realized that the two voices were very different. The fat man didn't care. He directly rushed up with curses, and with his gun, he was going to shoot into the trunk of the tree. What the hell is that signal? Don't think it's some weird creature again. Let the fat master overthrow it. In the darkness of the night before dawn, all was silent in the big banyan tree, so quiet that even a pin falling on the ground could be heard. Everyone knew in their hearts that the mysterious voice was indeed coming from the middle of the trunk, over and over again, and could never be misheard. Even Feng Yuxiu, who was guarding under the tree, heard a burst of strange noises, and anxiously he kept looking up into the tree. Chu Yuan quietly came to Yang Yunue's side, backhandedly pulled out the black gold ancient blade, and gently waved it at the place where the sound came from. The sharp long knife nimbly rotated in Chu Yuan's hand, and in a moment, the tree trunk was dug out with a fist-sized hole. Yang Yunue curiously probed her body and shone her flashlight towards the hole, only to see that the inside of this tree trunk was actually also full of large and small vines. The light was especially shadowed by the busy vines, and the vision was slightly blurred. Only long strips of something were seen hiding in them. Through the faint light, the thing looked as if it was a coffin from afar, and the more she looked at it, the creepier she felt. Little brother, come look. Does this look like a coffin? Yang Yunue frowned tightly and greeted Chu Yuan, who whispered at the side. When Fatty heard this, he immediately looked a little alarmed, only to hear Fatty say warily, "Little brother, Sister Yang, you guys say we could be really meeting a ghost. It couldn't be the dead American troops from before haunting this place, could it? Chu Yuan directly looked at the fat man with a black line. What era is this? Not to mention that you girl a touch of gold kernel. Afraid of ghosts? Fatty, don't be poor. There is no such thing as a ghost in this world. This is actually. Chu Yuan did not finish his words, but suddenly the treetops under his feet clicked, and the entire big banyan tree trembled as if it was an earthquake. Chapter 118, The Mysterious Coffin Hides a Mystery. The big banyan tree that shook seemed as if a chain reaction was taking place, especially the trunk that carried the wreckage of the airplane where it was located. Unable to withstand gravity any longer, it unexpectedly snapped right down the middle, and the huge wreckage of the airplane fell directly along the vines. The aging big banyan tree was completely broken under such a great force, and its large body was directly split into two halves. Fortunately, the vines along the trunk of the big banyan tree were predominant, and Chu Yuan and the others reacted quickly, grabbing the vines around them to avoid being hit. However, the wreckage of the plane fell directly from the big banyan tree, which was more than 20 meters high, and hit the ground with a loud noise. A thick smoke and dust immediately centered on the big banyan tree, quickly spreading in all directions, forming a land of haze. Feng Yuxiu also has 5 senses that are different from normal people, and he discovered the movement of the big banyan tree early, and hid far away, but was saved from a disaster. After a long time, when the smoke and dust in the sky cleared, the people realized that the big banyan tree had suffered serious damage, and they saw that it would not survive. The fat man, who was suspended in the air by the vines, was dumbfounded when he saw the banyan tree split into two, and suddenly a flash of ghostly light caught his attention. Egu, lying, little brother, look, what is that thing? Is it a coffin? We're rich now. Fatty tugged the vines tightly and shouted with excitement. I didn't expect to see the coffin and get rich in advance before arriving at the tomb of King Xian. Open the door. Hearing the fat man's yelling, the crowd followed the sound. Sure enough, a bronze coffin was found hidden in the disconnected body of the big banyan tree, entangled by vines. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar signaling sound once again came out from the body of the tree, and the sound came from none other than the bronze coffin. The fat man, who was still excited, was like having his throat pinched, and all of a sudden, with a face of horror, he couldn't make a single sound. Chu Yuan also didn't have a frown on his face. What kind of ghost signal was this? It really wasn't fun anymore. As if it was haunting the crowd, the ghost was still there. Yan Yunhua looked down at the height and slowly let go, sliding down the vines at an even pace, and in no time, she reached the ground. Chu Yuan nodded slightly at Fatty and followed her example, slowly descending down the vines. After several people met on the ground, they exchanged glances and walked towards the location of the coffin, which allowed them to see the full picture of the mysterious coffin. It was a coffin made of an unknown material, dark red in color and rectangular in shape. The coffin was tightly wrapped by tiny vines and hung in the trees. Little brother, what's going on up there? Are you guys alright? After seeing that the situation was stabilized, Feng Yuxiu hurriedly ran over and asked to the crowd with concern. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that it was nothing serious, and briefly recounted what happened when he encountered the monster attack just now. At this time, the morning light in the sky was already faintly visible, and I didn't realize that after all this fuss, it was almost dawn. I'll get this thing off. Looking at the coffin hanging in the body of the tree, Feng Yuxiu's heart moved, took out a bundle of ropes, hung it on his body, and walked inward. White boy, let me help you. The fat man rubbed his hands together and walked up with a smile piled on his face, just about hanging on to his little heart. Just as the two went to move the coffin, the drone not far away seemed to detect something and turned itself on. The drone that was activated, after flying around the big banyan tree twice, ended up hovering in mid-air, shooting at Chu Yuan and the others who were moving the coffin. Because of the time, at this time, the National Treasure live room, but also sparsely come in a lot of night owls. I go, what's this? It's just after 4 o'clock and it's on the air. Is this line all rolled up like this? Dude almost thought the show was ready to bring in the goods. Who knew that coming in and looking at it, they were actually moving coffins? I thought we were going to go live at 9 a.m. What's going on here? A surprise event for the program? Isn't that right? Look, everyone, the trees that were still temporary camps last night have all collapsed, and there's a coffin exposed. It's really a big world. There are no strange things. Who has a bad mind and is buried in a tree. I'm also convinced. Doesn't anyone want to know what happened to little brother and the others this night? A coffin hidden in a tree. It looks like it's encountered a bizarre event. It's a pity that I didn't see it. I feel like I've missed out on billions of dollars. Originally, this group of night owls were thinking of going back to sleep, but when they saw Chu Yuan and the others meet the coffin, they were instantly energized. It's the biggest famous scene of the National Treasure program to open the coffins of the gold-touching schoolmasters, especially Chu Xiaogao. Gu, what exactly is this coffin made of? Why is it so heavy? Fatty panted as he carried the coffin and asked with a puzzled expression. After placing the coffin, the crowd gathered around the circle of the coffin to take a closer look. Fatty's eyes were glowing as he surveyed the material of the coffin and asked excitedly, "Little brother, this is a coffin, isn't it? Of jade, or crystal. Why is it a red coffin? It's unlucky. It's chicken blood stone, right?" Chu Yuan ignored Fatty's question and instead gazed intently at this extraordinary coffin. "I only saw that the coffin resembled crystal, light and moist, with a thin, cicada-like layer of milky white on the outside, and a color like blood on the inside. Moreover, he realized that the entire coffin was made of this crystal-like jade, and it should be a rare jade coffin." Feng Yuxiu knocked on the coffin and said curiously, "This jade isn't locally produced Burmese jade. Instead it looks like Tibetan heavenly jade. Moreover, such a large jade coffin, non-ordinary status of people, do not have the qualifications. This is afraid that a big person When Fatty heard this, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "I know, there must be clues to King Xian's tomb in here." Yang Yunue glanced at the fat man breathlessly. "Too lazy to say him. Are you trying to find clues then?" The word money is almost written on his face. However, the fact that the owner of this coffin chose to be buried in a tree does make people curious. Is it a kind of feng shui? Little brother, is there any feng shui preoccupation with this burial in the body of a tree? Yang Yunue asked curiously. Chu Yuan shook his head slightly and pointed at the area, unhurriedly introducing the basic layout of feng shui geomancy to the crowd. The terrain here is high in the east and low in the west, and it is a basin, which is called a lonely place in feng shui, and it is a major feng shui taboo for building tombs and mausoleums. What's more, since ancient times, the repair of tombs are concerned about the wind and trees. Trees should be built in front of the ceiling mound, so that the whole mausoleum feng shui pattern rises, and there is a shade of blessing of the future generations of the phase. However, the method of burying the coffin in the tree. Chu Yuan had rummaged through the 16-character yin and yang secret art in his mind and had not found the cause. Since the Shang dynasty, there has been the theory of feng shui, burial of the dead. Traditionally pay attention to the negative yang embracing yin, based on the mountains and water. At the very least, this type of burial is not in accordance with feng shui theory, nor is it in good taste, and it is a completely contrary set of methods. Little brother, since it doesn't make sense, is there a description of this kind of feng shui in Dragon Quest? Seeing that Chu Yuan had talked about a bunch of unintelligible feng shui and still hadn't explained the origin of the coffin, Fatty couldn't help but think of the Dragon Quest. Chu Yuan directly shook the fat man with his flashlight, and the latter looked at him with an innocent face before speaking. This bug valley where the consecrated king lives in seclusion has excellent feng shui, a one-of-a-kind water dragon halo, just like the cave of a god. If that's the case, it can't be explained according to normal feng shui theory. Speaking of this, Chu Yuan patted the jade coffin's lid, pointed at the big banyan tree behind him, and said in a deep voice, "This outer and inner coffins are most likely the accompanying mausoleum of the main tomb, one of the several astrological positions around the main cavern, and the body of this husband and wife tree is the outer coffin of the jade coffin. Accompanying the tomb? Could it be that there's someone else's great tomb inside this worm valley?" When Yang Yunue heard this, she was a bit puzzled. According to the feng shui of this bug valley, it would normally not be right to bury a big shot. Chu Yuan pointed at the jade coffin and suddenly said quietly, "Although this coffin is accompanying the tomb, but since it can be buried within the big banyan tree, it must have some special function, and trees are inherently yin. I think it's likely that the coffin was used to suppress something." When the crowd heard Chu Yuan's words, a chill immediately rose from behind them. Their bodies backed up in unison, staring at the jade coffin with a guarded face. It was only then that Fatty and Yang Yunue remembered that the death signal they had heard not long ago hadn't come from this coffin. Is it possible that the person inside the coffin is not dead? Chapter 119. The cock crows and the lights go out without touching gold. While the crowd was still pondering whether the coffin was a person or a ghost, Chu Yuan had already cleared all the vines from the coffin's lid plate with his black and gold ancient sword in hand. At once, the dark red coffin revealed its true appearance. The whole of it was made of hidden earth heavenly jade, and the lid plate was carved with many exquisite patterns, like the cloud and thunder patterns of the nobles in the Western Zhou dynasty. On both sides of the coffin, the carvings are more complicated. Are some foxes, rabbits, deer, cranes and other exotic animal images. These animals in ancient times are highly spiritual animal representatives, but also a symbol of good luck. All have auspicious symbolism. Suddenly, Chu Yuan's body tilted down slightly, and it turned out that there were a few tiny cracks in one corner of the left coffin cover plate, and a hint of red liquid was bubbling outward along the cracks little by little. moving slowly along the pattern of the outer coffin's periphery, until it dripped to the ground with a slight ticking sound. So, this is the mysterious death signal. Looking at the mysterious liquid that kept dripping down, Chu Yuan stroked his chin and said in a sudden realization, "Little brother, what's the signal? You know the identity of this tomb owner?" When Fatty heard Chu Yuan's self-talk, he immediately squeezed over with an uplifted expression and inquired curiously. Chu Yuan pointed at the slowly dripping liquid and explained word by word, "This is the mysterious signal." Fatty stared at the liquid at the slit and also said in a daze, "I'll be damned." It turns out that what we heard was actually the sound of liquid dripping from the coffin, which dripped down the center of the tree. It came across different vines that happened to form a Morse code signal, and it was also used by us as an expensive signal. Yan Yunyue also shook her head with some self-deprecation. This period of experience had caused her to be a bit cupped and paranoid. Could it really be so happenstance as Fatty said? At the very least, there was always a vague uneasiness in her heart. Click! A flash interrupted the crowd that was still thinking, smiling and looking. It turned out to be Feng Yuxiu. The guy was holding a camera, taking pictures of the jade coffin violently, forgetting to turn off the flash. "Look, you guys, these are all works of art," Feng Yuxiu said excitedly, pointing to the various reliefs on the jade coffin. The technique of craftsmanship in this relief is simple and lucid, with a hint of imperfection, but flamboyant without losing its depth, and with a high degree of artistic achievement. As soon as Fatty heard the words artistic achievement, he immediately came up impatiently and asked with both eyes glowing, "How much money can this artistic achievement be? What dynasty is this jade coffin from? Is it open?" In the face of the fat man's question, Feng Yuxiu's expression was stagnant. Sure enough, this fat man did not leave money out of his 3 sentences. This is a work of art, a priceless treasure. But seeing the fat man's eyes burning at him, he finally told him that the jade coffin was carved in the style of the Qin and Han dynasties. Rare and valuable. Absolutely open the door. Yan Yunyue looked at the jade coffin with some concern, and when she saw that Fatty looked like he was eager to try, she hurriedly reminded him, "Don't be in a hurry first. This jade coffin is of unknown origin, and a blood-red liquid is still flowing out from the interior. So if you open the coffin at your own risk, something might happen." Speaking of which, she directly dabbed some red liquid with her ame thorn and put it to the end of her nose to take a sniff, making a thoughtful gesture. "Strange, this liquid isn't blood. It doesn't have a bloody odor. Instead it has a very strong herbal flavor. It seems to be used for embalming." When Chu Yuan saw her tone of certainty, he thought for a moment, then pointed in the direction of the northeast and instructed Fatty, "Fatty, go light the candles. Let's see what clues are inside this coffin first." "Oh, come on, I'll set it up." The fat man grinned, took out a candle and arranged it. Feng Yuxiu hesitated slightly and asked doubtfully, "Little brother, how are you sure that there will be clues to King Xian's tomb in here? In case, unlike Fatty, as a Guanshan Taibao, he still has some knowledge of feng shui, how to build the imperial tomb. This jade coffin is clear-eyed. People know that it is not ordinary. The owner of the coffin is either rich or noble, but buried in a tree hole." This style, on the contrary, was a bit similar to those extra-faceted magicians who specialized in strange sects and strange arts, and these people thought that they were superior, jumping out of the 5 elements of the world's red dust. Naturally, they cannot follow the ordinary mortals and choose tombs in accordance with the ways of the world. Seeing that everyone still had questions, Chu Yuan did not hide it at that moment and said in a false manner, "This King Xian espouses the way of witchcraft and compassion, and with his mind set on cultivating immortality, he must be well versed in the method of corpse dissolution to become an immortal. This insect valley is vast and wide, and it is the end of the dragon vein of Chalong Mountain. If it can be suppressed here with a jade coffin, it could ensure the stability of the dragon vein of Chalong Mountain, and it must be one of the means to be able to maintain a top-level feng shui like the water dragon halo. You guys see the size of this banyan tree? I think it must have absorbed a lot of heaven and earth, sun and moon essence, and it is most suitable to use this as the eye of the Mingtang acupuncture point." Feng Yuxiu nodded slightly. He was also good at feng shui, and after listening to Chu Yuan's flurry of analysis, he was instantly enlightened. Worthy of being an authentic gold feeler, this dragon-seeking technique is really comparable to my ancestors' coffin mountain finger mystic technique. After touching his chin and looking Chu Yuan up and down, Feng Yuxiu was secretly surprised in his heart. Fatty felt a big head when he heard these words, and after lighting the candles, he interrupted Chu Yuan and opened his mouth with a big grin. "Little brother, don't get all theoretical. Let's just open the coffin and see what's inside. Don't you understand? Fat master, I care if he is a man, a ghost, or an immortal, but if he is not honest, directly rewarded with a black-ass hoof and the hell out of him." After saying that, Fatty directly took out the probing claw used to open the coffin, ready to take out the coffin nails on the jade coffin. Using the tool, Chu Yuan let out a deep breath and said solemnly to Yang Yunue and Feng Yusho, according to the rules of our gold touching, we don't touch the gold when the cock crows and the lights go out. It's almost dawn. Let's seize the time to open the coffin. When he finished, he glanced at the candles to the northeast, and all was well. Wait. Just as Chu Yuan and Fatty were about to open the coffin with force, Yang Yunue suddenly opened her mouth and interrupted the two. Seeing Chu Yuan looking at himself doubtfully, Yang Yunue didn't open her mouth to explain, and fished out a fist-sized yin and yang mirror from behind her. Looking at the wear and tear of the yin and yang mirror, it is an ancient object that has been handed down, especially the decoration and the small seal. It looks like it is from the Tang dynasty. I didn't see it. This immortal nun. The value of the body is still quite rich. This thing, get on the market at least, is a small target. Yang Yunue took out a red string and tied it between the two vines on the opposite side of the jade coffin, hanging the yin and yang mirror in mid-air. Little brother, what the hell is this? The mountain movers still have this rule? Fatty looked at the busy Yang Yunue and quietly walked over to Chu Yuan and asked in a low voice. Chu Yuan stared at the yin-yang mirror in mid-air and explained to Fatty, this should be a Taoist means to get rid of demons. This yin and yang mirror is positive for yang and negative for yin, cast with 4 seal characters to subdue demons and get rid of devils. Chu Yuan had the inheritance of the mountain-moving Taoist, so he naturally knew the true function of this yin-yang mirror, and what he said to Fatty was to stabilize the military. The rules of the mountain-moving Taoists' inversion are different from those of the gold-touching schoolmasters, who are best at breaking graves with big shovels, digging up the sealed soil and opening coffins directly. And this yin and yang mirror is to move the mountain Taoist, specially used to open, exposed in the grave mound outside the sealing soil of the coffin. According to legend, the yin and yang mirror can illuminate the mouth of the coffin, so that there will not be any unclean yin and yang qi, which will wash away the samadhi fire on the living person. After Yang Yunue arranged the yin-yang mirror, he gave it a satisfied look and turned to Chu Yuan and the others, saying seriously, you can open the coffin. Chapter 120, The High Priestess of the Weird Mistletoe Technique. Hearing Yang Yunue's words, the fat man's spirit lifted, and when he took the probing yin claw to prepare to take out the coffin nails, he realized that the jade coffin was delicately built. This coffin actually no coffin nails, both sides are tightly closed grooves, but also to take the drawbox type. This means in the Shang and Zhou times cannot be seen. Seeing this, Fatty directly dropped his yin probing claws, nodded gently to Chu Yuan, and the two of them combined their efforts to directly draw out the jade coffin lid. At this time, the sky was already slightly bright, the environment around the coffin also brightened up, and the people inside the coffin could see the situation more clearly, only to see that inside the coffin, it was actually covered with dark red liquid, mixed with some white. A strong smell of herbs came out. Fatty, who usually had a big grin, frowned at this time and asked suspiciously, little brother, what the heck is this red nothings? Are the ancient people's antiseptic measures so powerful? Chu Yuan sized up the red liquid and slowly spoke. The ancients were far more accomplished in herbal remedies than they are now, and this stuff is like the medical equivalent of formalin. For preserving corpses. Fatty nodded. There was indeed a medicinal odor. He was just about to lower his head to check it out, when suddenly, the liquid inside the coffin jerked. Frightened, Fatty directly shouted, I'll go, taking 3 or 4 steps back in a row. Chu Yuan and the others hadn't felt anything, but instead were surprised by Fatty's overreaction to the point where they subconsciously backed away. Only a cackle sound could be heard from inside the coffin, and the dark red liquid kept churning. Finally, a tall corpse, surprisingly, slowly floated on the dark red liquid and presented itself to the crowd. Is this an ancient corpse? Fatty asked subconsciously as he trembled and approached. Seeing the complete appearance of the human body. All be careful. Chu Yuan drew his black gold ancient sword and shouted in a low voice to the crowd around him. Only then did the crowd carefully walk to the coffin and survey the ancient corpse that floated in front of them, only to see that the ancient corpse wore a golden mask on its face. Its body was slightly fat, and its body was wrapped in a layer of clothes woven with mysterious silk threads. Surprisingly, it was able to remain undecayed and unbroken for 1,000 years. And I don't know if it was the problem of this antiseptic solution or the good material of the clothes. At the chest of the ancient corpse, there was a short staff of dragon and tiger in a very chic shape. Looking at it should be the tomb owner's burial goods. A short staff of dragon and tiger, made of an unknown material, with a slight curve to the hole, a dragon's head at one end and a tiger's head at the other, with a grip in the center, exuding a majestic and heavy atmosphere. Chu Yuan guessed in his heart that this thing looked like it was at least an ancient artifact from before the pre-Qin dynasty. Fatty's eyes were immediately attracted by the ancient corpse's gold mask. Golden. So big. The old open door. Right. This mask. It's gold. Right? Fatty cheerfully pointed at the mask on the ancient corpse's face and asked with a smile. only saw that this mask had dragon horns on its head, while the mouth was shaped like a tiger's mouth, and the two ears became fish tails, so it should be an ancient priest's mask. The point is that the top of the mask is a circle all in the shape of a swirl, with 2 or 3 layers of smaller circles in the center of one circle, like polar eyeballs. Seeing this, Yang Yunhua pointed at the eyeballs on the mask and her eyes lit up with excitement. This is what the dust pearl looks like. It seems that the dust pearl is definitely within this insect valley. Fatty also nodded his head in agreement. Great, not to mention the dust pearl, just these 2 things. Little brother, is it enough for me to buy a set of 4 houses? Chu Yuan directly rolled his eyes at the fat man. But we are in the live broadcast. Cannot be low-key point, the money thing privately say ah. This short staff has an ancient shape and rugged ornamentation, and in looking at the dress, this person should be the high priest of the consecrated king. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, Feng Yuxiu then nodded and said, it seems that there really is a King Xian's tomb in this valley of worms. After all, to be able to take the high priest as a companion tomb, the imperial tomb didn't even do that. LOL. Just as the crowd was speculating about the identity of the tomb owner, suddenly, the back basket that Fatty had placed not far away shook slightly, and the Nuching Chicken King walked out at some point. It fluttered its wings, jumped to one side of a tree trunk, and, with its head held high to the east, let out a loud and clear cry. The rooster chimed in, cutting through the silence of dawn. The sudden sound of a rooster crowing shocked the crowd that was still studying the jade coffin's ancient corpse, and everyone turned around stiffly to look at the Chicken King. Cock crows and lights go out without touching the gold. The unchanging rule of the gold inspector. The fat man saw the Chicken King chirping, and immediately cursed in his heart, this is bad for my big event. Chu Yuan heard the sound of the rooster crowing, his heart was also a little uneasy, looked at the time, and made a wink at Fatty. The mask and the short staff of the dragon tiger, being the high priest's belongings, must both be very important, so bring them first, perhaps they will be useful later. Fatty instantly smiled and copied the engineer's shovel to fetch the dragon and tiger short staff and mask. The high priest who was unmasked, suddenly his pale, snow-like face was revealed, and looking at the lifelike corpse, Chu Yuan felt his stomach roll. This old thing was King Xian's right-hand man, aiding and abetting the king. I didn't expect the remains to be so well preserved after death. It was cheap. Little brother, come and see. What is this coffin lid carved? After the fat man wiped clean the 2 objects and put them into his backpack, he was just about to get up when he realized that there were dense patterns carved on the jade coffin's lid, and he exclaimed in shock. The crowd sniffed and looked, and were immediately attracted by the patterns and contents carved on the jade coffin's lid. It was a supreme cloud-topped immortal palace, opulent and magnificent, suspended above the neon clouds in the sky, as if it were a place where the gods resided. This is the Jinling map built to suppress evil spirits. Why is the palace in the clouds? Did King Xian build the palace in the sky? Feng Yuxiu said as he took pictures and explained over and over again. Fatty immediately retorted when he heard this. Impossible. King Xian is the straw-headed son of heaven. How could he have the godlike ability to build his palace in the sky? Feng Yuxiu sniffed and hesitated his movements for half a beat, then nodded. It's also possible that it's a trick to set up some kind of suspicious formation. Just as the crowd was studying this Jinling diagram, countless red threads of flesh suddenly appeared within the jade coffin behind them, as if they were alive, slowly descending along the edges of the jade coffin. When it touched the ground, the red flesh trembled slightly, as if it were a red tentacle, and swam in the direction of the crowd. Fatty, watch your back, Chu Yuan shouted. His wrist slightly flicked, and the black and gold ancient sword was as fast as lightning, flying towards the fat man and throwing it behind him. Pust! A thin red thread of flesh was directly chopped into 2 by the sharp long knife, the liquid spraying the ground and turning into a scorched black deadwood. Looking at the red line of flesh rushing towards him, Fatty's body jerked back and subconsciously swung his engineer's shovel to slash upwards. At once, it chopped off the one that rushed up, another section of red flesh line, and after making a piercing sound, it turned into charred wood. It was then that he had the time to check out the scene behind him, and when he saw it clearly, it instantly made the fat man's scalp go numb for a while, only to see, with the jade coffin as the center, the dark red liquid inside the coffin seemed to be resurrected, and countless red flesh lines were slowly coming out of the coffin. The ground was even covered with densely packed, constantly writhing threads of red flesh that fearlessly rushed towards the crowd. Little brother, what the hell is this? Do something. Fatty kept waving the engineer's shovel. The line of meat seemed to be endless. How to kill could not be finished. Fatty, all of you get out of the way. Chu Yuan did a backward roll to avoid the red fleshline's attack, and retreated to a half-man-high tree trunk, raising his submachine gun, turning on the safety, stabilizing the gun and aiming at the jade coffin. Smoke rose up and countless bullets poured out as if it were a meteor shower. Bang! 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 The coffin made of Tibetan heavenly jade was instantly beaten into a sieve in front of modern firearms, with countless bullet holes appearing on the coffin. Countless dark red liquids, gurgling out along the holes of the bullet holes, landed on the ground and then didn't move at all. Finally, the red liquid slowly dipped into the dirt until it disappeared, and for a moment it was as if nothing had happened. All of the dark red liquid in the jade coffin leaked cleanly, leaving only the lone body of the high priest. Chapter 121, Entering the Valley of the Worms by Thousands of Dangers. As the liquid in the coffin flowed cleanly, the writhing red threads of flesh, as if their souls had been suddenly drained away, became shriveled. The first thing the fat man did when he was out of danger was to retrieve his backpack and hang his gun around his neck, as if this was the moment to feel safe again. The fat man with the gun in his hand, looking at the withered red thread, swallowing his saliva, holding the gun, boldly approached the jade coffin. "Ha! How did it turn out like this? Little brother, come and see." Seeing Fatty exclaim loudly, several other people gathered around, wanting to find out what was going on. It turned out that after the dark red liquid in the coffin ran out, the body of the high priest in the jade coffin lost its embalming fluid and instantly turned into a dry corpse. Chu Yuan stroked his chin and surveyed the situation inside the coffin. His eyes condensed and he slowly opened his mouth. This red fleshy thread looks like a kind of tremodode that was originally cultivated inside the jade coffin within a vacuum environment, or even laid inside the high priestess. When we opened the coffin and the tremododes came into contact with the outside air, they began to revive and they instinctively attack living things. Feng Yuxiu looked at the dried-up liquid around him and couldn't help but marvel. The ancients are really powerful. These red liquids are not only able to embalm, but also able to provide nutrients for the trematodes, which is considered a nutrient solution. Looking at the sky, already seeing a ray of sunlight, Chu Yuan said to the crowd, "Everyone pack up. This King Xian has strange methods. It's inevitable that he will come across something strange and weird. Beware back there." After packing up his things, Chu Yuan gave a few people a vacuum bread each and just chewed it dry as he continued to travel north all the way. Just after the four of them had walked for about 10 minutes or so, the villagers of Kowloon Walled City also finally arrived here. "Cousin, come and see. There's a monster's body and a coffin in this ground." A fierce-looking man, Zarin, jerked back in fear at the sight of the giant eagle owl's corpse, but after seeing the coffin, the light in his eyes was brilliant, and despite the fear in his heart, he hurriedly reported to the people behind him. When Scarface Zua heard this, his face changed violently, and he ran all the way in the direction of the jade coffin. Seeing only a dried corpse, he was so angry that he directly cursed. "This bunch of foreigners, they are really coming for the treasure of the Worm Valley. They don't even spare the burial goods." With a twinkle in his eye, Zarin asked softly, "Cousin, you said there are burial goods in this coffin, but they are treasures." "Nonsense. Look at the material of this coffin. It's all jade. Can there be no burial goods inside? It must have been taken away by that gang." Ziva's forehead was green with veins. This was a treasure that belonged to the Kowloon Walled City, and it must not be taken away by outsiders. Thinking of this, he patted Zarin's shoulder with a solemn expression. "Zarin, take a few men and continue tracking the outcasts. I'll report the situation to Abba. Bring your weapons and leave a marker." With a slight nod, Zarin turned around and beckoned to the few young men behind him to gather their weapons and continue tracking north along the trail of Chu Yuan and the others. Zua, on the other hand, waited where he was, with the old patriarch of Inquan in the back, and it seemed that Abba was right. There was definitely treasure in this Worm Valley. If you get the treasure, a small patriarchal position and what can be counted. Although he is young, outside the flower world is also seen. Looking at the broken jade coffin in front of him, Ziva couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Chu Yuan and his group continued along the previous method, following the trail of the water veins of the Bug Valley, all the way to the north. Along the way, the crowd ate some vacuum-packed food to fill up their hunger while walking, and it was a good thing that Chu Yuan's system brought a lot of it and hid it in his backpack. The others didn't suspect anything and just assumed that he had brought more food with him. Moreover, as the insect valley went deeper, Chu Yuan realized that the traces of the water veins became more and more obvious, and the streams began to converge, so it looked like it was not far from the Snake River. However, as the Bug Valley went deeper, the jungle, vegetation, and vines poured in along the way, greatly delaying the footwork. But the air in the mountains was humid and muggy, and occasionally a little cold and stifling as they entered the higher elevations, leaving the crowd in the dark. Even Yang Yunyue, who had grown up in a mountain dojo since she was a child, felt a little dizzy and sleepy from her rush. As for Fatty Wang, don't mention it. While walking, he complained, his mouth didn't stop along the way. After more than 4 hours of walking in this manner, in a direction due north, the scene before them lifted the hearts of the people. "Little brother, this is the largest tributary of the Snake River, the Snake Creeper River. right? The fat man panted as he crossed his left arm and pointed his right hand at a large stream not far away. Chu Yuan nodded his head slightly as he looked at the appearance of the flowing water. A flower forest made up of red, white and yellow flowers. The stream runs right through the middle of the flower forest, and it is said that the stream ends in a wooded area, and that the valley behind the wooded area is the actual Valley of the Worms. Chu Yuan guessed that it was the dragon's tail of the water dragon of King Xian's tomb, and the only entrance to King Xian's tomb without a heavenly collapse. Through the description of the water dragon halo treasure cave by the 16-character yin-yang mystic art in his mind, Chu Yuan knew that the ruins of the ancient Dian kingdom would definitely exist there. After all, King Xian wanted to transform the dragon vein of Chalong Mountain into a water dragon halo, so he had to build a dike and thought that ruins would exist. Maybe, some clues to the entrance of the Daphne beads or King Xian's tomb will be found. When the crowd heard Chu Yuan say that the Valley of Insects was ahead, they all couldn't help but have their spirits lifted and quickened their pace to continue forward. The few people talked and laughed as they traveled through the woods, and along the way, they surprisingly found quite a few relics of the ancient divine path, which was an unexpected blessing. Through the woods, we finally came to the valley, which at this point looked disjointed and strange, and couldn't quite put my finger on what was strange about it. Just seeing that this valley was located between two bare stone mountains, and then looking at the dense woods not far away, it was as if there was a mysterious force that separated the two places, clearly separating them. Yang Yunhua looked at the valley where not an inch of grass grew. At this moment, the valley was emitting a faint white mist, and there was no sound of insects, making her heart vaguely uneasy. Chu Yuan took a few more steps towards the valley and suddenly found two giant stone statues, looking rough but vaguely a human face, especially the part of the eyes had been painted with black pigment, and the gaze was deep and majestic, as if it was a loyal guard guarding the tomb of King Xian. Little brother, this is the entrance to King Xian's tomb, isn't it? Fatty rubbed his hands together, eyes wide, scanning the surroundings, unable to resist the joy in his heart and asked, 2 consecutive days of rushing can be regarded as the fat Wang tired enough? And now he is a little nostalgic for Hua Rong. This guy has a lot of energy. Maybe there can be some kind of mountain or woodland run transportation out of the whole thing. Yang Yunhua looked at the tall statues. Her expression moved, and she slowly spoke. These should all be carved from meteorites, and there are no craters found nearby, so it's assumed that they were moved here. And these meteorites all contain special electromagnetic energy. Hearing this, Chu Yuan took out his own compass, and sure enough, the magnetic field was chaotic, and the compass pointer rotated chaotically, losing its effect. It seems that the meteorite was moved from the side of the big banyan tree. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any airplane wreckage there, and it must have been electromagnetic interference with the electronic signals that caused the crash. Hey, it's still true. My cell phone and watch aren't working. No signal. This is like the Bermuda Triangle of Yunnan. Fatty held up his cell phone and said with a worried expression. But then, his eyes turned and he whispered to Chu Yuan, "Little brother, do you think we'd make a fortune if we could move these 2 meteorites back to the capital?" Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, before Chu Yuan could reply, a sharp arrow broke through the air. An arrow flew out, as fast as light and shadow, accurately inserted in front of Fatty's body. The arrow feather buzzed, visible the great strength of the manpower coming. Chapter 122, Strange Poisonous Miasma Taints the Green Sky. The crowd looked up and saw that a villager from Chalong village was not far away, maintaining his bow and arrow posture and looking at the crowd with anger. "Don't move, you foreigners. Thanks to the fact that our fortress has always treated you as friends, I didn't think that you would deceive us. What biological expert? Meteorological experts? I think you're just here for the treasure of the Valley of Worms." Suddenly, Scarface Zerva, carrying a shotgun, slowly stepped out from the back and looked at the crowd with an indignant face, loudly reprimanding them. The villagers of Kalon-walled village behind him were also holding weapons and staring at them viciously, as if they were really committing 10 evils. "Outsider, this insect valley is the forbidden land of our ancestors. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Now turn back. I can forget about it." The old patriarch En Quan stopped his son who wanted to speak and looked at Chu Yuan and the others with a serious expression, as if hoping that the other party would come around. Chu Yuan looked at the old patriarch who was not far away, his face smiling as he slowly spoke. "Matriarch, we're here with official authorization to conduct important business, and it's all open to the public. Swords and guns have no eyes. Please ask the patriarch to let people put down their weapons first. We have something to discuss. Don't rub guns together and hurt lives." Speaking of which, Chu Yuan also slightly sidestepped his torso and flashed out the submachine gun hanging from his shoulder, wanting to deter these people. As expected, when Kalonzai and the others saw Chu Yuan's firearms, they were instantly a bit uneasy and looked at Patriarch En Quan with a nervous expression. At this time, The intelligent drones configured by the program group also revealed themselves at the right time, slowly hovering in front of the crowd of Chalong village. The appearance of the drone instantly caused the group of people from shaded dragon-walled village to start stirring, talking and looking at it. And Kwan's face snapped. Long-range drones? He had still seen them and knew that outsiders could see what was going on here. Thinking of this, he waved his hand, signaling the villagers in the fortress to put down their weapons, and slowly stepped forward with a serious face. The Valley of Worms, not this place, is very dangerous and we are doing this for your safety. When the miasma comes together, there will be no turning back. Kwan pointed to the flat valley ahead, a warning on his face. Chu Yuan slightly shook his head, ignoring the other party's warning before surveying the surrounding terrain formations in Qi, and said in a deep voice, "Old Patriarch, we must enter the Insect Valley today. You are right. This Insect Valley is extremely dangerous. I advise you to go back." Zarin behind Inquan had a grim look on his face as he suppressed his voice and shouted, "Asshole, obstinate and unrepentant." Scar-faced Zua was furious, ignoring his father's face, and with a wave of his hand, he shouted at the villagers of Kalon Walled City, "Arrest them and send them out of the Valley of the Worms." As soon as the words left his mouth, the villagers of the Kalon Walled village behind him raised their arms and cheered, shouting excitedly as they rushed madly towards Chu Yuan and the others. Looking at the raging villagers, Chu Yuan's face changed slightly and he turned to whisper to Fatty and the others, "These villagers practice clan beliefs. It's useless to talk about it. Let's go easy on them. You guys find a chance to run towards the Worm Valley. I'll take the rear. Move." At this time, a villager holding a javelin had already rushed up. Chu Yuan's eyes condensed and directly took the initiative to go forward with a healthy step, the right foot violently an upward step, top knee against the chest of the incoming person is a blow. The opponent reacted extremely quickly, hands crossed to resist. However, Chu Yuan's physical body had been strengthened by both the system and his bloodline, and his strength was rarely matched, directly toppling the other party to the ground. Before he landed on his right foot, it was a strong wind that came towards his face, and Chu Yuan, who had a full level of fighting arts, subconsciously smashed his elbow, in conjunction with the horizontal elbow strike, directly hitting the neck of the sneak attacker. This young villager of Chalong Walled City immediately collapsed. Hiss, clean and sharp, not dragging the mud at all. This is Chu Yuan's hands, the intuitive feeling brought to the crowd. The villagers, who were originally excited, immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air when they saw that Chu Yuan's hands were so sharp. Putting down two people in a moment, cannot help but have stopped their footsteps. Look, fearful murmuring, actually did not dare to go forward for a time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Yunyue and Fatty and the others pulled their legs and ran towards the valley. They believed that Chu Yuan could definitely get away. "Go on, use cold weapons, all around me." The face of Scarface, who was sitting at the back, sank. Seeing Chu Yuan's powerful hands, he immediately greeted the villagers and surrounded him by the number of people. "Brush!" Hearing Ziva's shout, the tall Zarin didn't care and violently swung his iron spear towards Chu Yuan's face. This strike, full force, if not accidentally stabbed, Chu Yuan will have to break his face. "Humph, don't know how to die." Seeing the ruthlessness of the visitor, Chu Yuan snorted coldly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his body violently sidestepped and dodged, smoothly bullying his way up. With both hands clamping down on Zarin's prone arm, he made a slight effort to direct a rollover pinch arm over the shoulder slam that sent Zarin to the ground with a heavy thud. Ouch! Looking at the screaming and wailing Zilong, the villagers of Chalong Walled City looked at Chu Yuan in awe, and were hesitant to go forward. Even Zua, the old patriarch, and the others at the back were in an uproar, staring daggers at Chu Yuan. "Little brother, it's bad. The poisonous miasma is coming." Just as Chu Yuan was confronting these people, Fatty ran back quickly at some point and pointed at the white mist behind him and shouted. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, only to realize that at some point, layers of white mist suddenly surged out from the barren mountains on both sides of the mountains, seemingly sent by a clear wind. This rolling white mist swiftly swept toward the valley where the crowd was. Hoo-hoo! The clear sound of cloud scrolling made Chu Yuan's face change violently. This was definitely not an ordinary poisonous miasma. It seemed to be some kind of mystery. "Quickly, take the antidote pills, the breath-closing pills, put on the gas mask, and don't let your skin be exposed. This white mist is exceptionally powerful," Chu Yuan shouted to Fatty and the others, while he himself quickly took out his protective mask and looked at the villagers who seemed to be stunned. "What are you waiting for? Do you all want to die? Hurry up and run back. Take the injured ones away. Hurry up. If you're late, you'll die." Facing this group of villagers, Chu Yuan could only try his best to remind them. As for whether the other party listened or not, he couldn't care less. With Chu Yuan's loud shout, The villagers looked at the incoming white mist and immediately picked up the injured and ran back with their heads buried. Taking advantage of this time, Chu Yuan and the others also all took the pills, put on their equipment, and helped each other walk towards the depths of the valley. Ah! My face! Ah! A sharp cry suddenly rang out. Chu Yuan turned around to look. It was clear that there were two people holding the injured Zarin. Walking slowly, the last person to fall was violently engulfed by the white mist, and in a few breaths, the horrifying white mist didn't pass over his whole body, turning into a pile of pus and blood. Run! The injured Zarin violently pushed away the person holding him and forced himself to endure the pain at his chest, running back like crazy. He had just run a few meters away when he heard a scream from beside him, and the white mist had actually come to his side, and he had reacted quickly. Seeing that the ground white fog is scarce, directly frightened, he slammed down on the ground, quickly creeping forward, but in the end, it is still a step too late. The thick, poisonous white mist had touched the left side of his face, and in pain, Zarin wailed as he clutched his face and continued forward. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from in front of him, pulling him out forcefully, and it was Scarface's Zerva. The villagers of Chalong Mountain carried the wailing Zarin and backed away, pushing until they reached the place of the meteorite statue before the poisonous miasma slowly stopped. Abba, what happened to Zarin? Ziva asked with a concerned look on her face as she leaned down and looked at her father. This poisonous miasma is very powerful. It's too late. The eyes can't be saved. Otherwise the toxin spreads to the whole body. That's death, Anquan said with a heavy face, and when he finished, he handed a short, sharp knife into Zivar's hand. Cousin, brother, I don't want to die. Come on. The wailing Zarin said in a broken voice as his eyes looked firmly at Zerba. There was no pain in his eyes at this time. All he had was his endless hatred for Chu Yuan. If he hadn't injured himself, how could he have been poisoned? At the same time, Chu Yuan and the others, who were in the thick fog, stumbled and groped their way towards the depths of the valley. It was really because this poisonous miasma was too thick, causing the visibility of the crowd to be too low, and if not for Chu Yuan's night eyes talent enhancement, he could barely see clearly. I'm afraid the crowd has long been lost in the fog. Chapter 123, The Nine curved circle towards the mountain sheet. Based on the faint line of sight, Chu Yuan pulled the three of them to trot all the way, and 5 minutes later, they finally left the range of the poisonous miasma. Phew! Panting, the fat man took off his gas mask and collapsed on his butt, breathing heavily. Little brother, it's fortunate that you prepared pills for us in advance. Otherwise, this poisonous miasma didn't pass through so easily. Chu Yuan glanced at Fatty with an expressionless face. This guy, he ate the closing pill and still managed to run out of breath. Convinced, this white miasma is extremely poisonous. So I think that it should have stopped this group of villagers from shaded dragon-walled village. So I hope that no one is injured. Yan Yunhua looked at the white poisonous miasma that filled the valley. Her face was a little pale. This poisonous miasma was obvious and unusual. If you ask me, this poisonous miasma is also too bizarre. Fat Master, I'm sweating until now. 80% of it is set up intentionally by the consecrated King Elder. Listening to a few people's words, Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at some of the plants on the barren mountains on both sides, and his heart stirred. You guys, the strange plants on these two sides of the barren mountains should be the source from which these poisonous miasmas arise. It's not safe here. Let's change places. Come on. Chu Yuan was worried that the poisonous miasma was changing, and greeted the few people to hurry and leave. Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, Kalonwald and the others were at a loss and demoralized as they looked at the dense fog in front of them. Abba, what do we do next? Are we just going to let those outsiders enter the Valley of Worms? Zivar clenched his fists and looked at the white mist in the valley with a look of indignation. He was becoming more and more convinced that there must be treasure in the Valley of the Worms. Otherwise, these outsiders wouldn't have risked their deaths and traveled thousands of miles to break into the Bug Valley. They must have found the treasure. The old patriarch, An Quan, looked at the white poisonous miasma that was churning not far away. His heart moved, and he said with an expressionless face, "Don't be in a hurry. The wind is picking up now. Once the white fog clears, we'll enter the Valley of the Worms." Hearing this, the villagers behind him immediately looked at each other with some trepidation at the thought of having to enter such a fierce place. Ha, little brother. There are so many statues of stone monkeys here, isn't it? Almost to the ruins of the ancient Dian kingdom? Fatty looked at the statues of several stone monkeys in front of him with a somewhat excited expression, a feeling that he was finally going to see the light of victory. Chu Yuan plucked away the moss on the stone monkey statue and carefully recognized it for a long time before slowly speaking. Looking at the style of this statue, it's similar to the previous two meteorites. They should both be from the consecrated king's period. So it seems we've found the right one. Yan Yunhua stared at the statue with a slight frown on her brow and asked suspiciously, Why does this statue smell like insect-repellent herbs? It's really strange. Hearing this, Chu Yuan sniffed the moss in his hand. It did have a pungent odor, and the soil in it was actually reddish. That's not right. Why do I remember saying before that this King Xian is proficient in mistletoe, and he's still afraid of this bug? Feng Yishio seemed to be overreacting a bit to the red soil, covering his mouth and nose from afar and asking unnaturally. Chu Yuan instead suddenly remembered something and took out the map that Cui Lao arrived to give, and said in a nonchalant manner, "This King Xian is well versed in strange arts, and the most powerful thing he can do is to change the feng shui pattern. If his tomb is really in this insect valley, as a straw-headed son of heaven, the specifications of his tomb would naturally not be small, and he would want to have more of the weather of an immortal cave in terms of situational rationalization. There would have to be some sort of auxiliary cave eye near the grave, instead, and this place would be near one of the cave eyes." Feng Yishio looked at Chu Yuan in disbelief. His heart was full of surprise. It is not difficult to be proficient in feng shui, but to be able to change feng shui, it is a real patriarchal weather. He didn't expect that Chu Yuan was so young that he could understand the method of changing the acupuncture point, and he also said that he was right, so his heart became more wary for a few minutes. In order to prevent insects and ants from destroying the burial chamber like this, the people who built the tomb would bury long-lasting secret insect-repellent medicines near the main tomb. It was very common in the Han Dynasty Emperor's tomb. The simplest is to bury sulfur and mercury, plus herbal plants to blend, buried in the soil. Thousands of years will not evaporate clean. In later generations, this practice was called the bug-breaking path, and the tombs of emperors and generals in general would have this design to prevent bugs. From this, it was possible to make a preliminary judgment that this place was not far from the location of the main tomb. However, this King Xian does have amazing powers, capable of changing the heaven and earth in this world, mountains and rivers, and tampering with the earth's veins. Thinking of this, the transformation scroll of the 16 characters Yin and Yang Feng Shui mystic art in Chu Yuan's mind automatically operated. This volume is about changing the feng shui, the dragon vein to change the shape of the situation, turn the wind into water, at least need to move the earth vein 9 points I. As for the specifics of which 9 points I, here will not repeat one by one, so as not to be learned by people who want to change the feng shui. However, once you really change the 9 acupoints, you can keep the feng shui locks winding and dense, the acupoint situation Qi veins for 10,000 years. Unfortunately, they were in a place with dense vegetation, and Chu Yuan could not tell the location and pattern of the cave eyes for a while. Otherwise, he really wanted to admire and learn. Even if he didn't engage in tomb exploration adventures in the future, it would be good to be a feng shui gentleman. Looking at Chu Yuan, who was scrutinizing the surroundings, Fatty couldn't help but pat the other party's shoulder and asked in confusion, "Little brother, have you found the directions to these 9 cave eyes? What's our next move?" Hearing the fat man ask this, Yan Yunyue and Feng Yuxiu also looked at Chu Yuan with an expectant face. This kind of thing still had to rely on the gold-touching inspector. Get feng shui pattern. This kind of professional things still have to rely on the touch of gold lieutenant. Moving mountain Taoist and archaeological experts are not good. To be honest, that section of poisonous miasma just now was really thrilling. Did you all see it? The live room was blacked out for a while. The program team sent out a notice saying that it was a problem with the magnetic field, which affected the signal of the live broadcast, and now it's directly on the satellite signal. Beidou is great. Quickly, get the little tabletop ready. The little class of touching the gold is in session. The content of the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was unknown to Chu Yuan, who would be pointing at the scene in front of him and explaining to the crowd. You see the trend of this valley. This should be the 9th cave eye. It stretches and twists, and where it is deep, there are locks, also known as the 9 curved circle toward the mountain sheet. This type of cave eye pattern is bound to have temples to enhance its dragon vein posture. After Feng Yuxiu heard this, his face showed a sudden realization that he was using the terrain to forcibly change the momentum of the small dragon vein. Let the dragon vein weather without dignity of meaning but more humble state. Thus set up the situation. The establishment of cave eyes, change the feng shui. This kind of tactic was really beyond his reach. Little brother, do you mean there will be a temple in front of us? Hey, do you guys think this temple will be the entrance to King Xian's tomb? Fatty slammed his hands together and asked with an excited look on his face. Chu Yuan looked at Fatty with a stunned expression. Worthy of being one of the Iron Triangle? Purely relying on speculation can find the entrance. It's hard to believe that Fatty is still the protagonist of the Chi Flow? TSK, this aura can't be described as strong. Chu Yuan was a bit envious. Worthy of being a fat master, the authentic gold-touching lieutenant. The mountain people here all worship the mountain god. If not guessed wrong, there should be on the front of the mountain god temple. Chu Yuan directly gave a thumbs up to Fatty and praised him. That's right, the fat master is at least a gold mining officer. What tomb have I not seen before? Since this is the case, let's hurry up and go. Originally, Fatty wanted to brag a few more times, but when he saw Chu Yuan and the others looking at themselves with strange eyes, he immediately changed the topic and said, Temple of the Mountain God. Master Fatty is here. After saying that, Fatty took the lead and walked forward majestically and in high spirits. Chapter 124, Deadly Door Without Life Against Toads. Looking at the energetic Fatty, Chu Yuan shook his head. Just now he was still dead tired. When he heard about King Xian's tomb he suddenly resurrected with full blood. Not bad for a touchy-feely. Fat Master. This would really be dumbfounded by Fatty. The broken bug path here is actually to protect the mountain god temple from being destroyed by the bug ants. To change the eye of a feng shui point, at least 3 barriers must be set up to protect the posture of the dragon chakra. And the Wormbreaker Road and the mountain god temple are such structures. He guessed that the mountain temple must have been a wooden structure, and the entrance location was marked with toads on old Taoist Shui's map. Plus, he had read the original and knew that the toad's mechanism was located in the mountain god's temple. After confirming their target, the group briefly rested and traveled along the broken worm path. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, although vines were all over this road, some traces of artificial buildings could be vaguely seen, and statues appeared on the ground from time to time. Looking at the scale, it should be similar to the stone carvings on both sides of the divine path of the Emperor's mausoleum. The divine path of this remote place to establish the king's tomb only. I think that the tomb of King Xian must be in the vicinity of this place. The group traveled on for about half an hour or so and finally made their way through the band of layered vegetation to the edge of the valley by the jagged, steep mountain wall. One could only see countless vines hanging down from the mountain walls, and under the cover of layers of vine plants, a dilapidated mountain god temple was built on the mountain. Looking at the exterior molding, it should be a wedge mountain-style large wooden frame structure, and the front facade of the front hall is entangled with vines and appears to be in a state of disrepair. Fatty raised his spear and carefully walked ahead of the crowd, struggling to push open the stone door of the mountain god temple's main hall. At once, along with the gusts of smoke and dust, a thick pungent smell came from the crowd's feet, and they covered their mouths and noses to shield themselves. It's okay, it's safe. The fat man swept around alertly before calling out loudly to the crowd behind him. When Chu Yuan looked around, he only saw that within this mountain god temple, countless vines spread out along the broken temple roof, spreading all over the temple. The green tiles and carved and painted beams that used to be the roof of the temple have long since fallen into disrepair and are no longer as magnificent as they once were. However, under the protection of the broken worm road and the unique cave eyes of the water dragon halo, the mountain god temple has retained its general framework. Even so, it's a miracle that this mountain temple, with its thousands of years of history and cultural heritage, is still standing. Pushing away the vines in front of him, Chu Yuan walked towards the central location within the temple, which was not large in scale. Within a few steps he arrived. Only the idol on the altar enshrined in the temple had fallen, an expressionless black-faced god with an imposing face. However, under the cover of the vines, the idol at this moment looked like it had a faintly gloomy and terrifying feeling. Ha, little brother, why does this mountain god temple look a bit creepy? How else is it going to bless the 4 directions? It can't be an evil god. Fatty looked at the statue of the god with a grim expression and suddenly shivered, sputtering in a lowered voice. Chu Yuan said indifferently after surveying the situation. Mountain people have relied on the mountains since ancient times, and it's not surprising that they honor the mountain gods. Fatty waved his hand in disbelief and walked toward the other side. He never believed in heaven and earth. He only believed in his fists. For the reaction of the fat man, Chu Yuan is not surprised. The ancients believe that the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, there are gods in charge. And, as mountains and rivers are also among the 5 elements, the ancients codified different deities according to different customs, geography and culture. As a gold feeler, the only thing I believe in is the rules of my ancestors and my own skills, and I don't believe in ghosts and gods. Little brother, look, isn't the toad in the hands of those 2 mountain ghosts similar to the markings on the map? Yang Yunhua pointed at the black-faced mountain god, the green-faced and fanged mountain ghost clay figure beside him, and the toad it was holding in its hands, and exclaimed. Chu Yuan gazed at it, and he realized that the left mountain ghost was holding a red gourd in its hands, and the right side was holding a toad. He guessed that these 2 things should be considered the magic weapons and mounts of the mountain godmaster in the eyes of the ancients. Come to think of it, there were all sorts of myths and legends that were popular during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, so I just don't know what these 2 things were used for. Looking at the decaying mountain god temple, Yang Yunhua, who had grown up in the Taoist temple since childhood, tore away the vines of the idol and said with great emotion, as a mountain god that protects a party, it should have enjoyed incense offerings, but I didn't expect that in the end. It would also turn out to be in such a state of decay. Chu Yuan nodded his head and said in agreement, Yin and Yang are one theory. Destiny makes it so. Everyone look around and look for clues. After saying that, several people began to walk in the direction around the temple to see if they could discover some clues. Suddenly, Chu Yuan's attention was attracted by a raised stone on the ground, a palm-sized stone engraved with mysterious patterns. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's heart moved, and without hesitation, he pressed this mysterious stone. Click! Suddenly, the sound of an organ turning rang out, only to see where Chu Yuan was located just now. That is, the stone platform where the black-faced idol sat down. Surprisingly slowly appeared several stone carved from the big toad. In turn around the stone platform, a careful count is 8. Apparently it had triggered the mechanism at the entrance to the King Xian's tomb. When Fatty and the others heard the commotion, they gathered around and looked at the stone statues of the 8 toads that had formed a circle. Little brother, this is the mechanism to open the entrance to King Xian's tomb, right? Fatty asked with an eager face. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and walked along the 8 toads, explaining as he walked. This is distributed according to the pattern of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and corresponds to the number of the 9 quarters of the circle, and these toads can be rotated. But if you want to break the mechanism, you have to turn the 8 toads in a specific sequence, and you'll be able to unlock the mechanism. Yang Yunyue suddenly spoke up. Since this place alludes to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, would it be possible to open the mechanism by using the 9 palaces number of chances? Hearing this, Chu Yuan immediately shook his head gently. If he didn't understand the essence and the secret art of feng shui and only knew the I Ching Bagua, most likely, they will be treated as the number of 9 palaces to respond to, and that way they will never find the dark passage in their lives. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan methodically introduced, the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams are just appearances. The most important thing is to follow the number of the 9 quarters of the circle in the Yilong Jing in order to break the mechanism. We just need to find the first toad that needs to be turned, and the ones after that, according to the number of the 9 curved loops, will be one pass. However, this organ is usually set up with an anti-reversal device, especially if it's a feng shui master like King Xian. It will definitely be burglar-proof. It's that once you're within 3 times and can't get it in the right place, the mechanism locks up forever, and it's 1,000 times harder to get into the Valley of the Worms again. Chu Yuan half squatted his body and suddenly realized that the large mouths of these toads were open and closed, and the direction of the toad heads were not consistent. You can only find the right position of the first one to deduce the mnemonic according to the shield scroll in the 16 characters of Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret art. Taking out the compass, which had regained its functionality by now, Chu Yuan faced the toad and whispered, Kai, Hu, Shang, Injury, Du, Jing, Death, Surprise. The 8 trigrams correspond to the 8 gates. Tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. It is logical to go to the Shang gate. His voice trailed off as he looked to the roof of the broken temple, the compass spinning down to a bearing of due south up to that point, away from going due south. For the Shangmen, Chu Yuan's eyes snapped to a toad directly in front of him, which should be the first one. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan took 2 quick steps and came to the front of this toad without complete certainty in his heart. After all, back in the day, when you watched TV shows yourself, where would you notice these details? No, King Xian acts strangely and can't think like a normal person. He must not want anyone to get out alive by setting up a mechanism here. Seeing Chu Yuan's hesitant attitude, Yang Yunyue hastily put forward her own conjecture. Little brother, do you think it's possible that King Xian did the opposite? And the first toad was this one at the death gate. The more she thought about it, the more she thought it was possible, and Yang Yunyue's eyes grew brighter. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. This thought of hers might not be impossible. After all, the probability of life being death and death being life was also very high. If you are going through the door of death, it corresponds to Qian, going northwest. Chu Yuan slowly walked to a toad on the left side of the party. Slowly stood. Anyway, there are 3 trial and error opportunities. Dry. Placing his hand on the toad's body, Chu Yuan turned to the 3 people who had surrounded him with a firm gaze and slowly spoke. There are 3 chances for trial and error, so I'll start with the deadbolt, and if it's wrong, the toad will return to its original position. Fatty and the others nodded their heads. They all had 100% trust in the ability of the gold-touching officer. Even if they were wrong, they had no regrets. Click! Chu Yuan gently rotated the toad and then loosened his hand, and the crowd's gazes couldn't help but stare at the toad, not moving a muscle. Click! In less than 3 breaths, the toad statue slowly returned to its original form. Obviously, Chu Yuan's choice was wrong. It's not a dead end. Chapter 125, Dragons Wrapping Around the Mountain to Make 9 Songs. When Chu Yuan's rotating toad statue recovered, not only did the few people present freeze, even the live broadcast audience was in an uproar. Oh my, this is the first time I've made a mistake since I've been decrypting organs. But fortunately, there are still 2 more chances. I can't imagine. Even the authentic gold touchers failed. This King Xian is too powerful, isn't he? The ancients are really scary. Just kidding. King Xian in any case is also the grass-head son of heaven. Can it not be powerful? Truly, to put death in the way of life. The door of death is surprisingly also wrong. Is it the door of life? Little brother, there's trouble. What kind of a groping officer is that? At this level, if it were me, wouldn't it be 8 choices? Simple. Get out of the way. People miss things. Horses miss things. Little brother. Come on, Ali, give it. Just as the viewers in the live broadcast room were talking about Chu Yuan's current miss, a sudden clamor came from outside the temple. The fat man who was closest to the temple door. His eyes snapped shut as he took a few quick steps and hurriedly closed the thick temple door. Feng Yuxiu couldn't care less. His body moved and quickly appeared at Fatty's side to assist him in closing the door. He couldn't let these villagers stop the crowd from traveling to King Xian's tomb. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he walked over to a dead tree, stabilizing his horse stance. His arms erupted violently, directly hugging a face-thick dead tree trunk and blocking it behind the stone door. Goo, I'm going, white boy. You're damn good. The fat man's eyes flashed with essence, and he looked at him with a smile and snorted. Little brother, it is necessary to let me keep an eye on the white boy. Although he wasn't sure what kind of person Feng Yuxiu was, but, just now, with arm strength like his, he was definitely a practiced person. It's a deep hide. Chu Yuan was also looking at him with a meaningful expression on his face, and when he saw Feng Yuxiu looking over, he shifted his gaze and looked at him. Little brother, do something, the gang is about to catch up. Through the doorway, Fatty had gotten a good look at the villagers, and hurriedly turned to shout loudly. This Chalong Mountain has a history of thousands of years, and the king of consecration is even separated from the ancient Dian kingdom, and there's even a high priestess to suppress the astral position. Ancient ancestors valued priests, so surely they must have valued their totem even more. A bull. Chu Yuan suddenly remembered that when the people left Chalong Walled City, they came across that forest of bull heads. These villagers of Chalong Walled City should be the remnants of the ancient Dian kingdom. The bull, then, must be their totem, or it wouldn't be used to signal outsiders, and the totem is passed down through the lineage. It is thus evident that the ox, which was the totemic mark of the community at the time of King Xian, and the stars were naturally worshipped by the ancient forefathers. This organ, perhaps, is not looking for the 8 gates of the 9 palaces, but the 28 stars of the heavens, especially the bull. I've got it. Fatty, you guys are holding on for a while. Chu Yuan's body shook, and he said loudly. At the same time, taking the compass in his pocket, he took it out, and pointed it at the 8-toed statues. Yang Yunhua looked at Chu Yuan with a moving expression and asked softly, could it be that you want to use the Heavenly Star Feng Shui technique, to determine the orientation? The Heavenly Star Feng Shui technique was one of the most profound and obscure secret techniques in the dragon-seeking technique, and it was unexpected that Chu Yuan was actually good at it. She had been smart and studious since she was a child, and had read one of her grandfather's manuals for gold touchers, which recorded the very same Tianqing Feng Shui technique. Naiha's qualifications were insufficient, and he only understood the skin, which would see Chu Yuan even directly use it to utilize, which made his complexion a little complicated. The ox resides in the ugly position, in the northeast, and if nothing else, it's the first toad that needs to be turned. Chu Yuan did not notice Yang Yunhua's change in complexion, and after determining the location of the ox host, he took a single stride and walked straight up. Looking down at the toad statue, Chu Yuan's gaze gradually became resolute as he slowly spoke. The dragons are wrapped around the mountain as 9 curves. The curves are all 9 loops. Beyond the 9 loops there are 9 revolutions. 3 by 3 they enter the spirit mountain, and the vibration goes due east, turn backward. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan directly pressed the toad statue and slowly rotated it backwards, accompanied by clicks and clacks. The statue did not move at all after the rotation, until 3 breaths later, it still hadn't turned. Ha ha, this time it's finally the right thing to do. The Goldfinger is true to his name. Yang Yunhua looked at Chu Yuan with a smile on her face and gave a thumbs-up nod. The wave of operation just now was just too beautiful. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and looked at a statue of a toad on his left-hand side. Turning it gently, Ze went due west, and that was it. As Chu Yuan followed the order of the mantra and turned the 8 toads in turn, a slight vibration came violently. At the sound of the voice, they looked, only to see a wall covered with vines to the side of the crowd, suddenly splitting in 2 from both sides, forming portals. I'm going. It's so awesome. It's obvious that the difficulty of this organ has been upgraded by several dimensions. The average person really can't get through it. You think it's the 9 palaces and 8 gates, but it's actually the 28 astrological signs. And you think you found the astrological signs, and people still have the mnemonic. No wonder. The official wants to invite the gold inspector to explore the tomb archaeology, and other people can only dig the earth grave. I'm going to go. This drone is so awesome that it can be used as a TM searchlight. It turned out that right after the organ was opened, Chu Yuan and the others walked along the portal, directly into it, and 10 seconds later, the stone door automatically closed. Just at the moment of closure, the drone hovering in midair suddenly turned on a searchlight, illuminating the tomb passage clearly. Chu Yuan glanced at the closed stone door. Infinite emotion in his heart. This organ is still very subtle. This cracking method very few people can master. Looking at the rocks on both sides of the tomb passage, Chu Yuan knew that this should be a reserved underground passage, not knowing where it could lead to. According to feng shui, such passages were places that could lead directly to the underworld temple or the priests, and it was thought to be in this neighborhood. Everyone be careful. This King Xian is good at strange arts. There's no guarantee that he won't come across some subtle mechanism behind him. Chu Yuan saw that a few people had been a bit slack in spirit since they came in, and hurriedly reminded the crowd. In this way, the group moved forward cautiously until they came near a stone bridge and looked at the abyss on either side of it. Thinking about it, Fatty took the signal out of his backpack and fired a flare into the abyss at his feet, cutting through the darkness of the underground. A ghastly white light shone throughout the depths of the cavern, a boundless mass of huge white bones and ivory, but there was no shortage of human bones among them, and the crowd's scalps went numb at the sight of them. The program's drone, along with the flare, also filmed a circle, but also directly stunned the live audience. This is an unprecedented scale of the martyrdom pit. According to Chu Yuan understanding, the country in no larger than this. Seeing this situation, Yang Yunyue suddenly sighed. This King Xian, for the sake of his own mausoleum, he has made great repairs to the soil and trees, laboring and hurting the people, and in the end, he can only be reduced to a withered skeleton. Pathetic! Fatty's eyes reluctantly looked at the martyrdom pit. Some pity, it is unlikely that there are any treasures down there. When he heard Yang Yunyue say this about King Xian, he suddenly asked in a puzzled manner with a twinkle in his eye. If you ask me, King Xian is just a hayseed on the southwestern border, equivalent to the current governor. Where did he get such a big row? Feng Yishou just shook his head slightly and did not speak. Chu Yuan instead laughed bluntly. That's that modern gaze you two have. To look at the ancients, where it was a symbol of kingship. As the crowd continued to go deeper, a cold air suddenly hit their faces, filling the air with water and humidity. Suddenly, Chu Yuan, who was walking at the very front, had a stutter and looked around suspiciously. Little brother, what's wrong? Are we going the wrong way? When Fatty saw Chu Yuan stop and look around, he couldn't help but ask curiously. You guys feel it? Now it's wet and damp. 80% of the time there is an underground dark river. This King Xian, how do you say, is also a master of feng shui. But look at the environment. How could he choose such a place? As a mausoleum, this is the next best thing. Strange. Chu Yuan looked around suspiciously, and the further he went inside, the more uneasy his heart became. Chapter 126 Dead Drift in Haludui Cave. As the group continued deeper along the passage, the air became more and more full of water vapor, and a hint of running water could be faintly heard. Suddenly, a bright wave of light color came into view. Little brother, you really hit the nail on the head. There really is an underground river. It's long enough that you can't see the edge. Fatty shook his flashlight and looked at Chu Yuan with a face of admiration. Yang Yunyue looked at the underground river in front of her and was not surprised, but she still asked worriedly. This waterway, it looks like it only goes in one direction. Is there no other way? Obviously. The matter of the living figurines of the waterways of Chalong Mountain's waterways of quailworms had made this cool Taoist nun, inwardly, a bit terrified as well. No. Seeing the waterway subconsciously made me fear that a similar incident might occur. Hearing these words, Chu Yuan was even a bit thankful as he spoke in a deep voice to the crowd. This one-way waterway is better than those canals that lead in all directions to nowhere. So we're lucky. When the crowd heard this, they thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the case. Looking at the sparkling waterway in front of them, everyone's complexion became firm. No matter what, this trip, they wade through the water, can only move forward, cannot retreat. As for what awaited them on the road ahead, there was no time to care that much at this point. A few people simply organized their decorations at the entrance of the cave and changed into special waterproof suits, which were both waterproof and warm. Chu Yuan also will close the chi pill. Each person divided a few grains. Although the crowd is curious about the origin of this magical potion, but see Chu Yuan a set of 3 reticent posture, naturally did not pursue the root of the matter. For some of the system reward pills, Chu Yuan did not intend to avoid everyone. Don't ask. Ask is the secret passages of the gold touching school. These days, but in any mysterious profession, Who could not have some secret equipment? When the crowd was all ready, they began to launch themselves into the water, walking slowly in the direction of the source, which fortunately was only knee-deep. Meanwhile, the villagers of Kalongzai inside the mountain god's temple finally broke down the temple door with their combined efforts, and the crowd swarmed to the temple. Where are the people? Where did it go? Matriarch, the temple has been searched. There's no one there. Scarface Zua heard the report of the crowd. His heart was shocked. Just now clearly saw 4 people traces. Also heard the movement inside the temple. How is it that in just one opening of the door, the people are gone? And with a grim look on his face, Zerva circled around the mountain temple. Finally, his figure slowly stopped in front of a rocky wall that was so peculiar that it should be a stone door. This mountain god temple was connected to the mountain and there was no other exit. So if this group of outsiders disappeared, this door must be the key. Ziva, did you find something? It turned out that the old patriarch had failed to notice his son, and had brought his men to find Zivar, who was staring at the wall. Abba, it's a stone door. It looks like they must have escaped through this dark passage. Ziva knocked gently on the stone door a few times, then addressed the crowd with a look of certainty. The old patriarch's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked faintly at the stone door and said to Zarin behind him, Zarin, arrange for gunpowder and blow it up from below. Yes, Auntie. Hey, little brother. This water hole can be really big. This has been walking for more than 10 minutes. Still can't see the edge. Fat master, I'm tired. With 2 submachine guns slung over his shoulder and a large waterproof backpack on his back, the fat man spat as he waded through the water. Chu Yuan ignored the fat man's complaints. This guy loved to be so broken-hearted, so he pretended that he hadn't heard anything. Surveying the environment of the water cave, Chu Yuan was also puzzled in his mind. Although he was wearing a special protective suit, he could still feel the deep water stinging his bones. Although the cave was pitch black, it was under the care of the drone and with the added benefit of his own night eye talent. He realized that not only the sides of the mountain wall, but also the bottom of the water were full of strange-shaped stone pillars, and he didn't know how they were formed. As he waded farther and farther into the water, he realized that the direction of the current was actually exactly parallel to the Valley of Worms. I don't know what approach this King Xian has taken to manipulate the water current to this extent. Also, the roof of the cave above the heads of the group was already low to the water, and as the distance everyone traveled increased, a sense of oppression in space and time came to a screeching halt, and even breathing felt slowed down for a few moments. It seemed as if there were only 4 people left in the world, floating aimlessly on a sea of black with a sudden sense of loneliness. Little brother, something's wrong. Feng Yuxiu was the first to notice the anomaly and stopped, surveying the surroundings in front of him, and said to Chu Yuan worriedly. When Fatty heard this, his movements also stalled, and then he couldn't help but lean toward Chu Yuan's side. Chu Yuan took the flashlight and thought about the direction of the surroundings and shone it, explaining softly to the crowd. Do you guys see the setting here? Like it's a big gourd placed upside down? The place where we went into the water is actually the mouth of the gourd. The lake we just passed is equivalent to the gourd's small belly. The front is the gourd's big belly, and the hole behind us is equivalent to the gourd's waist. When the crowd heard Chu Yuan say this, they couldn't help but survey the surroundings, and sure enough, it was really as Chu Yuan had just said. No, little brother. Even if it's a gourd, what does it have to do with our search for King Xian's tomb? Fatty looked at Chu Yuan suspiciously. He couldn't figure out the mind of this King Xian's old man anyway, and just followed orders along the way. Chu Yuan nodded his head slightly and looked at the fatty as if in approval before slowly speaking. Everyone should remember the 2 mountain ghosts seen in the mountain temple. One of them holding a toad in his hand and the other holding a gourd. The mechanism that opened the toadstool before was the first level test of King Xian's tomb, and this gourd cave should be the second level. When Feng Yuxiu heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Little brother, are you saying that once you get out of the gourd cave, you can get to King Xian's tomb? Chu Yuan nodded slightly, and suddenly his eyes shrunk, only to see a glowing white figure appear in the depths of the dark underground water. When the crowd saw Chu Yuan suddenly stop talking, they subconsciously followed the direction of his gaze, and although it was still a bit dim, the silhouette could be seen more and more clearly. It was a corpse with its entire body curled up in one piece. It was floating over with the current, getting closer and closer to Chu Yuan and the others. A throbbing feeling inexplicably appeared in the hearts of the crowd. Asterisk 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 little brother. Is this a human or a ghost? When Fatty saw this scene, he subconsciously raised his gun and was about to prepare to attack. Chu Yuan hurriedly stopped Fatty and cried out. It's a dead drift. That's a body floating in the water. It looks like a woman's body, but how come it's still glowing? Looking at the dead drift emanating a glistening white light, Chu Yuan's heart sank. It won't be something rare and strange again. Don't even get close. The shore is just ahead on the left side. Everyone get over there. There's something weird about this thing. The fat man who had wanted to go forward to check it out was so scared that he backed up. And when he saw Chu Yuan walking towards the shore, he hurriedly followed him. It's not that Chu Yuan is timid. He is thinking of something. This thing floats in the water for 1,000 years and does not rot, but also white as jade. He could clearly remember that when he was watching TV, the Iron Triangle and the others were made to suffer a lot by what was in the stomach of the dead drift. Chapter 127 was Immortal Worm Attacks. The dead drift floating on the surface of the water in the gourd cave was wrapped in a faint white light, as if it were a ghost under that water. An inexplicable panic and uneasiness suddenly surged in the hearts of several people, and even Chu Yuan felt his heartbeat accelerating. Ha, little brother. There seems to be movement in this dead drift's stomach? Feng Yuxiu, who had been paying attention to the movements of the dead drift, suddenly sensed a hidden movement in its belly and took the initiative to walk up and take a closer look. Yan Yunue and the others sniffed, and after glancing at each other, they slowly walked forward, their gazes deadpan on the dead drift in front of them, only to see that the belly of the dead drift actually flashed a faint blue light, and through the blue light, one could vaguely see that there was something in the belly. This dead drift is the carrier. It should have parasitized other creatures in its belly. If I'm not wrong, this should also be a kind of technique. Chu Yuan's voice, not too high and not too low, suddenly rang in the ears of the crowd, and as his words fell, the dead drift in front of him moved violently. This sudden movement scared Fatty and the others backward, with a pang of fear in their hearts. This thing is alive? The fat man swallowed his saliva and asked with a nervous expression. This female corpse that has been placed for 1,000 years. I didn't expect it to be a living thing, and it looked very evil. Chu Yuan nodded his head and looked towards the large waters of the gourd cave. His heart was uneasy, not knowing how many more of these things were hidden under the water, thinking that it would be better to do more than less. The main goal now is to find the tomb of King Xian. This kind of trouble try not to get involved. This thing, it's most likely a technique laid out by King Xian's old man. Let's hurry up and withdraw. I think there must be a lot more under the water. Everyone keep your movements down and try not to startle them. Chu Yuan glanced at the central waters of the gourd cave with a complicated expression and spoke softly. As his words fell, the water of the gourd cave suddenly surfaced countless dead drifts again, quietly floating in the dark and cold deep water, as if they were ghosts. The few people who watched couldn't help but have their scalps tingling and their hearts growing more and more uneasy. Go, don't linger, get out. Chu Yuan drank in a low voice, and after glancing at the dead drift in the water, he followed the stone path along the shore and continued to rush forward. When the other few heard his voice, they hurriedly came back to their senses, and after taking a deep breath, they followed Chu Yuan's footsteps. The crowd walked along the shore, for more than 100 meters, when they suddenly saw a section of pit that clearly showed signs of artificial construction, with countless strangely shaped rocks placed in the center. Surprisingly, these strange-looking rocks, by looking at their appearance alone, seemed to be fossils from that ancient time. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the rock was as smooth as ice, but inside it shone with a thin layer of red light that appeared mysterious. Yang Yunue's expression moved as he pointed at the rocks and slowly spoke. These would be the Paleozoic stromatolites, fossils from the Paleozoic era, which are not on display in any of the largest fossil museums in the country. When the fat man heard this, his eyes rolled and he said with a smile, Sister Yang, do you think it's worth money to bring this back? Yang Yunue looked at the fat man with contempt and sneered. If you can carry it back, even if you sell it for money, you have nowhere to spend it. Hey, no, what do you mean by that? Fatty still wanted to continue to pursue the question, but he was suddenly interrupted by Feng Yuxiu, who spoke out from the side. Wait, the drones are moving. Just as the crowd was wondering about these fossils, the live drone that had been following the crowd looked like it had detected something. Suddenly accelerating, he flew up towards the waters of the gourd cave and turned on his searchlight, illuminating the distant waters, only to see, I don't know when, the water surface unexpectedly floated up a long band of red mist. Chu Yuan's heart flinched. This is poisonous miasma. This red poisonous miasma. Its toxicity far exceeds the white poisonous miasma outside the insect valley. I don't know if the antidote pills that the crowd took in advance will be effective. The strange thing was that wherever this red mist passed, white dead drifts scrambled into the red mist, as if it had some fatal attraction for them. Chu Yuan's expression was grave. He knew that this red poisonous mist was most likely a backhand that King Xian had set up to incubate the dead drift. As far as he knew, the more poisonous something was, the brighter its color was, and this highly poisonous red mist had, in turn, become an incubator for dead drift. It's really a big world. Suddenly, there was a violent sound of a current in the red mist, as if something was diving and rushing rapidly toward the shore. Asterisk 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 little brother. This can't be some kind of zombie, can it? Fatty raised his submachine gun, looked at the water with a tense expression, and asked in a direct burst. Chu Yuan gently shook his head, even though looking at the terrain of this gourd hole, in feng shui and the nickname of Dragon Halo, it is a first-class treasure point. It is said in the dragon hunting tips, if the true dragon really lives, no matter how solemn or interjection, no matter how high the mountain or flat the ground, the true eyes of the immortals are but marking the cuttings. Like this fairy cave, not to say the things of the world, how should not be related to zombies and so on. The sound of water, clattering, rang out, and the movement of this red mist was getting closer and closer to the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that this red mist was getting closer and closer, Fatty was the first to sink his teeth into it, jumping out from behind the rocks with his submachine gun. Only a string of sparks came out of the submachine gun with anger, shooting directly into the red mist. Feng Yuxiu, who was beside Fatty, also flickered and followed Fatty's example, shooting at the red mist as well. All of a sudden, the light and shadows in the entire gourd cave waters dimmed, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke. Ding, ding, ding. Countless bullets hit the red mist with a crisp sound as if they had hit a bulletproof steel plate. After a long time, while Feng Yuxiu and Fatty were changing magazines, Chu Yuan realized that the red mist on the river had been dispersed, but it was empty. Strange, just now clearly heard the sound of a bullet hitting. How can there be nothing? Chu Yuan looked at the water in disbelief. Suddenly, a low whistling sound violently sounded in his ears, and Chu Yuan suddenly looked up, only to see a behemoth figure descending from the sky. Boom! The debris flew, and Chu Yuan even did a front flip, dodging the blow that fell from the sky in time. When the sound and shadow of this behemoth was clearly visible, the crowd all sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and Chu Yuan was also dumbstruck. The monster was ugly, with a gold mask in the center of its forehead, resembling an eye that could still turn around, adding a bit of weirdness. The monster had a hideous expression and opened its bloody mouth, revealing a ring of mouthparts that looked like some kind of punch type. Eyeing the crowd intently, there was even a pair of dragon horns on his head, and his tail was rather like a fish's tail, and his body was made up of countless fossils, as if it were a snake's body. Invulnerable to swords and spears, the monster was over 30 meters long, and its entire body was covered in iron armor. In just a single glance, Chu Yuan knew that this thing was something, and at this time, the other party was angrily banging around with his body. For a while, the field was full of debris, and the crowd could only dodge in a sorry state, shooting and sweeping as soon as there was an opening. Little brother, what the hell is this? How come it can't die? After dodging one of the monster's impacts, the fat man rolled and crawled in a sorry state, asking loudly and urgently. This is the legendary Hwa's immortal worm, which has no natural enemies in nature. Attack it against the golden mask on its forehead. After saying that, Chu Yuan raised his submachine gun and aimed at the monster's mask, but he was limited in his aim and didn't do much damage. Instead, it angered the other side, only to hear Hwa's immortal insect let out a roar, opened its huge mouthparts, swung its body, and rushed to bite at the rock where Chu Yuan was dodging. Boom! Broken rocks, flying in the sky. Chapter 128. A thunderous strike shatters the evil spirit. Chu Yuan a harrier flip, avoiding the sky of debris, see the opportunity and a burst of bullets, but did not hit. Enraged, Chu Yuan directly threw away his submachine gun, backhandedly drew out his black and gold ancient sword, stepped on the rock with his feet, soared and jumped on the monster. Seemingly sensing the crisis above its head, Hwa's immortal insect shook its head violently and slammed it against the rock. Pust! After the impact was ineffective, Hwa's immortal insect opened its bloody mouth and spat out a burst of red smoke. Chu Yuan saw this and hurriedly closed his breath, seeing the golden mask above its forehead. The black and gold ancient blade had an awe-inspiring light and a chilling aura as it fiercely chopped at the golden mask. Put! The black and gold ancient sword pierced through the gold mask, and the blade didn't enter Hwa's immortal insect's forehead, and a stream of yellow liquid sprayed out. The intense pain caused Hwa's immortal insect to whimper, shake its head, twist its body, and struggle frantically. As the shaking of Hwa's undead insect's body intensified, Chu Yuan drew his longsword and tried to take another slash, but he was thrown off by the monster's powerful inertia. Chu Yuan in mid-air borrowed the inertia of his body, his feet stepped on the rock wall, and after borrowing the force, he tumbled around in the air and landed on the ground securely. Chu Yuan turned his back to Hwa's immortal worm, shook off the bloodstains on the blade with his backhand, and sheathed the knife, his movements flowing like water. Hwa's immortal insect did not continue to chase after Chu Yuan. Instead, it made a vigorous leap and heavily landed within the waters of the gourd cave and fled. Phew! Chu Yuan held onto the wall and panted heavily. This monster duel just now, only in a matter of moments, also made him use up a lot of energy. Yes, Fatty, who was watching from afar, happened to see this wonderful duel, and it was so exciting that he couldn't help but let out a shout. Yang Yunue also looked at Chu Yuan with a complex expression, with more than a trace of admiration in her eyes. It seems that the gold-touching police officer is not entirely a technical stream. In terms of force value, there are also those who can fight. Even the viewers outside the screen had cold sweat on their palms as they watched this wonderful and amazing battle. At once, countless pop-ups hit the screen, as if a meteor shower had crossed the sky and kept flashing across the screen. Simply refreshing my 3 views. This is a prehistoric monster, isn't it? And this is called a worm? Little brother said this monster is called was immortal worm. Still too conservative. If not for the lack of claws, I would have thought it was a dragon. Nima, again invulnerable to knives and guns, also can spray red strange fog, and fast, invincible this monster. The experts of the Paleontological Research Institute, don't take a look at one that doesn't squeak. Hurry up and come out to popularize it. What kind of monster is this? Isn't this red mist poisonous? How come everyone is fine? Are the secret medicines of the golden touches so powerful? Fatty also noticed the abnormality. He pointed at the red mist in the air that had yet to dissipate and asked in confusion. Little brother, this red mist doesn't seem to be poisonous. Is it different from the poisonous miasma outside the Worm Valley? Chu Yuan looked at the direction whose immortal worm fled in and knew that the other party would not give up easily. But the red mist was also out of his expectation. Surprisingly, it was very different from what he had guessed. But this red mist must have some other special function, and it was guaranteed to have something to do with dead drift. Yang Yunue also took a heartfelt look at the waters, picked up a piece of debris on the ground and asked in doubt. This was dropped from the monster just now. Hard as steel. Bullets can't even penetrate it. Looking at its structure is very similar to the worm. Fatty looked at Yang Yunue with a question mark on his face. What did he just say? What kind of bug? Seeing this expression on his face, Yang Yunue directly sent him a blank stare and explained helplessly. Judging from the Taiku stromatolite rock formations in the gourd caves, it would have been a strange creature of the Triassic age, belonging to the class of insects, named the worm of the worm, also known as the Hwaz immortal worm. This peculiar creature possessed a protective shell similar to that of the sun goddess snail. It doesn't have any natural predators, and unless it's eaten whole, it can still survive as long as a portion of its neural net is left behind. Fatty was numb when he heard Yang Yunue explain so much. There really were such horrible bugs, and they were really prehistoric creatures. Chu Yuan knew that Yang Yunue's guesses were basically right, and that those immortal insects could even have the kind of mask that the high priestess of King Xian had. He guessed that this thing must be a tomb-suppressing beast that King Xian had cultivated using the mistletoe technique. However, he had limited knowledge about the mistletoe technique. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps came from the back of the crowd, and Chu Yuan had just turned around when he heard a burst of stern voices. Freeze and put your hands up or we're going to shoot. It was the villagers of Kalongzai who chased the crowd all the way from Shunai Gourd Cave, only to see Ada holding a shotgun with the muzzle aimed at Chu Yuan. The 4 of you trespassed on the forbidden land of the fortress and killed 2 of our villagers, so come back with us at once. Scarface Suo looked at Chu Yuan and the others with a grave expression and gave hand signals to the villagers behind him, preparing to forcibly take away a few people. Seeing this, Chu Yuan hurriedly clasped his hands and said to the old patriarch of Enquan, Old patriarch, I've said everything that needs to be said. This place is very dangerous right now. I advise you to hurry up and take everyone out of here first. When Zivar heard this, he flared up and rebuked loudly. Don't play God here. We've put up with you guys once and for all. Any more of this and we won't stay. As the fat man looked at the overbearing Ziva, a hint of color flashed in his eyes as he violently took out a grenade from his pocket. Straight away, he pulled the lead and shouted at the villagers of Kalongzai. I'll see who dares to push. I'll directly detonate it. Big deal. We'll all die together. Ziva looked stunned, clearly startled by the grenade in the fat man's hand, but unsure of its authenticity, and was in a momentary dilemma. The other villagers have never seen the real thing, but they are also looking at the fat man with a scornful face. They would rather believe it than not. Fatty nodded at Chu Yuan and the others, his figure slightly backing up while shouting at Zua. Back off. None of you. Don't make me. Ouch. Run. Only to see the fat man accidentally bumping into the rocks on the ground as he retreated. His body stumbled, and the grenade actually flew out of his hand. Get down! Chu Yuan shouted to the crowd of villagers of Kalonwald village, then pulled Fatty and hurriedly ran towards the front. Hearing his reminder, the villagers subconsciously chose to lie on the ground, but until a dozen breaths later, there was still not a single movement. Asterisk 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 we've been lied to. Zua pounded the ground and climbed up in indignation, furiously grabbing his gun and chasing after Chu Yuan and the others in their direction. I say Fat Master, it's still you. To make a whole fake grenade to deceive people. This is a brilliant move. Feng Yuxiu ran while praising the fat man without stinting, really did not expect that the fat man would have this wit. I slipped this from the American's cabin. I didn't realize it was a water boar. Purely by accident. Fatty scratched his head and was about to flirt with a few words when he suddenly felt the ground shake and countless debris flew in front of him. Only then did he realize that his immortal worm had actually drilled out of the water and blocked the way of Chu Yuan and the others, his huge body constantly swimming, seemingly sensing the scent of a living person. His immortal insect utilized the elasticity of its tail, and its huge body directly leapt and rushed towards Fatty. Q. What are you chasing me for? Looking at the large bugs that came leaping, Fatty immediately cursed angrily before his entire body quickly ran towards the side. Just the moment he left, Scarface Zua, who was catching up from behind, appeared right where Fatty was originally standing. Roar! Zivar, who had hurried to catch up, felt a large shadow above his head before he could react, and just as he tried to look up, he suddenly went black. His entire body was swallowed alive by his immortal worm, and he didn't even come close to uttering a scream. This horrifying scene was exactly seen by the crowd of Chalong Walled City, who also chased up, scaring many villagers to cry and retreat. Cousin Ziva. There were also Kalongzai villagers who shot with anger, like Zalong and Ada, who did not retreat at the sight of the scene and forced themselves to shoot with fear. Instantly, countless bullets seemed like a fire-breathing dragon, directly striking towards the face of his immortal worm, the intense pain causing it to wail continuously. Poof! After another series of bullet attacks, his immortal worm couldn't hold back the pain any longer, and opened his mouth, spitting Ziva right out. Ziva, the old patriarch, Unquan, happened to witness this scene, and immediately looked at his son with a jealous look, and when he rushed up to him, Scarface had died of poison and his face was so different that it would have been hard to imagine this was the old Zerva if his clothes hadn't changed. This gruesome death immediately stimulated Nquan, only to see him raise his shotgun without fear of death and strike at his undead insects. At this moment, under the powerful fire coverage of Chu Yuan and the others and the two gangs of the dragon shading walled city, his immortal insects were suddenly beaten back, constantly twisting his huge body. His mouth was even screaming miserably, but just how to fight, but also cannot die. Worthy of the title of undead, Chu Yuan frowned, and after shooting another clip, he quietly took out 5 or 6 grenades and wound them together. Looking at his immortal insect that once again fearlessly rushed up, Chu Yuan's face straightened, and his one-handed submachine gun wind control swept towards the Huang Jian mask on its forehead. The painful immortal insect wailed and wailed, opening its bloody mouth and mouthparts, and seeing this, Chu Yuan's eyes steeply lit up. That's the time. Chu Yuan stabilized his horse stance, twisted his waist, and after pulling the fuse apart, his right hand lashed out and threw the grenade package at its muzzle. Gollum! The grenade package was swallowed with precision by his immortal worm, and a shocking ringing sound resounded from its belly. From the inside out, the entire his immortal worm was directly blown apart, and a thick pungent bloody odor in the air made people not help but vomit. Finally, it was over. This prehistoric giant monster his immortal insect was killed by the combined efforts of Chu Yuan and the others. Passing brothers, ask for 5-star praise. The rating has surprisingly dropped. Ask for praise. 3,000 word big chapter is presented. Thank you. Chapter 129, The Box in the Abdomen Scares the Critics. Looking at his immortal worms that were blown up all over the ground, the countless fist-sized rotting flesh emitted a thick and disgusting stench. The monster, with a few segments of its head left, twitched and twitched, making gurgling noises and spitting out a large pile of viscous yellow liquid. Holy, what the hell kind of monster is this bug? The blood is yellow. It's blown to pieces and it's still moving. Fatty kicked his undead bug's head and covered his mouth and nose in disgust and spat. Fomushio half squatted his body. Carefully check some. This bug body is really sturdy, not worthy of the claim of immortality. Thinking of this, while everyone's eyes were elsewhere, Fomushio picked up a fist-sized chunk of tissue meat and put it into his backpack. Chu Yuan didn't notice his little action. His eyes were drawn to a flash of bronze color in the pile of broken bodies, like a treasure chest. Ha! Little brother. What is this? Obviously, the fat man also found this square bronze box. Walking a few steps quickly, he didn't mind the dirt, and directly pulled it out with his hand. It was a surface full of yellow liquid, the outside uneven, nailed with a large copper nail cap, obviously not an ordinary item. A few people were just about to open it to see what it was, when the people from the Kowloon walled city surrounded them with weapons in hand, looking at the broken bodies on the ground in shock. This can't be the mountain god. It's so big and invulnerable to swords and spears. Most likely, it's wearing a gold mask on its face. Is there really a mountain god? Just as the crowd was talking, a sound of footsteps came. Chu Yuan's gaze condensed and he pulled Yang Yunyue to run behind him. Although the fat man was uncertain, he still did not hesitate to follow. Feng Yuxiu reluctantly glanced at the bronze box and gritted his teeth to run after him. He had a strong premonition in his heart that what was inside the bronze chest would be useful to him. But unfortunately, the timing was not right, for he saw the old patriarch, Quan, behind the crowd, raise his shotgun to himself and the others, and without hesitation pulled a trigger. Bang! What are you waiting for? Give chase! Quan's forehead was bruised as he missed a shot, and after seeing Chu Yuan and the others flee, he looked at their backs with a resentful face. If it wasn't for these outsiders, trespassing into the Bug Valley, his own son wouldn't have died, and there was only one thought in his mind right now. That is, to avenge his son's death. Seeing the patriarch's fierce face and thinking that he had just lost his son, the villagers of Chalong Walled City didn't dare to retort and shouted a few times before chasing after him. After seeing everyone leave, Quan then slowly lowered his shotgun, but the indignation in his heart made him want to vent it. Bump! Bump! To the bronze box on the ground not far away is 2 shots. This monster directly killed his own son. He so also counted revenge. A middle-aged man who stayed by his side suddenly eeped. So it turned out that the 2 shots that Quan had just fired had actually caused the bronze box to open. The middle-aged man carefully stepped forward and opened the box, revealing what was inside, which was clearly a female corpse in a bizarre position. Ah! Frightened, he sat down on the ground in a butthole, teeth chattering, trembling, pointing at the box. For a moment was unable to speak. The old patriarch, Quan, also reacted from his sadness at the sound of his shock, and came over to him, assisted by another villager. It was a transparent female corpse, her arms and legs curled up underneath her body in reverse joints, the joints of her entire body completely broken. The limbs held a cocoon-like, oval-shaped object at an unbelievable angle, behind his back. This insect cocoon had more layers, but it was still vaguely visible that something was being birthed inside, and it even emitted a tremor. Matriarch, what is this strange thing? It can't be its fetus, can it? The middle-aged man shivered, and his chattering teeth could be heard, especially when he saw that there were layers of talismans drawn on the inside of this bronze chest, like it was sealing some kind of monster. It made him even more scared. Sparing the well-informed Quan, he also looked at this thing with a horrified face, which was very similar to the legendary ghost baby. Thinking of this, he shouted to the middle-aged man, Old Nine, hurry up and throw the iron box into the water. It's too bad luck. Hearing this, the middle-aged man braced himself and closed his eyes, first recovering the bronze box and then dragging it laboriously to the river's edge. Before he could push it, the box moved violently, as if pushed by an external force, and suddenly leaped forward and fell into the water. Only a black shadow was seen violently scurrying out of the insect cocoon behind the female corpse, as if it was a flying fish, diving headfirst into the water and disappearing. After the frightened middle-aged man let out a cry of alarm, he directly ran backwards, and Quan's face was not good at this time. He knew what kind of monster was bound to be in the insect cocoon. He hurriedly greeted the 2 men and rushed toward the large troop in front of him. At this time, it was only the safest if there were many people. In the meantime, Chu Yuan and the others followed the rocky path along the shore and quickly ran ahead until they saw a patch of heavenly light, which the people knew was exactly the exit. Fatty turned back to look behind him, and suddenly realized that Zarin was rapidly rushing towards him, and was so shocked that he increased his speed, directly surpassing Chu Yuan and being the first to rush out of the cave. Ouch! I'm going! Who knew that there was actually a cliff in front of him, and due to the inertia of his body, the fat man's body jerked forward and fell straight down. Chu Yuan's quick eyes and hands directly pulled the fat man's backpack, and his right hand exerted force, pulling the fat man back hard. Thank you, little brother. Otherwise this would have been a real disaster for the fat master. Fatty patted his chest with a palpitating expression and said, Look, there's an overhanging trestle ahead. Let's jump over it and take shelter. After Yang Yunhue finished speaking, he pointed at the opposite trestle, pulled a cane with his right hand, and took a few steps back, then violently leapt towards the opposite side. With a whoosh, her body jumped down onto the opposite trestle with precision. No, this is too high. I can't. Fatty grabbed a cane and was just about to jump, but when he saw the cliff under his feet, he flinched in fear. It's too late. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Chu Yuan did not think twice and directly kicked the fat man's backpack. Little brother, I'll you up. After a miserable howl, the fat man's entire body seemed like a sharp arrow rapidly flying over the cliff, and finally landed heavily on the hanging stack. He hadn't even come to the point of cursing, only to see a black shadow slam down on his body, scaring him so much that he directly clutched his head. Bang! It's true that suffering is a true love. Thank you, Fatty. Feng Yuxiu looked at Fatty with an embarrassed face and laughed loudly. Fatty instantly had a black face, directly pushed away Feng Yuxiu, cursed and stood up, still wanting to spit out a few more sentences before he was stopped by a look from Yang Yunhue. There's a road over there. Keep going. At this time, Chu Yuan, who was also using the rattan to jump over, looked at the shaded dragon wall and the others on the opposite side of the cliff and said loudly, "Bang!" A gunshot sounded violently in the ears of the crowd. Sniffing at the sound, it was Zilong of the Chalong walled city, shooting at Chu Yuan. Seek death. Chu Yuan's eyes were cold. If it wasn't for the other party's inaccurate shooting, he might have really hit himself. Thinking of this, he urged the crowd to continue to move forward while he did so. While crouching down, he picked up a ping-pong ball-sized stone on the ground, weighed it, and then violently threw it in the direction of Zarin. Whoosh! Chu Yuan used the rope dart maneuver, and the stone was like a sharp arrow, as fast as lightning rushing towards the shotgun in Zarin's hand. Bang! As if a bullet had blown up, the stone struck Zarin's shotgun, and suddenly pieces of shattered iron flew in all directions, slicing across his face. Ah! A scream emanated from his mouth, only to see Zarin cover his face and fall to the edge of the cliff, thrashing about. Alarmed by the other villagers of Shade Dragon Walled Village, they surrounded them, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yuan and the others quickly escaped from the hanging stack. Chapter 130, The Heavenly Palace on the Clouds regrets people's hearts. Half an hour later, outside the gourd cave, Chu Yuan's group relied on the cliff wall and lined up in a row, carefully making their way down along the narrow overhanging trestle. Finally reached a low-lying deep valley without any danger. The fat man is even more afraid of heights, his own legs are shaking. What the hell is this place? It's so high. Fat Master won't climb it next time. Fatty saw a large green stone not far away, and did not mind the dirt, directly sat on his butt, never wanting to get up. Seeing him in this state, Chu Yuan gently shook his head as his gaze began to survey the entire valley. It is a deep valley surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a deep, bottomless lake in the center and a narrow waterway to the south of the lake. Seeing that the waterway leads vaguely to the cliff in front, winding and twisting, Chu Yuan guessed that this waterway is likely to be connected with the gourd cave. Looked at the watch. At this time has been the evening, the crowd all the way up the mountains in water. Everyone is also exhausted. Chu Yuan waved his hand, signaling the crowd to rest here for the night, and then gear up again in the morning. After his immortal insects made such a mess, the villagers of Chalong Walled City were also killed or injured a few people, so it was estimated that they had to recuperate and replenish their strength. These villagers were ordinary people after all, and they had to rest and eat and drink as well, so I'm afraid it would take a long time if they wanted to venture over the cliffs. At night, a cold wind came, making the cave, where the air was already humid, seem to become even colder, causing one to shiver. Seeing this, Fomushio volunteered to pick up some firewood, and roasting fire in this kind of weather is the best way to drive away the cold and dampness. The fat man, who rested for half a day, also finally slowed down, looking at the lake in front of him, immediately patted his chest, and was about to go into the water to fish. Chu Yuan directly stopped the fat man. Jokingly, the water of this lake is connected to the gourd hole, and inside, there is a dead drift and was undead insects. There might be other midgeworms left behind by the king of consecration. And what's in this water? Chu Yuan definitely wouldn't dare to consume anyway. Hearing Chu Yuan's explanation, the fat man was scared into a cold sweat, and he couldn't help but feel his scalp numb at the thought of actively eating trematodes. Yang Yunhua looked at Fatty with amusement and suddenly remembered something and looked at Chu Yuan and asked suspiciously, "Little brother, can you tell what's inside that bronze chest? I seem to have heard a hint of fetal movement." Chu Yuan did not hide anything, so he told the two of them about some of his conjectures about King Xian's technique. Mistletoe, known as one of the three major evil arts in the South Seas, instills mistletoe worms into living human beings, on the one hand, and utilizes the human body as a carrier on the other. On the other hand, under such extreme pain, the souls of the dead will be filled with resentment and utilize specific incantations and the mistletoe inside their bodies. It can transform this resentment into a special kind of poison, and the more intense the struggle, the stronger and more toxic the soul resentment will be. In the end, the dedicating king would then use this toxicity to transform or devour other species, and it is highly likely that mutations would occur, like the immortal insect that Chu Yuan and the others encountered earlier. This fellow was covered in armor that was impervious to swords and spears, and was also known as the dragon scale demon armor. It was evident that the monster was evil, and even the red mist it spewed out was probably the catalyst for the dead drift in the river. Chu Yuan, but clearly remembers that the original groping trio was the one that encountered the army of king consecrated people shortly after. The so-called mistletoe is actually hatched from the dead drift, and the catalyst is the red mist of immortal worm. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan glanced at Yang Yunhua. This King Xian's techniques was somewhat similar to the moving mountain Taoists' biochemicalization. Little brother, look at this thing. When Fatty thought of this, he suddenly interrupted Chu Yuan and took out a few pieces of something from his pocket. One of the shards that shone with a golden color was the fragment of Hwa's immortal insect's golden mask. Good guy. The fat man's hand was fast enough, but an oval-shaped piece of armor caught Chu Yuan's attention, which resembled the armor on Hwa's immortal worm. Master Fatty, it's still you who's good. This is the monster's armor. Look at the many inscriptions carved on the surface. Kind of like oracle bone inscriptions. Chu Yuan had to admire Fatty's resourcefulness. He didn't even notice these things in the melee, and was surprised that Fatty picked them up. When the fat man heard a few words in the oracle bone, his eyes snapped open, and then, his heart was in a blaze of glory, and these words represented the opening of the door. After Yang Yunhui took a closer look, she suddenly remembered a collector she knew and smiled at the fat man. I know a collector who specializes in collecting oracle bones. Turn around and introduce you to them. The price is guaranteed to satisfy you. The fat man who was happy instantly smiled and wiped the armor piece clean before carefully placing it inside his backpack. Just as the three of them were chatting happily, Feng Yuxiu walked over unhurriedly with a smile on his face while holding firewood. The fat man rushed to welcome them and set them in the middle of the crowd. Chu Yuan took out a lighter from his waterproof backpack and lit the fire. There was a burst of warmth and heat, which slowly rose with the firelight, dispersing a bit of the humidity in the air. Just as the crowd was roasting the fire, Yang Yunhui nodded slightly. Her gaze snapped and she slowly stood up, as if she had discovered something. Watching her get up and walk towards the water's edge, Fatty and the others couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, somewhat puzzled by her purpose. Little brother, Fatty, come over here and look. Yang Yunhui stood at the edge of the river with a few tremors in her tone, calling out loudly to the crowd while raising her head to look upwards. Chu Yuan and the others heard the sound and nodded slightly. Following the direction of her gaze, they looked at the distant mountain tops of the earth and were suddenly dumbstruck. One could only see a huge palace of golden splendor looming on the top of a distant mountain, amidst a cloudy vapor. The entire palace, as if standing in a seven-colored rainbow light, was like a legendary heavenly palace, a jade palace. Among them, the K-Tai, God Wall, Pavilion, Corner Tower, dedication of the temple. The spirit of the platform is complete. The weather thousands of lofty and majestic, not like a mortal thing. Asterisk. This King Xian's old man has really built his palace into the sky. Fatty looked at this amazing scene, and could not help but be flabbergasted. How many of the sacrificial king's burial goods must be inside this heavenly palace, to be sent? Even Chu Yuan, who had long been psychologically prepared, was still dumbfounded by the surprise. This kind of building that seemed like a hanging temple, even if it was placed in the current society, the architectural difficulty involved was unimaginable. Chu Yuan was more convinced that it was a mirage. Little brother, do you still remember the Junling diagram and the jade coffin of the great banyan tree? It's exactly the same as this scene in front of us. Yang Yunhui frowned slightly, trying to recall the stone carvings of the Junling map that he had found earlier. It seemed that this heavenly palace on the clouds was the tomb of King Xian. Chu Yuan nodded his head gently. He didn't know what tactics this King Xian's old man had used to keep this palace so well preserved. This was a product of several thousand years ago, and from such a distance, several people could feel the luxury and splendor of the palace. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan scanned the surroundings before speaking in a deep voice to a few people. You guys, there are a couple of overhanging ancient stacks on the side, so if you follow the direction of the palace, you should be able to walk right up to it. When Fatty heard this, he raised his head slightly, and when he saw the steep cliffs and couldn't see the top of the mountain at a glance, he was so scared that he shook his head directly. No, it's too high. I'm not going up there. Chu Yuan patted the Fatty's shoulder and persuaded him in a broad voice. Master Fatty, look at these trestle traces. They were all cut by the ancients and built with stone piles and slabs. Don't worry, it's safe. Moreover, in the thousands of years of this heavenly palace, we are the first group of people who set foot here, so we can imagine the treasures in the palace. Hearing this, the fat man's face changed drastically, turning into a seriousness for a second as he shouted at a few people. Gentlemen, pack up and set off. Fat Master, I'm the one who wants to contribute to the cause of archaeology. This height, it's nothing. Feng Yuxiu despised to look at the spirited, revitalized fat man. You girl wanna find a baby, directly say, can really act. Chapter 131 Lingyun Heavenly Palace's Immortal Meeting Hall. After the group simply rested for an hour, they still decided to ascend to the top of the mountain and explore this heavenly palace on clouds carefully. After making the decision, Chu Yuan and his group circled up the cliff wall along the overhanging trestle, heading straight to their destination. Drones also circled around at the right time, occasionally capturing the silhouette of the heavenly palace, which instantly caused the live stream audience to erupt. Whoever said that King Xian was a straw-headed son of heaven? Step forward. Which dynasty of this TM could have built a palace of this size? This is the mythical heavenly court, right? Tomb robbing programs can be filmed like this, breaking organs and fighting monsters, and now the whole heavenly palace is coming. This is too unscientific. Wasn't King Xian a figure from the Han dynasty? Can you even reach this level of construction? Looking at the scale, it must have taken at least hundreds of thousands of manpower to build such a spectacular heavenly palace. A small border country, hundreds of thousands of people. That is not to raise the whole country's strength. Really is a tyrant. Look, little brother. They've reached the top. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if it's a heavenly palace or not. The group walked along the trestle on the cliff wall, and after about half an hour or so, they finally saw the top of the mountain not far away. Especially after passing through a turn, the outline of the heavenly palace on top of the mountain was already clearly visible. Dazzling people. Wow! Suddenly, a splashing sound reached the ears of the crowd. Upon hearing the sound, it turned out that right below the cliff face of the heavenly palace treasure hall, there was actually a small cluster of waterfalls. I don't know where this current came from, but it was able to follow the gap in the mountain and converge to form large and small currents. It eventually ran down and fell into the lake in the valley where Chu Yuan and the others were just now, creating a rather spectacular scene. Little brother, look, there's a trestle at the bottom of the waterfall that should lead to the top of the mountain. Yan Yunhua stared at the group of waterfalls not far away, and suddenly found a trestle that could lead straight to the top of the mountain, and the crowd's spirits were lifted. 10 minutes later, Chu Yuan and his group carefully passed through the waterfall along the narrow suspension trestle, when suddenly layers of 7-colored rainbow light appeared around them, as if a layer of water halo surrounded them. Little brother, what's going on? King Xian's old man's methods are too powerful. Looking at the 7-colored light around him, Fatty felt a sense of being in the cave of the immortals, and his heart steeped a kind of fluttering. Chu Yuan is also full of shocked color. The last life watching TV feel general, really want to encounter, only to find their own small. Because the 16-character Yin Yang secret arc rewarded by the system also contained the existence of the divine immortal treasure cave, he only took it as an exaggeration. However, when he saw the means of the consecrated king's water dragon halo, he had to admire the other party's feng shui means as being very clever. It seemed that this was King Xian's means of transforming the feng shui, which could be called the means of the gods, allowing the 7-colored rainbow lights to remain intact for thousands of years. This was the dragon halo that King Xian had hardened and remodeled, and in terms of feng shui, it was actually the boundary of where yin and yang intersected. King Xian's means are indeed miraculous. Looking at the dragon halo, non-water and non-gas, it is a miraculous phenomenon of light, and it has form and no substance. Chu Yuan also said with a sigh of admiration, to be able to keep this kind of 7-colored rainbow light for 1,000 years is simply an anti-scientific phenomenon. Feng Yushiu gently shook his head as he surveyed the waterfall and the 7-colored rainbow light in front of him, but offered a scientific basis. It is possible that the valley contains an attacking sizzling dense substance that makes the valley cloudless and rainless, making it difficult to evaporate the water vapor rising from the waterfall complex. Year-round at the top of the mountain, slowly formed a layer of only in the legend of the dragon halo, a man-made optical phenomenon. Chu Yuan also did not object. About Feng Yushiu's statement also has a reason. As the saying goes, 1 point lower is water, 1 point higher is gas. The wonders of nature are far beyond the world's imagination. The people were discussing this as they passed through the dragon halo around them, as if they had traveled through a divine ether, and finally came to the top of the mountain. Introduced to the eye is a bridge made of stone, like a bridge to heaven, at the end of which is the magnificent palace. This bridge is about 500 meters long and more than 3 meters wide, like the heavenly path that the gods and goddesses of the heavenly palace used to guide the mortals to the immortals in the myths and legends. On both sides of the bridge were layers of 7-colored rainbow light, making it difficult to see through the rainbow light underneath, and giving one the feeling of being in a fairyland. Through this bridge of heavenly paths, the crowd looked at the towering palace at the end, and all of a sudden, they felt that the whole person was incomparably small. The 4 of them looked grave and walked carefully on the heavenly road, and they could even feel a sense of levity under their feet. Chu Yuan suddenly realized that the dragon halo on this heavenly road was very different compared to the dragon halo on the waterfall he had just passed by. While the dragon halo by way of the waterfall was full of water vapor and slightly humid, this heavenly path was extremely dry, worthy of being a cave of the gods. After walking through the heavenly path, the view in front of the crowd suddenly became wide open, and what met their eyes were opulent palaces and tall buildings. Below the main entrance of the palace there was a long jade staircase with a total of 99 steps, which extended upwards and led to the door of the palace. The main palace hall is composed of a root of Nanmu as the main body, only to see layers of Qin bricks and Han tiles, purple columns and golden beams, extremely luxurious. Chu Yuan surveyed the surrounding architectural styles before he slowed down from his shock and opened his mouth. The Dragon Mountain enters the clouds. The Worm Valley is deep. It covers 100 miles, and the world is cut off from the other side of the sky. All of these allude to the feng shui pattern of the mausoleum. This King Xian, who is just a grassroots son of a small frontier country, can even build his tomb in such an isolated feng shui secret area. The hardest thing is that the king's aura is so well preserved with all kinds of facilities. It seems that none of those who can be the emperor can be underestimated. Fengxiu saw this main hall, which appeared to shine under the 7-colored rainbow light, and laughed excitedly. Although this ancient Dian country is located in the southwest border, but also by the influence of the Qin and Han culture, you see, this architectural style of the overall framework and appearance are in accordance with the Qin system. Priceless ah! Fatty couldn't help but be dazzled and horrified as he looked at the magnificent building in front of him, swallowing his saliva in surprise. If it wasn't for the various bizarre monsters encountered along the way, Fatty would have thought that he was really located in a fairyland. Yang Yunue frowned slightly. In her opinion, no matter how meteorological the heavenly palace was, she always felt that it was permeated with an evil aura. As the saying goes, 10,000 people cut down the wood, one person rises to heaven. This King Xian built such a grand palace on top of this cliff. How much money did it cost and how many people did it kill? No matter how clever this King Xian's tactics were in building such a lavish palace, in the end it was still not a mausoleum. The four of them walked up the jade steps, wanting to take a closer look at the main hall, and when they came to the door of the main hall, Fatty suddenly let out an eek, only to see the gate not far away erected a stone monument. The monument on the book a few big words. Strokes complicated. See the fat man a little confused. What does it say? Little brother? After Chu Yuan surveyed it, it should be a small seal script from the Qin dynasty period, and that's when he read it one character at a time. The mystery of the mysteries, the gate of all the wonders, the Ling Yun heavenly palace, the hall of the meeting immortal treasures. Hall of meeting immortals? I'll be damned. This Xian Wan Lao heir, wanting to be a god, has gone crazy, and is so bold as to refer to this as the hall of meeting immortals. He doesn't think he can lure the gods down by building such a palace on this cliff. Crazy. Fatty directly opened his mouth and spat out. How is it that these who are emperors are so whimsical at the end of the day, scrambling to be immortals? Throughout history, which emperor did not pursue the art of immortality? It was especially serious during the Qin and Han dynasties. Chu Yuan does not think that King Xian is whimsical. Do not see. Han Wu Da Di also wanted dust beads. Seek immortality? It was also the kings of the Qin and Han dynasties that made the emperors of later generations realize that immortality was nothing but a dream. Birth, old age, sickness and death are the laws of life development, and even if you are an emperor, it is difficult to act against heaven. Chapter 132 Dragon and Tiger Shortstaff opens the door of the palace. Chu Yuan and the others slowly arrived in front of the temple gate of King Xian's so-called Lingyun Palace, and they saw two huge stone gates that were more than 3 meters high. The center of the giant stone door is carved with two tomb-suppressing beasts, one on the left and one on the right, which look like dragons and tigers and are lifelike. Fatty is not afraid. Directly all the way jogging rushed up against the stone door, even though the strength of the milk, but also do not see to move the slightest. Fatty, don't waste your breath. There must be an anti-reverse device behind this door. There should be a stone latch that can be slid. Looking at the bruised Fatty, Chu Yuan laughed nonchalantly, but the way to crack these levels was in the Fatty. After Fengxiu despised the fat man, he took the initiative to go forward and inspect this stone door for a long time before speaking. This stone door adopts the General Imperial Tomb's supervisory method, used to guard against touching the gold, and the mechanism should be on this surface. The fat man looked at Fengxiu with a mischievous face and laughed uncharacteristically. Then do you have any methods to crack it? Fengxiu suddenly had a stiff face. Letting him study the strange arts, there were still a few means. Letting him crack the organs belonged to making things difficult for him. Seeing that the little white man had nothing to say, the fat man smiled smugly. I do have a method. It is said that Sun Dianying used dynamite to blow up the imperial tomb back then. Why don't we try dynamite as well? Chu Yuan immediately looked at the fat man speechlessly. This Sun Dianying is a bandit, but he is a gold-touching colonel. How can he be mixed up? Fatty, don't talk nonsense. This is a cultural relic. You can't violently break down the door as a last resort. This is an archaeological program. Pay attention. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, Fatty's entire body instantly became anxious and shouted, what should we do? We can't stay here forever. Yang Yunue, who was on the side, stared at the stone door for a long while before she slowly opened her mouth. You see, this door on the tomb beasts are symmetrical left and right the same. How this is different. Look like a dragon and a tiger. The fat man suddenly stared with wide eyes, and after looking at it several times repeatedly, he asked suspiciously, "No, how did you tell that there was one dragon and one tiger?" Chu Yuan directly pushed a hand on the fat man and jokingly said, "You have no dandruff color between these eyebrows, so naturally you can't see it. The color of tanzanite? No, little brother. What do you mean?" Fatty heard Chu Yuan say so himself, a little confused to hear to not understand, chasing after Chu Yuan to ask questions. "Ha, little brother. Look, there are two small holes on top of this tombstone beast. Is this some kind of mechanism?" Yan Yunue stared at the small hole on top of the tomb-suppressing beast, with a few slight guesses in his heart that it was most likely a lock hole. Chu Yuan nodded his head and said in a deep voice to Fatty, "This dragon and tiger. It's most likely a dragon and tiger short staff. Fatty, where's the stuff?" Fatty's eyes twitched. He was busy putting down his backpack, taking out the dragon tiger short staff and directly handing it to Chu Yuan, daring this thing to be the key. Chu Yuan held a golden beast head dragon and tiger short staff and scrutinized it carefully. The two ends were dragon head and tiger head, and in the middle was a slightly curved golden short staff. At this time, the short staff of the dragon and tiger was glowing with a golden color, and Chu Yuan found that the beast heads on the two ends of the staff corresponded with the ones on the stone door. After considering that this thing was the only burial item of the high priestess of the sacrificial king, it must be something very important, and it was thought to be the key to the door of the main hall of this immortal palace. Only to see Chu Yuan's hands twisting slightly, he actually directly split the dragon tiger short staff into two, with the sharp end just the right size for the small hole. Chu Yuan threw one to Fatty, who nodded his head in understanding, and both of them simultaneously walked towards the tombstone beast in front of the stone door, just as they were about to insert it into the hollow. "Wait, little brother, will this mechanism be so simple? Will it have to be unscrewed in a sequential order?" Feng Yishio hesitated for a moment before interrupting the two men's movements. "This King Xian's tomb is at least considered an imperial tomb. The gate mechanism is so simple?" Chu Yuan's movements were slightly stalled, and he took a deep breath. In terms of feng shui, there was the saying that the dragon and tiger held each other, representing the two qi of yin and yang. This King Xian's Lingyun Palace was built on top of the water dragon halo, relying on the delicate balance of yin and yang, clear and turbid qi. According to the reasoning of Qingwu, it may be worthwhile to take the Qingyang qi first and move this safer dragon head. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan held his breath and inserted the dragon beast in his hand directly into the head of the tomb-setting dragon beast, then gently turned the dragon beast short staff. He knew he had made the right bet when he heard a soft click, and then he nodded slightly to the fat man. Fatty stretched a thumb at Chu Yuan, then joyfully took the tiger and inserted it against the hole. Click! Suddenly, a dull ringing sound emanated from within the palace, only to see the giant stone door slowly push outward until it was completely open. Feng Yishio, who was very cautious, loudly reminded the crowd, "Beware of hidden arrows and poisonous smoke-type organs." And yet, nothing happened. It was safe. "Little brother." "How true!" Fatty cheered excitedly, seeing Chu Yuan and Yang Yunue turn on their flashlights and carefully walk towards the interior of the hall. He was just about to follow, when he retracted his steps and stared at the two ends of the short dragon and tiger staff on the stone door, muttering, "This is a real treasure. It must be taken away." In passing, he plucked off two short staffs and stuffed them back into his backpack, then jogged all the way to follow Chu Yuan and the others. "Wait, don't go in the middle. Go down the side." Chu Yuan fiercely stopped a few people and looked at a piece of ground paved with square stone tiles in front of him, alertly reminding the crowd. Knowing Chu Yuan's ability, the few people didn't say much and slowly walked along the edge towards the center of the hall. As several people went deeper, the drone's headlights arrived in time to dispel the darkness and illuminate the hall. It was a very spacious hall, and in the antechamber of the hall stood a dozen or so giant statues, greeted by a mighty bronze lion. Looking at the height of this giant statue, it was at least 2.5 meters, and the shape was very unique, and there were a few indescribably strange things about looking at it. "Fat Master, I've been to many big tombs. I've never seen this in a normal royal tomb. It's too strange." Fatty surveyed the strange giant statues with a puzzled expression. Yan Yunue scanned the circle before explaining with a calm demeanor. "There's nothing strange about it. The dynasties are different, so the forms are different, but the purpose is the same. To seek to serve death as one serves life. It is death. And these emperors are not willing to give up that supreme power." Chu Yuan nodded slightly. He was quite puzzled by these giant statues of lions. Although it was customary to place tomb beasts or attendants in tombs, but the fact that these giant statues of lions were placed inside the main hall instead of being arranged in front of the door of the hall made him feel a little strange. Ever since entering the Bug Valley, Chu Yuan had a feeling in his heart that the dragon-seeking technique would be difficult to work here, and this Xian Wang Lauer had changed the Feng Shui Bureau in a completely different way, which really gave people a headache. Behind the bronze lion, in turn, placed elephants, unicorns, horses and other beasts' giant statue. Chu Yuan rough count. There are 36. The posture of these giant statues was strangely placed, looking rather like they were performing some kind of mysterious ceremony. Arched in the center by these colossal statues was a throne inlaid with gold and jade, which at first glance was unbelievably luxurious. For the first time, Fatty did not have the joy of seeing a treasure. Instead, he turned to Chu Yuan beside him and asked in a small voice, "Little brother, do you feel a sinister aura? Why do I feel like there is someone sitting on this throne?" Chu Yuan made a flashlight to look at the throne, found nothing, slightly pondered and laughed. "You're freezing. It's supposed to be cold up here in the mountains, so don't be alarmed." Fatty swallowed his saliva and stayed close to Chu Yuan's side, looking around cautiously. "Little brother. Fatty, come look. There's a mural here." Yang Yunue found a giant screen mural. The height alone was more than 10 meters high. The characters' deeds on the mural were incomparably clear. If this was seen by the experts and professors in the institution, they would have to go crazy. Chu Yuan initially swept a glance. This giant mural. It is estimated to be the most well-preserved and the oldest one in the country now. This is the real deal, especially for researching the history of ancient Yunnan, which will definitely lead to significant discoveries. Chapter 133, A Ghost's Laugh is not like hearing a ghost's cry. Hearing the shout, Fatty quickly came to the front of the crowd, staring at the mural left and right, as if he wanted to see something. Seeing him with such a serious look of delving, Chu Yuan pulled the fat man's back and dragged him backward while asking curiously, "Master Fatty, what do you see here?" The fat man looked puzzled for a moment, then said with a frank, serious face, "I can see it, I tell you, if I'm not mistaken. This mural." Speaking of this, Fatty even sold coffins. Seeing Yang Yunue glaring at himself, Fatty hurriedly opened his mouth. This mural was left behind by the king of dedication. A few people dropped their faces when they heard this, and Feng Yishou even squeezed his butt out of the fat man's place and laughed softly. "Stay where you are." Fatty, with a defiant face, yelled, "Then what do you think is painted on this mural?" Chu Yuan held up his flashlight and irradiated it for a while before carefully scrutinizing it. Then he said in a deep voice, "This is a record of the history of ancient Yunnan and some rituals related to inviting heavenly mediums and divining and practicing witchcraft." Hearing this, Fatty's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "I said, why does this mural look familiar? Just now behind the throne, there are also 2 murals. Should we go and take a look?" After Chu Yuan and the others exchanged glances, they followed Fatty to the center of the hall, and sure enough, they saw 2 murals behind the luxurious throne. On the right side of this painting, the painting of the immortal Cloud Misty, Smoky, 9 days above the fairy palace hidden. This painting of the immortal ascension to heaven seen. In the center of the mural, a man is wearing a python robe with an ornate round neckline and a golden crown with a bead embedded in it that resembles a human eye. Could this be what a Daphne bead looks like? One of the most incongruous parts of the picture is that a crane riding immortal, with white eyebrows and a smile on his face, is waving at King Xian. Behind him were countless other clear and elegant immortals with different postures and respectful expressions, as if they were welcoming the king of offerings who had gone up to the heavenly court. I'm afraid, this mural is just the wishful obsession of King Xian during his lifetime, but it's still a big deal. It is surprising that such an opulent Lingyun palace was built just to receive the immortals. Come and see, you guys, there's writing here. It's the Qin seal. Before Chu Yuan could reply, on the other side, Feng Yishou realized that in the middle of the mural, there were ancient seal scripts and hurriedly greeted the crowd. Seeing this ancient seal, Yang Yunue was very familiar with it and slowly read it. The dust pearl is the gall of the phoenix transformed by the Earth Mother, which is rumored to help people become immortal. And at the end of the Qin dynasty, this pillar fell into the hands of King Xian. When the Emperor of Han learned of this, he sent an emissary to ask for it. King Xian did not want to give up the treasure, so he took his people and separated from Dian and moved to western Yunnan. Hundreds of thousands of people were spent to build the tomb of King Xian in order to ascend to immortality. Chu Yuan shook his head. Rumors cannot be trusted. The past all sorts of inferences about the ancient Dianguo and Xian Wang legend, true or false. I am afraid that what is recorded on this ancient seal is the truest history. It seems that the dusk pearl is really in the hands of old man Xian Wang. We found the right one this time. Fatty's spirit was greatly energized at these words. Chu Yuan realized that the person on the mural wearing a crown on his head should be the king of Xian, and the jewel in the middle of the crown is probably the bead. Then what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and find the pillar here properly, Fatty said with an anxious face. All he wanted now was to find the pillar and then it would be easier for him to find the treasure. Don't think about it. This palace is the bright building of King Xian's tomb. It wouldn't put the dust pearl in a place like this. Generally speaking, there will be a dungeon building near the bright building, and finding the dungeon is the only way to find the dusk pearl. Chu Yuan's words just fell. Suddenly a sharp woman's laughter out. Sound like ice like frost. Scared a few people did not dare to move. Cluck 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 cluck. Originally empty and silent hall. Suddenly resounded this weird laughter. Cold and cold. Straight to the hairs of the sweat. When Chu Yuan and the others used their flashlights to look around, they had just taken a few steps when the eerie sound came to an abrupt end and disappeared. Chu Yuan looked grave and followed the corner where the voice had just sounded, but he fixed his eyes on it but it was empty and found nothing. Little brother. Why do I hear a woman's laughter? Treacherous and cold. It can't be a ghost. The fat man lifted his submachine gun as if it could give him courage, his teeth chattering softly as he lowered his voice to ask. Yang Yunhua was also shocked by the smile. A few people had just searched the hall once. In that there was no one else. The laughter was so creepy, but she didn't know where it came from. Thinking of this, she subconsciously pinched a Taoist protection spell with her right hand. After all, anyone could hear the unkindness of the laughter. And perhaps it was a psychological effect that the temperature in the Great Hall was several degrees lower. Feng Yuxiu also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and as if he thought of something, he took out a black donkey hoof and crossed it in front of his chest. Seeing this, Fatty whispered a curse at him for being unrighteous and followed suit, taking out his blackest hoof and clutching a handful of glutinous rice in his hand. Chu Yuan looked at the performance of the two men and was speechless. Nima, aren't black donkey hooves and sticky rice subduing the big dumplings? Hesitating for a moment, Chu Yuan took out the fakia seal. He wasn't afraid of anything dirty. He wanted to use the fakia seal to suppress evil spirits. Dragon Secret has said, Hair Mount Seal, touch the gold talisman. Protect the body does not protect the ghost. Blowing lamp, cellar coffins, bronze coffin. 8 Not hard. Do not approach the front. The vertical burial pit, the box grave, moving mountains and mountains around, red-coated murder, smiling corpse. The ghost laughs no better than listening to the ghost cry. The last sentence fits the current situation very well, and it is the golden rule of the inverted world. The lesson that countless predecessors have exchanged their lives for. Red-clothed murderers and smiling corpses are those who, after descending into the grave, are most wary of encountering corpses in big red mourning clothes or dead faces with smiles on their faces. In terms of feng shui, the tomb's feng shui are suffering from damage, presenting a great evil omen. Encounter this kind of tomb, hurry to stop, unless your life is hard enough. As for the ghostly cries, the vast majority of them were due to the wind noise caused by the environment of the catacombs, so naturally there was no need to take them to heart. But if you encounter laughter, it's dangerous. You must have encountered something dirty. And it's said that only severe ghosts love to laugh the most. Cluck cluck cluck. Just as the crowd was getting jittery, the eerie woman's laughter suddenly resounded in their ears. Chu Yuan turned to Fatty and Feng Yuxiu, nodded his head, and split into 3 directions, heading towards the source of the sound, ready to surround the other party. However, the Lingyuni Mortal Palace's main hall was really large, and the statues in the hall were standing around in several circles, severely affecting several people's eyesight. However, when the people came to the source of the sound, they again found nothing, no sign of anything. If it wasn't for the grim laughter still ringing in their ears, the crowd would likely think that they and the others were caught in the middle of a hallucination. Little brother, in this case, we should have encountered something dirty. Do you gold touchers have any solutions? Yang Yunhua turned her back to a few people and looked around nervously, suddenly lowering her voice and asking in a small voice. Chu Yuan, some of the heart speechless, thinking that you are moving mountain Taoist. At least half of the Taoist, exorcise ghosts and exorcise demons, should not take the hand? This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Let's go. Move forward and take a look. Such a stalemate could not solve the problem. Chu Yuan chose to take the initiative, so the group slowly came to the center of the palace's hall. Suddenly, Chu Yuan felt what appeared to be a red light flickering at the corner of his eyes, and he immediately looked up, only to see the beams above him. A woman in red wearing a long-sleeved, large red robe was swaying and hanging above the dome of the Great Hall, and it was vaguely visible that her neck seemed to be hanging above the roof. Crouch! Female ghost! Apparently, Fatty also noticed what was going on above the dome and shouted, lifting his submachine gun and preparing to fire. This shock almost didn't make Chu Yuan's heart jump out of his chest, and sure enough, it was always his own teammates who were the most intimidating. Chapter 134, Hair Mount Seal to suppress smiling ghosts. After stopping Fatty, the reckless man, although the top of the Great Hall was dim and lightless, it was still clear to see under the gift of night eyes. Under a closer look, it is true that the neck of the female corpse was hanging from the top, and the whole person was hanging on the top of the hall, so it can be seen that the life of the miserable. Chu Yuan's face was appalled. It was obvious that the other party was hung alive. No wonder he could emit a ghostly laughter. He thought that his resentment was too great. Fatty was also scared to death. and asked in a low voice how to deal with this female ghost. Otherwise, the laughter was too creepy. However, what made Chu Yuan feel most uneasy was that this female corpse unexpectedly only had a human head hanging above the dome, and the lower half of her body was empty. There was nothing in the big red dress, and when the cold wind hit, you could still see the big red robe gently swaying in the wind. So the question is, where did her body go? With the arrival of the crowd, the eerie laughter of this female corpse also stopped, just quietly floating in the air, making people's hearts chilled. Yang Yunhua said in a trembling voice after shining the flashlight a few times. The clothes of great convergence on this female corpse are not used for Qin and Han costumes, and the probability is that they are ancient Diane's own convergence clothes, with a complex craftsmanship. According to the literature on moving mountains, it is possible that the clothes worn by the Semitic and ghostly women of the ethnic minorities are similar to Taoist robes. Just as the crowd was discussing what was going on with this thing on top of their heads, Fatty suddenly glanced at the female corpse on top of his head without realizing it, only to see that the female corpse even turned her head slightly, turning towards Fatty. A face painted with thick makeup facing Fatty. A sharp cold laugh coldly issued from her mouth. Cluck 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 cluck. Frightened, the fat man turned pale and took 3 or 4 steps back in a row, shivering as he reached out and pointed at the female corpse's human head above his head. Chu Yuan's eyes turned cold as he took out a tube of blood and threw it directly toward the red-clothed female corpse's head with force. Bang! After the glass bottle shattered, Chu Yuan's blood splashed directly onto the red-clothed female corpse's head, emitting a zip, zip, zip sound. Seeing that the drone was broadcasting live towards him, Chu Yuan hurriedly raised his fakia seal, pointed at the red-clothed female corpse, and shouted, with one seal in hand, "All evil gods are shunned, and the heavenly officials give blessings to all." The loud voice, at once, reverberated in the empty hall, and due to the echoing effect, his voice was heard in all directions. Ah ha ha ha. Vaguely, the crowd seemed to faintly hear a woman scream, "I rub," the famous scene to come. Hair mount finger suppression severe ghost's laugh. Little brother is really too comprehensive. Why worry about the imperial tomb is not stolen? It's so exciting. Watching it makes me want to work with little brother. My home is near the 13 tombs. Welcome little brother to work together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upstairs. Your IP address is memorized by me. The live broadcast is over. Let's see you at the government office. Truly, this night ghost is truly terrifying. Just that creepy smile alone could scare most people to death. I have to say, little brother, this mysterious blood is too powerful. Not only restrain bugs, ghosts and monsters also restrain. So I want to study it. This consecrated king is a ruthless man. Ah, the high priest used to accompany the mausoleum. The red-robed sorcerer was hanged alive to guard the heavenly palace. After this wave of Chu Yuan's small combo, the red-clothed female corpse's head suddenly subsided and hung motionless above the dome. It's finally died down. Say, what the hell is this thing? Evil as hell. Fatty breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked softly. Chu Yuan stroked his chin and said in a deep voice, "This is supposed to be a ceremony in which the king of consecration took his own sorcerers and sacrificed them in order to cultivate immortality, for the sake of the vain and ethereal reception of the immortals." Seeing that the crowd was puzzled, Chu Yuan hastened to explain to everyone that this red-clothed female corpse might be King Xian Shem woman, similar to a sorcerer or priest. This grandson is ruthless enough to kill his own priests, but why did he have to hang them alive? And what's with that sound? Fatty looked like he was breaking the pot and looked at Chu Yuan with anticipation, wanting to hear his high opinion. Fatty, you damned 100,000 reasons ah? I can't figure out this King Xian's weird tactics, but this female corpse is too miserable. Why don't you go up there and have her cremated? It'll be a quick relief for her too. Chu Yuan blankly glanced at Fatty, but this female corpse is still good to be cremated, so as not to cause any trouble in. Do not go so high up. Fat master legs are soft. How dirty worker fat master I come ah? Fatty has some opinions about Chu Yuan's arrangement. Fat master I have this effort may even be able to find a treasure. He also do not believe in evil. Dedication to the king's old man out of such a large one Ling Yun immortal palace. What treasure inside are not? Senior sister Yang. This shining woman is also a name for a priest. What do you think of this female corpse and that high priestess of the great banyan tree? Seeing that the fat man was unwilling to work, Chu Yuan's eyes rolled and he nodded at Yang Yunhua, inquiring loudly. When Yang Yunhua saw Chu Yuan's eye gesture, how could she not know what he was planning to do, and directly sent her a beautiful blank stare, but still cooperated and replied, "Ancient priests, who all played important roles beside the emperor. This one is no less important than that high priest in comparison." Hearing this, Fatty's heart thumped. Holy, thinking of the high priest's dragon tiger short staff, Fatty's eyes suddenly lit up. I'm sure that this one priest's burial goods are not few. Thinking of the golden short staff, Fatty hastily wiped a mouthful of water. Hastily walking to Chu Yuan's body, he patted his chest and said righteously, "It's better for me to go. Little brother, you guys are so skillful. It's better for you to go around and look for clues. Leave this kind of small matter to me." Fomyashio laughed softly. "Fatty, aren't you damn afraid of heights?" The fat man smiled awkwardly and forced a smile. Joking. Who is afraid of heights? Fat master, I but dare to go up to the 9 heavens to catch the moon. Dare to go down to the 5 seas to catch turtle master. I can be afraid of heights? Really? After saying that, without waiting for Chu Yuan to reply, he directly took out a bundle of rope from his backpack and flung it at the dome's beams. Pulling on the rope, he slowly climbed toward the top beam. Chu Yuan and Yang Yunyue looked at each other and smiled. Walking slowly in the direction of the back hall, the only thing left in the entire palace was the back hall, which had yet to be explored. Just as Chu Yuan and the others were checking out the back hall, Fatty had already lightly arrived at the side of this red-clothed female corpse. Oh, there was a strong fishy odor that came from the room, making the fat man barely pass out from the smoke. Holy, it's been a couple thousand years since I brushed my teeth and washed my face. It stinks so bad. With a few harsh words on his lips, his hands were not slow, pulling the rope hanging the female corpse over and exerting force on his hands, dragging the red-clothed female corpse slowly to his front. Examining the red-clothed female corpse's head, the fat man covered his mouth and nose tightly, only to see that the female corpse's head was corroded out of its flesh and blood as if it had come into contact with body transformation dispersion under the effect of Chu Yuan's blood. The original scarlet face was transformed into a pile of unknown liquid, and a dark jade pendant was strikingly visible in the liquid. When the fat man saw this, his heart was happy, and he didn't mind vomiting, so he directly took it in his hand, wiped it clean with his clothes, and then scrutinized it carefully. Suddenly, the fat man's mind violently sprang up with a thought. This extremely high-quality earth treasure jade, he should use his tongue to lick it and taste it. Just as he ghostly tried to lick a mouthful of the ancient jade, he had just gotten close enough to be sobered by the fishy odor of the jade pendant. The fat master just got hit by an evil spirit. The fat man's face was pale at this time, and his expression was ugly as he put the ancient jade in his pocket, knowing that he was probably possessed. If it wasn't for the stench, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the path. Thinking of this, Fatty hurriedly slid down the rope, touching the ancient jade in his pocket. The excitement of seeing the treasure and getting rich cooled down, and he now wanted to go to Chu Yuan to lift the evil spirits. Possibly, Chu Yuan did not expect that he had inadvertently saved Fatty once. Otherwise, just bad. The fat man will have to taste some 1,000 years of concentrated essence of the big ribs like in the middle of the original work. Chapter 135 Bloody Baby turns into a manga man. The words were divided into two. Within the waters of the gourd cave, just as Chu Yuan and the others were checking out the Lingyun Palace, the Shadow Dragon Walled Cities group had returned to the Huladon Cave and were mourning Zua together. The old patriarch, Unquan, looked at the people in the fortress with a sad face and said sadly, "Gentlemen, you are all good brothers of Zua, who suffered the trap of the outlaws and was killed by the poisonous insects. This revenge, I shall avenge. I implore you all to be able to assist me in capturing those foreigners. I will do it myself and send them to my son." The villagers of Kalongzai who surrounded him could not help but lower their heads and surveyed the people around them, and no one dared to take the lead in making a commitment. Off to the side, Zarin narrowed one eye as he glanced first at his dead cousin, Zivar, and then at his aunt, who was a few shades older. Suddenly, a crazy thought came out of his heart. Cousin is dead and auntie is old. Why can't I be the patriarch? Among the younger generation of the Shadow Dragon Walled City, his own position was second only to Zua, and he had a good reputation for daring to fight. Thinking of this, Zarin stood out with a feigned sadness, raised his shotgun high, and bellowed, "Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely catch those foreigners and avenge my cousin." When he finished speaking, Zarin stared viciously at the young men in the fortress, and those who were close to him joined in the chorus at once. "Good, you're all the best men in the fortress, so let's take a short rest and leave at dawn." The old patriarch, Unquan, reached out and signaled for the crowd to be quiet, and after a few commands, he sat down next to his own son's body and mourned. In this world, there is no greater pain than the loss of a child. Gulp! Suddenly, a dull sound emanated from within the waters of the gourd cave, catching the attention of a villager resting by the lake, only to see that countless dead drifts suddenly surfaced on the otherwise dead water, glowing with a hint of white light, as if it were the legendary ghost Chi. The darkness of the cave, in the light of the dead drift actually bright a few points, but let a person like falling into the cold ice hell. The body cannot stop trembling. The villagers looked at the dead drift that kept surfacing, so scared that their knees were weak, and for a moment, they couldn't move their own feet. Suddenly, A dead drift is slowly floating to the shore. The villagers looked at the dead drift abdomen, even slightly trembling. Scared him pale. Rip! A slender finger came from the inside out, slashing open the belly of the dead drift, and a strange half-human, half-insect baby slowly crawled out. The baby looked about half a meter long and short, only to see it slowly turn around. Its eyes tightly closed, but its face was facing the villagers directly. Seemingly sensing the presence of the villagers, the strange baby's mouth split into 4 petals towards the 4 corners at the same time, all of which were covered with anti-jagged shapes inside. This change, as if the entire baby's head had been split into 4 pieces, immediately frightened the villagers with a scream. Ah! Help! Hearing his voice, the villagers in the distance finally reacted and rushed up with their weapons, just in time to see a half-man-tall strange baby was grinning into 4 pieces of strange mouth, biting hard at the villager's waist. With its sharp teeth, it even directly bit off the villager's bones, and a trace of blood slowly flowed down the corner of its mouth. Ah! The villagers who were bitten, after a short wail, actually did not breathe, which shows the horror of this strange baby. Bang! Not far away, Ada could see enough to know that this thing was a monster, and he raised his shotgun and just shot it in the head. At once, right in the head of the strange baby. This strange baby body crazy convulsions after some no longer move. He was killed by his shot. Before the other villagers could clap their hands, they only saw rustling sounds coming from the waters of the gourd cave. A group of strange babies were crossing the water, letting out a howl. He quickly rushed towards Shade Dragon Mountain and the others on the shore. No good. Run! Ada reacted right fast, firing a few shots hastily before hastily greeting the crowd and running backwards. Seeing this, the other villagers chased after them, and those who ran slowly were engulfed by the strange babies without even shouting out their screams. What the crowd didn't know was that the few strange babies that had swallowed the human body had grown a few points without realizing it. Inside the Lingyun Palace Hall, after Chu Yuan and the others searched in vain, they slowly walked towards the gate, ready to check the location of the Earth Palace outside the hall. In just close to the stone door, suddenly heard a burst of rapid footsteps, looked through the doorway, but it was the Kolongzai people catching up. However, the weird thing was that these people's expressions were full of fear and uneasiness, as if they were being chased by some monster. Who? Right at this moment, on the long bridge of the heavenly road connecting the outside of the Lingyun Palace, a sound that sounded like the roar of wild beasts unexpectedly came from it. Chu Yuan and Yan Yunhua looked at each other in surprise as he took out an assault rifle and magazines directly from his backpack and handed them to her. Yan Yunhua also did not make any pretense, took the gun and magazine, skillfully operated it. It seems to have inherited Partridge Whistle's marksmanship as well. At this time, how Chu Yuan wished that the system rewarded a thermal weapon proficiency how good it was, but his current life points were fast. Bug Valley Trip. Although it is very dangerous, but up points. That is really fierce. This is only halfway. He is almost 100 million points. Fomushio and Fatty at the back heard the commotion and rushed over. Loading their weapons, it seemed like a big battle was unavoidable. Go, rush out and look. Listening to the sporadic gunshots outside, Chu Yuan knew that the villagers of Chalong village had already fought with the monster, and with a wave of his hand, he rushed out. Fatty looked at Chu Yuan with a desire to speak. Originally still wanted to talk to Chu Yuan about the matter of being possessed, and saw him rushing out so bravely. With no choice but to raise his submachine gun, he ran out of the gate, and just after leaving the palace gate, Fatty's entire body was dumbfounded. What the hell is all this? Fatty's eyes were dead set on the center of the Heavenly Palace Plaza, the fast-crawling humanoid monster, and he was instantly shocked and burst out. The drones detected the commotion and flew out as well, and all the viewers of the live broadcast were treated to this rare scene. Tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room. Surprisingly rare, not a trace of pop-ups visible now. The picture is really shocked the world. I wipe. Not to mention the Fat Master's stupid eyes. ITM almost be directly scared to pee. This 4 petals of the strange mouth. Sure it is not the opposite sex? What kind of species is this? A reptilian monster, with 2 hands and 2 feet, 3 fingers on the hands and 3 fingers on the feet. The more it looks like a human being. Crazy. Luckily, it's not a monster that can't be killed by a sword or a gun. Otherwise, such a large number would be enough to wipe out the expedition. I didn't see it. Yang Xiangu's shooting skill is so accurate. Point kill. 1 shot for 1 little friend. The monster's blood is actually green. From my point of view, these things are probably what's in the stomach of a dead drift, a species of human trematode. It's crazy. I go. The villagers of Kolongzai are so miserable, appearing dead and wounded. Nima, ordinary people really can't just go down to the Tuma. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the viewers of the live broadcast were anxious for these people from the dragon-shading walled city, Chu Yuan and his group had already joined the battle. With the sweep of the 4 submachine guns, instantly the entire battle was turned around. Especially since Chu Yuan didn't care about the number of bullets. Anyway, the last thing in his system backpack was guns and bullets, and it didn't matter if his accuracy was poor, but it couldn't help that there were a lot of monsters, so he could just shoot mindlessly. Hold your breath and hide if you don't want to die. Taking advantage of the time to change magazines, Chu Yuan overheard a villager being pounced on by the, and hastily shouted out. Hearing his reminder, some of the villagers who didn't have guns in their hands hurriedly held their breath and hid to the side. The crowd had no scruples, and the next thing they knew it was the world of submachine guns, even though the monsters were numerous. After more than half an hour, these consecrated king's people were still eliminated by Chu Yuan as much as possible. Looking at the square's corpses littered with monsters, at least 200 of them, Chu Yuan touched the hot barrel of the gun and looked faintly at the Kalongzai and others who cleaned up the battlefield, and the timid ones even cried out. Although these people were unintentionally intruding into the Valley of Worms, they could have retreated back. But they ended up coming in for some reason. If you want to go down to the grave, you have to look down on life and death, and you have to do what you can, so you can't blame anyone else. Feeling the sad atmosphere in the center of the field, Chu Yuan was annoyed in his heart and slowly walked to the edge of the square, looking down at the mountain. Nay, the water dragon halo wind and water was so powerful that he could only see layers and layers of 7-colored rainbow light. Little brother, the old patriarch of the dragon-shading walled city went and was seriously injured and didn't make it. Yang Yunue walked over with a sad face and said in a low mood. Chu Yuan looked stunned and didn't say anything more. This pair of father and son were able to sleep long in the divine treasure cave of the consecrated king's tomb, and it was considered to be a scenery. By the way, where exactly is this King Xian's underground palace? Yang Yunue, who had slowed down, took a deep breath and inquired about King Xian's underground palace. Looking at the dragon halo under his feet, Chu Yuan smiled faintly and said softly, finding the dragon trick has a cloud. Before looking at the mountain, first look at the water. There is a mountain without water to rest to find the land. The mountain and water is the yin and yang pair. There is a mountain without water is not a dragon vein. Both the mountain follows the water. Yin and yang depend on each other. 2 mountains clamp a water. Mountain and water will be. That is, the dragon stops. Here just happens to be the pattern of 2 mountains clamped by a water of the heavenly child point. If that's the case, this King Xian's old man's underground palace is under this deep pool. 3 shifts. For those of you passing by, 5 stars please. Thank you. Chapter 136 Rainstorms violate the realm of yin and yang. Right in the empty moment when Chu Yuan was talking, the fat man suddenly became stagnant as a whole, and his mouth was even murmuring in a small voice. The speed at which he spoke, getting faster and faster, didn't sound like normal words, only to see Fatty ignoring the strange eyes of Chu Yuan and the others. Straight ahead, he walked in the direction of the cliff, all the while whispering in a low voice. His footsteps firm and without a hint of hesitation. Yang Yunue looked the fat man up and down, and seeing that he was about to step into the cliff, he hurriedly pulled the fat man back and chimed in a low voice. Fatty, what are you doing? This sound was like a voice from the sky, directly letting Fatty wake up. Looking at the near cliff, Fatty was so scared that he backed up violently. Looking at the scene in front of him, the fat man patted his chest, a burst of fear, and before waiting for the bystanders to ask, he directly opened his mouth. It's over. Little brother, fat master, I'm possessed. When he thought of the feeling of his body being out of control and his sanity being clouded just now, the fat man's face turned pale and he looked at the 2 men as if he was seeking help. Sister Yang, aren't you practicing in a Taoist temple degree? Do you have any Taoist talisman paper to drive away evil spirits? Give me a dozen. Yang Yunue was directly exasperated by his words. And a dozen? Thinking of this, she took out a piece of talisman paper from her sleeve and explained. This is a peace talisman given to me by my master. Enlightened by the elders. Take it. The fat man picked it up with a quick eye, his face barely showing a smile while still pretending to be sympathetic. How embarrassing this is. Sister, you are highly skilled in martial arts. This talisman paper is purely superfluous for you. Fat master smiles. After saying that, even still blinking his eyes, looking straight at Chu Yuan, this kind of eyes, directly let Chu Yuan a cold. Bring it out. Let me see what could even get you possessed. Looking at this performance of the fat man, he must have taken the plutonium from the red-clothed female corpse's mouth. He just didn't know if he had licked on it. Fatty's expression froze as he sniffed and muttered vaguely. Where's the plutonium? Just a red coat and a broken mask. And that head is disgustingly gross from your burning. I've looked through the inside. There's nothing in there. Just a headset. And it's still pretty creepy when you look at it up close anyway. Chu Yuan did not pursue the question. With a flip of his right hand, an antidote pill appeared in his palm, and after thinking about it, he took out another myriad heart pill. Fatty was instantly overjoyed and took the antidote pill and stuffed it into his mouth. As for the myriad heart pill, he put it away as if it was precious. At this time, Fomushio came over with a difficult look on his face, looked at the crowd, and said with his hands spread out, "Just now the villagers of the shaded dragon-walled village said that they wanted to continue following us, fearing that we would take the treasure in the mountain." Chu Yuan frowned slightly. This group of guys even wanted to follow themselves. The Valley of Worms is full of dangers. Afraid of not knowing how to write the word death. Seeing Chu Yuan in a difficult position, Yang Yunhua pondered a little and slowly spoke. With the ability of these villagers, the gourd cave water's level is definitely not passable. These monsters are hatched from dead drift. Thinking of the countless dead drifts floating within the waters of Huladong, Chu Yuan was also somewhat at his wit's end. Not to mention the villagers, even if his own party wanted to cross over unharmed, it was also somewhat difficult. Never mind, let them follow for the time being, and when the time comes, we'll go into the water and let them wait on the shore. Chu Yuan can only think of such a temporary solution for the time being. After all, it is still on the air, and it is definitely not possible to really leave all the people behind. However, to ensure the safety of these people's lives, that was not Chu Yuan's responsibility either, or in the same words, to listen to God's will. After the crowd was in front of the Lingyun Palace, and after a brief rest, Chu Yuan proposed to follow the trestle along the cliffside and return to the lake valley. The Shadow Dragon walled party of more than 10 people had already lost their backbone, and followed behind under Ada's leadership as he listened to Chu Yuan's arrangements. The only one in the crowd was Zarin, who gazed coldly at Chu Yuan and the others with a sinister expression, convinced that they were here to dig for treasure. Auntie said that the treasure of this worm valley belongs to our Chalong walled city, and no outsider can take it away from anyone. Seemingly sensing a stream of unsuspecting eyes, Chu Yuan keenly looked over, and the latter immediately became low-browed. The group circled down the steep cliff walkway and after more than an hour, they finally made it back to the valley without any danger. Hoo-hoo! Just as he returned to the valley, he heard a strong gust of wind, and when he looked up, he was instantly surprised by the scene in front of him, only to see the distant sky suddenly becoming dim, a thick black cloud hovering up, like a black dragon. At that moment, it made the sky and the seven-colored rainbow light, which was still a little bright, look like a layer of shadow, as if it was a warning from the heavens. Even a few worried villagers of Kalongzai were so scared that they suddenly fell on their knees and kept muttering, "The mountain god is angry." Yan Yunhua couldn't help but be a bit distracted. This odd heavenly phenomenon had caused her mind to be in turmoil. She was only afraid that, once again, this was King Xian's backhanded move. Back in the valley, the seven-colored rainbow light was not visible, and the sky was already dim and unclear, so it was even more eerie and dark. Seeing the panic on the faces of the crowd, Chu Yuan said in a loud voice, "This kind of celestial phenomenon has been recorded in the ancient wind and water, and the black gas between the heavenly Han, running through and connected, is called the black pig crossing the celestial river. In the heavenly star secret art it's called rainy weather offense. It's a normal weather change. It's going to rain heavily later, so don't worry." After seeing the relaxed look on the faces of Kalon Walled City and the others, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and each of them went to find a place to rest. The fat man noticed that Chu Yuan's expression was different and quietly pulled Chu Yuan to the side. Yang Yunua's gaze flickered when she saw this and walked over. "Little brother, what exactly is this black fog? You give Master Fatty a clue. Why do I look creepy in my heart?" Fatty looked at the black clouds that seemed like a large funnel, and a hint of uneasiness loomed in his heart, making him a bit distracted. After Chu Yuan pondered for a while, seeing that there were no other outsiders around, he lowered his voice and said, "In the Qingzhou Earth Qi theory, it is said that the black pig crossing the river must host an ancient corpse haunting this place, which is why the corpse Qi rushes from the yin to the yang, obscuring the stars and the moon. Looks like we've come to the right place. King Xian's tomb is under this water," Fatty asked with a puzzled expression. "Little brother, didn't you just say that this is some kind of rain offense? How come it's associated with corpse Qi?" Yang Yunhua, who was at the side, nodded her head and softly explained, "This rainy weather refers to flooding and torrential rain. This weather above King Xian's tomb should be related to King Xian's change of feng shui pattern. King Xian has changed the pattern of many earth veins to form a water dragon halo for thousands of years, and I don't know how long it will last, so it's not a good idea to go into the water immediately." Chu Yuan looked at the black clouds in the sky. He was in favor of Yang Yunua's statement. He had a strong premonition in his heart. Once he and the others got the dusk pearl, that would be destroying King Xian's water dragon halo pattern. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the waters, which have been accumulating for thousands of years, will become an out-of-control flood that will surely cause the Snake River's water level to skyrocket. Perhaps, by then, this worm valley would also become an ocean, which would be a pity for the divine treasure cave. After Chu Yuan briefly explained to a few people, he began to work on the preparations for going into the water, while instructing the shaded dragon-walled city people to rest on the shore. Only Zarin, after hearing about Chu Yuan and the others going into the water, a look inexplicably flashed across his face. Wow, really heaven into the water after exploring the Lingyun Fairy Palace, and now began to go into the water to explore the secret of King Xian's tomb. Awesome, the most powerful is King Xian, who built the Heavenly Fairy Palace and created the underground palace. Truly a strange man. Knowing that the underground palace is haunted by ancient corpses, little brother is still determined to set out. What a brave general. Ai Chow. Is this fat man really possessed? I saw him laughing inexplicably all by himself by the river. I'll go. This guy is possessed by a ghost. I guess the fat man's hand is cheap, took the red-clothed female corpse's stuff, and was haunted by the other side. Ah, Red Schoolgirl, is that you? Chapter 137, The Northern Emperor Xianzhu relieves tongue compulsion. After briefly pacifying the Kowloon-walled cities group, Chu Yuan found a waterproof backpack to keep the weapons and ammunition properly secured. Slowly walking to the riverside, looking at Fatty and the others who were fully loaded, Chu Yuan distributed one closed breath pill per person. After seeing the crowd take the pills, Chu Yuan carefully explained to several people, this underwater dungeon is certainly not too far away, and it's not the kind of structure that's flat and straight. It could be a zigzag, or tic-tac-toe. Even if this section of the tomb passage is submerged in water, the dungeon is still in absolute closure, and the closing pills are sufficiently potent. After saying that, Chu Yuan nodded his head slowly to the other few people and dug into the water with a forward roll. When the other three saw Chu Yuan enter the water, they hurriedly moved to follow his example and plunged headlong into the water. Just after entering the water, Chu Yuan felt a gloomy coldness coming. It was good that this special protective boat was made of hard materials. Although the underwater environment was cold and dark, with the addition of Chu Yuan's night-eye talent, the underwater environment allowed him to see clearly. Sure enough, not far from the mountain wall, I saw a 2-meter-high gap that looked like a portal, and I found the right one. Chu Yuan, who received the inheritance of the 6 arts of the elf, this kind of environment gave him the feeling of coming to his home ground. Free and easy. Turning to Fatty and the others, making a gesture, Chu Yuan swam towards the direction of the gap ahead of the others, as fast as a flying fish. Seeing this, several people swam in the direction of Chu Yuan. After entering the gap, Chu Yuan then saw that he had originally entered a tomb passage, and continued to swim in along the entrance of the tomb passage, and finally saw a hint of light above his head. Chu Yuan slowly probed out of the water, and a large stone platform in front of him came into view, and on both sides of the platform was actually a humanoid statue. Walking up the steps, Chu Yuan then saw clearly. It turned out to be 2 rows of half-a-person high bronze statues, looked like the honor guard of the car and horse. Yang Yunyue and Feng Yuxiu also emerged from underwater at this time, looking at the arrangement in front of them with a look of admiration. These dark green bronze human and soldier figurines, modeled after the Qin burial style, were the carriages and horses of the tomb owner displayed in front of the Xiangong gate. Look at this specification. It should be the bronze carriage and bronze horse that escorted King Xian to heaven, plus 36 generals and colonels. The card is indeed big enough. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan looked back, and in his heart, he surprisingly realized that Fatty was still standing in the watery tomb passage, not moving. It seems that this guy was really possessed. Otherwise, in normal times, he would have already volunteered to grab the first step and check out the situation in the tomb. Finally found this King Xian's tomb. It's really well preserved. Seeing that he had finally entered the tomb of King Xian, and was one step closer to the dust pearl, Yang Yunyue's entire demeanor was a bit flamboyant. Chu Yuan nodded, surveying the statue in front of him, and said indifferently, this statue plays a very good deterrent role. Look further ahead. A few people walked straight ahead, discussing at the same time, forgetting that Fatty, who was following them, was still soaking in the water of the tomb passage. Ha, little brother, how did this King Xian build such a large palace underwater? This is too unbelievable. Yang Yunyue looked at the dome that had been cut more than 10 meters high above his head and couldn't help but sigh. Chu Yuan gently shook his head and said with a smile, I guess it should have intercepted the large and small water veins of the Bug Valley before the construction, and then dug from the bottom of the Tam to the mountains, a project that would require at least hundreds of thousands of manpower. Ha, where's the fat man? Feng Yuxiu walked to halfway, suddenly found that the fat man unexpectedly did not follow, turned around and found that he was still in the water, did not come up. Fatty, what are you doing? Hurry up and come up. Chu Yuan also noticed Fatty's situation and stopped. calling out to the motionless Fatty. Feng Yuxiu's complexion tightened, and he hurriedly took a few quick steps to Fatty's side, and just when he wanted to call out, he abruptly realized that Fatty raised his head. A face full of blood and a fierce expression suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was Fatty. He was poisoned or possessed. Brush! The fat man held a dagger in his hand at some point and violently swept it towards Feng Yuxiu's face without a hint of hesitation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're crazy. Feng Yuxiu's body violently leaned back, only to avoid the fat man this blow, just burst out foul language, just to hear a cackle of treacherous laughter. This is the red-clothed female corpse in the Lingyun Palace. This fat man is really possessed by a ghost. Feng Yuxiu's heart thumped. The eerie laugh sent chills down one's spine, and the most appalling part was that it was actually a woman's laugh. This made Feng Yuxiu wonder who the fat man in front of him was. Is there really a ghost? At this time, the fat man unexpectedly used the power split Huashan stance to violently stab downward toward Feng Yuxiu's head, ruthlessly and without mercy. In his haste, Feng Yuxiu no longer hid his clumsiness and stretched out his hands, blocking the fat man's hands so that he couldn't move halfway. Then, his legs exerted force and directly tripped the fat man, and his hands exerted force and directly grabbed his dagger and pressed the fat man underneath him. Little brother, come and help. This fat guy is crazy. Seeing the fat man waving a knife to fight, Zhu Yuan knew that this guy was not shallow in the evil. Directly a healthy step forward, cooperate with Feng Yuxiu to subdue him. One hand pushed his right shoulder, the other hand violently rested on his elbow joint, followed by putting his whole body to work, pinning the fat man down and locking him up. However, even so, the fat man still kept making a woman's treacherous laughter, full of ghostly air that made people's hair stand on end. Little brother, wait, something's not right. The fat man might have been hit by a spell or a compulsion spell. Yang Yunyue observed the fatty's expression and noticed that when he laughed, his mouth was particularly odd, so she loudly reminded Zhu Yuan. Ding dong! Just as the fat man kept struggling while laughing loudly at the ghost, an oval jade pendant fell out of his pocket. Yang Yunyue stared closely at the fat man, noticing that his lips were opening and closing, and something seemed to exist inside, messing with his mind. It's not a ghost, he had a problem with his tongue. I thought it was a compulsion, but I didn't realize it was a seance. And this jade pendant is the medium. This is one of the three major evil arts in Dianan along with mistletoe. The fat man should have been hit by the tongue drop that controls a person's vocalization, which can mesmerize a person's mind, similar to tongue compulsion. After she finished speaking, she directly used the rope dart at her waist, and together with Zhu Yuan and Feng Yuxiu, it took the combined efforts of the three of them to bind the fat man. After easily restraining the crazy fatty, Zhu Yuan looked at Yang Yunyue and laughed bitterly with his hands tied. This fat man never changes his nature. He must have taken the jade pendant of the female corpse by hand, and he took the antidote pill earlier, but it seems that it doesn't matter how it works. Yang Yunyue nodded. Zhu Yuan's antidote pill was indeed magical and could solve most toxins, but the tongue compulsion, in fact, did not poison, but a special drug that could cause hallucinations. Thinking of this, Yang Yunyue smiled faintly and said, the antidote pill can detoxify the poison, but Fatty is not poisoned. He has to use something else to detoxify the parasites. After saying that, she took out a finger-sized purple glass bottle from her waterproof backpack, gently shook it, and handed it to Zhu Yuan. What is this? Receiving the glass bottle, Zhu Yuan looked at Yang Yunyue in confusion. I didn't expect that there were also things that Zhu Yuan didn't recognize. Yang Yunyue smiled at the corner of her mouth and softly said, this is the Northern Emperor's Xianzhu, a type of saltpeter. Its odor can stimulate one's brain and make one wake up quickly. And it can cure parasites. Zhu Yuan unscrewed the cover and smelled it. Then an indescribable pungent flavor. Straight to his ceiling. Ooh, enough to leap. Really energetic. I don't know who came up with this name. Atmospheric. Northern Emperor Xianzhu. In fact, it's just the same flavor as the stone in that cesspool, forcibly enduring the vomiting odor. Zhu Yuan pointed the mouth of the bottle at Fatty's nose and moved it back and forth. And instantly, he saw Fatty frowning. Ah Yan. Fatty was struck by the pungent odor, which went straight to his brain, causing him to instantly wake up and sneeze heavily. Fatty, who opened his eyes, hastily covered his mouth and nose and spat. Asterisk 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 who the hell? Hearing Yang Yunyue's face turn cold, she directly kicked him, which made the fatty shut up. Chapter 138, the heavenly gate on the clouds opens for the king. Zhu Yuan saw the fat man's mouth like this and laughed in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that this fat man was resourceful and didn't use his tongue to lick the ancient jade, this will be afraid of wanting to die. Think of the original fat man gnawing on dry corpses and ghost faces on the tongue. Think of creepy. However, it was time for Fatty to be taught a lesson. Who let this guy eat alone and take things by the hand? Is this King Xian's stuff a good thing to take? Yang Yunhua took the ancient jade of the red-clothed female corpse and shook it a few times in front of Fatty's eyes as she seriously said, "Confess from leniency, resist from severity, hurry up and give an account. Where did this black jade come from?" "Ha, this ancient jade is quite rare. Where did it come from?" "I don't know." The fat man's eyes rolled. His expression was helpless, and he replied with his hands spread out, pretending to be unaware of the situation. Shu Yuan stared at him and laughed coldly. "Look carefully. This is the tongue of the shining woman witch of ancient Yunnan, and it has been given a subjugation on it." Hearing that this ancient jade was actually a human tongue scared the fat man so much that he stood up violently, his body backing up, trying to get away from this thing. "No, no, no, no. This is from the mouth of the red-clothed female corpse in the palace. Little brother, I'm allergic to this stuff. Take it away." Fatty looked at Guyu with a face of fear and stumbled. Looking at the shining woman's tongue in her hand, under the light of the flashlight, she could vaguely see a layer of red and yellow dull color within the jade. Pulling out a lighter from his pocket, Shu Yuan directly lit a fire at the ancient jade, not thinking that the tongue of this shining woman would even light up. After lighting it, the ancient jade immediately emitted a foul-smelling smoke, and within a few moments, it completely turned into a pile of ashes. Fatty, learn more about how to distinguish artifact materials. This is amber. In the mouth of the red-clothed female corpse for too long, the maintenance with the ancient jade. Fatty was dumbfounded as he watched Shu Yuan's maneuver. It simply refreshed his understanding. Nima, risking my life. After working so hard to get a piece of ancient jade, it turned out to be made of amber. A thought that he had regarded as a treasure along the way and turned it into rags. It made him cry a little. It really was ignorance that killed people. Okay, fortunately found in time. Otherwise hit by this tongue compulsion. It is not possible to make you less arms and legs. Celebrate you. Seeing the fat man's dejected look, Shu Yuan patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone. After sighing, Fatty nodded slightly at Shu Yuan and the others and regrouped, walking towards the wall and surveying the surroundings of the underground palace. Gu, little brother, come and see. Just as he approached the wall, Fatty was startled by the dense dry corpses that filled the wall, only to see these dry corpses standing in a stone niche, clad in ragged clothes and arranged in a rather disorganized manner. The most appalling thing was that all these dry corpses had had their ears and noses cut off and their eyes plucked out. It looks like it should have been tortured horribly and finally doused alive with hot wax to be made like this. Shu Yuan looked at the roof of the cave of about 20 meters. This wall full of dry corpses, at least hundreds of them. It was really shocking. Yang Yunhua looked at these dry corpses with pity in her eyes, took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "This King Xian is really sinful, and these tortured dry corpses must be King Xian, preparing for some weird rituals." Feng Yuxiu seemed to have discovered something, and out of curiosity, touched the dry body in front of him, placing his finger gently on the tip of his nose. "This is wax. They suffer inhumane torture. By the looks of it, they should be slaves for sacrifice. That is, the means are too cruel." Surveying the walls, densely packed with dry corpses, the crowd was struck with a feeling. Where is this a mausoleum? But clearly a murderous torture chamber. Everyone look around for any clues to the entrance to King Xian's main crypt. Beware. Seeing that everyone was in a heavy mood, Shu Yuan clapped his hands and revitalized his morale as he searched for clues to the entrance of the main chamber. "Little brother, aren't you good at the dragon-seeking technique? Can you perform it here?" Fatty suddenly remembered something and took the initiative to ask. Hearing these words, Yang Yunhua was also energized and then chimed in. "No one in this world can be better than you in the secret art of dividing gold and fixing points. Little brother, can you find out the entrance to this chamber?" Shu Yuan directly looked at the two people with a black line. Hemp, really when the dragon seeker is a satellite where to find where? Though the dragon hunting technique can be used to find the main tomb by distinguishing the situation in Qi, Longsha cave and water, together with the positioning of the compass, the main tomb can be found accurately. But this is the tomb of King Xian. Feng Shui has long been transformed water dragon halo pattern, not to mention him, even if the grandmaster to come, also have to fold. This kind of legendary existence of immortal treasure point water dragon halo. The system rewards 16 words yin and yang feng shui secret art are not much recorded. The divine immortal treasure point is an immortal point mentioned in ancient feng shui, and it is estimated that Zhang Sanchuanzi did not even consider this kind of feng shui point when he wrote his books. Shu Yuan couldn't help but be a little distracted when he thought of this, and kept walking backwards along the bronze carriage, and the further he walked, the darker it seemed. However, with the night eye talent, the environment that was originally pitch black was as bright as day in his eyes. Suddenly, a low-lying stairway channel was reflected in Shu Yuan's eyes, and when he gazed at it, he saw that it was actually a step built using green stone. At the end of the steps, there was a dark hole. Shu Yuan's heart moved. Perhaps this was the entrance to King Xian's tomb, but it was too easy. If the light was bright enough, the hole could be discovered by anyone. It couldn't be the king of sacrifice up to no good again. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan directly took out 2 lighting lamps from his system backpack and placed them along the entrance of the steps, one on the left and one on the right. Instantly, it illuminated the neighborhood, causing the originally dim space to suddenly become brighter. Found it! The entrance to the passage is here. Everyone come here. After determining that this was the entrance to the main chamber, Chu Yuan hurriedly greeted several people over. After Fatty and the others came together, the program's drone slowly flew over, making the black hole clear to see. Watch out everyone, let's go! When the personnel arrived, Chu Yuan carefully instructed, and the group went down the steps and kept walking for more than 10 minutes before reaching the very bottom, only to see the end of the road, but also towering a 5-meter high, copper-made doorway, the body black, looking extremely exquisite, both sides of the gatehouse, but also carved with immortal clouds and cranes, especially in the middle of the gatehouse written in 2 Luangian ancient characters, Heavenly Gate. When the fat man saw these 2 words, he immediately had a disgusted look in his eyes and spat out with a sneer. This Xian Wan Lao air, really shameless. Just this broken stone door still dare to name it Heaven's Gate. Humph, want to become immortal crazy. Chu Yuan, however, looked grave and shook the fat man with his flashlight before he said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. This Heavenly Gate is not an ordinary stone gate. This should be used by the old man who dedicated the king's corpse to ascend to heaven after his ascension to immortality. In the Ling's system, only people from the Taoist sect would employ such tactics, and, moreover, such heavenly gates are not usually locked." Hearing this, Yang Yunyue coldly snorted. It seems that this King Xian was so confident in the design of his tomb that he believed no one would guess that there was also a dungeon located underwater. Hearing this, Fatty couldn't help but be happy. He even left the door open for us. The King of Xian. This King of Xian is really a good guy. The fat man walked ahead of the horse. Since people offer, the king has left a good door for himself, then the fat master is not polite. Go also. A group of people slowly approached. Looking at such a tall door, the fat man's heart straight muttered, "Fortunately not locked, or really cannot open. Give me a hand." Fatty hurriedly greeted. Chu Yuan and Feng Yishio stepped forward at the same time, and together they exerted force, and the tall stone door was slowly pushed open from the outside. Tomb of the consecrated king. Here we come. Looking at the spacious tomb passage behind the stone door, Fatty, who couldn't hold back his excitement, couldn't help but shout. Chapter 139. 3 coffins at the end of the Third World Bridge. After the gate of ascension opened, Chu Yuan took a step ahead and entered the tomb passage, and after feeling the environment, he nodded his head at the several people outside the door. There was a faint odor of decay and dampness in this tomb passage, but the good thing was that the air was still circulating and very safe. After seeing that it was safe behind the door, Fatty leapt out ahead of the others and came to Chu Yuan's side, only to be seen touching the gold-touching talisman and praying. The ancestor manifests his spirit and blesses my disciple's trip to make sure that it goes smoothly, to pour and touch the gold, and to see the coffin and get rich. Chu Yuan looked at him breathlessly. You're damn begging to get rich. Should worship the god of wealth is, for no reason to pull down the name of our grandmaster. We're kind of knocking on the heaven's gate. It's really an auspicious omen. Let's keep going. After greeting the crowd, Chu Yuan held up his flashlight and continued forward along the tomb passage behind the stone door. After turning 2 corners, suddenly saw a lot of bronze horse displayed on both sides of the tomb road, looking at least 2 meters high. Exquisite craftsmanship. Looked at the fat man straight drooling. This thing, as long as casually move out, it can become a town hall treasure. The price is absolutely open door. After the fat man made some gestures, he could only give up in the end. Helplessly, these bronze horses are really tall and majestic, and they certainly can't be moved with their bare hands. Walking past the bronze chariots and horses ushered in a procession of bronze effigies of soldiers, lined up in 2 rows, standing silently on either side of the tomb passage. It was as if they were waiting for King Xian's ascension ceremony, and they were the warriors protecting the way of King Xian in the assembly. Fatty, be careful. Don't mess with these bronze men. Don't trigger any organs again. Watching Fatty wanting to reach out and touch the bronze statue, he was immediately stopped by Chu Yuan's loud shout. This guy is a small organ triggering expert. For the sake of everyone's safety, it's better to let Fatty honestly walk through this section of the tomb passage. With that, the group continued to explore the tomb passage, walking slowly toward its depths. After passing 2 more turnstiles, 2 stone holes suddenly appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. Chu Yuan probed to see, and was immediately shaken in the eyes. Good guy, rich, holy, the ancestor has manifested. This is really rich. Fatty looked at the glorious stone cave. His eyes widened and he couldn't suppress the giggle at the corner of his mouth. This stone cave is about a dozen square feet, but the floor is littered with copper vessels, pottery jars, gold cakes, silver cakes, jade and other exotic treasures. There are even a number of high-grade bronze items that are too elaborate to count just by their appearance. What is most remarkable is that the antiquities here are relatively well preserved. The fat man walked in, touched the left, looked at the right, suddenly lost his eyes, scratched his ears anxiously, and hated that he had less than 2 hands. Can't take it over. The good stuff is just too much, but he himself knows clearly that he can't take away so much. He can only force himself to suppress his psyche, and finally walked out of the stone cave with a complicated face. This kind of behavior, it made Chu Yuan look at the fatty in a higher light. Being able to not be mesmerized by the temptation in front of him was really not an ordinary person. Hey, it's a pity that the backpack I brought with me is too small. Otherwise, Fatty would have to bring all these treasures back, the fat man said with a sigh, his face full of loss. I'll be damned. That's quite a high opinion of you. Chu Yuan's head was filled with black lines. Sure enough, it was still the same fatty he was familiar with. In the end, it was still Feng Yushiu who hard-pulled the fat man before leaving the stone cave. Chu Yuan was not in a hurry. Now there are many people who are not good at doing it. It would be the best time to wait to get the beads, and at the end, when King Xian's tomb was flooded, to take these treasures away by himself. Don't get me wrong, Chu Yuan is not greedy for money from these treasures, he just doesn't want the ancient artifacts to be destroyed. After leaving the cave where the treasure was hidden, the group continued walking along the tomb passage for more than 10 minutes and came to a broken cliff. The good news is that there's actually a suspended wooden bridge over this bluff. But the gatehouse at the end of the bridge is a sight to behold. This King Xian is really extravagant. This fart of a place, even built a bridge, isn't this nonsense? Fatty looked at the luxurious gatehouse, enviously gnashing his teeth. This Xian Wang Lao are too much treasure, is heavy, cannot move. Chu Yuan's flashlight swept towards the end of the bridge, before he said softly, this should be the third life bridge, representing the 3 lifetimes of a person. In ancient legends, when a person turns immortal and ascends to heaven after death, he must first step over this bridge of the 3 worlds, only to get rid of the troubles of the mundane world. Only then will you be able to shed your bones, travel the Taishu, and become an immortal. Hearing Chu Yuan explain this way, Yang Yunue gave him a strange look. You a gold-touching colonel, how do you still know Taoist things? Feng Yushiu also lamented after hearing this. It seems that this King Xian's old man really wants to become immortal. Even his tomb is, according to the Taoist feng shui pattern for becoming immortal. Chu Yuan nodded his head slightly and pointed to the opposite side of the third world bridge, saying in a deep voice, let's go. After crossing the third world bridge, it should be the main chamber. As soon as the words fell, the fat man was energized and was the first to walk towards the third world bridge. Who knew that just after a few steps, his legs and stomach began to tremble. Feng Yushiu looked at Fatty with a surprised face and asked in amusement, Master Fatty, what's wrong with you? Has the tongue compulsion not been removed yet? Fatty glared directly at him and exclaimed, stay aside. Isn't this high? Put. Yang Yunue, who was walking at the back, burst out laughing when she saw the fatty's appearance and couldn't help but tease him. Aren't you the one who claims to be the lord who goes up to the 9 heavens to catch the moon and down to the 5 seas to catch turtles? Fatty immediately held his face red, and only after a long time could he squeeze out a sentence. Isn't that with jade on it? Ha ha. These words immediately caused several people to burst out laughing in unison. Only that this laughter seemed like a knife, ruthlessly stabbing at Fatty's heart. 5 minutes later, the crowd walked across the third world bridge unharmed. After crossing the bridge, this dungeon became open and a very weird square came into view, making people suck in a breath of cold air when they looked at it, only to see that there were surprisingly 3, no matter the material, style and size of the coffins, placed in a human shape on the square. The most surprising of all was that there was a coffin, bound by dozens of fine steel chains, hanging in mid-air, facing the crowd. Open the door and 3 coffins appear at once. As the fat man said, open the coffins tonight and get rich. Upstairs, Mo did not forget the little brother in the Bottle Mountain open coffin. Fat Choi did not see, rewarded a large dumplings. Not to mention, to be honest, the arrangement of the 3 coffins really seems to be similar to Bottle Mountain, and it's possible that they're all used for concealment. Right, this Xian Wang Lao heir is at least a high feng shui master. Could he be found so easily by others? That's right. This is a lord who can build the Ling Yun Immortal Palace. How could he be found so easily? Humph. If it were me, I wouldn't have to hesitate. Just light the candles and do it. I go. This time the little brother does not follow the rules. Really ready to directly open the coffin. What is this road? Asterisk. Little brother wouldn't be starting to cut and change his vest again, would he? This time it's the Haircock's Lieutenant General? Just as the crowd in the live broadcast was discussing Chu Yuan's next plan, looking at the 3 coffins in front of him, Fatty's eyes shrunk violently. With a surprised face, he asked Chu Yuan, "Ha, little brother, aren't these 3 coffins arranged in such a way that they are the setup of the suspicious mound of the ancient tomb of Yuanren, the great general of Bottle Mountain?" Chu Yuan shook his head slightly, pointed at the coffin hanging in mid-air, and said in a deep voice, "Bottle Mountain, that's an empty coffin arranged according to the destiny. To hide it. These 3 coffins, all of them have something inside them. They're not the same." The crowd heard Chu Yuan words, in unison. A step back, his ear is understood. Is there a big dumpling in the coffin? When he thought that he would have to deal with 3 large dumplings at the same time later, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 140, Don't Approach If You're Not Hard. The style of the 3 coffins. The one that attracted the most attention was the one that was suspended in mid-air with fine steel chains. Its coffin is the most special of the 3 coffins in terms of style and size, and the material is cast bronze. The surface looked dull and lusterless, and thick dust fell on the top of the coffin, which was illuminated under the light of Chu Yuan's flashlight. One could vaguely notice that there were quite a few strange patterns on the surface of this hanging coffin. Chu Yuan realized that the bronze coffin was actually wrapped with 12 fine steel chains, which should be used to seal something in the coffin. As far as he knew, the general sealing of coffins in feng shui was at most 9 blockades, so it was clear that what was inside the coffin was not small. This bronze coffin was sealed airtight, but looking at the curvature of the chains, it was bound to be the heaviest of the 3 coffins. "Hey guys, come look. What kind of material is this coffin made of? It looks like a special kind of wood." Fatty had just seen the 3 coffins and was attracted by a wooden coffin on the side, but he remembered that Hua Rong had once said, however, in any ancient tomb with high regulations, as long as there is a wooden coffin, it is bound to use special wood, which is of very high value. Moreover, this wooden coffin, although there is only 1 layer of coffin boards, looking relatively simple, the coffin did not go on the paint, all the original color of the wood. Looking at the grain pattern on the surface of the coffin board, one could deduce that the wood was extremely fine and unusual. Yang Yunyue asked curiously, "This coffin should not have undergone any special antiseptic processing, and it is surprising that it is still so well preserved." General wooden coffin. In the burial will be special processing treatment. The simplest is to add a layer of outer coffin. Will be sealed around the perfect. In the antiseptic treatment. Chu Yuan heard the 2 conversing, glanced at the wooden coffin, and spoke softly. "This is cellar wood. This plant is in the back of the deep forest, not seeing sunlight all year round, and only grows a circle in a few hundred years. It's a very rare wood." Knock knock. Hearing Chu Yuan say that this wood is rare, the fat man directly on the hand gently knocked the coffin lid. This sound but extraordinarily thick. Sure enough, it is worthy of the legendary cellar wood. This cellar wood is very difficult to grow into lumber. So big, it can be seen that its value is high. Looking at the fat man with an eager face, Chu Yuan sneered and said, "Manhole sinking coffin, bronze coffin, 8 not hard, do not approach," said this kind of manhole wood. This is a great evil coffin. Fatty also remembered this inverted general outline and precautions. Glancing at the hanging coffin not far away, Fatty subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Cellar coffin, bronze coffin. I said how to see these 3 coffins revealed a hint of weirdness. Dare to fall into the taboo. We came up with 2. Looking at the fat man with a jittery expression, Chu Yuan was instantly amused and said half-jokingly, "Why, Master Fatty, you're not afraid, are you?" Hearing this, the fat man's neck stiffened and he immediately retorted, "Little brother, what do you mean? When have I ever been afraid of Fat Master?" Yang Yunyue, who was observing the grain pattern of the manhole wood with her head down, coldly came to say, "Not afraid? What did you just soften your legs for?" "Ahem. I was afraid of heights then. That's a physiological reaction. It's not the same as this. 2 different things." Fatty shouted as if he had exploded, then staring at the manhole wood with a big smile. "Little brother, I can hear that this manhole wood can be much more expensive than the price of gold, right?" Chu Yuan looked around and replied carelessly, "Gold? This is the top-selling tree core. 10 gold coffins can't be exchanged for 1 selling coffin. This material is not comparable to gold. As the saying goes, manhole wood breaks 8 inches. Look at this coffin board. If it is not 10,000 years old manhole wood, how can it have such a thick core? Think of the Empress Dowager Cixi in the past. Also did not mix with this treatment, because this tree in the Han Dynasty on the extinction. Nowadays no one can find so thick." Seeing that this manhole coffin was worth so much, the fat man's eyes turned and said with a solemn face, "Little brother, if this coffin is so valuable, I think King Xian's real body must be here. Why don't we take this coffin back with us?" Yang Yunue, who was on the side, saw that the fat man had not yet come out from the lesson of the red-clothed female corpse, and directly kicked at his calf. After the scuffle, Yang Yunue asked with a puzzled expression, "Which one of these 3 coffins is King Xian? Who are in the remaining 2 coffins? It can't be his family, can it?" Chu Yuan shook his head. He was also a little puzzled now. The mid-air hanging coffin was a bronze coffin, and it was originally an anomaly in the mausoleum system. Usually it was the guilty ones or the nobles who died due to diseases and epidemics that were sealed by the copper coffins. What's more, there are 12 chains here, symbolizing 12 heavy locks. So who knows what's hidden inside? And there is also a theory to prevent signs of necrophilia before the coffin. In order to prevent zombies from breaking out of the coffin, set up a blockade. As for why it is suspended in mid-air, this is actually the way Taoist masters design coffins for themselves in their quest for immortality. It is also known as the ring-hanging coffin, mainly so that they don't come into contact with the turbid chi of the ground after death, which can affect their cultivation after death. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan replied, "Can't confirm King Xian's coffin now. These 3 coffins have a great deal to offer. Wait to see what's fishy about them before deciding on the right to deal with them." Seeing the temporary crowd to check the 3rd coffin. This is a seamless sarcophagus. The outer layer has a layer of translucent Dan lacquer, looking very special. This is a kind of one-piece twisted stone directly caused by the ground sarcophagus. The shape is relatively simple. The coffin lid is a unique shape, similar to the beast of the statue. When gathered together, it looked like a beast lying on the top of the coffin lid, resembling a dragon or a tiger, full of mysterious colors. However, compared to the other 2 coffins, the size of this seamless sarcophagus was relatively small, unlike normal-sized coffins. Little brother, look at this. The sarcophagus is 2 cuts short, and I'm wondering if it's King Xian's son in here. Fatty looked at the short coffin and asked somewhat whimsically. When Yang Yunue heard this, she directly sent the fatty a look of contempt and opened her mouth to explain. A tiger's poison is never heard of taking one's own children to be buried with them. Hearing this, Fatty retorted somewhat unconvincingly, "That's not necessarily true. This King Xian's old man thinks about ascending to heaven and becoming an immortal all day long, and his methods are bizarre, so maybe he sacrificed his own son." When Feng Yuxiu heard this, he directly gave a thumbs up to Fatty. "It has to be Master Fatty. This idea is really heavenly." Listening to the several people's wild speculations, Chu Yuan secretly shook his head and couldn't help but open his mouth to explain. "It's definitely not a prince or a grandson here. And the reason why this coffin is so short and small is that it's likely that it's not a full body that's being kept inside." "Not the whole body?" Fatty and others have a variety of guesses, but have not really considered this situation. After all, the coffin burial is concerned about ensuring the whole body. But what they don't know is that this burial culture, during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, because of the multiculturalism of the 100 schools of thought, there are many forms of burials. There are limb burials, that is, different bodies are put together in one piece. This sarcophagus is likely to be limb burials. The powers competed with each other, and 100 schools of thought had different understandings of death and slightly different ways of laying the body to rest. Even more unusual burial forms have evolved compared to limb splicing burials, such as fragmentary burials, prone burials, hanging and side-lying burials, and so on. Since a limb splicing burial was adopted, the trick played by King Xian's old man was self-evident. Chapter 141, Blood-dropping bronze mirror subdues corpse spirits. As we all know, the Sancher Bridge represents the 3 lifetimes of King Xian, and these 3 coffins hold the remains of his 3 lifetimes. These 3 coffins, whether in material or form, were clearly not coffins from the same period. The probability is that it is the ancient corpse that King Xian's old man excavated from other ancient tombs, which he recognized as representing his 3 lifetimes. Since ancient times, Taoists have recorded the legend of the immortal Taoist transformation of 3 lives. The first 3 lives are 3 prisons, and the final death are extremely tragic. That's why the old man who dedicated the king had this such a special coffin to contain his 3 lifetimes in the human world, and his real body. Chu Yuan knew it was right above the chamber, and if he hadn't seen the movie or TV show, it would have been really hard to guess the real chamber at the end. Simply by looking at the current means of feng shui layout of King Xian's tomb, it would be very difficult for an ordinary gold-touching schoolmaster to come and get a good deal. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan briefly popularized the saying about the 3 coffins representing King Xian's 3rd body to the crowd. Just as several people were still shocked by this speculation from Chu Yuan, Yang Yunue took the initiative to stand out and pointed at the 3 coffins. Since none of these 3 coffins are the real King Xian's body, but there must be clues to his real burial chamber, why don't we open all 3? Having come this far, her main concern now was still the whereabouts of the Duncan's beads, and how could she feel at ease without opening them up to find out what was going on? When Fatty heard this, he instantly smiled and gave Yang Yunue a thumbs up. The other party's approach was exactly what he wanted. I'm here now. If I see the coffin and don't open it, I can suffocate the Fat Master. Seeing that Chu Yuan and the others did not refute Yang Yunyue's proposal, the fat man pointed at the manhole coffin and said, I suggest we start with this manhole coffin, so you guys confer while I go light the candles. Chu Yuan didn't point out the fatty's mind. This guy just wanted to start from the most valuable manhole coffin, but it was also just what he wanted. After pointing out the direction of the southeast corner to the fat man, the guy went off his ass to light the candles, and he was smart enough to light 3 of them. When the fat man came back, Chu Yuan took out the rope and probe claws and other coffin opening tools and prepared to open the first manhole coffin first. Knock knock. Just as a few people were about to make their move, suddenly there was a rustling sound of metal rubbing together from inside the chamber. A bit like the sound of fingernails scratching the lid of a coffin. The bizarre situation made the hearts of the few people present tighten violently, and chills ran down their backs. Several people walked up at the same time in unison, carefully staring at the bronze coffin hanging in midair, their expressions full of doubt. Fatty lowered his voice and opened his mouth to ask, You heard the sound just now, didn't you? It seemed to come from this coffin. Fengxiu glanced at Fatty and asked softly, Fatty, you didn't move anything around, did you? Seeing that this guy even doubted himself, the angry fat man directly burst out in foul language. I'm Nima. Wait, you guys, what's going on? Why are there so many candle lights in the chamber? Just as the two of them were about to argue, Yang Yunyue suddenly realized that just after Fatty was in the northeast corner and finished lighting 3 candles. Surprisingly, 3 candles were also lit on the wall inside the chamber, and when she looked behind her, she was suddenly shocked and turned pale, only to see the original darkness of the tomb room. Unexpectedly out of nowhere, there were 6 more dark blue ghost flames, erected on the wall, 3 by 3 in columns. This is not a ghost fire, right? The fat man looked a bit intimidated. This is too weird, right? He clearly lit a candle. How is it that all of a sudden, there are 6 more inexplicable blue lights? Could it be that the Fat Master's tongue compulsion has not been cleared? Is this an illusion? Stop being poor. Fatty, come up with me and see what's going on. Chu Yuan stared at the location of the blue light, at the side of the chamber, and several other people slowly followed behind Chu Yuan, ready to find out what was going on. When the crowd walked into the blue candle flame, it was only then that they could see what it was. It was a strange face covered with black scales and a mouthful of sharp teeth. The face had no lips, only 2 rows of sharp teeth, and it was from its mouth that the glow of the blue candle flame emerged. The fat man saw the ugly face and was so scared that his heart jumped, and he immediately raised his submachine gun to shoot a barrage of bullets. Fatty, don't be nervous, this is a black-scaled shark. They're all dead. Yang Yunyue's quick eyes and hands stopped Fatty in time, or else this pike would have bounced down and might have triggered some kind of organ. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and began to explain to the crowd in a scientific manner. This black-scaled shark, legend has it that this creature generally gathers in the deep sea, specializing in attacking ships that travel to and from the sea, and loves to eat people. I really didn't think that such creatures really existed in this world, and that they were even used by King Xian to make long lighting lamps and candles for the afterlife. Hearing Chu Yuan say this, Fatty was curious in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, Is there really such a thing as a shark or mermaid in the world? Fatty took a few steps closer, as if to memorize the appearance of the black-scaled shark, only to see that the shark was tied to a copper pillar. This shark, looking at its looks alone, did have some of the qualities of a mermaid, with its upper body resembling that of a woman, and gill lengths on its neck. There were complete hands, no human feet, and still retained the tail of the fish creature, which fell in line with that of a mermaid. But these sharks didn't have the same good skin as humans. Their whole body was covered with sparse black scales, and their bodies were incredibly dry and hard. Apparently it had been handled by special means, and the shark had been pierced with a lute bone and was chained backwards to a bronze pillar. Facing Fatty's question, Fengxiu replied in an uncharacteristic manner, There have been many mermaid carcasses in the world, and this black-scaled mermaid ointment, which has a very low ignition point, can be burned for months with just 1 drop. That's why many nobles in ancient times would use the grease of black-scaled sharks as a perpetual lamp for their tombs. But to use the bodies of sharks as candles like King Xian did is the first time I've ever encountered such a situation. Chu Yuan took a flashlight and shone it at the shark's throat, and said to the crowd, You see, the shark's throat was blocked with something like asbestos, and it had a section of flint on its tongue when we entered the tomb. Invisibly it changes the air environment inside the chamber, and the flint ignites when it meets the air, so these just suddenly light up. Knock knock. Just as several people were studying the eternal life candle, the bronze coffin inside the chamber suddenly shook, and the 12 chains rattled. Swish! Just as the bronze coffin shook, the 3 candles in the southeast corner of the crypt were suddenly blown out violently by a cloudy wind. People light candles, ghosts blow out lights. Inside the already eerie chamber, as the bronze coffin continued to shake, an inexplicable sense of panic suddenly appeared in the hearts of the crowd. Fatty, honestly, did you move something on top of the bronze coffin? Chu Yuan saw that the bronze mirror on the back of the bronze coffin was missing, and immediately drank sternly. Looking at the non-stop trembling coffin, the fat man shivered, took out a bronze mirror from his pocket, and stammered, "I just saw something like this, like it was gold," and took it down in my hand. When Yang Yunue saw the mirror, her eyes snapped shut and she blurted out, "A bronze mirror? This is an ancient magic weapon used to suppress corpses. A corpse suppressor?" Fatty shivered in his hand and almost didn't drop the mirror to the ground. Thinking of this, he hurriedly ran to the other end of the bronze coffin and put the bronze mirror back on the bronze coffin. After placing it back and forth 3 times, it didn't work. Chu Yuan's gaze condensed as he took the bronze mirror in the fatty's hand, only to see that the surface of this bronze mirror was shiny and the back of it was full of patina. The periphery of the bronze mirror is decorated with a circle of gold-colored stones, which are rounded and can easily be mistaken for gold. Looking at the trembling bronze coffin, Chu Yuan took out a tube of blood, dabbed a few drops on the back of the mirror, and put it right back in place. This time, the bronze mirror finally didn't fall once again, and the bronze coffin also stopped trembling and resumed its original appearance. Chapter 142 Bronze Coffin Shocks the Heavens. Seeing that the bronze coffin was restored to its original state, Chu Yuan instructed Fatty, go and relight the candles. I'd like to see what's in here that's so evil. He was worried that his popularity value was not increasing fast enough at this time, and it was also just the right time to bring the audience of the live broadcast to see the big dumplings. Viewers of the live stream, I really thank you. Hearing this, Fatty's eyes lit up. Damn it, the original people pointing candles can still play like this. Coming to the southeast corner, Fatty skillfully relit the candles, and seeing the soft candlelight slowly rise, Fatty was relieved to leave. Little brother, the candles are already lit. Ready to open the coffin? Fatty took out his probing claw and looked at Chu Yuan with a straight face. His face filled with a look of anticipation. Are you sure the candle is lit? Chu Yuan looked at the 3 candles that went out in the direction of the southeast corner. His face did not look too good. It seems that the things in this tomb really want to have a hard time with themselves and the others. It's lit. Looking at Chu Yuan's eyes, the fat man's heart thumped, and halfway through his words, he turned around and looked at the 3 candles that were extinguished, and the man went numb. Don't extinguish this candle in a flash. It seems that what's inside this bronze coffin is very powerful. Although Feng Yuxiu did not agree with the rules of touching the wax of the golden schoolmaster, but today this situation really shocked him. Hey guys, look, how come there are 3 more eternal life candles? Yang Yunue's eyes were wide open, looking at the sudden appearance of the 3 longevity candles hanging in mid-air, and her heart was very uneasy. Chu Yuan's eyes slightly condensed as he walked in the direction of the eternal life candle. People light candles, ghosts blow lamps, kanji inverts and searches for star peaks, and today is just in time for the heavenly omen vision of the black pig crossing the river. This old Xianwang's tomb is filled with corpse gas. Everyone must be extremely careful. This place is just too evil. The people passed between the 3 coffins and came in front of these 3 lone life candles that suddenly appeared. Looking up and down, the new everlasting candle, which is not made using black-scaled sharks, but which is made of far more horrific materials than sharks, is a human child. It looked like they were less than 10 years old, only to see these 3 children doing a kneeling obeisance. Their demeanor was very peaceful, with their heads bowed and eyes closed. A long wick is added at the navel, poking out a bit, and a silver plaque above the foot reads, "Receive the immortals and lead the saints." I didn't expect that this is not only a longevity candle, but also a guiding child that was used to help Xian Wang Laoer guide his way after he became immortal. The cruelest thing is that inside the human body may all be stored full of grease, able to squeeze out the ointment little by little through the organs of the navel. This will, in turn, keep the longevity candles in the chamber from going out measurably for 1,000 years. Looking at these 3 teenage children who were so old that they were tragically persecuted by the king of consecration, looking at Yang Yunua's heart was like a knife. Pity these children who are still so young and are forced to become victims. This King Xian is really genocidal in order to become immortal. Chu Yuan nodded his head slightly. When this person was on the verge of death, he could do anything in order to want to live. Besides, in ancient China, the martyrdom of boys and girls was actually very common until the Great Ming Dynasty, but then it was abolished by the Ming Dynasty. By this time, emperors no longer believed in the legendary dream of immortality, and the Taoist method of ascending to immortality, naturally, slowly faded from view. Strange, this longevity candle numbers don't match up. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and scanned the circle of long life candles, his brows tightening. According to the mausoleum system, Each long-life candle in this dungeon has an extremely important role, corresponding to a corpse. Together with the 6 black-scaled sharks that were lit just now, there are now a total of 9 longevity candles, so it's hard to believe that there are 9 corpses in this chamber. Chu Yuan's words caused several people to stutter. 9 corpses? Looking around, there were only 3 coffins in the chamber, and with the addition of up to 3 children who had been made into eternal life candles, there were only 6 bodies. Could it be that this King Xian has the power of the heavens and has counted several of us in, and the numbers don't match up? Little brother, this Xian Wang Lao Air, it can't be that he's counting us all in, right? I'll go to hell. When he thought of King Xian's bizarre methods, Fatty directly burst out in foul language. Yang Yunhua directly rolled her eyes at him and chided in a low voice. Don't startle yourself and scare yourself. Although this King Xian's feng shui methods were comparable to that of the ancestor of the Golden Touch, which Chu Yuan greatly admired, he did not have the ability to prophesy. This chamber doesn't look big, but don't forget that there's a coffin under the ground. If these 4 coffins represent 4 bodies, together with the 3 guiding children and the bodies of King Xian's husband and wife, the total number of corpses was exactly 9, corresponding to the number of everlasting candles. Now is the time to find a way to guide the crowd to find out the 4th coffin, and then open the coffins in turn to prove the guesses of himself and the others. Look, you guys, there's another longevity candle here. Feng Yishio had been observing the 3 newly appeared longevity candles when he suddenly saw a rather large shadow next to him and approached to take a look. Surprisingly, it was a black copper lamp that was far more massive than the other longevity candles, with a bull's head totem carved on the top, and it seemed highly likely that this was the longevity candle that represented the corpse of King Xian himself. Unfortunately, all of the ointment had been burned out, and there was no possibility of this giant longevity candle burning again. Yang Yunua's entire body went numb when she saw this longevity candle. 10 lamps represent 10 corpses. What are they all about respectively? She was now completely baffled and couldn't figure out where the 10 bodies had been hidden. Fatty simply didn't bother to think about the matter of the number of eldritch candles and the number of corpses corresponding to them, and said with a disinterested face, maybe, this King Xian has many wives. How can we say that he is also the son of heaven? It's normal to have a few more concubines. If you ask me, let's not dwell on the issue of the number of bodies. Let's just open the coffin and examine it. These days, pouring and touching gold is the big thing, and opening coffins to make a fortune depends on this time, so he doesn't have the heart to care about a few corpses. Feng Yuxiu also nodded, agreeing with Fatty's proposal to open the coffin now. It was rare that Fatty still had a clear head. Boom! Suddenly a ground-shaking sound, violently from the direction of the center of the chamber came. Sniffing the sound to see, the expression was immediately staggered. It turned out to be the original 12 chains wrapped around the bronze coffin body. Age and disrepair. Even half of the chain aging broken, directly resulting in a 1,000-pound bronze coffin suddenly smashed on the ground. Actually the floor of the chamber smashed out a long crack. It stretched all the way to the feet of the crowd. This smash, so that originally in the center of the 3 coffins position, was actually smashed out a big hole. Looks like there is still space below. The wave of movement startled the 4, but the sound of whistling wind at the center of the chamber drew the attention of several people. The 4 of them slowly walked up, only to realize that it was a large lapis lazuli holding the bronze coffin above their heads that had been pulled down. Chu Yuan raised his head slightly and shone his flashlight a few times. He understood in his heart that this was the real entrance to King Xian's tomb. Little brother, come and see. A big hole has been smashed out here, and there's even a burial chamber underneath. Fatty sprinted a few steps to the edge of the big hole, and a rotten and sour smell came up, and he immediately covered his mouth and nose and shouted, "It seems that we analyzed it correctly. There are more than just these 3 coffins in this chamber. There is even another chamber." Feng Yuxiu said with a serious face, as if he had thought of something. He paused and continued, "Maybe the real body of this King Xian is in the coffin down here." Chapter 143, Terrifying Ancient Corpse in a Ghost Coffin. Looking at the closed space underground, Chu Yuan directly took out a phosphorus cylinder and twisted it before throwing it down. At once, the lights came on, brightening the eyes, and the general layout of the space below was clearly visible. It was a chamber of about 10 square feet, surrounded by a number of wooden shelves made of square wood, on which some burial objects were faintly visible. The most striking thing was a coffin in the center of the chamber, which actually emitted a faint fluorescent light under the ghostly blue light, which was quite extraordinary. There was just a pungent, putrid odor that was very punchy and a little off-putting. Before Chu Yuan could command him, Fatty had already tied a long rope to one end of the Sanshir Quoto, and the other end was thrown down to the grave chamber by him. The fat man, who had finished his work, saw everyone looking at him with a stunned expression, and with a stagnant expression, he strategically scratched his head and laughed. "What is everyone looking at me for? Go down and take a look at the true form of old man consecrated king. Having said that, Fatty's eyes were clearly glancing around at the antiques on the wooden shelves, his mind written directly on his face. Shu Yuan sighed, wearing a mask, and unreservedly chose to be the first to go down, followed by Yang Yunue, and lastly, Fatty. Fengyuxiu was arranged to stand guard above the chamber to avoid any accidents. Shu Yuan didn't forget about the villagers outside the chamber, following the ropes, all the way straight down. After coming to the chamber, this inside is always clear to see. Just as Chu Yuan and Yang Yunue were sizing up the coffin, Fatty directly turned both his eyes to gold, looking around at the burial goods with a satisfied face and sighing in admiration. Little brother, help me take a look. This demon bucking pestle is gold, isn't it? It's really a fortune in a coffin. The fat man held up a golden-colored demon-subduing mortar and pestle and asked with a big smile. Chu Yuan observed the situation of the coffin and didn't even bother to talk to him. But it was Yang Yunue who reminded Fatty to be careful and not to trigger the mechanism again. Fatty agreed perfunctorily, and then admired the burial objects inside the chamber. If I were Fatty, I'd put the mortar and pestle in my bag. It's pure gold. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention that this is gold. It's the eldritch candles on it. The bronzes. Just move one of them. It's enough for me to eat for the rest of my life. Indeed, the private sale of bronzes is an illegal offense, but not enough for you to eat for the rest of your life, right? It's just a loss of freedom. When you put it that way, it's a pretty good deal. Talent. This is a wooden coffin. Because time is too long, part of them are beginning to rot and mold, emitting a strange and unpleasant smell. But the coffin lid plate was emitting blue fluorescence, and the whole lid plate was smooth like a mirror, like blue basalt ice, shining with a fascinating luster. Little brother, what kind of material is this? It looks like blue crystal. This kind of stone is not suitable for a coffin. Right. Yang Yunue stared at the bluish coffin in disbelief. Chu Yuan touched the stone on top of the coffin lid plate. It was smooth but not cold. For a long time, he opened his mouth and explained. This stone is smooth and not yet cold. It's not basaltic ice stone. Then it should be blue stone essence rock, a variant stone belonging to crystal. The rock itself is very similar to crystal, and only forms in the superimposed caverns beneath the ground. So it looks like it's from a gourd cave. If it really was a stone essence, then it would be a bit troublesome. Thinking of this, Shu Yuan's expression was slightly grave. According to ancient records, this stone essence is a stone specializing in hell, and legend has it that there is a kind of stone mill made of stone essence in hell, which is specially used to crush people who have committed great crimes and evils. But anyone who is crushed will never be able to live beyond the day of reckoning, and anyone who dares to use this stone as a coffin is a sign of great evil, especially since legend has it that stone spirits can suppress evil spirits. I'm sure this coffin is the ghost coffin recorded in the legend. Yang Yunue understood what Chu Yuan meant. She had also familiarized herself with the moving mountain Taoist's canon, and this type of rock could not be used as a coffin. However, now that he had come down, he could not miss any opportunity to find the dust pearl and had to open his mouth to test it. Thinking of this, Yang Yunue's gaze was firm as she said to Chu Yuan and Fatty, whether this is the coffin of King Xian or not, even if it is the legendary ghost coffin, I have to open it and try to know the truth. When Fatty heard this, he immediately became interested and took out his probing ink claws, rolling up his shirt and sleeves as he laughed. Maisie Yang, how can I let you do this kind of rough work? It's better for me to take the lead. Yang Yunue didn't object and directly took a candle and lit it in the northeast corner. Chu Yuan clasped his hands on his chest, looked at the fat man indifferently, and exclaimed, when the sea flows across the ocean, it reveals the hero's true colors. Master Fatty's bravado. Fatty smiled to himself and took out his sharpened probing claws, scraping up the dan lacquer of the coffin along the interface of the coffin's lid plate. This kind of sarcophagus does not have coffin nails. Are stone mortise and tenon mortise closure? Remove the dan lacquer. Use the probing ink claw to pull out the stone mortise. You can open the coffin. This ghost coffin has a total of 7 mortise and tenon. The fat man is not slow. Pull out one by one. Busy and happy, full of sense of accomplishment. Looking at the fat man's cleanliness, Chu Yuan was surprised. Worthy of being a gold toucher. Not great technique, but great craftsmanship. With the mortise and tenon pulled clean, the fat man adopted a probing ink claw and began to forcefully pry the coffin directly along the hanging dan lacquer seams. Wait! Seemingly thinking of something, Fatty fished out 2 sections of tripwire with metal pull rings from his pocket and threw them to Chu Yuan and Yang Yunue. What is this? Yang Yunue looked at Fatty with a confused look on her face. She really couldn't see what this thing was and couldn't figure out what kind of setup this was. This is the tripwire, which is dyed with vermilion to prevent the corpse from turning. So if you encounter a corpse, stop it at the mouth of the coffin when you open it. That way, the body can't bend. It can't move its legs. It can't pop out. Seeing the fat man's look of conviction, Yang Yunue almost took it seriously that a rope could stop the big dumplings. It sounded unscientific, and as if sensing her thoughts, the fat man's face straightened and he spoke seriously. These are all the rules passed down by our golden ancestors, specifically used to deal with the big dumplings. It's called being prepared. Chu Yuan helplessly nodded his head to Yang Yunue. It was really touching the gold school to pass down the rules. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan reached out and pulled the vermilion rope. Yang Yunue sighed and could only do as he was told. Following Chu Yuan's example, pulling back the vermilion rope and intertwining it right above the coffin flap. Seeing two people are ready, fat man assured that began to force. After a loud cry, only to hear a click sound, the coffin was opened. Boom! The lid of the thick stone essence coffin fell heavily to the ground, and a putrid odor immediately came from inside the coffin. Several people covered their mouths and noses and probed their bodies to look inside this ghost coffin. Just see the coffin lying flat in a body. The body is wrapped in gray cotton cloth. The body is very well preserved, looking lifelike. The corpse's face was slightly golden brown, but it quickly oxidized and became pitch black in the presence of air. However, looking closely at the face of this corpse, one could tell that this person had died a miserable death, only to see his two eye sockets turning into two large holes. It was obvious that a pair of eyes had been removed in life, which made the features look horrible and sweaty. Chu Yuan surveyed the corpse and could not help but be a little impressed by this ghost coffin's means of raising a corpse, not realizing that the stone essence coffin still had this role. This is not recorded in the 16-character Yin and Yang secret art. It is really a big world. There are no strange things. You guys. The corpse's head has obvious marks of being cut by a sharp instrument, but it shouldn't look like it was decapitated. Such marks were cut off after death. It seems that the head should have been deliberately spliced on, Yang Yunue said in a deep voice after observing the corpse for a while. Spliced on? Upon hearing this, Fatty was astonished. In terms of the luxury of this burial object, he had always thought that this was the king of consecration. After all this, it turns out that this is not the tomb of King Xian's old man. Otherwise, who would dare to be so bold as to cut off King Xian's head? Chapter 144, The Three Worlds and Three Prisons. Chu Yuan's expression froze when he heard Yang Yunue's words, and after pondering for a moment, he directly drew the black gold ancient blade behind him. The blade flashed and made a chop to the ancient corpse's face below the head, and immediately, shreds of cloth splattered everywhere, revealing the ancient corpse's true face, only to see countless golden light reflections. It was a golden skeleton, except for the lower half of the body, which was patched up with gold. This corpse was surprisingly hard to put together without a single shred of skin or flesh on its entire body, except for its head and lower body. Looking at the golden bones, even the fat man who loved money stopped laughing and became serious and said in a deep voice, "The head and the lower body. It's so obvious that they don't match. It's so obvious at this point that they're not parts of a person's body." Chu Yuan replied without lifting his head. "This is not strange. There should be two corpses here. This is a means for the old man Xianwang to delude himself into becoming an immortal. This corpse bone is called shadow bone." Seeing Yang Yunue and Fatty looking at him with puzzled faces, Chu Yuan gradually cleared his head and slowly opened his mouth to explain. Since ancient times, there has been a saying about certifying to immortality that one must go through the process of shedding one's bones and undergoing several major calamities. Find the bones of one's first 3 lives and bury them in the nether caves as shadow bones in order to make it clear to heaven and earth that one has passed through 3 prisons. It's enough to shed your bones, and in this way, there's hope that you can attain immortality. Yang Yunue spoke up at the right time and chimed in. "You mean this shadow bone is spliced together from the corpses in the 3 coffins above?" Chu Yuan nodded slightly, shining his flashlight on the ancient corpse's head and said softly, "I'm looking at the preservation of the head, which should be from that superb manhole coffin up there, and the middle section of this body. The bones are rotting away, all patched up with gold. 80% of them are remnants from the sarcophagus, and the lower limbs are what's in the bronze coffin." Yang Yunue nodded rather approvingly, pointing at the middle section of the skeleton and said, "Look guys, there are a few ribs missing over here." In fact, at this point, the situation was already obvious. The body was pieced together from each of the 3 ancient corpses in the upper chamber. This head still retains the pain of the gouging out of the eyes, and the ribs and calves show signs of being whipped, suggesting that they underwent the 3 prisons of torture. These are 3 ancient corpses from different periods, which should have been found by King Xian and subjected to the 3 major tortures of gouging out the eyes, plucking out the heart and snatching the soul respectively. Moreover, all 3 of these ancient corpses should have been loud and powerful in their lifetime. Otherwise they wouldn't be worthy of being King Xian's shadow bones. Fatty heard Chu Yuan's introduction that none of the 4 coffins were even the real body of King Xian, and directly his brain was about to explode. None of the 4 coffins are King Xian, so where the hell has he been hidden? Is it possible that he really has become a god? Stay up there. Fatty circled around the stone spirit coffin and spat with a resigned face. After searching for King Xian's tomb for so long, 4 in a row were all fake. As he said that, the guy stuffed the golden pestle and mortar right into his backpack. Well, not much though. The fat guy was disappointed. Yang Yunyua's mood was rather heavy. After hearing Fatty's words, she suddenly had a flash of light. Could it be that King Xian's tomb was really up there? Thinking of this, she looked along the entrance above her head, upwards, and was surprised to see the hole where the stone hanging the bronze coffin had fallen. The shadow bones of this chamber are going to take the place of King Xian in hell, which means that this wooden coffin represents the territory. The chamber with the 3 coffins above it should represent the human world, and from this it pushes that there should be another layer of chambers above it. That chamber then represents the immortal mountain, and King Xian's true corpse must be located on top of the immortal mountain. Yang Yunyua smiled at the corner of her mouth and analyzed with a confident face. Straight away, Fatty was dumbfounded. She could still go on analyzing like this? Seeing that Fatty was doubtful, Chu Yuan also opened his mouth to add, since it is divided into upper and lower chambers, it is bound to be divided into a heavenly gate and an earthly household, so that the dragon's potential is latent and waiting to rise. This is a 3-tiered water tomb with a shrimp tail, crab body, and goldfish eye structure. Then King Xian's real burial chamber must be in a perpendicular line to the hanging coffins of the middle chamber and to this shadowed bone, just directly above. Yang Yunyua listened to Chu Yuan's confirmation. A hanging heart can finally be put down peacefully. Dust beads of the odds added a few points. Upon hearing this, the fat man directly stated that what are we waiting for? Go up and find the true body of the Xian Wang Lao heir. Chu Yuan answered the promise and let the 2 go up first. The probability that the shadow bone corpse will turn into a dumpling. So Chu Yuan took the initiative to say that after the pad, in order to prevent necrophilia, this corpse will be burned. There are many different kinds of necrophilia, most of which are due to bad feng shui, which gives birth to fine hairs that turn into evil within the grave. Destroying the signs of this necrophilia will make up for the loss of yin virtues due to the tipping of the tomb, both for people and for themselves. Yang Yunyua didn't have much of a reaction. It was the fat man who sighed deeply after looking at his backpack, forcing his heart to hold back his reluctance. Following behind Yang Yunyua and climbing up the rope, it was really a step of extreme discomfort. After seeing the 2 men leave, the live drone never came down to survey the antiquities around them due to the small size of the cave. Chu Yuan was not polite, and directly waved his hand, receiving all that he could within his system backpack. The only good news is that antiques in the same category can actually be stacked in a backpack compartment, which is kind of a surprise. After lighting the corpse inside the coffin, there was nothing of value left in this chamber, and Chu Yuan followed the rope and left. When they reached the middle chamber, Fatty informed Feng Yuxiu about what happened underneath and his guesses, and the 3 of them were considering how to get up there. Seeing Chu Yuan come up, the fat man hurriedly walked up and laughed loudly. Little brother, you finally came up. Flying tiger claw, lend me to make it work. Handing the flying tiger claw hanging from his waist to Fatty, Chu Yuan did not ask in detail, and seeing the 3 candles burning normally, he was also quite relieved. Following the hole above his head, Chu Yuan's night eye talent opened up, and he could instantly see that a space did exist above him. It seems that this is the so-called immortal mountain of King Xian and the goldfish eye part of the 3-tiered water tomb. Hey! After the fat man flung his flying tiger claw a few times without success, he felt a little black in the face and couldn't help but encourage himself with a loud shout. Then, after 3 times, he still failed to fling it, and was so angry that he directly handed over the flying tiger claw to Yang Yunyue, reaping a big blank stare. Yang Yunyue was proficient in rope dart kung fu. This flying tiger claw was naturally difficult to defeat her. Only once, it was accurately passed into the cave above her head. Beautiful. Fatty gave a thumbs up in praise. Don't be poor. I'll go up and take a look. Chu Yuan patted the fatty's shoulder and said indifferently. The 4 of them then climbed up the flying tiger's claw and turned towards the upper chamber, which, at a cursory glance, appeared to be a small cave entrance. This King Xian really had a lust for power and immortality that he was unwilling to give up until his death. Even the main burial chamber was being built at the highest point, with the Lingyun Palace on the cliffs, and the triple chamber here representing the 3 worlds of the body. The king of sacrifice himself was always going to be high above the rest. After entering the main chamber of the road, several people successively turned on their flashlights, and the basic situation of the upper chamber was immediately reflected in their eyes. It was a long and narrow tomb passage, about 3 meters wide, and the walls on both sides were painted with colorful frescoes in both the ancient Yunnan style. It is also interspersed with a number of Han Dynasty painting styles in vibrant colors, and the interweaving of the 2 very different styles is breathtaking. Approaching a look, Chu Yuan felt that this mural layout is well thought out. The painting technique is very exquisite, and the characters in the painting are mostly high and mighty immortals and gods. However, all of these immortal gods bent their heads downward to gaze, as if they were watching the comber at the bottom of the cave, which made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. It seems that this place is not far from the main crypt of King Xian's old man. Chapter 145, The Human Body Art of Turning Corpses into Corpses. The fat man surveyed the week's murals, looking at them as if he understood them, and turned to Chu Yuan and asked, "Little brother, didn't you say that on top of this shadow bone is the tomb of old King Xian? Where did this coffin go?" Yang Yunhui also had a puzzled look on her face as she softly said, "I'm wondering too. Could it be that this King Xian has changed the feng shui pattern up there?" Chu Yuan's right hand gently tapped on the wall to check for the presence of subtle organs, and hearing the two conversing, he said in a deep voice, "This King Xian's mind is weird and elusive. Since there is a tomb passage here, it means that we have deduced the right direction, so let's just keep walking forward." A few people continued along the tomb passage, and after walking about 10 meters, they saw 2 rows of tall and majestic statues standing on both sides of the tomb passage. These statues, all with very solemn faces, clad in armor and red jeweled eyes, looked down on everyone who passes through the tomb passage. It was clearly the angry-eyed sky god that King Xian used to guard the tomb. Fatty touched Feng Yuxiu with his arm and asked in a lowered voice, "Little white boy, what are the eyes of these statues made of?" Feng Yuxiu didn't want to take care of him, but when he saw the fat man sticking to him like a dog's skin, he could only reply helplessly, "This is a rare blood ruby, crystal clear, it's top quality and worth a lot." Hearing Feng Yuxiu professional's answer, the fat man's heart was happy, copied the engineer's shovel to the statue's eyes beside him and pounded it. It looked like it was planning to not stop until it dug up a few and brought them back. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Forgetting the lesson of tongue compulsion, Chu Yuan looked at the fat man digging for gems with a speechless face, and his disgust was overflowing, but he was really not jealous, and he wanted all the rags. Yang Yunhui silently watched the few people snickering. She directly didn't say a word. For her the search for the dash pearl was the most important. Looking behind him, he could see the end of the tomb passage at a glance, and turning around, he continued walking towards the depths of the tomb passage. 10 or so meters later, then he came to the deepest part of the tomb passage, and it was clearly blocked by a wall, and Yang Yunhui checked the surrounding area and did not find any obvious organs. However, the carving of a nobly dressed woman on this wall caught her attention, really because the style of the carving was a bit out of place altogether from the mural she had just discovered, and looking at the luxury of the woman's clothing, Yang Yunhui guessed that this person, 80% was the wife of King Xian. Just as she was trying to get a closer look at the other woman, a pair of the woman's long, slanted eyes suddenly caught her attention. Just as Yang Yunhui was gazing and watching, he suddenly felt a sudden wave of dizziness as if his brain had suffered a heavy blow. Before she could react, she felt a sudden tightness at her neck, as if someone was choking her, making it difficult for her to breathe. The force of the visitor's single hand was amazingly large. No matter how Yang Yunhui tried to break free, it was to no avail. A sense of suffocation came over her. She reluctantly looked down and saw that it was a living human hand, not half bloody, with 5 slender fingers, but actually the arm of the woman on the carving in front of her, only to see that this arm was like an iron clamp of welded wire, choking Yang Yunhui's neck to death. The more she struggled, the greater the strength of the arm. In the meantime, "Little brother, you said that my 2 jewels brought back would have to be worth a sports car." After half a day's work, Fatty finally gouged out the gems from the statue's eyes, wiped them clean with the corner of his coat, and carefully put them into his pocket. Seeing Chu Yuan ignoring himself, the fat man did not think so and turned around, but he actually found Yang Yunhui standing in front of him, not moving. Something's wrong. Chu Yuan also noticed Yang Yunhui's abnormality, and with a single stride, he came to her side, and just as he wanted to open his mouth, he was attracted by the statue of the woman. A faint sense of dizziness suddenly appeared in his mind, and before the dizziness could intensify, Chu Yuan felt his body shake. It turned out that just as this inexplicable breath invaded Chu Yuan's brain, a warm breath suddenly surged out from his chest. As the blood circulated, the warm breath spread rapidly to all parts of the body, up to the last place of Chu Yuan's brain. At that moment, the breath that was supposed to be invading his mind, as if it had encountered something deadly, directly fled in fear. Phew! Chu Yuan, who had recovered to normal, looked at the woman's carving with a horrified face, and if it wasn't for the system rewarding the bloodline, he would have almost been hit. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan directly drew his sword with his backhand and slashed at the statue in front of him, and a large hole appeared. With the destruction of the wall statues, Yang Yunhui also detached herself from the illusion, her body weakly holding onto the wall, panting heavily. What just happened? Fatty looked at Yang Yunhui with a concerned expression, looking a bit puzzled and unclear about what exactly had just happened. Feng Yushiu was also surprised as he glanced at Yang Yunyue and asked in a small voice, Immortal Young, are you too tired? Did you run into some kind of nightmare just now? Only Chu Yuan's figure did not move, slowly inserting the black and gold ancient sword into its sheath, quietly taking out the Vajra umbrella behind his back with a guarded face. Yang Yunyue took a deep breath and gazed at what was behind the large hole in the wall before he slowly opened his mouth. There's something wrong with the statue on this wall. Just one look into her eyes and it feels as if you're being controlled and can't break free. Then he told the crowd about the visions and real feelings that he saw on the wall just now, and the fat man's mouth was cheap, and he had wanted to mock a few words, but at the sight of the choke marks at her neck, immediately also cannot laugh out, which is an illusion. Really physical attack. Do you guys think this relief could be made of some special material that once you stare at it for a long time, you'll be hypnotized and hallucinate? Yang Yunyue said with a palpitating heart. She had just looked at it for a long time and felt her head buzzing and her whole body lost control. All watch out. There's something behind this wall. Chu Yuan's light-hearted words immediately drew the attention of the crowd. What could be inside these walls? Could someone hide a treasure in this place? The fat man said he didn't believe there was anything in the wall, but he wasn't slow to clean it up. Engineer's shovel in hand. Holy, there's really a ing old baby? Bad luck. It's even a corpse. After seeing what was hidden behind the wall, the scared fat man directly burst out. This treasure is not his treasure. So he was very depressed. It was only then that the crowd could see what was behind the wall, and it was an obese female corpse standing motionless. In the white light, the female corpse wore a phoenix crown on her head and a brocade robe. Her skin was a dark purple color and her face was full of chapped lines. There really is a female corpse. This female corpse has been built behind a wall, but it doesn't decay for 1,000 years. It's really a miracle. Feng Yushiu said with a look of admiration. Generally speaking, it was with the help of coffins or special materials that could keep the body from decaying. This was the first time he had encountered such a practice for him, who had studied countless ancient tombs all over the country. As soon as the words fell, it was as if something was about to come out from within this female corpse, and the whole person gradually swelled and became bulging. Bang! In an instant, the entire body of the female corpse ruptured with a thud, and countless dark purple moths fluttered out from within the female corpse. These dark purple moths, varying in size, in groups, at first glance, the number of no less than 300 or 400. All be careful. This is supposed to be a corpse moth that parasitizes corpses. The powder from their bodies is poisonous. Never get wet. Swish. Chu Yuan opened his Vajra umbrella and looked at the faraway corpse E and reminded the crowd loudly, while guarding against corpse E going and coming back. Chapter 146, Becoming a Taoist and an Immortal is Nothing at All. As he watched the dark purple corpse E lunging towards the direction the crowd came from, Chu Yuan knew that it was because there was a strong light there. These moths, originating from within the corpses, are highly aggressive, pouncing on the sight of light, and their bodies are filled with poisonous powder, which is highly toxic. I think that this female corpse should have been made by the old man who offered the king and put down the mistletoe technique. Otherwise, it would not have spawned so many corpse E. Look guys, there seems to be a hole here. Yang Yunyue explored her head and looked at the hole behind the wall and exclaimed in shock. This location was exactly where the female corpse stood just now. It seems that this female corpse is what protects this cave entrance from being discovered. And it must be that behind this cave entrance is where King Xian's real body is located. Yang Yunyue was just about to open her mouth to remind the crowd when she heard a cry of alarm from Fatty, and the sound of countless wings fluttering suddenly came from not far away. Buzz off! Chu Yuan knew that it must be that the light source planted in advance at the entrance had been extinguished by the corpse E, and at this point, only the light source on himself and the others remained. Fatty, you take everyone and get into the cave quickly. I'll pad the back. After greeting the crowd, Chu Yuan took out the flare gun on his body and fired a flare at the opposite side of the tomb passage. As the ghastly white glow of the flare was far away, the vast majority of corpse E's in midair swooped towards the light. Only a small portion of the remaining corpse E went crazy and lunged in the direction of the crowd. Chu Yuan put away the surface of the Vajra umbrella and directly used the umbrella blade at the end of the Vajra umbrella to chop horizontally left and right at the corpse E that rushed up. With the cold weapon proficiency skill, the umbrella blade in Chu Yuan's hand made it as if it was an arm. Mixed as it was. Soon, more than 30 corpses were left by the feet, and upon closer inspection, all of them were cut in two by Chu Yuan. Seeing that Fatty and the others behind him had all entered the cave, Chu Yuan also wanted to crawl inside the cave. At this time, the flares had already been extinguished by corpse E. They seemed to sense Chu Yuan's direction and had turned their bodies to lunge towards the cave entrance. When Chu Yuan climbed out of the hole, he looked at the densely packed corpse E behind him and hurriedly opened his adamantine umbrella, directly blocking the circular hole. Feeling the force coming back from the adamantine umbrella, Chu Yuan knew that these corpse E were frantically defiantly impacting the adamantine umbrella. When Fatty saw this, after scanning the surrounding area, he happened to find a modest trapezoidal bronze coffin in the center of the chamber, and he could not think much about it. After greeting Feng Yuxiu, Fatty directly lifted the coffin lid and just blocked the hole, the size perfectly fitting. There were also corpses that followed the gap into the chamber, a dozen or so of them, and they were directly knocked to death by Fatty with an engineer's shovel in hand. As for the small cracks at the entrance of the cave, it was also blocked by Yang Yunhua with other items, and all of a sudden, the environment cleared up quite a bit. The sound of corpses' fluttering wings could no longer be heard in the air, and it was finally safe for the time being. Once they were safe, the crowd was reassured, and curiously surveyed the last chamber, where King Xian's real body, surely, was located. Feng Yuxiu, however, squatted down to check the slapped corpse instead. The lines on this corpse's body resemble a human face. This is the first time I've encountered this kind of corpse. This King Xian's mistletoe technique is really bizarre. Xu Yuan glanced at the other party. He knew that all of the Guanshan Tai Bao were good at driving poisonous insects, and Feng Yuxiu had been extremely cooperative along the way. He guessed that the other party most likely to get Professor Sun accounted for, along the way to examine their own ability to touch the gold inverted, and no out-of-the-ordinary behavior. Seeing him like this, I guess he was convinced by the old man who offered the king along the way, and the Guanshan Taibao inverted the fight without asking for medieval weapons and secret treasures. To seek only the various kinds of strange arts in the ancient tomb is very similar to the Taoist who moves mountains and seeks only the Duncan's beads. Hey, what do you guys think this place is? Fatty does not care about the corpse now. He only cares about whether or not this coffin is dedicated to the king's old man inside. He only wants to go up and open the door. This is already the topmost level. There is also a coffin in this secret room. It should be King Xian's royal burial chamber, Yang Yunhua said with an agitated expression. She was sure that the location here was the same as the shadow bones in the lower chamber. In terms of spatial location, Xu Yuan did not rush to open his mouth. Instead, he sized up the copper coffin in front of him, which had a peculiar shape and was very small in size. Look at the weight of this copper coffin. Ancient and modern, less than 100 pounds, but also really strange, especially even using wood and copper mixed composition of the coffin. The overall appearance is somewhat brownish, and the feel of the coffin walls should be made of sedum, with intricate relief decorations inlaid on the outer surface of the coffin, and both ends of the coffin's lid have hollowed-out court platforms and pavilions with flying eaves, like the phoenix coffins used for the burial of ancient noblewomen of high families. What? This is the phoenix coffin? Could it be that the female corpse just now is really the wife of the old man who sacrificed the king? Fatty couldn't help but exclaim at the identity of the female corpse just now after realizing that it was a phoenix coffin. Xu Yuan nodded slightly and pointed at the phoenix coffin and introduced. According to the mausoleum system, this phoenix coffin contains King Xian's wife. Bah! Is this King Xian evil? His own wife's body is not properly resting in the coffin. What is the point of taking these broken jars? Fatty looked at the sealed jars inside the copper coffin with disgust. His heart was depressed. Surprisingly, there was no treasure whatsoever. He came for nothing. Thinking of this, the fat man does not mind dirty. Directly take the sapper's shovel in the coffin pounding up, set aside to check and fill in the gaps to come. Xu Yuan cursed. This fatty is really a wild goose. No longer paying attention to him, observing the surrounding of the tomb. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There is not even a piece of corpse mud in the TMD. This is an empty coffin. Fatty's face was a bit ugly. Normal coffins, if the body decays, will leave a layer of vermilion soil at the bottom of the coffin boards? Here grossly absent. Ha! Look guys, there are murals on both walls. Yang Yunhua shook his flashlight and greeted the crowd. It was a highly unusual chamber, without much sign of artificial construction, as if it were a natural cave. The first and last ends of the bronze coffin, the corresponding walls, have two beautiful murals. The paintings are a surprise. What is depicted in the painting is that King Xian, through the dust bead, sees some images that ordinary people cannot see, such as the heavenly palace on the clouds, on the seashore, the sight of an immortal being found holding the elixir of immortality, etc. It is assumed that this was the source of King Xian's obsession with the art of immortality. Thinking that there really existed immortals and gods in the upper realm, they built the Lingyun Palace to attract immortals to become immortals, even at the expense of the country's resources. This King Xian wouldn't have believed in something like the sight seen in View of the Lake, would he? Feng Yuxiu looked at the familiar frescoes on the wall and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If it was true, King Xian could be screwed. Observation Lake? What do you mean? Little white boy. Speak more clearly, Fatty pursued with a confused face. Seeing the several people looking at him with burning eyes, Feng Yuxiu showed a conference look on his face and pointed to the immortal mountain on the mural and explained. Everyone should know the sight of a mirage. The ancients didn't understand natural phenomena and thought they were seeing their own immortal destiny. According to legend, it was on the seashore that Emperor Qin Shi Huang saw the heavenly palace of the three gods mountain, and that's why he sent Su Fu to search for the mountain and visit the immortals on the sea. Otherwise, could the first emperor, who was in the middle of the spring and autumn period, believe in the words of just a few magicians? In fact, this mirage site is not only in the seaside. In the Tibetan area also circulated this mysterious legend. Whenever a living Buddha passes away, the religious leaders will go to the sacred lake on the sacred mountain to watch the lake view, which is also a spectacle similar to the sea market. Hearing this, Fatty came to a realization and pointed to a castle on the painted wall and said in a loud voice, "What this old man, the king of Xian, saw, could not be the castle on this immortal mountain, clouded and misty, taken for a heavenly palace." Feng Yuxiu nodded slightly. That castle was enshrined with an eyeball. He guessed that this was the dusk pearl that Yang Yunue was looking for. It is estimated that this old man, the king of Xian, after obtaining the dust pearl, was convinced that if he could sacrifice this object, he would surely become immortal. Chapter 147, Immortality. Immortality, and the Flesh Giant. Through the contents on the two murals, at least one thing can be stated, that this chamber is where the real body of King Xian was located. Yang Yunue looked around, looked at Chu Yuan with an expectant face, and softly inquired, "Little brother, can you find out the secret chamber within this tomb by performing the dragon-seeking technique?" Chu Yuan gently shook his head and opened his mouth. This kind of naturally formed cave is called a cave chamber cave in the mausoleum system, and according to the burial scriptures and the structure of the earth's veins, it is impossible to have a secret chamber. However, this is not an ordinary cave, and I think the real body of Old Man Xian is right under our feet. As Chu Yuan's words had just fallen, the white mist that had originally been deposited on the ground within the chamber seemed to have been absorbed by something in its entirety, even suddenly disappeared. The ground reveals a mountain range-like texture, looking like an old tree root of years. The most surprising thing was that the murals that the party had seen had all disappeared as well, and were constantly bubbling with yellow liquid. In a matter of moments, the chamber, which was still white, turned into a dark yellow chamber, and the temperature in the room was rising. It was as if the entire chamber was about to be melted. Chu Yuan rushed forward, looked at the dark yellow liquid, and shouted, "Everyone beware, this is slime." As soon as the words fell, suddenly the entire floor of the crypt became incomparably soft. Sensing the strangeness under his feet, Chu Yuan hurriedly grabbed Fatty. "What's going on here? Little brother, why do I feel like the temperature here is starting to rise?" Fatty staggered and supported Chu Yuan, trying to find a place where he could stand still, but the undulating ground seemed like an earthquake, making it impossible for him to get off his feet. Looking at the constantly shaking chamber, Chu Yuan also stopped hiding and said with a heavy face, "The 6 long-life candles in the middle chamber represent King Xian and his wife, and the bodies in those 4 coffins. The 3 receiving children were originally corpses, and the most crucial one is the ox head lamp. The corpse it corresponds to may represent an existence above us." Fatty looked at Chu Yuan with a head full of black lines and asked breathlessly, "Little brother, have you fallen into an illusion? What do you mean by an existence above us? Immortals?" Chu Yuan ignored the fat man, his gaze fixed on the constantly writhing wall, and he said in a loud voice, "I finally know where the 10th body is. It's right here. We're inside his body, and this cave is a dry corpse." "What? This is an ancient corpse? How can there be such a big dry corpse in this world?" Not to mention Fatty, even the 2 of them, Yang Yunue and Feng Yuxiu, were dumbfounded as they looked at Chu Yuan. The words were unbelievable. Chu Yuan pointed at a lump of flesh protruding from the wall and said aloud, "Fierce star leaves the palace. Tai Sui descends from the mountain. This should be the legendary giant 10,000-year-old Wu Tu Chi's immortal outer coffin. Tai Sui is divided into great rushes and great ferociousness. The place where we are now is the Feng Shui great impulse. That is, King Xian used his own wife to fill the eye of Wu Tu to seal the Tai Sui aura. So, we're in its corpse shell now." It dawned on the crowd that this chamber was actually the body of the Aconite Chixin, and King Xian took the Aconite Chixin as his coffin. It was really a rare Feng Shui competent person in the ancient and modern times. After all, this kind of body size of the auburn-headed Chi's immortal had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Also known as Fleshlingji, the Aconite Chi fairy was said to be the ancestor of all living things, which showed the vast amount of vitality and spirituality contained in its body. It is estimated that this King Xian is treating the Aconite Chi's fairy as immortal meat for immortality, using it as a coffin and sucking its energy for a long time, using this as a means to fulfill his grand wish of immortality. One can only say that this King Xian is really good in the head and has all the tricks up his sleeve. Legend has it that wherever there is a big rush of Feng Shui, where the clear and turbid are out of whack, there will be the presence of such a thing, but it is so big that it is rare in the ancient and modern world. Wutu Chi Xian is the existence of eyes. One eye is called Tai Yu, two eyes green negligence, and only those who look all five senses are called Wutu. The auburn head with eyes all over its body is called the heavenly molt, and looking at the hole in the center, he knew that King Xian was in this heavenly molt. Moreover, this oolong cheese immortal had died long ago, and only because Chu Yuan and the others entered and brought in air did it begin to come back to life. It is evident that immortality is indeed true for the aconite Chixin. Moreover, Chu Yuan estimated that the vision of the black pig crossing the heavenly river with its corpse chi rushing into the clouds that he and the others had seen at the lakeshore corresponded to it. Look, little brother, there's a hole here, there's something down there. Just as the crowd was analyzing the situation, the writhing oolong cheese fairy actually directly shifted the phoenix coffin away, revealing a not-so-small hole. Fatty's eyes were sharp, and through the flashlight, he vaguely detected the presence of something in the cave. The crowd approached to take a look, and sure enough, there were deep eye sockets, and underneath lay a dry body, most likely the real body of King Xian. This eye socket should be the feng shui top of King Xian's tomb. This King Xian's old man is really something. He even put himself underneath this in order to remain uncorrupted for 1,000 years. Chu Yuan said with a complex color. This Xian Wang if not engage in these evil ways, with its talent, in the history books will have its own one. It's a pity that one should believe in this kind of immortality and becoming immortal, and ultimately end up with a dead body. Not good. This King Xian's body is actually sinking down. Fatty grab me. Chu Yuan directly handed over the Vajra umbrella to Yang Yunhui. The black gold ancient sword was put aside, and his body inverted swiftly descended down the hole. The feet were then held in a deadly grip by the fat man. Just then, the walls of the Ugwei Chixian suddenly began to dissolve, and a humanoid silhouette, with teeth and claws, manifested itself, only to see countless pairs of miserable white hands slowly reaching out to the crowd. Yang Yunhui hurriedly held open her Vajra umbrella and strained to stop the hands. Feng Yuxiu's face also changed drastically. Seeing Chu Yuan's black and gold ancient sword, he just wanted to pull out the sword. Who knew that the sword was not normally heavy? After all, he couldn't pull it out for a while. He couldn't help but change his face, looking at Chu Yuan Cheng Tian's relaxed appearance on his back. I thought it was just an ordinary knife, but I didn't expect it to be so heavy, estimating at least 70 to 80 pounds. Giving up his long knife, Feng Yuxiu directly raised his submachine gun and fired a volley of shots at the wall of the Udu Jixian. There was a puddle of yellow liquid that flowed all over the entire crypt. We can't shoot anymore. It'll make too much slime and affect little brother's ability to take King Xian's real body. Looking at the yellow liquid at her feet, Yan Yunhui was clear-headed and immediately stopped Feng Yuxiu from firing. In a hurry, he could only pull out the engineer's shovel from behind the fat man and keep swinging it around, hoping to knock these humanoid corpses back. The fat man was also spitting loudly and anxiously. MD, this King Xian has a cruel heart. So many corpses and bones. It can't be that the craftsmen who built the mausoleums were given to the aconite Chixin as fertilizer. Just as the fat man was blabbering, Chu Yuan's large half of his body had already entered the eye socket, which was very narrow. The hole was about 3 meters deep and a person's width. The space was narrow and surrounded by slime, which undoubtedly made it more difficult for him to go down and explore. Fatty, put it down a little further. As his body slid down, Chu Yuan had gotten a good look at King Xian's old man, but he still couldn't reach the King Xian's body. Can't reach it. Fatty, it's that close. Further down. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, the fat man gritted his teeth and couldn't care too much, hooking Chu Yuan's foot and sticking it in along with his own neck. Finally, he came across the real body of King Xian, who wore a crown inlaid with gold and jade, a black python-patterned jade armored robe, and a purple and gold belt around his waist. But what made Chu Yuan's heart grow fuzzy was that this King Xian's face had become blurred and distorted, and his 5 senses were already indistinguishable. It was as if it had melted into the face, and it looked very weird and creepy to look at. Chu Yuan's face was expressionless as he searched his hands on the chest of King Xian's python robe, and suddenly, a delicate cowhide purse was touched by him. Found you, mistletoe.